A battlefield, torn to shreds, desolate. These are the Shadow Labyrinths, humanity's final test. And through the smoke, a young man's silhouette appears. Looking back at the absolute ruin behind him, Desir Arman realizes something. A monster roars, "How dare you!" This was it. The dragon of destruction, Roman Napolitan. Its eyes were like daggers, staring down at the humans below. "You worthless insects," it bellowed. "You dare stand against ME?" They were all heroes, gathered for one last fight. Desir looked down at his own hands. 10 years. It had been 10 long years since this nightmare began. So many friends, so many loved ones, all lost to this hellscape of a world. He looked up, meeting the monster's gaze without an ounce of fear. "It's over, Napolitan." Desir's voice was raw with power. "I will kill you, and put an end to this hell for good." Earth and rock exploded into the air, a blast he had completely anticipated. His eyes burned with resolve as he threw a fist forward. "Ultimate magic analysis. Complete," he yelled. To the others, he screamed, "I've sealed its dragon tongue." The heroes behind him erupted in cheers. "Amazing. You did it, Desir." With that, they all charged forward. "It's over. One final push to end this monster's reign. To finally kill it." Napolitan's eyes went wide, refusing to believe it. Impossible. It stared at the rising dust. This can't be happening." Desir slowly got to his feet, his body trembling as he stared at the massive fossil now lying on the ground. He thought to himself, Are we finally free from this hell?" Silence finally fell over the battlefield. The survivors gathered together in one spot. Raphael ruffled his hair with a grin. "Great job, everyone. We actually saved the world." But Aslan looked serious. Strange. Why hasn't the notification popped up yet? He meant the quest complete message. This was a mission, wasn't it? The final goal in this shadow world was to kill that dragon. Another hero rubbed his nose. "You're right. Once the mission is over, they should be able to return to the real world," he continued. "But this place feels different. It's not following the normal rules of a shadow world. We should probably just wait a bit." Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the air. "Over 150 million people started this, and only 6 of us survived. The survival rate is basically 0%, Zodzirian spoke up. A ridiculously low number. A young woman added, "Stop crunching the numbers. It's not going to bring the dead back to life." But Zod calmly replied, "Whenever something happens, we must try to understand it. 99% of all mages are dead. We need to know exactly where we went wrong." Desir, who had been sitting quietly, let out a small laugh. "Either way, let's just enjoy this for a moment. We saved the world." Across from them, a girl on a cliff edge just watched them intently. Then, the blonde girl from before smiled brightly. "Hey, Raphael. If you hadn't been here, things would have been so much harder." He laughed it off. Not at all. He glanced at the armor beside him, puffing out his chest with pride. "Protecting everyone, that's the duty of a knight like me." Then he quickly turned to Desir. "Desir played a much more important role than I did." Aslan chimed in. "He's right. We probably never would have beaten it if it wasn't for Desir's help." Hearing this, Desir got a little flustered. At the same time, Zodzirian added, "Honestly, I thought you'd be the first to die." His gaze was full of suspicion. "I don't know how some holy artifact helped you, but a third-rank mage like yourself shouldn't be able to analyze the magic pattern of a dragon's voice, let alone know how to seal it. That's a high-level analysis skill. Even I, a 7th-rank mage, can't do that." Everyone went quiet. He went on, "This is unheard of. If you're that talented, why are you still only a 3rd-rank mage?" Now everyone was staring at Desir, eager for an answer. "Tell me." Desir looked down, embarrassed. "I'm just an ordinary person. I never had any formal training or education. If I had been taught properly, then maybe I could have saved more people." Zod put a hand to his face. "What a waste. If you were at the magic tower, you would have had endless support." Raphael cheerfully cut in. All right, let's not talk about the past." He grinned. "When we get back to our world, I bet we're all going to get a huge reward. So, what's everyone planning to do next?" Aslan looked around at the group. "I'm going to visit the families of our comrades who fell. I'll return their belongings to their loved ones." He touched the insignia on his shoulder. "And I'll tell them that they were brave until the very last second." His voice started to break. The young woman stared off into the distance. "I'll return to the Western Kingdom and comfort the families of the fallen." Her eyes lit up. "For all the people who sacrificed themselves for this world. It would be amazing if we could build a memorial for them." Then, all eyes turned to Zodzirian. Zod said grimly, I'll research a way to prevent these labyrinths from ever appearing again. Because if another one opens up, this world is finished. Raphael then turned to the quiet girl. What about you, Agist? What are your plans? She said nothing, staying completely silent. Everyone stared at her, curious. Raphael moved on. Okay then, what about you, Desir? I think you'd be welcomed anywhere you go. But Zod's look practically screamed. Come with me, another voice asked. Are you planning on going back to Hebrian Academy? Which made Desir pause for a long moment. Just then, the dragon's fossil began to crack. And from the shattered remains, the dragon was reborn. Everyone froze, absolutely stunned. Shock turned to panic as they all yelled in unison, It's still alive! The blonde girl was freaking out. Wait a minute, didn't we complete the mission? We killed the dragon! Ocelon's face was grim. You mean, we didn't actually finish it? Desir stammered. I thought it was dead. That's when Zod Zirion roared. Impossible. I personally checked to make sure it was dead. Only one person remained perfectly calm. Agist. And in that moment, Zod realized something was terribly wrong. Wait, could it be its heart? The group quickly huddled together. The heart? Zod continued. I read about this in an ancient book a long time ago. A dragon's heart is like an engine. It functions just like a magic circle, generating a massive amount of mana and pumping it through the body. But when the dragon dies, it loses a way to burn off all that mana. So what happens to an engine that overheats and loses control? But before he could finish, the girl cut him off. What are you talking about? Put it in simple terms. Desir's face went pale as he understood Zod's warning. That engine, it's going to explode. And just as he said it, and just like that, the ground exploded. What? Why weren't we told about this? After taking down the dragon, the man explained, because this is the first time in human history that one has ever been killed. Seeing a brilliant flash of light up ahead, he muttered, a magic burst. That's gotta be a level 7 spell. No, it was way more terrifying than that. His eyes narrowed. This level of power, it was completely off the charts. The surge of energy lit up the entire sky. Unfortunately, we all prepared for the worst. Raphael was in disbelief, his voice tense. Is this really the end? The blonde girl, Romantica, began to pray. Father in heaven, please guide our souls. But Aziz just kept her eyes fixed forward. Desir narrowed his, feeling it all slip away. So this is how it ends. He watched his own hand start to fade. But suddenly, it became impossibly clear. He was in a body again, standing somewhere completely different. When he looked in a mirror, he was stunned. Desir stood in the middle of a crowd and yelled, What the hell is this? He looked again, staring at his own hands. He thought he was dead. But the scene in front of him was just bizarre. The sound of footsteps grew louder and more urgent, and everyone around him suddenly went still. A voice rang out, and the footsteps stopped. It's a pleasure to see you all here today. Bridget smiled with confidence. I am Professor Bridget. I know many of you have gathered here hoping to join the academy, and for that reason, I can't let you down. The crowd started whispering. Someone like her is a professor? She's so hot. Instantly, a sharp voice cut through the noise. Over there, I heard every word you just said. Do not interrupt me when I'm speaking. Her expression snapped back to being deadly serious. Unfortunately, not all of you will be accepted into this school. She paused for a moment. Hearing her words, even Desir felt the tension rise. As per standard procedure, all of you will take an entrance exam. Her gaze turned ice cold. After the test, we will only be accepting 600 students into Hebrian Academy. The crowd started murmuring again. Does anyone know what the test is going to be? No idea. Bridget continued. The entrance exam will be. A flash of unease crossed his face. And that's when she said it. Complete the quest in the shadow world. In that moment, his world seemed to crumble. What the hell? Up on the stage, she kept explaining to the crowd, there's no need to be afraid. The shadow world you're about to face isn't a real one. It's just a virtual reality world designed to test your abilities. Desire covered his mouth, trying to choke back any sound. Was this for real? Bridget waved with a smile. An instructor will be assigned to each of you to explain all the details. Staring at the shimmering portal, he could only hear her voice clearly. For the class of 3613, the 172nd entrance exam will begin in 2 hours. She looked down at the students. I'll see you all there. And with that, Desir bolted, stunning everyone around him. The entrance exam. He slammed to a halt next to a pillar, his face pale and drawn. I'm back. Back at the Hebrion Academy entrance exam. Hebrion, the greatest magic academy in the entire nation. Desire's mind was reeling. It's been 10 years since I graduated. If this is year 3613, that means I entered the shadow world in 3613. A storm of thoughts raged in his head, tearing him apart. And 10 years after that incident, I was trapped in the Shadow Labyrinth, and the world was destroyed in the year 3626. I've gone back in time, 13 years into the past. Every single memory from his past life rushed back, squeezing the air from his lungs. If that's true, then the pain I went through for 10 long years, the torment, the hatred, the sacrifices everyone made, was all of that meaningless? All around him, the other students were buzzing with excitement, but he was trapped in his own personal hell. He clenched his fists, slammed his hands together, and sat in a corner, ignoring all the cheering. Tears streamed down his face. The academy's banner was still flying high above. Suddenly, two people walked up, looking right at him. Ugh, probably a commoner. Just ignore him. Right then, he knew for sure. This wasn't a dream. He clasped his hands together. I remember everything. Just then, a voice cut in. I've been looking for you. Desir slowly looked up. It was Redoria, and she looked a little annoyed. You weren't at the designated area, so I had no idea where you'd gone. You're Desir Arman, right? He stood up awkwardly and said, I'm sorry. She turned away sharply. Whatever. Then she began her introduction. A pleasure to meet you. My name is Redoria Doris, but you can just call me Redoria. I'm a second-year student here, and I've been assigned as your guide for today. He replied sheepishly, I'll be in your care. He sized her up a genius mage, capable of maintaining a sixth circle magic spell with her fire magic. During her time at the academy, she was always the model student, ranked number 1 in the entire school. Redoria then spoke up. You don't need to worry about the entrance exam. I'm just a little nervous, he replied. She laughed out loud. No need for that. This virtual world is nothing compared to a real shadow world. He played along. Curious. Really? She continued. The test is just to see if you have the basic skills to survive in a real one. She held out a tablet right in front of him. Wait, you're a commoner. Hearing that, he froze. Is there a problem with that? She looked a little awkward. Well, as a commoner, if you get accepted into the academy, you'll be placed in the beta class, and people in the beta class, they never get proper training or education. She started explaining the school's class divisions. A deep-seated discrimination exists in this academy. Nobles get into the alpha class, while commoners are thrown into the beta class. It doesn't matter how talented you are. If you're a commoner, you'll be looked down on and discriminated against for your entire time here. Redoria walked ahead, saying, Well, that's a problem to worry about after you get in. A moment later, she turned back to him. By the way, do you even know what a shadow world is? He replied instantly. Of course I do. She paused, skeptical, and asked again. Are you sure? If you want to enter a real shadow world, you have to be absolutely certain you know everything about it. Even entering a virtual one now is still way too dangerous. He just stood there for a moment, completely still. Redoria continued. All right, to get the best results, I'm going to ask you a few questions. So, what is a shadow world? He answered using the brutal knowledge he had personally lived through. The shadow world is a catastrophic disaster, the most dangerous threat humanity faces. You can think of it as a parallel world to our own, and a new one opens up every year. Within the shadow world, there are countless different realms. Some are pretty weak, but others are insanely dangerous. Those worlds are all based on historical events from the past, from the very world we are living in right now. And because it's based on past history, the Magic Council has been able to classify them into 10 different levels. The higher the level, the greater the danger. The reason the shadow world is a threat to humanity? It's simple. Endless darkness is constantly eating away at our world. Any land swallowed by that darkness vanishes without a trace. And worse, nothing can survive in a place the shadows have consumed. Roria was stunned, just listening to Desir's explanation. He continued, his eyes hardening with resolve. That's exactly why we have to clear these shadow worlds. It's our only option. Roria stood silent for a moment, then she began explaining. Right now, 2 major powers are tackling the shadow world problem, the Western Kingdom and Hebrion Academy. These two are locked in a fierce rivalry, each one desperate to collect more powerful artifacts than the other. And since we're part of the Academy, we have a duty to join this race. She was about to say more, but stopped herself. There were other factors, like the outsiders, but he didn't need to know about that just yet. Turning on her heel, she asked, Do you know what it takes to clear a Shadow World mission? He just nodded. I know. His posture was rock solid as they walked. Because the Shadow World is a parallel universe. a twisted echo of our own. Events that already happened in the past are replayed inside the shadow world. But there's a catch. Even though it's devouring our reality, there's only one way to stop it. Enter the shadow world directly and complete its hidden quest. For example, if the setting is a historical battle that was lost, your mission is to enter that past and flip the script, turning defeat into victory. No matter what kind of shadow world it is, there's always a clear objective. You just have to complete it to survive. That's why everyone prepares so thoroughly to beat the quest and conquer the darkness. He added, right now, the two leading forces are the Western Kingdom and Hebrian Academy. She looked a little surprised. Huh. Roria was impressed. You really know your stuff. If you know that much, I guess I don't have to worry. Nothing left for me to say. Let's go. The two of them made their way to the main building of Hebrian Academy. She stepped inside, placing her card on a scanner to confirm her student ID. The door slid open. Welcome, Fourth Circle Mage, Roria von Doric. She then led him inside for a tour. He looked up, taking it all in the students, chatting happily, the Academy's flag waving proudly in the air. He just stood there, frozen for a second. Seeing him stop, she asked, "You don't seem that impressed by this place?" He gave a weak smile. "I've been to a building with a similar design before." She smiled back. "Is there really another place like this?" As they walked down the hall, Roria suddenly stopped. Footsteps approaching. Then two figures with a strange vibe appeared before them. Well, look who it is." Desir glanced over. "Friend of yours?" she scoffed. Yeah, right. That's Anfim. He's a total jerk." Anfim. Desir's mind raced. He's a water-type mage, and Roria's main rival. The guy's face was already twisting into a sneer. Desir figured it out fast. Roria is a fire mage. Of course she wouldn't get along with him. Their personalities were total opposites, leading to a super tense relationship. Desir leaned in and whispered, "Seems like you two aren't very close." She snapped back. "Of course not. I can't stand him. He's an arrogant bastard who never shuts up." The two sides glared at each other, but Anfim broke the silence with a smirk. "Roria, you just got here? Must be because your legs are too short to walk fast." Roria shot back instantly, still the same as ever, rotten to the core. "I can't even begin to imagine where you get that disgusting personality from." He got angry. "That rude attitude is perfect for a low-class fire mage. Can't you control your emotions? It hasn't even been a month since you lost to a low-class fire type." He got even more pissed. "Don't you understand the difference between losing and going easy on someone? That's why you'll always be beneath me." Roria burst out laughing. "Ha! Seriously? Let me tell you something. If that was your real power, you should just drop out of this academy." Neither side was backing down. The tension was getting thick. Anfim's face was grim, but then he suddenly changed the subject. "So you're the one Roria is mentoring?" Desir replied calmly. "Yes." Anfim nodded. Very polite. Unlike the arrogant Roria. "What's your name?" He answered, "My name is Desir Arman." Anfim pulled out a tablet and started scrolling. Let's see. Desir Arman. A mocking smile spread across his face. "Oh, a commoner." His arrogance kicked into high gear. "Mentoring a commoner suits you perfectly." "Roria, I guess this match is already over." She yelled. "What did you say?" Roria was furious. "What do you mean, the match is already over?" He held up a piece of paper. Haven't you checked the party rankings?" Pointing at the list, he continued, "We're in the same party. Your guy is definitely getting eliminated, but she wasn't having any of it. Who knows? There's no guarantee he'll be eliminated. He might even win." Anfim scoffed. "Don't make me laugh. That's impossible for a commoner, you know. The person I'm mentoring is a magic swordsman." Roria was shocked. "A magic swordsman? Are you serious?" He pointed behind him. "If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself." That's when she froze. "What's your name?" The two stared at each other for a moment. He gave a gentle smile. The girl introduced herself. "I'm SS King's Crow." Roria's eyes went wide with disbelief. She checked the system registry and gasped. An ice attribute magic swordsman who uses magical analysis vision. A third circle mage combined with an expert swordsman. That's even better than a knight. She looked at the two of them, thinking, how could someone like this even exist? Then, Roria's eyes shifted back to Desir. Compared to that girl, the difference in talent was just massive. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed through the hall. Anfim gloated. "Where's that arrogant attitude now, Roria?" He laughed again, then turned to leave, leaving her fuming. But as he passed by Desir, he paused. "All right, let me give you some advice." His eyes were filled with pity. "Even if you were lucky enough to get into this school, you'll just be pushed down to the beta class. There's no point in even being here. If you end up in the beta class, you might as well just give up and leave. And with that, the two of them walked away. Desir just stood there, speechless. Watching that familiar back fade into the distance, he let go of his anger and smiled with satisfaction. Just then, an announcement rang out. The entrance exam is about to begin. The speaker crackled. All participating candidates, please move to the designated area. Seeing Desir's reaction, Roria got even more angry. What are you smiling about? He just said, let's go. Everyone was now gathering in the main hall, where a glowing magic gate stood waiting. Desir glanced around. Was this place always like this? Just then, a voice snapped him out of it. Can you stand still for 1 second? You're embarrassing the whole party. And there she was, Romantica. In that moment, he froze, absolutely still. Oh my God, Romantica. He lurched forward, grabbing her by the shoulders, shaking her again and again. You're alive. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? But she was furious. What do you think you're doing? Realizing what he'd done, he stopped cold. Damn it, that was a really, really dumb move. He let her go, his apology clumsy. I'm sorry, I must have lost my mind. She scrambled backward, horrified. How dare you touch me? You, commoner! From behind them, another voice called out. Everything all right, Romantica? Desir thought to himself. I knew this would happen. But just seeing her alive again, he couldn't stop himself. Romantica was still terrified, and all he could think was, I'm just so happy to see you okay, Romantica. His mind flashed back to the memory of holding her cold, lifeless body. Romantica, do you even know? After losing you, I completely fell apart. Desir remembered crying, screaming like a child, completely swallowed by despair. The pain was just suffocating. But looking at these two familiar faces, right here in front of him, he knew. He had to be back. Back to a time before he'd lost anyone at all. This was it, a second chance, a chance to fix it all. And now he was sure. He absolutely refused to waste this opportunity. A new fire burned in his eyes. I'm not going to lose you again. This time, I will save you. Desir clenched his fists. To make that happen, I have to. His thoughts were cut short by an announcement. The event for Party D has been decided. Your event will be the same as the party after you. This is a race across the plains of integrity. Your mission in this shadow world is simple. Cross the finish line faster than everyone else. The finish line is located 8 kilometers from the starting point. Using magic during the race is permitted, and for safety, attacking other participants is also allowed. All pain you experience will be reduced by 80%. If you are penalized or seriously injured, you will be considered dead and immediately removed from the shadow world. A buzz went through the crowd. A race? We got lucky. I heard Party B has to fight a giant or something. A race. That means we're all enemies, right? Romantica, Pram said. Since our party has a magic swordsman and a useless commoner, this race is really just between you and me. You're right. Good luck, Romantica. You too, Pram. The system voice returned. The gate to the shadow world is about to open. All participants, please get ready at the entrance. A moment later, all of Party D stood before the gate. A massive portal of spatial magic warped into existence before them. You have entered the plains of integrity within the shadow world. The race will begin in 3 minutes. All participants, please stand behind the starting line. In an instant, everyone was in position, focused and ready. Desir decided to speak up. Hey, Azist showed zero interest. He watched her expression carefully. It's possible. She might have come back in time like me. But she's the same as always. I can't figure out what she's thinking. Suddenly, she spoke, making Desir jump. Then she added, You're weak. Desir already knew that. He thought, well, straight to the point. I'm aware of that, he said. She looked at him more seriously. It seems you don't understand. You are exceptionally weak. Your magic rank is low, and your physical strength is below average. At best, you could probably clear a level 6 shadow world. Desir wondered, is she trying to piss me off? But she kept going. You don't need to worry, though. I have no intention of attacking you. He was shocked to hear that. Huh? Why not? She gave him a distant, empty look. Then she turned away, her posture rigid as ever. Her next words hit him like a punch to the gut. What's the point of attacking someone as weak as you? The system began its 10-second countdown. Everyone readied themselves. Desir got into his stance. Azist remained completely serious, while Romantica was practically bouncing with excitement. Pram looked just as thrilled. And then, start! Everyone exploded off the line. One powerful stomp kicked up a massive cloud of dust. It completely slowed down the racers in the back. Azist was already taking the lead. Desir and Romantica were trapped in the dust cloud as she yelled, "Hey, I can't see anything in this mess." On the ground, a small creature was quietly eating some grass. A foot suddenly stomped past, making it jump in surprise. Romantica smiled. "They're leaf sprites." "Sorry about that, they're so cute," Desir replied. "You haven't changed, you always did love cute things." Romantica's mood soured instantly. "Huh? What do you know about me? Just focus on the race." But he calmly pointed out, "Even if I focus, we're completely open to an ambush like this." She just screamed back at him, "Shut up, and don't act so friendly with me, commoner." He just smiled, hearing her insults again. This made her even angrier. "Ugh, you're so irritating. What is wrong with you? Why are you making that disgusting smile?" He answered simply, "Because I'm happy." She snapped, "Happy? Are you insane? You're really getting on my nerves." She started pushing her speed, pulling ahead. "I was waiting for the right moment to use this. But I don't care anymore." Her expression became dead serious. "Watch this. A commoner like you can barely cast a second circle magic spell." As they entered a forest, she declared, "I'll show you the real difference between us." She began chanting her spell. Just then, in a separate location, a commentator's voice echoed. "Party C and Party A have now finished the test, leaving only Parties D and F. Other than that, nothing particularly special or unpredictable has happened." Inside the monitoring room, the commentator's voice filled the space. "Everything is proceeding very smoothly." The room was quiet, with everyone's eyes locked on the screens. Then again, "We do have some rather unique students this year." People glanced at each other as the commentator spoke again. "Last year had many outstanding students, but this year, we have a magic swordsman." "Speak of the devil," one observer muttered. "A real magic swordsman? She's the perfect example of what a noble should be. She's in Party D. I heard there's a commoner in that group too." "Haha. How unfortunate for a commoner to end up in that party." Hearing this, Professor Enfem's face twisted into a very strange expression. Back on the racetrack, the leaders were pushing the pace. Pram was starting to breathe heavily. "If this keeps up, this'll be an easy win for me, right?" For a knight, racing against a bunch of mages is simple. He tried to run even faster. Azist, however, was still perfectly controlling her breathing. Still, he thought, that magic swordsman is pretty incredible. He couldn't help but admire her resolve. Wait, who were those other two? He glanced back, seeing nothing but a cloud of dust. And then, he felt a shock. A brilliant flash of light shot past him, and Pram was thrown violently backward. His face was a mask of pure terror. This immense magical power. "What is this, model?" As Romantica's magic raged, he slammed his sword into the ground, bracing himself. Looks like the wind was way stronger than he thought. She was trying to blow the whole group away. He glared forward. "But tough luck for her. I'm wearing about 100 kilograms of armor," Chavy sneered. "All I have to do is plant my sword, and I'm not going anywhere." "Is that all you've got, Romantica?" But that's when Desir started charging forward, sword in hand, completely stunning him. He drew his blade from its sheath and pushed on, running as fast as he could. The sword sliced high. Chavy was shocked. He saw the move and couldn't believe it. The kid was cutting through the wind itself to reduce the drag. Desir let out a breath and pressed forward again. Chavy watched from behind, his eyes wide. Damn it, a true magic swordsman. He glanced around. If he keeps cutting the wind like that, he's just gonna burn himself out. The best move was to just wait for the wind to die down. But then, massive trees suddenly shot up from the ground. Chavy froze. What the? So this was her real plan. Chavy's face twisted in anger as he cursed under his breath. "You cunning little witch." One by one, tree roots burst from the earth. His panic grew as he screamed, "Damn it!" Over in Romantica's area, a loud noise erupted. And just like that, Desir noticed the wind had stopped. A system announcement echoed out. "Chavy Tuas has been eliminated from the Shadow World. 3 participants remain." Behind him, Romantica and Desir were still running. She was exhausted, panting. Too bad that magic swordsman got away. She ran up ahead and said, "All right, you're next." Desir followed, completely confused. She gave him a playful wink, acting all cute. "Since I'm so nice, I'll give you a chance to surrender first. No need to get hurt, right?" But he just smiled back. "I'm going to have to refuse that offer." She shook her head slightly. "Right, you're smart to surrender." But then her expression turned to sheer panic. "Are you an idiot? Didn't you see my magic?" she snapped. "How can a fast commoner even compare?" And yet, he just kept smiling. She finally screamed, "Stop standing there smiling." A massive wave of power suddenly erupted from Romantica's entire body. I gave you a chance to surrender. They said this is a simulation, so nobody really dies, right? In that instant, she summoned her magic, her eyes turning more dangerous than ever. I'm about to unleash my full power. Try your best not to get eliminated, she chanted. Summon Gale. Instantly, dozens of light beams appeared, shooting straight towards him at incredible speed. A massive explosion rocked the area. Standing in the smoke, Romantica thought to herself, he was hit by a second circle spell at point-blank range. Even a first circle mage couldn't have blocked that kind of power up close. She smirked, completely satisfied. Nice to meet you, but goodbye. But then, a voice cut through the air. From behind her, you gather magic and release it all in a single, direct blow. Hearing that voice, she spun around, her heart stopping. He walked out of the smoke, coughing lightly. The spell you just used, and the one before it. Desir slowly came into view. He was smiling. Pretty impressive. For a second circle mage, that was amazing, Romantica. At this point, she was in a full-blown panic. Huh? Desir brought a hand to his mouth, speaking softly. Impressive, yes. But you focused so much on casting speed that you completely ignored controlling it in the air. Because of that, your accuracy is unstable, which is why I could dodge it. It's what made you miss your intended target. Hearing those words, Romantica started shaking. What? What did you just do? He placed a hand on his chest, feeling it. I just analyzed your magic. But she just screamed back, don't lie. You're not even a first circle mage. He answered calmly, I'm not lying. Her face went pale, her mind racing. My magic was analyzed? By a commoner? To be able to analyze magic, you need deep knowledge of every spell type and all the ancient runes. The only people capable of that are the highest circle mages. Her panic intensified. And yet, a commoner did it. But she just couldn't accept this failure. Romantica screamed again. There's a limit to jokes. There's no way a commoner like you could do that. It was just a lucky fluke. Then she charged right at him. There is no way I'm losing to some commoner. A thin wisp of smoke shot forward, carrying Romantica's furious scream. You're not even on the level of a first circle mage. Strange shapes began to form inside the magic circles around her. She summoned poison wind right at him. And yet, Desir remained perfectly calm. I'll show you one more time. Watch. All I have to do is slightly change the direction of your airflow in a few different places. Every single one of her attacks suddenly changed direction. And this is what happens. Romantica was stunned again. Impossible! Standing in the middle of the dissipating smoke, he replied softly. If you could improve your magical control, you'd become a far more powerful mage than you are now. She gritted her teeth in pure rage, her hands falling limp at her sides. This is absurd. If he can use total analysis, then that means. Her fists clenched tight. The difference in power between them. She looked at Desir. Real talent. Then, his voice turned dead serious. It's time we ended this. His eyes were filled with a dangerous light. There is someone I have to defeat. Romantica was immediately thrown into a state of utter panic. He slowly walked towards her. She stammered. That's. Then she screamed, completely desperate. There's no way you can attack me. She stumbled back, her body trembling. You, magic. She screamed again, tears now streaming down her face. You can't even USE magic. If I keep attacking, I'll win, Desir thought. You really are strong, Romantica. There's probably only one person who could beat you in this entrance exam. He closed his eyes. But it's still not enough. He remembered a moment from his past. How much pain he had been in. He made a decision right then. I can't let that painful history repeat itself again. He looked at the girl in front of him. He thought, I know you'll become stronger. That's exactly why I have to overcome you first. He looked her in the eyes. Romantica. His voice was soft. You made 3 mistakes. He began to point them out. First, even though my magic is weak, I can still use it. Next, he pointed right at her. Second, my target wasn't you. He held up 3 fingers and continued. Slide on the ice path, increasing the gliding force. She looked completely lost. He immediately explained. Grease. She froze solid when she heard that. That was a first circle physical spell. Basic friction reduction magic. It's not an attack spell. Why would he use something like that? And why now? And then, suddenly, her eyes flew wide open. The space around her seemed to shrink. He was trying to make her slip and fall. But when she looked down, the ground was exactly the same. Huh? Not slippery at all. She glanced back at him. Was he just messing with her? He continued. Finally, a confident smile spread across Desir's face. You've forgotten the main goal of this shadow world. This virtual world isn't a duel, it's a race. Which brings me to a question, Romantica. He leaned in. Where did I just cast that slip spell? Her expression soured. Nowhere. Did you mess up your own spell? Because it did absolutely nothing. But just then, Desire raised a hand, trying to hide his own surprise. Wrong, he said, and lose that condescending look. He placed a hand on his own chest. I cast it on myself. But Romantica just looked bored. So what? He explained. Romantica, you know Newton's third law of motion, right? About action and reaction? She snapped back. Of course I do. He pressed on. Then what happens if something pushes me from behind? She scoffed. Obviously, you'll move forward. He turned his back to her and said, all right. But what if it's an extremely powerful force? Say, something with the power of a massive explosion. Romantica's eyes widened in panic. Wait, you're not actually? And right on cue, he summoned a fireball. She screamed, are you crazy? If you do that, you'll get seriously hurt. No. You'll probably die from slamming into something at that speed. You'll die. But Desir was completely calm. Romantica, you said it yourself just a little while ago. She froze, suddenly remembering her own words. He repeated them back to her. This is a simulation, so no one can actually die. Right? And with that, he shot forward. A brilliant flash of light, a massive explosion that sent Romantica flying backward from the sheer force of the shockwave. She was stunned. From where? A moment later, she hit the ground hard. She screamed in frustration. Where did a lunatic like him even come from? Desir was still rocketing forward. She looked up to see what was happening, and her eyes widened. So that was you? She launched herself forward with a powerful leap, immediately casting her own magic. You dare come at me? Her eyes filled with pure hatred as she saw his silhouette speeding ahead. She muttered, the weakest one in the group. Desir just kept getting faster and faster, everything around him falling silent. But behind him, Agist was keeping pace. She thought, if I just ignore him like this, he'll attack me from behind. Her gaze was fixed on the distance. The finish line was right there. In that case, I have to take him down right now. Agist watched their little showdown carefully. That other girl was pretty strong, but she's not here anymore, which means he already beat her. A dangerous glint appeared in Agist's eyes. I will defeat you with everything I've got. In an instant, she started chanting. I am the one who makes the enemy army scream in agony. My body is an endless, crashing ocean. Before my enemies, I am like a relentless rainstorm. I am an unyielding fortress of water. I am the embodiment of the unbreakable shield and the sharpest sword. Agist stared him down. All prey falls before my magic arrows. A web of magic circles suddenly appeared in front of him, catching him completely by surprise. He looked up. Along the entire path ahead, magic circles linked together, forming a net that covered the entire sky. Agist spoke with deadly seriousness. I don't know how you beat that other girl, but whatever tricks you used on her won't work on me. And yet, he just started moving even faster. She can summon this much magic in such a short amount of time, he thought. She's even stronger than I imagined. But that only made him more confident. You're underestimating me, just like always. Desir closed his eyes. A magic circle flared to life in one of his pupils. His magic analysis skill, he looked forward at the web of magic circles. He analyzed it for a moment, then spoke. Analyzing the structure of 180 ancient runes connecting magic to the magic arrows. Access granted. Analyzing the structure of 180 ancient runes connecting magic to the magic arrows. Seeing this, Agist actually recoiled in fear. She watched him speed forward, a sense of dread washing over her. Impossible. His analysis speed is at least that of a sixth circle mage. She realized she had to use her ultimate move. Now, if she gave him any more time, he would completely dissect all of her magic. Agist pointed a finger straight at him and unleashed her attack. If I give him any more time, he'll analyze everything. Desir hurtled forward faster and faster. Recalculate. An explosion erupted as two streams of magic collided head-on. His entire body was suddenly locked in place, magic twisting together to form a cord. That cord pierced straight through him. For a moment, they just stared at each other. Agist's expression didn't change one bit. So this is how he beat that girl. Desir stepped out of the aftermath, his body covered in wounds. She thought, he just slightly changed the trajectory of the most dangerous arrows. The tension was thick. I only have 21 magic arrows left. The distance between us is 200 meters. He looked like he was in pain, but he was still pushing forward. Relentless. And the number of magic arrows he managed to steal is 4. Agist immediately came up with a new plan. Change of plans. If I can't overwhelm him with numbers, I'll overwhelm him with pure power. In an instant, two of her magic arrows fused together, growing larger and larger. She was preparing another fatal blow. Seeing this, Desir just thought to himself, "So you finally decided to use your brain." Agist. She was still determined to use this attack. Even facing this kind of danger, he didn't show a single ounce of fear. Even so, that's still not the right answer. The massive magical projectile shot towards him again with terrifying force, but he remained completely calm. With a quick, agile move, he managed to shift its trajectory. Another explosion rocked the area, but this time, something shot out from the blast, hidden inside the smoke. Desir pointed right at her. Analysis skill. Just as he expected, everything collided again. Then he commanded, "Recalculate." The path of the magic shifted once more, causing another huge explosion. Agist was shocked by this sudden turn of events. He flew out from the smoke, looking completely confident. She gritted her teeth in frustration, seeing him totally unharmed. He's using the force of the explosions to propel himself forward. She immediately drew her sword. As he shot towards her, she swung with all her might. There was still a faint trace of magic left on the ground. A hint of panic finally crossed Agist's face. He was so fast, he'd managed to dodge her attack. His body was covered in soot from the explosion. She slowly backed away. Finally, she sheathed her sword. He stood tall, looking straight ahead, taking in the air around him. The system announced the Shadow World mission was complete. The brown-haired man's expression was dead serious, and the person across from him, just as intense. In the monitoring room, everyone listened intently. For once, nothing unusual had happened this year. A man with blonde hair looked up, observing the results. Not a single commoner was chosen for the Alpha class. Professor Peeman nodded in thought. Of course, the Alpha class was exclusively for the nobles. Commoners lack proper upbringing. They have no place in the Alpha class, another man added. I agree with that, Professor Pugin. Professor Brizes looked completely dejected. Someone else chimed in. Commoners should be honored they're even allowed to study here at all. Suddenly, a sharp rap on the table. Silence. The man with the most authority finally spoke up. There is one last student whose eligibility is still under review. The final record book was opened. First Circle Mage, Desir Arman. The room instantly filled with murmurs. Isn't that the student who was in the same group as the magic swordsman? He's a commoner? But how is that possible? His image appeared on the screen, shocking everyone. They all wondered the same thing. No way. This kid defeated the magic swordsman? A commoner beat the magic swordsman? Headmaster Din spoke again. I heard he came to this academy on a letter of recommendation. Who recommended this student? The whispers started again. Someone recommended a commoner? Who would do such a thing? Just then, Professor Brizes spoke clearly. I did. I recommended the boy. Headmaster Din narrowed his eyes. And your reason for this recommendation? She answered immediately. The boy has studied magic for a very long time. His dedication to it is incredibly serious. He's not just passionate, she continued. He's also extremely talented. But the headmaster pressed on. What is your relationship with this student? She replied, I met him by chance at an orphanage. Headmaster Din fell into a deep thought. After a moment, he spoke again. What were this student's preliminary results? His assistant began to read them aloud. Despite being just a first circle mage, he met every single requirement. Professor P-Man couldn't hold back any longer. And you call this student talented? Professor Brizes fired back without hesitation. Are you only looking at the numbers? Please, take a closer look. The magic orb began to glow. Everyone, she said, believed the magic swordsman would win. The video clip of Group D's test began to play. Images of magic arrows firing, of Desir cleanly dodging every attack. Then, his bloodied body appeared as a voice announced, You have cleared the Shadow World. Two other professors started discussing it. Is that even possible? I've never heard of anything like that in the world of magic. Are you saying that commoner kid actually did it? The man beside her added, He used a slipping spell. I never would have thought of that. I remember that one. It's a first-tier spell. The female professor next to him added, It's unbelievable, he could directly alter the algorithm behind a magic structure. Another professor spoke up. This student's talent for magical analysis is just immeasurable. Meanwhile, Desir sighed, lying on his bed. His battlefield sense, his combat spirit. Always thinking, planning, adapting to every single situation. It's like he spent his entire life fighting on a battlefield. The professors continued their heated discussion. It was as if he had truly lived his whole life on the battlefield. Why haven't we accepted this talented student yet? Headmaster Din, who had been silent, finally spoke. Professor Brizes. She wants to place this student in the Alpha class. Professor Pan looked shocked, then shot her a nasty glare. That witch. She pulls this stunt every year. But Professor Brizes remained perfectly calm. At that, he couldn't take it anymore and yelled, "Have you forgotten? This academy has rules that determine placement based on a student's talent. To enter the Alpha class, a student must be at least a second circle mage." He let out a mocking laugh. Since when does a first circle mage get to sit with second circles? If we allow this, it means anyone can get into the Alpha class. Immediately, the room erupted with opposing views. I agree with Professor Pugin. Professor Pugin is absolutely right. What were you thinking? Trying to put a first-tier student in the Alpha class? Seeing everyone siding with him, he smirked. I won't let you get your way, Professor Brizes. I can't believe how delusional you people are. Professor Brizes just smiled gently. That's what surprises me, Professor Pugin. He was taken aback. What did you say? She pressed her advantage. Are you saying that a student who defeated a third circle magic swordsman isn't qualified for the Alpha class just because he's a first circle mage? Her eyes became hard as steel. Stop making excuses. I know exactly what your motive is here. You're acting like this because that student is a commoner. He gritted his teeth in fury. How dare you accuse me of that? Another sharp rap on the table. Everyone, calm down. The headmaster's face darkened. This will go nowhere if we continue like this. He continued. I understand both of your positions. This matter will be decided by a vote. Professor Peeman sat down, fuming. The headmaster announced, all in favor of allowing this student into the Alpha class, please raise your hand. Professor Brizes sat perfectly still. Now then, said the headmaster. The decision echoed outside. We will now decide which class this student will join. Looking at the Alpha class list, cheers erupted. You got into the Alpha class. I knew you could do it. Of course, you know my family. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. Then, they turned their attention to the Beta class list. The Beta class. I guess we commoners can't escape our fate. Others murmured. At least we're lucky to be in the academy at all. Desir just stood there, frozen. I knew it would turn out this way. His name appeared on the announcement board. It seemed like nobody even noticed him. Well, the entrance exam is over. The next thing I need to do is... His gaze was suddenly drawn to something. A voice rang out. Move it, Beta class, losers! An arrogant tone from across the hall. A familiar figure appeared as Romantica's name flashed on the board. Her expression was anything but happy right now. The hallway fell quiet. Everyone filed into their classrooms and took a seat. The room was old and decrepit. Cobwebs everywhere, dust piled in every corner, and there was this weird, awful smell. Suddenly, someone yelled, Desir! Romantica's face was grim. This place is the absolute worst. She couldn't hold it in any longer. I want to cry. Even for a Beta class. Isn't this just a little too pathetic? The professor is still lecturing up there, but honestly, this whole lesson is complete garbage. They're teaching us absolutely useless junk. And the professor? I've never even heard his name before. Romantica bites her pen, trying to keep it together. She knows this is what she gets for losing, but she picks up her pen and starts taking notes anyway. But why? She keeps her head down, not daring to look over at Desir. Why am I in the same class as him? Her eyes shoot daggers in his direction. I can't believe he's in this class too. She remembers that familiar figure from the match, the one who defeated the magic swordsman. If that's true, then why is he in the Beta class? Regardless, her eyes are filled with pure resentment. That guy's skills are the real deal. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. He's making her uncomfortable. But Desir just smiles right back at her. Suddenly, the professor's voice booms out, Hey you! Is there a problem? Both of them immediately go silent. But Desir's eyes are perfectly calm. No matter how talented someone is, if they're a commoner, they're forced into the Beta class. That's a reality that will never, ever change. In places like this, so many talented people have been buried and forgotten. If class discrimination didn't exist here, so many in this Beta class could have gotten proper training, and so many people wouldn't have died. If things continue down this path, countless more will fall. It's inevitable. The air around Desir grows heavy. He glances around the classroom. Even in here, there are so many hidden talents. He clenches his fist. If I don't want history to repeat itself, there's only one way. I have to change it. It seems he's finally found the right path forward for himself. I will help every single talented person in this Beta class. And train them just like the Alphas. Staring off into the distance, he thinks. To do that, first I have to. Romantica is still fuming, head down on her desk. She groans, exhausted. I can't believe I'm in the beta class. Suddenly, a voice cuts through, grabbing her attention. A young man walks up to her. You're Romantica, daughter of Baron Eru? She replies coldly. What about it? And who are you? His friends immediately get an attitude. What's with that tone? How dare a beta class brat talk like that? But Romantica couldn't care less. They start cursing, you little. But a guy named Donovan stops them. Stop it, it's my fault. The other guy is surprised. Donovan continues, my apologies, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Donovan, a first year, just like you, and right now, I'm recruiting people for my party. Romantica looks up, sizing him up. Well, I hope you find someone who fits your standards, then, but the guy just smiles. I hope so too, that's exactly why I'm here. Hearing that, she's a little surprised. What could you possibly want from me? The students around them start whispering. Isn't he from the Alpha class? Why would an Alpha student come all the way down here? A purple-haired girl next to her peeks over. Wow, he's tall. Desir seems to notice something's up and turns around too. When he sees the group, he thinks, recruiting, huh? And then he freezes. Romantica. Donovan rubs his nose, speaking calmly. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed in this academy. Why would they put a noble like you in this pathetic beta class? Everyone in the room turns to look. He keeps going. Full of useless commoners, she asks. So what? Romantica forces a tight smile. Enough with the small talk. At this, he cracks a strained smile of his own. Across the room, Desir has been watching the entire thing unfold. All eyes are now on Donovan. He continues. All right, I'll get straight to the point. Donovan puffs out his chest. You've heard of the party led by Agistrus, right? It's the Blue Moon Party, and I just recently joined. I'm looking to recruit talented magic users, like you. Romantica looks a little shocked. Wait, the Blue Moon? You mean, that Blue Moon? He explains. That's right. The party made up of the best students in the entire academy. The Blue Moon is the strongest party in Haven. It's no exaggeration to say they have the best of the best from the Alpha class. Romantica thinks for a moment. I bet that magic swordsman girl is in the Blue Moon too. If I joined, my chances of transferring to the Alpha class would be way higher. This is my chance to escape this awful beta class. But she closes her eyes, thoughts racing. So why am I hesitating? The answer is so obvious. Just then, he speaks again. If you join the Blue Moon. In exchange. Desir is still watching silently. Donovan reaches out and grabs her hand. Romantica. He leans in close, making her jump. He says, I will date you. Romantica's voice echoes all the way out into the hall. What did you just say? Donovan puts on a dead serious face. I said, I will date you. She flinches a little, her face turning red. Have we met somewhere before? He presses on. The day of the entrance exam. It was love at first sight, Romantica. But right then, she shoves his hand away, her face burning with embarrassment. Give me some time, I need to think about this. He chuckles. Ha ha, of course. But then his tone turns demanding. Oh, I almost forgot. Donovan holds something out to her. It would be great if you accepted this. He presents a wooden dagger right in front of her. It's a custom among knights in my kingdom. We give an ornamental dagger to the person we like. He carefully twists the handle of the knife. Then he adds, and inside, he pulls a necklace out from the hilt. He holds it up in front of Romantica. Here, please accept this as a sign of my sincerity. Romantica immediately tries to refuse. This is too much, I can't accept it. But he grabs her hand and forces the necklace into it. You don't need to overthink it. As soon as he's done, he turns to leave. Get out of the way, you commoners. Romantica stares down at the necklace in her hand. Suddenly, a voice cuts through her thoughts. Well, you're popular. She jumps, startled. Everyone is staring right at her. Romantica stumbles and falls right onto the floor. Oof. Desir just smiles. I'm glad you're so excited to see me. She snaps. I was startled. He grins. Need a hand? She glares, furious. I can get up myself. After getting to her feet, she sets her chair back up. As she's about to sit, she demands, All right, what do you want? Romantica couldn't hold back her anger any longer. Desir glances around for a second before speaking up. I'm here to make you the same offer as that guy. She clutches her arms, looking at him with utter disgust. I would never, ever date a guy like you. Never, he just blinks. That's not what I meant. I'm not asking you out. She buries her face in her arms on the desk, completely embarrassed. Stop joking around, I'm not in the mood. Desir just looks confused. What? What's the problem? Annoyed, Romantica looks up at him, and then shoves the necklace right in his face, totally flustered. Romantica was stunned, her hand instinctively clutching the necklace at her throat. See? This is the problem, she challenged. If you were me, whose offer would you possibly take? Desire immediately stood up straighter. With a weary sigh, Romantica laid out her choices. The elite alpha party, which guarantees my success, or some beta party led by a nobody. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze locked directly on her. Romantica, I know you've already made your decision. He saw the anger in her eyes and knew it'd be nearly impossible to change her mind. But that choice? It would only lead to her death down the line. Desire's voice cut through the air. Then I guess I have no other choice. That's right. She shot back, so get lost. But instead of leaving, he reached into his pocket and pulled something out. Would you mind reading this? Romantica was taken aback. What's this? He placed a single folded paper on the table. She picked it up, her face scrunching in annoyance. You're such an old fossil. Who even writes letters anymore? Desir covered his mouth, hiding the slightest hint of a smirk. If you really don't care about that letter, he said, his voice turning serious, then I suggest you rip it up right now. His expression was dead serious. Because that letter, it contains your biggest secret. Romantica's eyes widened in pure shock. Her hands moved on their own, unfolding the paper. The room went silent. She gripped her hands together tightly. Desire broke the quiet. So, ready to talk to me now? Slam! She slammed her hand down on the table, making every other student jump in surprise. Heads turned. What was that all about? I wouldn't make a scene if I were you, he continued, his voice low. This is a secret that only we know. Romantica was trembling. How did you? No, how could you possibly know? Her voice echoed across the hall. I'm not obligated to tell you a thing. She clenched the letter in her fist. But you know perfectly well, he said, the real reason why you're here. She gritted her teeth. He leaned in slightly. The reason you were demoted. To the beta class. Romantica stared at him, her face a mask of disbelief. A low growl escaped her lips. You. Desire, however, remained perfectly calm. First, let's talk outside. There are too many people here. She stood frozen to the spot. This is for your own benefit, you know, he stated simply. She slowly relented. Fine. Once outside, she walked ahead, her posture defeated. Have you told anyone else about this? I haven't told a soul, he replied. But most of the professors here already know everything. His voice was still impossibly calm. They know exactly why you were put in the beta class. Romantica finally snapped, shouting at him. This academy is hundreds of miles from the Prola Kingdom. There's no way they could know about that. You're seriously underestimating Hebrian Academy's information network, he said. Your family were merchants who got rich trading with the Prola Kingdom. Originally commoners, he continued, who bought the title of a poor baron from the south. And after buying that title, your family changed their name to Von Arua. Desire's expression didn't change one bit. This all happened when you were 4 years old, correct? Your family using its money to buy a noble title is what caused all this. Romantica looked absolutely stunned. He pressed on. No matter how many times you argue that you're a noble, it doesn't change the fact that you come from common blood. And one more thing, he added. The professor in charge of the Blue Moon Party is Professor Niflika. He's one of the professors who knows all about your family's background, and Professor Niflika despises commoners. She grasped at straws. I'm sure Donovan will protect me, but the look on Desire's face shattered her hope. You saw how he treats commoners. I'm pretty sure you get it. Her mind flashed back to Donovan's sneering insult. Filthy commoners. Desir turned the final screw. So what are you going to do? Romantica was shaking slightly. And you really think forcing me to join your party will just fix everything? He thought about it for a second, then nodded. I do, but I'll offer you a condition. They stood there, facing off. He stated it plainly. 1 month. After you've been in my party for 1 month, if you still hate it, you can leave any time. Romantica felt helpless. She couldn't possibly trust a word this guy said. She then noticed his hand was raised. Huh? What are you doing now? He held his hand out to her. This is called a handshake. A genuine smile finally spread across Desir's face. You're going to join my party. She was completely cornered now, but she raised her own hand to meet his. You know something? She asked. She leaned in, her voice dead serious. You are incredibly annoying. He just smirked back. I know. A little later, back at the school, she was struggling to break apart a piece of bread. Her face was a mask of pure disgust. This is horrible. The bread's hard as a rock. The two of them sat in the dining hall, facing each other. Romantica tried to gnaw on the crust. How can you even stand to eat this stuff? Desir just shrugged. It's edible. At least it's better than orc meat. She looked at him, totally skeptical. That's a metaphor, right? There's no way they'd actually feed us orcs. Desire just let out a quiet little laugh. She dipped the bread into some sauce. Anyway, do you have any idea how hard it is to start a party? She said, chewing. It's just us two. You need at least 3 people to be official. There are only a few big parties in the beta class. I'm sure most of the new students will want to join one that's already well known. What I'm saying is, you're going to have a hard time finding members for a party with no reputation. When he didn't answer, her attitude shifted. Hello? You got anything to say to that? But Desir just sat there, smiling that infuriating smile of his. Romantica didn't get it, so he spelled it out. A second ago, you were saying how terrible this party is, but now you seem to be worrying about its future. He leaned in. Does that mean you've decided to become a proper member? Her face went bright red. Classic. Romantica yelled, What are you talking about? I'm only worried because if this thing fails, it's going to be awful for me to be stuck in it for a month. I'm only thinking about myself. Seeing his smirk, she got even more frustrated. And stop smiling like that. Seeing she was genuinely upset, Desir calmed her down. You don't need to worry. I've already gotten approval to form a party from a professor I know. As for the other members, I already have my eye on someone. I just need to go persuade them. Romantica practically shrieked. Well, you should have told me that from the start. After they finished eating, they headed back to the classrooms. Desir was completely unfazed, while Romantica was still fuming. Walking down the path, she finally asked, So who is this person you're thinking of? In the open air, his voice rang out, clear and confident. His name is Pram Schneider. The scene shifts. Back at a training building, a group of students had gathered. Weapons were lined up neatly on racks. A giant wooden log sat on the dirt floor. The students were complaining. This place is disgusting. It's a wreck. It's about to collapse. They arrived. Romantica immediately started looking for a clean place to sit, complaining the whole time. I can't believe they're making us do a joint lesson with both alpha and beta classes. He told her their future member was here, which seemed to catch her off guard. What was his name again? Suim? Yeah, that sounds about right. Wait, what was his name? Desert corrected her instantly. Bram Snyder. He gave her the rundown on the guy. A swordsman from the beta class who survived 9 years in the shadow world. His talent was off the charts, but he pushed himself relentlessly, polishing his skills to absolute perfection. Just by watching his technique, anyone could tell he was a true master of the sword. Deceit added, He's an insane prodigy, probably the strongest in the entire beta class. Hearing all this just made Romantica tired. Great. I can't wait to not meet him. But just then, something caught Desit's eye. They both looked over at a figure walking away. Speak of the devil, he muttered. She looked over, curious. A young man was bent over, catching his breath before letting out a long sigh. And yup, that was the guy Deceit was looking for. Romantica's eyes landed on him, and she couldn't stop herself from shouting, What? Why is there such a cute kid over there? Deceit just grinned sheepishly. Bram has always been our adorable little gem. Her face instantly turned bright red as she got more and more excited. An adorable little gem. That doesn't even begin to cover how cute he is. Her expression was getting a little unhinged. His very existence defines the word cute. How have I never known about him until now? Across the way, Bram suddenly sneezed. Romantica kept gushing, He's so adorable. I want to take him home and raise him myself. How do I adopt someone that precious? I would do anything to adopt him. I'd even give my life for it. Desir just stared at her, completely bewildered by this sudden change. A moment later, they were both focused on Bram again. He was getting ready, observing something, when he suddenly felt their stares. He lifted his sword. Both of them were stunned as he pointed the blade forward. Desit's eyes went wide with shock. He rubbed his chin, thinking, Did I remember wrong? No, I'm sure of it. He always uses small, light, razor-sharp blades. Romantica pointed. Surprised. Look at those mages over there. Bram was now standing face to face with someone. The other guy, person, had a look of pure contempt. Bram bowed politely. I am Bram Snyder, from the beta class. But the other guy just sneered, looking down his nose. I don't waste my breath greeting pathetic losers. A beta class student. Even after that tense introduction, the referee finally shouted, Ready, set. He raised the flag high, and then dropped it with the command, Begin. They both charged, clashing in a flurry of attacks. Even Person's arrogant expression turned serious. The two of them were locked in a fierce exchange. But Person was quickly put on the defensive, forced back by Bram's relentless assault. Bram's eyes were ice cold. His attacks were lightning fast. For a moment, they seemed evenly matched. Then, with a shout, Bram unleashed a decisive, powerful blow. The other guy barely managed to dodge it. Person stumbled back, panting heavily. Bram just stood there for a second, his sword steaming in the cool air. Watching this, Desert couldn't help but think, he's swinging that thing so recklessly. Why isn't he using a smaller sword? Back in the fight, both were waiting for an opening. But this time, Persan decided to attack first. The moment he saw his opponent move, Bram reacted instantly. They clashed again in another furious duel. Right then, sensing a slight opening, Bram immediately launched a counterattack. Persan still looked at him with an amused smirk, but it was all a trap, a feint. Bram raised his sword for the final downward slash, but just in time, Persan blocked it. The sword went flying. Bram landed on the ground like a total loser, watching his weapon get knocked away. And just like that, he whispered, tears welling up in his eyes, it's over. Persan looked almost embarrassed by how the fight ended. Romantica, meanwhile, was confused. I thought you said he was strong? Are you sure he's even a swordsman? He's out of breath just from swinging his weapon. That's a rookie mistake no amateur would make. She slumped in her seat, totally let down. He's cute, I'll give him that. But his skills are seriously disappointing. Don't you think we should find someone else? But Desir still had faith in his choice. Bram slowly got to his feet, then looked behind him with a surprised expression. Romantica noticed something was wrong, too. Persan was walking over, and he raised his fist towards Bram. What are you doing? A loud crack echoed through the arena, grabbing everyone's attention. What was that for? Bram's face twisted in pain. Persan had used the chance to sucker punch him. He screamed, "What the hell did you think you were doing?" Desir slowly started moving. Persan was still cursing. You filthy piece of trash. He looked at a cut on his own hand with disgust. You people make me sick. Seeing Bram writhing on the ground, Desir said, That's not the issue here. But the guy didn't listen, pointing his sword at him instead. Shut up. If you don't want a beating, I suggest you get out of here. Desir continued calmly. Why are you acting like this? Bram groaned, trying to push himself up. Desir looked worried. Are you okay? Bram slowly sat up. I'm pretty disappointed in you. All eyes were now on Persan. You're an alpha class student, yet you have absolutely no shame. Your pride was hurt because you had to go all out against a beta like me, wasn't it? Hearing that taunt, Persan's rage exploded. He gripped his sword tight and slowly advanced on them both. He lunged like a wild beast, swinging for a final, decisive blow. Bram squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the impact, but he felt nothing. He opened his eyes. A few drops of blood dripped from a shattered sword tip. Desir had blocked the attack with his bare arm. Bram was in total shock. Only now was Desir finally fighting back. Are you planning to hit him again? Bram looked over his shoulder and saw the tip of the sword had been snapped in two. Desir's hand was now trembling uncontrollably. Persan was baffled. Huh? He blocked my attack? He kept up with my speed? But even then, his arrogance kicked in. So what if I was going to hit him again? What are you going to do? Desir's voice was flat. The match is over. You won. But his expression had become colder than ice. What more do you want? Suddenly, a wave of panic hit Persan. He saw the look in Desir's eyes and thought, This murderous intent. I felt it somewhere before. That was ages ago, back at the castle. And my fault? Please. The master was just a boy. It was those commoners' fault for wandering near our estate. Those peasants deserved what they got. I did absolutely nothing wrong. And that look in his eyes, staring the man down, radiated pure intimidation. Just his glare was enough to terrify someone. As if remembering that horrible past, Pram turned to leave. You're so annoying. But then the man spoke again. You're lucky no professors were here to witness this. But before he could finish, the noble gritted his teeth, saying, I don't need a lecture from some filthy commoner, so shut your mouth. He shot a look back at their group. That bastard. His gaze landed squarely on Desir. Just who does this guy? Think he is? By now, the training hall had fallen completely silent. Outside, not a sound could be heard. Pram was trying to treat the wound. Romantica sat beside them and said, Stop your whining. This is exactly why you shouldn't have gotten involved. As she bandaged his hand, she kept asking, Does it hurt a lot? She let out a satisfied laugh. Ha ha, seeing you get beat up is actually pretty fun. This is payback for teasing me during the entrance exam. Ha. After a bit of fumbling around, she finally finished a neat-looking bandage. There, all done. She smiled, completely satisfied. Pram bowed his head in shame. I'm so sorry for causing all this trouble. He looked down at the injury on Desir's hand. An injury on your right hand will make everyday life so much harder. But right then, Desir just gently reassured him. Don't worry about it. This happened because I decided to step in. Pram hesitated. No, That's not it. I'll do anything to take responsibility for this. But Desir kept refusing. Seriously, it's fine. Yet Pram's small body began to tremble more and more. But, you got tangled up in my mess. I made you an enemy of the Alpha class. Desire just kept that natural smile. Don't worry, I knew exactly what would happen when I chose to act. Pram was stunned by this answer. Really? Seeing his expression, Desir couldn't help but think, he's actually pretty cute. Looking at the first aid kit, he hesitated for a moment. Anyway, we haven't even properly introduced ourselves, have we? Pram smiled shyly. My name is Pram Snyder. The other two introduced themselves as well. I'm Romantica Eru, and I'm Desir Arman. It's a pleasure to meet you, Snyder. Pram seemed a little embarrassed being called by his last name. You can just call me by my first name. Desir immediately corrected himself. All right, Pram. But Pram still wasn't satisfied. Just, Pram is fine. You don't have to be so formal with me. Hearing that made Desir happy. All right then, we'll just call you Pram, okay? At that, Pram's face immediately flushed red as he gave a shy smile. Seeing that weird reaction, Desir was a little confused. Why's he blushing? Oh well, as long as he's happy. Just then, they all noticed the time. It's already this late? We should get going, Desir. Right, and you can just keep talking to me casually like that. And with that, the three of them left. This is how I always talk. We're the same age, right? It doesn't matter. I'll always speak to you politely. All right. Suddenly, Pram bent into a deep bow, his tone becoming formal. Thank you for helping me today. I swear I will repay this debt of gratitude. If there's anything I can do, please don't hesitate to ask. Hearing this, Desir thought for a moment. Anything? Pram was still incredibly earnest. Yes, anything at all. In that case, Desir said. He smiled, full of interest. How about you join my party? It's not the best party out there, but before he could even finish his sentence, he got an immediate answer. Done. I'll join Desir's party. As if needing to confirm it one more time, Desir asked. Are you sure? Pram's voice was filled with absolute certainty. I'm sure. Back at the school building, the hallways were now deserted. Hearing the three of them approach, a voice called out, Are you sure you had an appointment? Desir walked forward calmly. Don't worry, I arranged it beforehand. A knock echoed through the hall. The woman inside took notice. He opened the door and stepped inside, his voice polite. Excuse us for intruding. Romantica looked around, a little surprised. The woman saw the group and said, I was waiting for you, Desire. He walked in with a smile. It's been a while, Professor. The woman's figure came into view. Professor Bridget. She replied warmly, Yes, it has been a while, hasn't it? Come, sit down. Hearing her, Desir smiled immediately. Thank you, Professor, she asked. Is your hand injured? He quickly tried to hide it. It's nothing to worry about, ma'am. Tea was already being poured into cups as she offered them to her guests. Desir smiled. Thank you for taking the time to see us. She quickly replied, No, it's nothing at all. Please don't worry about it. Professor Bridget had a kind face and a gentle voice. Desire, I was very impressed with your performance on the entrance exam. I was quite surprised you performed so well because I had never seen you analyze with that level of precision before. Hearing such high praise, he just scratched his head in embarrassment. Ha, was I really that good? She lifted her teacup and continued her praise. To perform high-level magic analysis and conversion. It was the first time I've ever seen you demonstrate that kind of ability. The two looked at each other. A little shyly, he said. It was no big deal, the professor continued. S was incredibly strong and a top candidate, yet you defeated her, and you're still so humble. Romantica just sipped her tea, listening in on the conversation. Back when I was teaching you magic, you were always complaining that you could never learn it. Her gaze grew deep, thoughtful. But look at you now. As if admiring one of her own great achievements, the professor said. You've gone far beyond even my wildest expectations, Desire. Seeing her expression, he got a little embarrassed again. The professor noticed his attitude and immediately changed the subject. I'm just teasing you. Now, drink your tea before it gets cold. This is a very rare blend from Hina. His voice was low. Yes, ma'am. The room fell quiet again. Then, Professor Bridget continued. I'm glad you're doing so well. Everyone's attention was fixed on the professor. Her voice cut through the silence, making him focus. Desir, what is your purpose for creating this party? His eyes lit up with intensity. I'm taking the promotion test with my party members, and I'm going to get them all into the Alpha class. Hearing this goal, her eyes slowly widened, a completely different look on her face. The professor spoke again. That is extremely difficult. You're well aware of that, aren't you? But he remained perfectly calm. Yes, ma'am. He raised a hand and said earnestly, with your permission. Pram had been listening quietly, but now he had to ask, what do you mean you'll get us into the alpha class? The professor explained further. You see, here at the academy, we have a ranking system. The promotion test determines each student's official rank. The test itself is like a grand tournament, which picks out the top 30 students. Once selected, those students must then face another test, with a difficulty equivalent to a level 9 Shadow World. The students who clear that Shadow World are granted the title of single ranker, and they're also chosen to advance to the alpha class. But what Desert wanted wasn't nearly that simple. He wasn't just trying to get into alpha class. The professor pointed toward his group and said, he's also aiming for the top 9 to become a single ranker. Everyone just froze, completely stunned by those words. The professor asked, isn't that right? His gaze just got even more determined. Yes, ma'am. Romantica, totally confused, shot to her feet and yelled, what are you even talking about? Her emotions spiraled. Are you insane? Just getting picked for the top 30 is hard enough. Even if we make it, we'll be targeted just for being from beta class. Bram heard this and turned to look at him, and then Professor Briss chimed in. What she's saying isn't wrong. She continued. Typically, the 30 students are chosen from the elite of the most prestigious groups, and every single one of those groups is from alpha class. If a beta student actually got picked, Bram's voice hesitated, they would do anything to get us eliminated. Because we're betas. Getting right to the point, Professor Briss said. Exactly. She went on, you will become targets for every single alpha student. But Desert, once again, doubled down. That's precisely why we have to aim for the single ranker positions. The entire room was in shock. Are you serious? Romantica let out a heavy sigh, but even so, he kept trying to persuade the professor. Please, just reconsider this. His voice grew more and more serious. What do you think happens if the beta students, the ones everyone looks down on, are the last 3 standing as single rankers? She went completely silent. His expression hardened. That whole, I don't teach useless betas' excuse from the alpha class. It'll just be seen for what it is, a pathetic excuse for discrimination. The professor's gaze softened instantly. He pushed on. If we achieve this title, it will become a signal. A signal that all of this ridiculous discrimination needs to change. It seemed like everything was going exactly according to his plan. The professor exhaled, then made her decision. All right, I'll allow you to form a new party. But of course, there was a catch. However, before I grant you full authority, there's something I need to confirm. Her eyes darted over to Romantica Eru, then shifted to the other student, Bram Snyder. Then the professor spoke again. I need both of you to agree to this. After hearing what Desert is aiming for, will you still join his party? Later, outside the training center, everything was quiet. Stepping inside the Heron training facility, there wasn't a soul in sight. All the other students were training over at the Mo Arena. It was a massive place. Romantica looked around, amazed. Wow, this place is incredible. Too bad we can't use it. She looked up at the sign that read Alpha and said, only Alpha students are allowed in here. Alpha class students are so lucky. If they let us use equipment like this, I'd be loyal to Heron Academy forever. After walking for a bit, they finally reached the training center's top floor. But when they looked inside, everyone was just shocked. You've got to be kidding me. The training area was a wreck, old, dilapidated, and covered in cobwebs. Romantica had to ask again, you seriously want to use this place to train? Deceit just shrugged. It's nothing compared to what we just saw. Bram covered his face. It's so dusty in here. But suddenly, his eyes went wide with panic, and the other two immediately noticed. What's wrong? He jumped back, terrified. There's something in here. Desert gave a strained laugh. This training ground hasn't been used in years. Probably just some mice. Romantica repeated. Mice? Her face tensed up. I have to leave. I have to leave this place. Seeing her panic, he just said, Romantica. Then, predicting exactly what she'd do, he blocked the door. It's fine, come on in, just for a second. I'm sure you'll love the mice. But she just screamed, don't drag me. Ignoring her terrified cries, he flicked on the light switch. She wailed, I'm gonna die. The mice are going to kill me. He sighed. You're not going to die. Bram asked, mice? A single light flickered on ahead. Suddenly, the entire room lit up. Desert scanned the area. Not bad. After that, they all took a look around. He continued. With a little cleaning, This place isn't half bad. But before he could finish the sentence, the lights went out. Dead. And in the darkness, dozens of eyes stared right at them. His face went pale. Okay, there are more of them than I thought. In the next instant, a horde of rats charged straight for them. Romantica let out a blood-curdling scream. The whole training facility erupted in chaos. No, even the rats seemed confused for a second. She leaped onto Desert, clinging to him for dear life. He looked down, trying to get a word in. Hey, Romantica. She just kept screaming, no. He thought to himself, you're not letting go, are you? Below them, Bram had already passed out. Her eyes were sparkling with hope, but he had to say it. We don't have another choice. She smiled, trying to hype herself up. We're leaving this place. But his reply completely baffled her. I'll handle the mice. You clean up this floor, okay? Romantica snapped, punching his chest over and over. What did you just say? I'd rather die than use this room. He called her name softly. Romantica. Still furious, she snapped. What? He grabbed her hands, speaking gently. I'm going to use this place. She looked at him, completely unconvinced. And just then, Bram slowly started to wake up. The door to the room was now open. Bram was sitting all alone in the hallway. When he came to, he looked around, a little panicked to find himself by himself. Where am I? He slowly got to his feet. Stepping back inside, he said quietly, Sorry. When Desert saw him, he just smiled. Bram, you're awake. We were just about to come get you. Now that the cleaning was done, everyone was taking a break, he said. We finished cleaning up. Bram immediately got flustered. You two cleaned without me? And with your injured right arm, too. Desir tried to reassure him. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about it. But he was still flustered. Of course I have to worry about it. He looked down, a little sad. Why do you always do this? Desert replied. Sorry, but you really don't need to worry. Desert stretched out, feeling refreshed. All right, now that Bram's awake, shall we get started? Romantica slowly stood up as well. Yeah, let's get out of here. I seriously need a shower. But he just grinned and asked, Ready for training? Her expression completely changed. Huh? What did you say? Back in the professor's office, after Desir revealed his real plan, the professor got serious. He looked straight at Romantica. Do you still want to be on his team? Romantica took a second to think. Honestly, she couldn't believe it. She knew for a fact there were tons of students way stronger than her in this academy. No matter how she looked at it, a second circle mage like her, making it to the top 10 was basically impossible. Now, all eyes were on her. She saw the raw determination in Desir's eyes and had to force herself to stay calm. God, he was annoying, even with that cheerful look on his face. Then, she made her choice. Yes, I'll join Desir's party. Cut to the training room. Romantica was already having a full-blown panic attack. I just said I'd join, she muttered, but I'm already starting to regret it. Still, when she met Desir's gaze, she steeled herself. Fine, let's do this. Time to train. Her expression suddenly shifted, more fired up than ever before. Let's begin. Inside the training area, everyone was following Desir's lead. Whoa. Behind this door was a massive open space. Desir started digging through a wooden chest, looking for something specific. We'll use this place as our personal training ground. After a moment of rummaging, he finally found it. Got it. Romantica looked on, curious. What is that? He held up a round ball, which kinda threw everyone for a loop. A ball. We're going to use this for training. He confirmed with a grin. Yep, he held it out to Romantica. What you need right now is to focus on your magic casting speed. She sighed, already in full-on defiant mode. If you're talking about my casting speed, it's already crazy fast. You saw it during the entrance exam. But Desir just replied, That's true. She was clearly annoyed, and his tone didn't exactly sound like a compliment. To be honest, he said, your casting speed isn't bad. Then his expression turned dead serious. However, that's only true for a mage with no talent. The students in the Alpha class are 100 times faster than you, and you'll be fighting them at a huge disadvantage. Even if your skills are on par with the Alpha class, passing the exam will be tough. His words stung her pride. So, you're saying there's a way for us to get good fast? Desir answered with total confidence. Of course, this is it. He pushed the ball closer to her, clearly excited for them to start using it for training. You're going to use this to practice, and I'm going to teach you how to cast spells without chanting. She looked shocked. Without chanting? You know that's impossible. Desir just let out a hearty laugh. Not at all. It's possible, you just haven't figured out how yet. He gave a quick rundown. Normally, magic activates after a chant, but without one, you can cast it instantly. She sounded defeated just hearing it. That's only a theory. He shot back immediately. Nope. I've seen someone do it before. And the person who can do it? It's you, Romantica. The more he talked, the angrier she got. But he wasn't letting up. If you really don't want to do this, I hope you enjoy eating rock-hard bread every day. That hit a nerve. She took a deep breath to calm herself down. And then, a decision. Fine. What do I have to do? He grabbed some chalk, drew a circle on the ground, and then drew another one right at her feet. She was confused. What's this? He pointed to the ball in her hand, then to the circle across the room. You need to move this ball into that circle. He turned to her, explaining carefully. You're a mage, right? No, you can't throw it, she asked. So I can't throw it? She focused on the ball, listening to his instructions. Don't use any physical force. From now on, you'll control the air around you to move that ball. He gave her an encouraging smile. She sighed. All right, I'll give it a try. Romantica placed the ball on the floor in front of her, trying to remember his words. Controlling the air around you sounds easy, but you have to feel it, to observe it, like how a bird uses its wings. For most people, that feeling is almost impossible to grasp. Seeing her so focused on her training, Desir thought to himself, but if it's you, Romantica, you can do it. If you master this, you can cast any first-tier magic without chanting. Desir, noticing her lack of progress, chimed in. Staring at the ball isn't going to make it move. She snapped back. I know that. But then he added, Earlier, when you were cleaning, you used magic, didn't you? She thought back, and a memory flashed in her mind. That time, she asked? The box was just too heavy. He pressed on. Okay, now remember that feeling. He started giving her more hints. You used magic because you were trying to move something. I'm sure you felt that desire to move an object using wind. She remembered fumbling and breaking something. I'm sorry, she said, her face flushing with embarrassment. All I remember is him getting mad at me for making a mess. Seeing his cheerful expression now, she said, Okay, I'll try to remember that feeling. But the ball still sat there, perfectly still. She tried to treat it like a living thing, to move it with the wind. And then something happened. She felt a faint current of air swirl around the ball. She kept telling herself, use the wind, and then, a change. The ball started to roll. Slowly. She pointed excitedly. A smile spread across his face, too. Not bad. Okay, keep practicing just like you did now. Hearing his praise, she got even more excited. He praised me. Desir took it all in. Let's see. And as he turned, he noticed someone who was completely idle. Pram. The boy perked up. Yes, Desire? Is it my turn now? He walked over eagerly. Do you know what I need to do? More sword practice? Desir thought for a moment. Let's see. He looked at Pram and smiled. Honestly, there's nothing I can teach you. Pram looked shocked. What? Why not? His tone was full of genuine praise. You're already a perfect swordsman. You have more than enough skill to pass the ranking exam. Pram got a little shy hearing that. Desir continued. In the Alpha class, there probably isn't a single student as skilled with a sword as you. Pram's eyes widened. Really? Desir thought. Well, seeing that small frame, I can't help it. If only you used a rapier instead of a longsword. He remembered Pram's flawless movements from the past, the elegant lines of his blade. His sword moved like water, flowing straight into the enemy's front lines. His swordsmanship was simply on another level, the best of all the survivors. But then, Deset's voice cut in. Bram, he said quietly, let me ask you something. Bram looked up, startled by the sudden question. Why don't you use a rapier? Panic flashed across Bram's face, but Deset's gaze was dead serious. Bram quickly looked down, ashamed, trying to hide the feelings bubbling up inside him. How did you know I used to use one? Do I really have to tell you why? He clenched his pants, trying to keep his emotions in check. Without hesitation, Deset pressed on. This is about the team's strength. I need to know. Slowly, Bram let his guard down. All right, can you come with me for a bit? Once they were outside, Bram spoke softly. Deset. Deset turned to look at him. Bram asked worriedly, Is it okay to leave Romantica alone like that? He remembered how excited she was, yelling, It's moving! It's moving! Don't worry about me, just go. Deset just smiled. Those were her exact words. Bram seemed a little surprised. Oh. And with that, the two of them walked off to a more private place. Bram's voice was barely a whisper. Deset, I've never met my father. Hearing this, Deset glanced at the small figure walking ahead, a little confused. And then Bram dropped the bomb. My mother was a commoner. and my father was a noble. His words echoed in the silence. I'm his illegitimate son. I want to show you something, he continued. The only thing my father left for me. Desert now sat in a waiting room. After a moment, Bram finally came out. Sorry to keep you waiting. Desert's eyes widened in complete shock when he saw Bram holding the sword. That was it. After looking the blade over, Bram said, This is the rapier my father left for me. As Desert slowly unsheathed it, he had to ask, Can I take a look? Bram immediately nodded. Of course. Desert's eyes widened even more. This is. Holding the rapier, his mind raced. Even for a rapier, this thing was way too light. Could a weapon this featherlight even deliver a fatal blow? But then, he noticed something. There's an inscription on the hilt. That's when Bram started to open up. I found this sword when I was about 6 years old. He began to tell his story. I was convinced it was the rapier my father left behind for me, and from that day on, I started practicing swordsmanship. I wanted to become someone my father could be proud of if we ever met. I'd impress him by mastering the very sword he gave me. The blade sliced through the air, sharp and fast. His mother watched him practice like this every single day, a shadow of sadness always on her face. But my mom, she always watched me with tears in her eyes. Inside their small room, her voice was filled with pain. Do you understand, Bram? She would ask, sitting on her bed, constantly reminding him, You have to face reality. You can never go look for your father. He lives in a completely different world from us. All he could do was agree. Yes, mother. I understand. She'd gently wipe away a tear and force a painful smile. Don't be sad, Bram. Mom will always, always love you so much. He tried to calm himself down. Sitting by her bed, he'd just whisper, Mom. And all this time, Desert was listening, completely captivated. Even on her deathbed, my mother never told me my father's name. Little Bram looked so small, curled up and full of sorrow. Desert thought to himself, illegitimate children were seen as a disgrace to noble families. If Bram had actually met his father, his expression hardened. It was very likely Bram would have never even been allowed into the academy. Seeing him now, you could only imagine how much his mother must have suffered. Even in death, Bram's mother was still watching over him, protecting him. Bram's face remained dark as he continued his story. But, even after her warnings, I still wanted to know who he really was. His eyes burned with a determination Desert had never seen before. I came to the Haven Academy so I could find him. It's a gathering place for nobles from all over the world, I thought. I thought I could find a clue to his identity here. He was dead set on discovering his roots, so I decided to investigate the sword. His body started to tremble, but after I learned the truth about this rapier, he glanced at the sword on the ground. The pain was sharp, almost unbearable. It turns out, it's just a cheap, mass-produced steel sword. Even his voice had changed. The only thing my father left for my mother was a worthless common sword. A piece of trash like this. Pure hatred filled his eyes. This is what he left us. And I always believed it was something special. He grabbed the sword and, with all his might, threw it away. But it was just junk. Desert looked where the sword landed, then immediately turned back, needing to hear the rest of the story. I endured so much, believing this sword my father left was. He clutched his chest. The emotional pain was too much. Bram collapsed, crushed by the weight of it all. Mother! Desert stared forward, his eyes fixed on the sword lying motionless on the ground. By now, night had fallen. He left the room and sat in the hallway. I had no idea he was carrying that much pain. He clenched his fists, lost in thought. Is there anything I can do to help him? And just like that, he stood up and started walking. If I remember correctly, Bram is a swordsman who specializes in the rapier. I bet Bram's past self wasn't much different from how he is now. Desert looked up at the sky, feeling a wave of uncertainty. So, what was it? What made him pick up the rapier again? Then, suddenly, something clicked. He froze in place. Wait a minute, an extremely light rapier. That sword he showed me today. I swear I've seen it somewhere before in my past life. Morning had come. Desert ran in a panic, shouting, Bram! Bram! He burst through the door, his voice frantic. Bram, where are you? And there he was, a small figure, trembling, holding a longsword. I'm here. Desert was frantic. Bram. The two of them made their way through the busy market district. Desir glanced around, letting that old, familiar feeling sink in. It's been a long time. In his past life, he was here constantly, buying items and all sorts of other things. As he scanned the area, a voice called out, This way! They found themselves standing before a dark, shadowy alley. Bram peered inside and then said, It's right in here. He looked a little hesitant. My first time seeing a place like this. A bizarre sign hung in front of a pretty big shop. This was it. Gujukin's pawn store. The sign read, "Even if you change your mind, what's sold is sold. No refunds, no returns. Absolutely never." Seeing a sign like that, he felt a bit awkward. Looks like the owner is obsessed with money. Everything was final sale. Pram, trying to avoid the topic, reminded him, "Desir, I know I've said this a million times." His gaze was locked forward, "But I will never use that rapier again. Never." Just then, they stepped inside. The afternoon sun vanished, plunging them into a desolate space. There wasn't a single soul in sight. A heavy door was shut tight in front of them. So, past the main hall is an iron door. Man, the security here is no joke. A strange, skull-shaped figure was mounted on it. Desir reached up and knocked. From behind the door, a massive man slowly emerged. His face wasn't too menacing, but Desir thought he even hired a huge thug to work as a guard. The man immediately pointed the way. "Welcome, this way." Desir replied politely, "Pardon us." The huge man spoke up first. "You two don't exactly look like thieves." Desir was a little surprised to hear that. They both looked ahead to see a figure waiting for them. The doorman continued, "Please, go in." Gujukin sat there, puffing away on a fat cigar. "Sorry if you had trouble getting in. Security's pretty tight since we've had a lot of thieves sniffing around." The name's Gujukin. Just then, his eyes locked onto Pram. "You over there. You've been here before, right?" Pram replied, "That's right." The owner's tone was oddly cold. "So, what brings you here today?" He frowned, then asked, "Came to sell another item?" But this time, Desir answered bluntly, "Actually, it's the opposite. I'm here to see the item my friend sold you." The owner's expression immediately soured. "There are no refunds or returns here. I believe the sign at the entrance made that perfectly clear." But Desir cut in, "Of course not. I just want to buy it back." After hearing his words, the two of them looked at each other and let out a hearty laugh. The owner pointed a finger toward a sword on display. "Then you should have said so from the start. It's over here. Just some sword?" Gujukin turned his back, looking completely uninterested. Desir could see it wasn't just some ordinary blade. It was a rapier, small and light, yes, but even lighter than most other rapiers. The owner blew out a thin cloud of smoke, his voice smooth. "I've never seen a sword like it. A ceremonial piece, the kind a noble gives his fiancée." A second later, he focused on the sword on the table again and said, "You said you wanted to buy it back, right?" Desir immediately shot back. "That's right." The owner's face twisted into a grin. "The price is 40 silver. Pram, hearing the ridiculously high price, immediately shouted, "Wait a minute. You never told me it was a ceremonial sword. You said it was only worth 90 copper when you bought it from me." But the owner just turned away. "You asked me to appraise the sword, so I just told you its price. Looking at this sword, it really is just a cheap iron blade." Pram got even angrier, his voice rising. "You swindler, you tricked me." But just then, Desir said, "Stop, Pram." His friend's body was trembling, but Desir, and the owner just piled on. "Selling it for 40 silver is generous, you know." Gujuken spoke with an annoyed tone. "If I knew how to remove the outer shell of this ceremonial blade, I would have sold it for 80 silver. So, are you still buying it?" A moment later, silver coins were placed on the table. Desir picked up the sword and handed it to Pram. "Here." Pram took the sword, but he was still dead set. "I'll take it, but I'm still not using it." Desir just calmed him down. "Just trust me and take it." Then Desir spoke again. "See that groove in the handle? Can you put your fingernail in there and press down?" Pram was a little confused. A groove? But then he immediately saw what his friend was talking about. How had he never noticed that before? From inside the sword, a thin beam of light appeared. And just like that, Pram was holding a completely different blade. Even Gujukin looked a little surprised. A sword, hidden inside another sword. Seeing this, Pram's attitude changed in an instant. "What is this? It's so light." Desir just smiled, completely satisfied. "Of course it is. That rapier is made of blaxium." The pawnshop owner heard that and screamed, "What did you just say? Blaxium?" He rushed over, inspecting it closely. "Are you sure it's blaxium?" Blaxium. A material harder than steel. Any weapon or piece of armor made from it would never break or even wear down. This was something every swordsman dreamed of. On top of that, the metal was so light you could barely feel it, and that was exactly why the shopkeeper thought it was just a ceremonial sword. Pram carefully examined the blade in his hands. It was the rapier Pram had used in the past. Noticing his friend's change in attitude, Desir came over. "Pram, let's go." His friend snapped out of it. "Oh, right. By the time they reached the door, the guard was looking completely stunned. But just then, Desir turned back. "You're not planning on playing dirty, are you, Gujukin?" The owner didn't say a word. After a moment, his greed took over. "Hand that sword over." By the door, the guard pulled out a huge blade, but Desir remained completely calm. As for Pram, he was starting to get flustered. "Mr. Desir!" But Desir stopped him with a single gesture and said, "You're even dumber than I thought." The owner was seething with rage. "I know the value of that rapier better than you two." But a murderous glint appeared in Desir's eyes. "You sold me a ceremonial sword, and I paid the price you asked. We have nothing more to talk about here." The owner's eyes were practically daggers, but Desir didn't flinch. "If I knew it was Blaxium, I never would have sold it. And if you'd told Pram it was a ceremonial sword, he never would have sold it to you." He'd used the man's own trick against him, and it sent Gujukin into a rage. The kid, Desir, showed no fear as he faced him directly. "We're just treating you the same way you treated us." He couldn't care less what was happening behind him. He was ice cold. "The door's open. We're leaving." But the guard just shot a desperate look over at his boss. Signaling for orders, he stammered. "The boss," he said to stop. Then the guard glared at our guy, his voice a low growl. "Stop," to which he just calmly replied, "Don't know what you mean." Desert's expression turned dead serious. "The way you talk reminds me of an old friend." And suddenly, a memory flashed of being mocked. "Ha ha ha, you're just too weak, Donava. I wonder if you're still kicking." But that thought was cut short. The guard lunged, and he was shocked. "Huh? You dodged?" The boss, Guksen, was getting frantic. "What are you doing? Kill them already," the guard snapped to. "Right," and instantly shifted into a battle stance. But right then, Graham finally made his move. "Please, step aside. I don't want to use force." He moved to stand right in front of Desert. "I won't be holding back." The two guards went silent. Desert looked a little hesitant. "Graham, you sure about this?" He answered without a doubt. "Of course." Just then, Desert threw out a little jab. "Didn't you say you'd never use that rapier again?" And just like that, Graham's face went bright red with embarrassment. "Ah, well, about that." But Deceit immediately switched to encouragement. "I'm counting on you, partner." Just then, the big guy started to move, letting out a piercing battle cry. Graham quickly turned to Desert. "Sir, please step back a little." In the next instant, a sword flashed past his eyes, followed by an unbelievably skillful dodge. Graham was now on the defensive, just waiting for his opening. His opponent was like a massive leopard, ready to tear anything to pieces. A seasoned warrior who knew how to fight swordsmen. Desert watched with a hint of worry. Graham lacks real combat experience. "I don't know if he'll be all right. If he's in danger, I'll have to jump in." But in a flash, all that worry was replaced by pure shock. Even the big warrior's eyes were filled with panic. A powerful light suddenly exploded from Graham's entire body. His eyes were like steel, completely unshakable. Over on the side, Desert just managed a strained smile. "Huh, guess I don't need to interfere after all." What a relief. It's like seeing Prime again, back in the old days of the Shadow world. A piercing laugh suddenly rang out, making Graham freeze for a second. The huge warrior pointed his massive blade forward. "You're strong. As a warrior, I will fight with honor, and I will defeat you." Desert looked like he was settling in to watch a great movie. This was going to be fun. "I've heard these tribesmen talk before, but I'm still not used to it." The warrior growled. "I'll make the first move, little warrior." The tribesman used his massive frame to charge right where Graham was standing. Graham held his defensive posture, then exploded into a fierce counterattack. Every light slash that zipped past the warrior left a trail of fresh wounds. Graham's footwork was incredible. He was practically gliding across the ground. The warrior was starting to panic at this display of skill. This kid is way too fast. And that opening was all Graham needed to press the attack. Every one of Graham's steps was perfectly balanced. He had the serious air of a professional swordsman. Seeing this, the warrior just stood there, frozen. That sword. It's like it was made for his fighting style. The warrior's face soured, a complete contrast to the look of ease on Graham's face. And once again, he shot forward. The attacks were so light you could barely feel them. And just as fast, he was back in his original spot. His eyes burned with killing intent as he lunged straight ahead. A flurry of preemptive strikes boxed the warrior in, giving him no chance to counter. The warrior's expression turned grim. I can't even follow his movements. His attacks aren't powerful, but his speed is terrifying. Graham's form flickered in and out of sight. Just then, the warrior suddenly spoke in his native tongue. Graham stopped dead in his tracks. A twisted smile spread across the warrior's face. "This is getting fun." Graham paused, seeing the change in his opponent's demeanor. "I keep hitting him, but his fighting spirit isn't dropping at all. If anything, he seems more fired up. It's been a while since I used a rapier, so my attacks are weak. This is probably just a warm-up for him. He looked up, thinking, can I actually beat this guy with this rapier? His gaze hardened. Stop it. Focus. Graham looked at the bloodthirsty warrior. There was no backing down now. If I want to get out of here, I have to get serious about this fight. I have to take him down. The tribal warrior looked like he was coiling up to strike, and just like that, the two clashed again, a relentless battle. Graham struggled to regain his power. Damn. He's getting used to my speed. If that's the case, I have to end this with one critical hit. As he scanned the warrior's body for a weak point, he suddenly shot forward again. He had to get even faster and strike him head-on. He raised his rapier, focusing everything he had into a single, decisive attack. Thinking too much. But the warrior had already predicted it, lifting his leg for a powerful kick. And as he struck, he followed up with a relentless assault. I see everything. Where are you aiming? In that moment, the kick connected, sending Graham flying to the ground. The sword flew from his hand. He struggled to get up, trying to move. The more I fail, the harder I have to fight. He clutched his chest. I can't breathe. The warrior landed perfectly. His tone was mocking. All done? Graham desperately reached for his sword. I can't lose here. With his body trembling, he somehow managed to stand. Graham's eyes became sharper than ever before. This is Graham. He looked back with a radiant smile. You really are an unpredictable man. Desert was taken aback by the look in his eyes. But Graham was thinking, you knew from the very beginning, didn't you? He looked down at the sword in his hand. You knew the real secret hidden inside this rapier. He gripped the handle tighter. And you even know how to unlock it. He finally understood all the help Deceit had given him. Now, it was his turn to show what he could do. Please, let me, Graham yelled as he charged forward. This is to repay you for everything you've done. The tribal warrior just smirked, taunting him. Graham rushed ahead, getting faster and faster. A massive slash came down from the warrior, but Graham saw right through it. An attack from above? His eyes became incredibly sharp. The warrior changed his attack's direction, a feint, but it seemed Graham had already predicted everything, and he dodged the real attack with perfect ease. With Graham chasing him like a monster, the tribesman fled in a blind panic. And Desert, from his position, saw the whole thing unfold. The two clashed in a fierce, desperate battle. Desert yelled out Graham. For a moment, Graham froze, staring at his own blade, now snapped in half. Unbelievable. Graham had shattered that huge weapon with just a small rapier. Its edge was impossibly sharp. Deceit never knew the kid could wield a sword so perfectly. He broke his sword, but the tribesman didn't stop, lunging again, and Graham dodged it flawlessly. He spun his blade with expert grace, then delivered one final, decisive strike. The tribesman's body shuddered. Then he just collapsed backward. The warrior dropped to his knees, completely still. That massive body now sprawled out on the ground, his head planted in the dirt like he was doing a headstand. Desert rushed over, a little freaked out. Graham, are you okay? Graham forced a weak smile. Yeah, a close call. He finally took a breath. Man, if it wasn't for this rapier, I'd be the one on the floor, these tribal guys. They're built like tanks. He glanced at the unmoving body on the ground, still trembling a bit from the fight. Seeing this, Desert asked, what about where he hit you? Are you okay? Graham replied, it stings a little, but I'm good. We're finally done. He turned to Gook, who looked less than pleased. So, are we finished here? With nothing left in his way, Gook just turned and walked off. Let's go, Graham. But as they left, a twisted laugh echoed behind them. They both spun around, looking back at him. And just where do you two think you're going? That iron gate, it's made from the ore of Mount Key. His voice was dripping with arrogance. Besides that tribesman, no one is strong enough to open it. You'll never leave this place without handing over the break sword. Desert glanced back at Graham, speaking softly. I have to congratulate you for taking him down, Graham. But that snake, Gook Jukin, just kept talking. And even if you open it, my guards will be waiting right outside. A smug look crept across his face. If you don't want to die, I suggest you. Suddenly, he stopped cold. Graham had already sliced right through the iron gate he was so proud of. Gook just stared, a mix of disbelief and loss on his face, but Graham was beaming. I got it open, Desert replied instantly. Let's go. Once they hit the streets, their heavy panting drew looks from everyone around. Graham ran right behind him, keeping an eye out. Looks like they're not following us anymore. Desert gasped for air. I really need to work on my stamina. I didn't realize I'd gotten this weak. But then, He noticed how Graham was holding his sword. That professional grip. A satisfied smile spread across his face. The streets around them were bustling with people. They took a quick look around, and Desir pointed across the way. "Hey Graham, let's go get something to eat. You're hungry, right?" The kid looked startled, and Desir realized he was probably just being shy. Graham looked up at him, and hearing Desir's gentle tone, relaxed a bit. "You don't have to thank me." They started walking, chatting as they went. "I'm the one who put you in danger by provoking Gukjukin in the first place. There's nothing to thank me for." After a bit, Desir picked a nearby food stall. "Honestly, I should be thanking you." His voice was completely different from before. "It's just, after hearing your painful story." Graham's eyes filled with pure admiration. Desir continued, "I just couldn't stand by and do nothing." He held out a meat skewer to the kid. "You're a member of my team, after all. Want some, Graham?" And that was it. Graham couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears started rolling down his cheeks. He was crying from the sheer emotion of the day. His hand, the one holding the sword, began to tremble. "I was so blind." He wept for himself, for the choices he'd made. "I had one goal. Find a clue about my father. But after everything that's happened, he understood. Even when I thought I'd found the truth behind the sword, I lost control. I was just drifting, living without any purpose." He watched the birds flying in the sky, taking in the lively street scene below. And then, it hit him. I was lost, with no reason to live. And I was just going to keep on living like that forever. A lost little bird had finally found its flock. His perspective was shifting. He was moved by everything and everyone around him. He showed me a new way. Looking at the young man in front of him, thinking about everything he'd been through, Graham knew he had a new path now. A single feather drifted down from the sky as Desir smiled, offering the skewer again. "Thank you." He looked at the skewer in his hand, a little embarrassed. "All right then, I'll follow him." And with that decision made, he finally took a bite of the delicious meat. The feather finally landed on the ground. This was the path Desir had shown him. Looking at the familiar signs, holding the rapier his father left him for his little bird. He wouldn't get lost again. The world, for the first time in a long time, felt peaceful. Watching the bird fly towards him, he knew. It was time to move forward once more. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the cafeteria for the elite Alpha class was packed. Romantica had been waiting outside for a while. The Alpha students sneered as they saw her. "Isn't she from the Beta class? What's she doing here?" Probably came to get a whiff of us commoners. Hearing their insults, she could only sigh. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Romantica!" Donovan walked up from a distance. "Have you been waiting long?" Inside the dining hall, the two of them took a seat. A server quickly brought their food. "Sorry to keep you waiting." A perfectly cooked steak was placed on the table. She couldn't hide her excitement. "Whoa!" Donovan clearly enjoyed her reaction. "The food in the Alpha class is a bit different from Beta, isn't it?" He gave her a smug little wink. "I was hoping to see you. I'm glad it finally worked out." Romantica was already digging in. "Me too." The staff in the dining hall catered to every student's need. Her knife cut smoothly through the tender beef. As he asked his question, she paused her eating to listen. Donovan finally got to the point. "So, why did you want to meet me?" Hearing the question, she immediately stopped eating altogether. He paused too when she spoke. "I wanted to return this to you." His expression turned serious as she placed a wooden sword on the table, the one he had given her. Despite the power he once held over her, Donovan was just as arrogant as ever. I never thought you'd actually turn me down." But she shot back coldly. "You're the only one who thought that." He let out a sigh, then immediately put his mask of indifference back on. "I guess you feel burdened, or uncomfortable dating me." "Not at all," she replied instantly. He was a little taken aback by that. "Are you telling me there's another reason for this?" She didn't hide a thing, telling him straight up. "Because I joined a party in the Beta class." Hearing this, Donovan narrowed his eyes at her. "A Beta class party?" He laughed, dripping with contempt. "I don't get it. Are you being threatened or something?" But her tone was rock solid. He tried to argue. "If that's not it, then..." She cut him right off. "No, I decided this myself." Romantica looked down, deliberately avoiding his gaze. "I didn't like it at first, but things are different now. Our party leader is training everyone so hard, and thanks to him, my skills have improved dramatically." She pressed on. "Donovan, you said the Beta class was full of useless commoners, remember?" He shot back defiantly. "I don't see why you're bringing that up now." Romantica's voice grew sharp. "It's because I've finally, truly accepted who I am. I'm just a commoner, too." His face twisted in disgust, his eyes darting away. He turned his back completely. Lies. Donovan was trying to justify himself now. If you were a commoner, you would have accepted my proposal. It's the only way someone like you could ever get into the Alpha class. A small smile played on her lips. I think you're right, but I refuse to accept that. He was getting more and more confused. Why? What's your reason? She dodged the question, her mind flashing back to the people who helped her. My party. They look at me differently. Donovan just stared for a moment, then let out a sharp, dismissive breath. His entire tone changed. Trash. He looked at her with pure disgust. Yeah, just trash. Romantica was a bit confused by his words. Trash? That's when she hit him with a few points he couldn't argue with. Nobles always hate commoners, and I know why. Hebrian Academy ranks people by bloodline instead of talent. Because you nobles are terrified of a new society led by elite commoners. You don't want that to happen, so you shove all the commoners down into this pathetic academy. But times are changing. After the Shadow World appeared, anyone with skill and power can get their hands on magic stones. That's why you force commoners into the beta class. You don't want them getting magic stones. Right now, you nobles are like kings of a sandcastle, terrified of the moment it all comes crashing down. Hearing all this, Donovan's face hardened. He finally asked, So you're saying you're going to lead this revolution? Romantica answered calmly, No, I'm just telling you why nobles hate commoners. She kept explaining, Even after 10 years, you nobles are still terrified of us. His smile was just a grotesque imitation now. What? 10 years? That incident in the past? He shot to his feet, startling her. His face was pure savagery. Don't you dare act like you know anything, you piece of trash. Who do you think you are, acting like you understand it all? His rage was boiling over. Just the past? I remember it like it was yesterday. Remembering the faces of those suffering people, his words turned venomous. Rebels! Seeing there was no reasoning with him, she cut things short. All right. At least I understand why we're enemies now. She slowly stood up and gave a slight bow. My party will be entering the Alpha class. Her eyes were dead serious. From now on, we're rivals. Donovan's hatred intensified as he stared her down. I'll make sure you people can never hold your heads up again. She taunted him. You think you can? Before walking away, she had one last thing to say. I told you, don't underestimate us. He glanced at the sword on the table, his expression growing darker by the second. He gripped his own arm, hard. The execution will begin. Die. Kill them. Kill the damn nobles. A flash of memory. Commoners rising up, demanding justice for themselves. We will execute the Hanun family. Execute them. So many people supported it. So many had lost their sons. Kill him. Back then, Donovan was just a kid, forced to hear those venomous words. Serves him right. Off with his head. A revolutionary flag still billowed in his mind. His fists clenched so tight they bled, his face a mask of pure hatred. Meanwhile, back at the academy, voices were buzzing everywhere. We have a special report from Hebrion Academy. How's it looking? He asked frantically. It's the final draft. The man on the other end was panicking even more. Add that information in. The desk was covered in piles of collected documents. I've got the Hebrion history books over there, and here are the papers. The room was pure chaos. Has anything like this ever happened before? No, sir. Then hurry. We need to get this on the front page. The man's face took on a dangerous look. This is going to be a bombshell. And back at the academy, every student was gathered around the bulletin board, gasping. No way. How are they even planning to do that? One of the female students was even more baffled. This is completely insane. Staring at the board plastered with announcements, they wondered, how are they going to handle this? And in a nearby office, the sound of someone crying could be heard. Wah. Professor Brizes was enjoying her tea with a smile. You executed the plan perfectly. Looking at a profile, she said the name aloud. Student Desir. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoed from outside. An inkwell shattered, splashing everywhere. It rolled on the ground, leaving a disgusting, filthy puddle. Ursay was one of the people who saw it happen, her expression unreadable. She didn't even flinch at the curse that followed. Damn it! The man was so agitated, his face was a twisted mess. Arrogant bastards. Professor Pugman couldn't control himself, slamming his desk and roaring, How dare those beta-class students? He was desperately trying to contain his fury. Commoners. Admitted into the Alpha class? He let out a mocking laugh. You've got to be kidding me. Then he started panting, completely out of breath. Suddenly, a flash of light shot through the air. Est moved in a blur, catching the object. It was a single piece of paper, now resting in her hand. The professor still couldn't accept it. This was all that witch's plan. After humiliating me like this. Do you really think you'll get out of here alive, Est? He was completely losing control. He was the student she recommended. A mistake. She should have just killed him then. Now, everyone in the room stood frozen, silent. Professor Pugman slammed his fists on the desk, again and again. How dare they? His face twisted in pure fury. They dared defile the sanctity of the Alpha class. He crushed the paper in his hand. A report. The Beta class party, declaring they'd make the top 30. Seeing the smiling face in the photo, he snarled one name. Desir Arman. Another slam. You filthy commoner trash. You bastard. I'll kill you all. After a moment, the storm passed. Professor Pugman finally reined in his rage, taking a deep breath. My apologies. You shouldn't have seen that lapse in composure. But his eyes were cold. I will not allow useless insects to do as they please. I won't let them bare their fangs at us. His voice dropped, turning sharp and serious. I'm giving you an order. The Blue Moon Party will crush Desire's team, at any cost. Only then can you secure your positions as rankers. Suddenly, he paused, a thought striking him. Wait a minute. I still haven't assigned a leader for the first-year party. His eyes landed on a student. Est. She looked up, slightly surprised. His tone was dead serious. You've faced Desir Arman before, haven't you? She gave a slow, deliberate nod. Yes. He leaned in, his question sharp. This time. Do you think you can beat him? She answered with confidence. I have a plan to defeat him, but he cut her off instantly. Good. That's all I need to hear. I've decided on the leader for the first-year party. Every single eye in the room turned to her. I appoint Est Kingscrown. From the back, a student named Donovan just watched her, silent. Any objections? A few murmurs from the crowd. None here. Pugman's voice was final. Whatever it takes, you will destroy Desir's team. Is that clear? A flicker of doubt crossed Est's eyes. She could see it that match from before. You again, Desire? Her thoughts echoed. I haven't forgotten that day. Not for a second. She raised her hand, staring at it for a moment, then clenched it into a tight fist. For the first time in my entire life, you showed me what it felt like to lose. She pictured her friends, her teammates. I won't make the same mistake I did in the entrance exams. Est squeezed her eyes shut. Just for a moment. When she opened them, they burned with cold fire. This time, I will fight you with everything I have, Desir Arman. The hallway was dead silent. She was the only one moving through it, until a figure stepped out, blocking her path. Apologies for bothering you, Kingscrown. She looked up. It was him, Donovan Hadoon. And beside him stood another student, Perrin Asnick. Donovan didn't waste any time. As a member of your party, I have a request. Perrin immediately chimed in. I do as well. Est's voice was ice. What is it? If you're objecting to me being the party leader, then… But he cut her off before she could finish. No, it's not that. It's something else. His gaze sharpened. I want you to let me handle Romantica. Perrin jumped in right after. And I want to fight Prom Schneider. Donovan quickly tried to smooth things over. I'm not questioning your skills at all. I'm sure you could take all three of them on your own. But it would mean a lot if you'd let me take care of Romantica. For personal reasons. Perrin nodded eagerly. Same here. I've got personal reasons too. Est looked at them, completely unimpressed by their little act. Her voice was flat. I don't care what happens to the rest of them. A pause. However, I have one condition. And this is an order from your party leader. Her eyes narrowed, deadly serious. Neither of you will lay a hand on Desir Arman. He is my opponent. Meanwhile, back in the library, a stack of books landed on a table with a thud. Romantica did not look happy. Pram, on the other hand, just looked confused. What are all these? Desir rested a hand on the stack. They're chronicles. Records of major events from the past. Everything on the Freve Clock Tower, and history lessons from the year 1218. The two of them stared at the pile. They're all… History books? Desir just flipped one open. That's right. Romantica poked a cover. Why in the world did you bring us a bunch of history books? And here's where Desire's plan gets interesting. Because starting today, we're putting our physical training on hold. He picked up a book, looking them both in the eye. Instead, we're going to focus on studying history. Romantica's jaw dropped. What? She couldn't help but shout, right there in the quiet library. We're studying history? Both Desir and Prom immediately shushed her. Desir pushed a book towards them. Knowing the historical events of the Level 5 Shadow World we're about to enter is critical. See, by clearing quests inside a Shadow World, he continued, we can obtain magic stones, and those stones contain data about that world. The Shadow World in our upcoming ranking test is actually a recreation. built from data they've already collected. Desir was totally in his element, explaining the system. A recreation. Simply put, it means these specific shadow worlds can be controlled, manipulated, even. It's how they guarantee the safety of the participants. Pram looked skeptical. Guarantee our safety? Are you sure? During the entrance exam, it felt like those things could completely overwhelm us. How is this any different? Desir held up a finger, like a professor. While they can control many variables, they're not allowed to change the fundamental elements of a shadow world. Things like the core historical events, or the main quest objectives. And that, he said with a grin, is exactly why deep historical knowledge is our new secret weapon. The other two looked at each other, then back at the massive pile of books. Are you telling us the answers to the test are in these books? Desire's grin vanished. No. Honestly, it's a total long shot. We have no way of knowing for sure. And just like that, Pram and Romantica started groaning, already feeling the headache coming on. There was a very real chance that none of these books would be relevant to the test. As he watched them reluctantly pick out books, Desir thought to himself, I really don't like forcing them to do this. Romantica was already looking completely uncooperative. He spoke up again. After you've read these, I want a full report from both of you. Highlight all the key points you can find. He sighed internally. Even though I'm from the future, I can't just tell them I know exactly which shadow world we're about to walk into. They have to figure it out themselves. The library returned to its usual quiet. Romantica was slumped over a book, lazily scanning the pages. But when she glanced up, she saw Pram and Desir studying with intense focus. She leaned over, curious. What's this? When she got no response, she waved a hand in front of his face. Pram? You who, Pram? Her tone turned a little teasing. Wow, you seem to be getting awfully close with Desir lately. Pram's face immediately turned red. Romantica quickly backpedaled. Hey, I just meant, you two seem more friendly than before. He quickly looked away, flustered. I guess so. But aren't you too? He tried to get his composure back, and that's when Romantica's eyes landed on the small, shimmering pendant around his neck. What's that? I've never seen you wear it before. Don't tell me you two are secretly dating? Romantica was getting craftier by the second. He tried to hide his feelings, but it was clumsy. A moment just like this had happened before. She kicked his leg a sharp little tap. Why are you changing the subject? So suspicious. He begged, flustered. Please, just stop. But she wasn't letting up. Come on, just tell me. Desir, watching from the side, had no idea what was going on. What are they even doing? She pressed closer. Tell me, now. He was getting so flustered he couldn't even think straight. I have no idea what you're talking about. She kicked again, harder this time, knocking his book loose. Spill it. The tension in the air was suddenly thick enough to cut with a knife. His expression turned ice cold. He looked furious, veins popping on his forehead. Why can't you just quietly read your book? The two of them were so scared they answered in unison. Got it. Pram immediately offered. Let me get the book. But she shot him down instantly. It's fine. I'll get it myself. She reached down to grab the book, but another hand shot out and snatched it first. She looked up. Oh, thanks. But then her expression changed in a flash. Ah. Seeing who helped her, she was stunned. Desir. She immediately offered the book back politely. This is yours. But Romantica just snatched it away with a completely rude attitude. Then, she slammed it onto the table. The mood instantly became 10 times more awkward. Romantica demanded with a defiant tone, What are you doing here? Pram watched her, a little rattled. Then, suddenly, she found a seat and sat down. And wouldn't you know it, she was sitting right across from Desir. She spoke first. It's been a while. He looked genuinely happy. Yeah, has it been 2 months already? He smiled, clearly pleased, and kept the conversation going. I heard you joined the Blue Moon Party. Congratulations, that's a great choice. I'm glad you found a team that suits you. Desir asked back, a bit coolly. And what part of it do you think suits me? He answered right away. Well, you're pretty strong. She closed her eyes, trying to keep her emotions in check. Then she opened them. Unfortunately, that's not true. Not as long as you're still around. She stared at him, right at his smiling face. The demon, Desir. Her entire tone shifted. That's why I came here. But his next words completely blindsided her. You came here to declare war on us? His eyes were practically glowing now. You see me as a worthy rival? So before the match, you wanted to make an official declaration? She couldn't read his expression at all. He kept going. That's just your style, isn't it? The barrage of questions clearly caught her off guard. She finally let out a long sigh and answered, It seems you know me pretty well. She looked straight at him, her gaze solid. You're right, I consider you my rival. Desert gave a strained smile. Don't flatter me. But she pressed on. No matter how sarcastic you are, I have nothing more to say about that day. Back then, I underestimated you, and I got careless. I apologize for that. And just like that, her whole demeanor changed. But this time will be different. I will fight you with everything I've got. Seeing this new fire in her, Desert actually looked relieved. Good, that's great. That's how you'll get stronger. Desert remembered the entrance exam. The reason I went all out against you was because I wanted to reignite that fighting spirit inside you. You're the core of the Shadow World's assault team, after all. You have the potential to become so much stronger than this. Watching her walk away, he said, I'm really looking forward to our fight, Desert King's Crown. And so, the day finally arrived. The Havian Academy ranking tournament. The entire crowd was buzzing with excitement. Even Professor Pugman's group was surrounded by interviewers. Inside the arena, all the students were ready. The sound of hurried footsteps. Man, it's loud out there, someone complained, immediately putting on their gloves, getting ready for a fight. Of course it is. The ranking tournament is the biggest event at the academy. Desert's team was finishing their prep. Romantica still seemed a little worried. Desert, you. She looked at him, her voice soft. You're actually wearing your tie properly today. Pram noticed it too. Huh? Oh, you're right. But Desert just brushed it off with a formal tone. I find these formal events annoying, so I usually dress comfortably. But she immediately started teasing him. Really? I thought you were just a show-off, skipping the tie to flex your muscles. He snapped back, annoyed. What? Pram jumped in. I think the tie looks great on you, Desert. Pram got more and more flustered. We could go shopping for some more comfortable ties later. Romantica glanced outside. Why is it so noisy out there? Desert forced a smile. Haha, it's a good thing you guys aren't nervous. Maybe this is for the best. Then he looked at them, ready to get serious. Everyone ready? Instantly, they both replied in unison. Yep, of course. Then, more footsteps. All the students were getting hyped. There they are. Those guys? Yeah. The students from the Alpha class looked annoyed. What an eyesore. But everyone from the Beta class was beyond excited. Whoa. We're rooting for you, go get 'em. They cheered like crazy. Desert asked, a little embarrassed. Are they cheering for us? A few professors stood off to the side, sizing up the situation. So that's Desert? He looks pretty average. Don't get cocky. You remember what Professor Pugman said, don't you? They all stared at him, judging him from afar. Don't worry, we'll take care of all of them at once. Their chatter finally caught Desert's attention. The moment had finally come. The announcer's voice finally boomed through the stadium. We will now decide the positions. The three of them were still deep in strategy talks. Romantica, you're the team's marksman. You'll stay back, use your magic to find the enemy's location, and then take them out. She immediately pictured how cool that would be. You want me to be a sniper? I don't know if my magic will even work on Alpha class students. But he immediately boosted her confidence. You just need to use it, the second you lock onto an enemy. It doesn't matter if they're Alpha class or not. If you don't give them time to prepare, you'll catch them completely off guard. She answered, a bit hesitant. This is my first time using magic for a long-range attack. I'm not sure how much power I should use. Hearing her worries, he gave a grim little laugh. Don't worry about that. The ball you used for practice? It has the exact same weight and density as a human head. She thought back to that practice ball. That ball? Really? She turned to look at him, confused. Wait a minute. Don't tell me all that brutal training he put everyone through was for this very moment. He actually predicted the exact situation we'd be facing. After giving out his orders, he turned to Pram. You'll protect us, right? Pram just nodded. Right. And seeing that confident smile on his face, she couldn't help but wonder. Desir, who are you, really? She asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. Everyone knew their role, their exact position. What about you? He was quiet for a second, then answered. To put it simply, I'm the one who gets the points. The gate to the Shadow World finally began to open. Students lined up in front of it, and then, the members of the top team appeared. Next to them were the students from the Blue Moon Party, and of course, right there with them was Desir's team. The system's voice echoed out. The test begins. Now, everyone stepped through, instantly transported into the Shadow World. Finding himself in a lush forest, Desir tilted his head back, scanning the area carefully. He checked the time, making a few quick mental calculations. It seemed to be around 11 in the morning. He continued to observe his surroundings. The system's voice chimed in. Objective, locate the enemy's base. You are a warrior. You've received intel on a nearby enemy outpost. Find it. He began moving slowly, seeing no sign of Romantica or Prom anywhere. Still, he walked forward with a refreshing sense of calm. Suddenly, an attack shot towards him. He dodged just in time. Looking at the lingering magic, he thought, an ice arrow? A voice cut through the trees. Knew I'd find you. She slowly approached, her tone dripping with arrogance. I didn't expect to run into you so soon, Desir Arman. She stepped forward, and hearing her words, he just smirked. Wow, I didn't realize I was so famous. She shot back. Infamous is more like it. Her eyes flashed with annoyance. But he just kept his cool. Guess I'm just unlucky. And then she attacked, unleashing her first assault right at him. Ice bullet, but Desir countered with chilling calm. Fire arrow. She immediately tried to weave another spell, getting ready to strike again. Desir analyzed the situation carefully. She's using 2 types of magic at once? Just then, she summoned a wave of water that rushed right for him. The rolling waves crashed forward, extinguishing his flames instantly. He immediately pulled back his own magic. Ah, a defensive spell used for offense. As he saw it churning on the ground, a thought clicked. But if that's the case? Looking through the layers of her magic, he realized her spells were designed to conflict with each other. Her expression remained rigid. Then, a cracking sound echoed out. Fissures appeared on the ice, and in the next second, the whole thing shattered. Desir was thrown back by the force. Shards of ice flew wildly through the air, and he had to shield his face to avoid getting hit. After a moment, he realized something was wrong. The ice shards had stopped. They were just hanging there, strangely suspended in midair. But then they began to spin at an incredible speed, creating a bizarre vortex. A tiny shard shot out, tearing a piece of his sleeve clean off. A barrage of other ice shards ripped through the trees, and one even grazed his face, drawing blood. The vortex was getting more violent by the second. The girl looked down at him and sneered. Surprised? This is a level of magic a commoner like you could never possibly understand. Her face twisted into a smirk. Any last words? But in complete contrast to her arrogance, Desir remained perfectly composed. I'll admit, I'm a little surprised. He said it with a complimentary tone. The idea of combining magic is pretty interesting. She looked at him, completely confused, but then his entire tone shifted. However, you picked the wrong opponent. She still had no idea what he was talking about. Suddenly, her magic completely vanished. My spell? Her face twisted in shock. Don't tell me. He analyzed it. The remaining shards crumbled to dust. Never underestimate your enemy, and always stay one step ahead. He said it with a confident smirk. That's a basic rule of the battlefield. And then, he cast the exact same spell right back at her. She couldn't accept it, furious. How can my magic be? At that moment, Desir's gaze hardened. Watch and learn. And with that, he launched the spell, sending it hurtling towards her. The sudden attack caught her off guard, making her panic for a second. But she quickly snapped into a defensive stance. You think I'll lose to a commoner's magic? But her confidence quickly turned to pure panic. The spell was so powerful that she could only stumble backward in utter shock, and just as expected, the attack hit her cleanly, without any resistance. Her face contorted in pain as she used her last breath to call out his name. Desire. He turned his back to her. As she slowly tried to stand up, some kind of artifact dropped to the ground. The system's voice rang out. One contestant has been eliminated. He stared intently in that direction. 29 contestants remaining. His pace began to quicken. The scenery was still peaceful. Someone was making their way through the tall grass. I can't believe I got dropped in this stupid meadow. He waded deeper into the field, looking around. Man, it's hot. Suddenly, something caught his attention. A cool breeze suddenly swept through. Oh, finally a nice breeze. At that very moment, the system's voice announced, one contestant has been eliminated. 27 contestants remaining. That quick and clean use of magic could only have come from one person. Romantica. Pram was standing on a ridge, trembling slightly. Still no sign of Desir? Romantica answered immediately. He was probably summoned far away from us. Just then, she turned back to him. Pram, get ready. He was a little surprised, but she just smiled. I found him. Pram got excited. You found Desir? How? But when he saw who was approaching, his excitement turned to panic. Huh? That wasn't Desir. 2 other students appeared instead. If you used detection magic so carelessly, did you really not realize you'd reveal your own position? I guess there's nothing surprising about trash tier magic. Romantica turned to face him with a provoking smile. Trash tier, huh? Let's see who's really trash. The forest suddenly went dead silent. Romantica watched him approach and smirked. So you found us? She was radiating pure confidence, not worried at all. Think you can actually take us down? He stared them down, his voice dripping with condescension. I have no idea where you get this confidence from. He glanced back at his teammate with a taunting grin. Ha, it's obvious. It's because we're… But just then, a sharp sound cut through the air. Pram immediately lunged forward to attack. But the enemy's eyes were filled with nothing but contempt. Ha, you're just trash who doesn't know your place. The arrogance was practically rolling off him. Stop annoying me and get lost. Pram stumbled backward, a little shaken. My attack. It failed. Romantica chimed in. Their skills are pretty decent, I'll give them that. The other girl rushed to his side. Are you all right? But his attitude flipped in an instant. Don't freak out. You think an attack like that could ever hurt me? His voice grew harsher. Stop panicking and get ready to fight. The girl still looked worried, but Romantica? Her fighting spirit was soaring. Ready, Pram? A sharp clang of steel echoed through the trees. Pram was thrown back, but his opponent was also staggered by the force, setting up the next attack. He shot forward like a bolt of lightning. His gaze grew sharper, colder, moving so fast you couldn't even track his exact position. Where is he? The enemy team started to panic. How is he so fast? Isn't he just a beta-class student? That arrogant bastard. Their leader charged in. He slammed his weapon into the ground. How dare you look down on me? But the impact kicked up a massive cloud of dust. This is our chance. Use a detection spell. Hurry! The girl immediately followed his command. Right. But then, out of nowhere, a bolt of magic pierced right through her body. Effortlessly, she collapsed to the ground. The other student yelled in shock. What happened? From inside the smoke, a voice called out, You shouldn't have focused only on Pram. On the other side, Romantica seized the opening. I'd be pretty sad if you two forgot all about me. The guy screamed in a panic. Get up, now. His eyes darted around nervously as he heard the voice again. On the battlefield, Pram, you never underestimate your opponent. He gripped his weapon tighter. Damn you. You dare lecture me? He started swinging wildly, but Pram dodged every single blow with ease. The guy glanced behind him in terror. Since when? How did he? Pram just kept talking. You need to focus on me. But the guy was completely losing his cool. Pram added, Your reflexes are way too slow. And all the while, Romantica was chanting her spell, a playful glint in her eyes. Bye-bye, Mr. Love Alpha. His panic was escalating. By now, he could only manage to get out 2 words. Damn it, and then poof, a puff of smoke. The system announced, one contestant has been eliminated. Romantica casually walked forward to check out the scene. Underestimating us was your biggest mistake, she explained calmly. If you just attacked us the moment you found us, you might have actually won. She stepped over to where they fell. Looking down on us just because we're beta class? She turned back to Pram. You done cleaning up over there? He sheathed his sword and replied instantly. Yeah, just finished. Another system announcement. One contestant has been eliminated. He ran back over to Romantica, grinning. Haha, that was an easy win. She agreed, full of confidence. Of course, it would be great if every enemy was this careless. She gave a playful wink. Anyway, your skills have definitely improved. Hearing the praise, Pram just laughed bashfully. Hey, it's all thanks to Desir. But what she said next completely caught him off guard. Oh, I totally forgot about him. Then she spun around and shouted, Come on out, I know you're there. You've been watching us this whole time. Busted. Desir stepped out from the trees. Haha, so you knew I was here? She crossed her arms, looking annoyed. You're so weird. Pram, on the other hand, was totally flustered. Mr. Desir! He walked over, looking a little sheepish. Haha, you two did great. I was so focused on watching you guys, I forgot to even come out. He slowly approached them. I was planning to help, but it looks like you didn't need me after all. Of course not, she replied coolly. Pram rushed over to him. You were watching the whole fight? Romantica kept her standoffish attitude. So, what did you think? After observing them, he started to praise them. You two did even better than I expected. Pram asked anxiously. Me too? Desir just reached out and ruffled his hair. Of course, you were amazing. Hearing that, Pram beamed with pride. At that moment, she realized that even their strongest magic, the one that took out their opponents, he had analyzed it completely. The two of them stared at each other. Even though we're in the same party, something feels off. Just then, he called her name. Romantica. She shot back. What? He reached out and patted her head, his voice full of approval. You did a great job, really. The gesture left her speechless for a second, and then she exploded. What do you think you're doing? He immediately looked embarrassed. Well, you looked like you wanted to be praised. She yelled back. No, I did not. He looked up at the sky. It's getting late. It'll be starting soon. And just like that, night finally fell. Bolts of lightning started striking the tower in the distance. Down below, twisted figures let out horrifying shrieks. The sky grew dark and ominous as flames erupted, engulfing other students in a blaze. Watching one of them burn in agony, a man spoke calmly. Nothing personal. His expression was ice cold. You were just unlucky. Just then, the system voice rang out. One contestant has been eliminated. 24 contestants remain. Romantica heard the announcement. Another one's out. Desire had noticed it too. It seems so, he said. She hesitated for a moment before asking, So Desir, what's this plan you wanted to discuss with us? His tone shifted, getting serious. All right. There are two ways for us to get into the Alpha class. First option, we complete the Shadow World's main quest and take first place. Second option, we survive until only about 9 people are left. She still seemed doubtful. But you said the first way was impossible, right? He confirmed it. That's right. With our current power, it's impossible. We'd have to clear the quest and take down all the other parties at the same time. She was finally starting to see his point. You're right, but we have a shot with the second option. He picked up a stick and started drawing in the dirt as they gathered around. We don't need to be number 1. We just need to make it to the top 9. The other teams will fight each other. Right now, there are 24 people left. That means while they're clashing, we just need to eliminate another 15 people. He smiled. Sounds a lot easier, doesn't it? Pram immediately agreed. Yeah, it does. On the ground was a simple drawing of their 3-person team. Suddenly, a single drop of water landed on Romantica's head. She looked up, confused, as the sky began to open up, one raindrop at a time. Rain. We need to find shelter, now. Desir looked up at the sky. This one looked like it was here to stay, which was definitely going to complicate their plans. Pram snuggled up close to him. Hey, this is kind of nice. We can finally take a little break. But Romantica's mind was racing. His goal was to land them in the top 9 of the Alpha class. Something she never dreamed was possible for her. A wave of doubt hit her. What if she had just hidden her true identity? And what if she'd accepted Donovan's proposal? The thought of that guy's condescending smirk, only absolute garbage would pull a stunt like that. Her mood soured, feeling exposed for her commoner status. But then, Desir gently placed a hand on her head, his voice calm. Romantica. He was trying to reassure her. Stop worrying. You've been doing amazing this entire time, even with all the risks. His warmth was genuine. Don't worry. I'm here. And just like that, Romantica felt a blush creep up her neck. This guy. He was something else. Her thoughts drifted. For some reason, she really liked being with this team. Then she snapped back to reality, shouting, Hey, get your hands off me. He instantly pulled his hand back. All right. No touching, got it. Pram just chuckled. Hee, looks like she's back to normal. Outside, the clock tower was soaked in the relentless downpour. The bells began to toll, again and again. Desir looked up, studying the tower for a moment. Other teams were still out there searching, and just like them, they were all caught in the rain. A flicker of recognition crossed his face. Is it time already? Romantica was totally lost. Time for what? Desire's expression turned dead serious. Time to put that knowledge of his to use. The Flavius clock tower had just struck the hour. And that tower? It's basically a breeding device. Every single hour, it spawns a demonic creature. The real mission starts now. Romantica was stunned. A mission? Meanwhile, other teams were bickering. Focus up. Yeah. A demonic creature, living right inside the forest. Desire's team got the notification too. The objective: survive. The mission wouldn't end until the creature was taken down for good. Donovan was confused. A demonic creature? Just then, crack! A clap of thunder shook the ground, and Romantica trembled in fear. What was that sound? Desir yelled out an order. Everyone get back, now! He stepped out into the pouring rain. The other two called out from behind him. Desir, Master Desir. But he ignored them, his eyes scanning the surroundings with intense focus. The rain kept coming down. Romantica covered her nose. What is that horrible smell? Pram grimaced. So gross. They shouted anxiously towards Desir. What's happening out there? Something was moving in the dirt. He spotted it instantly. Something was wrong. They're coming. He spun around, warning the others. Get ready. The ground started to bulge upward, and then it erupted, a massive monster bursting from the soil. The others stared in horror. A rat. Romantica started smacking Desir's arm. More rats? Are you serious? Pram clung to him in absolute terror. Master Desir, it's a demon rat. All three of them stared down the beast. The demon rat bared its razor-sharp fangs, its maw wide open as it faced them. The other two held on to Desir for dear life. This thing was furious. Master Desir, help us. It stood in the downpour, roaring completely out of control. Then, they screamed and bolted. Damn it, it's too late, run. Watching the monster charge them sent a new wave of fear through the group. Here they come. It wasn't just one, an entire horde of rats was swarming towards them. A writhing, uncontrolled mass. Romantica and Pram scrambled, running for their lives. The rats' eyes glowed a menacing crimson. Fighting seemed impossible. Their only choice was to run. Desir glanced back while running, analyzing the situation. Time for a quick knowledge check. Kra rats. A level 2 demonic beast. Their strategy? Use overwhelming numbers to crush their target. And what do they eat? Human blood. They never ever stop chasing their prey, which means running wasn't going to work. Romantica immediately summoned a wind bullet. It shot towards the horde but did absolutely nothing. Not even a scratch. Desire immediately warned her. Conserve your strength. Don't just waste your mana like that, she shot back. They're going to eat us alive. Do something. A worried look crossed his face. It's not that there wasn't a way to solve this. He pushed forward, trying to think. He just wasn't sure if it was the best way. Then, a voice made him stop short. Desir, Master Desir. Up ahead, a huge log blocked their path. A dead end. Pram, jump it, Desir commanded. With the log rushing towards them, Pram's agile body cleared it in a single, fluid leap. He turned back, looking at the others. I'm over. Desire's voice grew more urgent. Romantica, jump. She trembled. Okay, I'm going. She gathered her skirt and leaped with all her might. But it wasn't enough. She landed hard on the ground. Desire's voice was sharp with worry. Romantica! He was there in an instant, pulling her up. Get up! He glanced over his shoulder, his voice frantic. Hurry! The rats were like a frenzied, unstoppable tide of teeth and claws. The three of them took off running again. How are we supposed to beat them? Is there anything we can even do? Desir shouted over the chaos. We just have to destroy the main body. Romantica's panic spiked. The main body? Where is it? Desir pointed towards the raging swarm. You mean it's inside that? How are we supposed to get in there? Suddenly, Desir stopped running. They were stunned. Desir. He took a calming breath. Okay. Then he lifted his hand to his mouth and bit down, drawing blood. Here's your favorite meal. He flicked the blood forward. Human blood. It sprayed through the air, and the horde went absolutely wild, surging towards it with glee. And there it was. One of them, the leader, shot out ahead of the pack. It opened its mouth wide to catch the drops. Desir turned and commanded, Romantica, now's your chance. She understood instantly. Got it. With the demon rat distracted, greedily lapping at the blood, she immediately summoned her wind bullet magic. The spell fired. She whispered, Got it. She watched the rat tumble to the ground. But then, its eyes flared bright red. It shot forward with unbelievable speed. Romantica gasped in horror. My magic. It wasn't strong enough. Desir was calm. It's fine. It looks weak, but it's still a level 2 demonic creature. The rest of the horde was closing in fast. Damn it, it got back into the swarm. He yelled, Run before they catch up. But when they turned, they saw Pram, sword in hand, charging straight ahead. Pram! Both of them screamed in terror from behind. Romantica tried to stop him from rushing into the danger zone. Stop! But his blade sliced right through the horde, tearing the rats to shreds. Pram! The screams of the dying rats echoed. Pram! And then, he started to fall. He was swarmed. In the middle of the demon rats, they were attacking him from all sides. I need to focus. Find the main body. His head darted around inside the swarm. There! The bloodthirsty blade. It's definitely wounded from her magic. He scanned frantically. I have to find its trail. But the rats kept coming, a relentless tide of claws and teeth attacking from every angle. Just then, they realized Desir was frantically searching for Pram. Where is he? Romantica, panicking on the sidelines, called out, Should I use my magic to try and find him? No, don't. He stopped her instantly. You could hit Pram. The worry on his face grew with every second. Damn it. And then a flash of light. It was Pram, sword in hand, charging forward. Desir's eyes followed his soaring figure. You found it, he whispered. The main body. Now, Pram could finally get out of there safely. The demon's core vanished in an instant. Pram was completely unharmed. A system alert popped up. Krawrat defeated. Desir scrambled to his side. Are you okay? Pram's vision started to blur. Mr. Desir, I don't feel so good. And just like that, his small body began to sway. Desir lunged forward in a panic. Pram! At that exact moment, the system chimed again. Mission complete. Desir grabbed onto him, asking urgently, Are you okay? But Pram's body just swayed weakly. Mr. Desir, he tried his best to stay upright. I don't feel right. Then, a sharp cry. Pram! He collapsed right into Desir's arms. Mission complete. You did so well. Pram managed a weak, satisfied smile. Guess I pushed myself a little too hard. I've got nothing left, Mr. Desir. Desir forced a smile back. Okay, just get some rest. And with that, Pram's eyes fluttered shut. I'll just rest for a bit. Romantica, watching from the side, finally spoke up. Is he asleep? Yep, Desir answered. He carefully held the boy, then turned to Romantica. Can you watch him for a minute? He gently leaned Pram against a nearby tree. Outside, the rain continued its steady drizzle as she looked after the boy. Then, a voice cut through the air. You've grown far too arrogant, Desir. Desir's feet were moving before he could think, heading deeper into the woods. Romantica was caught completely off guard. Desir? She could only watch as his back disappeared into the trees. He stood alone in the pouring rain, face turned to the sky, replaying everything. This should have been an easy mission, one where Pram was never in danger. That bastard. His fists clenched tight as he watched the raindrops fall. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. In the middle of the downpour, his tears fell unnoticed. But he had to push it down. I need to focus. Romantica watched the endless rain for a while, and when Desir finally returned, she didn't waste a second. Where have you been? She scolded him, but you could hear the care in her voice. What if another team showed up and attacked? But then her tone shifted to alarm. Desir, your face is. He cut her right off. I was just scouting the area. Don't worry about my face. She looked away, flustered. Okay. He quickly changed the subject. How's Pram? As if on cue, the boy's eyes slowly opened. Desir knelt down, his gaze softening. Pram, it's time for us to go. But when Pram saw his leader's face, his eyes widened in alarm. Desir, your face. It's nothing to worry about. Desir reassured him quickly. Can you walk? Pram nodded. I'm fine now. Desir turned to look at the sky. Pram's awake. Let's move, Romantica. She gestured to her soaked clothes. Move where? In this downpour? We're dripping wet. And that's when he realized. Oh, right. He pointed into the distance. Let's head over there first. He was aiming for the clock tower. The tower? A new mission objective appeared. Stop the clock tower. At the top is a power source sustaining the tower. Destroy it. Pram looked up at their goal, his voice low. It's my fault we're so behind schedule. But Romantica shot that down instantly. No way. We only survived because of you. She hugged herself, shivering. It's freezing. Let's get moving. Pram just gave a small, bashful smile. It has to be warmer inside the tower. Desir glanced down at his hand. I won't make the same mistake twice. The bite marks were still there. He pushed on. I have to see this through. Romantica looked over her shoulder, urging them on. Hurry! The rain's getting even worse. Elsewhere, shards of ice filled the air. At the center of the storm was none other than Aegist. A system notification appeared. Craw Rat defeated. Her expression hardened as a teammate reported, the main body's dead. The rest of them scattered. The others in her group started arguing. That's probably the last of the demon creatures, right? Don't say that. You'll jinx us. A team member stepped forward. Leader. 2 of our members have been eliminated. Aegis' gaze sharpened. 2 eliminated? That meant they were down to a party of 7. Parsifal just scoffed, looking annoyed. What's the big deal? We're still in the lead. Out of 18 survivors, 7 of them are from our party. At this rate, we'll easily secure a top rank. Aegis stepped forward, taking command. Everyone, regroup. We're adjusting our formation. But in that moment, she sensed something. Her eyes widened. Wait, is that? In a flash, she threw up a massive ice wall. A teammate jumped back. What was that? Sniper. A jest was immediately on high alert. The enemy is here. Everyone, advance. Her team spread out, moving cautiously. Leader, one of them called out. It seems like they stopped attacking, but her expression was dead serious. Hold your positions. We're entering the tower. Don't let your guard down. The team quickened their pace. We're in a bad spot. Aegis analyzed the worsening weather, and you could see the color drain from everyone's faces. This was not good at all. She scanned the area. That last attack. We pinpointed their location and immediately returned fire. A dangerous glint appeared in Aegis' eyes. There shouldn't be any first-year mages with that level of skill. So who was it? Her expression soured. This test was turning out to be much harder than she'd anticipated. The next target, the clock tower, now completely shrouded by a thick curtain of rain. And Desir's team? They had finally arrived. Desir pulled on his gloves with a grim smile. Shall we begin? It was time for a serious showdown. Time to play dirty. Outside, the rain continued to fall. He began casting a spell to scout the area. Romantica sounded worried. I've got their location, Desir, but our last attack. It did absolutely nothing. He replied without missing a beat. That's fine. As long as Aegis is with them, I never expected it to work in the first place. She was confused. But if we keep launching attacks that just fail, aren't we giving away our position? Desir smiled. Exactly. That's the whole point. He looked right at Romantica. Don't just attack the Blue Moon Party. I want you to attack all the other teams, too. She was absolutely stunned. What? Are you out of your mind? He just gave her that same confident smirk. You heard me, she finally snapped. Stop smiling and answer me. Desir's expression turned dead serious as he prepared to explain his plan. The truth is, she admitted, we're weaker than they are. She pressed him. Then why are we even trying? But he cut her right off. In a straight fight? Yes. But in an all-out chaotic brawl? That's a completely different story. She was confused. A brawl? The panic started to rise in her voice. No, even then. There's no reason to give away our position to the enemy. We need a new plan. One that guarantees our safety first. Suddenly, he called out her name. Romantica. Then he turned, his eyes locking onto hers with absolute certainty. Trust me. She froze for a beat. Okay. They both looked back outside. But you really think they'll come here just because we attacked them? His voice was rock solid. They'll come. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. Because this place is the mission objective. Romantica said nothing more. A thought struck her. He'd become like this right after Pram collapsed. She called out his name. Desir. She hesitated. Could it be that you? Suddenly, another voice cut in. Desir. He turned. What is it, Pram? The boy looked panicked. There's another group coming. And sure enough, looking down below, they could see them making their way over. This was exactly what he wanted. Good, Desir said. His expression turned deadly serious. Let's begin. Outside, the rain poured down relentlessly. The sound of footsteps grew closer, louder. The Exos party had finally arrived. They stood at the base of the massive tower, the area wide and open. One of them stepped forward as the point man. I'll open the door. He placed a hand on the massive gate. And inside, they felt the disturbance. It was the Blue Moon Party. Panic erupted. What are we going to do? Damn it. There are so many of them. Crap. You better talk to me after this is all over. The door swung open, and the newcomers' faces twisted with annoyance. So, all of them were here. Inside the vast tower, their eyes immediately locked onto Azest. Looks like the Blue Moon Party just attacked these guys, one said. Gabriel was furious. Even if they're the strongest group in the academy, aren't they completely outnumbered? A teammate stopped him. Leader, don't provoke them right now. Gabriel narrowed his eyes. What did you just say? Azus King's Crown? She took a moment to place him the second-ranked first-year student. Gabriel Donovan. Were you all attacked too? She asked, her voice calm. He sneered. Don't play innocent. Huh. All eyes were now fixed on her. The only mages who can cast magic like that are from the Blue Moon Party. No one else. And in that instant, it all clicked for her. So, Desir was the one who attacked them. His plan wasn't just to complete the mission right away. It was something bigger. She immediately shouted an order. Blue Moon members, I command you to find the location of the sniper from Desir's party. Now. Her 8 members were stunned. Desir? What about you, leader? One asked. She raised her sword. I'll hold off all 6 of them myself. Gabriel let out a mocking laugh. What did you just say? Ha. Azus King's Crown, he spat. Ever since the entrance exam, you have always gotten on my last nerve. His eyes blazed with raw annoyance. Without warning, he attacked. There's a limit to arrogance, he roared, instantly summoning a massive fireball that grew with his rage. The other students cheered him on. Ha, die. How do you like our leader's magic, you idiot? But Azist was already moving. His devastating attack just turned right back around at them. She had effortlessly redirected the spell's target. The caster was thrown to the ground while his partner stared in pure panic. Damn it, he's already down. Azist immediately summoned an ice wall, instantly trapping the second attacker inside a tomb of ice. The other student was stunned. Her casting speed is insane. Gabriel backed away in panic as she approached him. "Damn it," he screamed. "You guys over there! If you're also in the Alpha class, then prove your worth. Don't just stand there watching. How dare you look down on the Keltis party?" But Azest was thinking, calculating. She changed her pace, closing the distance in a blur. She was there. Azest's eyes were dangerously, lethally cold. What a foolish plan. She scanned the scene, the sound of rain echoing from outside. The gears of some great machine were slowly beginning to turn. A voice echoed in her mind, "Desires. Haha, if it weren't for you, my plan would have been a complete success." She replied silently, "That's right, Desire. Your plan went exactly as you intended. However," she continued, her thoughts turning mysterious, "when all the other parties gathered here, I noticed your group was missing. That's when I figured out the real truth behind this whole thing. You wanted the remaining parties to fight and destroy each other, so your team could sneak into the top 9. The sound of footsteps echoed again. That was your entire plan. The three of them stood in silence, listening. And that is why I didn't eliminate the other parties. Instead, I only subdued them and tied them up. And now, your team can no longer make it into the top 9. And right on cue, they finally appeared. Desir, you have only one option left." Her voice was filled with a defiant challenge, "and that is to fight us." Person just smirked, a nasty, smug grin on his face. Donovan radiated pure arrogance. Romantica and Pram, however, weren't underestimating them for a second. The gears of the machine continued to grind, turning bit by agonizing bit. Azest's voice cut through the noise. "If you have the skill to make it to the top 9, she screamed, "then prove it by defeating me." Her gaze locked onto him, her voice a low growl. Desir Arman. Instantly, magic shot up, wrapping around Desire's legs. She stood on a massive platform of ice directly across from him. His eyes widened in shock. "Damn it!" The spell grew stronger, piercing through the very floor beneath him. "Desir!" Pram cried out, noticing the danger. Then, the sharp clang of steel on steel rang out. The two swordsmen were face to face again. Pram's enemy laughed with delight. "Where are you looking? Your opponent is me." Pram forced himself to refocus. The sheer speed of their attacks made Romantica's heart race. The enemies were talking among themselves. "There's no way out. Let's start our little battle." Donovan stretched his shoulders with a lazy grin. "Honestly, I'm pretty surprised your party even made it this far." He casually shrugged off his coat, tossing it aside. But then his tone shifted completely. "It's over." He leveled his sword forward. "For your entire team." Romantica's face went rigid as he finished. "And for you." The gears whirred, a constant storm of mechanical noise. Person and Prom were locked in a vicious duel. As they fought, the enemy taunted, "Keek, not using a longsword anymore? Going to try and get scared. Like you did last time," he snarled. "Where's all that bravado now?" Pram shot back instantly. "You talk way too much." His opponent roared in fury. "What did you say?" He unleashed a powerful blow, sending Pram flying. But Pram landed gracefully, light on his feet. His enemy surged forward again like a whirlwind, a storm of attacks aimed right at him. But Pram's own sword skills were seriously impressive. His opponent was forced to fight with more tension, more focus. But Pram never once let his guard down. They crashed together again in a chaotic flurry of strikes. Blades and intense gazes met, sending a shower of sparks into the air as Pram expertly dodged every single attack. He fought hard, refusing to be pushed back. And the more Pram resisted, the angrier his opponent got. "This damn kid." Piers shot a hard look at Pram, thinking, what the hell happened to him? He blocked every single one of my attacks? He remembered Pram looking completely defeated before. What happened to that weakling from just a while ago? The kid could barely even hold a sword. But now, Pram saw an opening and dashed forward in a blur. His opponent's eyes widened in panic. He tried to counter, but it was useless. A single kick sent him flying backward. Damn it. He landed hard, kneeling on the ground, his face twisted in pain. How is this possible? Your swordsmanship leaped whole levels in just a few weeks? Pram just smirked. And why would I ever tell you that? His opponent couldn't take it, screaming, "You damn beta-class trash." His face was a mask of pure fury. Where is Donovan? What the hell is he doing right now? The sound of whirring gears echoed in the distance. Turns out, Romantica was no pushover either. She summoned a wind bullet. Her opponent, Donovan, just stood there for a moment, completely still, his eyes filled with contempt. For a second circle mage, her power was irritatingly weak. She could feel his condescending gaze. They stared each other down for a moment. Then Romantica attacked, launching another wind bullet. But Donovan? He was completely unfazed. He glanced back at her and said, "For a second circle mage, you're just too weak." And that's when she snapped. "That's because I've been using too much long-range magic, you idiot. It's draining." Suddenly, a wave of fear hit her. "Oh no, I'm almost out of mana. If he closes the distance, I'm at a huge disadvantage." Donovan tilted his head, looking at her. "So what? Are you asking me to go easy on you 'cause you're tired?" But in that instant, she made her move. "When did she?" "Surprise. What the hell?" he snarled. "Like this matters." Fog. A thick mist instantly surrounded him, and his sense of direction vanished. "Damn it. Isn't that magic from a magical analysis scroll?" She looked up, studying it carefully. If it was, she felt like she'd seen this pattern somewhere before, a familiar feeling. Donovan stepped out from the dense fog. "My vision is completely shot." He tried to get his bearings. But of course, so was she. "So, what's your little game now, Romantica?" Suddenly, his expression changed. Some kind of magic slammed into him. Pain sharp and agonizing shot through his body as he collapsed to the ground. "My right arm!" He struggled to get back on his feet. Did she pinpoint my location? Panic started to set in, his steps becoming more frantic. A direct hit, meant to completely stop him in his tracks. He scanned the area. "She found me? Is she using the wind to track my position? Mages are usually weak up close." He tried to calm himself. "If she fights a swordsman like me head-on, she'll lose. That's why she used the fog, to hide." He tried to hold on to his confidence. A stupid plan. Just then, she took slow, deliberate steps into the mist. It was a strange feeling, searching for someone whose location was a complete mystery. But just then, a thick fog rolled in. Thank God. All I have to do is stay hidden, she thought. She closed her eyes, trying to focus her energy and cast a detection spell. Suddenly a flash of light, bolts of lightning cut through the fog, sending her into a panic. Magic. And just like that, she was exposed as the mist began to fade away. The fog is gone. Romantica's face filled with dread. Donovan lunged, kicking her so hard she flew back, rolling several times on the ground before struggling to her feet. Donovan put on a pitiful look. What kind of reaction was that? You're more naive than I thought. Her eyes immediately locked onto the necklace he was wearing, and she remembered the sword he'd offered her. Her expression soured. That necklace. It's a magic artifact. He kept up his calm, arrogant act. What did I tell you? You'd regret not taking it. He just stood there, staring her down. Whatever. A commoner like you was never worthy of it anyway. She fired back. What did you just say? Pure rage flashed across her face. Why are you always going on and on about commoners this, commoners that? What's the real difference between you and me, huh? She was starting to lose control. Noble or commoner, we're all students at Hebrian Academy. But he just shot back. You and me. The same, Romantica? She stood her ground, declaring, yes, we're all students. And we're both just human. No matter how much you try to act like you're above everyone, you can't change that simple fact, he said, his voice dripping with mockery. You're saying, you and I are the same? She shot back again, defiant. Yes. What gives you the right to be so smug? Her anger was boiling over. Even though I'm a commoner, I've seen how nobles live. There's no difference between us. Donovan couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. You say we're no different. A noble like me is the same as a commoner like you? She froze when he suddenly roared, Shut your mouth! That's not something a commoner gets to decide. His eyes became dangerous. That's a decision for us nobles to make. He postured, looking down on her. From the moment we're born, we have it all. Money, wealth, fame, that's the difference. His expression turned savage. How dare a commoner even compare herself to me? Realizing something was deeply wrong, she started backing away. Wait, is all of this just because of his arrogance? She was stunned. No, that can't be it. There has to be another reason he's like this. What could have happened to him? Romantica's eyes were filled with confusion. It felt like something had its claws dug deep inside him. My son, I'm in so much pain. Your father is suffering, filled with resentment. Avenge me. That hatred always clung to him. Avenge me. Avenge your father. How dare they say we nobles use dirty tricks? Commoners, that girl, and him, commoners, don't you dare forgive them, my only son. Commoners are the enemy. If you don't want to die like your father, you will destroy them down to their very roots. Donovan screamed, his rage exploding. No matter what I say, a commoner bitch like you would never understand. He glared with absolute superiority. You say we're the same? I'll show you the difference in our class. He growled. Remember this. Panicked, Romantica tried to run. Another magic item? If you're a swordsman, then fight me with a sword. Her feet were trapped in a circle of fire. Instantly, she summoned a burst of wind from her ring, creating a powerful spell and a massive explosion. While this was happening, Piers and Pram were still fighting. What was that? The sound caught his attention and he whipped his head around. What? In that split second, he knew something was wrong. Code Romantica. Pram was shocked. Donovan, what the hell are you doing? He ran towards the blast in a panic. Romantica, wake up. Deep in his heart, the hatred for commoners just continued to burn. You must kill them all. Pram yelled in a panic. What was that? The explosion had his full attention now. That's right. Suddenly, Pram's face went pale. As he screamed Romantica's name, Pram shouted again and again, Code Romantica! He couldn't hide the terror in his voice. Are you okay? Romantica tried to speak, but no words would come out. Romantica immediately turned to Pram. Help me up. Without a word, he pulled her to her feet. She raised a hand toward Donovan in person, her mind racing. That last explosion would have been a huge problem if she hadn't dispersed it with her magic. But her two opponents? They looked completely unfazed. Not a scratch on them. Donovan yelled over to Person, his face twisted in a scowl. I'll take down both of them. You just take a break. Person looked confused. What are you talking about? But before he could even finish his sentence, Donovan was already charging forward. Pram shouted a warning. He's coming. Romantica glanced at him. Cover me. I need to recover my mana. Donovan's eyes were filled with pure, unadulterated hatred. He lunged, magic already crackling around his fists. Pram saw it coming, dodging just in time. The two of them were now locked in combat. A scream pierced the air. Pram! Donovan leaped high into the air, a grin on his face. This is it! Romantica watched in horror. He's way too fast. Donovan's face was pure rage. Die! From the sidelines, Person couldn't stop yelling. Donovan, you idiot! But Donovan's eyes remained locked on his target, until suddenly he froze mid-attack. Pram's speed was just unreal, making it impossible for Donovan to land a clean hit. You could see it in Pram's eyes. He was dead serious about this fight. The two clashed again, an absolute storm of blows. Look, Donovan was fast. You can't take that away from him. But Pram? His movements were on a whole other level. Donovan glared, spitting with frustration. You filthy commoner. A nasty gash opened up on Donovan's face. Pram's expression was ice cold. Donovan just got angrier, cursing. All you commoners are the same. Person walked up from behind them. What the hell do you think you're doing? I told you Pram was my opponent. If you wanted to fight, we should have gone in together. But Donovan just screamed back. Shut your mouth. The look on his face was nasty. They're just two useless commoners. I don't need your help for this. Person was stunned. You bastard. At that moment, Romantica rushed to Pram's side. Pram, are you okay? He replied. I'm fine. Without ever breaking his fighting stance. Pram observed their opponent. That big guy has tunnel vision. He's not paying attention to anything else, he told her, looking at Donovan. He's focused only on you. Romantica, he continued. That's how I managed to land that slash near his chin. But this news only made Romantica more worried. What was she supposed to do now? I'm completely out of mana, she thought, panic setting in. There's no way I can win. Her eyes darted around frantically. In this state, I'm just a burden to Pram. She made a decision. Pram, she said, can you lure that spiky-haired guy somewhere else? He looked at her, confused. Probably. But why? Romantica's voice was firm. Donovan is my opponent. I'll take him down myself. It'll be better for you to fight that other guy one-on-one. You want me to leave him to you? Pram turned to look at her. If you're saying that, you must be pretty confident you can win, right? But one look in her eyes told him everything. They were filled with fear. You know, Pram said gently, saying that with a face as pale as yours isn't very convincing. You're thinking you're just dragging me down, aren't you? Then, he flashed a confident smile. Don't worry about it. He stood ready to fight. Did you forget? We're a team. We fight alongside our leader, Desir. Hearing Desir's name made her freeze. His words echoed in her mind. Don't worry, we've done great so far, even when you feel like you're in danger. I will protect you. Romantica clenched her fists tightly. How could she have forgotten that promise? A sense of calm finally washed over her. She felt more relaxed than she had all day. A small laugh escaped her lips. Hey, that guy really is something else. She looked at Pram. Sorry, Pram. I had a moment of weakness back there. Pram just nodded. Don't worry about it. We're good. And now, they stood shoulder to shoulder once more. Let's do this. Right. Outside the tower, the rain continued to pour. The sound of the downpour was relentless. Inside, smoke and dust choked the air. Desir was completely buried under a pile of rubble as Aegis slowly walked toward him. Aegis' voice was cold as ice. "Get up, that's not nearly enough to take you down." She said nothing more, stepping closer to observe. Desir didn't move a muscle. But then, Desir whispered 2 words. "Rock shatter." Aegis was caught by surprise as a volley of sharp stone fragments exploded outwards. She couldn't dodge them all, one slammed right into her arm. From the smoke behind him, monstrous shapes began to form. Aegis reacted instantly, summoning her ice palace. 2 massive ice guardians now stood ready to attack. The tension in the air was back, thicker than ever. "What kind of magic analysis trick is this?" Aegis said coldly. Desir walked out of the dust cloud without a scratch. "Just a little welcome gift," he smirked. "Did you like it?" Aegis' expression hardened. Desir stood up, clenching his fist. "All right, now, let's really begin." Waves of ice surged up from the ground, but magic flared around Desir's arm to counter. Powerful bolts of lightning erupted from his hand, completely shattering her ice sheets. Aegis responded by weaving a complex magic net in the air. All the while, Desir just watched her calmly. And, in an instant, one of her magic circles just shattered. Aegis stared at Desir, finally realizing what he was doing. He was analyzing her spells, and then breaking them. The look in her eyes turned to pure frustration. There has to be a limit to that ability, she thought, landing gracefully. Desir, however, remained perfectly calm. Without hesitation, Aegis unleashed her next attack. Winter's Cross. A massive wall of jagged ice erupted from the ground, surging forward to swallow Desir whole. But he just stood there, didn't even flinch. And then, the ice wall just stopped, frozen in place. Aegis was furious now. How could you possibly do that? Her eyes were wide with disbelief. Then, from his position, a wave of intense fire came rushing toward her. She scrambled back, desperately trying to dodge the flames. All of a sudden, she was the one on the defensive. Panic started to creep in as the fire roared, growing stronger with every second. Desir watched, a look of genuine fascination on his face. "You really are incredible, Aegis." As she threw up another ice barrier, his flames consumed it instantly. She retreated onto a wall of her own ice, trying to catch her breath. Desir smiled, satisfied. It's hard to believe she's totally unharmed after that attack, he thought. Her raw power really is on another level. Aegis got back to her feet. "I don't understand." The confusion was written all over her face. "My mana reserves, my casting speed, my combat experience. I'm better than you in every category. So why?" she asked. "Why can't I defeat you?" Desir just smiled back. "You don't need to be so tense. Our little match has only just begun." Estes was deep in thought. The truth was, she was stronger than him in every single way. No, wait, that wasn't right. She tried to analyze Desert's real strengths, and just like that, her expression tensed. What did he have that she didn't? Estes gripped her sword tighter. She hated to admit it, but the true difference between them was, she looked at Desert with new, serious eyes. He had knowledge, and way more real combat experience. Estes let out a soft breath. If I lose the advantage in a magic duel. She tightened her grip on the hilt. Then I'll just have to do it this way. With sword in hand, she charged. No more waiting. I'll take you down in close combat. But Desert? He just looks intrigued. A little fight back. This could get interesting. I saw this coming, he thinks. The ground's slick with friction-reducing grease. Desert slams his hand down. Oil! And just like that, Aegis has to leap back, completely thrown off. "Stop stalling!" she yells. Desert's smile widens. He's enjoying this way too much, buffing himself with enhanced balance and a boost to his strength. Aegis swings her sword with everything she has. Desert just raises a hand to block it. And then, dead silence. Aegis' face twists in pure shock as Desert's body slowly slumps, but his eyes never leave hers. The two clash again in a furious exchange of blows. Aegis is stunned, again and again. You blocked my attack?" Desert replies calmly. "Why the surprise? Just because I'm a mage, you thought my close combat would be weak." Aegis' face scrunches in frustration. He even planned for this. She slams her sword into the ground, sending Desert flying back into a wall. But even then, he uses that same, infuriatingly calm tone. "I can't believe you predicted this too." Desert slowly gets to his feet. "Honestly, I can only keep this up for about 5 minutes." Hearing that, Aegis is even more stunned. Why? Her sword becomes a blur of relentless strikes. Why? She's trying to end this now, her attacks growing wilder, more desperate with every move. Why can't a magic swordsman like her defeat him? Desert just keeps dodging, calm and collected. He's completely controlling the flow of battle now, and Aegis' expression darkens. Why? They clash and break apart, over and over. But now, Aegis feels a fire she hasn't felt in years. A real desire to fight. I know I'm stronger than him. Desert's knees buckle after a flurry of attacks. His clothes are torn, his body bruised, but his composure? Still unshaken. Why can't I beat you, Desert? After that intense exchange, Desert finally speaks up. At the very least, you're having fun, aren't you, Aegis? Her eyes show confusion. Having fun? Me? Desert stands, stretching. He points his sword forward. A worthy opponent. How could a true warrior not be satisfied with that? In that moment, Desert's gaze becomes incredibly calm. A warrior who hates to lose. That's who you are. For years, no one could beat you. And because of that, you were always bored. Aegis stands silently, listening to his words. You want to defeat me? You want to use everything you have to surpass me? Aegis' voice softens. I'm not sure if I'm enjoying it, but you're right. That part is true. A new feeling arises. Her fighting spirit hardens like steel. I want to defeat you. She stares down her opponent, eyes blazing. But what does any of that even mean? Desert grips his sword tightly. You see, I wanted to awaken that stubborn fighting spirit inside you. And right then, a genuine smile spreads across his face. This is a battle of wills. Aegis' voice is low. Is that so? The feral energy returns to her eyes. Fine then. Aegis begins to summon her magic. In that case, I'll use my full power against you. With that, Aegis unleashes her ultimate technique, Frozen Throne. A magic swordsman's true power. Is it really this incredible? Everyone watching from the outside is just speechless. Desert says, a bit embarrassed. Did I say something weird? Professor Pug's expression turns dead serious as he listens in. Are you serious, kid? Do you even understand what a magic swordsman really is? Desert just shrugs. No, I know what they are. But using a sword and magic together? I don't really get what's so amazing about it. Professor Pug can't take it anymore and cuts in. Allow me to explain. To most people, it might not seem like a big deal. But you need to understand they don't just use magic and a sword at the same time. Looking at a jest on the screen, the professor continues. Think of it like this. There are two kinds of people in the world. People who can run and people who can walk. The runner is the swordsman. The walker is the mage. Now, can the walker ever hope to catch the runner? The answer is no. They can never keep up. So, what does the walker do? The mage uses magic to close that gap. They use countless spells just to match the runner's speed. That's how mages level the playing field. The professor's eyes are intense. However, he points to a jest's image. What happens if a swordsman can also use magic? Professor Pug leans in. What do you think happens when someone who can already run can now run even faster? Desert gets it. The gap becomes overwhelming. Exactly. The professor nods, pleased. The person who could only walk gets faster by using magic. But what about the person who is already fast, using magic to get even faster? He paints a picture of a swordsman cloaked in powerful magic. No one can ever hope to catch them. An image of a mage stuck in one spot shows their limits. Professor Pug looks up at the screen, and that is the terrifying brilliance of a magic swordsman. The man next to him finally understands. I see. So that's a magic swordsman. Back in the arena, Desert lets out a breath, looking around at the world of ice magic surrounding him, every escape route sealed. The air itself is freezing solid. He tries to find an opening, any opening, but the space is shrinking, closing in on him. She's layering countless spells, one on top of the other. This is a technique Aegis will use often in the future, a trump card for when she's backed into a corner. Desert recognizes it and smiles. A space created just for her. This is her ultimate magic. The Frozen Throne. Desert raises his sword. If she can create an entire reality like this, it means she can analyze and cast hundreds of different spells simultaneously. Desert summons a burst of heat to fight off the biting cold. So, you've finally played your ace. Aegis slowly walks forward, her expression as cold and unchanging as the ice around them. Desert calls her name, taking a moment to survey the incredible scene. You know, this is seriously impressive. But then, his eyes turn sharp, deadly serious. But this still isn't enough to beat me. Instantly, huge shards of ice shoot up from the ground. But Desert is too quick, dodging with incredible agility and landing safely. Desert looks down, and a flicker of panic crosses his face. Everything is moving in a different direction. The entire floor is shifting beneath his feet. He glances up at the net of magic trapping him from above. So, lock my feet down first, then attack? Spells erupt from magic circles, blasting him from all sides. Desert just looks up, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. He summons a brilliant flame, melting the ice assault. And on the other side, Aegis is furious. He analyzed it again. I can't believe he can analyze that many spells at once. Panic starts to set in. What do I have to do to finally beat him? Desire landed safely, but I gave him 0 time to breathe. A surprise attack launched instantly. He was still analyzing the magic grid. Then he looked right at me. Just throwing more spells isn't the answer. A jest. Immediately, another magic net appeared. This time, I was going to corner him for real, but no matter how fast I cast, he analyzed it in a heartbeat. Okay, time to get serious. My eyes scanned everywhere I felt trapped, searching for a way out. Was there any magic he couldn't analyze? Some blind spot he didn't know about? My sword. My gaze fell to the blade in my hand. That's it. Swordsmanship. A sword style that's impossible to analyze? And just like that, my eyes lit up with inspiration. From a distance, Desir saw her expression shift. Good, he thought. Keep thinking, a jest. Find a way to defeat me. I know you can become so much stronger. A jest. Suddenly, something slammed into Desir, knocking him back hard. What the hell was that? This wasn't magic. Desir knew something was wrong. A flash of light the moment Aegis found her answer. I shouldn't just be using magic against him. Magic and swordplay. Together. Aegis had finally found her path. I have to combine them, fuse them into one. The ice shards were almost completely melted. Pram, covered in scratches, let out a sneeze. The tension in the air? Absolutely suffocating. Romantica turned to Pram. You good? He nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. Donovan slowly pushed himself to his feet. He's tough. A swordsman with a magic item. I can't believe they're this strong. Romantica's eyes were wide with panic. He was taking on 2 of us, and wasn't even breaking a sweat. Donovan stretched out, completely relaxed. Her eyes darted over to Person. If that spiky-haired guy jumps in, we're in big trouble. We have to end this now. A scream suddenly ripped through the air. Person and Romantica flinched. What the hell was that? It was Donovan. Finally asking for reinforcements. Huh? Help me. Person's eyes turned savage. He slowly got to his feet. So, you only call for my help after you get your ass kicked? Donovan snapped back. Shut up. Donovan's expression was dead serious. I just don't want to drag this out. But Person just grinned. Whatever you say, man. Tell yourself whatever you need to. Besides, I've had a nice little break. In an instant, Person's whole vibe changed. Cold-blooded killer mode, activated. Ready to fight. He launched forward with insane speed. Romantica yelled frantically, Pram, I'll stop him from getting close to us. Pram's footwork got faster, his eyes picking up on every little detail. Pram blitzed forward, using his raw speed to attack Person. And that's when Romantica panicked. He threw his weapon. Pram screamed a warning at Romantica. Instantly, both of them ducked, dodging the attack by a hair. Without hesitation, Donovan charged in too. Person and Pram were locked in battle again. Romantica, watching anxiously, yelled, Pram, get down! And just like that, Pram dropped to the ground. Person's attack missed completely. He was stunned. From behind, Donovan charged in, sword ready. Don't even think about trying any tricks. Then, 2 fingers appeared right in front of Donovan's face, then moved towards Person. It was Romantica. She used her magic to pin them both down, her eyes turning ice cold. Checkmate. Outside, the massive ice tower was completely sealed. Its engine was still running, but something was wrong. It made this strained, grinding noise, like it was jammed. Shards of ice and clouds of steam mingled in the air. Desir watched the scene unfold, a little shocked himself. He couldn't believe it, remembering how she was at the entrance exam. He was trying to push her development. But this? This was way beyond his wildest expectations. I can't believe she improved this fast. Desir stared at her magic sword, thinking, that's the ultimate technique a magic swordsman can possibly master. Normally, a skill like this would take another 10 years to learn. But here she was, using it right now, and she learned it on her own, without any of my help. A proud smile spread across Desir's face. A jest, you are absolutely incredible. Step by step, she advanced. The space around them was still shrinking, and then it hit Desir. I get it. That magic sword technique burns a ton of mana. That's why she can't maintain the ice throne. The ice wave magic sword. She was using both at once. Her eyes, They were burning with the will to fight. And Desir could see it clear as day. There's nothing more I can do against her. Desir let his sword fall from his hand, a clear sign of surrender. For a moment, the blade just hung there in midair. Then, it plunged straight into the ground. Seeing this, Aegis immediately rushed forward to press her attack on Desir, but as Aegis closed in, the sword changed direction. It slowly began to rise again. She used her swordplay to get in close, forcing his surrender. Aegis pressed her blade to Desir's neck, creating a thin cut as blood started to trickle out. More and more blood flowed. She smiled, the victor's smirk. I win. But she hadn't even finished her sentence when she froze. Desir's expression? Perfectly calm. Not a single change. Aegis' eyes suddenly went wide with panic. Still clutching her sword, Aegis gasped in disbelief. No way! At that exact moment, the tower released a massive surge of energy. The Shadow World mission is complete. Outside, the announcement echoed. The Shadow World mission has been completed. After reviewing all participants, the final rankings have been decided. Everyone was completely stunned. Huh? It's over already? The results came in. First place, Desir Arman. Second place, Aegis King's Crown. The other students were just confused. Did they just say Desir was number 1? That means he won. Third place, Pram Schneider. Then, a curse rang out. Damn it! A whole bunch of magic weapons were thrown to the ground. They stomped on them in pure rage. Even Professor Pugman was losing it. Professor Pugman's face was dark. I don't accept this. It's impossible, he roared. Damn it. People rushed over. Please calm down. Get back. Where's the security office? Professor Pugman demanded. Suddenly, another figure approached. Principal Din. Should I go after him? But the principal just said, no, let him be. His reaction is understandable, given the situation. The man beside him agreed. I have to admit, I never saw this coming either. The principal's gaze shifted, looking off into the distance. Professor Briss was practically glowing with joy. Headmaster Din? He just leaned his head back and let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Now that must have been a tough one. We still have a ton of work to get through. But back at the school, the room went completely silent. The moment Professor Pugman stormed in, he started screaming. Where is Professor Briss? He roared. I know she pulled some kind of dirty trick. A commoner beating a magic swordsman for the top spot? Impossible. The professor beside him nodded. That's right. There had to be cheating involved. But another professor cut in, raising his voice. Are you two suggesting Professor Briss leaked the exam details to her students? Do you have any proof? He challenged. You both watched the entire battle. There was zero cheating. But Pugman just kept on shouting. That just proves she used a different trick. One that we couldn't see. The other professor shot back. We all watched from beginning to end. Did anyone here see them cheat? One of the men flanking the headmaster finally spoke up. That's enough, Professor Pugman. The other quickly added, the headmaster is sitting right here, you know. Pugman visibly struggled to swallow his rage. The man to the headmaster's left remained perfectly calm. Headmaster Din then turned, looking at the man on his right. At the glance, the man just smiled. He then pulled something out, and everyone leaned in. What is that? They wondered. What's with that notebook? The man held it up. These are the headmaster's personal records. He spoke slowly, deliberately. It lists everyone who has personally received the title of single ranker from Headmaster Din. The room erupted in chaos. Wait, just a second. Then, another professor stood up, exasperated. If the headmaster already made his decision, then what's the point of this meeting? At last, Headmaster Din spoke, his voice cutting through the noise. It's because I wanted to hear my professor's opinions first, even the baseless ones. Pugman couldn't stand it. He shot to his feet. Baseless. Another professor just grabbed the list. Allow me to read this aloud. 9 names. 9 single rankers. And at that very moment, over at the Starling dormitory, everyone was still gathered in the main hall. Desir glanced up at the clock on the wall. So, a little over 2 hours had passed by then. He then turned back to a jest. That means the demon's appearance happened right around the same time the machinery inside the clock stopped working. Agist's eyes widened in realization. Now that you mention it, I remember the sound of the machinery just stopped. Desir gave her a knowing smile. You see? It's like I told you. I can analyze the magic being used. He thought back to the clock tower. The Prelot Tower isn't just a building. It's a magic device for summoning demons. The tower itself was casting the summoning spell the entire time. Agis touched her chin, her mind racing. I had absolutely no idea, Desir continued. Fighting me head-on wasn't a bad move. But you lost because you forgot the real objective of the Shadow World. Agis let out a long sigh. So, You're telling me that while I was focused on fighting you, you were focused on the entire situation? Hearing that, Desir couldn't help but grin. You could say that. Agist lowered her head for a moment, then looked back up, her tone firm. I lost. A complete and total defeat. Desir immediately softened his voice. Hey, you don't have to think of it like that. I can break down the logic now, sure, but if your blade had been just a little bit faster, I would have been the one to lose. And right on cue, Pram arrived. If that happened, we would have gotten revenge for you, Desir. Romantica immediately jumped in. Yeah, we were this close to winning anyway. Desir turned to look at his two teammates. You two are here. Pram ran over happily. Desir, he chirped, immediately hopping onto a nearby chair. Desir, come over here for a second. The two sat down, and the mood instantly grew tense. Romantica looked straight at him. Weren't you supposed to be meeting with just the two of us? Desir hesitated. I was asking Agist about her training methods and I lost track of time. Romantica scowled, clearly annoyed. She's our enemy. We almost lost because of her. Desir just gave an awkward laugh. Well. Suddenly, Agist's gaze went ice cold. If that was enough to make you lose, then you don't have the qualifications for the Alpha class. That statement left Romantica first stunned, and then furious. Agist was completely calm, even as Romantica shrieked. What did you just say to me? Desir immediately jumped in to stop them. Guys, we passed the test. We're all going to the Alpha class, aren't we? Agist is just trying to say that we're all qualified enough to be in the Alpha class. Romantica stared hard at Desir. Is that what she was trying to say? Romantica huffed, regaining her usual confident air. Fine. If that's what you meant, then I'll let it slide. Just then, Desir decided to add something. But to be honest, we won because of your skills as a sniper, Romantica. Thank you. Hearing that, her face turned bright red, and she immediately started yelling. I don't need you to thank me, Pram quickly piped up. Desire, what about me? Desire laughed. Pram, you were amazing too. Pram instantly tackled him in a hug, clearly wanting his head patted. Watching all this, Agist let out a quiet sigh. She stood up. I'll be taking my leave now. Desir looked up, surprised. So soon? Agist held something out. This is an invitation from Professor Pugman. He told me to give this to you, since we lost. A single, bitter laugh escaped her. Ha, and with that, she turned to leave. All right, let's get going. But before she could walk away, Agist stopped and called his name. Desir looked confused. Her tone had completely changed. I want to ask you something. I know this might be shameless of me. Agist kept her back turned, not wanting anyone to see her face as she spoke. But would it be possible for me to join your training sessions? With you, Pram, and Romantica? Complete shock. Dead silence. Agist stood her ground, refusing to turn around, even as she felt their bewildered stares. Then, everyone yelled at once. Romantica's voice was the sharpest. You want to train? With US? Romantica pushed forward, demanding an answer. Are you being serious right now? The answer is obviously no, she snapped, spinning back around in a huff. Desir, don't just stand there, say something. But Desir completely ignored her, answering Agist directly. Every morning, 6 o'clock, his demeanor was totally relaxed as he spoke. We meet at the main gate of the training grounds after class. Romantica screamed in frustration. Desir! Agist, who had started to walk away, stopped in her tracks. Romantica was now grabbing Desir by the collar, shaking him back and forth. Are you kidding me? You should have asked for our opinion first. Suddenly, Desir noticed something. Agist's expression had changed. Desir just kept smiling. This only made Romantica angrier. Stop smiling. Pram, on the other hand, just asked, So what's the plan now? Desir thought for a moment. First, we should wait for the official announcement about the rankings. Pram asked again. And after that? Romantica cut in. Wait a second. If we get into the Alpha class. A worried look crossed Romantica's face. Does that mean our party is going to disband? No, probably not, Desir said, a little confused, before a slow grin spread across his face. Oh, that's right, Romantica, he said teasingly. Weren't you the one who planned on leaving our party after 1 month, anyway? Romantica froze, completely stunned. Pram whipped his head around to face her. You were going to leave us? So, I guess this is goodbye, huh? Romantica's voice cracks, tears streaming down her face. Pram! But wait, Pram and Desir are just messing with her. Well, it's just us now. Let's give it our all, Desir. Desir plays along. Of course, just the two of us. That was the last straw for Romantica. You jerk. Her expression turned sour. Desir, you know I'd never leave the team. And Desir, cool as ever, just replies, "Yeah, I know." Romantica snaps back, "You're so frustrating." All those memories of her past professor flash before her eyes, but the discrimination against beta class students was still very real. From now on, no matter how skilled we get, we'll proudly call ourselves commoners, and we'll help out the other beta students. Desir's gaze turns dead serious. Romantica feels a little flustered. He always gets like this, so intense when these issues come up. She looks away, trying to play it cool. "Well, it's not really our business or anything." Pram immediately jumps in. "So you're still ditching us, Romantica?" She instantly shouts back, "I just said we shouldn't worry, not that I wouldn't help. Got it?" Pram just grins. "Hey, if it's too much trouble, you can leave any time, hey. The two of them stare each other down while Desire's mind is elsewhere. "I have another reason for doing all this." Desire's eyes grow distant. "The Shadow Labyrinth. It appeared during the apocalypse. I have to make the team stronger before that happens. Things are getting more chaotic by the day. This time, I won't lose." Suddenly, a voice shouts out, "Desir, there you are." He whips his head around. That voice, Desire's face pales with panic. Professor Bridget rushes in, throwing her arms around him. "I missed you so much." Desire, completely flustered, stammers, "Professor Bridget." A little later, they're all sitting together. "Professor, what are you doing here?" Bridget smiles. "I'm here because I have some great news for you all." The entire team perks up. "Good news?" But Professor Bridget puts on a mysterious act. But first, with a flick of her wrist, she uses magic to conjure a tea room, and a magnificent cake slowly materializes. Romantica's eyes go wide. A ridiculously beautiful cake is sitting perfectly on the table. She gasps. "The special cake from the Best One Bakery." She leans in, examining every detail. To get a cake from that place, you have to wait in line for 3 days and 3 nights. But she got them a whole, massive one. Desir looks a little embarrassed. "Isn't this a bit much?" The professor just waves it off. "Not at all," she adds. Seeing the look on that fat guy's face when he realized it was gone, totally worth it. Desir blinks. "Fat guy?" Professor Bridget's expression shifts. "Never mind that." More importantly, she closes her eyes, lost in thought for a moment. She remembers a time outside the academy. Kids were running around, playing. "I'm the Sword Saint." "Wait up, I want to play too." A little boy tugs on her coat, stopping her in her tracks. He was holding a book, a serious look on his face. Professor Bridget knelt down with a warm smile. "Well, hello there, cutie. What's wrong?" The boy blushes bright red. The professor's eyes land on the book. "Is that a grimoire? Are you interested in magic?" The boy nods. "Yes." Professor Bridget's smile softens as she looks at the boy clutching the book, stammering out the words, "Magic. Please teach me magic." And now, as that little boy grew up to become the Desir she knows today, Professor Bridget wipes a tear from her eye. "You were so cute back then, Desir." He just freezes up. The professor says softly, "I'm so proud of you, Desire." His eyes widen in surprise. "Wait, does that mean?" Bridget holds something up. "That's right. As of today, you are all Alpha Class students. You are now ranker number 217. Pram is absolutely ecstatic. All their hard work had finally paid off, and a wave of relief washes over Desir. Even Romantica's foul mood from earlier is completely gone. They all shout in joy, "We did it! That's right, no more rock-hard bread for dinner." Desir looks down at his hand. He clenches it into a fist. "We've finally taken the next step." Outside, the world seemed to sparkle. But at the same time, in some decaying corner of the continent, murmurs echo from inside a building littered with discarded notes and papers. Someone is staring at the scattered documents. A mysterious figure appears. "Just you wait," he says. The man seems to be plotting something big, whispering to himself. "The magic tower, you say?" Back at the academy, a professor is giving a lecture. Humanity is currently at war with the Shadow World. It's a world with a 1-year cycle, constantly trying to devour our own. Because of this, the continent we live on is slowly shrinking. A fact most people find hard to believe. But it's true. We are fighting the Shadow World. About 99.9% of the time, in fact. Turns out, the lecturer is Professor Pugman. I'm sure this is old news to all of you, but there's one thing you must understand. We've managed to gain an advantage against the Shadow World in less than half a century. And we did it because we can now use mana stones. The discovery of mana stones was a major turning point for humanity. Every scholar agrees on this. In the class, some students listen intently while others are totally asleep. Professor Pugman projects an image of a mana stone onto a massive screen. She continues her lesson. "These are special stones that we can get after clearing a Shadow World quest. They aren't just normal gems. They are pure mana crystallized into solid form. A mana stone has two layers, an outer shell and the mana core. The core is where all the power is. The shell prevents anyone from accessing the mana inside, making it impossible to use. If you just smash the outer shell, all the mana inside just dissipates into the air. However, 50 years ago, the Magic Tower created a method to handle that. They drill a microscopic hole into the shell and use a special technique to solidify the mana. It's a patented technique, exclusive to the Magic Tower. Because of this discovery, we entered a new era, an era where everyone could live in prosperity thanks to magic, the Age of Magic. But everything has a downside. Groups operating outside the law appeared, criminals who wanted to steal the mana stones for themselves. They eventually formed a single organization, known as the Outsiders. An image of their symbol flashes onto the screen. After a moment, Professor Pugman turns it off. Next, she pauses. But I think it's a bit early to talk about that topic. Now, all the students are paying attention now. Any questions? Who created the method for using magic? Professor Poor looks around the class, asking if anyone knows the answer. Suddenly, she spots a student whose head is bobbing up and down. You there, the student who's falling asleep. It was Romantica. She jolts awake, startled. Everyone's eyes are on her as she stammers, yes. Romantica shoots up so fast, she knocks over her chair. Desir catches it with one hand, whispering, You know this. He gives her a gentle smile. You should really pay attention in class. Romantica's face soured, clearly annoyed. At that exact moment, Desir whispered the answer to her. Zod Exarian. I know that, Romantica shot back. Then she turned to the professor and confidently answered the question. The answer is Zod Exarian. She immediately got a nod of approval. Correct. Zod Exarian, the current master of the Magic Tower. You may be seated. Seeing this, Desir just smirked. Sleep well? Romantica was not having it. Shut up. Professor Persona continued her lecture. In conclusion, while the Shadow World has consumed a large part of our world, it also gave us magic stones, allowing humanity to evolve even further. You could say the Shadow World is a double-edged sword. Suddenly, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. That's all for today, Professor Persona announced. Anyone with questions can come up to the front. The students let out a collective sigh of relief. Finally, class was over. Where are you headed? After leaving the room, Professor Persona noticed a lack of interest. No questions at all? But then, something unexpected happened. Desir, along with his two companions, approached her. Professor Persona recognized him. You're Desir Arman? We're ranker 217. And we're on the same team. The professor was surprised. The kid who was sleeping in class is a ranker? It's a pleasure to meet you. Desir bowed politely. The honor is all ours. Your lecture was brilliant, Professor Persona. Just then, Professor Persona cut to the chase. Do you three have a question? Desir replied. No questions. But we do have a request. Professor Persona's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you looking for a recommendation to the Magic Tower? He smiled. Something like that. She let out a sigh. Unfortunately, the recommendation process for this year has already ended. You should probably come back next year. Desir kept his polite smile. I think you've misunderstood me. I'm not asking for a recommendation. The professor looked a little surprised. Then what do you want? Desir held out a formal commission paper. Professor Persona took it, read it, and then looked back at him. What is this? Desir answered immediately. A party in the Hebrion Academy is allowed to have one commissioned instructor. Professor Persona set the paper down on her desk and spoke. Every party in Hebrion is allowed a commissioned instructor. I'm just wondering why you're giving this to me. And that's when Desir made his move. I'd like you to be our commissioned instructor. Professor Persona picked up her pen, hesitating for a moment. The room fell silent. Desir, completely confident, pressed again. Will you agree to commission us? Professor Persona froze for a second. In an instant, all three of them bowed deeply. We sincerely ask for your commission. Please. She was flustered. No, that's not what I meant. Professor Persona asked again. A commission? What kind of commission are you even talking about? Desir's tone was firm. I assure you, Professor, you're going to want to commission us. She was confused. You seem quite insistent about this. Desir's smile faded. Then, he dropped a bombshell. On July 7th, at 3 in the morning in exactly 10 hours, the Outsiders will attack the Eloi branch of the Magic Tower. Professor Persona was shocked. What are you talking about? Desir continued. The purpose of this attack is to steal the Grade 2 magic stone that the Eloi branch possesses. Desir stated it plainly. The tear of Janelle. At the mention of that name, sheer panic flashed across the professor's face. Wait. How could you possibly know that? Desir pressed on. The important thing is, we know how to stop it from happening. What? The professor stammered. I don't understand. Desir extended a hand toward her. So please. All three of them stared at her with deadly seriousness. Commission us to the magic tower. 10 hours later. In the city-state of Antal. At the headquarters of the magic tower. Inside the annex tower. A figure suddenly appeared from outside. Someone burst through the door in a panic. Master, we have a huge problem. The man turned around as the messenger continued. The Lely branch. It's been attacked. And that's where we'll wrap up for today. That was a quick summary of this arc in the series. If you have any thoughts, drop them in the comments below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more awesome videos. For now, take care and see you next time. Bye-bye. Outside, a thick fog blanketed everything. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the now desolate city streets. A young man clutched a bag of bread, running for his life. But then he slammed into something and went tumbling to the ground. The bag of bread floated in mid-air, held by magic. The boy, however, was sprawled on the pavement. He scrambled back up, immediately dropping to his knees to beg. Please spare me. It's all right, Crow-Ken replied, his voice smooth. Are you hurt anywhere? Hey, get up. The boy stammered out a thank you. Crow-Ken kept the bag of bread floating in his hand. Where are you going with all this bread? The boy answered. I have a little sister at home. She can't go outside, so I bought this for her. Crow-Ken let out a twisted smile. How pitiful. But I'd advise you not to wander around at night. Your sister will worry, you know. The young man nodded. Yes, sir. I understand. Crow-Ken's gaze locked onto the bag of bread, and his lips curled into a wicked smirk. Right. Let me give this back to you. The boy reached out. Yes. Just as his fingers were about to touch the bag, he added, Thank you again, sir. Then, Crow-Ken simply tipped the bag over, spilling all the bread onto the filthy street. Sir! The boy cried out in horror. Crow-Ken raised his foot high, and stomped down hard on every single piece. No! The boy screamed in agony. The bread was now completely ruined. Crow-Ken just smiled, enjoying the moment. Unfortunate. Wandering at night only brings bad luck. Understand? Satisfied with his cruelty, Crow-Ken walked away, leaving the boy to sob over the crushed food. My bread. The look on Crow-Ken's face was monstrous. Desir, disguised nearby, saw the whole thing and let out a heavy sigh. Moments later, at the Lely branch of the magic tower, a lone figure stepped inside. It was Crow-Ken. With all their strength, they smashed into the door again and again, until it finally splintered and broke. Smoke billowed out. Total panic. Intruders! Stop them! Seeken just scoffed. A bunch of loudmouths. He scanned the room, but something wasn't right. Seeing the guards here, their reactions were quick. Maybe a little too quick. Every single one of them already had their weapons out and ready. Seeken immediately signaled his men to charge forward, no hesitation. The whole group behind him surged as one. Seeken took a slow step, and then vanished into stealth. Just like that, he was gone. His crew moved across the floor like seasoned pros as another group of enemies moved in to intercept. They're really here. Everyone, get downstairs. But as they passed through one of the zones, more outsiders appeared. Fools, he thought. Can't believe they left the inner corridor unguarded. A few guards were posted up, standing watch. Seeken thought to himself. So, they actually came. His expression turned serious. They're really here. Outside the tower, a powerful protective barrier shimmered into existence. The members of the Outsider Guild were examining something. Seeken placed his hand on the barrier. Earth's wrath. In an instant, the shield shattered. Seeken's face was a mask of pure shock. What is this? Seeing the object in front of him, Seeken couldn't hold back his excitement. This was a level 2 magic stone, the Tear of Rainal. He reached out and touched it. Finally, it's mine. The other group saw that someone had reached the chamber. This is as far as you go. Prom readied his sword for battle. Surrender, outsiders. Inside the magic tower, Pram had arrived. I'm taking you all into custody. I suggest you give up quietly. Seeing Pram, the outsiders just looked at each other and laughed. Just one little brat? What's he rambling on about? Seeken slowly stood up. So, you knew about my plan to attack, and the target of this attack was? Seeken's face twisted with rage. You little pest. Pram froze for a second, still in his battle stance. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes. The killing intent was insane, especially from the one with the mask. So these are the outsiders? Just then, Seeken gave the order. Kill him! His men responded instantly. Yes, sir. Seeken immediately summoned a wave of fire. A huge wall of flames erupted in front of Prom. He dodged with expert skill, quickly trying to size up the enemy forces. 4 mages and 2 swordsmen. The mages were about as fast as Romantica, but the swordsmen? They just looked like cannon fodder. Just then, the mages began to chant. Don't blame us for what happens next, kid. But Pram didn't show a single ounce of fear. The 2 sides charged, and the fight was on. Fireball! Ice spear! Pram watched their movements carefully. Then in a flash, he swung his sword, slicing right through the magic. His eyes sharpened. The mages were stunned. What the hell? He cut right through our magic. Their first failure only made them more determined. That's an anti-magic sword. Be careful. All mages, fall back. But Pram was way too fast, diving right into the middle of them. It's useless. They could only watch in awe. He's so fast. A flash of light erupted from his blade as he swung at the group. In a single instant, Pram took down one of them, then immediately switched targets. Seeken summoned chains from the ground. Seeken let out a roar. Pram looked down at his feet, seeing the chains wrapping around his legs, and for a moment, he was flustered. What is this? He wondered. He looked toward Seeken, a totally unfamiliar style. I've never seen a mage use this kind of spell before. Seeken's eyes grew wilder. He immediately summoned a death fist, launching it straight at Pram. Pram was knocked backward, but he used the force to dig his heels in and stay standing. Pram's entire body ached from the impact. Seeken sneered. Not bad, kid. Your physical strength is pretty decent. But then, his entire expression changed. But don't you think you're a little lacking in actual combat experience? Seeken summoned his chains once again. When the magic attack came, Pram was able to dodge it easily. Don't you think that move is a little too slow for me? Seeken flashed a twisted grin. But now Pram was backed into a corner. What is this? The ground suddenly shot upwards, forming a massive wall. A wall? Pram glared at the group. Damn it! He had no way out now. He was completely trapped. Suddenly, a sword came flying toward Pram. He tried to react, to stay calm. But in that same moment, a volley of magic attacks was deflected, sent flying away. His enemies realized someone else was here. An archer deflected the magic. They immediately went on the defensive. There's an enemy nearby. From behind them, an incredibly fast attack pierced right through one of the soldiers. The group scrambled backward. We're in trouble. Seeken's expression shifted instantly. What the hell is going on? He saw the body of his subordinate lying on the ground. Looking at the wound from the attack, Seeken was surprised. The attack wasn't strong enough to pierce the armor. Must be a level 2 mage. Seeken's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the situation. But with that kind of speed, there's not just one archer here. If that's the case. Seeken began to summon his ultimate magic, yelling, Cover me! Pram backed into a corner, waiting. The wall was beginning to crumble, and Seeken was making a strange move. I can't get caught before I complete my mission. Seeken was about to make a run for it. Pram saw it immediately. Don't even think about running. Seeken's men were starting to panic. You have to use your magic to support us. At this rate, we'll all be wiped out. But Seeken just stood there and let out a savage laugh. At that moment, one of his soldiers blocked Pram's attack. Pram's sword sliced right through the man's weapon. Seeken, unable to fight back, quietly called out a single word. Master! The stones around them shattered, echoing through the air. Pram was a little surprised by Seeken's move. So this is a boss fight. He was hiding an ace up his sleeve. But then Pram realized that wasn't it. His eyes widened. That's... Just then, the ground cracked wide open. It split into 2 separate halves. The enemies on the other side were trying to escape. Wait a minute. But a powerful force was pulling them down. We're being pulled down, his men screamed in panic, much to Pram's surprise. Please stop, leader. But Seeken didn't move a muscle. Now, Seeken was encased in a small cave of rock. Pram didn't dare step onto the collapsing floor as his body swayed, losing its balance. The ground crumbled faster and faster, and Pram finally fell into the darkness below. But at the last second, a hand shot out and grabbed onto the ledge above. Pram dangled in the air, swinging precariously. What a reckless spell. He looked down into the bottomless abyss. So, this should be enough, right? Desir stands in the sewer tunnels, where the water is still rushing out of control. It's a chaotic, endless current pouring in from all sides. The very path Seeken used to make his getaway. After escaping, Seeken takes a moment to admire the glowing prize in his hand. I don't know what happened, he thinks, but there's no way the magic tower can track this. Staring at the shimmering crystal, Seeken can't help but feel a surge of victory. Whatever, at least I got what I came for. But then, a voice echoes from the shadows behind him. You were saying something? About what you'd do once you completed your mission? Seekin spins around, heart pounding. Who's there? Who are you? And of course, it's Desire. Desire's face is pure annoyance, and he's here to settle a score. He looks Seekin dead in the eye, ready to collect a very specific debt. I'm here for payment, you so-called kind sir. Ken is completely baffled by this. How did you even find me? Desir, however, remains perfectly calm. Easy. I put a location tracking spell on your body. I marked you, he says simply. It's then that Seekin's memory clicks. He stares at Desir, the pieces falling into place. I get it now. This was all your trap. The magic tower's weirdly fast response. A rookie with no real combat skills and that archer. How dare you? Ken screams, unleashing a blast of magic directly at him. You'll regret challenging the great Seekin. He lunges again to attack, but suddenly, his entire expression changes. Ken is fighting to control his own arm. What the hell is happening? He glares at Desir, who hasn't moved an inch. Why isn't my trap magic activating? Desir finally speaks, his voice dangerously quiet. Did you really think you could activate a trap that was so painfully simple to analyze? Ken freezes. A second later, his face contorts with rage. No way. Was that analysis magic? He analyzed my spell? He watches Desir slowly walk towards him, and panic sets in. Impossible. A low-level, first-circle mage can't possibly analyze my magic. With every step Desir takes, Seekin gets more desperate. Who the hell is this guy? But Desir's expression is calm. We have a debt to settle, don't we? You stepped on my bread, remember? Ken snaps back to reality, realizing he's completely cornered. There's nothing he can do. He stares at Desir and shouts, his voice cracking. Don't come any closer. Seekin holds up the magic crystal. You came here to get this back, right? He tries his best to sound threatening. One more step, and I'll shatter it into 1,000 pieces. Desir just stands there, casually scratching the back of his head. If you want it back in one piece, you'll stay away from me, Ken yells. But Desir's tone changes, becoming a cold challenge. Go on. Smash it. Desire's eyes darken. I said, smash it. His voice is absolutely certain. A coward like you could never bring himself to break that magic stone. Countless people sacrificed their lives just so you could get your hands on that. So what do you think will happen when you return? Empty-handed. Seekin's bluff is crumbling. Stay back! His whole body is trembling now. I told you not to come any closer. Desir takes another step, and another, until he's standing right in Seekin's face. They stare each other down, inches apart. This bastard dares to look down on me. On the great Seekin, he thinks, grinding his teeth. I'll make you regret ever underestimating me. Thinking a surprise attack is his last shot, Seekin lunges forward. I'll kill you. But Desir remains perfectly calm, and effortlessly blocks the punch. And in one smooth move, he completely turns the tables. Water crashes down on Seekin as gravity magic pins him to the floor, his mask cracking under the immense pressure. How? Ken's face twists in pure rage. Impossible. His analysis speed is absolutely insane. He stares at Desir, trying to make sense of it all. This is absurd. He's definitely a first circle mage. But he just used fourth circle gravity control. Pinned down by the spell, Ken can't even move. The magic stone slips from his grasp, and Desir instantly snatches it from the air. I'll be taking this back, he says, as Ken struggles in vain. You, bastard. Chen chokes out. But then, his eyes go wide with utter shock. The stone in Desir's hand. It begins to glow. Wait, that stone is still unrefined. Why is it reacting to him? Seekin's mind is racing, completely lost. How? How can you draw mana from inside an unprocessed magic stone? Desir just smirks. Pretty shocking, isn't it? I was just as surprised as you the first time I saw this technique. He's clearly enjoying this. Have I made you curious? If you want, Desire taunts. I can tell you exactly what this technique is called. Ken's face is a mess of confusion, water flooding his broken mask. Desir leans in, a playful look on his face. All right then, first things first. And with a final surge of gravity magic, he slams Ken down into the water. Pay me back for my bread. And just like that, everything is back to normal. Back at the magic tower, Professor Frejok is overjoyed. Without you all, our losses would have been catastrophic. Thank you so much, Desir. And to every member of your team. Desir just gives an embarrassed laugh. Ah, it was nothing. Pram watches him, thinking about how she never believed him at first. Professor Frejok continues, her voice grave. I can't even begin to imagine what would have happened if that magic stone had fallen into the hands of the outsiders. I don't even want to think about it. The professor stands and gives them a deep, formal bow. Truly, I thank you all once again. Desir simply replies, we were happy we could help. Then he gets straight to the point. So, about the reward for this little commission? Professor Frejok's expression brightens. Ah, yes, of course. She gives them a warm smile. You will be rewarded 120 gold for completing the mission. Romantica is ecstatic. Awesome. And here you were just complaining about how low our funds were getting. Desir just lets out a nervous laugh. Haha, really? Romantica keeps teasing him. Oh, why are you trying to act so cool now? We all know you're the happiest one here. 120 gold. We don't have to worry about our budget anymore. After they all settle down, Professor Frejok starts chatting again. To be honest, the reward was only supposed to be 100 gold, but I didn't believe you at first and was quite rude. So I added an extra 20 gold as a personal apology. A heavy pouch of coins is placed on the table. While this reward might not be as grand as a recommendation to the Magic Tower, it's still quite a generous sum. I hope you will all accept it. But that's when Desir speaks up. Professor Frejok, do you remember me? Do you remember what I told you after our class that day? The professor recalls him saying they weren't there for a recommendation, and she nods. Yes, I remember, but why do you ask? Desir looks her straight in the eye and replies, I'd like to refuse this reward of 120 gold. His two teammates immediately whip their heads around to stare at the gold pouch in shock. Desir continues, I don't think gold is the appropriate reward for us. Instead, I hope we can be rewarded with something else. The professor is intrigued. Tell me then, what kind of request could possibly be worth refusing 120 gold? Desir's eyes become firm with resolve. Please allow me the honor of playing a game of chess with the master of the Magic Tower, Zod Exarian. Meanwhile, in Alia City, the Center for Magical Engineering and Development, home to the Magic Tower itself. The place was absolutely buzzing with life. Desir walked alongside Professor Frejog, silently taking everything in. When they reached a massive door, the professor used her magic to activate it. The two of them stepped inside. Professor Frejog had to ask one more time, Desir, are you absolutely sure this is all you want? Desir just looked back. What do you mean? The professor explained. I'm talking about the chess match. I just don't get it. After everything you've done, your only reward is a single game of chess? Desir answered immediately. Well, everyone's different, but to me, this is worth far more than 120 gold. The professor just shook her head. I'm still a bit confused. But the master of the Magic Tower agreed to it. She remembered making the call and the instant surprising agreement she received. A game of chess, you say? That's what the student wants? Fine, bring him to me, Desir added with a small smile. He's always been a strange old man. Professor Frejog sighed. You're right about that. The master of the Magic Tower has always been unique. A voice boomed from inside the room. Hold on, what did you just say? Desir played dumb. I didn't say anything. After a moment, the massive door finally creaked open. Inside, shelves packed with countless books lined the walls. To one side, a room was hidden behind a simple curtain. Professor Frejog looked toward it and spoke. Master of the Magic Tower, we've arrived. A figure turned to see them. The professor continued, I've brought the student I mentioned before. Zod's voice came from within. Ah, very well. Thank you. You can leave him with me. Staring at the man, Desir thought to himself, the master of the Magic Tower, Zod Exarian. Even though he was nearly 90 years old, he looked like he was barely 40. Past, present, or future, Zod Exarian was always the strongest mage among mages. He was the one who led humanity into the great age of magic. But despite all his incredible achievements, to me, he was simply a friend. The two entered, and Zod gestured for Desir to sit. A chessboard was already set up. If I wasn't so pressed for time, Zod said, I would have made you some tea, and we could have played a much slower game. Zod's demeanor was incredibly calm, but I have a meeting in precisely 27 minutes. So please forgive me if I seem a bit rushed. Desir replied instantly. I'm just grateful that you accepted my request for a game. Zod smiled. Thank you for understanding. All right then, shall we begin? Desir nodded in agreement. A piece was moved onto the board. What's your preference? Royal rules, or the Western Kingdom variant? Desir's response was immediate. I prefer the Northern Sea rules. At that, Zod paused. His gaze became sharp, analytical. You don't look like you come from that region. Desir smiled back. You're right. But a long time ago, I had a friend from there. Thanks to him, I learned the Northern Sea rules pretty well. Zod expression turned dead serious. The way you say that, it almost sounds like you were forced to learn them. The Northern Sea rules are the most difficult variation there is. Desir just laughed. Haha, you're not wrong. And to his surprise, Zod cracked a smile. Just like that, it was decided. Then let's play by the Northern Sea rules. This version of chess was a whole different beast. The board was larger, with way more pieces in play. The real twist? It demanded countless different strategies, almost like a real war. Instead of one queen, you get 2 battleships. And here's another key rule. If a pawn doesn't move for one turn, it creates a supply line. Any of your pieces that enter that supply line can then move twice in a single turn. On top of that, you have 4 bishops and 4 knights. And so, the game began. All right, let's have some fun, Desir. I'll let you go first. Zod said nothing, just watched. Desir confidently placed a piece on the board. But Zod was no pushover. He immediately countered with a move of his own. Desir was completely focused on this match. Soon, a pile of black pieces lay captured on the side. Zod looked them over and thought, he's pretty damn good. The board was clearly tipping in Desir's favor. But then, suddenly, a white piece was knocked clean off the board. Desir was taken by surprise. Zod moved his black pieces with expert skill. The 2 of them were locked in a serious battle of wits. You're still too hasty with your moves. Desir felt the pressure mounting, his pieces getting boxed in, which made him a little nervous. Suddenly, he spoke up. Would you like to make a wager? Zod raised an eyebrow. A wager? Then, a knowing smile spread across his face. I see. So this was your real goal. He leaned forward. All right. What's the bet? Desir's voice was firm. The loser must grant 1 request from the winner. Zod considered it. 1 request. Now, if you're planning to ask for a letter of recommendation, I'm going to have to refuse. Zod's tone became serious. There are strict rules about that. And as the master, I can't allow for exceptions. But Desir immediately shut that down. That's not what I want, so don't worry. Well, Zod replied. If that's not your request, then I'm officially curious. His interest was clearly piqued. Is there something more valuable than a recommendation? And what could a student like you possibly have that would benefit me? Desir just smiled. You could put me to work on some of the odd jobs around the magic tower. I may not look like much, but I did take first place in the Academy's ranking competition. A familiar habit. No surprise he's getting frustrated. Desir just smirked, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. They had, after all, been playing this game for 6 years, those chess matches. Back in that hellish world. They felt just like this one from the past. The man grumbles. My turn again? You don't see a problem with this? Come on now, Zod. Priscilla teases. Go on and greet Desir. You're making him feel awkward. Someone else shouts. Place your bets. My money's on Zod winning. All those memories flooded back into Desir's mind. He let out a small, genuine smile. They were good times, really. But Zod's voice cut through the memory. You've become a completely different person, Desir. Desir glanced back at Zod, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Heh, you really think so? Our boy wasn't rattled. From the very beginning, I've just been myself. Zod just smiled, intrigued. That's right. Zod's expression sharpened, getting serious. You've been you from the start. He looked at the scattered pieces on the board. The game was clearly at its end. Checkmate. Zod leaned back in his chair, completely at ease. The longest 25 minutes of my life. For a moment, Zod's gaze went distant, then it snapped right back to Desir. I've lost. Looking at the finished game, he admitted it was a totally new experience for him. The board vanished instantly, and Zod glanced around the room. That's probably my secretary. Desir nodded. Don't worry about me, go ahead and answer. A voice came from the device. Master, it's time for the meeting. Zod replied immediately. I know, I'll be there soon. Before leaving, Zod turned back. I can't believe I actually lost. Desir stayed humble. You were probably just rushing because of work. Otherwise, you would have won easily. Zod leaned against his desk. Hearing you say that just makes me feel worse. With time running out, he was getting straight to the point. All right, Desir, tell me. What's your request? The confident young man was back. I want to make a deal with you. Zod looked confused. A deal? What kind of deal? I'll give you my ideas in exchange for your sponsorship. He held up 2 fingers. There are 2 things I want to trade. Zod's brow furrowed. That sounds like a tough request. Desir just reminded him. You lost the bet. Zod's face darkened slightly. That's not the issue. He leaned forward. You said you want to trade. A trade only works when both sides benefit equally. And here, Zod got serious. Are you saying an idea from a student like you is valuable enough for the support of the greatest magic organization in the world? That can't be called a trade. Desir shot to his feet, his tone sharp. So, you're saying a deal is only fair if the benefits are equal, right? Zod's expression turned puzzled. Desir turned around, searching for something. What are you looking for? Zod asked, curious. Spotting the stones on a table, Desir asked, may I borrow these magic stones for a moment? Zod agreed instantly. Of course. Desir walked over. Thank you. But as he handed them over, Zod added, just so you know, these stones haven't been enchanted yet. Right now, they're just useless rocks. Zod was getting more and more confused. You really are a strange one. Desir just laughed. Haha, that's what everyone tells me. Watching him, Zod thought to himself, it's impossible to use a magic stone without enchanting it first. What on earth was this kid planning? Desir held the stone in his hand. Zod's jaw dropped. The stone was glowing. His confusion hit a new peak. Huh? Then Desir slipped off his glove. He held the stone with his bare hand and said, it's ready. Zod was floored. A magic stone reacting without an enchantment? Curiosity took over. Can I see that for a second? Desire held it out. Be my guest. Holding the glowing stone, Zod couldn't stop thinking, it's actually reacting. This is real. What did you just do to it? Zod demanded. A voice suddenly came from the stone. Excuse me, is there a problem, Master? Desir pointed to the rock and explained. These magic stones can be used as signal transmitters. Zod was reeling from one shock after another. He struggled to keep his composure. Desire placed the stone back on the table. I'll be right back. The stone spoke again. Okay. Zod immediately pressed him. Explain. What did you do? Desir just smiled. So, are you ready to make that trade now? Zod let out a short, sharp laugh. His entire attitude shifted in an instant. I'd have to be insane to refuse a deal like this after what I just witnessed. Meanwhile, outside, life went on as usual. Inside a convenience store, Romantica and Prom were sitting together, eating ice cream. Desire walked up. You two having fun? They lit up when they saw him. Why are you smiling like that? You look suspicious, Romantica asked between bites of ice cream. So, how'd the chess game go? Desir replied, it went great. What about you two? Desir sat down between them. Romantica tried to act nonchalant. The shops around here are pretty nice, Pram added, and the pig theme was really cool. The two of them started rambling excitedly. You mean the amusement park? Yeah, that's the one. Desir suddenly stood up. After we finish eating, let's have some real fun. We'll go shopping, then head back. Pram looked totally defeated. But we didn't bring any money. Desire just grinned. We don't have to worry about that. He held up a small object. I have Zod's credit card. They both stared in shock. How did you manage that? He said since we went to all the trouble of coming here, we should relax and enjoy ourselves. Not only that, he said he'd cover everything. Romantica's eyes sparkled. I want to buy clothes first. And some nice shoes. Pram was just as excited. I want to go to the amusement park and ride the gondola and the monorail. Seeing them so hyped up, Desir offered, let me get you two some more ice cream. They immediately started scarfing down what they had, cramming it into their mouths. But then Romantica grabbed his hand and pulled him away. Ice cream later. Why are we the only ones eating? We don't have much time, you know. Can't you eat it later? Pram, you too? And just like that, the two of them dragged him off to another place. Hey, letting loose once in a while can't hurt anyone, until the day the first Shadow World opened. In the capital city of Ren, within the Hebrion Empire, at the Duke of Nefella's residence, an extravagant feast was laid out. All the highest nobles and royals were gathered here, wine glasses filled to the brim. Suddenly, a voice cut through the chatter. May I have everyone's attention, please? All the distinguished guests turned to look. Today is a special day, Professor P-Man announced cheerfully. For 3 consecutive years, our Blue Moon has been considered the strongest party in the Hebrion Academy. All thanks to the Magic Tower. Everyone was hanging on Professor P-Man's every word, and this year, once again, we have the full support of the Magic Tower. Professor P-Man raised his glass for a toast. This is only the beginning. We will continue to be the strongest. Our legacy will be passed down through history for generations. Everyone raised their glasses in unison. To the largest and most powerful noble party, Professor P-Man continued. A toast to our great empire and to our noble bloodline. Ezis, however, showed absolutely no interest. The crowd was still celebrating, clinking glasses together. Cheers! They cheered over and over. Long live the empire! The whole scene just seemed to irritate Ezis. Suddenly, a voice caught her attention. Isn't that Lady S? A group of nobles was now greeting a young woman. They swarmed her, trying to start a conversation. Oh, it really is Lady Estes. It's a true honor to meet you. But even surrounded, she remained completely still and silent. They were just so annoying. So, my lady, how about we go somewhere more private to talk? But then, a sharp voice cut in. A bunch of pathetic dogs swarming a single girl. What an eyesore. Being insulted like that, the nobles immediately shouted back, "Who the hell are you?" A man stepped forward. "I am Anfem Chi Quincy, and I will be Lady Estes's escort for this evening." Estes immediately looked towards Anfem Chi Quincy as whispers broke out among the crowd. Is that really a Chi Quincy? Anfem just flashed a brilliant smile. Model. Right, Estes. We agreed to meet up a little while ago. As mentors for the entrance exam, we have to stay on top of recent events. The look on Estes's face soured. A moment later, they both stepped out onto the balcony. Estes asked, "You don't seem comfortable with the party." Estes hesitated. "It's that obvious, huh?" Anfem's expression was grim. "I'm not here to blame you. Honestly, I feel the same way." Estes moved beside him, surprised to hear it. "I thought you hated commoners." Anfem shot back. "Personally? Yeah, I do. But I don't like showing it in front of that crowd in there." They stood in silence for a long moment. "To be honest, I have no clue what Professor Nifelek is thinking anymore. I'm sure he has some shady motive behind all this." Anfem continued. "The shady motive you're talking about is noble pride, and their deep-seated fear of being overthrown one day. Two feelings that are incredibly easy to manipulate. If you mix those emotions together, they'll lose control sooner or later," Estes said, "because of what happened back then." Anfem cut her off with a grunt. "Humph. Ah, Donovan." He glanced back at the crowd of people chatting happily. Anfem went on. "No matter what happened, he's just going to end up exactly like Professor Nifelek. There must be something important the professor can use as leverage." Estes added, "I'm sure you know exactly what the professor needs." Anfem stared into the wine swirling in his glass. "Of course I know. I just don't know if he plans on making the past repeat itself." The Nifelek clan. 12 years ago, back when the empire was torn apart by war, the Nifelek clan was one of the 5 families that supported the throne Jutan, Jiga, Rupalis. The lord of the Nifelek clan at the time was Bram Nifelka. There were countless coups in the capital, but thanks to his support, he eventually became a duke. During the war, he executed 80,000 commoners. Any commoner even suspected of dissent was publicly executed, regardless of age or gender. The Nifelek clan became known as the mass genociders. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension, startling them both. "I was just looking for you two." Professor Pugman approached slowly, a smile playing on his lips. "Anfem Chi Quincy. Estes Rupalis." Seeing the professor, Anfem quickly said, "We just stepped out for a bit of fresh air." Professor Pugman kept that friendly mask on. "Anfem, you really shouldn't just leave a party like that. Many honored guests came here just because they wanted to meet you, especially the daughter of the Redwanga clan. She was just looking for you." Anfem let out a hollow laugh. "Ha ha ha. How rude of me to have kept a lady waiting. Stop playing around out here. Get inside and entertain our guests." "Yes, of course." But as Anfem moved to step inside, they came face to face. Professor Pugman placed a hand on his shoulder. Anfem's eyes widened in surprise. The professor whispered in his ear, "It'd be wise to think before you spew such vile words, Chi Quincy." Anfem gave a defiant smirk. "Are you only like this because I exposed your clan's true face?" He clearly didn't want the professor touching him. Anfem shoved his hand away. "I'll keep that in mind. Now, if you'll excuse me." Professor Pugman stood frozen for a second, then muttered, "Such an arrogant brat," daring to speak of that. But Estes immediately spoke up. But what he said was the truth. Professor Pugman shot back, "You think so? Before you raise your voice to me, you should consider the relationship between us. I'm talking about the relationship between the Nifelek Empire and the Roju Pales clan. Do you understand what I'm saying, Estes Rupalis?" And just like that, Professor Pugman's friendly demeanor vanished. "My apologies, should I not call you that?" Pugman stared directly at her. "Estes Rupalis." Her eyes narrowed instantly. Professor Pugman pressed on, his voice dripping with condescension. "Your family's reputation. It will follow you no matter how hard you try to shake it off. Your name, your connections, your status, everything else. It's all because of your family's reputation." Estes tried to ignore it all. "For example, even your marriage has already been arranged." Hearing that, Estes froze. The air grew thick with a sudden, heavy tension. Pugman continued to provoke her. "Is your mana spiking a little too high? Your family and mine are quite close, so don't be careless and bring your personal issues into this. Estes flinched, stunned by his words. Nothing good will come from talking about these things. Who's going to take responsibility for ruining the party? Estes had no desire to keep arguing over a meaningless party. Now Professor Pugman was genuinely angry. A meaningless party? Today's party is for Estes cut him off cold, celebrating Blue Moon receiving support from the Magic Tower. But in reality, the JIT group missed the recommendation letter deadline, so they received no support from the Magic Tower. At this, Professor Pugman had no comeback. I don't know anything about that group. Are you telling me I should pay attention to some useless team? But Estes couldn't control her emotions any longer. You're going to pretend you know nothing? You were the one who changed the date for the recommendation letter. You were also the one who never informed the JIT group about it. His silence was all the confession she needed. He couldn't deny it. Estes fell silent. A moment later, Professor Pugman exploded. Estes, he pointed a shaking finger at her. This is all your fault. Veins bulged on his forehead as he screamed, his voice cracking with rage. If you had just defeated Desir, none of this would have happened. Don't you realize it's all your fault? And you say you're afraid of me? Professor Pugman took a slow step closer. Estes Rupalis, a failure like you has no right to say that to me. Estes looked up, staring Pugman straight in the eye. After everything she'd done for him as a group leader, this is how he treats her? With nothing but rage and contempt. If you continue to criticize me, you can leave Blue Moon immediately. Estes tried to steady herself, Pugman's earlier words ringing in her ears. Your family's reputation. It will follow you no matter how hard you try to shake it off. And suddenly, Professor Pugman remembered the JIT group. You call this a group? A group should be like. But then he just screamed, see? Even if you wanted to, you could never leave that group. It's because the relationship between your family and mine will never. Estes's voice was quiet but firm. You're right, this isn't a group. Pugman was taken aback. Ah, Estes. She reached for the badge pinned to her shoulder. Like you said, I'll be leaving Blue Moon. Professor Pugman's face twisted in fury as he growled her name. Estes. As the badge fell to the ground, she finally unfastened the thing that had always chained her down, her family's reputation. Estes reached for the ribbon tying back her hair. Status, power, I don't care about any of it. The badge hit the floor, taking her status with it. She pulled the ribbon from her hair. Then, she walked past him, her expression ice cold. Pugman couldn't contain his fury and let out a guttural snarl. Just then, another person walked up. Professor, we've been looking for you. Just then, Professor Pugman was caught off guard. Oh, visitors from the Magic Tower. The other man smiled with a glint in his eye. So this is where you've been. He continued smoothly. We have some urgent business to handle, so we just wanted to say hello before we left. P-Man looked genuinely disappointed. Is that so? What a shame. But the visitor was polite. Still, we really enjoyed the professor's party. We'll definitely be back for the next one, so please host it soon. P-Man puffed up with pride. The honor was all mine. The visitor nodded. Well then, we'll take our leave. But just as they were turning to go, one of them stopped. Ah, right. Almost forgot. P-Man looked on, confused. The white-haired man continued. The Magic Tower is selecting a new technical advisor. I don't suppose you'd know anything about that, Professor? P-Man confidently replied. How could I possibly know more about internal tower affairs than you do? The man said, I'm asking because this case is special. The master of the Magic Tower himself chose this person, someone from Hebrion Academy. P-Man was completely blindsided by that. He stammered, someone from our academy? Which graduate is it? The man admitted he wasn't sure. I heard this person hasn't even graduated yet. They're still a student. Wait a second. I think we wrote down his name here. Hold on. P-Man's mind was racing. A student? What's the student's name? The woman with them fumbled. Where is it? P-Man was losing his patience, pushing her. Stop making me anxious and just say it. Finally, she found the note. Found it. The student's name is Desir. She hesitated for a second, then read the full name. Desir, a first-year student at Hebrion Academy. P-Man let out a shocked scream. Back at the dorm, a teddy bear was being held up. This doll reminds you of someone, huh? Pram immediately said. That was so much fun, right? The amusement park was the best. Romantica chimed in. Aren't these dolls just the cutest? Of course they are. They're adorable. After a moment of silence, Desire's voice cut through the cheerful mood. We've rested long enough. Time to get back to the main topic. His tone was dead serious. I'm sure you both realized what we're lacking after facing those outsiders. Pram immediately asked, what are we lacking? Experience, Desir replied. He pointed right at the young swordsman. Pram, you still lack experience. Your ability to locate enemies is poor. If Romantica hadn't been there to support you, you would have been in serious trouble. As Pram remembered the chaos of the battle, he shuddered. He's right. The creepy guy in the mask said the same thing to me. That my ability to read the situation wasn't very good. Right after, Desir softened his tone. It's okay, Pram. As long as you understand, that's what matters. We'll find a way to fix it, Pram said, trembling. Okay. After dealing with one, there was still another. Now, for Romantica. She jumped. Desir began pointing out Romantica's weaknesses. You didn't seem too worried. I mean, you did everything you could to fight them. Romantica's face lit up with joy. Of course! You have no idea how hard I worked to take them down. But just then, Desir's expression changed. That wasn't a compliment. I just said you did everything you could. At your current level, you have the title of a single ranker now. You need to become stronger. Romantica looked a little annoyed. I knew it. Romantica quickly got defensive. I know, but that's easier said than done. Desir immediately added. All right, I've pointed out both of your weaknesses. Now I'm going to ask a question. A question? Desir's expression suddenly turned dark. A smirk appeared on his face. Romantica immediately shouted. Ha! He just smirked. Pram instantly asked. Smirked? Desir said. Once you know your weaknesses, the most important thing is to overcome them, right? Romantica shot up from her seat. Let's go, Pram, hurry. Pram was a bit confused, but Desir continued. That's why Romantica started running away. I don't want to hear it. I can't hear anything you're saying. Desir's voice remained deep and low. To overcome your weaknesses. Romantica collapsed in defeat. It's too late. We already heard what he wants to say. Pram, still a little lost, said, but he's right. We should train. Looking at the snacks on the table, Desir continued. Excellent. Let's begin our hellish training regimen starting today. The other two had very different expressions, one of agreement and one of protest. Do whatever you want. We see Romantica doing push-ups, using all her strength to push her body up. Later, back in the lecture hall, the professor is giving a very focused lesson. Romantica, sitting in the back, is secretly reading something under her desk. When class finally ended, all the students started moving outside. The space became quiet again. Romantica slammed her book down on the table, looking furious. Cut it out already, she protested nonstop. We still have to train at night? This training isn't for humans. Romantica pointed at Pram, who was exhausted and slumped over the table. Look at Pram. He's melting. He's about to die. But just then, Pram mumbled, I'm not dying. I'm just resting. Romantica kept shouting, Can't we at least not train at night? Desir's answer was dead serious. No. He looked at her furious face and called her name softly. Romantica. She answered, annoyed. What is it, you blockhead? He immediately changed the subject. What's the specialty of wind-type magic? Romantica answered quickly, the ability to launch long-range attacks. Hearing her answer, Desir replied, Exactly. That's why all wind system mages are best suited for the marksman role. However, that's limited to second circle mages. Desir then remembered the man he fought before. Your attacks are nothing against a fourth circle mage. Romantica tilted her head slightly. You're right, but I can't just become a third circle mage instantly. Unless you're a genius, it takes a lot of time. But Desir immediately shot her down. No, Romantica, you need to become a third circle mage. The two stared at each other for a moment, and finally, she realized the problem. Romantica shouted, Ah! Romantica's posture was completely defiant. Huh? But Desir said, I know it's hard, but I'll show you how to achieve it. He smiled gently. Just trust me and listen. Romantica. As for you, Pram, just stay here for now. Pram immediately agreed. Okay. The two of them then left the rest area. Your goal is to reach the third circle. They arrived at the training room, and Desir was all business. You need to learn how to strengthen your magic attacks so you can break through their defenses. Romantica, a third circle mage, hears this and gets instantly annoyed. I told you, reaching the third circle isn't supposed to be easy. You have to master countless spells and the tiny details of every incantation. But Jit was dead serious. That's the traditional way. He puts down his bag and starts digging around for something. The method I'm about to teach you? Completely different. Jit holds up a used can. I have a feeling you're gonna like this one. Romantica sees this weird setup and immediately turns away. You think I like your crazy training methods? You're having some serious déjà vu. But Zet was insistent, holding the can out towards Romantica. He was going to teach her how to hit level 3 mage. Fast. Romantica sighed and finally reached for it. She had to accept. You do know you're still a level 1 mage, right? She deadpanned. And you're gonna teach me level 3? You're joking. Let me guess, I have to move some object again? She grumbled. Whatever, just give it to me. But then, Zet demonstrated himself. No, he said. This time, you hold the can. And do this. The can trembled slightly. Then it started shaking violently. And then it was crushed, distorting more and more until it was a completely mangled piece of metal. Romantica stared, totally shocked. See, looks simple, right? Zet said, playfully tossing a ball up and down, clearly pleased with himself. This is an advanced version of the ball exercise, he explained. This time, instead of just moving it, you're going to control and focus force from all directions to compress it. Control the force? Hearing all this, Romantica started to panic. Zet, on the other hand, was way too excited about these bizarre training methods. She was more confused than ever. What the hell is this idiot even talking about? Meanwhile, in another room, Pram was sprawled across a table, exhausted. End of chapter 48. Back in the training room, Romantica still couldn't believe her eyes. No, there's no other way. This is it. I have to try. He didn't even use wind magic, and he's not some high-level mage. And yet, he created a shield from wind pressure? None of it made any sense. Zet looked at her and tossed an undamaged can her way. All right, Romantica. She stumbled forward, catching it. Ugh. She stared at the can in her hand. You can start now, Zet announced, pointing to a bag full of used cans. There's plenty more here, so keep trying. Romantica took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Ha, he's definitely insane, but he's also someone I can trust. In that moment, she felt a surge of determination. Looking at the can, a small spark of hope ignited. I just need to use wind pressure to crush this thing. Romantica kept repeating it to herself. Compress it from all sides. A gentle breeze began to swirl as Romantica's body started to glow. The can slowly began to buckle. Then, it suddenly crumpled. Seeing her success, Romantica's face lit up. I did it. I get it now. She looked over at Zet, beaming. Look, Zet, I can do it. But Zet quickly warned her. Wait, Romantica, if you lose your focus. And just as he predicted, Romantica looked up. In an instant, the can transformed into something else entirely. She picked it up, examining it. Zet saw it and burst out laughing. Ha. He walked over and took the object. Ha. Let me just ask you something to be sure. Zet held up the newly shaped object and asked Romantica. You do know the difference between a circle and a sphere, right? Romantica's eye twitched at the question. A second later, she exploded. Of course I know. The next day, at noon, in the outdoor arena, a sword had been chosen as the weapon. We're going to start some close combat training, Zet announced. Pram looked confused. Close combat? The only way to make up for a lack of battle experience is to fight more, Zet explained. Pram excitedly ran over to him. If it's sword fighting, shouldn't I find someone on my level? So, does that mean I'm fighting person? But Zet immediately shot that down. Nope, he's not good enough. You need to fight someone even stronger than person. Just then, someone else arrived. Zet welcomed them. Perfect timing. A figure appeared, radiating a cool, detached aura. Pram began the introductions. Kia's eyes were incredibly sharp. He is the captain of the Lely Branch Magic Tower security team. At the formal introduction, Kia suddenly looked embarrassed. Come on, there's no need for all that, he said. Getting praised by the Magic Tower's technical advisor is making me blush. Zet just replied, but I'm only telling the truth. Pram took one look at the guy and decided to hide behind Zet. He's terrifying, he whispered. Kia's face darkened a little. I'm grateful you helped us when the Lely branch was attacked, so I accepted this as a way to thank you, he continued. Then his eyes fell on Pram. But, this is my opponent? Pram slowly peeked out from behind Zet. Kia couldn't hide his disappointment. A frail little girl? I've already lost interest. Hearing that, Pram's anger flared. He stepped right out and glared at Kia. Judging an opponent by their appearance? He challenged. Pram wasn't hiding behind Zed anymore. How dare this guy look down on me? Kia looked surprised. Oh, you're a boy? Your limbs are so slender I couldn't tell. My mistake. That just made Pram even angrier. Pram suddenly yelled. Mr. Zet, can we start the spar right now? The insult was too much. He couldn't hold back anymore. Hearing the urgency in his voice, Zet agreed. Of course. Kia looked a little awkward. Zet continued. I'm glad you're so fired up, Pram. Before they started, both fighters looked at Zet with curiosity. Can you two put these on? Zet handed Pram a small object. It's a badge enchanted with light-sensitive magic. When a wooden sword touches your opponent, the badge will beep to signal a hit. Kia put his on as well, listening to Zet's instructions. Whoever makes their opponent's badge go off first, wins. Those are the rules for today's training. Kia grinned. Seems a little unfair to the little guy. Who knows? Pram shot back. Zet watched their exchange, a little surprised. For a former soldier, Kia was pretty good at getting Pram to lose his temper. The two of them stepped onto the training floor. Zet took on the role of referee. Are you both ready? Kia smirked. All right, kiddo. Pram's face soured even more. Don't make a joke out of me. Kia looked totally relaxed, while Pram was practically radiating irritation. Zet gave the signal. Begin. Pram's footwork was unbelievably quick. He launched an immediate attack, but Kia's eyes were sharp, judging every move. With just a slight lift of his sword, Kia parried. The block sent Pram stumbling backward. His body was off balance. Kia immediately pressed the attack, but as the blow came down, Pram reacted with incredible speed. Pram's agility was insane. He instantly leaped back to create distance. Kia remained perfectly calm, as Pram's movement seemed to get faster and faster. But with just a few basic moves, Kia countered perfectly, sending Pram crashing to the ground. Kia looked down at him. I have to admit, you're not bad. Recalling Pram's attacks, Kia commented, your sword strikes are fast and precise. You're at a pretty high level. The rumors weren't exaggerated at all. You were the key player in capturing those intruders. Kia then looked directly at Pram and said, but you know, you're just a little too reckless, aren't you? Pram charged forward again, a blur of motion. Despite Kia's calm stance, he yelled out, here I come, but Kia didn't even flinch. Pram was way too reckless, leaving openings everywhere. Suddenly, a look of panic flashed in Pram's eyes. In a split second, Pram was sent flying backward. Kia glanced back at him. What was that? So amateurish. Pram pushed himself up, staring at Kia. What did you just say? Kia's expression was like stone. When you're fighting a magic swordsman, keeping your distance like that? Not the smartest move. Just then, Kia instantly summoned his magic. Pram knew he was in trouble and scrambled to dodge. Kia gave a slight nod. Fast reflexes, but still not good enough. At the same time, Kia unleashed an ice blast right at him. A flash of light filled the area, and everything went silent. Pram was instantly swallowed by a thick fog. Pram struggled to get his bearings in the mist. I can't see a thing. Kia's voice echoed through the fog. When your vision is blocked, you should be thinking about your next move, not just panicking and looking around like a lost kid. Pram thought he pinpointed Kia's position behind him, but at that exact moment, a sword came lunging from the front. Death can come at any time. Kia suddenly appeared right in front of him. You've still got a lot to learn, kid. 9 days remain until the Shadow World begins. Later, at a restaurant for the Alpha class, Git's group found a table and sat down. Romantica slumped over, completely drained. I am so exhausted. She repeated it, fuming. Training, training, training. Are you trying to kill us? Git heard her and answered sheepishly. But I gave you guys plenty of breaks. 10 minutes every hour. Romantica was not having it. That is way too little. Just then, a flicker of something serious crossed Git's face. I get it, okay? I know the training is intense. But the problem is, we're running out of time before the first Shadow World opens. My plan for this year's Shadow World. It's impossible with our current abilities. Git struggled with his thoughts. But I can't tell them that. Git turned to them and said, look, if you two can overcome your weaknesses, I promise I'll give you all the rest you want. Until then, please, just bear with me. Romantica hesitated for a moment. You promise? Git managed a smile. Of course. Finally, she gave in. Fine. I'll hold you to that. But before Romantica could finish her sentence, she let out a gasp. A familiar figure was walking toward them as everyone started whispering in awe. It's Est. It's really her. Est paid no attention to the praise around her. Hey, if you don't mind, would you like to eat with us? But Est just walked right past them, leaving everyone confused. That's Est. Pram watched her go. She's so popular. Pram and Romantica then turned to look back at Git. Suddenly, a tray of food was placed on their table. Est stood there, looking serious, shocking everyone. Git said her name. Est immediately shot back. It's strange. No one else wants to be near your group. Git sat down. It's because we're commoners. Romantica was getting annoyed now. So what? Why are you here? You need something? Est replied coolly. Is there some reason I can't sit here? Romantica's face twisted with frustration at her words. I can't believe you, sitting right next to Git. Don't you see you just made us the center of attention? How are we supposed to eat in peace now, with everyone staring at us? Est let out a helpless sigh. My apologies for that. What would you have me do? Romantica got even bolder. Simple. Go sit at another table. Git, seeing how rude she was being, tried to stop her. But Romantica shot up, pointing a finger right at Est's face and yelling, "Have you forgotten how much trouble she caused our party? Thanks to Professor Peeman's Blue Moon party, we barely made it to the magic tower." But Git just said, "Even so." He leaned back and let out a long sigh. Annoyed, Est stood up. "I'll go sit somewhere else." But this time, Git stopped her. She looked back at them, but before leaving, she made sure Romantica was listening closely. Then, Est turned her gaze directly to Git. "After you're done eating, can I see you in your room?" Your voice was dead serious. "Just the two of us. I have a private matter to discuss, without the presence of someone who despises me." Later, at the dorms, Est stood in front of a door. She was a little surprised when Git suddenly opened it. He looked flustered. "Sorry to keep you waiting. My room's a little small, but make yourself at home." Est stepped inside. "Pardon the intrusion." The room fell silent. As she walked in, Git got a bit awkward. "It's not much to look at, huh?" Est didn't seem to care. "I wouldn't say that's important." They moved toward a small tea table. Git poured some tea. "All right, I made some tea. Come have a seat." He finally finished pouring the steaming cups. "It's plum tea." Est picked up the cup, took a whiff, and commented, "The aroma is wonderful." Git looked pleased. "Right?" For a moment, old memories seemed to surface. Git then asked, "So, Est, why'd you say something so misleading earlier?" Est shot back, "Did I say something wrong?" I wasn't lying. Seeing how calm Est was, Git got flustered again. "Well, no, but it was hard enough getting Romantica to leave as it is." Est immediately said, "My apologies about that." After enjoying the tea, Est set the cup back down on the table. "I have something I need to discuss with you. Do you think you can give me an answer?" Git was still pretty casual about it. "If it's something I can answer, then of course." Suddenly, Est asked, "You applied slip magic, didn't you, to a three-dimensional object?" Git slowly looked up at her. "That?" Est remained serious. "Can you teach me?" Git replied, Well, it's not impossible to teach." Right away, Git got up and started searching for something. He rummaged through a pile of documents and finally found it. He pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Est. "I've applied slip magic to this piece of paper." Est reached out to touch it. The moment she did, the paper shot out of her hand, hovering in the air. It's a simple spell, carelessly cast. Slip magic. It's a type of magic that eliminates friction by coating an object's surface with magic. Est watched where the paper landed. Git continued, "The most common use for this spell is to cast it on the ground." He then walked over and picked the paper up. He then held it out towards Est again. "If I do this to the paper, now that I've used slip magic." Git then used all his strength to try and rip it. Shredded pieces of paper now rested in his hand. Using one finger, he dipped it into his teacup, getting it wet. Git then touched the wet finger to the paper. With a faint smile, Git finished his work. "There." He then pointed to the teacup, now completely transformed. This is the answer you've been looking for." But then, he abruptly pushed the cup away. A look of understanding dawned on Estes' face. "I get it." He began to analyze the concept out loud. "You're breaking it down into smaller pieces, making each part easier to control." Git grinned. "Exactly, Estes. You nailed it." But Estes' gaze was still locked on the teacup. "The easiest application for this would be a hexagon. That's what you need to watch out for." Git was surprised when Estes suddenly stood up. As he watched Estes start to walk away, he called out softly, "Estes," and his friend immediately stopped. A bright light suddenly enveloped Estes' entire body. He'd finally understood the principle he'd been wrestling with for so long. "I see now. Splitting it into pieces is a brilliant way to use it." Estes clenched his fist, a new resolve in his eyes. He realized this would require way more focus to maintain and control his magic than usual. This feeling. It's pretty interesting. But as Estes tried to step forward, his foot slipped, and he lost his balance completely. Git panicked, lunging toward him. "Watch out!" Estes' eyes widened in alarm, but even as he fell, his gaze was fixed on that teacup. In that split second, Git shut his eyes tight. Estes, however, kept his wide open, staring straight ahead. Git slowly peeked one eye open to see what happened. The two of them were frozen in an incredibly awkward position. Estes had him pinned tightly against the wall, a very compromising position. "Looks like I'll need more practice to use this magic properly," Estes said. "Sorry about that, Git. Are you hurt anywhere?" After a moment that mortifying, Jit was a total mess. No, but, well, Estes cracked a very strange smile. Immediately Jit stammered, "Could you, maybe back up a little?" Estes calling his name snapped Jit out of it. Jit? He now had one hand braced against the wall, looking incredibly suave. But the look in his eyes was pure desperation. "Will you let me join your party?" The question hit Jit so hard he broke out in a cold sweat. Back at the training area. It was day 7 of Romantica's training. She seemed to be doing much better. Jit watched with a smile as Romantica practiced with intense focus. Her face was the picture of absolute concentration. The final can crumpled and twisted. Jit watched it all unfold from the side. Romantica pushed her focus to the absolute limit. A thin mist of energy had started to fill the room. Her expression grew more and more serious until she felt something. Her eyes shot open. A gasp escaped her lips. "Ah!" Romantica opened her palm. There, floating above it, was a perfect sphere made from the crushed can. "Look! I did it!" She was so overjoyed she couldn't stop jumping. "I actually did it!" Jit clapped enthusiastically. "Amazing work, Romantica." Then he continued. "All right, now." Romantica looked at him, full of anticipation. "Yep." Jit's face lit up with excitement. "Time to move on to the next phase of your training, don't you think?" And with that, the two of them headed back towards the academy. The hallways were completely empty. Romantica couldn't help but ask, "There's more training?" Jit just smiled and replied, "Because you passed the test. 1 for a third circle mage. So now, you need to actually become a third circle mage." Romantica was a bit confused. "You want me to become a third circle mage that quickly? Is that even possible?" Jit shot back, "With my help, it is." They started walking faster, heading deeper into the building. "We can use your mana to create the third circle now, but you need to be committed to this." She just said, "Huh? I don't see why I'd say no to that." Jit's tone turned completely serious. "To create the magic circle, I'll need to make direct contact with a certain part of your body. And it's a little." Romantica looked puzzled. "A specific place on my body to make contact for the magic circle?" Without another word, Jit immediately reached his hand out toward her. "Ah. You have to manifest the magic circle near the heart." Romantica blushed, glancing down for a second. And then a piercing scream ripped through the air. "You pervert!" The shout made Jit's head spin. "Damn it! My hand!" Romantica stuttered. "You!" Clutching her body and trembling. "You absolute creep," Jit tried to explain. "Why would you even think I meant that?" But Romantica was beyond furious. "You shameless bastard," she snarled. "You think telling me beforehand gives you the right to touch me there?" Jit was flustered. "You can't become a third circle mage without going through this." Romantica tried to back away. "You're a perv." Seeing that he wasn't getting through to her, Jit turned away. "If you want to become a complete third circle mage, this is the only way. I know it isn't easy to expose your back." His words seemed to cut through Romantica's anger. She froze. Romantica stared at his back and asked, "My back?" Jit answered casually, "Yeah, that's right. Your back." When Romantica realized her mistake, her whole demeanor changed. "Oh, is that all? If it's my back, then there's no problem." But her face immediately turned beet red. Jit still hadn't figured out what was going on. Then it clicked, and he started teasing her loudly. "So, what exactly did you think I meant?" Romantica yelled, "Nothing, you old lek. You think I misunderstood you? Don't flatter yourself." Jit kept poking. "So you really did misunderstand me, huh?" "No, I didn't," she shrieked. At that moment, Jit pulled out the privacy screen again, and Romantica hung it up neatly. He then turned back and called out, "Romantica, I'm ready." She replied shyly, "Don't look over here." Jit tried to soothe her. All right, all right." He turned his back to her. He urged her on. "Hurry and get ready. I still have to check on Pram." Romantica's expression was a mix of nerves and haste. "Okay." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Jit." Romantica's silence made him confused. "What's wrong?" She was trembling slightly. Jit thought, "Can I really do this?" Jit glanced back slightly to check on her. Romantica's whole body was still shaking. "Can I really become a third circle mage? In such a short amount of time? I do trust you, it's just, what if?" But Jit cut her off with a reassuring voice. "I know you can do it, Romantica." He had total faith in her potential. "Don't worry," he said. "I know exactly what you're capable of." Hearing his encouragement, Romantica finally relaxed. "Okay." Inside the training room, Jit placed his hand on Romantica's back. "All right, I'm starting now." He reminded her. "Close your eyes and focus, Romantica. Give it your all." "Okay." As Jit placed his hand on her back, he began to instruct her. Take a deep breath. Good, just like that. The magic inside Romantica's body began to stir. Now, try to move the mana inside you. Imagine you're using that mana to draw a picture on the outside. A powerful energy started radiating from Romantica's body. Even Jit was surprised. He never realized Romantica possessed such a massive well of energy. Just then, Romantica cried out, I can't hold it, it's scattering. Jit tries to calm her down. I'll maintain it, don't panic. Romantica says, I'm pushing the mana out. Suddenly, a look of pure panic flashes across Jit's face. Her mana! Looking at the small girl in front of him, Jit's mind raced. She has way more mana than I thought. If I lose focus for even a second, Romantica will be in serious danger. Jit keeps his hand firmly on her back, preventing the mana from scattering. I have to keep it compressed. Tight. His voice softens. You can create a zone with your magic. Thanks to the magic circle, Romantica is flustered. Okay, what do I do? Jit keeps guiding her. Now it's my turn. Just maintain that mana output. Got it, she replies. But her face starts to twist in agony. She can't hold it in anymore and screams, It hurts. Jit tries to comfort her. You have to endure it. The flow of energy just keeps getting stronger and stronger. Mana has to be refined carefully. Reinforce it, and it fights back, spiraling into chaos. And right now, Jit is giving everything he has to help Romantica through it. This is how you create pure, raw mana. Too small, and the magic is pathetically weak. Too big, and it can't handle the pressure, it'll just shatter. I can't mess this up. Not this time. Pure panic fills Jit's eyes. I have to calculate this perfectly with Romantica's mana to create a third circle magic circle. Seeing her wince in pain, Jit couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. I know it's hard, but please, just hang on a little longer. Romantica's entire body is now glowing, radiating immense power. She screams again. So painful. I don't think I can take it anymore. It hurts. Somebody save me. Through it all, Jit keeps encouraging her. You're doing great. I knew you could do it. You just have to trust me. Finally, Jit grabs Romantica's hand, pulling her out of that abyss of pain. The mana has been refined. The room is a complete wreck. Jit's face is covered in sweat, and he's panting hard. Romantica doesn't look much better. After that brutal struggle, Jit drapes a coat over her. Then he immediately ruffles her hair, praising her. You did so well. Finally, he helped make her stronger. Congratulations, you're now a third circle mage. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, it's the 7th day of Prom's training, and it's the day he finally wins. No, Prom thinks. His strength is monstrous. I tried to block all his attacks, but I don't even have the strength left to lift my sword. In that case, I have to dodge. Then, Kia's voice cuts in. You're thinking too much. In a life or death battle, hesitating for even a second is all it takes to die. Pram thinks, I need to avoid his attacks. Wait, I should be attacking him, too. Kia smirks. Your attacks are getting better. You're not even giving me a chance to swing my own sword. Kia smiles to himself. He's not giving me an opening. He's improving. Well then, Pram suddenly notices. Are his sword strikes getting weaker? Kia says, let's change things up a bit, shall we? Jit watches from the sidelines, thinking. He's using these incredibly bizarre sword paths. I can't believe he knows so many different sword techniques. This is going to be tough for Pram to handle. Kia yells, there you go again. I told you, never keep your distance from a magic swordsman, you groundling. Kia rushes forward. Take this. Pram yelps, my leg. Kia grins. Looks like I win again. But then surprise. Whoa, you baited me. Nicely done. Pram scratches his head. Yeah. Glad it worked. Kia is sweating, thinking, what does he mean, glad it worked? He was moving at a speed my eyes couldn't even follow. He attacked me relentlessly with that insane speed. If he'd been holding a real katana just now. Jit calls out, Pram. Pram turns. Jit smiles. You won. Pram's face lights up. That's right, I beat Kia. Jit pats Pram's head. Good job, Pram. Kia asks, are we done with training? Jit confirms. Kia smiles and says, hello there, technical advisor. Jit bows, thanking him for his help. Don't mention it, Kia says. I got some good practice in for myself, too. Looks like I still have a long way to go. Jit just laughs. Haha, what more could you possibly need to work on? Kia turns to Pram. Good job, kid. And also, I'm sorry for insulting you before our training. Can you forgive me? Pram is taken aback by Kia's apology. Of course. Isn't a little provocation normal in a fight? You don't have to apologize. Honestly, I'm just grateful for all your help, Kia says. Thanks. My neck is killing me though. This kid is so tiny I had to keep looking down. Pram puffs up his cheeks, annoyed. Tiny, you're unbelievable. Kia keeps going. There's one thing I'm curious about. Pram's cheeks are still puffed out. What? What is it? Kia asks. Are you really a boy? Pram just explodes. Aish! The next day at Haven Academy. An announcement rings out. It is now July 17th, 6:20 a.m. The formation of the Shadow World is beginning. The Shadow World formation period will last for 3 days, starting today. Haven Academy will now enter a state of full readiness. We will distribute clothing to all first-year students. To receive your supplies. Donovan asks, Why are you following me? Person replies, 'Cause I'm bored. The system continues. Each party leader must pick up their supplies from the storage warehouse. A black-haired girl asks him, Ever worn clothes like these before? Jit just hums happily as he walks past the group. Slowly, Receipt moves forward, staring at the box on Jit's shoulder. People around them start whispering. What is that? Bram asks Romantica. Want some more tea? Yes, please, she replies. Romantica adds, Thanks to your tea, my days have been a lot more pleasant lately. Jit walks in. Anyone here? Bram turns around. Jit. Jit sets down a long box. These, he announces, are the clothes for single rankers. Anyone want to try them on? Romantica looks impressed. Not bad at all. Bram adds, These are clothes just for single rankers? Jit explains. They might look like the other uniforms, but they've been modified a bit to suit us. Pram asks. Confused. Modified? Jit picks up an egg. Instead of explaining with words, why don't I just show you? Romantica sees this and asks, What are you doing? Bram is also confused. Why are you putting an egg there? Romantica yells, Jit, wait, don't tell me you're gonna. Jit casts a fireball spell right at the clothes, but they're completely unharmed, leaving both Romantica and Bram absolutely stunned. Jit continues, These clothes were developed by the Magic Tower, specifically for this year. They have some interesting abilities. And it's not just magic resistance. It deflects physical attacks. And magic too. Here's the catch. If the spell isn't the same level as the magic stone, that magical shield will not break. This set of clothes? It's the second generation, an improved model. Jit asks, You brought your rapier with you, right? Pram replies, The rapier's here, but why do you need it? Jit says, Just imagine putting your rapier away somewhere else. Pram asks, Imagine it? And as soon as Pram pictures it, the rapier vanishes from his hand. Pram panics. Jit, my rapier is gone. Jit just smirks. Nothing to be surprised about. It's called a virtual space inventory. Pram asked, a little stunned. A virtual space pocket? Jit nodded. Yep. A virtual inventory, powered by a magic stone. If you want your rapier, just picture yourself drawing it. Now, the BRS material itself isn't heavy, but the scabbard adds some weight. Using a pocket dimension to lighten your load? A pretty solid strategy. Alright, try summoning the rapier. A flash of excitement in Pram's eyes. Whoa, my rapier's back. Romantica smiled. That's awesome. Jit then turned to her. Okay, Romantica, you're next. She blinked. Me? But I don't really use a weapon. Jit just grinned. Try imagining yourself drawing something anyway. Romantica looked confused. Draw. Draw what? Like I said, I don't have a weapon to draw out. Just try, Jit insisted. I left a little present in there for you. Romantica raised an eyebrow. A present? Fine, I'll give it a shot. As she pictured it, a massive rifle suddenly appeared in her hands. She yelped, Whoa, what is this thing? It's so heavy. Jit casually replied, It's a sniper rifle. Romantica was baffled. A sniper rifle? Let me explain how it works, Jit said. That rifle is synced with your magic stone, boosting it with some insane magical power. You can use your detection magic at a much greater range. And with that sniper rifle, you can even blast through a fourth circle mage's shield. Romantica gave a nervous laugh. Something like this actually exists? Jit smirked. You can cast magic without chanting, right? Combine that speed with a sniper rifle, and you become a seriously deadly opponent. For anyone on the battlefield, think of it as my gift for you reaching third circle as a mage, Romantica. Oh, thanks, she said. Pram chimed in. It really suits you, Romantica. You think so? She asked. Meanwhile, Jit was thinking to himself, good thing I asked about how these items were made in my past life. All I had to do was tell Zod what I needed. I just gave him the basic concept and the theory behind it. I can't believe he actually made it a reality. The man's a genius. Jit grabbed his uniform. All right, now it's time to take on the Shadow World. July 20th. The Hevrion Academy Auditorium. Headmaster Dean's voice echoed. This is a message for all our honored guests and students currently at Hevrion Academy. Many years have passed since the Shadow World first became a major threat to humanity. During that time, the shield of the legendary Emis Empire has fallen. The people we loved, the memories we shared, they've all faded into the past as humanity became divided. The knights served only their kings, and the kings only craved war, while the mages hid themselves away in the shadows. But now, humanity is on the brink of extinction. To overcome this crisis, Hevrion Academy was built. We were created for one purpose: to defeat the Shadow World. Knights and mages from all nations have gathered here, for that reason alone. And though many years have passed since our first victory, there is one thing we must never, ever forget. This isn't about winning or bringing glory to the Academy. The one thing I want all of you to remember is this: your own safety comes first. I expect every single one of you to return safely. We will be here, waiting for you all to come back. Later, in an annex building, a man with brown hair and a goatee spoke. What do you all think of yourselves? From this moment on, you are no longer students. You are warriors. Elite fighters who have earned the title of single ranker. Frankly, I don't care if you make it back alive or not. What matters is that you win, at any cost. Return with victory, the students roared. Yes, sir. Romantica then walked over to Jit. Desire. About the designated Shadow World. I don't think we can go. He looked at her. Why not? Romantica showed him the rulebook. Read this last part. We need at least 4 party members. Jit just nodded. About that. I think I forgot to mention something. Romantica looked suspicious. What do you mean? You'll see in a second, he replied. A system voice announced. Permission to engage granted. Jit Ackman, Pram Schneider, Romantica Eru. She was still confused. But we only have 3 members, so how the system continued. S's King Crow. The 4 individuals named, please proceed to the second gate. Romantica absolutely shrieked in surprise. The blonde kid next to them asked, what was that all about? She grabbed Jit by the collar, yelling, You let her join the party without asking us? Jit started sweating bullets. Romantica, calm down. She kept shouting. You think I can be calm right now? Pram asked. Isis. Does this mean you left the Blue Moon party? That's right, she replied coolly. See? Looks like Pram is already on board, Jit said. Romantica shot him a death glare. Pram, get over here. Jit just managed a weak smile. Look, Romantica, we need 4 people to enter the Shadow World anyway. We need Isis on the team. Shaking with anger, Romantica yelled, You've got to be kidding. I refuse. Absolutely not. Pram asked. A level 4 Shadow World is a really dangerous place, isn't it, Jit? He replied, Yeah, it is. Really? Pram asked again, and Jit tried to reassure him. Don't worry too much, Pram. You're the guy who defeated the captain of the Magic Tower's Royal Guard. Romantica was stunned. Wait, you beat the guard captain? That's impressive, Pram explained. He was a magic swordsman, just like Isis. Hearing this, Isis perked up. So, are you interested in a rematch with me? Of course, Pram shot back. Jit flinched as Romantica's glare intensified. Did I do something wrong, he thought? Okay, yeah, I definitely should have told Romantica about this beforehand. But Jit knew it was necessary. We absolutely need 4 members to get in there, and no matter what happens, we have to enter this specific Shadow World, Toa's Medal. It's an item I used in my previous life. You can only find it inside this particular Shadow World. Even though it's just a C-rank item, it amplifies the user's mana. For someone like me with low mana reserves, it's absolutely essential. Suddenly, Romantica let out a long sigh. Jit turned to her with a smile. Feeling better now? She snapped. How could I be? So this was your plan all along, wasn't it? This specific Shadow World, the hellish training, and even getting Isis to join our party. Jit hesitated. Well, how do I put this? I honestly didn't expect Isis to join either. Romantica replied. Whatever. It was all your plan, so I guess there's no helping it. Even though I can't stand Isis. If you really need her for this plan, then. Thank you, Romantica, Jit said. When they arrived at the gate, an official called out to their group. Jit stepped forward. Yes, the official continued. If all members are present, we'll begin. Jit Ackman, Romantica Eru, Pram Schneider, and S's King Crow. You 4 are entering the Shadow World in the northern Oran region, correct? Yes, that's correct, Jit confirmed. The official asked. And you all agree to the conditions and requirements for this Shadow World? Yes, Jit answered. All right, the official said. I will now open the Shadow Gate to this world. After teleporting, you may feel some slight dizziness and nausea. Please step through the gate. Pram looked thrilled. So this is the shadow world, Romantica quickly warned him. Hey, be careful not to trip on your way in. Model, the man in charge announced. We're sending you all to the shadow world. A system notification popped up. You have entered the shadow world. Jit looked around, confused. A kitchen? Where is everyone? And why are there live fish in here? Suddenly, wham! A hand slammed into Jit's back, sending him to the floor. He scrambled up, shouting. An enemy attack already? Jeffrin roared. What in the hell are you wearing, you useless bum? Did you forget what today is? He pointed a finger. VIPs are coming. This is a battlefield, so get changed, now. System notification. You have met the highly skilled head chef Jeffrin. The serve dinner mission has begun. You must act as an assistant to the arrogant and stubborn head chef. Your objective is to help the head chef successfully serve dinner. The outcome of this mission plays a critical role in unlocking later quests. Remember that. Jeffrin barked. Newbie, boil some water. Jit snapped back. Yes, sir. Jeffrin yelled. Newbie, get the plates. Jit answered. Yes, sir. Again, Jeffrin shouted. Newbie, grab the potatoes. Jit replied. Yes, sir. Newbie, Jeffrin called. Yes, Jit responded. The second Jit sat down on a stool. Jeffrin roared again. Newbie! Jit shot back to his feet. Yes, chef. Jeffrin actually smirked. Even though it's your first day, you're doing great. Take a little break. Jit managed a weak smile. Thank you, chef. Something felt off, though. Sitting on the stool, Jit muttered. He wasn't kidding. This place really is a war zone. I wonder if the others are okay. Feels like the chef is starting to like me, though. His eyes landed on a bowl of fruit. Wait, aren't those green plums? He asked. Do you like green plums, chef? Jeffrin glanced at them. Those things? Ah, right, I forgot their name. Green plums, that's it. Completely useless for cooking. The higher-ups gave them to us, because they're a rare fruit you can't find in this land. They smell nice, but they're sour and bitter. I was just about to throw them out, but Jit was thinking, I'm pretty sure this stuff has something to do with the mission. It's not supposed to exist in the shadow world. A new notification appeared. System, you have discovered a hidden quest. Serve a dinner beyond imagination. You must use the green plums as a cooking ingredient. Jeffrin knows little about them. You will have to guide him with your own knowledge. If you can satisfy the VIP, you will receive a special reward. However, failure will put you at a serious disadvantage in the future. No pressure, Jit asked casually. So, what are you planning for dessert? Jeffrin grunted. Huh? Chocolate cake. Jit pressed on. And you'll be serving tea with that? Jeffrin nodded. Of course. The problem is, the tea leaves I was planning to use. The VIP doesn't like them. Jit saw his opening. If I may, chef, could you use these green plums? Jeffrin looked skeptical. You want me to use these? What, do you actually know how to prepare them? Jit answered confidently. Yes. If you'll let me, I can brew a special tea from them. Jeffrin's eyes widened slightly. So you plan to use them for tea? System notification. Head Chef Jeffrin has acknowledged you. Because you've earned his trust, he has decided to believe in your proposal. Jit thought to himself, it worked. I actually convinced him. Jeffrin sighed. Fine, I'll trust you on this one. Jit beamed. Thank you, sir. The chef grumbled. To make this tea, tell me what ingredients you need. Right. Here's what I'll need. After brewing the tea, Jit went back to his duties. While he was washing dishes, the chef walked over. That tea recipe, did you come up with it yourself? Jit shook his head. Oh, no sir, I learned it from a friend. I guess you two must have come from a similar place. Jeffrin's tone changed. Do you think you could make that tea again? Of course, Jit replied. As long as I have the ingredients, I can make it any time. Jeffrin nodded slowly. Good. That's good. Suddenly, Jeffrin smacked Jit on the head. Wipe that stupid look off your face, he barked. You were right. It seems the Lord quite enjoyed your tea. He said he wants to drink it more often. Jit couldn't stop grinning. So the VIP liked it so much he wants me to make more? System notification. You have completed the quest Serve a Dinner Beyond Expectations. You have received an invitation for the position of personal aide as a reward. This position will grant you crucial and useful clues for upcoming missions. Jit's eyes went wide. So, I get to go to his residence? Jeffrin confirmed it. That's right. You're leaving this kitchen to become the Lord's personal attendant. Jit rubbed his head. I think I should get going then. I don't want the chef to hit me again. Jeffrin's face turned red. You little brat. Then Jeffrin ruffled Jit's hair. Good luck. I think you'll do well. You know this stuff better than anyone. Jit winced. Yes, sir. But your hand is crushing my skull. Excuse me, sir. Can you let go? Instead, Chef Jeffrin squeezed harder and roared, "You little punk. You think you get to just leave this place?" Jit started trembling. "But, you said I could go. From now on, I'm the Lord's personal attendant," Jeffrin shot back. "You're still my kitchen assistant until the end of tomorrow. We have to buy a lot of ingredients tomorrow, so get to sleep," Jit squeaked. "Okay, but can you let go of my head first?" Jeffrin just yelled. "I don't want to, you brat." The next day, Jit looked around a crowded street. "Where are we?" Jeffrin answered. "This is where the homeless live. Lately, more and more of them have been gathering in this area." Jit was confused. "Why are there so many?" Jeffrin explained. "At first, it wasn't this bad, but a rumor spread that the Lord is kind to the homeless, so people started flocking here." Jit frowned. "If it gets too crowded like this, it's bound to cause trouble." Jeffrin nodded. "Exactly, but the Lord doesn't want to drive them away, not with winter coming. If he kicked them out now, people would drop like flies." Jeffrin pulled a curtain on their carriage. "And while I respect the Lord's hospitality, I don't want them living here. With shelter and food already running low, these vagrants aren't doing the Lord any favors. They're just lazy freeloaders." Jit stared out the window. "I see, I understand." He was reminded of how Donovan used to curse at the trash back at the academy. For a second, he felt like he was looking at the Heron Academy all over again. While Jit was working, a little girl ran up to him. "Can you give me some money?" Jit knelt down. "I'm sorry, I don't have any money on me." The girl's face fell. "So you're homeless too?" "No, I'm not," but before Jit could finish, she turned her back. "If you don't have money, I'm not talking to you." "Hey, you're just leaving?" Jit called after her. "Wait, even if I don't have money." He pulled out a small pouch. "Here, these are dried plums. Take them. Eat slowly," Jit warned her. The girl shoved one in her mouth and started crying. "So good. So good," she sobbed. "Are you finished?" Jit asked. She licked her fingers. "Yeah." "Good," he said. "I have a question for you. If you answer it, I'll give you more." The girl's eyes lit up and she nodded eagerly. "Do you live here?" Jit asked. She replied, "Yeah, with my mom and my son. I get free food here, but they don't give us clothes. They give out food every morning over in that square, but they only give us this much a day. So, Ririka is always hungry." "I get it," Jit said softly. "Ririka, you answered well. So here are your plums, just like I promised." Her jaw dropped. "Whoa," she gasped. "What's your name?" "The name's Jit," he said. "A pleasure to meet you." Ririka looked up at him. "Mr. Jit, since you were so kind, I want you to have this." She held out a small, handmade handkerchief. "It's from my mom," she whispered. "She's amazing at sewing. She even makes all my clothes." Jit examined it closely. "Wow, the stitching is incredible. If you sold these at the market, you'd make a fortune." But her face fell. "We can't," she said, her voice trembling. "They say we aren't welcome there. They told us, if we come back, they'll beat us to death. They call us thieves, so we can't go near the market. We've never stolen anything," she insisted, "but they still call us thieves." And just then, a system notification popped up. "You have encountered a homeless person. Investigate the issue of the homeless." Turns out, this was one of the two major problems Lord Even Aran was currently facing. Jit was stunned. Beat them to death? He thought. How could anyone say that to a little girl? Ririka started to cry. "My mom says we have to listen to them and just endure it. Hick. She told me to accept being treated this way." Before she could finish, she broke down sobbing. Jit immediately knelt down to comfort her. "Hey, don't cry." But from the distance, a voice called out, "Jit, what are you doing over there? We have to get back soon." "Yes, sir," Jit replied. He gently wiped her tears. "Ririka, I'm going to help you. See that sun? After it sets, come to the back gate of the castle. I'll bring you some food." Her eyes widened. "Really? I'll be there," she promised. Jeffrin was waiting. "I told you to stay by the carriage. Where did you run off to?" Jit just laughed. "Ha, just taking care of a little something." But on the way back, his mind raced. Lord Even Aran had two problems, which meant there was still one more I hadn't figured out yet. What could it be? The scene then cuts to a snow-covered mountain, where a man with dark red skin shouts, "Move out!" Back at Lord Everin's estate, Jit carried a tea set to the office door. A voice from within called, "Enter." Jit walked in. "I've brought your afternoon tea, my lord." Jit thought to himself, "This man's presence is overwhelming. This must be Venom Even Aran." A system window appeared. "You have met a one-of-a-kind hero. Venom Even Aran. Your mission is to make him accept you. Once the Lord accepts you, a trust status will appear, and you will proceed to the main quest. The Lord's current status: Unknown. So assisting him and solving his problems must be the main quest, Jit realized, bringing the tea forward. Here is your tea, my lord, he said. Venom took it. Thanks. Well, he's not much of a talker, Jit thought. He cleared his throat. It's quite cold today, isn't it, my lord? It is, Venom replied. Jit tried a friendly smile. Let me close the window for you. The lord just glanced at him. That's not necessary. Yes, my lord. Jit then noticed the mountains of documents on the desk. The sheer amount of paperwork was insane. Is he handling all of this by himself? My lord, this is an incredible amount of work, Jit offered. If you'll allow me, I could help with some of the paperwork. Vinham finally looked up. Your name is Jit, correct? Jit stood up straight. Yes, my lord. Vinham closed his eyes. I have a job for you. While I am working, do not speak to me. It breaks my concentration. And just like that shutdown, Lord Venom, even Arn's status is now neutral. In the kitchen, Jit scrubbed the dishes. Man, I was way too arrogant. I don't even know what this guy's like yet. I need another way to approach him. 4 days passed. Okay, there has to be another way, he mumbled. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him. But Jit, lost in thought, kept talking. Besides, the head chef needs a new assistant. I can't just be running back and forth with the Lord's food and lodging. I don't have time to be stuck here washing dishes like this. I mean, I have the time, but it's not the point. Suddenly, Hans covered his eyes. Guess who? A cheerful voice asked. Wait a second, Jit said, startled. The voice giggled. It's Pram. A tuft of hair bounced playfully. Pram, Jit exclaimed. That's right, it's me. Pram laughed, pulling Jit into a crushing hug. I missed you so much, Jit. Jit yelped. Ow, Pram, that hurts, it hurts. Oh, right, sorry. Don't worry, Jit said, rubbing his side. It was just your armor. Are you a warrior now? Yep, Pram said proudly. And thanks to this, I was able to pinpoint your location, Jit, even if the armor is a little ugly. Jit just smiled. No way. It looks great on you, Pram. I've been looking everywhere for you, Jit. Let's go talk for a bit. After Jit caught them up on everything, Pram nodded. So that's the situation. But I had no idea there were so many homeless people here. Yeah, Jit replied. This place really needs help. Jit guessed that if they dragged out the mission and didn't act, the difficulty would just ramp up over time. The homeless in a mansion, Pram mused, just like our time at Heron Academy. Oh, and Jit, this shadow world we're in, is it the Holy Empire? Yeah, Jit confirmed. We're definitely in the Holy Empire. Pram stared at him, but I was thinking. You're right, Jit interrupted. Whatever you were about to say, you're right. Pram paused. Okay then. If that's the case, what's your mission? What quest are you on? Me? Pram asked. Around this time every year, a battle breaks out with the Esteban people. My objective is to disguise myself and escape from the others when the fighting starts, and become a knight. Jit's ears perked up. Esteban? Pram nodded. They attack this area every year. The Esteban people attack them, and boom, system notification. You have investigated. The Esteban tribe, the second major problem facing the Lord. A light bulb went off in Jit's head. Now I see the path to the main quest. So, he asked, made any progress on your mission yet? Well, Pram admitted, I couldn't keep up with them. They're too fast. You've never actually met any of the tribe's people? The scouting party predicted. There's a high probability of an attack. They said the Esteban tribe is. Well, it seems like the knights aren't even paying attention to us anymore. It feels like nothing will happen tonight. And maybe nothing will happen at all this year. Jit just laughed out loud. They're saying the Esteban haven't given up. The Esteban never do that. But what they said isn't entirely wrong, Pram added. Ever since Venom, even Arn became Lord, the Esteban have never once managed a successful attack on this place. It's been like this for 5 years, and they still haven't found a way to deal with the Esteban for good. Jit cut in. Pram, do you remember that tribal guy from the pharmacy? Yeah, I remember. How would you describe him? Pram thought for a moment. Aggressive, and ready for a fight. Exactly, Jit said. He was one of the Esteban, too. Think about it. Same name, same face. If we don't solve this case quickly, the mission in the castle will get much harder. Plus, winter is almost here. Finding food and supplies in the snow will be tough. In fact, they've issued a decree to everyone. If the enemy attacks, you must immediately join the national defense. So what? Pram asked. You think the warlike Esteban will just sit down and negotiate? Exactly, Jit said. But that's what we need to consider the existence of another rival. If we go by what we've read about Shadow Worlds, there's always an antagonist working against you. If so, The two rivals are Venom, even Aaron, and someone else. Our mission is to figure out who isn't Esteban, but is secretly manipulating people according to their own plan. And then, something suddenly clicked in Jit's mind. He thought, wait a second. They said they couldn't identify the Esteban's main force. What if their goal is simply food and water? Jit whispered. A small break-in? Git scoffs. Hell no. Let's move. But Pram stops him. Wait, Git. A system notification pops up. You found a minor clue. Your intuition kicks in, boosting your judgment. A bald man reports, Chieftain, they're gone. The border guards have left their posts. It's time. The system announces it. Mission start. The assault begins. The Esteban tribe is attacking the castle, 2 kilometers out. Your objective, protect the food and water supplies from the raid. Time remaining until the invasion, 1 day. Pram asks, we just did a quick search of the area. You think that's enough, Git? It'll have to do, Git replies. Are you sure the Esteban are coming? Pram asks. Positive. Ever since the mission started, Git's been analyzing everything. Time to check the most likely spots. Git points to the map. First, we check the ramparts behind the mill. Next, the gap between guard posts in the southeast sector. And finally, the supply warehouse. Pram clarifies. So, only 3 places left? That's right. Git confirms. Even though the Lord's estate is massive, those 3 areas have the thinnest defenses. Pram adds, everyone believed we wouldn't be attacked this year, so security is even lighter than usual. Git turns to Pram. Didn't you tell your teammates to step up patrols? I tried, Pram says, but they wouldn't listen. They just didn't believe me. Really? Git asks. What's your rank in the squad? Pram shrugs. I don't really pay attention to that stuff. Git sighs. Then you're probably low rank. No wonder they blew you off. If you want to convince them an attack is coming this year, Git explains, you need a higher rank. They won't listen otherwise. I didn't realize rank was so important, Pram admits. I should have known. Don't beat yourself up over it, Git says. We've already got a plan in case they do attack, so don't worry about it. Pram looks relieved. Thanks, Git. Git ruffles Pram's hair. All right, it's getting late. But then he freezes. Wait a second. He stands up, a sense of urgency on his face. That's right. Git? Pram asks, confused. Pram, good luck on watch tonight. I've got something I need to take care of right now, Git says, already running off. Git! Pram calls after him. Elsewhere, Git looks around. She's not here? Then he spots a small girl. Ririka, he calls out. Did you get here without anyone seeing you? Yep, she replies. Being so small, she can easily sneak through the bushes. Git smiles, praising her. Good job, Ririka. It's getting cold. Make sure you stay warm. Ririka just grins. I'm hungry. Git hands her a small bag. Here's your food. Her eyes light up. Thank you, Git. She adds that she hasn't been hungry lately. Really? That's great to hear, he says. Now, Ririka, I can't bring you any food tomorrow. Why not? She asks. I have something I need to take care of, he explains, so I packed extra for you today. You won't have to worry about tomorrow. Are you in trouble for giving me food? She asks, concerned. No, nothing like that. Also, stay away from this area tomorrow, okay, Ririka? Okay, she promises. They say their goodbyes. Gazing at the moon, Git thinks to himself, if Ririka comes here tomorrow, it'll be too dangerous. The Esteban tribe is definitely attacking. The next day arrives. Wow, so much snow, Pram remarks. I wasn't expecting this, Git says. The guards today are being incredibly careless. They didn't even send out a patrol. Well, when they don't see an enemy, they get lazy, Git replies. On top of that, this snow is killing our visibility. We'll have to be extra careful tonight. Pram sighs. I love the snow, but today's not a good day for it. Git agrees. Yeah, you're wearing your uniform under that, right? Git asks. Yep, got it on underneath, Pram confirms. Good. Let's head to the next guard point in the northeast. Okay. Is something wrong? Pram asks. There are no guards here at all. Git's mind races. No guards. They're probably just slacking off on duty again, Pram grumbles. I can't believe how irresponsible they are. No, Git says. Something's wrong here. Git? Pram calls out. But Git is already running, a bad feeling twisting in his gut. He shouts, Everyone! He stops. The words catch in his throat. They're all dead. Pram says, We need to get past this area and into the castle. I don't think it's that simple. Suddenly, the system's voice echoes in Git's mind. You have witnessed the Esteban's ambush. The assault has begun. They move into the fortress with brutal speed. Most of the defenders don't even know they're under attack. Most of them don't even know. Git whispers. I'm going to check if the other areas are safe, Pram declares, but Git shouts his name. Pram looks down at an arrow, confused. Our arrows can see through a snowstorm? As Git steps forward, Pram yells, "Watch out! Pram, stay put," Git commands. In his mind, he sees it. A vision. The system speaks again. A rare hero. You've encountered the blood-soaked eagle, a monster-class enemy? Git mutters. The system explains. He is a minister of the tribe, known as their greatest archer. Suddenly, a group of attackers rushes them. I can't believe it, Pram says. For guys that big, they're scaling the walls way too easily. This isn't going to be easy, Git agrees. Elsewhere, two soldiers are talking. Did you hear that? One asks. I didn't hear anything, the other replies. Really? Must be my imagination. I'll just check. He turns back to his partner. Watch your step, but he freezes, seeing his friend swarmed by enemies. Someone screams, The Esteban! How? The soldier turns around. And they're right behind him, a finger pressed to their lips in a chilling silence. From a distance, a man wearing a white tiger helm watches the tower. An entire army stands with him. The man in the tiger helm gives the order. We're moving into the castle. Esteban warriors appear nearby. One throws a grappling hook, scaling the high wall. They gather on top, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. A warrior speaks up. Chieftain, your orders. The chieftain scans the area, searching for the supply depot. Their food stores must be in that direction. Another warrior reports. Chieftain, a soldier is hiding in one of the towers. The soldier is mumbling to himself, terrified. There are over 100 of them. The damn knights swore the Esteban wouldn't show up this year. He continues. Everyone. They were killed instantly. I have to ring the bell. Warn everyone. But if I stand up now? He stops. Wait. Why is it so quiet? Did they leave? An Esteban warrior pops his head over the ledge. Found you. A blood-curdling scream echoes from the tower. The chieftain smirks. Must be the last survivor. He begins giving orders. 10 of you, stay here. Deal with anyone left alive on the walls. The rest of you, follow me to their supply depot. With that, he leaps over the rampart. Let's go. 2 of the remaining warriors watch him go. The chieftain is terrifying, one says. You're right, the other agrees. All the guards are dead. He must be afraid of survivors. This guy doesn't look like a real warrior at all. But another one standing behind him overheard everything. He warns, hey, you don't talk trash about the chieftain behind his back. Our job is to follow orders, that's it. The chieftain sees the bigger picture, way more than we do. He continues, are you doubting him? The first guy stammers, no, of course not. The loyal one fires back. Then you'll follow the chieftain's command. Now split up. We'll search around the outer walls. Meanwhile, a soldier stands on a pile of corpses, laughing. Ha ha, all the guards are dead, he scoffs. The chieftain worries too much. What a coward. But as he turns, he spots an arrow. He recognizes it instantly. The chieftain's bow? He mutters. He missed. But while he's distracted, a sword plunges straight through his chest. He turns, gasping. You bastard. How? Then, he collapses to the ground. Graham grabs his sword and says, Git's prediction was dead on. They left a few guys behind to sweep the area. Git nods. That's 1 down, 9 to go, Git says. Watchtower 13 has a warning bell. We need to get there and ring it to warn everyone about the attack. It was the Esteban tribe. Graham adds, Watchtower 13 is going to be tough to approach. Why don't we just head to Tower 14 on the opposite side? But Git cuts him off. That's way too far, he insists. By the time we got there, the Esteban would have already completed their mission. Our goal is to take out these stragglers and get to Tower 13. Period. Git tries to rally him. Come on, the 2 of us can do this. Prom replies, Yes sir, Git. Just then, an Esteban soldier turns and sees Prom charging at him, sword raised. The Esteban grins, a look of pure excitement on his face. Just like the chieftain said. There are still survivors here. Pram looks down, confused. My sword! The Esteban lets out a terrifying laugh. You're fast, he growls. This is fun, so much fun. He swings his massive axe, yelling, Let's see if you can dodge this. After the axe crashes down, Pram is nowhere to be seen. The soldier looks around, confused right before Pram appears behind him, landing a solid strike on his leg. He screams in pain as Pram shoves him to the ground. Another Esteban steps up. My turn. He begins to channel his magic, but then stops. My magic? From a distance, Git says. Analysis complete. The Esteban scoffs. Even without my magic, I can still crush pathetic runts like you. He raises his sword, shouting, Prepare to die. But then, he freezes. Wait a second, he says, eyes wide. That's a super fast warrior's sword. Before he can finish the thought, Pram cuts him down. Git rushes over. You okay? Pram nods. I'm fine, but the rest of them are coming. Pram readies his stance. Get behind me, Git. I'll handle this. But Git interrupts. No, Pram, you need to rest. Pram argues. I told you, I'm fine. Rest, Git says, his voice firm. A whole group of Esteban soldiers starts screaming at Git. He calmly replies, Now then, it's my turn to handle this. The Esteban horde charges forward, yelling, Kill him. Git begins his chant, unleashing his magic. Melting ice. Waves of ice-cold magic spread out in every direction. The soldiers yell out, What is this? They look down at their feet in shock. Why is there water at our feet? One of them wonders. Pram jokes. Oh, good. My clothes are dry now. Git tells him, Close your eyes, Pram. Pram covers his face. Like this? Git confirms. Perfect. An Esteban soldier mutters, What's going on? He looks like a mage, but he isn't attacking us. Another adds, Something's not right with this guy. One of them, eyes wide with terror, says, No, he's incredibly dangerous. That mage. He's even more dangerous than our chieftain. Seeing one of them trying to sneak away, Git asks, And where do you think you're going? Looks like that one is pretty sharp, Git muses. But it's too late to run now. He chants the spell, Su Lining. A massive pillar of lightning crashes down on all of his enemies. The soldiers scream in agony as they're electrocuted. Pram points. Whoa, one of them is still standing. Git sounds impressed. Really? Not bad. He adds. He jumped off the collapsing bridge just in time to dodge the main blast. Git watches him. But before he could recover, he passed out. Looks like he didn't escape the lightning completely. Pram agrees. I guess so. Then he turns to Git. Git, are you okay? Git leans over, exhausted. I'm fine. Just used a little too much mana. Nothing to worry about. Pram is stunned. You just used a level 3 spell, didn't you? How can you do that when you're only a level 1 circle mage? Git explains. It's thanks to this specialized suit. It lets me tap into the power inside these magic stones. Git continues. Even using the power from the stones, it still takes this much of a toll on me. Pram repeats in awe. It hit you this hard even with the magic stones? Git thinks to himself. I only used one spell, and my body is already this weak. I have to get the medal of the court, and fast. Meanwhile, the main Esteban force breaks into the food storage. The Esteban soldiers are ecstatic. Looking at the massive stockpile, one exclaims, With all this, we could last for a whole year. Their chieftain orders, Take as much as you can. Burn the rest, he commands. His men reply, Yes, chieftain. They start pouring oil on the remaining supplies, but the chieftain notices something. Sand? Wait, could it be? The chieftain roars, Open the crates, check what's inside now. His men pry them open and cry out, It's sand, it's all sand, impossible. This is divine punishment. They scream, Heaven is punishing us because our offerings weren't enough this year. Just then, a bell tolls. The sound echoes everywhere. The Esteban men panic and shout, It's the enemy! The chieftain yells, Listen to me, forget the food, all troops, retreat. He continues speaking. But then the three of them fall silent. The whole group looks ahead. Staring straight forward, the chieftain suddenly realizes something and barks a new order. Hold your positions. His men turn to him, confused. Chieftain? A single crystal appears in the middle of the snow. Then, an explosion erupts from the food storage. The chieftain looks up, his eyes widening in complete shock. A cold voice rings out. You, chieftain. Who are you? An enemy? A figure with golden hair flowing in the wind appears. The person who just spoke was Estes. She stands there, defiant, right in front of the chieftain. That's right, she says. The two of them face off, Estes looking completely calm. The chieftain reaches for an arrow. He glances at Estes, then draws his bow and fires straight at her, but she blocks it, effortlessly. The chieftain stares, stunned that she didn't even flinch. The Esteban warriors yell in unison, Get her! Estes watches the horde charge toward her. She lowers her head for a moment, then looks up, her eyes glowing with power as she begins her chant, Palace of Ice. The entire area is instantly overwhelmed by her immense power. The soldiers cry out. What is this? The chieftain thinks. This magical energy, it's horrifying. Who is she? What in the world is she? All the chieftain can see now is Estes, sitting upon a throne made of pure ice, radiating absolute power. She speaks, her voice low. You should just surrender. The entire group stares into Estes's deep, cold eyes. Surrender? The chieftain suddenly lets out a wild laugh and screams a name to the sky. See, Rona. His men whip their heads back to look at their leader. Then, a savage grin spreads across their faces. They rally around the chieftain, roaring in unison. "See, Rona," Estes simply says. "Is that so? If that's the case, then you all die." Estes unleashes her magic, creating massive blocks of ice that crush Esteban's men. Pure chaos erupts as they scream in agony. Estes thinks to herself, for these barbarians to get this deep into the castle, it means they've already killed our soldiers. There's no need to feel any pity killing trash like them. One by one, the ice shards kill them without mercy. The Esteban chieftain fires an arrow, shattering Estes's ice golem. He thinks, he took down a level 3 magic golem with just one arrow. Wait a second. He's a magic user who enhances his physical power. The chieftain declares, "I'll block every dangerous spell from her." All the remaining warriors form up and block the attack. The chieftain, firing arrow after arrow, shouts, "I'll kill her myself." Running is useless. Estes chants, "Gray." The chieftain's arrow misses. He thinks, how is she moving so fast? And then he sees her diving down from above, sword in hand. The chieftain just laughs. An attack like that won't work on me. Their weapons clash, and Estes is shocked. I heard a clang, she thinks, as another warrior jumps in to block her strike. The blow sends Estes flying back, leaving her gasping for breath. The man raises his blade and says, "You might be a pretty strong mage, but you're a long way from being a real warrior. I am the Red Blood Eagle, a proud warrior of Esteban, and I will crush you." Estes slowly gets up. She lets out a single breath. A small laugh. "You bastard," she thinks. Red Blood Eagle charges, and with every powerful clash, Estes struggles to defend. He rushes in, laughing wildly, his attacks relentless, giving her no room to breathe. But somehow, Estes manages to fight back. He lunges, saying, "Is that armor of yours making it hard to move?" The Red Blood Eagle grabs Estes by her armor, yanks her forward, and then hurls her into a nearby wall of ice. She smashes right through it. Estes winces, thinking, damn it. Red Blood Eagle raises his weapon high, gathering power and roaring, "It's over." He unleashes a furious assault on Estes. She quickly casts Ice Spear, attacking Red Blood Eagle and triggering a massive explosion. From inside the smoke, a shadow leaps out. It's Estes, retreating to safety. Exhausted, Estes glares at the Red Blood Eagle. He slowly stands up and says, "Your magical power is fading fast. Looks like you've hit your limit." The armor warns her. Only 20% mana remaining on the armor. Defensive capabilities decreased. Estes just replies, "You talk too much, Esteban warrior. I'm perfectly fine." The Red Blood Eagle scoffs. "You call that fine? You look like you're about to die." "No, actually. I'm glad you think that way, because if you die too easily, my fallen comrades will be disappointed. At the very least, I have to take your head as an offering to them." Red Blood Eagle braces himself and lunges toward Estes. Then, they clash. Estes raises her weapon, swinging with all her might at the Red Blood Eagle, but he's too fast. A clean dodge. Red Blood Eagle spins back, unleashing a powerful strike aimed right at Estes. She thinks, this isn't good. He rushes in, grinning. "What's wrong? Didn't you say you were still fine?" Red Blood Eagle lands a devastating blow to Estes's stomach. The impact sends her flying back, armor and all. She collapses, then slowly pushes herself up. She looks up, glaring at the Red Blood Eagle. Seeing her get to her feet, he's genuinely surprised. "You still have the strength to stand?" The Red Blood Eagle mutters, "What a monster." Estes slowly gets to her feet and says, in this situation, he would still be smiling. The warrior just looks at her, confused. Estes continues, "No matter the situation, he would defeat all his enemies. He would become even stronger. That's why. I will become just like him." Estes stands tall, a smile on her face. "I will become stronger. Stronger than even Zirik Akme." The Red Blood Eagle is baffled. What the hell? He thinks, she's enchanting her sword with magic. Then Estes chants the spell, Ice Way. Instantly, her sword transforms into solid ice. He scoffs. "Just because your sword changed a little doesn't mean you can beat me." Suddenly, Estes's ice blade lunges forward, swinging hard at the Red Blood Eagle. As he parries the blow, he repeats, "Just because your sword changed a little doesn't mean you can defeat me." But now, ice is spreading across the Red Blood Eagle's right arm. Cracks appear on his weapon, and then on his body. The Red Blood Eagle screams in agony. He coughs up blood and collapses to his knees right in front of Estes. He stares at the ground in utter disbelief. What the hell just happened? He thinks. Did her sword explode? Estes' weapon comes to rest at his neck. He looks up, completely powerless. And in that moment, the red blood eagle finally understands. He looks at Estes and slowly closes his eyes as the light fades from them. He collapses to the ground with one final thought. I accept my defeat. Seeing him fall, Estes plants her sword in the ground right beside him. Leaning on her sword, Estes gasps for air. She opens one eye, lets out a small laugh, and says, Zirik, I wasn't finished talking. Then she collapses to the ground next to the red blood eagle. Snow begins to fall gently from the sky, dusting the sword. The next day, at Lord Evanaran's castle, Vinhem says, Raise your heads, Zirik Acme. You too, Graham Snyder. Both of them are completely bound in chains. Vinhem continues, Now, explain to me. How did you two know about the Esteban invasion? Graham and Zirik are tied up, kneeling on the floor. A voice speaks, Zirik Acme, and you, Graham Snyder. Now explain to me. How did you know the Esteban were planning an invasion? Zirik speaks up, That is something I cannot tell you, my lord. Vinhem, still seated, asks, Do you not understand your current situation? If you can't tell me how you learned of their plans, then I'll have to conclude you are an Esteban spy, and treat you as an enemy. Graham looks at Zirik, his face filled with worry. To Vinhem's surprise, Zirik simply says, I understand. Then so be it. Even if I explained it to you now, you wouldn't understand a thing. The servant beside Vinhem explodes in anger. You arrogant brat. How dare you speak to the Lord like that? Vinhem just waves his hand. Enough. I understand. Sometimes the best thing to do is remain silent. Instead of burying yourself with temporary lies. Let's talk about something else. Graham and Zirik just stare. Their face is a perfect picture of disbelief. I spoke with Jean, our quartermaster, Vinhem stated. He told me our food supply was replaced with sand. Is this true? Jit replied. That's correct, my lord. Vinhem pressed on. So you turned all of our food into sand? Jit clarified. Not all of it. The Esteban clan was meant to be the vanguard, after all. They'd be in a rush, hitting the entrance storerooms first. So only the food there was turned to sand. Vinhem wasn't convinced. And what's your plan now? What if the Esteban clan just decides to burn the whole warehouse down when they find out? Your trick could cost us everything. With the food supply being so massive, Kit bowed his head respectfully. So I had to make absolutely sure they believed all of it had been replaced with sand. Once Esteban's men realized our plan was being countered and they were out of time, I gambled they wouldn't be stupid enough to waste precious moments burning a warehouse full of sand. Vinhem rested his chin on his hand. But all you did was leave crates of sand there. Why did you also leave behind the real food containers? Kit explained, Because I wanted to fool them completely, to make them believe it was all just sand. It's more convincing if all the containers are left behind just like that. The servant beside Vinhem snapped, Nonsense. That's just wishful thinking. What would have happened if your plan had failed? Vinhem's voice cut through the air. Silence. He continued, I see. So if they were deceived, they wouldn't know the real location of the food supply, and they wouldn't burn the fake one because it'd be a waste of time. This brings me back to my first question. How did you know what Esteban's crew was planning and thinking? Sweat beaded on Kit's brow as he answered, It was all just a guess, my lord. That's all I can say. Vinhem raised an eyebrow. A guess, you say? We'll leave it at that for now, because I know you won't say anything more. You think you're pretty clever, and I'm sure you're well aware of this. This situation has dragged on for years. That food supply is for emergencies, and according to the law, anyone who touches it without permission, no matter who, receives the highest penalty. The words made Kit's blood run cold. Vinhem pressed on. If Esteban hadn't attacked, your so-called guess wouldn't just have led to your deaths, but Jeffrin's as well. Kit replied. If so, then I would gladly accept my fate. Vinhem leaned forward. What did you just say? Kit looked up. My lord, I am a homeless, nobody from the slums. In all my years, I have seen countless people die on the streets. Do you know the most painful way to go? It's starvation. The muscles wither away, leaving nothing but an agonizing frame of bones. Because of this pain, they lose the strength to even cling to life. The only thing they can do is lie down and slowly wait for death to take them. That is starvation, my lord. Do you have any idea how wonderful a single bowl of rice can be? I know that feeling all too well. Do you know the happiness a tiny piece of bread can bring? Or the absolute joy from just one bowl of soup? If Esteban's plan had succeeded, they wouldn't have just stolen most of the food, they would have burned everything that was left. That is why I acted on my own, my lord. If my actions can reduce the number of people who starve to death, even by a little, Kit said with absolute conviction, I am willing to bet my life on it. Vinhem watched him, silent. Kit's eyes burned with resolve. Then, unexpectedly, Vinhem let out a huge laugh. He laughed and said, I see. Wonderful. What a great man you are. What you just said is truly commendable. Although I am a strict enforcer of the law, I find it difficult to punish you for this. Kit thought with relief. He believed me. Just then, there was a loud banging on the door. A voice from outside yelled, You can't do this. Get out of my way. I said move. Kit started sweating again, stuttering. That voice. It's. The person outside kicked the door open, shouting, Vinhem. Kit quickly yelled, Wait! The man who burst in shouted, You can't do this. Jeffrin stormed in and fell to his knees. You cannot execute them. This young man acted with good intentions. Though I found it hard to believe him at first, it's because of him that Esteban's forces failed so miserably. If you punish him, then I ask that you punish me as well. Vinhem closed his eyes. My old friend, can't you assess the situation before you start shouting? Kit looked up, completely confused, letting out a small huh? He called out, Boss? Why are you acting like this in front of the Lord? Vinhem sighed. You haven't changed a bit. Always shouting whenever there's a problem. Jeffrin scratched his head. Ah, well, you see. Then Jeffrin said, My apologies. I mean, please forgive me, my lord. This is all just a misunderstanding. I'll see myself out. Please, carry on. He closed the door, but before anyone could react, he opened it again, winking playfully. Tonight's dessert will be your favorite almond cake. Someone yelled, Just get out of here. Vinhem held his head in his hands. My apologies for Jeffrin's behavior. He's an old friend. Kit, who now had a lump on his head, bowed low. Yes, my lord. Vinhem continued. I'm sorry for having you tied up. Kit replied, Not at all. It was necessary. Vinhem then said, Bram, come here and kneel before me. Bram, confused, did as he was told. Yes, my lord. Vinhem rose from his chair. Vinhem ordered a servant to bring him his sword. The man beside him bowed and accepted the command. Vinhem addressed Bram. For your bravery, I, Lord Vinhem Everon, will knight you, Bram Jenner. From this day forward, you shall be a knight. Bram was stunned by the sudden honor. He declared, I am here to serve you with all my heart, my lord. Vinhem smiled, satisfied. He turned to Kit. You are an intelligent man, Kit. You also carry yourself like a nobleman. I apologize for my rude actions earlier. I hope that I can count on you as my direct advisor. Kit was just as surprised by the offer. He straightened up and said seriously, I will not betray your trust, my lord. A notification popped up. You have completed the quest. Invasion. You have been granted the title, Tactician. Your trust status has been upgraded to Trusted. A guard ran in and announced, My lord, the captain and the knights have returned. Vinhem said, Let her in. Bram and Kit wondered aloud. The knight captain? The sound of footsteps grew closer. Vinhem began, Allow me to introduce you. She is the outstanding individual who contributed greatly to defeating Esteban's men. She is the captain of the knights. Bram and Kit shouted in unison, Estes. Vinhem looked surprised. You all know each other? Kit laughed. Of course, we know her very well. The next day, inside the main building, torches lit the long corridors. Footsteps approached a room where a large man was chained to a wall. A voice called out, Blood Eagle. I want to talk to you. The man called Blood Eagle said nothing. Chapter 62. Kit approached him. Blood Eagle, I want to talk. But the man remained silent. Kit just smiled at him. Right after, a system notification appeared. Esteban mission, completion rate, 42.4%. Blood Eagle, chieftain of the Eagle tribe, has been captured. Without their leader, the Eagle tribe will be unable to invade the Evern estate for a very long time. Blood Eagle looked up at Kit, his expression filled with confusion as the young man slowly entered the room. Kit's gaze locked onto the man's earrings, his mind racing. Those earrings, they're the symbol proving he's a descendant of Kongar Khan, a legendary figure recorded in history for his immense talent. He and his descendants have caused serious problems all across the continent. It's no mistake to consider them the greatest threat in this world of shadows. He's so proud, a true successor to the Khan. Good thing I knew he was Khan's descendant before we started talking. Damn, how did she even capture this monster? Jit faced the captive, the Blood Eagle. I want to talk, he said, removing the gag. I'm taking this off, don't bite me. The moment he was free, the Blood Eagle spit right in Jit's face. Jit just wiped it away. So, we can skip the pleasantries, huh? I have an offer. You and your 80 men. I'll let you live. The Blood Eagle was stunned. What? Jit continued. Successor to the Great Khan, the Nightmare of Evern. I have one request. Alias. The captive's eyes widened. Who are you? How do you know about Alias? Jit gave a slight bow. Allow me to introduce myself, heir of the Khan. I am the strategist of this land. The Blood Eagle sneered. A strategist. I don't know how you know about Alias, but you have no rights here. The blonde woman who defeated my men and me, only she has any claim over me. Alias, Jit said with a small smile. I may not have defeated you personally, but I have a claim all the same. The Blood Eagle shot back. What are you talking about? Jit leaned in. Simple. I'm the one who turned your food supply into sand. A roar of pure rage. It was you. Let me go. I'll tear you apart with my bare hands. Jit just calmly said, Then I suppose. I refuse. The Blood Eagle cut him off. You want us to promise not to invade again in exchange for our lives? Am I wrong, strategist? Jit replied. That's exactly right. The Blood Eagle scoffed. It doesn't take a genius to figure that out. You're our enemy. And we lost. You're asking me to throw away my pride just to survive. I don't get to choose victory or defeat, but I will not surrender. Jit thought to himself. An enemy, huh? Killing him isn't a good idea. That just means facing an entire tribe bent on revenge for their chief. And my main quest is only 40% complete. If this is his final answer, then I'll have to change my approach. Jit spoke again. You're a proud warrior, Blood Eagle. But you're also selfish. The chief glared. Selfish? You're only thinking about your pride as a warrior, Jit explained. What about the clan members who followed you here? The Blood Eagle insisted. They will understand my decision. You're deciding like a warrior, not like a chief, Jit countered. The moment you became chief, you took on a heavier burden than you realize. If another tribe with a grudge attacked the Eagle clan right now, could they defend themselves without you there to lead them? The Blood Eagle gritted his teeth. How dare you threaten my people's lives? Jit stood his ground. I'm not here to threaten. I'm here to make a deal. There are plenty of other warriors who could lead in my place, the chief retorted. Jit pressed. Are you sure about that? He knew the truth. He's not sure. He came to Evern himself because no one else could take his place. He's caught in the trap. Jit continued. Let me be clear. This is a deal. I will provide you with the food you came here to take. The Blood Eagle's eyes lit up. If you do that, then it wouldn't be a retreat in defeat. Jit finished the thought. It would be a peace treaty that benefits both sides. A slow, dangerous smile spread across the Blood Eagle's face. You truly are as cunning as a cobra, Jit just chuckled. Haha, I'll take that as a compliment. The chief nodded. Very well. In my name as chief, I accept this deal. Meanwhile, at the Carbon Estate, Romantica threw down her pen. I can't take this anymore. Why did I come all this way just to be a merchant? I already had to run a whole merchant guild back home. This is easy work because I know it inside and out, but seriously, Pram, Jit, where are you guys? Working alone is getting me nowhere. I wish Jit were here. Wait, what did I just say? I must be going crazy. You idiot. What if someone heard that? Suddenly, Emin entered. I'm here to report, Guildmaster. Romantica snapped. Emin, I told you to knock before you enter. Emin replied flatly. I did. You didn't hear me. Here's the information you wanted from the capital. Oh, thanks, she said, taking the report. Emin explained. It seems things in the capital aren't going so well. The tax rate is one problem, but the biggest issue is a strange rumor. It's making the other guilds flee the city. Romantica looked up. A rumor? Emin nodded. About a ghost that kidnaps people who wander alone, then skins them and eats their flesh. What? Romantica scoffed. Get back to work if you have time to listen to such nonsense. Emin sighed. I knew you'd say that, but honestly, it's pretty serious. I don't know about a ghost, but the kidnappings are real. On top of that, the taxes in the capital are sky high. It's a bad situation. Romantica frowned. What? But that's just going to bleed the people dry. Emin nodded grimly. Exactly. As a result, the number of homeless people is exploding. Romantica realized. This place isn't too far from the capital. So a lot of people must be heading this way, right? Emin shook his head. Probably not. The Lord gave orders to turn away all refugees. Romantica was shocked. Seriously? That's terrible. Emin disagreed. It's for the best. If we let them in, they'd overwhelm the city. So we're just supposed to let them die out there in the cold? Romantica demanded. Emin offered. It seems the northern territories are accepting refugees. Where? She asked. A place called Evern, Emin answered. Romantica paused. That name sounds familiar. Emin elaborated. It's pretty famous right now for stopping an invasion from the Esteban people. Romantica shot up. Emin, bring me a map. Now. Okay, he said, scrambling to get one. As she searched the map, Emin added, the lord who rules that place is pretty well known. He's a whole different breed. He even won a battle against the Haven Empire back when he was in the capital. Emin pointed to a corner of the map. There it is. That's Evern. A system window popped up. Main quest initiated. The Crisis of Evern. Resolve the 2 major issues in the Evern region. Esteban mission. 100% complete. A truce with the Eagle clan has been established. They will no longer consider Evern an enemy. Refugee mission. 30% complete. Public security has stabilized, and the crime rate has decreased. Refugee intake is now under strict control. Romantica stood up decisively. Emin, we're going to Evern. Now. Emin was confused. What? Why not the capital? Forget the capital, Romantica declared. We're going to do business in Evern. Back in his office, Jit poured a cup of tea. Vinham inhaled the aroma. I really do love the scent of this tea. Jit smiled. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Here you are, sir. Vinham took the cup. Thank you. This feels good. Jit bowed. Then I'll get back to my duties. Jit sits down at his desk and thinks, Shadow world or real world, my desk is always a complete mess. He decides to start with the capital map, the one thing he actually studied back home. This version is far more accurate. This entire area, swallowed by the shadow world. But this spot here? That's strange. And here's the first line of defense, which means even Arn is way smaller than it looks. At the same time, its military is huge, and they use their main forces with terrifying efficiency. Their troops are sent to the border and constantly supplied. Even Arn is known for being incredibly safe, with a strong economy and solid leadership. But their single biggest problem is the homeless population. You can't just treat them like criminals, you have no idea who they really are. Still, it's way too late to just let them all flood into the city. They're giving the Eagle tribe some food as part of a truce, but it's not like our supplies are running low. The quest for the homeless has made zero progress. So, food isn't the problem? Jit mutters. Maybe it's a public security issue. He starts digging through crime data. Oh, here we go. The crime rate has actually dropped since I entered the shadow world. This detailed report was put together by the Knights. That's right. Jit picks up the report filed by the SS Kings at the Even Aran Knight headquarters. A soldier approaches him. Are you Jit? Jit nods. Yeah, that's me. The soldier bows his head. Please follow me. Our commander is waiting for you. Oh, okay, Jit says, thinking to himself. This is a professional army. Just as I suspected, with these numbers, public security shouldn't be an issue at all. Looks like public safety isn't the problem either. The soldier leading Jit points ahead. This way. She's waiting inside. Jit thanks him and walks forward. Jit's about to knock when a loud voice erupts from inside. If this continues, we're just going to face an even bigger crisis. Allen's voice demands. So why won't you do something? Estist's reply is ice cold. That is not my decision to make. Standing outside, Jit listens in, wondering, that's Estist, but who's the other guy? Owlin slams his hand on a table. Commander, Jit is surprised someone would dare speak to Estis like that. Owlin continues, if this goes on, we'll run out of food and the crime rate will skyrocket. We have no idea what could happen next, Estis replies, her voice firm. Our duty is to stop that from happening. That's the Knight's job. The how is obvious. Allen's frustration explodes. It's all because of those vagrants. None of this was a problem until the Lord let them into the city. I know it was the Lord's decision, he rages, but it's time to handle this. We will drive every last one of them out in the name of. Before he can finish, Estest slams her own hand on the table. She glares at Allen, her eyes blazing. That is blatant disrespect, Allen. What right do you have to oppose the Lord's command? Know your place. Allen shrinks back, terrified, bowing his head. I am truly sorry. I made a grave mistake. Estes glances toward the door. I will consider your opinion. Now, leave. Yes, ma'am. Allen opens the door, muttering, I will return to my post. Then he spots Jit. Who are you? I'm the strategist, Jit replies calmly. Allen scoffs in disbelief. You're the strategist? A homeless nobody playing at being noble? As Allen storms off, Jit thinks, well, he's not very friendly. He knocks, and Estist's voice calls out, Come in. Jit enters the room. It's been a while, Estist. How's your wound? Estist looks up. Jit, I'm fine. It's good to see you. Jit gets straight to the point. Let me be direct. About your mission. Estes cuts him off. I know you just arrived, but let's go for a walk. Seeing Jit's confusion, she adds, We can talk outside. Down in the town square, a woman sweeping her porch sees the two of them. Commander, she calls out. Estes smiles. You don't have to call me that. How can I not show my gratitude to the one who always protects us? The woman asks. More cookies today? Estes nods. Yes, please. The woman waves her hand. Don't you dare try to pay me. Estes just laughs. All right, all right. The woman hands over 2 bags of cookies. This one's for you. And this one's for the young man with you, she says with a wink. Your boyfriend? You better take good care of her. Jit freezes. Boyfriend? The woman just giggles. Oh, is it a secret? Jit immediately starts waving his hands. No, no, no. But the woman just chuckles. Ah, to be young. Jit turns to Estes for help. Say something. Estes just smiles sweetly. Thank you for giving my boyfriend these cookies. The woman beams. See? Can't fool me. Estes then hands the bag to Jit. Here. As Jit reaches for it, Estes seizes the chance and grabs his hand. Let's go, boyfriend, she says with a smirk. Jit is panicking. Wait, Estes, you're giving everyone the wrong idea. It's not worth the effort to explain, she replies, already walking. While munching on a cookie, she says, You were asking about the quest, right? I'm prioritizing the quest for the homeless. Before this, it was public security. I've been handling minor incidents in the area and sending major criminals to the capital. But it still isn't meeting the quest's requirements. Jit asks, What's your progress so far? Estes sighs. Only 30%. The Esteban situation was tough, but the solution was simple. The homeless are different. There's something more to it than just public safety. Jit nods. That's right. We've missed something important. His mind races. What could it be? The shadow world is a reflection of the past. To fix the present, they have to solve the problems of the past. Suddenly, it all clicks into place. Wait a second, Jit says out loud. We forgot about the most important person. Jit bursts through a kitchen door. Head chef. The chef, Jeff Fran, and Ririka both turn around. It's Jit. He asks, How is Ririka doing? Is she having any trouble with her work? Jeff Fran grunts. She's young, but she's a hard worker. Only problem is she's too short. Jit nods. Yeah, that can definitely be a hassle. Jeff Fran raises an eyebrow. So, you want to know about our Lord? Jit confirms. Yes. Please, tell me everything you know about him. The chef doesn't stop his work. Why are you asking me? I'm just an ordinary cook. Jit pushes. Don't say that. You and the Lord are friends. The instant he says it, whoosh! A knife flies past Jit's head and sticks into the wall. You little punk, forget all that nonsense. Ririka looks up from her station. Jeff Fran, the sauce is ready. The chef's mood flips instantly. Great job, kiddo. Come over here and help me out, would you? Ririka then points at Jit with adorable authority. You, go help him. Jit stammers. Oh, okay. Jeff Fran slumps down, muttering to himself. Damn it. That's not what I wanted to talk about. But what's the harm if Jit knows? With a sigh, Jeff Fran says, Ririka, you can take the rest of the day off. Ririka looks confused. But there's still so much work to do. The chef just grins. Don't worry about it. Jit will handle everything. Jit's eyes go wide. Wait, what? Where are we? Jeff Ron asked. I mean, have you been sneaking out to drink this whole time? You can't do that at your level. Vinham just replied. That's right. I'm sure if anyone found out, this would be huge trouble. But I just can't help myself whenever I taste your food. Jeff Ran shot back. That sounds so stupid. Vinham just laughed. Ha ha ha. I'm serious, I really love this place. Jeff Ran grumbled. Idiot. Just then, a group of 3 walked in, commenting. Wow, busy today, huh? Jeff Ran greeted them. Welcome, please have a seat. As the brown-haired man was talking, the blonde one seemed to recognize Vinham, shouting, No way! Vinham! All 3 exclaimed at once. The knight. We bow before the Pope. Vinham laughed loudly. Ha ha, no need to be so formal, this is just a diner. Sit down, relax, have a drink with me. And so, the 4 of them raised their glasses and cheered. Cheers! Vinham called out. Jeff Ran, come join us. Jeff Ran refused. I'm working. But the 3 guests insisted. Come on, boss. Have a drink. Sometime later. A memory of flags waving in the wind, petals falling from the sky, and the people roaring. The expeditionary force is victorious. Long live the goddess Emis. Long live Pope Vinham. Vinham, stunned, asked, What? What did you just say? The long-haired man responded firmly, I said that in the future, we will no longer send troops every time someone needs to be punished. Pope Vinham questioned him, If we don't send our armies, won't our land slowly be taken from us? The man replied, I'm well aware of that. That's precisely why I won't send them. Punishment is a right reserved for the goddess alone. The punishment must fit the crime. Vinham looked up, pleading, But what about the people living on our lands? The long-haired man declared, That land isn't the target of the punishment. The survivors on that land are. It is only right that the guilty be punished, Vinham argued. But we can't just stand by and watch. We know those people. The long-haired man cut him off. Enough talk. This is the will of the goddess. Don't make me repeat myself. This is divine will. Vinhem exploded in fury. Nonsense. What kind of god abandons the very people who place all their faith in them? The long-haired man roared. You have just committed blasphemy. Vinhem even Aaron. Seize the blasphemer. The accused is found guilty of disobeying a divine order and blaspheming the goddess. But, as a pope who serves her, I will let this go. Just this once. However, since you lack faith in the goddess, from this day forward, you are no longer the pope. You will be sent back to your homeland. Vinhem could only think, oh goddess, is this truly your will? Snapping out of his flashback, Jeff Rand continued the story. And just like that, he was sent away. That idiot. Is this what he gets? After all those years fighting for his people? Ever since that day, I've never seen Vinhem smile like he used to. Not even once. Rexid, please. Take care of Vinhem for me. Back in his room, Git thought. He's an even greater man than I imagined. A hero who fought not for a creed or a faith, but for his people. If this place hadn't fallen to the world of shadows, his name would have been celebrated for all time. Vinhem, what decision did he make that caused him to be forgotten by history? Git then glanced to his right, his eyes suddenly fixing on something. Git thought to himself, is that Allin? He heard a knock, then a voice. My lord, I have a request. Could you spare me a moment? I am the knight, Allin Listy. Inside the room, Allin knelt. Knight of Ivan Aaron. The lord picked up his teacup and said, You may rise. What is it you wish to say? Allin replied, Sir, Captain S is currently overwhelmed, so I've come to report on the issue of public security. Vinhem noted, I've been hearing that mentioned a lot lately. Report. Allin immediately responded, Yes, I have a detailed report on the matter, but to summarize, there have recently been 7 major felonies, including murder, rape, and arson, and 50 other cases. Vinhem said, Get that for me. Git replied, Yes, my lord. Allin glanced at Git, then scowled and tossed the report at him. Git thought, Seriously? With one hand? Allin continued her report. Most of these crimes were committed by the homeless. Vinhem simply said, I see. Allin pressed on, Please, read this. It is a declaration to exile the criminals, my lord. Vinhem asked with suspicion, Why are you bringing this to me? Allin, startled, replied, It is what the people wish. Vinhem leaned back in his chair, let out a sigh, and said, As always, the criminals will face their due punishment. Allin dropped to her knees. My lord, please allow me to speak freely. The current solutions are not enough of a deterrent. We need stronger measures. We need to improve the safety of our citizens. But because of the homeless, all our efforts are in vain. The areas where they gather are spiraling out of control. Vinhem asked, So you want me to exile all of the homeless people? No, my lord, Allin replied. I believe there's no need for leniency with this type of criminal. Vinhem said tiredly, I will consider it. Leave it on the table. You may go now. Allin responded, Yes, my lord. Vinhem set the paper down and called out, Git, bring me a cup of tea. Yes, my lord. Git replied, happily pouring tea for Vinhem. Allin saw this and her face twisted in annoyance. Then Vinhem asked Git, You said you were once homeless yourself? Git answered, That's right. Vinhem continued, What do you think of this petition? I want to hear the perspective of someone who's been there. Do you think exiling them all is the right decision? Git began, her words. Then he quickly covered his mouth, thinking, I have to be careful when talking about the homeless. How should I answer? Think. But I don't know anything about these incidents. Damn it. Hesitating isn't helping. Git finally said, I think. She has her reasons for saying that. But I believe that method is a bit too extreme. Vinhem mused. Extreme, you say? Just as Knight Allin reported, I know the homeless population is causing a rise in the crime rate, and the Knights have tried their best, but progress has its limits. I know stronger measures are needed. All right, it seems there's no other way. I will show them that my mercy has a limit. Git stared at Vinhem, thinking, My lord, why are you making that face? Vinhem continued, If that's the case, perhaps we should start with the criminals who have already been exiled. Punishing them again should be enough of an example for the others. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Homeless mission progress decreased by 3%. Current completion, 27%. Git was horrified. What? The progress went down? The system explained. In a time of chaos, the people searched for a hero. And in that chaos, a unique hero was born. Vinhem Even Aaron. But the man who was once a celebrated pope is no more. His order of knights has been disbanded, and though exiled from his homeland, he still wishes to protect others more than anyone else. Git clenched his fists, thinking, so that's how it is. A man who lost everything, exiled from his own lands, yet he still promised to protect his people. But in the history books, he failed to detect Esteban's invasion, which led to the food supplies being burned. Even so, he never abandoned his people. But in the end, with that kind of pressure bearing down on him, he made a choice to abandon his own faith, and to abandon his people. The next day, Prom whispered, "Looks like Romantica isn't here yet." Jit replied, "I'm sure she's fine." Pram just had to ask, "How can you not be worried about her, Jit?" His answer, "Oh, I'm worried. But this is Romantica we're talking about." Pram admitted, "True, but I have a feeling she's going to be furious when we see her." Jit just sighed. "Yeah, I'm counting on it." Suddenly, Estes called out to Jit, "I want to hear why you've gathered everyone here. Does this have something to do with our mission's lack of progress?" Jit closed his eyes and replied, "Exactly. I've discovered what happened to the homeless people in our history." "Listen carefully," Estes said. "The pieces finally clicking into place. Momo. So that's the reason our progress flatlined." "My mistake," Jit admitted. "It was a gamble, I know, but I found a clue, a way to move forward with this." Pram's eyes lit up. "That's great," but Estes was wary. "A clue? What is it?" Jit held up a simple handkerchief. "Look at this," he said. "It's beautiful," Pram commented. Estes, ever practical, just grunted. "Looks expensive. What about it?" Jit shook his head. "This can't be sold. It was made by a homeless woman," he explained. "But because she's an outsider, they won't let her sell it in the market." Starting to see the picture? Estes was still lost. "See what?" "I'm talking about judging the many by the few," Jit continued. While Estes processed that, Pram suddenly chimed in. "The beta class. It's just like our old academy." "The Harvin Academy?" Estes asked. "Exactly," Jit said, jumping on the idea. "If one homeless person commits a crime, only they should be punished. We can't condemn all of them for it, just because of a few bad apples." Jit pushed the handkerchief forward. Pram was still confused. "What does that have to do with the mission?" Jit just gave a small, confident smile. "I realized it yesterday," he said. "If the homeless are the problem, then kicking them out seems like the solution. But the shadow world is telling me that's the wrong move. Because we already solved the Esteban case, we're off the historical path. This entire mission is going to be different. We need to find another way. Instead of just deporting them." Suddenly, a soldier burst into the room. "Captain! Captain, you're here!" Estes was on his feet in an instant. "What's wrong?" The soldier gasped for breath. "It's the main gate." Hearing that, Jit and Prom both flinched. Outside, the situation was already chaos. "What do we do?" one guard yelled. The other shot back, "Don't ask me. They never trained us for something like this." Estes sprinted to the gate. "What's the situation?" he demanded. The two guards snapped to attention. "Captain!" one shouted, while the other just gestured wildly. "Sir, it's better if you see for yourself." And when Estes, Pram, and Jit saw it, they were stunned into silence. It was worse than they imagined. An absolute sea of homeless refugees was swarming the gate. "What is this?" someone whispered. They were all shouting, screaming. "Let us inside. Open the gate. At least let the children stay," another cried out. "Let us in. Open it. Open the gate now." Estes turned to his lieutenant. "Right, this is bad. This is really, really bad." Jit's mind was racing. "I just figured out the real problem. Now what do I do? How much food do we even have left? What's the mission progress?" Wright gritted his teeth. "Damn it." Just then a messenger ran up. "Strategist, a message from the Lord. He says to let everyone in, but if you're here, Jit, you make the final call." Jit looked up at the sky, letting out a hollow laugh. Estes grabbed his arm. "Jit, what are you going to do? If we let them in, security goes down the drain. This entire fortress could collapse. You really think saving even Aaron means doing this?" Below them, the desperate screams continued. "Open up! Open the gates!" The soldier looked at Jit. "Strategist, we need your orders. If this goes on any longer, it'll turn into a full-blown riot." Jit took a deep breath. "Open the gate." His second-in-command didn't hesitate, shouting, "You heard him! Open the gate! We're letting everyone in." A wave of relief washed over the crowd. "Look, the gate is opening. We're saved." Jit turned to Estes. "I'm putting you in charge of screening everyone coming through." Estes just nodded grimly. "Consider it done." A system notification popped up. Vagrant mission. Quest progress has dropped by 15%. The new progress marker. A pathetic 12%. A few days later, The vagrant mission progress hit rock bottom. 1%. Allin slammed his fist on the table. Our security is completely out of control. We have no more food, and no one else is willing to help us. They're taking advantage of our kindness. The most urgent problem is food, he declared. At this rate, we won't survive the winter. We have to force the homeless to leave. Jit shot back. We can't do that. Forcing them out goes against the Lord's wishes. Allin scoffed. Do you even know what the Lord believes in? It's not about protecting vagrants, it's about protecting his own people. You think even Arn sacrificed himself for a bunch of homeless? Are you really going to abandon the people who've lived here for ages just for these outsiders? Jit argued back. But there has to be a way to help both sides. If it's possible, we can't give up on either one. Allin laughed bitterly. Possible? We're all about to starve to death. What are you talking about? Jit raised his voice. I'm just saying that kicking them out isn't the only solution. Why won't any of you consider another way? Why? Pram and Estes tried to calm him. Jit, Allin sneered. Then give us a solution. You're saying there's a way to control the homeless and solve the food shortage? Of course not. You're only protecting them for your own sake. Suddenly, a commanding voice cut through the room. Stop. That is enough. I understand the urgency, but this bickering is pointless. It was Vinhem, the Lord. Everyone immediately bowed their heads. Our deepest apologies. The Lord turned to Allin. Do not make this a personal issue. If you persist, I will not forgive you. Allin bowed lower in apology. The Lord sighed. When I was young, I believed I could save everyone. I learned that was just an illusion. He looked at Jit. Thank you for reminding me of that part of myself. I believe we shouldn't have to face this. And Jit is a wise man, you all know this. But now it is time to choose between reality and imagination. Saving everyone is impossible. We can't hold on any longer. Tell the homeless we are sorry, he commanded. But even Arn has no more room for them. Allin's face lit up with relief. Yes, my lord. Estes felt a pit in his stomach. This feels wrong. Like we're going way off track. In the shadow world we could fix this, but I can't say a word. I can't say anything. This is hopeless. Allin stepped forward. Captain, I'll send the knights out back. Wait a moment, Estes replied, turning to Jit. We haven't finished our... Suddenly, Wright ran forward. He dropped to one knee before the Lord. Glory to even Aaron. The Lord was confused by his actions. Wright looked up, his voice filled with desperation. I will find a way, no matter what it takes. Give me 2 days. Just give me 2 days. A soldier's voice echoed in the courtyard. Form a single line. If you dare cut in line, you get no food. Another handed out rations to the people. Jit's mind was racing. I bought us 2 more days. He replayed the scene in his head. Please, give me 2 days. And Vinham's reply. I will not change my mind, not without a concrete solution, Jit thought. In these 2 days, I have to find a way. He thought back to his plan to encourage talented people like Ririka's mother, but that takes too much time. At least a month. Is there any other solution? The soldiers' shouts broke his concentration as they managed the food line. One soldier yelled to another, Commander, tell them to spread out. Pram was helping nearby. Watch your step over here. A soldier spotted Jit and called out, Sir Strategist, why are you here, sir? Jit answered quietly. I'm just observing the situation. Don't mind me. Just then, a small blur of motion crashed into him. Jit! I found you. It was Ririka, wrapping him in a tight hug. Jit turned to Ririka, asking, You here for the food handouts? Bet that's a drag, huh? But she just smiled back. Not at all. You're in line with me, S's. Jit looked at S's. Thank you. Jit's voice was heavy with regret. I'm so sorry it's come to this, Ririka. The little girl looked up, confused. Why are you sorry? I guess. I'm just sad I can't be with you and Mr. Jeff anymore. She kept asking, but why does Ririka have to go? Mr. Jeff just keeps crying and won't say anything. Is it because I wasn't good enough at my job? Jit answered instantly. No, never. Ririka pressed on. Then why? Jit tried to reassure her. Jeff said he really wants to see you. You'll get to see him again, I promise. Ririka nodded. Okay, then you two look after Carlos until I get back, all right? Jit looked puzzled. Carlos? Who's that? The little girl held out a small snowman. This is my friend, he's a snowman. Jit managed to smile. All right, we'll take good care of him. I'm sure Mr. Jeff Fran would have liked him too. Ririka giggled. I hope Mr. Jeff doesn't eat Carlos. Then she waved. Bye-bye. Esses watched her go. She's such a good kid. Elsewhere, the soldiers were grumbling. God, how much longer do we have to do this? This is annoying. I'd rather be fighting the Esteban army. Another one chimed in. Yeah, seriously, the first soldier continued. Why are we even doing this when we're just gonna kick them all out of the city in 2 days anyway? Just a bunch of ungrateful mouths to feed, causing trouble. Jit just sighed, feeling the weight of it all. Jit, a voice called out. Another one, slick with sarcasm, came from behind. I do hope you make good use of these 2 days, our brilliant strategist. Jit turned. Captain Allen, he said flatly. You say that like you hope it doesn't happen. Allen just laughed it off. Of course not. I can't let my personal feelings get in the way of a decision that affects the future of this place. I just hope you come up with the best solution. Jit shot back. Right. I'll figure it out. Whether you hope for it or not. Allen's smile was sharp. Of course you will, because you're a wanderer yourself. You may be our strategist now, she sneered, but your roots are still with the drifters. You'll have to leave this place in 2 days, too. There are no exceptions. Allen leaned in. And even if you were allowed to stay, I would never let that happen. Kneeling for others? Pathetic. You only knelt because you didn't want to get kicked out. A pitiful wretch begging for his own survival. Trash will always be trash. X lunged forward, ready to strike Allen, but Jit grabbed his arm, holding him back. X, don't. X was furious, his voice strained. Jit. But Jit was firm. This isn't the time for infighting. S's watched, thinking, but you're the one carrying the heaviest burden of all. Suddenly, a soldier shouted, Stay back, you homeless scum. A murmur went through the crowd. What's going on? Looks like someone's causing trouble again. Allen smirked. This happens all the time. Savages. Then, a clear voice cut through the noise. I heard that. Jit froze. That voice. Someone was explaining. I'm just saying, I came here to see someone. A guard immediately blocked the way. We don't let a drifter in to see the strategist. A woman yelled, I told you, I know him. The soldier shouted back, Shut it, you homeless trash. She screamed back, I am not homeless. Now let me go. In a flash, Jit grabbed the soldier's arm. The man stammered, Sir strategist. Jit's voice was calm but firm. Let her through. I know her. The woman shot a death glare at the guards. I'll remember your faces. Jit spoke softly. Look at you. It's been a long time, Romantica. Then he sighed. This is the situation we're in. Romantica took one look around and understood. So that's why this place is such a complete mess. Jit nodded grimly. Yeah, I can't lie and say things are going smoothly. She studied his face. You look like a dead fish. Jit blinked. A dead fish? Romantica smirked. What, would you rather I said a dead horse? Anyway, it's pretty obvious, she said, flicking his forehead. You're trying to handle everything by yourself again, you idiot. She then asked, Why do you think we all gathered here? You've got me. She gestured to Pram. You've got him. Pram nodded. Of course. She glanced at another woman. And her, too. Stop trying to do everything on your own like you used to. You trained us until we dropped. So why not let us pay you back a little? A team is supposed to support each other. Someone in the crowd whispered, These are the members. Jit handpicked himself. Jit finally relented. A small smile touched his lips. All right. Romantica immediately turned to Pram. Have you gotten taller? Then, back to business. Let's get to it. Jit was lost. Get to what? She looked at him like he was crazy. What do you mean? Didn't you say food was the biggest problem? She fumbled with her gear. This thing is hot, damn it. Emin, I swear I'll kill him when I get back. Romantica threw off her heavy cloak. What do you think I was doing in the shadow world all this time? I wasn't just sitting around playing games. She placed a hand over her heart, her voice ringing with confidence. I will personally handle the entire food situation. Guaranteed. Now they were deep in the woods. Jit called out, Tia. Romantica, leading the way, answered, What? Jit asked. Where are we going? You haven't told any of us anything. Romantica shot back. You said you needed food, so I'm handling the food problem. Allen, who had followed them, scoffed. And how exactly does a drifter like you plan to solve anything? X started to say, Night. But Jit cut him off. Just ignore her, S's. Romantica stopped and turned to face Allen directly. Like you? And who are you, anyway? I don't recall saying you could come along. Why are you here? Allen drew herself up, announcing, Allen Lilith Stick, Knight of Evangaren and Vice Commander of the Knightly Order. Romantica raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you have a fancy title. Explains why you act so high and mighty. Allen's face turned red with fury. How dare you? She drew her sword. You dare insult a knight of the realm, you wretched woman? Romantica didn't even flinch. I'm not a drifter, and you're the one who started this. Allen lunged, screaming, You bitch, I'll cut out your tongue. But just as she moved, a hand shot out and stopped her blade cold. Try it. A young man with blonde hair appeared from nowhere. If you get any closer to her, I will cut out your tongue first. Allen was stunned. What? Romantica's voice was sharp. That's enough. Stand down. The young man bowed his head. Yes, milady. Romantica added, You too, that's enough for now. He nodded. Yes, milady. And vanished as quickly as he appeared. Romantica turned back to the shocked knight. Don't you ever pull a sword on me. I said I'd handle this, and I will. Allen, though shaken, refused to back down. I don't care who you are. You can't solve the problem with these drifters. Romantica laughed, a cold, sharp sound. You don't seem to want it solved, do you? If I were in your shoes and heard there was a solution, I'd be absolutely thrilled. It's written all over your face, Lady Knight. For a knight, where is your conscience? Try respecting others before you go flaunting your title. Jit finally asked her quietly, Romantica, what exactly have you been doing all this time? She shot him an annoyed look. You're just asking that now? She declared. I'm a merchant, and I'm going to solve this place's problem the way a merchant would. What is this? Jit asked, staring ahead. Romantica just smiled. What do you think it is? A man was gently calming a horse. Easy now. Romantica spread her arms wide. This is the Merchant Guild, with me, Romantica, as its head. Carts and wagons stretched as far as the eye could see. People moved goods, calling out orders. Check that product. Bring that one over here. Allen's jaw dropped. No, it can't be. Romantica turned to her. Did you not hear me? One of the merchants spotted her and shouted, It's the Guildmaster. Soon, a chorus of happy greetings rose up. Have a good day, ma'am. Romantica waved back, completely at ease. She walked among them, asking questions. I received information that all the homeless were gathered here in Everin. From what I could tell, a place like this could never provide for such a huge number of people, she continued, her voice clear and strategic, which means food was always going to be the #1 problem. With food supplies this valuable, I made sure to bring a mountain of it. Git was stunned. She handled this all by herself. Romantica just shrugged. Almost got robbed, but I took care of them. It's good to be a third circle mage, she boasted. A young man called out, Romantica. She turned, a little surprised. Oh, Emin. Then, she started the introductions. This is Emin, #2 in our guild. And this is Git, Everin strategist. Romantica then remembered something. By the way, Miss Esses, what do you think? How long will these supplies last us? Esses replied. With this much? We'll make it through the entire winter. Allen, exhausted, just pointed. What is wrong with this horse? Git was floored. Seriously? Romantica, that's incredible. She beamed, loving the praise. That's right, compliment me more. He played along. You did amazing, Romantica. She laughed. All right, I'll give it all to you. Emin hesitated. Don't tell me you're just giving this all away? Romantica shot back. And why not? Emin stammered. But, this will be a massive loss for our guild. What are you even thinking? A system notification popped up. Side quest 2. Begin transaction with Everin. The alerts kept coming. A powerful merchant guild has brought enough food for Everin to survive the winter. You must accept the provisions through a worthy deal. Failure will result in devastating losses and the collapse of the guild. Romantica rolled her eyes. Of course we're making a deal. Why would I give it away for free? What are you talking about, Emin? Emin breathed a sigh of relief. You had me worried there for a second. Then Git laid out the terms. We will pay you in full after 6 months. In the meantime, we grant you permission to operate under Everin's name. Allen was horrified. What? Are you insane? Letting mere merchants use the Lord's name so easily? Romantica considered it. Operate under your name? Not a bad deal. Emin quickly cut in. Wait, what would we even do with a noble's name? Romantica replied. It's a shortcut, sure, but the name Everin carries weight. You said so yourself. Emin had to agree. That's true, Git explained. Using our name will boost your guild's reputation. Plus, with Everin's symbol, no bandit will dare touch you. Romantica pushed further. We'll be set for the next 5 years. You should know that's more than generous. Eamon jumped in. I think I'll add one more condition. Speak, Git said. But Romantica beat Emin to it. We become the exclusive merchant guild in Everin. Grant us the right of residence here. Those 2 things aren't too much to ask, are they? Git smiled. Let me be the first to say, welcome to Everin, Miss Romantica. She laughed, absolutely delighted. It's great doing business with you, strategist. System notification. Mission complete. The deal was struck, massively increasing Everin's food supply. The homeless progress quest shot up. Completion rate, 71%. Someone opened a door. Cardinal Venom, It's me. Venom sighed. You're the only one who still calls me that. What's the situation in the capital? The man's face was grim. It's getting worse. Just as we suspected, they're levying insane taxes in the name of the goddess. Venom's voice was low. Have you found the truth? Yes, the man replied. It turns out. It was all real. He continued. Many are missing, far more than we ever knew. The problem is, it's nearly impossible to find children in Gohem now. Venom noted. The strangest part is the Pope doing nothing to stop this. I understand, the other man said. Venom connected the dots, so that means sacrifices. How long do we have left to find a solution? One day. Gidamon stepped outside, only to see the snow falling again. He then spotted Ririka and called out to her. Ririka! Hearing her name, the little girl looked up. Mr. Gidamon. He knelt down. What are you doing? She was building snowmen. I'm making my friends. Friends? To prove her point, Ririka pointed at the snow figures. All of these snowmen are my friends. Gidamon covered his mouth, completely taken aback. Seeing his look, she insisted. Don't look at me like that. They're really my friends. They were my friends back home, too. Git was gentle. Aren't they imaginary friends? No, the one I gave you before was my real friend. I never got to say goodbye before some ghost took him away. A ghost? A woman appeared behind them. Are you talking about the ghost that kidnaps people and skins them alive? The boy looked up. Oh, it's the rich lady. Romantica corrected him instantly. Don't call me that. I'm not just rich, I'm super rich, Gidamon sighed. You didn't have to be that specific, Romantica. He turned back to her. Wait, you know about this ghost? I guess the rumor hasn't spread this far yet. I was closer to the capital, so I heard things. Her eyes fell on the girl. Ririka, are you from the capital too? Yes. Everyone in my village is. Git's mind raced. Wait, all of them came from the capital? Didn't you tell me this? I'm pretty sure I told Mr. Jeff. You didn't know? Git fell deep into thought. Why didn't I consider this? This could be the only way to solve the problem. Ririka saw his silence. Is something wrong? Romantica put a finger to her lips. Shh, just let him be. He gets like this sometimes. After a moment, Git looked at Romantica. Can you tell me everything you know about this? The next day, inside the main hall, Venom waited for everyone to arrive. Soon, he was seated on his chair, with everyone else standing in 2 rows on either side. Rex had looked over the assembly and spoke slowly. It seems everyone is present. Before we begin, I want to thank the Merchant Guild and its leader, Romantica. Thanks to your guild, our food situation is stable for now. Thank you very much. Romantica bowed gracefully. The honor is all mine, my lord. Rex had continued, it's too early to celebrate. There's still the security issue. He turned his gaze. Speaking of which, Git, I gave you 2 days. Do you have a solution? Sir, I have. Git's voice was clear. We could expel the homeless and forbid them from entering the city. It's one solution. We have no obligation to care for them. It would solve Evren's immediate problem, but the number of homeless would just keep growing elsewhere. I want to say that this is not the path we should take. Ignoring the deaths of others, running from responsibility, is cowardice. Git paused, thinking. Then he spoke again. I want to propose a solution that will solve the entire homeless crisis. My lord, do you know the real reason there are so many of them? It's because of certain events in the capital. That's right, most of the homeless are fleeing tyranny. Sooner or later, it will reach even Arian. The capital of the Holy Land is a complete mess. They ignore threats from the shadow world over religious dogma. Disaster is all that waits for them. History tells us the Holy Land has already fallen to the shadow world. A few survivors hold up in the Themis church, just barely getting by. Priscilla, my comrade from a past life, was among them. She always had this bitter look on her face, standing before a land that couldn't be saved. If we do nothing right now, we won't be able to stop what's coming. That's why we must deal with the root cause of the homeless problem. We have to change the Holy Land itself, this place that's twisting the ideals of its own people. Another retainer shot back. What is this? Your grand solution is to commit treason? My lord, this is absurd. We can't follow this. Everyone fell silent, their eyes locked on the lord, waiting for his decision. Murmurs spread through Lord Wilhelm's court. The man next to the lord finally snapped. What are you doing? Quiet. The lord and the strategist are speaking. Git shot a look at the others. After their discussion, the lord turned to him. You mean to say we should change our path? Yes, my lord. The lord's voice boomed with rage. Traitor! Everyone broke into a cold sweat, terrified for Git. Let me ask you something. Do you know who I am? Yes. I know you are Lord Wilhelm. No, that's not what I'm asking. Who am I? Something was strange. There wasn't any real fury in his voice. I dedicated my entire life to the Holy Land. And now you're telling me to stand against them? The Lord knew the truth of the situation all along. He just never had the chance, or the luck, to act on it. So, it was up to him to fulfill that destiny. The Lord then asked, I must ask, are you the one who was given the holy sword? Sir, that's not the only reason. Remember that. What exactly will the cardinal protect with that blade? Elsewhere, that same cardinal was passed out drunk at a bar. It's late, the owner said, shaking him awake. The cardinal woke with a face full of sleepy anger, but the owner was used to this, completely unfazed. Go home and sleep. I have to close up shop. Did I fall asleep? Is it that late already? The cardinal asked. Even as he said it, the owner poured a glass of water. Drink this. He took the glass with a word of thanks, but the owner kept muttering, I've never seen a cardinal drink so much. You're a strange one, you know that? I heard these are tense times. Shouldn't you be keeping up appearances for everyone? Why should I have to force myself like that? The owner was shocked. What do you mean? Why? He stared into the glass, seeing his own reflection. He thought, this isn't some expensive drink, but it's something everyone can share without a single worry. And then, it hit him. That's it. My faith exists for everyone. That's why I have this sword now. My life and this blade, they belong to my people. It's always been that way, and it always will be. I will do anything for them. That is my belief. But then he asked, let me ask you this. Are your actions truly for the people? War will only bring pain and death to so many. Answer me, Desir. If we declare war, what will happen to the people caught in the crossfire? Can you really say this is the best choice? The optimal solution? Sir, I haven't thought that far ahead. Romantica, my lord. Before she could continue, a man behind her barked, this is no place for outsiders. We are discussing matters of state. You wench. Please, allow me to say a few words. If a war starts with the Holy Land, we will be thrown into immediate chaos. But if we're afraid of that and do nothing, the suffering our people will endure will be immeasurable. The time has come for us to make a difficult choice. They are sacrificing people to stop the judgment, and that is fundamentally wrong. We have to destroy the problem at its root and prepare for that judgment. Allen, what do you think? Sir, I disagree. This is far too risky. How can a small land like ours stand against the Holy Land? Even Arian's army is strong, but compared to the capital, they are nothing. We all think so, my lord. Please, tell us your thoughts. Yesterday, I received a letter from one of the other lords. They offered to march with me to the capital. Of course, even with an alliance, victory is not guaranteed. Sir, I'm sure there are others who would join, besides those who already want to attack the capital. He was hesitating because of his own guilt. Before the Lord could finish his thought, he placed a hand on his chest and said, the people are with us. Every other territory has all but abandoned them. Who helped them when everyone else refused to even acknowledge their existence? You were the only one, my lord, who took them in. That alone is reason enough for you to raise your sword. Bring justice to the capital and stop this divine judgment. The Lord closed his eyes and made his decision. Pram, yes, my lord. Allen, sir, relay my orders to all the knights. We will not allow the capital's crimes to continue any longer. Git, you will help spread the word. We can no longer follow the teachings of the incompetent and cowardly Themis Church. Man, that was tough. My legs are still shaking. You did well, Git. This makes me think of the tea you brew. When you get back, I'll make some more for you. All troops, listen up. Raise the banners. Vanguards, at the ready. The cavalry prepared to move out. The thunder of hooves and marching soldiers filled the air as they moved forward, shouting their battle cry, Glory to even Arian. Everyone bowed before their lord. We await your command. How does it feel, wearing armor for the first time in years? A little heavy. Perhaps I've grown old. It suits you well, your eminence, the cardinal. It's been a long time since the four of us fought side by side. Indeed, when this war is over, let's sit down for a drink like the old days, shall we? And Jeffrin too. They all bowed their heads. Yes, my lord. They held their bows, showing their deep respect. Listen well, my soldiers. We march straight for the capital. We are not alone. Many other lands have joined our cause. I know this is difficult for all of you. You are about to become rebels in the eyes of the world. Some of you may object, because this is a risky war. But there is nothing to fear. Draw your swords high, and do not hesitate. I, Wilhelm, will lead every one of you to glory. The unique hero, Wilhelm, had now become Wilhelm, the hero of history. The Pope? A new possibility had emerged. A hero who stood for the people and brought justice against evil. Main quest. Wilhelm's Rebellion. Completed. You have received a reward. Back at the Hebrion Academy, a victory party was in full swing. Lavish feasts were laid out while violinists played triumphant melodies. Young lords and ladies drank and danced the night away. One beautiful young woman, with graceful steps that captivated everyone, couldn't be ignored. The men watched in admiration. That's Lady Agist. Git was completely surrounded. Please, come and dance with us. He tried to refuse. I don't know how. But the girls wouldn't give up. I'll teach you. Learning to dance is a good idea. Git. It was her again. Hello, good evening, Lady Agist. Do you ever wonder what would have happened if the Holy Land hadn't been defeated? What if, historically, they had just danced and talked? Aren't you curious? If the Holy Land hadn't been lost to darkness for such a stupid reason, would things be different? And if we're really going there, maybe the flames of the colonies would never have been swallowed by the shadows. I can't believe the Ems Church has a history like that. I guess they wanted to bury that shame along with the holy ground. But why bring it up at a party? Who even started this conversation anyway? I told you, just go dance. Dance with Prim. I don't know how. What is this? A green plum. Desire, you should have this. I prepared it because you mentioned them back in the shadow world. She wanted more. And what was the problem with that? He remembered exactly what he'd said. It's not that good. Her response? I love it. Desir just raised his wineglass for a drink. Just then, another woman appeared at his side. She held out her hand, asking, Would you care to dance with me? Wow, girls these days are bold. She made the first move. No way. Wait a minute. You can't just cut in line like that. I'm going to teach him first. He figured a little practice couldn't hurt. But I should warn you. I'm a terrible dancer. It's fine. I'll lead. He promised to try his best. I want to dance too. And with that, she grabbed his hand. Just follow my rhythm. The other girl yelled, I said wait for me. Pram screamed in frustration, but the new couple was already heading to the dance floor, completely ignoring him. Meanwhile, in some dark, twisted place, a crow mask spoke. So, he was captured? Hard to tell if the magic tower is that good, or if he was just useless. A voice called Dragon replied, Oh, he was useless, obviously. Getting tripped up by a simple magic stone, that title he carried? He was never worthy of it. Seems a group from the Hebrion Academy got their hands on him. He was caught by a bunch of students? What is this? Say something. He was your man, wasn't he? The crow mask shot back. Oh, and weren't you there too? Chaos. Fragmented thoughts flooded his mind. A shattered world, a burning sky, agonized screams lost in the crashing waves. Where is this? Two hands clutched together as a weak voice pleaded, I don't want to die. Desir silently looked down at the small, frail girl in his arms. Corpses lay scattered around them, a grim mix of blood and broken weapons. The flames just kept burning. Desir held her tight as the water surged, pulling them both under. Then, his eyes shot open. One final thought, the demon of destruction. Dadanut. Desir woke with a start, ripped from the nightmare. He sat up, gasping for air, his entire body drenched in sweat. He couldn't believe what he'd just dreamed. He muttered. I thought I'd forgotten all of that. No. Looking at his trembling hands, he clenched his fists. I was just trying to forget. He curled into a ball, trying to comfort himself. At the prestigious academy, students bustled in and out. Inside a classroom, kids were taking their seats. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a book slapping a desk. Two girls turned around at the same time. Good morning, Desir, he replied. Morning, everyone. Followed by a huge yawn. Romantica looked at him. You look tired. Had a nightmare, Desir explained. So I woke up a bit early. Romantica looked skeptical. You? A nightmare? That's news to me. I always thought you were the one who'd star in my nightmares. Oh, really? Desir asked. What am I like in your dreams? Romantica put on a sinister face and whispered, a cruel, sadistic demon, of course. Right, Desir sighed. Shouldn't have asked. Romantica held out a piece of candy. Here, take this if you need to wake up. You don't want to fall asleep in Professor Bridget's class. Desir thanked her. A moment later, he asked, Hey, what are you two planning to do for summer break? Romantica answered, I'm heading back to my hometown. The other girl said, Nope, I'm staying at the academy. Perfect, Desir said. You're from the Priecha kingdom, right? I've got plans this holiday, and this works out great. Romantica looked suspicious. What? What are you planning now? I just told you I was going home. Exactly, Desir confirmed with a grin. Our party is going to compete in the Azure Sea Tournament, held this summer in the Priecha Kingdom. The Priecha Kingdom is famous for a lot of things, especially its oceans and its massive economy. Romantica pressed, but there will be opponents from other countries there. Do you really think we have a chance against them? Desir turned the question back on her. Do you think you have a chance against them? Romantica scoffed. Pff, piece of cake. Confidence is good, Desir noted, but don't get arrogant. Zod reached your level when he was 3 years younger than you. Romantica pouted. Why are you comparing me to the master of the magic tower? Anyway, Desir continued, a lot of powerful people will be at that competition. A good showing would look great on our records, don't you think? Romantica thought it over, then smiled. That's a great idea. If we take first place, no one will look down on a party of commoners again. All right then, Desir said. I'll go ask Pram. Pram's answer was obvious, though. He'd just say, whatever you decide is fine. Romantica added. So we'll be gone for at least 3 weeks, right? At least I'll get a decent break. Desir raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? We're going to keep training. Romantica's face fell. What? Of course, he said calmly. You said it yourself. You think we have a chance against them. Romantica begged. Give me a break. Winning against the Shadow World was all thanks to me. Desir just laughed. That doesn't mean we stop training. Remember our deal? Romantica muttered. Sadistic training demon. Desir blinked. What kind of nickname is that? She puffed out her cheeks, annoyed. Whatever. I'll do the training, okay? Suddenly, the horrifying image from his dream flashed in his mind. Romantica, weak and broken, whispering, No, I don't want to die, Desir. He suddenly collapsed, scaring her half to death. A clown-like figure commented somewhere else. Looks like taunting him didn't work, huh? I hope the party in the Priecha Kingdom is more fun than this. A person approached him. Desir Arman. Desir answered, Yes, that's me. The man replied, Welcome to the Priecha Kingdom. Romantica is waiting for you. Follow me. She yelled angrily, Hey, where are you going? But Desir's mind was elsewhere. That's not something I can just forget. Over Romantica's shouts, Desir thought about his past life. This time, he wouldn't let it happen again. The teacher walked into the classroom. Damn it, Romantica cursed under her breath. Never again, Desir thought. Magic Tower, Engineering Department, Arya. In the past, Arya was the capital of Kumamarian, a kingdom built on magic. The kingdom fell after losing too many of its mages in a great war. But with the founding of the Magic Tower, it regained its glory, becoming a major city powered by incredible magical technology. It became known as the center of magical engineering because the Magic Tower's headquarters was located right there. Countless mages from the tower freely visited, sharing their knowledge. However, some workshops were strictly off-limits. One in particular was forbidden to all, because it held the dreams of a master magic craftsman. If any craftsmen were allowed inside, they would just scream in awe. Because this place belonged to the master of the Magic Tower himself, Zod Exarian. The pages of a book turned. A scholarly-looking man was reading. A voice came through a communication device. I never thought that you'd go into the workshop again. Roth replied, I just discovered a fascinating piece of tech. The voice on the other end said, I fail to see what's so interesting. Roth insisted, It's based on an incredibly sophisticated mechanism. The other person sighed. Oh, that sounds dreadful. Roth shot back, You're not even listening. Because for a normal person like me, it's incredibly boring. Jit continued, Can you please focus on our conversation? Roth replied, We can meet whenever we want. But for me, science and technology always come first. It's fascinating. The voice on the other end asked, Are you mad? Roth denied it. Not at all. I'm pretty sure, she said, that's the perfect word to describe you. Model. So, you're skipping the council meeting again? Roth just grunts. Then adds, I'll be there this time. My new technical advisor wants to attend. The woman on the other end hums. Technical advisor? Who? The vice master from Hephaestus, or Isolus, the wizard from the northwest. Can't think of anyone else. Did you find some hidden prodigy? Roth replies flatly. A first circle magic swordsman. His name is Desir Arman. A sharp gasp. What? She suddenly bursts out laughing. Don't be ridiculous. You're getting old. Roth insists. He's qualified. A sigh from the other end. If you say so, I guess I can't argue with that. Wait, do I know this person? Roth replies. Probably. He's a single ranker at Hebrion Academy. Her tone shifts. You're bringing someone from Hebrion to the Western Kingdom's High Council? Her voice got a little serious. Roth just shrugs it off. Don't make it a big deal. He's participating as a member of the Magic Tower. not as part of the Hebrion Empire. The other person replies, I'm still a bit worried. Roth continues, if anything goes wrong, I'll handle it. Besides, you heard about the recent incident, didn't you? Of course, she says. A nice little thrill now that our budget is almost gone. It seems Desir Arman's group found it while clearing a shadow world. The secret behind the fall of the Holy Land. The woman on the other side sounds shocked. How? Roth says. I thought you'd want to know. You're interested in this kind of stuff, right? It's better if you hear it from him yourself, don't you think? The other side goes silent. Roth calls out, Priscilla. She finally responds, all right, I'll meet him. But something came up. You don't mind if I hang up, do you? Roth sighs. You're always like this. She retorts, I know you're mad. Roth just replies, I'm not. She says her goodbyes and hangs up the phone. A girl sitting on a bed murmurs, Desir Arman. I wonder what kind of person he is. Elsewhere, a sword flashes through the air, and Pram dodges it. Pram exclaims, whoa, look at that. His fist is glowing. He's confused. Desir, your whole body is shining. Desir just replies, this? This is nothing. We flash back 20 minutes, to the arena. Pram is in disbelief. What? You want to have a duel with me? Ajus chimes in, this sounds interesting. I'll be the referee. Pram says, thanks. I'm ready, but why me, Desir? Desir answers, I need some training for myself too. Ajus adds, he's acknowledging you. You should try. Desir confirms it. That's right, Pram, I want a duel. Pram hesitates. I'm happy, but it doesn't have to be me. Ajust pushes him. What are you waiting for? You've always wanted to fight him. Pram argues back, but I've never done this before. Desir just laughs. Don't worry, just think of me as another mage. Pram insists, but you're you, Desir. Desir's voice gets serious. Don't hold back, Pram. Fight for real. Pram just says okay. Ajust takes charge. Both of you, get into your positions. I'll be judging based on the situation, so give it everything you've got. Ajust shouts, wake up, kid. Pram jolts. Oh, okay. Ajust yells, begin. Desir immediately casts a spell formation. Pram grips his sword, thinking, do we really have to fight? I don't want to hurt Desir. Pram, Ajust yells. Then she says, don't forget he's doing this, because he acknowledges your strength. Acting like this isn't manly at all. Try your best for the one who acknowledges you, Desir adds. That's right, Pram, give me everything you've got. Pram's eyes harden. Okay, the match begins. A one-on-one duel. Pram against Desir. Pram thinks to himself, Desir's magic takes time to cast, not instant like Romantica's. With that thought, he dodges to the side and rushes forward, his movements like the wind as he circles Desir. Desir analyzes it. He's moving to my blind spot before the spell is complete. For a normal swordsman, it's a dangerous move just to buy time. But with Pram's speed, it becomes an effective strategy. I don't know where or when Pram will attack, so I can't use magic recklessly. Impressive, Pram, but you're wrong if you think I can't use magic quickly. And with that, Desir creates a magic circle. A huge fireball shoots out, heading straight for his opponent. Pram just grins. I knew you'd do that. This catches Desir by surprise. The spot where the fireball hit erupts in a massive explosion, sending things flying. Desir stares, confused. Bricks? My spell wasn't that powerful. Pram speaks up. The arena's bricks are easy to kick up. A little force is all it takes to shatter them. Desir smirks. Are you saying you intentionally lowered your attack stance to aim the spell at the ground? As he talks, he thinks, he's using the bricks to block my vision. A brick flies past, and Desir dodges. Pram bursts out from the dust cloud, and I've learned that there's nothing more dangerous than a mage whose vision is blocked when fighting a speed-type swordsman. Pram lunges, thrusting his sword straight at Desir. He smirks, thinking, this battle is mine. But Desir just looks at the sword and smiles. Flashback. Someone calls out, Desir. Desir turns. Donape, what's up? The man in front of him grins. Fight me. Desir is shocked. What? Before he can react, the man throws a punch, and Desir panics. What? What are you doing? Donape just laughs. You still dodged it. Desir yells, that punch could have killed me. I'm weak. Donape pokes Desir's forehead. That's right, you're weak, Desir. I don't know about wizard stuff, but you're weak. Desir agrees. I know that very well. Donape continues. That's why you have to fight me. You're weak, but you're also strong. I can see the light in you. You've fought brutal battles and survived. Desir slumps to the ground. Wait, what are you talking about? Donape puts his hands on his hips. You could be stronger, but you're too weak. Fight me. Anyway, let's fight. You'll be as strong as me. Desir shivers and says, Wait, you're going to kill me. And then, a blood-curdling scream is heard. Back in the present, Desir thinks, I can't become as strong as you, but I understand why you wanted to fight me. I've learned a few moves, even though I'm weak. And with that, he blocks Pram's sword. Desir uses cloud-style mage, knocking the sword out of Pram's hand. The blade flies far away, leaving Pram stunned. Pram quickly runs to pick up his sword, thinking, what was that? He almost deflected what should have been a direct hit. With that, Pram rushes in, betting everything on one more attack. He only sees Desir smile. Pram looks on, confused. Desir swiftly dodges all of his attacks. When his arm is grabbed, Pram is startled. Agist is also surprised. What was that just now? Pram lets out a sharp cry as Desir flips him and slams him onto the ground. The sword flies into the air and clatters to the floor. Desir quickly gets up, holding his hands out. Sorry, I forgot to. Go easy. Pram quickly gets up and asks, What was that? Desir says, Oh, just something I learned a long time ago. A move that uses the opponent's own attack to throw them. Pram's eyes light up with admiration. That was amazing. Agist walks up. What the hell was that? Desir says, Thanks for being the referee. She never thought Desir knew martial arts. Desir scratches his head in embarrassment. It's just something I learned a long time ago. Pram says, This is Desir we're talking about. Don't joke around. Agist smirks. Now it's my turn, right? Desir is surprised. Sorry? Agist says, Come on. Let me taste some of those moves. Desir replies, Wait. Pram jumps in. I'll be the referee. After a few days of training like this, it was time for Romantica to pack her bags. Romantica, the shout cut through the airport noise, making her turn. It was Jit. You did great last week. Pram just smiled, going on ahead. But Romantica was fuming at them, telling her to rush. Don't miss the train. Hurry up. She yelled back. I won't forgive you guys. Don't you dare be late. And just like that, the Heban Academy's summer vacation had officially begun. A few days later, at the Heban Academy station, Pram grinned. Let's go. Roman is waiting for us. Trailing behind, Jit sighed. Pram, we can go fast, but I'm not getting any faster. Another voice chimed in. Yeah, but we gotta be careful not to be late. Someone else agreed. All right. Jit's group was heading straight for the Kingdom of Pra. Meanwhile, the Outsiders, a notorious rebel organization. Their target? The Western Kingdom and the Heban Empire. But calling them a single organization isn't really accurate. The Outsiders are more like a chaotic alliance of rival factions. A coalition of nations united against the Shadow World, which is led by the Western Kingdom and the Heban Empire. They've joined forces, becoming enemies of the world. But they only fight together for their own selfish interests. They could fall apart at any moment. And in some dark, gloomy place, Jer spoke up. A lot of the Outsiders' identities have been exposed. Drawn, flipping a card in his hand, added, Exactly. Our numbers have dropped. Our descendants, too. Even the spies we planted have been discovered. How is this possible? It's like they know every single one of our plans. The person across from him answered, Of course they know. Our dear Mr. Revolutionary was captured alive. After all, Pios sneered. Ikaros, clearly unhappy, shot a death glare back at Pios. But that just made Pios laugh even louder. I heard they were caught trying to attack a magic tower. Weren't you supposed to be so confident? What kind of joke is your training method for this to happen? Pios cackled, holding his face. Ikaros gripped his chair, enraged. A second later, Pios was engulfed in flames. A man next to him joked, He's toast now. Poor guy. Shouldn't have run his mouth. But Pios just reappeared, laughing. Nope, not toast yet. That was a close one though. I was just kidding. He continued. Anyway, that guy, Zod, interrogated them. He's a 7th circle mage. Who knows, he probably used magic to rip the information right out of their brains. Your men died in agony. Ikaros was furious, sparks flickering from his hands. Jer's voice cut in. That's enough. Pios just kept on smiling. Jer said, We're not here to talk about the past. A revolutionary must always hide in the shadows. Your methods were way too reckless. Yaros praised. The plan was perfect, though. Jer shot back. But someone found out, and you know us. We only care about the results. Ikaros stayed silent, brooding. Jer then added, However, this might also be an opportunity for us. What do you mean by that? Dragon asked. Jer explained. We can't hide in the dark forever. It's a good idea to make our mark before they start trying to hunt us down for real. Pios clapped. I agree. Wonderful words coming from the right person. My body is just itching for some action. But we can't take on both at once. The Western Kingdom and the Heban Empire, right? Jer confirmed. Of course not. There's a rumor that the High Council of the Western Kingdoms is meeting soon. Jer continued, Revolutionary, this is your chance. The heads of all the kingdoms, gathered in one place. I'm giving you an opportunity to fix your mistake. Pios, give him that thing. Called out so suddenly, Pios yelped. Whoa, hey Jer, do you have any idea how much trouble I went through to get that? I had to sacrifice so much. Jer's voice was cold. Don't make me repeat myself. Pios cursed. Damn it. Fine, here it is. Take it, Mr. Revolutionary. Ikaros took the object. It was a massive scepter. Someone explained. The kings of the Western Kingdoms gather at the High Council. Kill every last one of them. You think you can handle it, Revolutionary? We'll set the stage. You'll be the main actor. Ikaros then asked. You haven't forgotten about Hebon, have you? Jer laughed. Of course not. Ikaros's voice was a low growl. Hebon is an old enemy too. The moon rose high, plunging the world into darkness. As Ikaros walked down the street, he suddenly spoke. What do you want, Pios? Leaning against a wall, Pios said. Nothing serious. But you don't mind if I ask you a question, do you? Ikaros ignored him. Pios got angry. Don't you ignore me. Don't you think you should admit you're just like the rest of us? Ikaros shot back. Don't lump me in with you criminals. Pios challenged him. If you're here, you're a criminal. Think about it. We'd both be executed if we went back to our home countries. You and me, both. Taking that artifact is enough to prove you're one of the bad guys. Ikaros stated. I have a goal I must achieve, no matter the cost. Pios replied. And so does that crazy old man. Even a mysterious old man, a monster who's lived for over a century before the outsiders were even formed, has his own path. Everything will fall into the shadow world. Everything will fall to the shadow world, according to the will of the gods. That's what he says, right? Haha. Ikaros narrowed his eyes. Why are you so determined to group me with yourself? Pios shot back. Because your precious goal is just plain stupid. You claim you want to create a world for commoners, yet you act like a nobleman. The truth is, you're just a sicko acting on your own selfish desires. Ikaros said coldly. My goal has nothing to do with you. Unfortunately, it does, Pios replied. Because if you decide to give up for the sake of some commoners, I'll be the one to slit your throat. Ikaros sneered. The king of Iola. His sharp blade slid across that pig's neck. You think you can use that same blade to cut my throat? Pios just laughed. You're right. But let me add one more thing, comrade. If you insist, we can always give it a try. With that, he swung his blade toward the sky. Ikaros just said, I'm not interested. So, it works, huh? Hope the party at the Kingdom of Pra is more fun than this. A voice called out, Mr. Desir Arman? Desir replied, Yes, that's me. The person continued, Welcome to the Kingdom of Pra. Miss Romantica is waiting for you. Please, follow me. The bright sun blazed in a clear blue sky. Hello, this is Pram. On a hot day like this, I'd rather be playing beach volleyball. A group of friends were having fun on the beach. Romantica served the ball, shouting, All right, I'm finishing it with this one. Someone from behind yelled, I'm counting on you. Desir reminded them, Focus, Pram. What's a little heat? Pram denied it. No way. I don't know why we were all so excited, but I was just happy to be on the same team as Desir. Well, if I had to explain it briefly, it all started with a huge feast. A voice cut through the fun. Desire, we still have 6 days until the royal competition. You should give everyone a day off, don't you think? We've been training non-stop since before summer break. We did great in the shadow world too. You should give us some time to rest. Pram agreed. He's right, Desir. We might never get another chance to visit the Kingdom of Pra. Romantica added, That's right. Do you have any idea how amazing this land with its golden coast is? Desir just asked. So, what do you think? A jest cut in. I believe it's the leader's duty to consider what everyone wants and to make time for rest. Desir shot back. Oh, is that so? She didn't hesitate. Absolutely. All right then, Desir announced. We'll take 1 day off. Romantica and Prom high-fived in victory. Yes, we did it. 1 day. That was all they got. Desir cut their celebration short. After that, it's right back to training for the competition. The mood at the table instantly died. And so, that's how they ended up on the beach, going hard in a game of volleyball. Romantica was on fire, delivering one perfect spike after another. Over on the other side, Desir and Prom worked in perfect sync. The ball soared high. It's coming, Prom yelled. Leave it to me, Desir called out. He thought, adjust my balance, reinforce my muscles, then jump. He launched himself, slamming the ball with immense power, but somehow, the other team returned it perfectly. Agis just smirked as she passed the ball to Romantica. I get it now, Desir, Romantica called out. If you're using magic, then I'll show you what my training can do. And just like that, she channeled magic into her own return. The hit was powerful, clean, a blast of pure energy, but Pram wasn't backing down. Impressive, he said. But I've been training hard too. He caught the ball with ease. Piece of cake. Romantica grinned. But Pram suddenly gasped. The trajectory! He spun around, shouting, Desir, as he saw his leader intercept the ball. Wind magic can change its path constantly, Desir explained. Remember that, Pram. Pram tensed up. Right, Agist added. Looks like you need more practice. That was an easy block. Romantica snapped back. I don't need you to tell me that, Agist just said. Again, Romantica. Romantica charged forward, yelling, I know, Desir quickly commanded. Pram, back me up. Got it, Pram replied. Suddenly, Romantica summoned a massive magic circle. Desir was stunned. Romantica, you! She rushed in, declaring, This time I'm hitting it with everything I've got. She leaped into the air. Desir's face changed. Wait, that's tier 3 magic. That's not fair. Romantica just smiled. You're the one who taught me. She unleashed her spell. Storm up Avarosa. The impact sent Pram flying backward. Did you really think you could block that? She taunted. Pram, are you okay? Desir asked. I'm fine, he grunted. But Romantica was already tossing the ball again. I've got plenty more spells where that came from. What should I try next? Suddenly, tiny sparks of lightning crackled around the ball. Romantica froze. What? You analyzed it, you jerk? Desir just chuckled. You started it. We gotta play fair, right? Pram chimed in. Yeah, fair and square. Then another voice cut through. I'm not giving up that easily. Agist declared. We won. Now, what should we demand for dinner? The sight of Agist effortlessly blocking the magic-infused ball was just stunning. Pram and Desir could only stare, jaws on the floor. Romantica looked just as shocked. When everyone else tries hard, Agist said with a smile, I try hard, too. A little while later, Romantica laughed. We win. The boys are making dinner. The two guys could only accept their fate. Later, at the Aluga Villa, Desir stood on the rooftop, enjoying the breeze. What a view, he said quietly. A voice appeared beside him. It's incredible, isn't it? Just like you said it would be, Romantica. Desir replied. I'm glad you think so, she said. It's always a spectacular sight. The ocean looks like liquid gold because it's filled with mana that reacts to the sunlight. Romantica asked, Is there anything you don't know? She turned to him. Desir, I know a place that's even more beautiful. Wanna see? I'll tell you a story you've never heard before. Desir nodded. Romantica's voice grew soft. There was a city here, prosperous in ancient times, but it was wiped out by a volcanic eruption. The cataclysm buried the entire city in lava. These ruins right here are from the houses destroyed back then. You can still see the scorch marks from the lava. But here's the thing, she continued. Scholars say that even with all these mountains, there isn't a single volcano anywhere in the region. So, it's just a myth? Maybe, maybe not. We're here. Desir let out a soft, whoa, beautiful, right? Romantica asked. The view was breathtaking, majestic mountains and winding rivers spread out before them. So why aren't there any volcanoes? Romantica said with a smile. That's the unsolved mystery. Countless stories have been woven about this place. My home, the Pram Kingdom. What is she getting at? Desir wondered. Romantica continued. Because that's how legends are born. Among all the stories, many people believe in a brutal demon who descended and destroyed the cities. Meanwhile, Desir's mind was racing. There's a villa nearby. A beautiful place. Near the coast. The brilliant golden sun. Romantica kept talking, and because of that story, this sea has another name. A faint whisper reached Desir's ears. I don't want to die here. He covered his mouth in disbelief. What was that? Romantica asked. I don't remember it clearly. It's like a fairy tale I heard as a kid. Desir heard it again. The Great Catastrophe. He whispered the name. Istaka. Romantica looked back, confused. He clarified. The Sea of Great Catastrophe. The Sea of Istaka. As the sun began to set, the sky turned a brilliant orange over the water. Romantica turned to him, amazed. How do you know everything, Desir? He clutched his head, a sudden, terrible realization dawning on him. Desir Arman thought to himself, That's right, this isn't my first time here. I never thought I'd come back, especially not like this. He stood there, lost in a storm of memories. Desir, are you okay? Romantica asked, her voice filled with concern. She leaned in close to see his face. Do you need a doctor? Desir Arman just stared at her, silent. Then, he let out a long sigh, making Romantica jump. What's wrong? He finally spoke. I'm fine. Thanks for worrying about me, Romantica. She answered his call. One day, Desir began, his voice low and serious. A terrible threat will appear. One that you can't possibly handle. Romantica repeated her question, confused. A voice echoed from deep within Desir Arman's memory. A threat that no one can escape. An unstoppable disaster. And in the end, Desir spoke the words aloud. An unstoppable, unimaginable threat. Romantica hugged herself, looking scared. What are you talking about? What the hell is going on? Why are you mumbling such nonsense? But Desir Arman clenched his fists. I'm back in the past. This time I won't let a single person die. His resolve hardened. When that happens, Desir ordered, if I tell you to run, I need you to listen, no matter what. Romantica was baffled. An order? What are you talking about? Aren't you training us so that never happens? She argued. You need to trust us a little more. Desir looked her straight in the eye. I need you to survive. His words made her flinch, his gaze softened. Promise me you'll do it. That you'll follow my orders. Please. He waited as she stared at him, completely stunned. Though she didn't understand, Romantica finally agreed. Okay. 6 days later, a loud scream echoed through a building. Wah! Romantica was practically vibrating with excitement. What's wrong? Desir Arman asked. Agist replied dryly. She's having some issues with breakfast. Pram just stared at her. Romantica. A well-dressed man appeared. It was Zod Exarian. You must be the members of the technical advisory team? Desir Arman greeted him politely. It's been a long time, Master Zod Exarian. Zod Exarian spoke up. Has it really been that long? It seems your ideas have completely killed my sense of time. Desir stepped forward. I'm glad you're finding it interesting, sir. A new voice cut in. What an absolute honor. The interruption caught Zod Exarian's attention. Romantica bowed as low as she possibly could. She gushed, It's a pleasure to meet you, an absolute pleasure. I'm a huge fan. Zod Exarian stroked his chin, thinking, Eru, you're from the Eru family, aren't you? The magic tower owes your family quite a bit. Her face lit up. Yes, I'm from the Eru family. Zod smiled back. Is that so? It's a real pleasure to meet you, Romantica said excitedly. I saw the new artifact from the magic tower. That quick reaction magic is absolutely brilliant. Just then, Pram called out to Desir. It's a shame you can't join the royal tournament, he said. Desir Arman replied, I don't have a choice. This is for the High Council. But I'll come watch the finals. He then glanced at Romantica. Good luck, Romantica. If you make it to the end, I'll be there watching with the master. Romantica just shot back. Oh, stop it. Zod Exarian simply smiled, looking at the group. What a wonderful team, he commented. Elsewhere, everyone's attention was suddenly drawn to the sky. Whoa, what is that? It was hovering, looking almost like an airship. Zod Exarian looked a bit drained. Is something wrong? Someone asked. Zod Exarian, I tried it the way you suggested. Do you want to see? The man handed an object over to him. Desir Arman took it. Okay. Zod explained. It's the Aurora system. It can actually block a 6-circle magic spell by interfering with magic's natural frequency and just canceling it out. But I don't see what's so valuable about it. It just feels like a waste of money. Desir Arman, however, saw it differently. But this is a necessary step. No matter what threat we face, we always have to consider a counterattack. Zod Exarian nodded. So you wanted me to proceed with it on a larger scale. And I did. It's not like we're short on investment funds, and the problem is pretty interesting, so I don't see an issue there. However, what I doubt is whether we'll ever need to stop a 6th-circle spell. Looks like we're here, Zod said. Desir replied. This fast? We still have plenty of time. As Desir Arman was speaking, Zod cut him off. True, I was a bit rushed, so I figured I'd use this time to speak with the Saintess. Hearing this, Desir Arman was stunned. Desir asked again, You mean, I'm allowed to meet Priscilla? The Saintess? As he opened the door, Zod confirmed, That's right, the Saintess gave her permission. Desir was overjoyed, thinking, Finally, I finally have a chance to talk to Priscilla. Master, Desir called out. Zod Exarian turned back. Desir bowed deeply and said with sincerity, I'm so grateful for your help. Zod just laughed. Ha, no need for thanks. I'm investing in you because you're worth it. It's a responsibility I'm happy to take on. Then Zod urged him on. Now, let's go. Priscilla was waiting in a lounge at the royal palace. Desir Arman felt a wave of anxiety. Priscilla. It's been so long since I've seen her. I'm so nervous. Zod gave him a warning. Be careful with Priscilla, Desir repeated. The Saintess? Why? She's pretty fierce. Desir thought to himself. Fierce is an understatement. They were terrifying when they fought in my past life. Was that because of the shadow world? Damn it. That just makes me even more tense. A knock came from the other side of the door. I'm coming in. Okay. The doors were swung open instantly by soldiers. They dropped to their knees, bowing to welcome the Saintess. Her voice rang out. So, you. Desir Arman quickly knelt to the ground. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Desir Arman, a new student at Hebrion Academy and a technical advisor to the Magic Tower. Priscilla cut him off. Skip that part. The Tower Master has told me enough about you. Raise your head, Desir Arman, Priscilla commanded. I've been looking forward to meeting you. I am Priscilla Hazelkelt, the Saintess. Still inside the palace, Desir thought. Right. Priscilla is completely different from everyone else. He remembered his past life. Behind her cheerful facade was a powerful nobility. Desir snapped back to the present. And now, she's even more noble than she was back then. Priscilla gracefully sat down. Well then, she said. Let's begin. I hear you have something to tell me about the shadow world you cleared. The one related to the fall of the Holy Land. The Saintess continued listening as Desir Arman told his story. They talked like that for a long, long time. Finally, Priscilla asked, Wilhelm Everin, so he was the one who turned the Holy Land into a fortress? Desir Arman replied. He was also a truly great man. The Saintess couldn't help but be amazed. It's incredible what he achieved, especially with such limited technology. Desir continued. I still have much more to tell you. About a great catastrophe that might be coming. Now Desir Arman was getting to the heart of the matter. His voice became heavy, serious. The Holy Land could have avoided its fall. A hero rose from the ashes, and a judgment was made that desperately needed to be judged. Desir continued. The Holy Land could have survived to this day and remained humanity's shield. That was the message I heard when I cleared the shadow world. A message about a great catastrophe to come. The Holy Land back then had the power to conquer that shadow world. The Saintess had to ask. Desir's answer was firm. Exactly. The Holy Land fell from within. The Saintess spoke. I've wondered for so long. That great shield, the Holy Land. The reason why a place with all those churches collapsed. She let out a breath of relief. I feel so much lighter now. Thank you. Desir was glad he could help her, Priscilla said. Desir, you conquered that shadow world in a truly magnificent way. The future of Hebrion is brighter because of you. And so, the Saintess asked Desir, as a sign of my gratitude, I want to give you a gift. Is there anything you desire? Desir replied without hesitation. Yes, there is. He made his request. I want the Saintess to help the Western Kingdom and the Hebrion Empire forge a true friendship. Priscilla was silent for a long moment. Then, the Saintess spoke bluntly. As you know, the relationship between those two is terrible, so bad that war could break out at any moment, if not for our common enemy in the shadow world. But Desir Arman didn't back down. That's exactly why I'm asking you, Saintess. If the relationship between these two factions continues like this, we'll be hopeless. When a shadow world appears, that's beyond our current ability to handle. Desir Arman's eyes were filled with conviction as he said, this continent will meet its end. Priscilla actually looks like she wants to refuse. How interesting. You're a fascinating one, Jit Achman thought, lost in his own mind for a moment. Imagining things? I wish this was all just my imagination, just a bad dream. But after a moment of inner conflict, Jit Achman finally spoke up. The Holy Land fell because it was divided. Jit Achman's voice was ironclad. The Shadow World's invasion wasn't a myth. It was real, and it happened. But the Holy Land was helpless, and it perished. Priscilla argued back, times have changed. We've conquered almost all the Shadow Worlds now, with careful preparation. And not just for this, but for the Class 1 and 2 Shadow Worlds. Jit Achman's brow furrowed slightly as he replied, we need to prepare for the absolute worst. Git's hands were clasped together, a picture of conviction. Priscilla thought to herself, he really believes what he's saying. For a kid, he sounds almost arrogant. Still, I get why that old man likes him, the Saintess mused. Finally, Priscilla spoke up. I understand your point, but that's not something I can decide on my own. In your own words, though, I agree. We must prepare for the worst. She stated it with certainty. If something's wrong in the Shadow Worlds, the Church will always find a way to help. Jit Achman bowed his head. That's more than enough, he said. Thank you, Saintess. Just then, a voice called out, Excuse me, I'm coming in. Enter, the Saintess said. A soldier walked in to deliver a message. The High Council meeting is about to begin. We need to hurry. I understand, she replied, then called out to Git Ackman. Yes? Git answered. Priscilla turned and said, You're a lot like him. Take care of that old man for me, will you? Git Ackman's mind raced. Old man? Is she talking about Zod? He's the only one she'd call that. I will, Git Ackman promised. Meanwhile, at the Pritch Palace, everyone was rushing to the meeting hall. A steady stream of people flowed through the corridors. The Saintess, Luca, had already arrived. Git Ackman and Zod Zirian were also there to attend. It seemed everyone was headed for the High Council chambers. Git Ackman and Zod Zirian took their seats. A voice rang out. Well. Priscilla looked towards Zod. It's been a while, Zod replied. 4 years, 6 months, 15 days, 3 hours, 122. The Saintess responded, exasperated. That's not what I meant. Zod just kept going. 23 seconds. Okay. Then. A loud voice cut through the chatter. It seems everyone has gathered. The footsteps grew more urgent. Representatives from every nation, the Master of the Magic Tower, and the Saintess. I'm grateful to you all for joining us. As the one who called this meeting, I will do my best to lead it. Turns out, it was the King of Bria, Gray. Let's begin. At the same time, over at the entertainment district, a different kind of announcement was echoing. Ladies and gentlemen, an MC shouted into the mic. How did you enjoy the round of 32? Let's hear a massive round of applause for the 16 incredible fighters who've made it this far. For the ones who have absolutely amazed us. The crowd roared with excitement. The MC was hyping them up to a fever pitch. Now then, let's get right into the first match of the round of 16. The first combatant was introduced. The successor of Gyu Eru, blessed with the same great power as the Royal Sea of Prish, versus the ruler of beautiful, glittering gemstones. The MC declared, introducing the Wind Mage, Romantica Eru, and the Earth Mage, Ruby Fide. The Royal Sea Tournament's round of 16 begins now. From the stands, Git Ackman and Zod Zirian were watching intently. Down in the arena, Romantica looked cool and confident. Both Bram and Sez were cheering her on like crazy. Back at the council meeting, a calm voice spoke. Thank you for all your opinions. Now, let's continue. The King of Bria began his report. This year's campaign against the Shadow Worlds has been very successful. One nation and one organization conquered them with even better results than last year. But, he paused for effect. There is one problem. The Outsiders. He stressed the name. Murmurs broke out across the room. The Outsiders? What about that criminal group? Gray continued. Please, look closely at the marked locations on this map. Take a good look at the marked locations. Zod Zirian folded his arms, deep in thought. The King of Bria went on. We couldn't detect it when it happened. It took a whole month for us to even find out, and by the time we found it, the world had already been conquered. I'm sure everyone here realizes just how serious this is. It's possible the Outsiders possess technology far beyond our own. He continued, the Master of the Magic Tower will give us more details on this matter. Git Ackman was shocked. Zod already knew about this? Zod Zirian stepped forward to explain. 2 months ago, there was an incident. The Outsiders attacked the Magic Tower itself. Their target was the Tear of Rugen, a level 2 magic stone. But thanks to a tip from a certain individual, we were prepared for their raid. As he said this, Zod Zirian glanced towards Git Ackman. He went on. We interrogated them and gathered intelligence on their organization. Zod laid it all out. Thanks to that, we were able to stop several of their plans, and we uncovered a number of their spies. Far more than I ever expected. They've infiltrated us skillfully, and there are still spies in the Magic Tower we haven't found. He paused, then dropped his bombshell theory. And it's highly likely that the Western Kingdom has also been infiltrated by their spies. Ahem. Someone cleared their throat, preparing to speak. Excuse me, the man interjected. It was the King of Divis, Kalora. I'd like to share my opinion, if you don't mind. Zod Zirian, I'm very sorry to hear the Magic Tower was attacked. But I have to say, your speculation is completely baseless. The King's voice was firm. First, you claim these Outsiders can bypass our detection technology and conquer Shadow Worlds. I simply don't believe it. They're probably just some petty criminal group. There's no way they could have such advanced technology. The room started buzzing with discussion again. Of course. The Western Kingdom's detection tech has been developed for over 20 years. No small-time criminal group could touch it. That's right, it's ridiculous. Zod Zirian countered. Your Highness, we must consider the worst-case scenario. No. Kalora cut him off sharply. I believe there's a different explanation here. I know you understand this well, he said, his voice dripping with insinuation. I'm talking about a place with technology even more terrifying than the Western kingdoms. Down in the arena, Romantica was giving her fight everything she had. The Heban Empire. The king emphasized every syllable. Git Ackman suddenly shot to his feet, startling the saintess. Git. What's wrong? Realizing his mistake, he quickly sat down. It's nothing. Inside, Git was fuming. Damn it. They're trying to pin this on them. The king of Divis asked, do you agree with that? What if this whole thing was a plot by the Heban Empire to steal the rewards from a level 3 shadow world? The Empire is certainly capable of pulling it off without being detected. Zod looked troubled. That's? And it makes perfect sense for them to do it. The king pressed on. Because they are our enemies. The opinions in the room began to shift. That does make sense. Yeah, it does. Only an entire empire could fool us like that. More and more people started to agree. Exactly. The empire is always pulling dirty tricks to divide us. I agree with the king as well. The speculation grew even wilder. Come to think of it, what if the outsiders are just spies for the empire? I see. It all makes perfect sense. And then came the conclusion they were being led to. It must be Heban pulling the strings behind this organization. The chaos forced the king of Pritch to step in. Everyone, calm down, settle down. Git Ackman's eyes met Zod weary face. A shared, hopeless understanding passed between them. And they both actually let out a short laugh. At that exact moment, back in the arena, a loud sound erupted. And we have a winner! Confetti rained down everywhere, celebrating the victor. Graham yelled, you were amazing, Romantica, changing the spear's trajectory like that. And she blasts her opponent right out of the ring. Perfect timing. Romantica's response? Piece of cake. Graham can't help but praise her. I think you've gotten even better than before. Romantica just smirks. Of course. I don't train just for show, you know. But then Pram cuts in. This is bad though. Romantica looks over, confused. What is? Because you have to fight S's in the next round. With her hands on her hips, Romantica just scoffs. So what? I thought that was a good thing. But Pram shakes his head. I was hoping you two would fight in the finals. That would have been perfect. Graham asks her, are you nervous about fighting Isis? Romantica answers with total confidence. Not really. I've always wanted a chance to fight her. Right, Isis? Isis nods in agreement. That's right, even if it's just once. And with that, they all come to a decision. Anyway, let's get lunch first. Romantica takes the lead, full of energy. Let's go. I'm starving. I'm sorry. But in her rush, she bumps right into someone. And for a split second, she feels something is very, very wrong. Romantica whips around instantly. Pram cries out, ah, what's wrong, Romantica? But inside her head, it's pure chaos. Who was that? It wasn't the crow mask that bothered her. She thinks to herself, ever since I became a third circle mage, I've been able to read other people's mana much more clearly. Jit's mana is small, but it moves distinctly. Isis's feels like biting cold ice. But that person. Fear flashes in her eyes as she stares after him. That person's mana is pitch black, like a dark, forgotten basement. On the outskirts of Pra Castle, a mysterious footstep lands among the bustling crowd. He pulls down the hood of his cloak. Let's begin, he thinks to himself. The palace scenery is peaceful, serene. In the dark alleys, rats scurry about their lives. And from one of those alleys, a mysterious man steps out. It's Ikaros, the man in the crow mask. A sinister look in his eyes. He whispers the name Heban. Then he recalls the kid he just passed. Wearing that kind of magical clothing. High-grade stuff only given to members of the royal family. Nothing has changed since the uprising. Pathetic nobles. Ikaros curses under his breath. They don't even bother to look down at what's beneath them. The royals on their thrones. All of them. He thinks, I will drag you all down into the abyss. A dark, unsettling aura just pours off of him. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the argument continues. If you think about it, Heban's group has been acting very suspiciously lately. We have to strike before they can make a move against us. While some were level-headed enough to argue against it, others claimed that would destroy the peace. Amid the conflicting opinions, Zod turns to Jit Ackman. Sorry about this, Jit. It ends up like this every single year. Jit just shakes his head. Don't worry, there's nothing for you to apologize for. Zod admits, politics really isn't my strong suit. I'd much rather be playing chess with you right now, he says, exhausted. Jit Ackman smiles. Haha, maybe we can play a game later? It's a deal, Zod agrees. Tapping his chair, Jit thinks, something feels off. The crow mask had already approached the palace from above. This feeling, it's so familiar, Jit thinks. At the same moment, Crow Mask prepares to make his move. Then it hits Jit. That's right. Before I was revived. I felt this exact same way just before I entered the labyrinth. A deep sense of dread. And just then, Icaros begins his chant. Both Jit Akman and Zod Zirian feel it at the exact same time. The reaction of collapsing magic. Crow Mask is casting a spell. Jit yells, Zod, and Zod reacts instantly. I know. Zod Zirian unleashes his own magic. Everyone is shocked. What are you doing, Master of the Magic Tower? The Saintess asks. Now, Jit Akman rushes forward. He screams at Priscilla, Get down! 2 words. That's all he has time for. The very next second, a massive explosion erupts. It rips through villages and roads, throwing debris everywhere. Over here, Romantica's group manages to throw up a protective shield just in time. She asks, Is everyone okay? What the hell was that? Are you all right? They're all stunned by the surprise attack. Graham says, An explosion. It came from the palace. Romantica repeats, The palace? Jit's there. She looks on in horror as the peaceful scene turns into a wasteland. But the palace itself is protected, encased in a massive sphere of ice. What is going on? Panic spreads through the crowd. Jit Akman quickly checks on the Saintess. Are you all right? She replies quickly, I'm fine. The ice magic slowly begins to fade. Zod Zirian asks, Is everyone okay? Priscilla answers, Thanks to you. What just happened? Zod Zirian explains. That was a 6-circle magic attack. Curse eating. A 6-circle spell? Jit thinks, who in the world could use magic at that level? Zod Zirian calls out to Jit. We need to get out of here. Follow me. People are shouting all around. This way, watch your step. What the hell is going on? The guards are all dead. Wait. Zod Zirian stops everyone. Jit calls out, Master. Zod asks into the dust, Are you the one behind this? As expected of the Master of the Magic Tower, a voice replies, and Icaros reveals himself. Everyone stares in complete shock. The first words out of Icaros's mouth are, You pieces of trash all survived. How disgusting. Outrage erupts from the crowd. How dare you? Zod Zirian slams his staff on the ground. Jit Akman yells, Master. Zod calls back, Jit. Yes, I won't lose this time, he says. Me neither, Jit replies. Haha. Then let's handle this quickly and get out of here, he orders. I don't know who you are, but I'm a busy man. Zod Zirian starts walking forward, as he speaks. So I'm going to end this very quickly. And as he speaks, the staff in his hand begins to transform. I'm sorry to say this, but I won't be holding back. Icaros sneers. That arrogance will be your undoing, Zod Zirian. Zod just smirks back. I'm actually looking forward to that. The shockwave from the explosion was no joke. Even the royal soldiers were injured. Is everyone alive? What the hell was that? One of them reports, There are only 7 guards left. Everyone, gather up. We're under attack. Check on the council members. Move it. Just as he finishes, another explosion rings out. Jit Akman shields his face from a blinding flash of light. The King of Pra demands, What is going on? Jit Akman answers, The Master of the Magic Tower is protecting us. Jit steps forward to check on Zod. Are you all right? Zod Zirian says. I'm fine. How is it over there? Jit replies. Thanks to you, everyone is okay. A bright light catches his attention. Well. Zod swings his staff again. On the other side, Icaros is relentlessly attacking. Zod comments, Stubborn, aren't you? He continues casting his own spells. Jit Akman says, This is too dangerous. We have to evacuate. But Priscilla points out, How can we run in a situation like this? Zod Zirian looked concerned. He had gotten extremely close to the man in the crow mask. Seems like you're not much of a talker, are you? But sorry, Zod Zirian was already casting his next spell. Let's take this somewhere else, shall we? Zod Zirian was attempting to teleport. Jit Akman shouted, The Master of the Magic Tower. He teleported, but just a second later, they reappeared nearby. Zod thought, I tried to move him to the coast, but he dispelled the magic almost instantly. Zod realized, Icaros is already casting another spell. Whoa. Jay Zirian grunts, but he manages to block the attack. Priscilla complains, Zod is a 7th circle mage. Why doesn't he just take this guy down? Jit Akman answers her, It's because of us. Simple as that. He can't attack freely while he's focused on protecting everyone. This is our chance to get out of here. But Jay Zirian's voice cuts through. You dare target them? He sounds pissed. Is it too much to ask you to focus on me? Now get out of my way. Icaros, the enemy speaks. Zirion almost sounds relieved. You finally opened your mouth. Glad to hear it. And then a massive earthquake erupts. Everyone screams. This guy? He's insane. This way. Watch out. Jit thinks to himself, we have to get out of here. Fast. We're just holding him back. A royal soldier suddenly shouts out, is everyone all right? The soldier continues, we, the 7 royal guards, will get you out. Please, come down here. We need to group up first. All right. But another voice objects. How can you people be so pathetic? This is unacceptable. It's the King of Devon. Forget running away. Go help the master of the magic tower and destroy the enemy immediately. That's your mission. The guard asks. The master is fighting right now? That's right. Now go help him. Yes, sir. They turn to the battle. Master of the magic tower, let us help. Zirion looks back, horrified. How dare you interfere? Electric shock, they yell. Die. And they charge straight at Icaros. The masked man just scoffs. Such arrogance. Don't you realize you're walking into your own graves? Spectral storm. One move. He took down every single guard with just one move. Jit saw it all. A single blow. Damn it. And now, Icaros has spotted their group. You can't run from me. Zirion screams. I'm still right here. But Icaros ignores him, unleashing another attack. Molten lava howl. He slams his hands together. Requiem. Icaros launches another spell. Zirion thinks. He blocked it. Annoying. I can overpower him, but he adapts to every single one of my attacks. Zirion wonders out loud. Where did a skilled fighter like him even come from? His mind is racing. Who are you? Why are you trying to kill them? He asks. Curious, are we? The crow-masked man asks. You're arrogant. And naive. What makes you think I can't kill them? Icaros says. Zirion is shocked. What? There's a magic signature near the main gate. A 6th level spell. Eclipse? How did he cast that without me noticing? Damn it. Zirion starts chanting a spell. But Icaros is suddenly right next to him. Where do you think you're going? I thought you wanted to talk. Zirion glares at him. You bastard. I like that look on your face, he says. Now, watch the Western Kingdoms group very closely. And then a massive explosion. Watch it all crumble. Icaros's voice echoes in his ears. Chapter 81. The shockwave seems to hit everywhere. The fight is still raging, intense as ever. But Zirion is starting to piece something together. A holy relic that can pre-calculate any magic spell whenever the caster wants. It must be the memorandum, the relic lost during the revolution. That means he is. Zirion thinks, damn it, it's too fast. I can't analyze it. But just as he's panicking, Icaros unleashes a spell, and it fizzles, completely destroyed before it even forms. Icaros can't believe his eyes. Zirion thinks, a miscalculation? No, that can't be it. Then, could it be Jit Achman's analytical ability? And finally he understands. Zirion lets out a small smile of relief. Thank you, Jit. Thanks to you, I don't have to worry anymore. He re-engages the fight, and Icaros is genuinely surprised, stunned by Zirion's sheer power. His mana alone can create this much pressure, he mutters. You truly are a monster. Zirion just shrugs. A monster? I can live with that. Because your plan has failed, I'll become the monster you speak of. Zirion's eyes turn ice cold, but Icaros doesn't even flinch. Unfortunately, I have no more business with you. I'll take your life next time. And with that, the crow mask vanishes, leaving Zirion standing alone. Even the master of the magic tower is impressed. I was just about to deal with him myself. That was some impressive teleportation. He looks around at the wreckage. Man, what a mess. Elsewhere, a voice asks, how did you know? What is it? The saintess asks. How did you know there was a spellcast there? Jit Achman replies simply, because this palace only has one exit. Jit adds, it was just a guess. Zirion explains. He used a spell powerful enough to sink this entire palace. I was sure his plan was to kill everyone here, so I gambled that he'd have a backup plan in case he failed. Luckily, I read him right. A mage with skills on par with Zod. Who in the world is he? Jit wonders. Suddenly, Priscilla says, I hear screaming, and Jit realizes the palace wasn't the only place that was attacked. A voice calls out, is everyone all right? A group of knights approaches. These are the knights who were on standby outside. Thank God you're all here. Jit Achman urgently asks, what's the situation? But the knight just says, we will escort you. Someone else demands, answer the question. I'll take the saintess. Priscilla's tone is sharp. I don't like repeating myself. The man finally answers, yes, Saintess. Right now, Delta, he is filled with suspected heretics. They're spreading out the capital's defense force by taking advantage of the chaos, he continues. We never expected them to be this bold. We came here to ensure everyone's safety. Desir Arman processes this. A large-scale terrorist attack by the heretics. This never happened in my past life. Jit is confused. If the heretics are making a move this big, it means they're ready to reveal themselves. So, that masked man. The crows are part of the heretics too. A massive terrorist plot. What are they really after? Jit's thoughts are interrupted. How could this happen? As a member of the Western Kingdoms, this is truly disappointing. I can no longer trust Precha. I'm leaving on my own. It's the King of Devon. The King of Pra tries to calm him down. We have a bunker for wartime. It's perfectly safe. Desir Arman adds, apologies, Your Highness, but splitting up our forces will make it impossible to guarantee your safety. Kalora is firm. I'm sorry, but I refuse. I am standing on the soil of another nation. It was a mistake to let a country so weak it can't even stop a terrorist attack become part of the Western Kingdoms. Gasps from the crowd. What did you say? The King of Devon gives an order. Knights of Devon, assemble. Yes, sir. He asks. We're heading for the transfer gate. What's the situation? A soldier reports. The gate is occupied by heretics, but we should be able to break through. Good, the king replies. Kalora then turns back to the others. I will lead my forces and open a path to the gate. Who wants to follow me? But everyone just stares, ignoring his offer. Kalora doesn't give up. What's wrong? Don't you trust your own knights? Someone shot back. That's not it. But the kid's got a point. The DVD king just turned away, cold as ice, leaving them with one line. Do whatever you want. I'll go alone. Then he ordered, lead the way. The soldier snapped to it. Yes, sir. This way. Get started directing everyone else. We're heading into the bunker. If you know the way, please. Wait, what? The master of the magic tower appeared out of thin air, shocking everyone. The master of the magic tower, someone yelled. Desir asked, is everyone here? Priscilla shot back, furious. Old man. Git immediately asked, what happened to Crow Mask? Desir explained. Ban Santa got away. He's pretty good with teleportation magic. Damn it, he cursed. A moment later, a voice rang out. Is that so? A bunker. Not a bad idea. Desir cut in. Leave this to me. Go find your team members. I can't keep you here when you have your own people to worry about. Git nodded. Thank you, sir. Then he added, good luck. Desir replied, you too, be careful. And with that, he was off, running and thinking, please, everyone, be safe. Elsewhere, a harsh voice echoed. Anyone moves, and you lose your head. Good. A hand was slowly drawing a curtain closed. Stay still, and nobody gets hurt. The leader sat back casually, pulling a few kids close to him. Isn't that right, little ones? He chuckled darkly. Hey, honestly, I kinda wish someone would move. I'm looking for a little fun. Meanwhile, Pram's group was getting ready to make their move. Romantica whispered, I'll shoot you all. 1, 2. But then a sound. Her bracelet suddenly beeped, and the leader's head snapped in its direction. What was that sound? They all thought, is this it? Romantica let out a tiny, oops. A voice called out. What was that noise? A communication device? Who are you calling? The voice pressed on. Can you hear me? The beeping continued. The leader looked intrigued. You know what? Just kill them all. Pram turned, panicked. What do we do? The leader ordered his men. Get it from her. Now. A goon got aggressive. Hey, answer him. I said give me the device. Pram saw Romantica trembling and called out her name. Romantica. The leader was losing patience. I hate this annoying situation. Don't disappoint Mr. Crowmask. The goon drew his sword. You heard him. I'll give you 3 seconds. Romantica shot back. But you said you'd kill us if we moved. She put on a teary, helpless act. The henchman was totally thrown off by how cute she looked. Ugh. The leader snapped. What are you doing, you idiot? Then he muttered. So annoying. Whatever. I'll do it myself. A strange power shot out, yanking Romantica's arm straight up. She cried out. Ah. The leader smirked. There. I made her move. So? Get it. The other guy responded. Yes, sir. Romantica struggled. No, no, don't. The henchman had to tell her. Stop squirming. Boss, this doesn't look like a communication device, he reported. It's more like jewelry. The other guy asked. But it was just beeping, right? The man replied. Hold on. There are letters on it. Let's see. HB. Can you even read? The leader barked. Huh? Harry? Losing all patience, the leader yelled. Why did Mr. Crowmask give me such an idiot? Finally, the guy shouted. I got it, it says. Heben Academy, he said, totally thrilled. The leader heard that and rushed over. Heben? You mean the Heben Academy? That was the opening. Isis used his distraction to land a kick that made him yell, Arg! Romantica gave Pram a look. She nodded back. Okay. Romantica was already casting Wind Bullet. A bow and arrow of pure magic appeared. She took aim at the guy next to the leader, making him scream, ooh-ah! The leader saw it all. So, she's a mage. A mage, his lackey repeated. One of them drew his sword to charge. You bastards are dead! But Pram was faster, a blur moving right in front of him, her own sword already drawn and clashing. Ah! The goon's sword shattered in two. The leader groaned. Why does Mr. Crowmask make me suffer like this? Who are you people? Some Heban secret squad? They replied, We're not that important. Our leader isn't here. But we're the Git group from Heben Academy. They announced it loud and clear. The villain just laughed. Ha ha, a group? You mean your students? That's a dumb name, you should change it. Seriously, you kids think you can mess with me? His face darkened. Romantica warned. This is like the attack at the Magic Tower. This guy is tough. Pram agreed. Don't let your guard down. Isis, he looks dangerous. But Isis just stepped forward without a word. Isis, Pram called out. The leader went into a frenzy. It doesn't matter. You're in my way, and I'll chop you up as an offering for Mr. Crowmask right now. He was still ranting when suddenly a hand was on his face. He didn't even see it coming. He looked, completely stunned. Isis didn't say a word. She just slammed his head straight into the floor. He went down in one hit, while Isis just stood there calmly. Pram stared, completely baffled. That's it? What the hell? All you could see was the top of the leader's head, now stuck in the floorboards. As sunset fell over the kingdom, the kidnappers were all tied up. The rescued people were overjoyed. Thank you so much. How can we ever repay you? Pram just waved her hands. Please, don't worry about it. Just get out of here and get to safety. Voices still called out, Thank you. The girl, Isis, asked. That call earlier. Was it Git? Romantica nodded. Yeah, he just called us. Pram chimed in. So Git's okay, right? Seems like it, Romantica replied. In a ruined fortress somewhere, a voice chanted. Cover the sun and call his name. Cover the mountains and call his name. Cover the sky in shimmering gold. The boiling waves will blow the mountains away and scream his name. Scream his name. Scream. The fire of the abyss calls for the great catastrophe. At the Royal Sea Competition Arena, in the capital of the Pridehelm Kingdom, a doctor yelled, Medics over here. The scene was total chaos. Git arrived, panting. Everyone has been evacuated here. A voice called out, Git, you're here. Pram rushed forward, throwing her arms around him. You came. He called her name, Pram. She grabbed his arm, beaming. Hee, I'm so glad you're okay. Git answered warmly. You too, Pram. Nearby, Romantica was arguing. You have no idea how much danger you put us in. Isis just shrugged. We weren't in any danger. Maybe you're just too weak and need more training. Romantica fired back. That's not what I meant. They all sat down to talk. There were tons of outsiders. Clearly, they were plotting something big. The chaos they were causing right now, it was all just a diversion. Romantica stood up, determined. All right, everyone stay here. Git asked the group what she meant. She said, I won't let them get away. After they destroyed my hometown, I'm going to help the city's defense force. I want you all to protect the shelter here. They protested. Romantica, we can't. But another voice cut in. We'll help you. They introduced themselves as participants from the Royal Sea Competition. I heard the whole story. Let us lend a hand. It was a short-haired girl. She said, I've never fought outsiders before, but I can confidently say I have a few useful skills. Some of us are from this city too. Let us protect it with you, another added. Romantica nodded. It's great to have everyone's help, a man chimed in. Even though I lost to that pretty girl because my hair was too long, I'm actually pretty good, you know. A girl with short hair shot back, long hair my butt. You got taken down in one hit. He just grinned. Haha, I was just stunned by her beauty. She scoffed. Maybe you should have stayed that way. He teased her. What, are you jealous? They were bickering back and forth. Haha, this whole evacuation thing is just proof that you're paying attention to me. I really appreciate it. Jit made the call. Let's leave this place to them so we can join up with the main defense force. Romantica immediately shot that down. What? No. I can't let you all get involved in my country's problems. Involved? Est, Graham. What do you two think? Est spoke up. I agree with our leader. Graham nodded too. I don't think you can handle this alone, Romantica. Romantica quickly turned to Pram. You too? Jidakman explained gently. Romantica, the same way you care about us, is how we care about you. I can't just let you go alone. But Romantica's eyes welled up. Est reminded her. Romantica, you understand Jit better than anyone. Romantica was confused. What? But Est kept going. Our leader never backs down from a decision. Besides, Est emphasized, you should remember we are a team. After hearing that, Romantica finally smiled. Okay, Est asked Jit. So, you got a plan? He replied, I do. And it's simple. We take down every heretic that gets in our way. His eyes sharpened with pure resolve. At the Dent Heli transfer gate, a cautious voice spoke. So this is the place the defense force mentioned. The entire building is protected by magic. There are already a ton of heretics there. Jit Akman gave the order. Let's join them immediately. But first, I'll analyze the protection spell, and then I'll leave the rest to you. Est replied. Okay. Pram added, just leave it to us. Jit Akman declared, let's go. And the clash of steel rang out. A heretic taunted them. Ha, is this the best the National Defense Force can do? A soldier yelled back, you damn criminals. One called out, hey criminal, after you're done with him, come give me a hand. A royal soldier shouted, you bastards, stop with the dirty tricks and fight fair. But the heretic just laughed. I'm on my way. You really are a sinner. Hee hee. The royal soldier shot back. Really? Stay away from me. The heretic lifted his axe. You think a heretic like me is going to listen to you? He slammed the axe down. But they were all shocked. What the? Where's my axe? What? A surprise attack sent a jolt of pain through the heretic. What the hell? Before he could finish, he was sent flying. Ugh, the other heretics were taken down just as fast. The defense force stared. Those uniforms, aren't they just kids? Excuse me. Est walked right past them. A heretic saw her and sneered. You bitch, you don't even have a weapon. You dare mess with a heretic like me? He swung his axe. Ice spear. She summoned ice in a flash, piercing right through the guy. Even the royal soldiers were stunned. Ice magic? She froze this whole area in an instant. Someone called out, Est. Jit Akman's voice came through. Cheerful. Analysis complete. Go nuts at the main gate. Est gave a slight nod. She began to channel her power. Ice bolt. Unleashing her ice magic. The heretics were still talking, totally unaware of the danger closing in. What? Sounds like those guys outside are having fun. A second later, a massive explosion. They panicked. What was that? Didn't we put up a protection spell? Move! A small figure appeared in a blur. Time for a nap. It was Pram, and in a flash, she attacked. Her movements were unbelievably fluid. In no time, she was already through the gate. The others rushed to catch up. Pram, slow down a bit. Graham, are you okay? But she warned them. Don't get any closer. Something's here. They saw it too. What is that? A massive scythe. A voice echoed. Hee hee, you're pretty sharp, kid. Good, good. Otherwise, I'd be bored to death. A strange figure holding a scythe appeared. Next to him, another person warned, don't get too carried away with the killing. His lordship's order was to defend this place. And another one chimed in, such a crude attitude. Don't dishonor his name. Yeah, the first one cut in. I'm just doing my job. 3 strangers, standing in their way. Let's fight, kids. Let's see what you've got. A voice rang out as the other group analyzed the situation. A magic swordsman. Taka noted. 3 mages and 1 swordsman. That's enough for us. A heretic soldier sneered. You're all dead. The best of the best are here right now. Huh? You're still alive? Taka ignored him and kept talking to the soldier. I'll kill you, just like the rest of them. Vader asked him. You killed all of them? The soldier replied. Yeah, I killed them all because they were just sitting there. Vader pressed him. How many did you kill? Did they all have weapons? The soldier answered. About 3/4 of them. The gate manager and the ones who tried to run didn't have any. But before he could finish, he was slammed into a wall. Ugh, he cried out. You piece of trash. You don't have the right to speak. A powerful fist appeared. How dare you kill unarmed people? They must have suffered terribly. It was Vader. You need to feel it for yourself, he growled. Romantica couldn't help but gasp. I didn't even see him move. Who is that guy? He's too strong. On the other side, Taka was yelling at Vader, don't kill our own people. Just then, the sound of rushing footsteps. The gates opened. Get in there, kill the heretics, someone announced. The captain told us you'd be helping us retake the gate. Only they're left now, Vader said. I heard all the soldiers gathered here were recruited from noble families. Is that so? Taka's expression turned cold. The soldiers charged in, shouting, You think you can escape, heretics? We'll show you the power of the Royal Guard. Jit Akman called out to them. We believe that group is high-ranking. We'll handle them. You guys hunt down the rest of the heretics. They hesitated. What? But we can't just… Suddenly, Jit Akman sensed something wrong. A scythe swung at them out of nowhere, but Pram blocked it just in time. Pram shouted a warning. There's more, coming from the left. What? I'll handle it. Est moved forward. Watch out. Est quickly cast an ice spell. The scythe froze solid instantly. Out of nowhere, Taka was right beside her. So, you're the ice user, he smirked. Impressive show. But then his tone turned deadly. Stay out of my way, little girl, or I'll kill you first. A chilling threat. Est didn't hesitate, she went straight for a kick. But he dodged it. Whoa. Taka seemed amused. That was fast. Nice form. Then he grinned. But the thing is, I know a thing or two about kicks. Taka continued. You raise your hands to defend like this. And just like that, he exploited the opening, sending her flying with a single kick. Est slammed into the distance. Est! Romantica screamed in panic. Suddenly, Jirakuman shoved Romantica's head down hard. Just in time. A surprise attack sliced right over them. What? Why? A stunned Romantica demanded, looking up at him. You okay? Romantica yells. What the hell was that attack? It came from nowhere. A split second later and we'd be dead. Git Axman's eyes narrowed. Somehow, they dodged it. Looks like it, Serena shot back. Didn't think those brats had skills like this. But V wasn't impressed. To him, they were just a bunch of arrogant nobles. Heavy footsteps charged forward, followed by a huge explosion. Pram launched an attack only to be blocked by a solid wall. A wall? That fast? She gasped. Pram didn't hesitate, blasting a massive hole right through it. V peeked out from the other side, then shattered the entire wall with a single punch. This one's fast, V noted. Good training. Romantica checked on her teammate. You all right? Pram nodded. Yeah. But be careful, both of them are incredibly quick. I'm not sensing any magic from the big guy, Pram said. So the other one must be the mage. The team kept strategizing. The defense force said to secure that gate. If they don't move, enemy reinforcements will pour through that portal. The plan is simple, Git thought. Pram and Romantica buy me time while I analyze the situation. It was the most logical approach. But then, Git Axman spoke aloud. Forget the plan. Romantica looked over. What are you mumbling about? He clenched his fist. I can't forgive these bastards. We're fighting together. All three of us, he declared. The scene shifts to a landscape of pure ruin. And from the rubble, Isis emerges. Taka just smirked. Well, look at this mess. Taka called out. So, you're the strongest one? The others look pretty weak. Isis just scoffed. You think I'm strong? I used to think so too. Used to act like it. The key word. Used to. Exactly, she replied. I'm not that strong. But I think I'm good enough to take you down. Taka just laughed. Huh, see? That's what being strong is. They stared each other down, the tension thick enough to cut. Taka looked her over with a mocking grin. I gotta say, I didn't expect this. A crazed look filled Taka's eyes. A magic swordsman like you. You're strong, really strong. He lunged forward. Isis met his attack head-on with a skill of her own, forcing Taka back on the defensive. Ha, interesting, he cackled. You really are powerful. Don't tell me this is all you've got. Taka's voice dropped, getting serious. Isis was confused. She didn't get it. Not a single one of her attacks was landing. He dodged everything, even from her blind spots. What was she doing wrong? She tried a surprise attack. It almost got him. Ch. So close, she muttered, realizing she needed to observe him more carefully. Taka closed the distance. What are you doing? Isis attacked instantly. Taka dodged again, but this time with a wild laugh. Ha ha ha. Yes, keep it coming, he roared. Show me what you've got. The fight raged on, pure intensity. Taka leaped back. Ha ha ha. That one must have at least scratched you. I knew it. You're strong. He pushed her. Come on, show me more. Your magic, your sword skills, all of it. Isis snapped back, annoyed. You never shut up, do you? She stared him down. I'll say it again. I'm not strong. My arrogance held me back, she said, her voice firm. My own foolish decisions stunted my potential. I'm not nearly as strong as you think. Really? Taka asked, a dangerous glint in his eye. You're really saying that with a look like that? Fool, he thought. He threw his scythe. Is this what you people call humility? To me, Taka sneered. It's just a pretty shell you use to hide your arrogance. The scythe flew straight for Issa's. She dodged. You can run. Taka started, but the weapon stopped mid-air. But I will. It suddenly changed direction. Hunt you down! The attack slammed into Issa's, sending her flying through a wall. But even then, she was still fighting back. She dropped low, defending against the blow, digging her sword into the ground to slow herself. She was exhausted, gasping for breath. I can't find a single opening to counterattack. He's not fast like Pram, so her usual attacks won't work. The real threat is that scythe. It comes at her with terrifying speed. How could she possibly beat him? With magic? Or her sword? These guys were all on another level, which meant the other two were just as strong as this psycho. Her mind raced. Should I use my magic sword? What do I do if I can't beat him with mana alone? You think too much. The memory hit her. Sorry, didn't mean to startle you, Gid Axman's voice echoed in her mind. Isis, you overthink things in a fight. Isn't that a good thing? She had asked. Maybe for me, he'd replied. There are lots of ways to fight. Cautious, aggressive, or you have the destructive types, like the Estebans. In my case, I'm a cautious fighter, he continued. I can give you 1,000 examples, but there's only one way to achieve a complete victory. S's had been curious. A complete victory? What's that? And Git's answer was simple. Absolute power. An overwhelming force that nothing can stand against. His final words hit her now. You don't need to think to win. You just need to fight. A spear that can pierce any shield. That's the kind of fighting you should aim for, because you're already a perfect warrior. Back in the present, Taka was still talking. Haha, seriously now. I can't tell if you're weak or just lack the will to fight. I thought magic swordsmen were supposed to be strong. Shut up, Issa's roared, cutting him off. Siko. She attacked without warning. He barely dodged. Taka's excitement spiked. Haha, yes, that's it, now we're talking. Sisik lands. Issa's didn't waste a breath, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. But Taka still weaved through every single one. Nice try, he said, not even breaking a sweat. I know you're strong, but don't think you can beat me with just this. Issa's didn't flinch. I don't. So now, she declared, her power flaring, I'll show you what I can really do. Magic ice wave. A torrent of ice magic began to form. Taka's playful expression vanished. His brow furrowed. You all make that same face. Every single one of you. You're about to ruin all the fun. You really think your best trick can handle everything? He snarled. Where do you get that confidence? Taka began his own attack, changing the scythe's trajectory. I always felt like you people were looking down on us, Taka said, recalling his weapon. No matter what we did, you never listened. A powerful gust of wind swept through the area. Elsewhere, Est was analyzing the magic. So it's not a holy relic. Taka glared. Your eyes are disgusting. Over with another group, Falantuka began his own spell. All right, let's start the main event. Taka was finally getting serious. A massive explosion rocked the battlefield, shaking the very earth. The battle had truly begun. Two different types of magic clashed, creating that cataclysmic blast. Meanwhile, Pram was having her own problems. She was facing off against Vader. Vader brought his weapon down with immense force, but Pram's small size and agility were her advantage. She dodged easily, but her counterattack only managed to slice a piece of his bandages. Damn, the kid's fast, he growled. Pram thought to herself, those bandages are way too tough. She quickly landed. Wind bullet. Pram unleashed a barrage of wind attacks. Serena quickly stepped in front of Vader, shouting, Get behind me! Looks like she's finally joining the fight. Jit Akman just stood there, watching. Romantica grumbled, their defense is too strong. A tier 2 spell isn't going to break through, and I'm still not used to tier 3 magic. Jit Akman called out, Romantica, listen up. What do you think? Can you do it? If you can't, just say so. She shot back. Okay. Of course I can do it. Who do you think I am? Piece of cake, she added. Jit Akman, trusting her completely, said, Good. I'm counting on you. Whatever, she replied. Romantica then asked, But what about the gate? The heretics will pour in if we don't do something. Don't worry, he said. I've got a plan. He then took off his outer coat. Pram, on my signal, I want you to charge straight ahead. She replied, Got it. Vader glanced over at Jit Akman. So, he's the leader? Serena scoffed. Doesn't look like much. Then she got ready. Let's go. It was like Pram was just waiting for Jit Akman's command before she moved. Okay. The two of them charged forward together, a move that left Romantica completely frozen on the spot. Go, Pram, Jit Akman ordered. She echoed back. Right, strength enhancement. Pram blurted out. What? I thought you wanted me to charge ahead. Suddenly, Jit swept her off her feet. She panicked. Wait, what is this? This isn't my style. And then he threw her. Go, Pram. All right, I'll give it a shot, she yelled. Serena, watching from the side, muttered. What are they thinking? What kind of childish trick is this? But she still warned her partner, stay sharp. They're definitely up to something. Vader agreed. Exactly. We're facing the descendants of royalty. I'm not letting my guard down for a second. Jit Akman roared. Charge forward, warrior of Esteban, Jit continued. Fight, warrior. Shout your name with pride. Serena looked confused. What is he saying? Vader just laughed. Haha, he's challenging me to a duel. And so, Jit Akman yelled back in their tongue, I accept your challenge. I, the warrior Esteban Vader, will fight with honor. The two of them were about to clash. You could see the raw determination in their eyes. Neither one was planning on backing down. Vader struck first, but Jit dodged it easily. In fact, Jit managed to touch his arm. You. Where are you from? Vader asked, completely shocked. Jit Akman didn't answer, he just slammed him straight to the ground. Serena cried out, Father! But she didn't let that distract her for a second. Tsk! Pram, quick as a flash, struck out, landing a clean cut on her. Pram landed safely, saying, Looks like you're the one who got distracted. You're nothing without your magic. Serena, despite the hit, was incredibly calm. You're just like all the other royal kids, getting cocky the second you think you've won. A flicker of caution flashed in Pram's eyes, and because of it, she dodged the counterattack. Howdy, cop. Jit Akman praised her from afar. Nice one, Pram. Just then, Vader emerged from the dust cloud. Haha, that was a good one. I'll give you that, he said. But, you didn't finish me. Jit Akman shot back. You're pretty good yourself, but this is nothing to be proud of. He immediately rushed at Vader again. Romantica called out, worried, Pram, you okay? Pram replied, yeah, it's just like Jit said. By the way, what are you doing? Me? Finishing Jit's request, of course. It seemed like she was busy with something important. Vader got back on his feet after the attack. He said, I don't know where you learned the Esteban language, but I'm impressed. I didn't expect you to know our customs. He even added, you know, I'm starting to like you. Jit Akman didn't respond, but invisible tendrils of power suddenly wrapped around his feet, holding him in place. Vader asked, Serena, are you all right? She replied, a little surprised, but I'm fine. I just hate getting my clothes torn. Through the rips in her clothes, you could see something that looked like rock formations on her skin. Vader urged her, I like your style, but we're deep in enemy territory now. We can't afford to be careless. Let's end this, he said. Serena agreed. This guy's a pain. Let's finish him, fast. Seeing Jit Akman start to smirk, Vader asked, what's so funny? You think this situation is amusing? Jit Akman's whole demeanor changed. He said, what's funny is that you two are pretending to be strong when you don't even realize the mess you're in. You tried to kill my friends right in front of me, he continued. You were going to kill Romantica. Vader could feel it too, a sudden shift in the air. This guy, he's completely different from before. You have no idea what real anger is. And right now, I am furious. Serena finally realized the problem. My magic. Did he analyze it? If only I were stronger, Jit Akman muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Romantica was ready to unleash her spell. Get out of there, Jit. You and your crazy requests. Anyway, one super powerful attack, coming right up. Vader was shocked. Since when was she? Serena growled in frustration. My magic isn't responding. Romantica unleashed her attack. Horror storm. Uh-oh. This one's dangerous. By the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. A massive cyclone had already swallowed them whole. Did we get him? Of course. I hit them dead on with my most powerful spell. Great job. Romantica. I think that was even stronger than when you practice. Jit Akman said. All right, put the defensive wall back up around the gate and get to S. Suddenly, Jit noticed something flash past him. It was S. She was sent flying, badly injured. A new enemy, Taka, appeared, sneering. You're too weak. You're no magic swordsman. Then he called out, Serena, Vader, you two get killed already? Don't tell me you lost to a bunch of brats. Vader spoke up. Your mouth is as nasty as ever, Taka. Romantica was stunned. What? He can still move? Vader staggered forward. That was a close one. If my power shield had been even 1 second slower, we'd both be out of commission, he said, struggling to speak. Taka scoffed. Look at you two, having this much trouble with 3 kids? Pathetic. And I even took care of the strongest one for you. Whatever, I'll handle this. I'll wipe them all out. He was so confident, he said. Why should I be careful? Vader warned him. Listen to me. Didn't you see what they did to us? They're dangerous. Taka figured there must be a reason for his caution. Interesting. Very interesting. But he was still incredibly arrogant. I am the strongest. Your magic is barely enough to be a plaything for me. That's when Est spoke up, warning Jit. Be careful, he might be a magic swordsman too. He uses wind magic. I don't know what kind of magic he used, but my attacks couldn't touch him, she continued. Jit Akman replied, a magic swordsman who uses wind magic. No wonder you couldn't land a hit. Jit Akman didn't hesitate to break it all down. He's cloaked his body in magic and is controlling the air to predict attacks. He's also using that scythe as a throwing weapon to combo with his magic. Jit added, his mana level is only that of a first circle mage. He uses those wind and scythe tricks because he can't use full-blown offensive magic. Romantica chimed in. With so little mana, no wonder Est thought he was just a regular mage. That's why she lost. Hearing this, Taka's face twisted into a scowl. Jit Akman kept going, you're nothing special. You just happen to be a perfect counter to S. Want me to break down the other two for you? Gid Akuman began his analysis. First, this Esteban guy. No tribal jewelry, no emblems. Probably a runaway. No, scratch that. An exile. Git continued. He relies on his body's aura for massive damage up close. But he's weak, very weak, to any long-range magical or physical attacks. So that's why you two are a team, huh? He then turned his attention to the other one. A mage, maybe 3rd tier. But her magic is simple. Basic. She's probably not good for much besides defensive spells. Taka shot back. So what if you know all that? What can you possibly do? Your attacks are completely useless against us. Git Akuman cut him off. You call yourself a magic swordsman? He scoffed. All I see are some crude scythe skills and a tiny bit of magic. And you have the nerve to call yourself a magic swordsman? Don't make me laugh. That clearly hit a nerve. Taka snapped back. Nice lecture. How about you see if this crude weapon is enough to kill you? Git, what are you doing? Romantica cried out. Git, S warned. But Git Akuman just stepped forward without an ounce of fear. Kill me? He said calmly. I've tasted that before. Don't you dare talk about death in front of me. Taka exploded in fury and charged. You arrogant bastard. I'll kill you first. Git Akuman didn't even flinch. Attacking without knowing who your opponent is? Taka lunged, and in the next instant was slammed face first into the ground. You don't even know your own weakness, do you? Git said, standing over him. Then to his team, Romantica, S. Pram. Watch closely. This is part of your training. Taka, writhing on the ground, gasped. My magic. What did you do? Git explained simply. When facing a mage who uses enhancement magic on their body, you just need to create a counterspell to interfere with it. Git Akuman kept on explaining to the bewildered enemy. What did you— But Taka couldn't even finish his sentence before he was yanked into the air. Git Akuman was controlling the magic, suspending him mid-air. If your whole body is wrapped in magic, it means if I can interfere with that flow, I can control you completely. If you were a real magic swordsman, Git continued, you could have broken out of this trick with your own power. All Taka could manage was, you bastard. You call yourself strong with those pathetic little skills? Arrogant doesn't even begin to describe you. Taka could only scream, you're the arrogant one, and with that he dropped him. I told you not to let your guard down. Taka, furious, scrambled up. What the? He didn't know who this guy was. But one thing was certain. He was the most dangerous one here. Thanks for the obvious info, the mage grumbled. Then she turned to Taka. You getting up, or are you going to stay down there? Of course I can. It's just a scratch. His partner shot back. That looked like a lot more than a scratch. Whatever, Taka grumbled. Where the hell did that guy even come from? We can't fall back, Taka declared. The higher-ups ordered us to take this field at all costs. We have to watch out for him. I was just careless before, but this time— But as he spoke, a dark light suddenly wrapped around them. He's calling us, one said. I guess it's time. Gid Akuman recognized it immediately. That magic. Damn it, I hate this, Taka growled. Makes it look like we're running away. The mage replied, What choice do we have? He's calling. We have to go. Besides, our mission here is done. Taka shot a final glare at Git. We'll meet again, you little punk. And just like that, they vanished. It's teleportation magic, Romantica said, annoyed. And it was packed with killing intent, she added. I wonder what he's thinking. S thought to himself, are you hurt, Git? But Git was silent, lost in his own thoughts. He's definitely plotting something, Git thought. Finally, he spoke. All right, let's retake the gate first. I'll handle it. You three get some rest. There might still be heretics around, so stay sharp. Oh, okay. Meanwhile, in another location, the three villains reappeared. Damn it, that was so frustrating, Taka raged. We ran into some freaks. Tougher than I expected, she reported. A voice replied. It seems so. You're all injured. It's because you were careless, Taka. She snapped. What? Is it my fault? Taka argued. You're the one who summoned us right when things were getting good. The mysterious figure simply replied, That's right. I'm going to rest now. Then, a final warning. Get ready. The seal is about to break. The scene shifts to sunset, over rows of small, tightly packed houses. Romantica was walking alone, wondering, where did he go? Then her eyes went wide. She spotted him. It was Git Akuman. She walked over. I was wondering where you ran off to. And here you are, just watching the sunset. But I have to admit, Romantica said, the view from here is beautiful. Git Akuman agreed. You're right. It looks just like a sparkling golden sea. Where are the others? He asked. Romantica shrugged. Don't ask me. They're busy helping the defense force and the townspeople. I got to head back a little early. So on the other side of town, things were still a total mess. A soldier praised them. You're amazing, even though you're just students. Someone else yelled, Bring more food over here. Hearing that, Git Akuman chuckled. So, any new information? Romantica replied. Well, they're pretty flashy. We followed their orders, but they haven't told us a single thing. They really are an elite force. I mean, they're the strongest army in the Western Kingdom for a reason. After they arrived, they completely wiped out the rest of the heretic forces. It got to the point where I almost felt bad for those guys, she added with a small smile. Haha, there's so much I want to tell my parents now. Where would I even begin? Dad probably won't believe any of it. He won't even believe I helped protect our hometown, Git Akuman replied softly. I'm happy for you. Even though this attack could have been a disaster, you minimized the damage as much as possible. Romantica beamed. Yeah, I feel pretty great about it. But Git Akuman grew quiet, thinking. After a moment, he said, I guess this is the end of this incident then. A voice called out. Desir, Romantica, can you two give me a hand? This is way too much. Est offered, let me help. No need, came the reply. They'll just think the bread is talking. And behind the mountain of bread, a voice piped up. It was Pram. Everyone gave us bread, Pram explained. We got so much I can't even see where I'm going. Desir Arman crouched down. You know, you could have just taken a normal amount. But I guess it's hard to say no, he chuckled. So, what are you going to do with all that? Desir asked. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Leave that to me. Pram jumped. Huh? The bread? It's gone. That voice again. So there you are. We've been looking all over for you. It was Zodrian. Instantly, the Saintess Romantica, Agist, and Pram dropped to their knees. We greet you with the utmost respect, Saintess. Desir stepped forward. Is everyone all right? Zodrian replied. I'm relieved to see you're all safe as well. But what about Priscilla? The Saintess cut him off. I know, you old man. All of you. Rise, she commanded. Now, let me see that wound. A soft, golden light gently wrapped itself around the injury. She was healing Pram. He gasped. Whoa, the wound feels so much better. A second later. Wait, no, it's completely gone. I can move freely now, Pram announced with a huge smile. Let me go grab some more bread for everyone. But the Saintess gently warned him. You're better, but please, still be careful. Watching from the side, Agist was in complete awe. This is the Saintess's power. She healed everyone as if their injuries never even existed. An absolutely incredible ability. She was stunned. Meanwhile, Zodrian and Desir slipped away for a private conversation. They were tough, Desir admitted. Claimed to be an elite unit from the Crow Mask. That means they must be high-ranking members of the Outsiders. Zodrian then asked the real question. So why were they just guarding the gate? They didn't send any more troops after they left. Did they have another objective? Desir could only state the one thing he knew for sure. The only thing we know right now is that the Crow Mask is a master of teleportation magic. Zodrian nodded grimly. Which means we have no idea where he'll pop up and attack next. Then, as if remembering something, he added, Oh right, the king sends his thanks to you. It looks like Havan's relationship with him is going to be a deep one, just as you wanted. I'm very happy to hear that, Desir replied. But he didn't forget the others. What about everyone in the vault? Zodrian hesitated. Ah, well, we think it's for the best if they stay there until things calm down. And yeah, Desir already knew the real reason why. He cut straight to the point. It's because of the crow mask, isn't it? The Tower Master sighed. Precisely. It's not just his teleportation. We still have no idea what his true motives are. This guy's a real problem. Desir thought to himself. He's a catastrophe. A sixth circle mage. His magical abilities are beyond anything I can imagine. And he's incredibly knowledgeable. But then, Desir cracked a smile. Even so, they still couldn't beat this wise man. He looked at Zodrian with absolute trust. Everything's stable for now, Desir said. How about a game of chess? I'll take the opposite side this time. Zodrian just chuckled. Haha, you're on. The Saintess cut in. Hey, old man Zodrian, when are we heading out? Pram was antsy too. Desir, let's go. Zodrian turned to leave. The threat has been handled. I should prepare to leave now. Desir nodded. I'll give you a hand. The two of them started to walk off together. And that's when it happened. A tremor hit, and both Desir and Zodrian froze, instantly on high alert. The shaking intensified. Fast. This wasn't just them, everything around them, even the most solid buildings, began to tremble violently. Rocks and debris rained down from everywhere. And then, it stopped. Complete silence. What was that? Everyone was confused and shaken after the sudden earthquake. Was that just an earthquake? It was too sudden. Is everyone okay? Right? We totally let our guard down. Zodrian immediately turned to Priscilla. Are you all right? Suddenly, a voice cut through the confusion. Impossible. Everyone heard the shock in Desir's voice. His eyes were wide, his face pale. No, it can't be. He was frozen to the spot. His friends rushed to his side, worried. Desir, what is it? Desir muttered, his eyes fixed on the horizon, the sky, and this feeling. This shouldn't be happening. It's impossible. Zodrian grabbed his shoulder, trying to snap him out of it. Desir, get a grip. If you know what's going on, you need to tell us. Now. That's when Zodrian noticed it too. The sun. It looked wrong. An eclipse was happening, right at this very moment. How was that even possible? Wait. There's something else. A murmur went through the crowd. Something was moving. In the ocean, a massive ripple was forming on the surface of the water. But this was no normal wave. Two massive horns sliced through the water. Then, a single, glowing red eye emerged from the depths. It was a colossal creature, rising from the sea itself. Absolute terror gripped the city as the giant beast revealed itself. What in the world is that thing? We have to evacuate everyone. Now, Zodrian was stunned. Where did that thing come from? He could only guess. It has to be a demon. The Saintess covered her mouth, whispering in disbelief. No, it can't be. This can't be happening. Desir's voice was barely a whisper as he named the nightmare before them. That is the demon of destruction. Dayton. The monster began its slow, terrifying advance toward the shore. Its eye glowed with an indescribable menace. A shroud of fire enveloped its massive body, and it destroyed everything in its path without a single moment of hesitation. The soldiers screamed. We're under attack. Run for your lives. Run where? Arg! The city plunged into absolute, terrifying chaos. The demon let out a heaven-shaking roar, a declaration of its immense power. Where did this horrifying demon come from? Zodrian yelled. Pram rushed to Romantica's side. Romantica, are you okay? Romantica's entire body was shaking. I have to help them, she whispered, her voice tight with emotion. This is where I grew up. This is my home. She took a determined step forward. I have to join the defense force. A sharp voice stopped her in her tracks. You can't do anything to help them right now, Romantica. It was Desir, his tone leaving no room for argument. Her body trembled with frustration. In the distance, soldiers were shouting, Everyone else, to the coast. We have to form a defensive line. Desir's voice was low. They're doing their duty. Even if you help, it won't change the outcome. Romantica spun on him, her voice cracking with anger. I'm not asking for your help. You've already helped us more than enough, she yelled. But this is my home. I can't just stand here and watch it be destroyed. Just like those soldiers, it's my duty to protect this place. I'd rather die in my hometown than watch it burn. She turned her back on him. It's a waste of time explaining this to you. I'm going. Romantica, Pram called out, but a figure stepped directly into her path. It was Agist. Romantica glared. What do you think you're doing? Get out of my way. Move! She screamed in pure frustration. The promise, Desir said calmly, his words cutting through her rage. Remember what you promised me. You promised you would follow my orders. Romantica froze, the memory hitting her. That's not fair, Desir. Romantica's resolve faltered. Pram stepped in, his voice urgent. But Desir, if this keeps up, the entire defense force will be wiped out. The capital will be destroyed. Desire's face was grim. Yes, it will. Meanwhile, the defense force fought on desperately. We need to reinforce the Avalon Brigade's position. Prepare all magic. Blow that monster away with everything you've got. Desir watched them, his expression pained. I know, he said quietly. But Pram, this isn't a mission we can join. The soldiers on the front line continued their relentless attack. Don't let that thing get one step closer. For a moment, it seemed like their attacks landed. Did we get it? Someone shouted. Don't celebrate yet. But as the smoke cleared, the monster stood tall, completely unharmed. And Desir's quiet words seemed to echo in the air. There's nothing we can do for them. There are cells deep inside the creature's spines, Zod suddenly explained. But even if we pinpoint their location, its hide is just too tough to attack. He turned to Desir. How do you know this? Desir Arman didn't waste a second. I'll explain everything later. When ancient runes appear on that creature's teeth, it's about to release a wave of energy. It's impossible to block it head-on. Try to redirect its path somewhere else. Zod didn't question him. I'll have to take your word for it. Leave it to me. Priscilla, you need to evacuate now. I won't let you. A swirl of black smoke materialized out of thin air. Zod whipped his head around, and Crow Mask spoke again. Getting in our way. Are you, Master of the Magic Tower? Zod roars. Where the hell did you crawl from? But Crow Mask just laughs. You're not leaving, so enjoy the destruction. Zod. Suddenly, a new voice cuts in Desir Arman. Teleport him and me away from here. I'll handle him. Zod is stunned. What? Please, Desir insists, his eyes firm. Zod. Zod stares back. You're not kidding, are you? All right, I get it. He's all yours. As he speaks, Zod unleashes his magic. Crow Mask scoffs. You think I'll just let that happen? But his magic. It's blocked. Analysis complete, he thinks. Since when? Crow Mask demands. Could you analyze my spells? You're staying here with me, Desir declares. The realization finally hits Crow Mask. Wait a second. Could it be? You're the one who analyzes magic? He asks. You're the one who stopped my attack at the gate? Don't get cocky, Crow Mask sneers. Your magic is pathetic. All you're good for is analysis. In the end, this is just a waste of my time. He stops mid-sentence, something cutting him off. I won't let you get in Zod's way, Desir says. Crow Mask is shocked. My magic. He analyzed it instantly. A strange object appears in his hand as magical energy surrounds Desir's entire body. I need you to stay here with me, he says. But Crow Mask just grins. I've changed my mind. I'll kill you first. A deafening roar shakes the very foundations of the buildings. A strange light erupts, and the raw magic energy expands, covering everything. Through the smoke, we see Desir Arman's silhouette. Gravity, someone shouts, launching an attack. Control. And just like that, Crow Mask appears right in front of him. Gravity. Desir struggles to withstand the pressure. Reverse. He summons a massive rock, pulling it down from the sky. The villain, Icarus, just smirks. Not bad. I'm impressed. But with a single move, he blocks the attack. Dark energy then erupts from Icarus's hand. He immediately unleashes a devastating blast right at Desir. He looks down on him with pure contempt. Is that all you've got? What happened to that arrogant attitude? Where's that analysis you're so proud of? Desir analyzes the situation. He's a wizard using space and fire magic, but his main power is spatial. He thinks deeper. There's no direct way to counter space magic. In terms of raw power, it's at the absolute peak. I can't be too close, but I can't be too far either. I have to maintain the perfect distance. Icarus attacks again. Dimension burst. The attack is immense, causing a massive earthquake. Ugh. Desir cries out in pain. It's still not enough to stop him, Desir thinks, clutching his arm. If it weren't for this suit, I would have lost my arm for sure. No. Stay calm. I just need to hold him off longer. You're just another noble brat, Icarus taunts. You don't have any real skill. Without that special suit, you'd be a pile of meat by now. You sound just like the others before you. You got a problem with nobles or something? Desir asks. So you're the one he was talking about? He presses. Answer me. Who are you? My name is none of your business, you noble brat, Icarus fires back. Desir challenges him. You were behind that demon? Are you? Icarus cuts him off. Enough. No need to waste words on a dead man. Destruction arrow. The attack is so sudden, so fast, that Desir has no way to dodge it. Goodbye, Icarus says with a grin. But once again, Icarus's spell freezes in place. Analysis, he thinks, stunned. No way, he analyzed my magic that fast? Now who's the dead man? Desir asks. Icarus scowls, finally understanding. He's been observing my magic this whole time. He wanted to understand my spells and their entire structure. If you think you can, then try it, Desir challenges. Of course, Icarus isn't one to back down. I've already seen all of your magic, Desir says with chilling confidence, and the structure behind every single spell. He declares it. I will analyze everything. Chromask completely loses it, screaming in a fit of rage. How dare you? Gravity. Fueled by pure fury, Icarus explodes with power. Freezing field. Desir quickly casts his own spell. Icarus thinks, I've never been in a magic battle like this before. If this keeps up, it's only a matter of time before he deciphers all my magic. The most powerful spells in the world mean nothing, if he can just take them apart. Ice Orb. Desir doesn't miss a single chance to counter. Icarus is secretly impressed. His mana is low, but he can still use elemental magic. Not bad. His analysis ability is on a whole other level, Icarus thinks. I admit it. You're as dangerous as the master of the magic tower himself. And with that, he uses his space magic to retreat. Desir collapses to the ground. I use too much magic. My mana is at its limit. At least I could have taken him down, Desir thinks. Pathetic. Icarus looks at him with ice-cold eyes. Desir mutters, that last spell, it still wasn't enough? Damn it, I have to try again. Just then, a warning sounds. Suit mana levels below 10%. Defensive capabilities have been reduced. My vision! Desir is dazed, blood pouring down his face. I never thought I'd have to do this, Icarus admits, especially against a half-baked amateur like you. How? Desir asks weakly. Reached your limit? Icarus mocks. This time, it's really the end. Goodbye, little noble. But a flash of light stops his final blow. Icarus freezes mid-attack. A sniper? From where? He spots his target. There. But the mysterious person is moving incredibly fast. Icarus can't land a single hit. Don't you lay a hand on him, a voice cries out. It's Pram, charging forward with tears in his eyes. And just like that, the fight between Icarus and Pram begins. Get lost. Icarus uses his magic to push Pram back. Seeing this, Desir yells out, Pram! Icarus just scoffs. Insects. You idiots. But his magic. It somehow isn't enough to kill Pram. From within the roaring magical flames, Pram's figure emerges, clearer than ever. He actually gets close enough to the masked man to land a direct hit. Ugh. Icarus grunts as the blade cuts him. But Pram isn't finished yet. He's ready to press the attack. Shh, Icarus curses. You damn brat. He vanishes right before Pram's eyes. Desir thinks, You're not getting away, you monster. As he tries to search for him, Icarus stumbles, wounded. He turns back and shouts, You're staying here with us. Desir cuts him off. Now then, it's time to die. Icarus prepares to launch a final, fatal blow. You're the one who's going to die, a new voice says. Out of nowhere, Estes has created a massive wall of ice. Frozen palace. The structure freezes solid and shatters into a million pieces. Go to hell, you monster. Her voice is filled with rage. Icarus is stunned by the sight. Estes doesn't waste a single moment. Frozen Serenes. She lands safely on the ground. Desir asks them, How did you know we were here? They reply, We followed Pram's tracker. Pram looks down, his voice trembling. Why did you leave me behind? Because we weren't good enough. Desir sees him shaking and says, It's not that. I just thought you guys couldn't take it anymore. Graham explodes. Do you have any idea how worried we were? Estes nods in agreement. Pram chimes in. That's right. Then Estes adds, Look, we get it. We're not strong enough to fight those demons head on. But look at you right now. You've got no room to talk. Just as Jid is about to make an excuse, he's cut. Right off. Don't even say it. Romantica threatens, her rifle already glowing red hot. Are you really going to try and justify leaving us out of this? Go on. Say it. I dare you. You'll have a hole, straight through your head. Estes steps in. We got into position, just like you trained us. Everyone. Snipers are in place. Pram and I will take the front line. She drives the point home. This is the party you built, the one you trained. Aren't you going to give us a chance? Hearing that, his expression softens. The hard-headed Jit finally bows his head. I'm sorry I didn't say. It's sooner. I need your strength. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the battlefield, sending rubble flying everywhere. That monster. It's preparing to attack again. Soldiers are shouting orders left and right. We'll hit it from the flank. Go for the head. Then another command. Move it. The battle is now. But despite their efforts, it's not enough. Soldiers fall one by one. Screams fill the air. What is this thing? None of our magic works on it. How are we supposed to beat this? Someone cries out. Another one calls. For Captain Kenley. Their eyes widen in horror. It's about to breathe fire. The soldiers form a line, desperately trying to create a magical barrier. Block it. Don't let it fire that attack. Captain, it's no use. An angry voice cuts through the chaos. Damn it, do something. What? And then, they feel it. A strange new presence. Even the monster senses it. A voice rings out. It seems Rexid was right. You've caused way too much trouble for an uninvited guest. It's time for you to disappear, you damn demon. It was Zirian. As the sun begins to set, the monster is still relentlessly attacking a soldier. Someone stepped forward and called out, Master of the Magic Tower. Zirian replied, his voice grim. That thing is tough. A spell like that will only stagger it for a few minutes. He turned. Captain, please, let me join the fight. Can you give me command of the guard? The captain's response was bleak. The problem is, we have too many casualties. We're in no condition to fight anymore. Leave that to me. Just then, another person appears, the saint herself. She begins casting her healing magic. The wound. It's gone. The saint declares, don't worry about your injuries. Keep fighting. We have to defeat that monster. Zirion calls out to her. Priscilla, what is it? She snaps back. You don't have to push yourself so hard. He says. This old man, she growls, clutching her trembling hands. Then she just explodes with frustration. If you have time to say that, then just finish it already. So I don't have to push myself so hard. Zirion breaks into a cold sweat. I wish it were that simple. In that instant, the ground around them crumbles. The monster had attacked their position. The captain screams, holding his head. Save me! Zirion tries to calm him down. Captain! Hey, Captain, we're okay. Now, I'm asking again, can I command the guard? The captain stammers. Yes, yes, all units, prepare to attack. The master of the magic tower smirks. They're pretty big up close, huh? Let's cool things down a bit. Grand. Glacier. The spell unleashes another massive tremor. Romantica swivels her rifle. Damn it, it's so loud, so annoying. What the hell was that? She peeks over, curious. It looks like he managed to survive. All three of them. Romantica is impressed. Icaros thinks to himself, these bastards. Their clothes are enchanted with defensive magic. It's like a third-tier spell. The biggest problem is that holy relic. It lets him cast spells without any incantation. What kind of relic is that? He wonders. Romantica mutters, just firing a third-tier spell without a plan is useless. My first shot missed, so I have to be more careful. I need to focus my mana, and with that, she concentrates, piercing his defense in a single shot. Keep moving forward, Graham, Estes yells. Okay. He recovers and charges ahead. You little brats. Icaros shouts, trying to analyze the situation. That sword. It must be Bruce. Defensive magic is useless against it. And a third-tier sniper isn't a threat. If that's the case, at that moment, Graham had already closed the distance. If I focus my attack on this one. The one he's talking about is Pram. Jit shouts in concern. Pram, are you okay? He replies, yeah, he just pushed me back. Estes reacts. Instantly. If he wants to keep his distance. Ice Palace. But Icaros just scoffs. You're just a third circle mage. Tricks like these won't work on me. And with a single gesture, he shatters her spell. Estes is shocked. He destroyed the palace in one hit. You're in the way. All of you, just disappear. Icaros roars. Graham is stunned. It's not. Everyone, fall back. Estes yells again. Let me stop him. Magic sword. Sword of card. Jit jumps in to help. Let me help. But Icaros unleashes his own attack. Die. The impact rocks the entire area. Afterwards, they check on each other. Everyone okay? Yeah. Icaros growls. These insects are persistent. Jit says with determination, we can't take another hit like that. One more and it'll wipe us all out. Estes asks, can't you analyze his magic? I'm trying, Jit replies, but that holy relic is a real problem. It lets him cast spells, especially 6th tier ones, instantly. It's made of thousands of magic algorithms, but the sheer amount of mana it holds is terrifying. He must be reaching his limit soon. He glares at Icaros. Romantica has her sights lined up. That's it. Just a little more. I guarantee I'll pierce right through you. She fires without hesitation. The shot grazes him, tearing off pieces of his clothing. The attack was just a glancing blow on Ikaros, slamming straight into the wall behind him. But still, the power. You can't underestimate its destructive power. Estes shot a warning glance. Could you be a little more careful? This place is already a wasteland after that attack. And that's when Ikaros finally understood their plan. So, the level 4 sniper. You just got lucky with one shot. Don't you dare think that gives you an advantage. I know exactly where you are, and I know your power. I'll kill every last one of you. Ikaros threatens his opponents. He quickly covers his face, but not before Jit catches a glimpse of the scars underneath. Get lost! This sends him into a rage, and he unleashes a surprise attack. Damn you, you miserable sniper. Ikaros is still fuming with anger. Die, he screams. Romantica watches him, a hint of fear in her eyes. Jit shouts a warning. Don't let him attack. Pram, stop him. Got it. Pram rushes forward. But Ikaros's rage shows no sign of cooling down. I said, get lost. He slams his hand down, literally splitting the ground in two. A warning flashes. Magic level of the suit is critically low. Defense is down. Graham is confused. The attack didn't even touch him. Estes quickly rushes to help. Graham, get back. Magic sword. Ikaros's eyes are ice cold. Ice wave. Estes lunges forward to attack him. She moves in close, but her ice spell just grazes his side. I hit him, Estes thinks. Get off. He's still coming. Get off me. Ikaros shouts. Estes thinks. So annoying. Ikaros just repeats himself. You're the annoying ones here. Still, Estes doesn't give up her assault. She thinks. He switched to defensive magic instantly. I can't land a clean hit. Ikaros roars. All of you have always been a thorn in my side. You're always in my way. You damn humans, you absolute bastards, he roared, the very ground cracking under his rage. Est was fast, leaping away just in time. You always get in my way, every single time. Ikaros snarled. I won't let you win this time. This is just the beginning. All the voices, they're screaming at me to kill every last one of you. He gathered his magic. I can't dodge this in midair. Est, someone shouted her name. Est, catch. And just like that, with the help she was thrown, she dodged the incoming attacks. Thanks, Pram. Keep attacking. Die. Ikaros just kept repeating that one word. Est analyzed the situation. His attacks haven't been as complex ever since his mask shattered. I can get close to him now. Warg. Ikaros erupted in a blast of fire magic. Just then, Pram landed, his eyes as cold as ice, locked onto Ikaros's every move. And then he attacked, completely out of nowhere. Since when? That was the only thought in Ikaros's mind as he realized the truth. Pram's blade had already sliced right through him. I couldn't even react, he thought in shock, as Pram rushed in again. It's over, you heretic, Est declared. And from a nearby pine forest, horrifying screams echoed. The screams of the damned. We have to go through all this trouble. Because of them. It's a joke. These commoners really know how to drive you insane. Know your place, you rotten priests. So much noble blood has been spilled because of you. From under a hood, a defiant voice screamed back, You bastards, I will never forgive you. One day, I will tear you to pieces. But his captors just scoffed. A lot of words for a man about to die. Keep screaming. Filled with righteous fury, he yelled. A blood debt must be paid in blood. Let my burning body become the spark of this revolution. A fire that will burn down the very castles you hide in. They just sneered back. What a nice poem. Why won't he just die already? It's because they're all filthy priests. The man being burned just laughed. Ha ha ha. Remember this day. The wrath of the gods. One day, it will swallow you whole. His captors watched. He's dead now. Filthy bastard. That was a satisfying show. See you on the other side, Captain. Romantica's conscience was eating her alive. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Her captors sneered. Now it's your turn. So many nobles died because of you. You even stole the Holy Scripture, a national treasure. But it all ends here. We will destroy you and every last one of your followers. Her companion just laughed. Ha ha ha, you fools. They stared. What's so funny, idiot? He replied, a strange mix of tears and laughter in his voice. That's right. You're fools. It's hilarious watching you think you're on top of the world. I can do nothing but laugh. Their anger flared. You priest. How dare you speak such filth from your mouth? Kill him. Now, a calm voice said. Everyone, relax. Nothing he says can change his lowly birth. Still, he is the leader of the rebel forces. We should show him the proper respect. Let's give him the most horrific death imaginable, to appease the souls who died because of him. Kill him slowly. His failure was absolute. Git spoke. I've analyzed all of your magic, which means you have no more tricks left to play. So why are you doing this? Who are you? The man just scoffed. This world is filled with filth and absurdity. You, of all people, students of Hebon should know that best. Not just Hebon Academy, but the entire empire, the whole world. The foolish nobles force everyone to accept their absurd standards. Nobles are always at the top, and only nobles have the right to rule. Commoners are treated with contempt just because of the family they were born into. Just like your academy, a world built like a sandcastle, with only nobles living inside. Desire's eyes narrowed. Is that so? You're a remnant of the revolutionary forces from 12 years ago. A student from Hebon Academy created the Republican Party. Though they called themselves Republicans, everyone else called them revolutionaries. Their goal was to restructure the entire social system, and it led directly to the Hebon Civil War. The foundation of this world is fundamentally flawed. You can't deny that. That's true, Desir answered. But look at what you've caused. No one can justify any of this. Look at this scene. This is the very answer you're looking for. Sacrifice is a great and necessary thing. The collapse of the Western kingdoms is only the beginning. I will completely destroy this irrational world and bring true justice for all. Est had heard enough. He's completely insane. Git, don't listen to another word. Just restrain him. Pram agreed. He's lost his mind. Icaros just kept laughing that he laugh. Still as arrogant and foolish as ever. And that is why you can never defeat us. Git was suddenly confused. What? Pram shouted. Look, had they actually defeated the demon? No. What is that? His eyes widened in shock. Icaros just laughed harder. Ha ha ha. It seems facing that demon without any preparation was a bit too much for the master of the magic tower. A massive explosion shook the battlefield. Fireballs started raining down everywhere. The eruption phase. This was an attack from the demon. There's so many. What were you all just saying? Icaros asked. That's right, I was defeated. And then, he remembered that day. Captain! What is it? Everyone. His past self stared in horror. We were too late. The captain is being burned alive. Damn it. They panicked. Remnants of the rebels? Where is the defense team? Icaros's mouth twisted into a wide, cruel smile. Haha, where did that arrogant look from before go? What? He's still alive. I'll give you some advice. Never celebrate a victory too early. The moment you let your guard down is the moment you lose your life. Est realized he could still use magic. Pram, restrain him. Okay. It's wonderful to see the looks of pure shock on your faces, Icaros said, savoring every second. I just wanted to say one more thing. Damn you, heretic. Pram shouted. It's over. You've lost, Icaros replied. And with those final words, he vanished. Pram slammed his fist in frustration. Damn it. We couldn't catch him. Space magic. Git couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. Romantica, what's your status over there? Romantica shot back. Don't yell. I can already see it. A total disaster. I'm coming to you guys. I don't think I can do anything alone. This whole situation was ridiculous. Damn it. And with that, Romantica was on the move. A voice cut through the noise. Why won't you let us in? The crowd was getting angry. Can't you see how many people are here? Let us through. But the soldiers held the line. I told you, not until the nobles are ready. Seriously? We don't have time for that. Look at this chaos, another person yelled. The world she stepped into was a living nightmare. A man, perfectly dressed despite the chaos, called out to her. Romantica. Small waves lapped against the boat. No, wait, those were massive ships, moving side by side. The noise from the ships was deafening. I'm saved. Deltaheim's was burning to the ground behind them. A little boy pointed to the sky. Mommy, look. Fireworks. He was pointing at the city's burning corpse. Suddenly, the ship lurched, out of control. Whoa, what the hell is happening? Something had slammed into them. Can't we go any faster? The boy clung to his mother, crying out, Mommy! His mother hugged him tightly. It's okay, sweetie. We'll always be together. Another massive explosion lit up the sky, right above their ship. Down on the deck, a voice said, It's okay. The little boy looked up. I'll protect this ship. Aegis was now standing in front of the mother and child, a shield against the chaos. Even the people on land were pointing. What is that thing? Pram was in charge of the evacuation there. Everyone, please stay calm and move in an orderly line. We will protect you all, but the passengers on the ship were getting aggressive. Stay calm? Look at your uniform, you're from Hebon Academy, right? Can we really trust someone from Hebon? You're just a kid. What's that supposed to mean? Pram shot back, losing his patience. We're protecting you. Now keep moving unless you want to get hit by falling debris. The harsh tone actually seemed to calm the passengers down. Whoa, he's kinda cute when he's mad. Things were finally stabilizing. Just then, a signal came through. Okay, I'm on it, Romantica said. She turned to Desir. I'm out of mana. Now what? He replied. Looks like there's not much more we can do. And then, something started falling from the sky. Looking at it, Desir thought to himself, this is the final phase, a sign that Dayton is about to reach its peak. He remembered it well. In the past, the elite members of the Phantom Squad faced this thing, but even we only beat it by a hair's breadth, and the casualties were massive. Right now, there's no way we can defeat it. Desire knew the horrifying truth. If Dayton appears in its real form, it's game over. The city will be swallowed by flames. Still, he turned calmly to Romantica. Let's get out of here while I call the other two. Romantica agreed. Good idea. If we stay here, we're toast. Desir made the call. Adjust, Pram. We're evacuating now. Use any means necessary and get to the rendezvous point at the escape tunnel. They got the message. Roger that. A moment later, they were lost in the massive crowd. A chaotic mess of ash, heat, and panicked complaints. This place is a nightmare, Romantica complained. Can't we move any faster? Desir closed his eyes, focusing for a moment. Then he opened them. Adjust and Pram. Looks like they're in some trouble behind us. She asked, Can you see them? Yeah, Desir replied. We got separated by accident. I'm gonna go get them. Go on ahead if I'm late, he said. Romantica shot back. Of course. This is life or death we're talking about. Besides, my hometown is already a pile of ash. Desire's face fell. I'm sorry about that. She just waved it off. It's fine. I get it. You're right. Doing anything now is just too risky. Just go get them. She then gave a little smirk. And don't make that face. I miss your usual goofy expression. And don't be late, I'm not waiting. Desir managed a small smile. She pushed him. Go on. I bet they're waiting for you. Desir hesitated. Ah, yeah. See you later, Romantica. Then he called out. I'll be back soon. He said it with such confidence. But in his heart he thought, I'm sorry for lying, Romantica. But I have to go. I refuse to let what happened before happen again. An image of Romantica's death flashed in his mind. No hesitation. You have to do this, Desir told himself, his eyes hardening with resolve. You have to protect her, using any means necessary. It was a silent vow, no matter the cost. A piercing scream ripped through the air. What did you just say, you bastard? You started it. The crowd's panic had finally boiled over into a full-blown brawl. Are they seriously fighting right now? Romantica muttered, weaving through the chaos. I hope Desir doesn't get caught up in this. Just then, a butler appeared at her side. Young mistress, I found you. Seeing him, she said, Oh, it's you, butler. A massive ship was slowly pulling up to the shore. I've been looking all over for you. The Baron prepared a ship for everyone's evacuation. Come on, everyone. The young mistress is here, too. Hurry up. The butler was panting heavily. My lady, you're so fit. She just smirked. You're just weak. You should exercise more. A hand waved at her from the deck. Romantica! Her face lit up with surprise. Huh? She ran towards the ship, beaming. You guys are here. Then she looked around. But why is it just the two of you? Where's Desir? Pram stepped forward. That's right. Her butler and Pram both looked confused. Desir? Wasn't he with you? Romantica's smile vanished. What? No. He said he was going to find you two. Pram replied, but we haven't seen Desir at all. In that instant, her face drained of all color. A wave of dread washed over her. Desir, don't tell me. He wasn't with them. He wasn't on the ship. Romantica immediately spun around and started running back into the city. That stupid, idiotic fool. The others called after her. Young mistress, Romantica. She desperately scanned the crowds. No way. You idiot, why would you do that? She pushed herself, running faster and faster, her breathing becoming ragged. I knew he was an idiot. Always trying to do everything by himself. But not this time. Not now. Up ahead, a heavy door was closing. I bet if I open that door, I'll find him passed out from exhaustion. With a final burst of energy, she threw the door open. She put on a cheerful voice. Hey, are you relaxing in here? But a quick scan of the room revealed nothing. No Desir. Only a locator device. Left on a table, Romantica felt a cold confusion creep in. She slowly walked over to it. No, it can't be. Her finger hovered over a preset alert button on the device. As she pressed it, she prayed it wouldn't work. Don't vibrate, please, don't vibrate. But it did. Her face went dark, She couldn't believe what her eyes were telling her. The butler finally caught up, panting. "Young mistress, what is it?" In a flash, Romantica spun around and grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. He yelped in fear. "Young mistress?" Romantica screamed. "Shut up." Everyone froze in shock. Pram called her name, Romantica, but the butler just kept repeating her title, young mistress. Her voice was low and furious. "I'm going to ask you a question, and you're going to answer me." Her eyes were razor sharp. "How did you know I was in the civilian evacuation crowd? Tell me the truth." The man's face went ghost white. Because I was looking for you." But she didn't believe a single word he was saying. Not for a second. "Nonsense. You look perfectly clean, not a speck of ash on you. How could you have been searching for me?" Hearing her threat, the man began to tremble. "Tell me the truth before I jump off this ship." At this, he could no longer resist. "All right, your black-haired friend. She's the one who told me." Her expression darkened, growing more ominous by the second. The butler was still trying to make excuses. "But milady, I swear." It seemed she already had all the information she needed. She shoved him away. "Enough!" He stumbled backward, crying out, "Milady!" But just then, something held her back. Aegis stepped forward, grabbing both of Romantica's hands. "Calm down, Romantica." She struggled, trying to break free. "Let me go," Aegis shot back. "Only if you promise to calm down." But how could she possibly be calm at a time like this? "Not a chance. You know it, don't you? Desir isn't on this ship." Aegis' face was completely serene. "That's right." This only made Romantica's panic escalate. "When did you know? And why didn't you stop him?" Aegis explained, feeling helpless. "When Desir saw the refugees arguing, he asked me and Prom to keep you from following him. She just couldn't accept this reality." "Why?" All attention in the room suddenly shifted to the tracking device sitting on the table. But why now? Of all times? Outside the magic tower, Ross weaves an insanely powerful magic grid. A relentless storm of attacks designed to obliterate its target. Channeling the power of ice, he stares ahead and mutters, "You're a tough one, aren't you?" But then, the look on his face shifts into something strange. "Let's see you block this." An immense surge of power crashes down from the sky. He's summoning an element explosion. The sheer force of the wind blasts everyone within the spell's range away. Still not satisfied, he conjures another magic circle. "I bet that's not enough for you. Have another." And suddenly the system's voice rings out. Time when all are asleep. In an instant, everything freezes. The Saintess appears beside him, impressed. "Amazing, old man." But he still isn't satisfied. "It's not over. I can feel it." It only moved a little. Looking at the frozen zone, he calculates. 10 minutes. Max. A tier 6 magic circle still can't break through. A look of pure frustration crosses his face. A tier 6 magic circle, and it still wasn't enough. "I don't have enough mana for this." A voice calls out, "Master of the Magic Tower, has the King of the Western Kingdoms been safely evacuated?" Hearing no confirmation, he just says, "I understand. You need to evacuate." 2. He then turns to the Saintess. "I have to report to the King and the Senators to finish the evacuation. Most of the civilians are out. It's our turn now." But her silence gives him pause. He turns, looking at the Saintess, really looking at her. "Don't give me that stupid look. I know how you feel, but it's time to retreat." She finally agrees. "Okay." The two of them watch the beast for just a moment longer. "We can't beat it right now. We'll have to chalk this up as a painful lesson and prepare for the future." With that, their group gets ready to leave. "If the people are evacuated, then let's go." "All right, take my hand." But just then, something lunges straight for him. Ross's eyes widen in shock. Impossible, the monster. It had broken free from the ice. Its eyes were now glowing crimson, hungry for blood and flesh. It charged forward, unleashing a devastating attack. Its entire body burned like molten lava. So, we hadn't even faced its true form yet. Lava surged, swallowing the ships waiting in the harbor. Priscilla cried out, "Lava! It's burning everything in its path." Ross lets out a bitter laugh. That whole battle was for nothing. He can only watch as the lava consumes everything. The terrifying monster begins to walk towards the village. Ross panics. That demon. It's looking towards the evacuees. "Damn it, let me try one more time." But Priscilla stops him. "It can't fly yet. The ice hasn't fully melted." Git suddenly appears and adds, "The second Dayton starts flying, all those ships will be in its attack range." Ross repeats his words, grimly. "All the ships are in its range." Someone else explains, "Dayton is in its true form. There's nowhere left to run. If we don't stop it here, it won't just be a lot of people dead. It'll destroy this entire world. Bring about total annihilation." Annihilation. That's exactly what those cultists were aiming for. Ross grits his teeth. I won't let that happen. You and Priscilla get out of here right now. I'll find a way to stop it. Priscilla shouts back. Old man, what can you possibly do in this situation? Don't be reckless. We can't stop it now. You said so yourself. You said we had to prepare for the future, that we should retreat and come up with a plan. Ross taps Priscilla on the head. Quiet. Forget what I said before. The situation has changed. We have to stop it, no matter the cost. Even if I die, this is my duty as the master of a magic tower. I need to use spatial magic. Now get out of here. But Git speaks up. I have a plan. Give me the rest of your remaining mana. Ross looks absolutely stunned, disbelieving. Do you have any idea what you're asking? Git's response is firm. I know perfectly well. Ross presses him. Are you sure you can succeed? Git replies with conviction. I can't guarantee anything. This will be my first time trying it. But, trust me. Ross sighs. I understand. Even if I trust you with all my remaining mana, how are you going to handle that much power? Your own magic circle will shatter under the strain. Git explains. The Saintess is here. She can heal me continuously and keep me alive. Ross asks again. Are you sure? Absolutely. Ross turns to Priscilla. What do you think? Caught off guard, she points to herself. Me? To be honest, I don't know much about this kid. Betting it all on a plan he's not even sure about. But I'd rather take that small chance than lose you, you old fool. Ross nods. I see. Okay then. With that, he channels all the magic from his staff towards Git. A brilliant blue aura explodes around Ross. Here, Ross says. Take my mana. Anyone who saw me now would call me a madman. But if the master of the magic tower is crazy, so be it. They've always called me crazy. Git gives a grateful smile. From the bottom of my heart. Thank you. I'm entrusting this to you, Git. I believe in you. Git's eyes burn with more determination than ever. Magic changes over time, but one law is absolute. You use the magic that exists in the air to cast your spells. In an era of endless war, nations needed to constantly grow stronger. Mana systems evolved to use magic more and more efficiently, and in the modern world, this became known as the magic computation system. In short, powerful magic requires incredibly complex ways to be cast. Git speaks. The magic system of the so-called masters of the magic race, a race forgotten by humanity. This isn't how I wanted to remember you. Dragon of Destruction, Neapolitan Bomb. Outside, the demon closes in on the evacuees. It roars, spewing deadly hot lava everywhere. Suddenly, a brilliant light from the tower attracts its attention. Git, staff in hand, absorbs the overwhelming energy. The demon roars in fury as the sky turns a dark, molten color. That sound, Ross says. Priscilla adds, it's screaming. Git chants his spell, raising the staff high to face the beast. A fierce power radiates from his entire body. The pressure radiating from him is so intense, others cry out. The monster roars in fear and pain, a sound mixed with a primal threat. The power erupting from Git's body grows stronger and stronger. Ross watches, amazed. How is he even doing that? Git just takes a few steadying breaths. Outside, someone shouts, What's that? An earthquake? Git suddenly lets out a roar of his own, and the power explodes outward. Did Git do something? Ross asks. His companion replies, Wait a second. His body. It's taking damage. Blood begins to stream from Git's eyes and mouth. The people outside scream, Stop him! But Git doesn't even notice. And what they were saying? Roth blurted out, What the hell is that? Desir Arman, who in the world are you? In Desir's mind, a single thought screamed, I don't want to die. I want to live. I can't die yet. This is my fault. I have so much left to do. I can't die here. This is all your fault. I don't want this. Please. I don't want to die like this. It's all my fault. If only I was stronger. Desir let out a roar, and his power absolutely exploded. An onlooker gasped. The rate of decay is too fast. That level of power. How did he even achieve that? Roth looked up, his voice filled with awe. It's beautiful. Oh my God. He was right. The magic spells formed a breathtaking pillar of light, like spirits descending from the heavens. They rained down from the sky. Someone whispered. It's magnificent. Even the monster on the other side couldn't handle this immense power, letting out screeches of pure agony. Roth said, That thing. You're not going to do anything else to it, are you? Just then, the monster unleashed its own lava-like power, soaring into the air and charging straight for them. Roth panicked. Damn it, the spell I'm holding. The person next to him added, My magic is at its absolute limit. I can't hold on any longer. And with that, she collapsed to the ground. Roth caught her, worried. Priscilla, are you okay? She replied. I believe in Desire. He's better than I am. It'll be dangerous if this collapse continues. Look at him, making that face again. That was our boy, with his signature gloomy expression. You could just tell he'd lost a game of chess. Memories began to surface for Desir, his closest friends all smiling, their voices echoing in his mind. Smile, Desir. Thanks to you, we're not scared of magic attacks anymore, Desir. We believe in you. The world's #1 anti-mage. That was a cool nickname. Anti-mage. That's enough with the funeral face, because we'll always believe in you, Desir. Desir was moved to tears. He swore to himself that he would protect everyone. With that thought, he raised his staff even higher. The spell circle expanded, and his power grew even stronger, stronger than ever before. But the monster wasn't giving up, unleashing all its power to fight back. Desir screamed, I don't care what the price is. I will destroy this monster, no matter what it takes. The two colossal powers collided, creating a blinding flash of light. Looking at the ball of light, he recognized it. Dragon magic, gravity field, sun recreation. The monster was basically creating a second sun to throw directly at Desir. He used all his strength to fight back, feeling his own body being torn apart. A blinding light engulfed both sides, covering the entire ship. As dawn broke, someone asked, What is that? When they could finally see again, everyone was stunned. The battle was over. Light returned to the land. The sea was blue again, and the tide was about to come in. In a room, next to a window, sat a fresh potted plant. A voice rang out, You idiot! On a hospital bed, a figure lay unconscious, with Romantica beside him, scolding him. You're a complete idiot. Mages from Hebon Academy siding with the enemy, terrorist attacks at the Yellow Ocean Tournament, and the Western Kings' summit meeting. They schemed to destroy Delum by summoning the Great Demon. However, the ancient demon was stopped by a young man, Desir Arman. Who is this boy? A girl's hands crumpled the newspaper as she stood by the window. Considering someone from Hebon saved Delum, this reaction is understandable. She sighed. Downstairs, someone was shouting, You can't go in. It was a commotion. Someone else said, Desir. He's in there, isn't he? Let us see him. The guard simply said, I'm not allowed to say. The girl by the door continued speaking. I'll just get noticed in some other situation and then you'll scold me again, Desire. She looked at the boy, covered in bandages, lying on the hospital bed. She said, It's been 2 weeks since then. When are you going to wake up? You've always been like this, always acting so strangely, ever since the beginning. She thought back to the entrance exam. He defeated me like I was nothing, but he didn't act arrogant. He even asked me to join his party, without even threatening me. He always acted so cunning, like he knew me completely. And after our training sessions, he always knew exactly how to make me hate him. But you know what, Desir? She said, her voice trembling. The way you care and your sincerity, it always reached us. I'm sure I'll never know what kind of person you really are, but I'll know you're being completely serious. I know all of that. But why? Why do you always have to do things this way? Why do you never pay attention to me, to the people you leave behind? Do you think acting like that makes us happy? Is that how much you worry about us? We don't want to lose you. I'll train harder, and I won't complain anymore. I'll do whatever you tell us to do. Tears began to stream down her face. She broke down sobbing. I'll work harder and be more useful, so please, don't ever act like that again. Suddenly, a hand gently tapped her on the head. A warm voice echoed, I promise. The girl, her eyes swollen from crying, quickly looked up to see the man sitting up in bed, patting her head. I promise, Romantica. Hurried footsteps rushed closer. Desir! The door flew open, and a choked voice cried out, You're awake! Pram burst in, sobbing with relief, but was suddenly grabbed, pulled back by the scruff of his neck. Estes reminded him in a stern voice, Don't you dare jump on a patient, Pram. By the way, you've caused quite a mess out there. Desir just smiled sheepishly. Romantica said, That's right. Do you have any idea how much we had to fight because Estes was covering for you? How could you two lie to us like that? Pram said, That's right. I was so angry with Estes. She said, I was just doing what he asked me to. Romantica replied, Seriously? Even though you knew Pram was almost exhausted from taking care of everyone. Pram said, Ah, Romantica, I think I asked you to keep that a secret. And just like that, the four of them were sitting together, talking happily. After the storm, the sun finally came out. Someone knocked on the door, their voice echoing into the hospital room. Sorry to break the mood. Roth stood outside and asked, Do you all mind? I have something I want to discuss with Desir privately. Roth's voice rang out. Sorry about that, Desir. How are you feeling now? Desir replied. I can't move much at the moment, but I'm fine. Do you need something, Roth? Before we start talking, he said. Then he clapped his hands, and a blue magic spell flew around, forming a protective barrier around the hospital room. Where should we begin? Looking at this, it seems you haven't told them yet. It's something you can't hide. I'm talking about your left eye, Desir asked. You already know about it? Is this a fake eye? Roth said. No, your eye didn't suffer any physical damage, but it has almost no function at all. Priscilla, myself, and not a single doctor knows the reason for it. Of course, Desir thought. This is the side effect of using dragon's tongue, the price a mere human pays for entering the realm of dragons. Roth said. But there's a bigger problem than that, Desir asked. What is it? Roth said. I don't want to ask indirectly, so I'll be direct. Desir, who are you really? Desir was surprised by the question. Roth continued. This is something I have to know as the master of a magic tower. If this is a problem that could harm the magic tower in any way, I will eliminate you right here, right now. Reset thought to himself, Zod is interrogating me. I can't flinch. I have to stay calm. Your connection to the magic tower is anything but normal. You warned us of an outside attack and then defeated the enemy single-handedly, all while protecting a Class 2 magic stone. Honestly, I've suspected you were one of the masterminds from the very beginning. You just claimed that you knew, but it makes more sense to think you're an outsider trying to win my trust. I tried to keep my distance by giving you an award, but then you requested a game of chess with me. I couldn't refuse. My curiosity is not something I can easily suppress. And if we think about it, you understand me far too well. You also used a type of magic that's clearly decades ahead of its time. How could you possibly wield a spell like that? Let's continue. Reset clenched his fist, saying, I simply don't want to lose to anyone when it comes to magic. Zod shot back. What's that supposed to mean? From what I know, you surpassed prominent mages long before you even joined Hevrion. Reset's eyes widened in shock. Zod continued. I also considered the theory that the real Reset is dead, and someone has taken his place. In that case, Professor Brick, who recommended you to the Academy, would be me. You must know where this is going. Reset lowered his head, thinking, I can't trick Zod. I have to explain this to him somehow. The old man leaned in. Let me ask you one more time. Who are you? His hands gripped the bedsheets. Reset's mind raced. He'll mistake me for an enemy. Should I really tell him I'm from the future? That this all leads to the Shadow Labyrinth? No way. That would cause way too many problems. No one knows how it would affect the timeline, but I have to tell Zod something. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words got stuck. Come on, Reset thought. Something. Anything. Zod pressed on. Are you saying you can't give me an answer? Reset said quietly. I'm sorry. Zod just laughed, dropping the questions. All right then. I'll trust you. Reset was stunned. Zod explained. You sacrificed yourself to save so many people. I believe no outsider would do something that foolish. My gut tells me I have to trust you. Reset was silent. Gripping the blanket again, he made a promise. Zod, I swear to you, one day when the time is right, I promise I will tell you everything. Reset spoke with pure determination. Zod watched him quietly, then said, That's enough. Stop making that sappy face. You were in a weird mood just now. Reset cracked a smile. Zod added, I just hope that day isn't too far off. Reset looked at him and replied, Me too. All right, let's move on to the next topic. Reset blinked. There's more? Zod's face grew serious. Actually, this is the most important thing. It's about the enemy, he answered grimly. It's about the outsiders. Reset lay in bed, saying nothing. He finally asked, Are the outsiders planning something again? Zod shook his head. No, not exactly. But this is something we can't be careless about. The outsiders are an extremely dangerous element. It's obvious they're hiding some incredibly powerful people who haven't shown themselves yet, like that Crow Mask guy. They have enough power to threaten an entire kingdom. Reset added, The revolutionaries. Crow Mask was one of them. I heard some of them became outsiders after being defeated in the Hevrion Civil War. If they were just common criminals, it wouldn't be a big deal. But this is different. The Revolutionary Army is using its name to do dirty work. It's clear they're planning another massacre. Zod said nothing, just walked closer to Reset's bed. He said, I'm not saying we don't have good news. Look at this. He then placed a newspaper on Reset's chest. The headline read, A boy sacrifices himself to stop the ancient demon, Desir. Desir Arman. Who is he really? Reset hesitated. What is this? Zod explained. Everything changed after the council meeting. The kings and people of the Western kingdoms have finally realized the danger of the outsiders. Thanks to you, everyone understands the threat. If things go well, the kingdoms will finally join forces. Rezit broke into a smile. This really is good news, Zod said confidently. It's all because of you. That's all the news I have. I have to go. Get some proper rest. We still have a lot to do. Rezit replied. Thank you. As Zod reached the door, he remembered something. Oh, right. I almost forgot what I always wanted to tell you. Rezit asked. Is there something else I need to know? Zod grinned. I recommend you change your hairstyle. Rezit looked at his own hair and just went, huh? Seeing Rezit's goofy reaction, Zod burst out laughing. We cut to the kingdom of Prieka, in a small village, where a huge mug of beer slams onto a table. A man shouts, a full one over here. The tavern was packed and bustling with customers coming and going. A man walked in and greeted, hello. Someone called out to him, Han, over here. Han's friend had clearly been waiting for a while. Han said, did you really have to call me out like that? I told you, I'm sick. His friend replied, then you should be lying on a stone slab, not in bed. Look around you, man. A student from Hevrion. What was his name again? Desir Arman, I think. He defeated one of the outsiders. A true hero, that one. Han sighed. So that's why there are no merchants around lately. The other man nodded. Exactly. What's a merchant gonna sell in this ruined city? Han replied, is that so? Everyone's excited about the hero, but who's that guy sitting over there? His friend looked over. Him? Don't get me started. He's been sitting there for days, but he's super weird. Doesn't try to talk to anyone. Not to mention, rumor has it he's an outsider. I already reported him to the guards. The man suddenly yelled out, outsider! The old man tiredly shoved his friend's head onto the table, saying, good grief, I thought you were sick. Don't shout like that. Han casually says, idiot. What kind of outsider relaxes in a kingdom like this? His friend just shrugs. Fair point. Now move it. Give me that cup. But as his friend takes the cup and turns, he asks, hey, where are you going? Han approaches a table with a man in a cloak and strikes up a conversation. Mind if I sit? Let's hang out. He pulls out a chair. I heard you're new here. The name's Han. I own a factory around these parts. I don't get much news from the outside, Han continues. So how about you tell me what's going on? It's on me. The man opposite him remains silent. Han keeps pushing. Forget the cheap stuff. To be here and not try the good ale? That's a wasted life. The cloaked man growls, his voice low. Get lost. Han, in disbelief, just repeats it. Get lost? The man's voice booms. Get out of here, now. You and your friend have 30 seconds to leave. Han is completely stunned. Just then, a humming sound echoes as footsteps approach the restaurant. Inside, Han is still asking, what do you mean? When someone new walks in. Hello there. Han whips his head around to look. The door swings open. It's Pios. With a huge grin, he asks, having a good time? I'm Pios, your host for this evening's show, and this is my assistant, the king of the Great Steel Kingdom, Divide Collar of Onderis. Thank you all for coming out tonight. Tonight, I welcome every single one of you to my little program. Now then, Your Highness, why don't you greet our guests? This bizarre act left everyone in the diner completely frozen, with no clue what was going on. Pios just kept on talking. Just then, someone bolted forward, cutting him off. What the hell do you think you're doing? Get down from there. He barely got the words out before a sharp blade flashed across his throat. As the head fell, Pios issued a cold warning. You know, I really don't appreciate audience members interrupting the performance. His words sent a shockwave through the room. Absolute chaos erupted as people screamed. You could just barely hear a voice cry out, he's dead. Pios simply smiled. Screaming already? But I haven't even really started. What do you think, Your Highness? The room went dead silent. Pios then barked an order. Silence. Let's try that again. Everyone, pick up a weapon. A fork or a glass cup will do just fine. And then, kill each other. My assistant here will be joining you. The opening act is always the trickiest. All right then, I'll just kill the first person myself. Get out of here, someone screamed, calling for Han. Han's friend yelled, over here. A man grabbing a weapon cried out, I don't want to die. Han gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it all. The lights of the diner were still on, revealing a horrifying scene of bodies scattered everywhere. Pios sat across from a cloaked figure, saying, I thought you were busy. It seems you're starting to become one of us. That's a nice look on your face. The figure shot back. I'm not here to play games with you. Pios just laughed. Excellent. You've changed, the man replied coldly. Let's just get straight to the point. Pios took a moment, thinking. He brought up the kings. You failed to kill them. But our plan isn't a complete failure. The Prish kingdom won't be back to normal for a long, long time. And we successfully managed to kidnap one of the kings. He made it almost too easy, trying to escape all by himself. Oh, we can have some real fun with him. Heh. Ah, by the way, is it true the Black Crow was taken down? What happened? The figure replied, no, it was completely annihilated. Pios was stunned. What? That's impossible. Was it Zod? That old man truly is a monster. The cloaked man said, no, it was someone else. Someone far more dangerous. He's even stronger than Zod. Right now, he is the single greatest threat to us. Pios took a sip of wine. How interesting. Stronger than old man Zod, huh? It doesn't matter. From now on, our actions will be even more terrifying. We'll sow fear absolutely everywhere. And at the same time, we'll secretly slip into their very core and make our enemies crumble from the inside out. 6 months after the incident in Prish, the second semester at Hebrion Academy had begun. A voice suddenly called out, Watch out, Desir, do you want my help? You look like you could use a hand just walking. Desir replied, I'm fine, Pram. I'm not that helpless. Pram insisted, but Desir, if you get hurt again, I'll be haunted for the rest of my life. Desir just sighed. Calm down. Romantica stretched and chimed in. Can you believe it's already the second semester? History, biology, all the worst subjects. Pram teased. You're always falling asleep in class anyway, Romantica. Romantica shot back, annoyed. Hey, Pram! All of a sudden, the group stopped. Other students were whispering about something. A few of the girls were even blushing as they looked toward Desir. Romantica smirked. Well, look at Mr. Famous. Everyone's talking about you. Agist added, It's a good thing. Our party gets more recognition this way. As long as we don't scare everyone off with our hellish training schedule, that is. Everyone laughed together. A professor slammed his hand down on a desk, shouting, All right, that concludes today's lesson on ancient scripts. The students immediately started buzzing. Did Professor Benquick just let us out early? He never lets class out early, Agis noted. It's because of you, Desir. Desir looked confused. Me? Yes, she explained. It's because Professor Benquick is a commoner, just like you. Someone approached them. Agist identified him, Donita Hadoon. Romantica grumbled, Does this guy really have to show up just to annoy me? Pram added, What does he want this time? Donetta walked over, sneering. Commoners always have such pathetic ideas. When one of their own gets a little fame, they act like it's their achievement too. They're like a bunch of parasites, clinging to each other. Wouldn't you agree, Desir? As Donetta walked off, Desir just tilted his head and said, He hasn't changed at all. Someone really needs to teach him a lesson. Romantica whispered, For real? 'Cause I was just thinking the same thing. Suddenly, a loud stomp echoed. Silence. A man walked into the classroom and announced, Hello everyone. I am Santi Chia, your swordsmanship instructor. Since this is our first class, I'll introduce myself. I was once a mercenary captain and the leader of the Heban Empire's Hawk Knights. I've trained countless people just like you into real warriors. I believe that true fighters are forged on the battlefield. But you? You're all just kids, living sheltered lives inside a bubble. In this class, you will all become true warriors of Heban through actual combat. I hear there are a lot of interesting single rankers this year. Among them, I'm guessing you must be Desir Arman, the famous single ranker, correct? Desir replied, Yes. The teacher grinned, pointing right at him. This student, is en exception. I recognize you have a natural talent for the battlefield, the newcomer says. You know it too, don't you? Desir replies. I'll take that as a compliment. The man continues. I heard you achieved incredible things since entering the academy. Not only did you become a technical advisor for the Magic Tower, but you defeated an ancient demon, putting you on par with the legendary Roxarion. I don't need to explain how monumental those achievements are, do I? The Heban Academy is famous for having brilliant nobles leading the way. Doesn't it make you want to teach these arrogant nobles a lesson? He asks. You must be very proud of being a commoner. Desire hesitates. Professor, but the professor cuts him off. And yet Desir, look at this academy. Look at the attention you get. You've saved countless lives, and this is how they react. Another student, Dlet, chimes in. It's because all those rumors are fake. No one actually saw him beat that demon. I'm pretty sure the Magic Tower's master just said that out of pity for a commoner like him. The professor glances over. You're Dlet from the Han family, correct? Dlet nods. Yes. The professor says, "What you say could be true. Commoners are far inferior to nobles. Most of them have no talent and can't achieve anything." Dlet smirks. "Exactly." The professor adds, "Some even accept that commoners are a waste of space. Desir probably pulled some cheap trick for the other commoners to see." Dlet agrees. "That's right." The professor's praise continues. "Excellent. In that case, Dlet, step up and fight Desir. Since you don't believe he beat the demon without seeing it yourself, then prove your own words." "What's wrong? Where'd that confident face go?" Dlet stammers, "Well, about that." The professor pushes, "You don't dare? If you're all talk, then stay silent." Romantica whispers, "I like this professor, even if he's a little scary." Estest adds, "Still, he's emphasizing the difference between nobles and commoners way too much." Then, the professor's voice rings out again. "Is there anyone here? If anyone believes they can defeat this student, raise your hand. Or were you all just talking trash to put each other down? A pathetic, arrogant bunch who won't even prove their own skill." A hand goes up. "I'll do it, Professor." The professor lets out an O and asks for his name. The student replies, "Kelt Fawinipa, from the Blue Moon Party, sir." Kelt and Desir lock eyes. The crowd starts yelling, "Beat him, Kelt! Teach him a lesson!" Kelt looks at Desir and says, "Please, ignore their words. First, I want to apologize for Donet's actions. I told him to stop, but he didn't pay any attention to what I said. As his party leader, I feel I'm responsible for failing to control him. Will you accept my apology?" Desir looks at Kelt, thinking to himself, "This is a surprise. Kelt Fawinipa, a single ranker, number 52 of the Blue Moon Party, and a fourth circle mage. He's definitely the strongest in his party, a member of the Nipa family. I thought he'd be just as prejudiced against commoners as Professor Pugin. Maybe he's different from his brother. I kind of like this guy." Desir says aloud, "I accept your apology." Kelt politely replies, "Thank you. I'll introduce myself again. I am Kelt Fawinipa." Desir returns the gesture. "The honor is mine. I'm Desir Arman." Kelt gets straight to the point. "All right, that's enough for introductions. Gear up and get in position." Desir readies himself, and Kelt does the same. From a distance, Prom shouts, "You can beat him, Desir." Romantica gives him a look. "What kind of pose is that?" Prom says, "I'm showing him my fighting spirit." The referee yells, "Are you both ready? Begin." Kelt immediately unleashes Water Strike. Desir counters with an Ice Blast. The two spells collide, creating a massive explosion. Kelt studies Desir, thinking, so this is his power. I expected something a little more special. I have to admit, his spell deployment is fast and precise. But it seems the rumors were exaggerated. However, Kelt thinks, his true specialty isn't just calculation, but reverse analysis. "Show me everything you've got." Desir launches a fireball in response to Kelt's challenge. Kelt activates his next spell. Splash. Desir freezes for a moment. Splash, he thinks. It'll be hard to find him with water everywhere. He spots some bubbles rising from the surface and immediately unleashes another fireball. He glances around, analyzing the situation. A spell like that is useless against a target using Splash. The only way is to use a wide area of effect spell. At the same time, Kelt is underwater, planning his move. Area of effect magic takes a long time to calculate. The moment he lets his guard down will be the end of this match. So, what's your next move? Suddenly, Desir speaks. Splash is an excellent spell for choosing the perfect moment to attack. Kelt is shocked. He stopped casting his spell. No, he didn't stop. Desir continues. But you revealed a fatal weakness. You can't defend yourself while using it. Desir's analysis hits Kelt like a ton of bricks. He's already finished the calculation. Desir unleashes Summon Lightning. Forced to surface, Kelt jumps back and quickly casts Water Creation. Kelt instantly raises his hands to defend. Desir says, I see you reacted quickly, using pure water to counter the electricity. I think you didn't fully consider the risks when you used Splash. Kelt looks at him. Now I understand. You really are strong. Desir clenches his fist as Kelt says, no more holding back. Water Creation, Desir thinks. I was right. He counters with gravity control, taking command of the massive body of water. A fourth circle mage, right? He thinks. He can't possibly evaporate this much water with a third circle magic core. So what's my next move? A colossal wave of energy rushes towards him. Kelt smirks. Looks like you can't keep up with this level of magic. What happened to all that confidence in your analysis? I know you've got more than that, Desir thought, but damn it. His left eye was completely blind. The price for using dragon language. Something was off with his depth perception. Kelt, his opponent, was thinking the same thing. Strange, he should have dodged that easily, but his reaction time is slow. An attack from the left. That was his opening. A shout echoed. Water cyclone. Desir instantly countered with liquid oxygen, and the two attacks collided with a massive impact. Everything went white. The cyclone just stopped. Kelt stared. Ice magic. The vortex was instantly frozen solid wherever the liquid had touched it. You froze all the water around us, he said. A genius plan. Except now, neither of us can move. Which means you'll just have to stand there and take my next attack, Desir shot back. But since I froze all the water, you can't use any of your magic anymore either. Kelt just smirked. Is that right? We'll see about that. Desir was confused. What? And that's when Kelt unleashed his weather control magic, leaving Desir completely stunned. The sky turned dark. Everyone watching was shocked by Kelt's power as rocks and dirt were ripped from the ground. Desir realized this was level 5 climate control magic, and brought it down to a level 4. Each level is incredibly powerful. Kyo calmly told him that a defense like that would only ruin his clothes. So, what's your next move? Desert replied. I hope you don't disappoint me. You're more impressive than I thought. Since you asked, I'll show you exactly what I can do. Boom! The moment he spoke, a massive explosion rocked the arena. Everyone nearby was stunned, clutching their ears and screaming, My ears! What was that? What in the world is happening? The gray-haired boy seemed to figure it out, saying, Wait, why is he over there? What happened to Kyo? Kyo, staggering out of the dust, demanded, What did you just do? What was that attack? Desert just smiled. The magic I used before? That was liquid oxygen. I vaporized it with water, causing it to freeze and trigger a massive blast. With a technique like that, blowing someone off the stage would be a piece of cake. Kyo was floored, asking, Really? Looks like I've lost completely. I didn't even get to see you use your magical analysis, your special ability. I'm just not in your league. But Desire just smiled. Don't say that. But inside, he was thinking, does he not realize I was holding back? I just wanted to see how good he really was. Kyo spoke up. I admit defeat. Thanks for the match. A few days later, at Desert's party headquarters, Romantica shouted, Did you see the look on Donata's face? He didn't dare say another word after we crushed them. Graham quickly reminded her. Kel is still our senior, you know. But Romantica kept going. Whatever. Donata totally deserved it. Desert walked in, asking, What's all the excitement about? Romantica. She looked at him and said, Of course I'm excited. We taught that whole crew a lesson. I bet no one's going to complain about our party anymore. Desert smirked. Well, that's convenient, isn't it? Suddenly, a knock came from the door. Romantica glanced over. Looks like we've got a visitor. Hello? A girl with glasses nervously entered. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Pris Zisi. Desert looked over her file, thinking to himself, Pris Zisi. She's from the Beta class, Arja's party, a support group that gathers intel directly under the Alpha class. Groups like that shouldn't even exist. He spoke to her directly. Miss Pris, I assume you already know about our party. She nodded. Yes, I've heard the training is extremely harsh, and that the nobles absolutely hate you. Hearing this, Desert asked, Sounds like you've done your homework. So why do you want to join us, knowing all that? Some things are just becoming unbearable. Romantica looked at some photos and yelled, What is this? Does it cut to the chase? Are you being bullied? Pris explained, My current party offers me no protection, and the professors, they can't help me either. It would make them enemies of the Alpha class. Desert looked at her. If you're just looking for help, you don't need to join our party. We can handle this for you. Pris quickly cut him off. No, that's pointless. I want to overcome this myself. I won't be satisfied unless I'm the one to put them in their place. Professor Beakich told me your party would train me, without any conditions. I just want to become stronger. Seeing the fire in her eyes, Desert nodded. We'll do everything in our power to make that happen. Graham cheered. Welcome to the team, Pris. But, what does harsh training even mean? Romantica muttered. It means you're gonna wish you were dead. Desert thought, this is a good sign. Ever since I beat Kyo, more people have wanted to join. Students from the Beta class, the ones getting crushed by the nobles, are finally starting to move. The way the Beta class is treated is just unacceptable. Next year, so much talent will be wasted there. This vicious cycle of hate between nobles and commoners will just continue. Ever since the Republican Revolution 12 years ago. I need to be the one to break this cycle. Gather the talented, create a place where they can truly grow, and change the future. a future where nobles and commoners can get along and prepare for the coming Shadow Labyrinth. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Estes was practicing alone. She felt useless. Please, Estes, stop Pram and Romantica if they leave the ship. He sacrificed himself, but she did nothing. I just watched from behind as he walked away. Some genius I am. What a joke. Suddenly, Romantica appeared. You're always up early, huh, Estes? We're all starting to wake up at this hour now, without needing an alarm clock. We should call it desert syndrome. So, what's with the heavy atmosphere? Estes turned. Do you need something? Romantica grinned. As a matter of fact, wind bullet. Estes barely dodged the attack. Romantica, what is the meaning of this? Romantica just said, you know what it means. It's time for some combat training. Our fight in the tournament never really finished. Let's settle it, right here, right now. At Hebrion Academy's training grounds, Estes asked, a trip to the Yellow Ocean? Romantica, stretching, replied, that's right. I bet you've been wanting to finish our fight too, haven't you? Estes just said, combat training. Romantica cut her off. I mean, it's fine if you're not ready for a real fight yet. Estes calmly replied, fine. I accept your challenge. However, Romantica raised an eyebrow. However, Estes continued, let's raise the stakes a little. We'll make this a bet. The loser has to clean the office. Alone. Romantica's jaw dropped. What? You mean that whole place? No way. Estes kept her cool tone. It's fine if you're not ready, but I have to say, I am a little disappointed. I was sure you'd happily agree. After you attacked me like that, I thought you were certain you could win. I guess I was wrong. My apologies. Oh wait. Apologizing in a situation like this probably just makes it worse. That was the last straw. Provoked. Romantica exploded with anger. She roared, you're on! The next morning, Pris walked into the office and noticed it was cleaner than usual. Romantica was nursing a bruise, thinking, this is so humiliating. Pram placed a cup of tea in front of a nervous Kyo. No need to be so tense, Kyo. This is pretty much a daily thing around here. I brought you some plum tea. I promise you it's actually really good. Kyo timidly replied, thank you. She looked at Pram and thought, an angel, there's an actual angel in this place. Pram asked Romantica, do you need some more ice? Still fuming, Romantica grumbled, no thanks. Pram looked at the new recruits hesitantly. You two can sit together, you know. Our room is pretty big. It's Takiron and Zen, right? Takiron immediately refused. Thank you, but we're fine right here. Just then, Desir walked in. Good morning, everyone. Looks like you're all here early. I called this meeting today because… Wait, Romantica, what happened to your forehead? She snapped back. Don't worry about it. Desir slammed his hand on the table. All right then, let's get down to business. I'm sure you've all heard about the party competition that's held this semester. Kyo looked confused. Party competition? Pram immediately explained. It's a tournament where all the parties at Hebrion Academy compete against each other. Kyo asked. So it's like the promotion battles? Pram shook his head. It's a little different. The promotion exams are all about individual evaluation. The party is just there for support. The party competition, on the other hand, is all about teamwork. The bigger factor was individual skill. And on top of that, unlike the promotion exams between students of the same year, the party competition was open to everyone, Desir continued. And of course, our party will participate. We're aiming for the top spot. The entire room erupted. What? Zen shouted. Are you serious, Desir? We know you're strong, but let's be realistic. The party competition isn't like the promotion exams. Desir answered calmly. I'm well aware of that, and I'm certain it's possible. Zen was shocked. What? You? Desir kept going. All three of you are from the beta class. Let me ask you this. What did you actually learn in class today? Takiron hesitated. Well, Desir got serious. On the other hand, you weren't rejected because you lacked talent, and definitely not because you're commoners. It was simply because you never had the chance to learn. We're going to claim the top spot at this year's competition. We'll prove our worth through skill and shake the very foundations of this educational system that separates us from the nobles. So let's start training. To the practice grounds. Zen, you're used to short swords, so I'll teach you my own personal sword style, the one used by the Imperial forces. As for Takiron, since you use a great sword, I'll teach you the Nozen swordsmanship. Brel, you'll start by increasing your magic capacity, the amount you can use. Haha, enough talk. Let's begin. Raise your hands higher. Keep your eyes forward, like you're channeling the spirit of the Empire. You can lower that a little. Your waist is in the wrong position. Takiron groaned. Brother, save me. Brel was amazed. He's moving so fast. Desir yelled. All right, next. Not good enough. More spirit. Still not there. Swing harder. Don't you dare disrespect the art you're learning. Okay, next. You're not going anywhere. Brel, stop your whining. You'll never kick anyone's butt if you can't even memorize this stuff. Water system magic. Write it down and memorize it all. Now. Grisel cried. You're making a scary face. Desire just shouted. Look at the damn board, not at my face. After the training session, everyone was completely wiped out. Takiran, panting, said, I think I finally saw the spirit of the Nipamenon Empire. Meanwhile, in Kelt's private office, Kelt asked, When did you get here, brother? His brother cheerfully replied, Kelt, want an apple? Kelt shook his head. No, I'm good. Help yourself. Kelt's brother said, A shame, it's a good one. Kelt replied, Then you should enjoy it. Anyway, what brings you here? His brother's tone shifted. I heard some news about you. During a combat class, you lost to a boy named Desir Arman. Kelt thought, He's the last person I wanted to hear this from. Kelt just said, Yeah, it's true. I thought the rumor wouldn't reach you, but it spread faster than I expected. I treated him like just another talentless commoner. Looks like I picked the wrong guy. Suddenly, his brother's face darkened. You, of all people, should be the last one to acknowledge them. They're nothing but despicable fools. I will never forget the danger of those rebels and their so-called revolution. I remember their brutality like it was yesterday. Don't forget, Kelt. They'll show their fangs the second they get a chance. We have to be prepared. And Kelt, I hear more and more of them. These commoners are forgetting their place, even forming a party to gain influence. I see you've realized it too. Kelt, your mission is to crush Desir's party. Back at the training grounds, Desir turned to Agist. Having trouble developing your abilities? Is that why you've only been practicing magic sword techniques lately? Agist asked. Am I doing something wrong? Desir replied. Not exactly wrong, but your training method is clearly lagging. When you try to reach the fourth circle, it's going to be a problem. Agist asked. What should I do? Desir advised. Start by achieving a fourth circle in pure magic first. Some people are born with the talent for fourth circle magic, but reaching it, no matter how skilled you are, is never easy. Very few ever step into that world. From the fourth circle onward, it's not just about controlling mana and calculations. You need to create a clear image in your mind. Agist wondered. A mental image? She thought. If I can visualize a concrete image, I can control even more powerful magic. Desir continued. The next step is you need to reach the alpha class in swordsmanship. I think some hands-on experience will be better than just words. He then called Pram over to spar with Agist. Pram warmed up, saying, Our first time sparring, huh? I'm a little nervous. Desir reminded them, I want both of you to go all out. And Agist, like I said, this is pure swordsmanship, no magic. Agist nodded. Got it, Desir shouted. On my mark, begin! At the signal, they clashed in a flurry of beautiful sword strikes. Agist blocked Pram's attack, thinking, He's so fast. When did he get this good? Pram suddenly said, Warm-up's over. I'm going to get a little faster now. Agist thought, He's this fast without magic enhancement? My eyes can barely keep up. However, Pram's attacks were all thrusts, not slashes. He might be fast, but he has to have an opening the moment he thrusts. I just have to find it. The sound of his uniform. I need to catch that timing. Now. No, I swung too hard. That was dangerous. Everyone watching was stunned. Desir rushed forward. Pram, that was. Agist finished his sentence. That was Aura. Pram looked at his sword, confused. I have no idea what just happened. On the 7th day of training, Brel muttered, I have to review today's lesson, or Desire will make that scary face again. What should I study? I mean, I can already use Water Ring, the hardest first circle magic. Suddenly, she saw a crowd of students gathering in the distance. Curious, Brel walked over. Excuse me, let me through. Seeing her friend being bullied, she yelled, Are you okay? Are you hurt? Briss shot her a nasty look. Shut up. Leave me alone. Stop acting so nice. You filthy rat. Why do you think I'm in this mess in the first place? Brel frowned. What are you talking about? E scowled at her. What? You seriously don't know I became a target the second you ran away? Chisel cut in. You're wrong, E. You get bullied because someone decided to bully you. Stop blaming others. Just then, Rita swaggered over. Well, look who it is, Prel. You've gotten pretty tough since we last met. Did your new party teach you how to talk back? Prel shot back. Retta, you again? Why are you still doing this? Retta smirked. Why? Isn't it obvious? I needed a new toy since my old one broke. Sorry, but I'm done with your hand-me-downs. Get lost. Prel shot back without a second thought. I can't do that. Not anymore. I see you for what you are now. You're a coward. You suck up to the strong and crush the weak. Rita's face darkened. Prel, don't you get it? You're on Desir's team now, but that doesn't change a thing. You're still just an insect. Prel unleashed his Watts technique, but Rita's wooden fish skill sent him flying. She strode forward, sneering. You filthy commoner. Repeat after me. I'm sorry for being a filthy commoner. Do you hear me? Say it. I'm sorry for daring to oppose a noble. Now. Grizel struggled to his feet, defiant. You're nothing but garbage. Rita's face twisted with rage. Bite of brat, she screamed. If you're going to be this stupid, maybe I need to rip you to shreds to get the point across. E watched from the side, his heart pounding for Prel. Team practice? Rita scoffed with disgust. No matter how hard you try, you'll never match us, you insects. Look around. Not a single person is coming to save you. But then, a calm voice cut through the air. Is that really necessary? Desert walked toward them. Prel, are you all right? Rita flinched. Desert the demon, you. Desert cut her off. I try my best not to get angry with other students. But you've really crossed the line. Slave grid, the magic trap sprung, and Rita screamed. What is this? Let me go. You're smart enough to understand, right? Desert's voice was ice cold. That I wouldn't have done this if I planned on letting you go. Thrashing, Rita yelled. Let me out. You think you'll get away with this? Don't get cocky over a few cheap tricks. I've got professors on my side. They won't let you get away with this. I'll make you pay. Desert sighed, annoyed. All that noise, have you still not grasped the situation you're in? Rita was confused. What? Desert's threat was quiet and terrifying. Right now, you're trapped inside my magic wall. With just a light touch, certain parts of your body, I could use expansion magic. Normally, it's for increasing the size of items. But if I use it on this wall, it will expand inward, making the space between them smaller and smaller, and you're trapped in the middle. Imagine what happens next. I bet every bit of pain you've ever felt will feel like a child's game compared to this. Pure terror washed over Rita's face as tears streamed down her cheeks. Stop it! I'm sorry. I said I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Please, just let me go. Just like that. Desert was back to normal. See? That wasn't so hard to say. He turned to Prel. Come on, let me help you back. Prel hesitated. But what about Rita? I'm sure someone will help her eventually, Desert replied coolly. After he left, the crowd erupted in panic. I'll get a professor. How do we dispel this thing? Rita, hang in there. Z watched them leave, thinking to herself, You've gotten so much stronger, Prel. Keep going. I'll be cheering for you from the sidelines. Meanwhile, in the conference room, a professor began the briefing. Welcome, all team leaders. The main theme for this team competition is Valley Conquest. The Valley's difficulty is split into 3 different levels, corresponding to challenge ratings of 4, 5, and 6. If you feel your team cannot advance any further, the team leader can declare a forfeit. Remember, upon forfeiting, each group will be evaluated based on the highest level they completed. This evaluation is based on 2 main factors. First, how efficiently you handle obstacles. Second, how well the members of your group coordinate with each other. The competition will begin in 2 hours. Return to your teams and brief your members. Desert, do you have a moment? This won't take long. Desert, my expectations for you are incredibly high. In this entire academy, you are the only one capable of standing against the nobles. You're fighting not just for yourself, but for all commoners. It's truly admirable. This team battle is a golden opportunity to change the massive disparity between commoners and nobles. That's right. Think of it as a revolution. Desert hesitated. Professor, about that. The professor cut him off. Listen, there are rumors that remnants of the old revolutionary army were among the heretics who attacked Pritch. What are your thoughts on them? Desert answered carefully. I think they're wrong. Their original purpose may have been righteous, but they've changed too much. Their actions have gone too far. They're more than just simple terrorists now. The professor pressed on. So you still have some sympathy for their cause. If so, have you ever considered joining them? Never, Desert stated firmly. Just then, Benketh stepped forward, interrupting. That's enough, Professor. Blank looked over. Who's that? Professor? Benketh. Professor Benketh spoke up. You're putting Desert in a difficult position. Blank turned to leave. We'll continue this another time. Desert turned to Benketh. Thank you, Professor. That wasn't an easy question to answer, Benketh replied. However, I also have high expectations for you. An announcement echoed through the hall. The team competition will begin shortly. All teams, Gather in the main hall. Romantica pointed across the hall. Desir, look. Those professors. They're watching you. You think they're here to cheer you on? Desir smirked. That's a funny joke, Romantica. Our team is a thorn in their side. Romantica looked confused. Maybe, but isn't this a bit much? Desir waved it off. Just ignore them. Let's focus on what's ahead. If we give a flawless performance, there's nothing anyone can say against us. Romantica nodded. I know. Desir raised his voice. All right, everyone, gather round. I'll give you the rundown. Each team is allowed 6 members. We've decided to let Zen participate. Takir, how's he doing? Takir replied. Actually, Zen seems much more at ease now that he doesn't feel like a burden. Desir nodded. Good, excellent. A system voice announced, entering the shadow world. Let's move, people, Desir urged. The system continued. A new quest has appeared. This is Arwen's Valley, named after the great wizard who spent his entire life here, researching all things. Reach the end of the valley and claim Arwen's legacy. Desir immediately gave an order. Romantica, detection magic. She replied with a crisp, on it. From a distance, Roria yelled out, Desir, see you at the finish line. Desir watched them go. The Red Dragon team is fast as always. Kay glanced his way but said nothing, simply looking away. Desir watched his cold expression, thinking, looks like Berman already said something to him. Romantica spoke up. Desir, I'm getting readings at our 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock. The path at 6 o'clock is the fastest. We'll head towards 2 o'clock, Desir commanded. From the shadows ahead, goblins whispered. Humans. I smell humans. It's time to hunt. And just like that, goblin heads started to fly. A man slashed through them with his eyes closed, sending them scattering with every swing. Magic erupted, wiping out the rest. Pram called out, They're all taken care of. Good work, Pram, Desir replied. S reported in. My side is clear, too. Romantica wrinkled her nose. So many of them. And the smell is awful. A big guy holding a massive blade grinned. Awesome. What a rush. The 4-eyed girl next to him added. Seriously, don't these things ever get tired? Desir surveyed the area. We got them all. Let's rest for 5 minutes. Great job, everyone. Romantica spoke up. Can we rest somewhere else, please? Pram quickly agreed. Seconded. Romantica turned to Prel. Can you splash some water on me? I can't seem to get this filth off. That smell. Prel nodded. Okay. Desir thought to himself. I've been through this before, but I had so little information back then. I was just a level 1 beta class student. This is nothing for an alpha class, but for beta students, a challenge of this level is a serious test, he remembered. The Children of Soren team was formed. Elgar was eliminated. Damage Ayuda was eliminated. A huge number of beta class teams are going to withdraw or get wiped out on this very first level. I have to. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from deep within a nearby cave. Let's move, Desir shouted. Inside, a voice cried out in panic. Damn it, what do we do now? Another voice answered, full of despair. I don't know. I never thought there would be this many rock demons. We're surrounded, a voice cried out. Everyone, group up. Use Ice Crow and Wind Bullet to blow them all away. The young mages gasped in shock. What? Desir commanded. Takir, Pram, take the 2 demons in front. They responded in unison. Got it, and immediately launched their attack, tearing into the monsters. Desir kept going. Romantica, attack at the 1 o'clock position. Grisel, prepare a defensive spell. 2 wind bullets shot out. Adjust your aim and finish them. Agist confirmed. Right. She unleashed a wave of ice spears, wiping them out instantly. The kids were just stunned. One of them whispered, Incredible. They blew away those stone demons in a heartbeat. The rumors were true. Desir's party was no joke. Thanks for the help. Desir nodded. These stone demons had the 3 of you surrounded, right? If you don't mind, I have a question. The boy replied, Go ahead. Desir asked, If you lost 3 members at this difficulty, how did you even get here so fast? The boy looked down. Ah, that. We just ran. Straight here. Past the traps, the monsters, all of it. Because our party couldn't handle any of it. So we just bolted. We tried to get as far as we could, to earn as many points as possible. It was the worst possible move. I don't think I need to explain why. I know it was a stupid plan, but it was our best option. It was the only thing we could do. A notification appeared. Kusa's party has withdrawn. Tamuli has been eliminated. Yusenki has been eliminated. The boy then asked, Can I ask you something? What are you even trying to do? Your team is full of beta class students. Even though you're in the alpha class. Why are you doing all this? Desir's answer was firm. To change the irrationality of this place. To restructure the system destroy the discrimination, and bring about equality. The boy burst out laughing. Haha, so the rumors were true. Is something like that even possible? Desir's eyes were steady. I promise you, I will make it happen. The boy looked at Desir, then back at his team. I believe you. To my team. I'm sorry, everyone. And thanks for sticking with such a stupid leader. His teammates protested. What are you talking about, Dia? We only made it this far because of you. What's there to be sorry for? Dia managed a small smile. Thanks. Next time, let's all get stronger together. Bid the Way's party has withdrawn. The message flashed again. Bid the Way's party has withdrawn. Desir was silent for a moment, then spoke. You all heard him. That is why we have to win. A new announcement. Desir's party has entered level 2 in 3rd place. The Red Dragon party has entered level 2 in 2nd place. And the Blue Moon party has entered level 2 in 1st place. A voice cut through the observation room. You don't look too comfortable, Professor Bridget. She shot back. This is none of your business, Professor Feynman. Feynman chuckled. I see you're not in the mood to talk. Well, it looks like it's all been decided, hasn't it? Blue Moon in 1st and Desir's party in 3rd, huh? Bridget replied. The competition isn't over yet. Feynman let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. Keep clinging to that hope, she thought to herself. You bastard, before saying, if you want to run your mouth, be my guest. I'll leave the stage to you. He just smirked, whispering to himself. They don't know the rankings are meaningless. The real game is only just beginning. On screen, monsters swarmed a new party. A booming voice shouted, ha ha ha, all right, come at me with everything you've got. In a single, devastating sweep, the monsters were gone. The man scoffed, pathetic. That wasn't even a proper warm-up. Don't tell me that's all you've got. I want more. And this is the Blue Moon Party. Their leader, the #1 ranked student, Azalea Gregurian Nimbus. A teammate sighed. What are you even saying, Captain? Any one of those could have thrown our team into chaos. Another agreed. They might just be skeletons and goblins, but their numbers are insane. Not everyone is a monster like you, Captain. And what happened to your uniform? Azalea roared. Nonsense. A few scraps of cloth are nothing compared to this iron will and this magnificent body. Come on. Everyone, witness and remember this glorious physique. Look at it. His two teammates just deadpanned. I have no idea what he's talking about, and I honestly don't care. How is this guy the #1 student in our academy? Azalea declared. Ultimately, I have no need for equipment. Now, let's keep moving if you're done resting. Someone replied. Yes, sir. Azalea then said. Before that, Kelt, can we speak privately for a moment? Kelt nodded. What is it? His leader replied. Nothing important. I was just curious. Did Professor Feynman say anything to you before the competition started? Kelt's face was unreadable. He did. He told me to eliminate Desir's party, at any cost. Azalea paused, a slow smile spreading on his face. Well now, that's interesting. Kelt simply said, I'm not surprised. You know what my brother, the professor, is like. I see, Azalea said. And that's why I'll ask you again. Who do you think is stronger, me or Desire? Kelt answered without hesitation. I can't give you a clear answer on that, but if we're talking about a pure magical duel, I'm certain no one in this entire academy can defeat him. He possesses something fundamentally different from the rest of us. Now that's a pretty interesting assessment, Azalea mused. Even though you've only fought him once. So what is this fundamental thing you're talking about? Kelt struggled for words. That's something I can't explain. But his eyes. As time went on, I could feel a deep darkness inside them. And whatever is hidden in there, it's... Azalea cut him off. That's enough. A new voice called out. Captain Gages. Azalea grinned. Oh, no you don't. Don't you dare touch them. They're all mine. A single drop of water landed on Pram's head. He grumbled. I hated the first floor, but this second floor is even worse. Romantica chimed in. You and me both. And this dried out food is awful, Takir added. Romantica thought to herself. But the worst thing is watching Desir and Ajes standing so close to each other. A scowl appeared on her face. Desire spoke. There's a trap right here. You can feel the flow of mana is slightly unnatural at that spot, right? To disable it, all you need is a little bit of your own mana. Here, like this. He demonstrated. Now, the mana source that powers the trap has been blocked. It's like using a rock to divert the flow of a stream. Ajes watched intently. Desire continued. The trap won't be completely disabled when you step on it, but you can use this method to detect most mana-based traps. Aegis seemed impressed. I see. How did you? Desir just smiled. It's nothing. She nodded. This is very useful, thank you. Desir replied, "You can apply this in a lot of different ways, so be sure to remember it." Estes spoke up. "By the way, Desir, you seem relaxed, but to be honest, I'm getting worried." Desir turned. "About what?" Estes explained. "Our score. We're doing fine, but we're falling way behind the other teams. Our progress score is really low. I know you're trying to help the party members gain experience, and I appreciate that, but our goal is to get first place. I'm worried we won't be able to reach that goal at this rate." Desir's voice was calm, confident. "Don't worry, our party will get first place." Estes was skeptical. "Do you have a plan based on the dungeon structure? I'm not sure we can exploit a loophole in the progress scoring." Sometime later, the team regrouped. The second floor's maze was a combination of 5 distinct areas, each one leading to the next. The goal was simple: clear all 5 zones to reach the third floor. And because they started late, this was their only chance to pull off a major comeback. "That's one way to look at it," Desir said. "But there's always another path." Just then, a notification popped up. They had reached the hall for Area 3, and with that came 2 choices. Option 1, the Path of Folly. A longer route, but filled with simple, level 1 monsters. Lower difficulty, sure, but it would cost them precious time. Then there was Option 2, the Path of Suffering, guarded by a beast named Tula, a direct shortcut from Area 3 straight to Area 5. It was a long, straight shot, but with Tula there, the path had become its personal hunting ground. The creature would hide in the shadows, hunting anyone who dared to enter. Romantica's face went pale. "Tula? You mean the giant spider?" "Oh, hell no. Absolutely not." Pram tried to be reasonable. "Let's focus on its power level, not that it's a spider. Isn't it a rank 4 Shadow World monster? Even the Blue Moon Party would have trouble with that." Romantica cut him off. "I don't care. I hate spiders," Takir added. "A rank 4 that's strong enough to wipe out an entire Alpha class party. We shouldn't risk it," he finished. Desir just smiled. "All right, it's decided. We're taking the Path of Suffering." And honestly, no one was surprised. They just froze in place. Pram just sighed. "Of course we are." Romantica snapped. "Damn it, Desir." He held up his hands. "Look, I'm not suggesting we make a reckless gamble just to fail. Let me be clear. No one is getting taken out here. If we clear this path, we'll jump straight to first place." A new notification. Entering the Path of Suffering. Slowly, the shape of a massive spider began to materialize in the darkness. Someone whispered, "Do you guys smell that? Or, is that just blood?" "All right, that's enough, Pram." Briso laughed. "Don't worry so much, Romantica." Desir cut in. "Okay, listen up. Before we begin, let's talk about the monster we're about to face. Tula's greatest weapon is its venom. But its webbing, that's just as dangerous. It can turn anything it wraps in its silk completely invisible, even an entire mountain." Desire continued. "It's not just that the webs are invisible. Tula covers everything in them, including itself. Trying to brute force our way through here? That's just a suicide mission." Pram asked the big question. "So, how do we get past it?" "I guess we just don't touch the webs," Romantica said. Desir shook his head. "Not gonna work. Romantica, you may not see them, but this entire area is already covered. The moment a single strand of hair touches a web, Tula will be right on top of us. So here's the puzzle. How do we cross?" Takir suggested. "We just destroy the webs." Pram nodded. "My thoughts exactly." Pram sighed. "It's a tough one." Romantica glared at Desir. "You're actually enjoying this, aren't you?" Then Estes spoke up. "What if we overload the spider's senses? What if we just trigger the webs randomly, all over the place, to confuse it?" Desir clapped his hands together. "Exactly. Tula can only react to one disturbance at a time. So, if we trigger multiple webs simultaneously, it'll get completely disoriented. We can use that confusion to get through." Romantica just rolled her eyes with a humph. Estes nodded. "I get it," Desir continued. "But to pull this off, we need at least 5 second circle magic spells to activate at the exact same time." Estes stepped up. "I can handle one of those." "Good. I'm counting on you," Desir said. "However, casting 5 magic circles at once? I'm the only one here who can do that. I'll cast the spell. When I do, all of you need to run across. I'll catch up, and we'll repeat the process as needed." Romantica walked over, putting a hand on his shoulder. "Desir, is this plan actually safe?" He replied instantly, "Of course." She wasn't convinced. "Are you sure?" "Positive." Desir turned to the group. "Okay, everyone, I'm counting to 3. Move on my signal. 1, 2, 3. Activate magic. Now, run. The 5 of them bolted on his command. Desir let out a breath. I hope they all bought that, he thought to himself. Romantica's getting too sharp. She'd be the first to stop me if she knew the truth. He hadn't lied about the monster's weakness. But the part about how it senses things, that was a little different. The real trigger wasn't movement. It was the presence of a human being. Specifically, it reacted to a heartbeat. That was the biggest giveaway. Come on, your prey is right here, Desir whispered to the darkness. I can't see you, but I know you're there. So, here's a puzzle for you. How many monsters just like you have I killed? Hundreds? Thousands? The real answer is too many to count. So I'm sorry, but you need to get out of my way. A monster screeched in agony. Elsewhere, another team was checking the scores. We're miles ahead of them. How could they possibly be catching up? Area was confused. We're at the final zone, and they're still 500 points behind us. How is this possible? Then, a thought struck Kelt. They must have taken the path of suffering. It was the only thing that made sense. But Desir wasn't the type to risk it all on a reckless gamble like that. Or was he? The monster right in front of them lets out another agonizing roar. Area just smirks. How amusing. Kelt calls out, Captain. Area's gaze is fixed. He's even better than I hoped. I'm really looking forward to our fight. Desire. You're late, you idiot, Romantica yells. Pram adds, You're here, Desire. Desire replies, Sorry, ran into a little trouble, but I managed to get out safely. Romantica scoffs. A little trouble? Pram asks, Are you hurt? Desir shakes his head. I'm fine. By the way, how are our scores looking? Scores? Romantica grins. Of course, we're in the lead. The team cheers. Romantica boasts, See? I told you this guy always knows what he's doing. I think. Is this really happening? Desir? Are you actually okay? You're not hurt anywhere, right? What's with that look on your face? Desir just smiles. It's nothing. I'm just grateful that you worry about me, despite everything you say. Romantica's face turns bright red. Worry? I wasn't worried about a moron like you. Let's go, time to move, she snaps. He seems fine, so let's just clear this area and get out of here. Desir clutches his stomach. Still as energetic as ever, huh? Romantica, wait for me. Suddenly, Desir stops, noticing the blood dripping from his hand. He thinks to himself, Did the tarantula graze me back there? Yeah, it definitely hurts. If we're talking about someone who can tank 30% of that hit, it can only be me. Someone shouts, Search magic complete. They're ahead of us. And there, they spot Desire's team just taking a break. Did they really take down the tarantula already? Wait, then they must be exhausted. No match for us. But Area chimes in. Doesn't look that way to me. That amount of mana. That's not from a team who just fought a tarantula. Kay agrees. Yeah, we can't fight them head-on without taking serious losses. My call? We use the time they're resting to push forward, fast as we can. Another monster attacks. Area cuts it down instantly. I was just thinking. Kay cuts in. Yes, Captain. Area continues. If I remember right, don't great worms usually return after a hunt? Meanwhile, Desir's team is busy, deep in discussion while he's writing something down. Romantica turns to him. Desir, how much longer do I have to keep doing this? Desir replies calmly. We need to map out every single path in this maze, Romantica. One wrong turn in a labyrinth like this, he says, and we could lose our lead completely. Romantica sighs. Fine, but can we at least pick a different spot? Does it have to be right in the middle of a pile of great worm corpses? Desir counters. But the exit to Area 5 can't be far. Better to save our strength for Area 3, don't you think? Romantica gives in. Can't argue with that. Well, you heard him, Pram. Just a little longer. Pram just smiles. Don't worry, I'm fine. Desir nods. All right, time for another scan. With his magic, Desir maps the area in his mind. That way's a dead end. The path to the right looks good. Not too many monsters or obstacles. This one leads to a huge chamber and a direct drop-off. Oh, another great worm nest. We'll avoid that. But suddenly, something flashes past. Romantica's eyes widen. This is, she screams, great worms are coming. Everyone prepares for battle, but Desir is calm. Relax, Romantica. We've fought great worms before. It's not a big deal. Her voice is low, serious. That's not the problem. I'm talking about the number. There are dozens. No, hundreds of them. Desir thinks, a huge number, all moving at once. Something's wrong. They live in groups but hunt alone, unless one of them has a different instinct. Wait a minute. Could it be? Boom! A figure drops from the ceiling. Desir. Desir looks up, shocked. Arya. Arya smirks. Been looking for you. Then he grabs Desir right by the face. Too many people here, Arya says. Let's find somewhere quieter. And with that, he just drags Desir away. The rest of Arya's team rushes past, yelling things like out of the way and have fun. And just like that, they're gone. Romantica is furious. The Blue Moon Party. Those bastards, Estes asks. Did they lead that horde of great worms right to us? Pram screams in panic. Romantica, they're here. All she sees is a massive swarm of great worms rushing toward them. Elsewhere, a body hits the ground. Desir holds his face, furious. Arya, what did you just do? Did you lure those great worms out of their nest? Arya just shrugs. And what if I did? I brought them here so you and I could finally have a real fight. I don't want any interruptions. Your only job right now is to focus on me. But Desir snaps back. That's not the issue, if we have to face that many great worms at once. Arya cuts him off. Enough talk, and launches his attack. Desir shouts, You idiot, stop and listen to me. A system alert flashes. Warning, danger, equipment, mana levels critical. Shield cannot be maintained. Desir pleads, I don't have time for this. Arya, I'm saying if you want to fight, we can do it later, not right now, you moron. If that thing shows up, your own team is going to pay the price, you absolute idiot. Arya just grins. Being a little reckless has its perks. Can't you feel it? This is getting way more interesting, Desir. Just then, something colossal bursts from the ground. Desir's face falls. It's too late. Arya stares in shock. What the hell is that thing? Smoke and fire erupt everywhere. Someone in the distance yells, What a total mess. Where did all these things come from? Another person answers, It must have been that noise from earlier. They all seem to be heading to the same place. Roria, you okay? Roria replies, I'm fine. But she's thinking, something is very, very wrong. The massive monster roars, drawn by the scent of so many dead great worms. The mother worm has awakened. The mother worm, alpha of the great worms, woken by the slaughter of its children. Its only instinct now? To kill anything it sees. A hidden quest appears. Slay the mother worm, and complete the dungeon. A voice echoes, You trash. Who dared to touch my children? Well, Desire realizes the danger. This is bad. We need to regroup with the team. Now. But Arya just smirks. I'll take it head on. Desir is horrified. What? Are you serious? It might be big and strong, but it's still just a worm. We can still take it down if we go all out. And with that, Arya just leaps into the fray. Desir can't stop him. Seriously? This absolute moron. The mother worm opens its eyes, its gaze filled with contempt. Arya declares, I'm the one who won't let you touch a single member of my party. He unleashes his Rojan and Sanspear arts. Arya laughs. How do you like that? My unbeatable Rogeron spear art, created by me, but the attack doesn't even leave a scratch on the mother worm's skin. Arya is in disbelief. The beast strikes back, slamming him straight into the ground. Desir runs over, worried. Arya, are you alive? Arya grunts, hurts. A little. For God's sake, stop doing stupid things, Desir yells. Stop and listen to me. You didn't come all this way just to get yourself killed. Arya, your arm, your arm. Arya looks down, startled, and shakes his arm. Is the pain reduction system even working? 'Cause if it is, that really hurt. Oh well, I've still got another one. Guess I'll be fine. And he charges back in. Let's go again. Desir is speechless. He grits his teeth, furious. Fine, whatever. I'm done trying to warn you. Stubborn bastard. But still, he's incredible. He's still fighting with just one arm. I'm sure he won't go down immediately. I can probably leave him for a moment while I come up with a plan. Since a hidden quest appeared, it means we have to beat the mother worm to get to the next floor. Arya gets knocked back again and again. Desir thinks, it's hard to focus with him around. Arya pants, impressive, huh? None of my attacks can get through. Desir states plainly, you should know the mother worm can regenerate. Attacking it like that is pointless. What? Arya yells. If you knew that, why didn't you tell me sooner? I've been wasting all my energy. Desire mutters. This guy, he explains. Its defense is based on its age, but to put it simply, its hide is tougher than any of our gear. Based on its size and power, we couldn't even hope to damage it without something like a destruction cannon, and even if we broke through its shell, it would just regenerate. Arya nods. I see. Desir is exasperated. Are you even listening to me? We need to group up and make a strategy. Arya just grins. Why are you so worried, Desir? The enemy is right in front of us. So what do we do? Strategy? I became the top student at the academy, without needing any of that. It's because I never show fear to my enemies. The stronger they are, the more turning your back on them guarantees your defeat. Desir, all we can do now is fight with everything we've got. Someone called out, Captain! Arya turned. Ah, there you are. Everyone looked up at the giant worm, their souls ready to just check out. Arya barked, Form up, stay alert, this is no joke. I'll attack it. The rest of you, hold your positions and watch your backs. The mother worm hissed. So, this is your little group. A pathetic, worthless swarm of insects. Then it struck. System alerts flashed. Party member Karsu Matashi has been eliminated. Arya cursed. Damn it. Level 3 is right there. We're taking it down before we lose anyone else. Someone shouted, Captain, something's wrong. His body, it's not disappearing. A chill ran down Desir's spine. Wait a second. This is... Outside, chaos erupted. What is happening? Report, now. The students eliminated on floor 1 were fine, but most of the Alpha class students who had advanced to the second floor. This is impossible. This can't be happening. Do something. Hurry. Find a solution. The hall was pure pandemonium. Another voice screamed, My only brother is in there. You have to get him out of there. I don't care how. This isn't a test anymore. Something has gone horribly wrong. Bridgette's voice cut through the noise. Calm down. First, we need to understand what's happened to the test. Professor Fastar, what's going on? Is there a problem with the magic stone in the shadow world? The professor replied, No, but it seems its configuration was reset right before the test began. Bridgette's eyes narrowed. Are you saying someone tampered with the stone without authorization? He nodded. Yes, it appears so. A man collapsed to his knees, whispering, How could anyone do such a thing? Inside, the students' screams echoed from the monitors. Outside, people were openly weeping, and the mother worm just kept attacking. Someone spoke up. You guys cause a ton of trouble and then get taken out first, Pram added. But seriously, you all don't look half bad. Romantica chimed in. Just you wait. When I find Desir, I'm going to take him down with my own 2 hands, not with some cheap monsters. We're here, Desir. Everyone had gathered, standing right before the monstrous beast. Desir asked, Is everyone okay? Where are the other 2? Romantica yelled, Desir, what the hell is that thing? How can a mother worm be so massive? Agist cut in. Does its size even matter right now? Romantica fell silent. Agist was seething. I am furious. I thought I knew the depths of the stupid ideas the Blue Moon Party could come up with. Clearly, I was wrong. Was getting a high rank so important that you'd pull cheap tricks like this, satisfying yourselves and your backers? The mother worm shrieked, You filthy creatures. How dare you set foot in this place? Especially when the blood of my precious children is still on your hands. It let out a roar and charged again. Agist roared back, Shut up, and launched a counterattack. She summoned a massive ice golem that clashed with the monster. Arya whispered, Agist. She's gotten so much stronger, Desir thought, sweat beading on his brow. Agist is seriously pissed. A massive crash echoed through the chamber. Thanks, Agist, Desir said. You just saved us. Agist replied, I was just blowing off steam. So, what's the plan for? That thing? Just looking at it was overwhelming. But we couldn't ignore it. We've stumbled onto a hidden quest. There's no way to get to the next floor without taking it down. And that's not the only reason we can't run. It's called the mother worm for a reason. It's the queen of all the great worms. Since we made an enemy of her, every worm in this place is heading right for us. Desir called out, Takiran, Pershel, do you 2 sense anything? Pershel answered, Yes. It's still a ways off, but I can feel them. Just like you said, Desir. Desir confirmed. Every single tunnel shows signs of countless great worms approaching. Romantica paled. What now? You're telling me there are even more of them than before? I'm already sick of fighting these things. Pram said, If every path is blocked, there's no way to break through. Desir's voice grew grim. Finally, this is the most important thing you all need to know. Pram asked. The most important thing? They all gathered around the student who was struck down. He was really dead. This was no longer a test. The ice encasing the mother worm began to crack. Someone muttered, What? We actually have to fight that thing for real? Desir stated. We have to clear this shadow world without a single additional casualty. I have a plan, but for it to work, I need the Blue Moon Party to cooperate with us. One of them shot back. But Desir, we admit you're skilled, but that doesn't mean we trust you to lead us out of here. Besides, Our captain is here, and there's only one person who gives us orders. Arya spoke up. Desir, let me ask you something. Is it because I used the great worms as bait? Because I was so stubborn about us fighting? Is that the reason Karsu is dead? Desir replied, he died because an outsider interfered with this test. But if you hadn't intentionally caused the great worms to stampede, the mother worm wouldn't have appeared, and we wouldn't be trapped here wasting energy. Who knows if we can even get out of this shadow world safely now? I understand, Arya said quietly. I'm sorry, Karsu. You were right to criticize my incompetence. Thank you. Kay spoke up. I'll follow you. Captain, what are you doing? Another member asked. Arya replied, this broken arm. I'm just tying it up so it won't get in my way during the fight. All right, Desir. I grant you full command over the 5 remaining members of the Blue Moon Party. Do whatever you have to. The monster let out a terrifying roar. What pathetic little schemes. Desir gave the orders. We're splitting into 2 groups. First, the 4 core members will face the mother worm head-on. 2 knights attacking. 2 mages providing support from the rear. The rest of you will hold off the great worms coming from the tunnels. Someone objected. Wait a minute. Desir, you're splitting the teams too thin. I agree with Romantica. There's no way just 4 people can handle the mother worm, and the rest of us can't possibly hold off that many great worms by ourselves. We should focus our strength, take down the mother first, then deal with the smaller ones. Desir shook his head. We can't. Based on the mother worm's defense, only the 4 of us have a chance of actually damaging it. And you don't need to worry about the numbers. If I'm right, they'll be here soon. A chorus of voices asked. Who? Desir answered. A few reliable allies. The mother worm roared again. Romantica shouted, Desir, when are these reinforcements getting here? There are too many of them. Desir replied, I'm sure you already know, Kay. But I bet she'll make a fast and very loud entrance. Suddenly, the wall behind them exploded inward, and a voice boomed. Get out of my way, you disgusting things. Kay speaks up. That voice. Desir smirks. I knew it. A girl rushes in, shouting, Kay, are you all right? Her name is Roria. On the monitor, spectators comment. The top 3 academy teams are all gathering together. One of them wonders, you think their team even has a chance? They're all talented, for sure. But why is a defensive magic user leading them? The commoner commander needs to contact the teams inside. Now. Someone orders. We have to put Arya in charge. An aide responds, yes, sir. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Life and death struggles. Intense battles. The blistering heat of combat. Everything has a price. Raven Mask, the voice says. You must never abuse this power. However, he thinks, I have one thing to thank you for. Because of you, I was able to surpass my own limits. The team charges forward, and the giant mother worm screeches in agony. It rears its head back, eyes bulging, and spits out a cloud of purple gas. Arya screams, it's acid! Everybody move! Kay shouts, don't get too close. Remember, we have to keep moving, and keep wounding its entire body. I'll provide support from the rear. Arya asks, what could possibly injure it faster than it can heal? A good question. But can you even deal that kind of damage with a single spell? Desir replies, I have a plan for that. Estes, Arya, you 2 keep attacking its body. Hit it with everything you've got. You've seen it yourselves, the Queen's regeneration is incredible, but it's not infinite. The goal is to constantly damage it until it runs out of energy. Once it's weakened, I need the 3 of you to do one thing. Arya asks, what is it? Desir points. Its head. I need you to force its head down to the ground. Right on. This spot. The head. We're going straight for the head to take it down. The monster suddenly lashes out at Estes. She dodges just in time, then sprints up its massive body from the base. She remembers something else, Desir said. I need absolute obedience from everyone. Romantica had asked, what is it? Just split us into groups already. We don't have much time. Desir's final order was simple. No matter what happens, do not die. That's an order from your party leader. Romantica scoffed. Look who's talking. We should be telling that to you. If you pull a stunt like you did back in Pra, we'll kill you ourselves. Pram adds, don't worry, Desir. I'll keep that in mind, always. Estes is under attack. Arya shouts, Estes, you all right? The monster shrieks as she lands a solid hit. Arya laughs. Gutsy, I can't let myself get outdone by a girl giving it her all, can I? Kagan spear style. Her sharp attack rips into the mother worm. Estes thinks, my defense is still too weak. I need to train more when we get back. Then she notices something. It's regeneration. It's slowing down. Desir, Estes calls out. Kay chimes in. Desir, should we bring its head down now? Desire, clutching his side, nods. Yeah. Kay, proceed as planned. We only get one shot at this. Kay replies. On it, leader. I'm going in. Desire yells. Go. On the other side, Arya unleashes her power. He roars. Let's go. Wave after wave of pure force slams into the monster. First one, then another, sending it writhing and screaming. You. Filth, it roars. Arya taunts it. Hey, you giant worm. You like tidal waves? Well, here you go. She uses a combined/attack, rushing straight at the beast. How do you like? This one? We just came up with it. A spectator gasps. Damn. Is that a fourth circle mage and a night class fighter? Impressive. Hey, centipede, your head's a little high, Estes says coldly. She casts magic ice wave, freezing the beast solid as it lets out a mournful cry. Desir, she calls. Desir answers. Good work, Estes. Raven mask. I finally figured out the secret to surpassing myself to fight you. The cube is a holy artifact that combines high-level magic to create something even greater. Using that same principle, I calculated my own magic system and inverted dozens of spells into it. Desir activates his magic, and his entire body begins to glow. A brilliant aura surrounds him. He unleashes a combine magic. Firestorm. Impossible. That's a third circle spell. Arya gasps in shock. Romantica sees it too. She thinks back to a past conversation. Desir. You're not going to do that again, are you? Kelt yells. You did it. He actually killed it. Desir stumbles back, covering his face. He looks completely drained. Everyone rushes to catch him. Estes gets there first. Desire, that magic. Don't tell me you used the same type of spell as last time, did you? Desir shakes his head. No, don't worry. I'm fine. Go help the others at the exits. Romantica argues. Fine? What part of this is fine? Look at yourself. Pram agrees. Romantica's right. You pushed yourself. Way too hard. Someone shouts from the exit. Why do they keep coming? More of them are here. Block that direction. Romantica looks back, worried. Desir, are you really okay? Desire insists. I'm fine. Now go help them. Romantica and Pram nod. Stay right there. We'll be back soon. Desire thinks. I only knew it could work in theory, but to actually succeed, I just need more practice. The teams frantically coordinate, blocking off all the entrances to stop the smaller monsters from swarming in. Seriously, Desir mutters, they won't even let me rest for a second. Just then, a new group of students enters. The one in the lead looks around. What? What is everyone doing here? Someone from the main group explains. I'm proposing all teams join forces to prevent any more casualties. The newcomer's friend says, Oh, Welka, you can tell. The system is bugged, right? He's suggesting we unite to get out of here without anyone getting hurt. Welka sneers. What? Join forces? With commoners? Are you joking? Desir steps forward. Do you have any idea how serious this is? This is practically a real-life shadow world right now. Welka scoffs. So what? Even if it is, I have no intention of cooperating with a bunch of commoners. Know your place. Romantica snaps. What is wrong with her? Does she not get it? I am so sick of this class discrimination crap. Pram sighs. I'm sure she understands the situation, but nobles value their reputation above all else. Not everyone. Welka's voice cut through the tension. Why is no one saying anything? The others just stared back. What do you want us to say? One asked as a girl below scowled. What is there to say? Welka shot back. I know the situation is critical, but trusting a group of commoners? How? I would never. Suddenly, an elbow slammed down. It hit Desir's head so hard he almost blacked out. Arya spoke calmly. I've transferred full command of my team to Desir. Someone screamed. What? Are you insane, Arya? What's with all the whining? Arya asked. Do you even get what being a leader means? You're letting a commoner give orders to nobles. Professor Pum will never let this slide, another complained. Actually, I think it's a wise decision, came a different voice. So what? Desir is also the commander of the Red Dragon Party. We have zero doubts about his talent. You're all insane, Welka yelled, but another person chimed in. She's got a point. Besides, the Blue Moon and Red Dragon parties are joining in. Even if he's a commoner, Desir is incredible. We should follow his lead. Welka just laughed. Is that how badly you want to be the leader? Fine, I agree. You should be grateful. Thank you, Welka, Desir said. She shot back. Just know I expect some appreciation. Desir nodded. Since you made such a difficult choice, I'll be sure to reward you for it. For the rest of you, A special chance to earn your glory. Outside, the cheers were deafening. Someone shouted, "They actually did it! Without a scratch! Look at Welka's tears of joy. They reached the center of level 3 twice as fast as we expected." On the monitor, Desir gave his orders. Team 5, attack from 6 o'clock. Team 2, focus on the enemy ahead. Team 6, block their path at the 8 o'clock position. Someone muttered. So that's Bridgette's hero? Another scoffed. Hero? Please. How could a commoner ever be a hero? A hand landed on his shoulder. Hey, that's enough. But Professor Nyoka said nothing. Bridgette watched him, thinking, he's just staying silent through all of this. Still, if things keep going like this, we can end it all without any casualties. If so, all that's left is finding the mastermind. It could be an outsider, but there's no way an outsider could get through the Academy's magic shields. They had to be disguised as someone from inside the Academy. But even that seemed a stretch. Her eyes drifted over and landed on Professor Ben. What is he touching? She wondered. A notification appeared. The knight guarding Arnby's legacy has been defeated. Mission complete. Arnby's legacy is now secure. The students erupted. We did it. It's over. The prompt to exit the shadow world appeared. The cheering was electric. The moment Desir stepped out, someone rushed forward, pulling him into a tight hug. My little brother. The staff was already in motion, shouting orders. Get the medical team over here. Check every student, even if they look fine. Thank God, no one was seriously hurt. Brother, Desir said. The man just held him tighter. Are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere, are you? Desir smiled. I'm fine. Stop crying. Just then, Agist ran over and hugged him too. He whispered, Thank you. Someone waved to the medics. I think my arm is broken. Desir, completely exasperated, just walked inside. A voice called out, Desir. Professor Bridgette, Desir said. She smiled. You did well. Welcome back. He rushed forward, hugging her tightly. I'm back. The total casualty count was 14. Desir was stunned. 14? That's impossible. When I checked the Alpha class members entering the second floor, there were only 9 people. If we were only counting the Alpha class, you'd be right, Bridgette explained. But a Beta class team also entered the second floor, and all 5 of them were killed. That brought the total number of dead to 14. Damn it, Desir muttered. If only I'd realized sooner. Bridgette cut him off. Don't blame yourself. This wasn't your fault, he thought. I'm sure there was nothing unusual on the first floor. So this incident, it only happened on the second. The target was the Alpha class group, not the Betas. So their goal was to wipe out the students who would become the future core strength of the Hebeion Empire. If everyone had entered the second floor and been killed, the very existence of this academy would be shaken, crippling the entire empire. But was their only goal really to harm students? How did things get this bad? Desir asked. We still don't know who's behind this, Bridgette admitted. We're doing everything we can to find the culprit. I see, Desir said, his mind racing. This plan was too meticulous. It must have been prepared for a long time, which means the culprit won't be easy to find. But if my gut is right, it has to be him. His eyes scanned the crowd, locking onto a man slowly disappearing through a doorway. Desir fell silent, his face grim. In the library, a furious voice hissed, Damn it, how could it fail? Impossible. I need to live to finish this. I can't let it end in failure like this. I have to get out of here before anyone finds me. Damn it all. From the shadows behind him, Desir's voice cut through the air. Why the hurry, Professor? Desir. The man breathed out his name. I can't believe you're the one behind all this, Professor, Desir said. You were always so kind, so good to everyone. Why, he repeated. Why would you do something like this, Professor Ben? The man took off his glasses. Why are you even asking me? You, of all people, should know the answer, because someone has to do these things. Desir's eyes narrowed. Someone has to? That's right, Ben said. It had to happen, and the truth is, I'm just one of many. Isn't that enough for you to realize? Ben tried to teleport, but nothing happened. Desir's voice was cold. Did you really think you could escape? Do you have any idea that you caused the deaths of 14 students? The professor analyzed the magic, locking him down. Of course, he said calmly. I witnessed it all. You seem pretty composed, Desir shot back, for someone who watched that entire massacre. Ben just laughed. Of course, it was a necessary sacrifice, a small price to pay for something much greater. Desir's eyes widened in disbelief. He repeated the words, horrified. A necessary sacrifice? Is that what you call those students who died without knowing why? Look at the history of this world, Desir, Ben said. Only violence and bloodshed can change its course. The Hebeion Empire is no exception. This academy was created for one purpose: to train the next generation to fight in the shadow worlds. That's how it all began. It was an institution built on humanity, uniting against a common enemy. But look at it now. Humanity has more than enough ways to fight the shadow worlds, and because of that, they've lost their true purpose. Wake up and see the truth, Desir. This place is now just a cage for commoners, turning them into the nobles' loyal dogs. The academy lost its purpose long ago. No, it's something that shouldn't exist in the future. We need to change things. The threat from the shadow worlds is effectively over. We don't have to rely on those damned nobles anymore. They are our real enemy now, and we need to change in order to defeat them. You never should have cleared that test just for a few commoner benefits. Desire, let me go. Consider it an act of atonement. I still have work to do, for the greater good. Shut up, you bastard, Desir roared. I just plain don't like people like you. Your methods bring violence and death, and you call that something better? Don't make me laugh. For the good of the commoners? Who the hell asked you to do that? Stop trying to hide what you are by calling it some grand justice. Ben just nodded. Indeed, I figured you'd say that. I knew this would be your decision. But I know something else. That one day, you will agree with what we're doing. Desir stepped forward. Where do you think you're going? You're not getting out of here. Ben sighed. I know you have no intention of letting me leave. So why don't we talk for a bit? You don't like our methods, so why don't you tell me yours? Desir's expression was grim. It seems you've misunderstood something. The dangers from the shadow worlds are not over. Not by a long shot. Commoners and nobles. We need to work together, to understand each other. That's how we started. Understand each other? Ben asked. You're talking about understanding between commoners and nobles. Then he burst out laughing. That is completely and utterly impossible. Wake up and face reality, Desir. The voice was cold. You think nobles will ever truly cooperate with commoners? That's just a childish dream. Did you see any real hope in today's competition? When faced with actual death, do you really think they'll work together? You actually believe that? If you're living in some fantasy, then I'll be the one to wake you up. And with that, an entire row of library books came crashing down on Desir. He instantly threw up a magic barrier to block them, grunting from the strain. Professor Bekich! Bekich's voice was filled with a chilling conviction. He is the only hope for people like us. The one who will fix this world and return it to its true nature. He will destroy this fabricated society and build a new one, a world for the commoners. Desir's mind raced. Damn it, that ring is an artifact. He pushed himself up, ready for a fight. The professor looked at him with disappointment. Desir, I really thought you would agree with him, but you're no different than the rest of them. What a shame. And with that, he slowly faded away. In the end, only an empty shell of a man was left behind. Desir rushed over, thinking, that ring. Can it really control the wearer from that far away? It must be a way to stop any information from leaking out. Desir slammed his fist on the ground. Damn it. A voice then echoed from the gem. I knew we'd meet again, Desir. Desire gritted his teeth. Crow Mask. Icaros's voice was triumphant. I win this round. Chapter 116. Rain poured down as everyone stood in solemn silence. The air was thick with grief. This was the Hebron Academy funeral. To remember Professor Bekich. Pram watched the procession of mourners as Desir thought. This whole thing started because of one person's lie. Bekich was killed by control magic. He couldn't get any intel on the enemy, but it allowed him to set up a certain narrative, a cover story. The official story? Bekich tried to kill nobles in the name of the commoners. And once that truth came out, the nobles saw him as just another commoner, not a member of some outside force. And just like that, it sparked another massive conflict between the nobles and the commoners. But, if it meant protecting the people he loved, then facing shame and guilt was a small price to pay. A voice echoed in a dark room. Merge the entire Lion Soren army into one, and rename it Rehem. A large number of merchant guilds will be joining the Rehem forces soon. We can get a considerable amount of funding from that. The Hebron Empire's forces are gathering in the south. We're expecting a large-scale war. Then cancel all other operations and raise our guard. The new commander of Sodun Gorge is no easy opponent, and intel is still unclear. We should. An old man cut him off. Tell the commander of the Western Kingdom Union that I've been asked to take command of the Avalon army and to provide reinforcements. A subordinate asked. And therefore, the man replied, I'm sensing a lack of respect. I have the right to remind them exactly who they're talking to, the King of Divide, and the commander of the most powerful military force in the Union. Icaros's voice cut in. Just kidding. That's enough, Pieros. Focus on the main issue. Pieros shrugged. Why not? It's the truth, isn't it? They were trying to hunt me down from the very beginning. Another man, Dragon, added. Didn't they react incredibly fast, though? I wonder how they'll react when they find out we've completely taken over Divide. Icaros corrected him. We've only taken a part of the Western Nations Union. We still need more power. Which kingdom is sending us the most troops? Well, obviously. Pieros transformed, revealing his true form. The kingdom of Prieja, the one burning with the fire of rebellion, Divide seems to be sending double the number of soldiers as Prieja, Icaros stated. Pieros was shocked. What? I mean, it's fine for people like us here, but you know, it's incredibly dangerous for those outside our organization, right? Icaros's tone was ice cold. Have you forgotten something? If it's for your own benefit, you have the right to use others as you see fit. Divide appears to be sending more troops to contribute to the cause, so we can take on a leadership role alongside them, since we technically sent the most soldiers, Pieros thought. So he doesn't care at all about the fate of his allies, as long as it benefits him. Huh, interesting. He then said aloud, Fine, I'll proceed. Icaros was seething internally. Damn it. The competition at Hebron Academy. I spent so much time planning that whole act. There was only one chance to make it a perfect plan, and it failed. And with the current situation at Hebron, the second objective shouldn't have failed. My plan to reignite the hatred between nobles and commoners failed again. That damn kid. Even though he knew Bikich's true face, that brat still chose to hide the truth. How does that make you any different from us? You're just doing whatever it takes to reach your goal, Desir. I will bring you down with my own 2 hands. Meanwhile, back with Desir, someone was speaking to him. I'll get straight to the point. Desir, I apologize for testing you. You don't seem very surprised, do you? Desir replied, I only figured it out recently. He thought, I still clearly remember when he was the captain of the Night Order, Dawn's Golden Fentake. That was the title everyone called him. I remember his image perfectly. He was a man who trained countless talented individuals. He contributed so much to our victory in the Shadow World. There's no way this man could be an enemy. The man spoke again. I see. So you already knew. My apologies. We needed to evaluate what kind of person you are. Desir asked. So what do you think of me now? The man replied. Don't worry about it. We've concluded that you are a complete ally, and that's enough to put our minds at ease. Desir simply said, Ah, yes. The man continued. However, I advise you to remain on your guard. Remember that there are always people watching you. Desir nodded. Thank you for the advice, but I'm just going to do what I need to do, and no matter what anyone else says about me, that's not going to change. The professor just chuckled. Perhaps. But one person can change everything, you know. Desir shot back. Even if I knew who that was, my original goal wouldn't change. I don't like changing my mind just for someone else. The professor smiled. Good. I expect nothing less from you. You may go, Desir. Desir bowed slightly. Thank you, Professor. I'll see you in class, he replied. The moment the door closed, the professor's whole body started shaking. He clutched his stomach, letting out a huge laugh. What a brave kid, he said. So you don't like others forcing their opinions on you. Good. Very good, Desir. And that, Desir thought, is their ultimate goal. But I'm the only one who knows the whole story, the only one who knows the truth about Ben Kish. Because of that, their plans will never succeed. Thanks for dying, Ben Kish. That's right. I'll do whatever it takes to achieve my goal. I'm no different from you people. I know that. But if I could choose again and again, I would still make the same choice. So go ahead. Call me a hypocrite. But no matter what, my purpose will never change. Is that so? The man said. Then we'll just have to see how long that resolve of yours lasts. A formal address to the highest power, the son of Hebon, his imperial majesty. Time flows onward, and winter has now arrived. Desir sighs, taking in the beautiful, quiet scenery. But then, wham! A snowball connects out of nowhere. Pram dashes past with a grin. 1 point for me. You'll lose if you just stand there, Desir. Desir just smiles and calls his name, Pram. And just like that, a snowball fight begins. They have an absolute blast playing in the snow. But later, back inside, Desir's mood turns serious. Still, nothing has happened yet. He can't shake the feeling that his enemies are hiding something. It just doesn't add up. Since the war became a major public issue, the Western Kingdom Union has been building its military. They've even declared war on Alter to reclaim the silver mines they lost. Even the Magic Tower's Icarus lab was completely destroyed by Alter's forces. The allied army has even deployed strategic-level magic to fight back. Desir lets out a breath. In his previous life, he remembers these guys being much quieter. Why is this timeline so riddled with problems? But the most critical issue is the deep division within the Western Kingdom Union. After endless arguments, they only ever united for their own selfish interests, with zero thought for the future. And in the end, they became victims of the Shadow World. It all happened so fast back then. But things are different now. Alter has become the common enemy that finally unites the Western Kingdom Union. This, he thinks, is the perfect way to prepare them for the future arrival of the Shadow World. Still, something's off. In his past life, King Dividend never cared about Alter. But now, he's the one most aggressively sending troops to aid the Alliance. What could have possibly changed his mind in just a few months? Anyway, overall, he'd give the current situation an 8 out of 10. In some ways, their new cooperation is a massive step up. But the real problem is the relationship between the Western Union and the Hebrion Empire. And if you had to point fingers, the problem is definitely the Empire. Problem is, he has zero intelligence on their internal affairs. So for now, he puts that aside. A more immediate issue is his own limitations. Spell fusion. A technique to combine multiple spells into one, creating something far more powerful. But it's just not efficient. The mana cost is astronomical. It's just not practical yet. He's tried everything, but he's hit a dead end. He needs advice from an expert. And then it hits him. Of course. I should ask Zod. He immediately picks up the phone. Zod's voice comes through. I was waiting for your call. About the aura system, Desir cuts him off. Actually, sir, could you give me a moment? I'm calling because I'd like to ask for your advice. Zod sounds intrigued. My advice? Very well, I'll do my best to help. Thank you, Desir says. I'm currently trying to reform the magic system itself, but I've run into a few problems and hoped for some ideas. Zod is stunned. Incredible. I always knew you were special, but I never imagined you'd attempt something on this scale. Thank you, sir, Desir replies. Zod continues. So, what exactly is this? I'm afraid this is a bit outside my field of expertise. Desir sounds disappointed. I see. I shouldn't have expected too much. But wait, Zod says. What you've done here is already amazing. Yes, the mana cost is massive, but it completely shatters theoretical limits. By the way, this magic system you're working on, it's the one you used in Priecha, isn't it? Desir is shocked. He intentionally left out the most important parts. How could Zod have figured it out from just that? Then again, the man is a genius for a reason. Zod continues, it's a shame it falls outside my specialty. To be honest, I only understood a fraction of the magic you used that day. I see, Desir says. Zod adds with confidence, but if anyone can solve this, it's you. I'm certain you'll find the answer. After all, you have my complete faith. Thank you, sir. Now then, Zod says, changing the subject, let's get back to the main issue. The aura system. I've successfully nullified a 6th circle spell. Without even having to rely on magic stones, I can deploy it in a real-world scenario. Desir grins. So, you've succeeded? Zod replies, and I have you to thank for the advice on a more portable version. It can now nullify 6th circle magic, but only for a single use. That's already incredible, sir, Desir insists. Zod just chuckles. Either way, I'm enjoying the work. So, what's the next project on the list? Sir, Desir says, the aura system is only partially complete. Zod pauses. Partially? Did you just say partially? Desir confirms. Enough to nullify the spell I used back in Priecha. That is my true goal. Do you think it's possible? If you believe it's impossible, then we can just stop here. I'm sure we can improve it. But if the only magician on this continent who can pull it off says it's impossible, well, then I don't have many options. Zod just smirks. Well played. You really know me well. Of course I can't say no when you put it like that. Thank you, sir, Desir says. Zod then adds, by the way, Desir, it should have arrived by now. My New Year's gift. I hope the students like it. Desir starts to sweat. A gift? Staring at the massive pile of supplies before him, he asks, what is all this? What took you so long? Romantica asks. The table is covered in countless items. Takiron pulls out a massive blade, his eyes wide. Can we really keep these? Someone else answers, of course. They're a gift from the master of the magic tower. Desir reads the attached note. It says here the sword is enhanced with Su magic. Takiron gasps. Whoa, what is this stuff? Next up is another present. It's a book, Romantica says flatly. Pram looks over. It looks pretty old. It's not just a book, Bridget chimes in. It's been out of print for ages, and this isn't a copy, it's the original manuscript. Romantica just shrugs. So, it's a book. Desire laughs. Looks like everyone's happy. Desir, Aegis says quietly. Excuse me a moment. Aegis drapes a large red scarf around Desir's shoulders. I chose red because I thought it would suit you, she says. Hold still. Desir starts to speak. Aegis. She cuts him off. I said, hold still. Desir, Romantica calls out, clearly annoyed. Desir snaps to attention. Yes, ma'am. Romantica marches over and throws a coat over him. Wait, Desir says. Why are you taking my other things off, Romantica? Because I made this for you, she replies. Bridget just laughs. Oh, just look at them. Desir calls out, Professor. Meanwhile, in the Hebrion Empire, a voice echoes in the throne room. So, this is the report from Blang. A man below bows his head. Yes, Your Majesty. He reports on his subject. The king listens intently, then muses. The #1 single ranker at the academy, and the hero of Priecha. Desir Arman. Bring him to me. This man is none other than the emperor of the Hebrion Empire. At that same moment, back at the academy, Bridget calls for attention. All right, everyone. I have 2 announcements. As you all know, January 4th is the kingdom's foundation day. We would normally hold a festival, but due to recent events, the academy has decided to cancel this year's official ceremony. A wave of disappointment goes through the room, but she continues. Instead, for today, we're going to forget the rules. You're all free to enjoy the festival down in the town. Romantica and Pram immediately light up with excitement. It's time to go enjoy the Foundation Day festival. The streets are already bustling with crowds, all celebrating together. Laughter filled the air as someone called out, Desir, over here. He smiled. Oh, all right, Desir admitted. This suit looks amazing, but man, it is not comfortable at all. He was decked out in a custom shirt from Romantica and a scarf from Aegis. Romantica immediately shot back. What are you talking about? I made that myself. How could it possibly be uncomfortable? Pram quickly agreed. That's right. Desire, you look incredible, Pram added. But Brizo wasn't feeling it, saying, I really don't think this outfit is for me. The guy next to him muttered, It's a little tight. Turns out, Romantica picked their clothes too. Romantica huffed. No way. I chose those myself. Desir just sighed, playing peacemaker. All right, listen up. Our party did amazing work, so whatever you want to eat or do tonight, just say the word. Over at a barbecue stand, the vendor called out, Thank you for your business. Desir smiled at Pram. Looks like you're having a blast, huh? Pram grabbed his arm. Desir, come on. Let's go see the band play. All right. Let's see. Desir laughed. First up is the Twilight Commercial District, so let's get started. If you see anything you want to buy along the way, just shout. Pram shot a quick look at Romantica. She nodded back. She knew the plan. Pram followed Aegis while Romantica stuck with Desir. And just like that, they split the pair up, thinking, don't give them a single moment alone. Suddenly, a loud voice announced, Attention everyone, West One Bakery is having a special event, starting right now. We're selling chocolate cakes for just 1 copper to the first 500 customers. Desire's eyes widened. Wait, West One Bakery? And then chaos. A massive crowd surged towards the shop. A cat meowed somewhere in the madness as Pram got swept away in the mob. Desir grabbed Romantica's hand, shouting, we have to get out of here, now, Romantica yelled back. Wait a second. Desir just shoved through the wall of people, yelling, Coming through. Once they broke free, Desir gasped for air. I knew that place was popular, but what was that crowd? Are you okay? Aegis just smiled. Yeah, I'm fine. You don't need to worry. But Desir's worried gaze stayed locked on her. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of town, a man grumbled, Look at that ridiculous crowd. We live in an age where trains fly on rails and mages create teleportation gates. So what are we doing in this backwater dump? A strange song drifted from a nearby tent. The man stomped inside. Granny, can you please stop singing? We've only got a few customers, and you're scaring them off with that creepy song. The old woman shot back. I bet it's your ugly face chasing them away, not my singing. The song was actually a sacred hymn, passed down for generations. The man wasn't having it. Whatever it is, it's terrifying. Stop shouting. Smack. The old woman slapped him clear across the face. Watch your mouth, you little punk. Have I been too soft on you? The man yelped in pain. The old woman pointed. Now shut up and go find us some customers. The man stumbled out, muttering, Damn it. Looks like I'll have to find some clients out in the suburbs. Just then, Aegis walked up, saying, I heard this is a fortune-telling place. Desir was getting dragged along by the hand, pleading, Aegis, my hand. The man's attitude changed instantly. Ah, welcome. We can see the past, the future, and so much more. You two must be students at Hebrian Academy? Agis simply replied, Yes. Desir sighed. I'm not going to run away. You can let go now, Agist. The fortune teller thought to himself, So they're a couple? This'll be easy. Time to have a little fun with them. He smiled smoothly. May I have your names? They introduced themselves. Desir Arman and Agest Kingscrown. The fortune teller announced, The fee is 1 silver coin. And don't forget, he added with a wink, the more money you offer, the more accurate the prophecy. Desir didn't even hesitate. He tossed a gold coin on the table. The fortune teller froze. This kid, is he challenging me? Well, he said, recovering. You're quite a generous one. You can certainly expect a good result. He thought, All right, let's get this show started. I will now. Wham! The old woman appeared from behind and smacked her grandson right on the head. You good-for-nothing brat. I sincerely apologize for my grandson's foolish behavior, she said to them. Desir replied, It's fine. The old woman pointed to her dazed grandson. Thank you for your patience. If you don't mind, would you allow us a chance to make it right? We'll do a real reading this time. Fortune-telling is one of our specialties. As an apology, my grandson will perform the ritual. I will supervise from the side, so you have nothing to fear. As she spoke, mystical purple smoke began to rise from a jar on the table. Desir thought, This is fascinating. I think this is the first time I've ever had my fortune told. The grandson returned, bowing. My apologies for the delay. I will now begin the ritual. Before we proceed, I'll need to take a single strand of hair from each of you. In this rite, the hair represents the person, and this knot I tie represents the connection between people. And now, he chanted, we are connected to these spirit cards. He finished the incantation and gestured for them to each choose a card. The reading began. The card Sir Desir chose represents allies, a powerful bond, strong friendship, and a single, shared goal. But notice how one sword is pointed away from the others. That isn't necessarily a bad thing. Now, for Miss Agist's card, even the strongest temple will eventually crumble and fall. They lose their meaning and become nothing but rubble. However, even after the collapse, some pillars will always remain standing. Everything may be destroyed, but some things will endure. People are no different. There will be a moment you feel completely broken, and the heavy burdens on your shoulders will only make that moment come faster. It means that when one of you falls, there will be many others right beside you to hold you up. They will become the unshakable pillars for you both. Those pillars will stand until the very end, so you can keep moving forward and be yourself. This is an incredibly rare result. It seems you both have many close friends by your side. You will face great dangers in the future, but if you overcome them, you will both become immensely stronger. Agis couldn't help but smile. Desir laughed out loud, placing a bag of money on the table. That was truly amazing. The poem was incredibly interesting. Thank you very much. Let's go, Agist. They're probably waiting for us. The old woman's eyes went wide. Is that a gold coin? The two of them waved goodbye. Thank you for your business. Desire suddenly said, Thank you, Agist. I just found my answer, all thanks to you. She looked at him, confused. An answer? Desire was having a major breakthrough. The arrangement and combination of the words in that poem. In that moment, the individual words were nothing special. But when you arrange and shape them, they become something new. The Terex block. It has a similar structure. It combines low-level magic to create a much more powerful spell. Just like the poem, magic works the same way, based on the Terex block's design. If I can figure out the concept of combination, I can go even further. I can still become stronger. That night, Romantica was fuming. Where have you two been all this time? Desir just scratched his head nervously. There were so many people, we got lost. Romantica pouted. Whatever. Someone still hasn't seen the first part of the festival. And the festival is almost over, she complained. Desir looked guilty. Then, she looped her arm through his and said, All right, let's go. Desir went completely red. Go, where? Punishment for being late, Romantica announced. Time to drain your wallet dry. They all went wild, taking pictures, playing games, huge smiles on every face. By the end of it, everyone was completely wiped out. Desir just groaned, collapsing onto a bench. Can't you keep going? Pram asked. Just let me lie here, Desir mumbled. You're tired already? Seriously? Romantica shot back. Is this really how you act after working us to the bone for so long? But Desir was thinking, I haven't even done anything yet. Those long nights researching magic had just sucked all the energy right out of him. Stop pretending you're tired and get up, Romantica demanded. There's still so much cool stuff to do, Bridget chimed in. She's right, Desir, you really need to get up. Yeah, get up, Romantica cheered. Then, out of nowhere, Desir shouted, Professor! Pram jumped. Bridget just smirked. So, are you awake now? I'm so sorry, but this is an emergency. Can you come with me? The sun had already set, and the carriage driver was yawning. Desir thought to himself, how did I end up in this situation again? Just a few hours earlier, Bridget was tearing through her closet. What is this? Not this one. Not that one either. This won't work. Desir just stood there. Professor. This is kind of embarrassing. Bridget cut him off. We're in the same boat here. This doesn't fit either. Did you know there's a ceremony at the royal palace during the holidays? Yeah, I heard the rumors, Desir said. It's a huge event, right? Only for nobles and influential people from all over. Exactly, Bridget said, getting focused. And we got a call. They want to invite the top student from Heaven Academy to the party. The invitation was totally last minute. All the professors wanted to turn it down, but the request came directly from the emperor himself. We had no choice but to accept. But with our current system, Desir pointed out, there's no real way to determine who the single best student at the academy is. Bridget nodded. Right, there's a ranking system, but it's hard to pick just one person since rankings are by individual groups or best fit scenarios. So, we held a meeting. With the head of the third years, Mr. Algeria, the head of the second years, Miss Roria, and of course you. Guess what happened? It was unanimous. Even Professor Spade agreed. Desir, you are going to represent Heban Academy. Back in the present, Desir and the professor sat awkwardly in the carriage. The professor called his name, Desir. Yes, Professor, he replied. About earlier, thank you. When they arrived, the driver announced, We're here. Please exit the vehicle. Right, Desir said. Stepping out, the professor asked. This party is a massive festival. Are you prepared? Yes. Professor Bridget took care of everything for me. They both put on their masks. Good, the professor said. Let's head inside. Inside the capital of the Heban Empire, the royal party was in full swing. Pure luxury. Every detail was extravagant. The professor said, You go on ahead. I need to check on the carriage and make sure it's parked nearby. Thank you, Professor. Desir's mind was racing. Why such a sudden invitation? There's no way they called me here just to enjoy a party. The professor said they wanted a student representative, but since the emperor himself nominated me, it means he wants to see me. There's definitely a hidden agenda here. Everyone here wearing a mask is somebody important, and a commoner like me is just a pawn on their board. This setup means he doesn't want to draw attention when we meet. This way, he can avoid others and approach me directly. And right on cue, a voice spoke up. Thank you for coming on such short notice. Bingo, Desir thought, bowing his head. As another group of people walked in, someone commented, He's already noticed. The man who invited Desir over spoke again. I hope you feel comfortable. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty, Desir replied. The man continued, You're in a rather special position right now. You're aware of that, aren't you? Desir nodded. Yes, of course I am, Your Majesty. The man went on, Good. Do you understand that your presence here is equal to ours, the wealthy nobility? You say my presence is that of a noble, Desir countered, but I am merely a student. The man across from him had dangerous eyes. I'm not here to play games. You have the passionate support of the common people, and even some of the nobility. Don't sell yourself short. You hold several key positions in the tower, and you're hailed as a hero in other nations. That's why I can't treat you as just some ordinary student. The Heban Empire might look bright and peaceful now, but in reality, things were dark and unstable until I overthrew the rebellion and became emperor. Instead of someone from the direct royal bloodline, a man from a branch family like myself took the throne. But that explains why I can't wield absolute authority just yet. He's revealing his personal secrets just like that, Desir realized. The emperor continued. Even though the civil war ended long ago, the nobles still try to suppress the commoners. But things have changed. Anyone can become powerful now. Unlike during the war, commoners can now easily gain the power to kill nobles. We can't ignore them anymore. But threatening the nobles would just ignite another civil war, one fought in the shadows where I can't see it. Since then, I have provided conveniences for the common folk, even when it went against the powerful families. After the war ended, no punishments were given to the commoners, except for those in the Revolutionary Army. I demanded the nobles let go of their anger and hatred, and just when the nobles could no longer hide their resentment, you appeared. A hero who can rally the common people. Someone with the authority to check the noble's hatred and the status to face me directly. An opportunity like this, I couldn't possibly miss it. Desir Arman, I need you. The party continued on, but the voice was clear. I need you, Desir. It would be an honor, Desir replied. I will do my best. The emperor smiled. A wise answer. However, Desir added, I have one condition. The man's eyes narrowed. A condition? Interesting. What is it? To fight our common enemy, Desir stated. For the sake of all humanity, I need more aid to handle the threats we face. If you promise to send that aid to the Western kingdoms, the heart of our strategy against the invaders, that is my condition. The emperor's voice was sharp. You make that condition, even knowing we were once enemies with the Western kingdoms? Yes. I know, Desir confirmed. Then you're aware of what you're asking, right? Desir bowed his head. I know it is extremely impolite to make such a request. This is a beneficial offer for the Hebon Empire too, Desir thought. It would eliminate outsiders who are trying to build relationships with the Western nations. My only worry was the complex relationship between the noble families. But if it's the emperor, he can surely mediate between them. Wait, does he have another reason to hesitate? The man across from him spoke. Your face shows your confusion, doesn't it? I'm not hesitating because your offer is difficult. I'm hesitating because it's suspicious. So, why exactly are you making an offer like this? Desir's answer was blunt. To survive. The outsiders are a massive threat, and I'm the one who's going to tear their plans apart. That makes me their number one target, the first person they need to eliminate. And the core of my deal? Dealing with the outsiders to form an alliance. Then they stop being a real threat to your empire, your majesty. But I've always been worried about the dangers we all face. One day, we have to stop the infighting and unite against the true enemy. The horrors from the shadow world are coming for us. The emperor scoffs. An event like that will never happen. Desir shot back. Nothing is impossible, sir. When a threat to all of humanity appears, survival has to come first. But as a member of humanity, this deal benefits me too. Desir thought, I'll use the outsiders. Use their monstrous acts as a rallying cry to unite everyone. Suddenly, the emperor just bursts out laughing. All right, he said, I accept your terms. From this moment on, the Hebrion Empire will provide aid against any major threats to mankind. In return, Desir, your loyalty now belongs to me. I'll do everything in my power to serve you. The emperor continued. This was a great talk. From now on, you'll be well rewarded. For working for me, here's an identity card. It gives you free access to the teleportation gates. I hope we get along. Desir Arman collapsed into a chair, admitting he almost broke under the pressure. Just then, a voice called out, So, how did it go? He turned. What do you mean? The woman asked. This guy, Desir. What was your first impression? The man replied. Well, he didn't get sliced to pieces in front of the emperor, so there's that. I honestly wanted to scream when he started laying out his conditions. The woman said, I know, right? I was completely floored. The man added, and then, when I gave him the gold card, just for a second, he had this incredibly sweet smile. It was nostalgic. The woman asked, Have you two met before? The man answered, No, we haven't. The girl replied, It'd be weird to recognize someone wearing a mask anyway. Speaking of which, can we take these off now? This is getting really annoying. The man says, Fine by me. Desir, now outside the building, looks at his new card. Way better than expected. With this, I can go anywhere. Time to go see Zod and talk things over. I was wondering when he'd finally use a mask to drag me into something like this. Suddenly, someone approached. Did you call for a carriage, sir? Desir lay there thinking. Okay, I need to connect everything to the fortune teller's hints. I have to organize the spell formulas I've collected and figure out how to combine them. He had to arrange the spells into a multicasting sequence. A lot happened today. But he recognized the Emperor immediately, even with the mask on. Good thing everything worked out. Meanwhile, in the Devildom, Raffaello sits in a ceremonial bath surrounded by candles. The deep underground dragon emerges from the water. So you're here, worried? I have the situation under control, so don't be. The dragon then asks, And what about that other matter? Is everything going according to plan, Crow Mask? Skull Mask? Crow Mask speaks. Everything is proceeding as planned. By the time the revolution comes, everyone will be right in the palm of his hand. The dragon asks, And this? Skull Mask replies, It's nearly complete. A pause. No. My masterpiece is. After the festival, the Academy's winter break began. Agist, Pram, and Romantica all went home. During the break, Most students left, just like them, but there were always a few exceptions. Someone spoke up. Did Romantica get home safely? Another replied. Yeah, I just got a call from her. Desir adds. She couldn't refuse a family order, so she had to go, right? I'm only here because I have things to finish, but she said she'll be back soon. So it's just the three of us left. Pram piped up. She grumbled a lot, said she didn't want us all hanging out without her. Desir laughed. Ha ha, so that's what Romantica said? Thanks. He turned to Pram. So, Pram, how's your training going? Pram sighed. Well, it broke. Again, we see Pram in the training room. His instructor laughs. Haha, this isn't the first time, is it? You're rushing it, Pram. Take it slow. Let's go again. Blanium is a top-tier ore, but not all of it has the right durability. And from what you've told me, you can only use a sword made of pure blanium. It's the only thing that can handle your massive aura output. Don't overthink it. This is a technique you can learn on your first try if you just do this. Like this. Now the sword won't break, even when you pour your aura into it. Pram was amazed. The instructor continued. From what we can tell, there are 2 stages to using your aura. Stage 1 is infusing the aura directly into your weapon. This method is also used for long-range weapons. Pram thought, it's just like what Aegis said before, the professor went on. And when it develops to a certain point, the natural shape of your aura will emerge. That's when you hit stage 2. Once you're there, each person's aura takes a different form. See? Mine is a flag. I have no idea why, to be honest. It's a mental thing. Whether you're a swordsman or a mage, your mentality is everything. All right, that's enough of a break. Back to training. Pram. Yes, sir, Pram replied. Back in the present, Pram says, it's not going so well. Desire ruffled his hair. It'll be okay. It's not an easy thing to learn. But it's you, Pram. You'll get it. Pram grinned. Hee hee, yeah, Desir thought. Pram's aura control is getting better. But the most shocking development, as expected, is Aegis. It's only been a few days, and she told me something incredible. Beyond all expectations. Aegis said, I've reached the 4th circle. Desir sighed internally. It's tough keeping up with all these geniuses around me. Aegis is now a 4th circle mage. Romantica is on her way to the 3rd, and Pram can now control his aura. Desir announced. All right, let's all go get some lunch. He thought to himself, we've made a lot of progress. The year is 3614. 7 months until the shadow world materializes. They have to get stronger. They have to be ready for the shadow world. Meanwhile, at the Magic Tower headquarters in Hante, a massive explosion rocks the building. Zod exclaims, this is beyond anything I imagined. Someone behind him reports, there were some delays. But the aura system itself isn't badly damaged. You okay, Desire? Desire replied, I'm fine. Zod observed, this spell arrangement is actually pretty logical. Desir agreed. Yeah, but the initial mana cost for the spells is much higher than planned. Zod nodded. I see what you mean. It actually managed to damage the aura system, a system built to withstand 6th circle magic. I can't believe a spell of this level was created, using 1st circle magic. It seems I need to start working a lot harder. On another note, Priscilla contacted me earlier. She said they just won a major battle against the Outers. That's good news, Desir said. Zod continued. It seems the allied forces of the Hebriton Empire have started making their move, but there's something I don't get. According to the reports, Crowmask was a no-show. Impossible, Desir exclaimed. This war has opened up on multiple fronts. They can't afford to keep their main firepower on the sidelines without him. Zod nodded. That's what I was thinking, but our intel is solid. The entire outer army gathered for what was supposed to be their final stand, and even though their forces were on the verge of being wiped out, he never appeared. Isn't that just bizarre? There's no way they would just let that happen, not when he's on the field. This is the guy who destroyed the entire Perlexia kingdom. They have to be planning something else. I'll keep an eye on Priscilla's situation first, Desir thought. Crowmask, what are you scheming? Elsewhere, a voice spoke out. Everything is ready, boss. Icarus stepped forward. Good, I'm here. Thank you all for coming, and let me say this one more time. We are criminals. It doesn't matter what our purpose is or how we act. To the world, we are the worst of the worst. But we have meaning and belief. We have a goal that must be achieved, at any cost, even our very lives. We must change this corrupt world. Drag the ignorant fools from their safe havens. It's time to light the torch of revolution. In 7 months, the day the shadow world appears will be the day our revolution begins. Time passed. The scene shifts to the Hebrian Academy's examination center. Someone was saying, "You're here because of that guy, Desir Arman, who went to this academy, right? Another person chimed in. Yeah, a true hero, Desir Arman, studied here. I want to be just like him. Suddenly, a loud voice cut in. Desir this, Desir that. It's getting way too crowded in here. Everyone shut up and make way for Pram, of the Count Lakeo household. Murmurs spread through the crowd. A count? He's one of the entrance exam candidates? He's so short. Hey, stop. He gets angry when anyone mentions his height. So annoying. A larger student walked up. What's this little thing? Pram snapped back. What did you say? Who are you calling little? The other guy smirked. You looking for a fight? He grabbed Pram by the head and lifted him clean off the ground. I'll put you in your place, kid. A quiet voice observed the scene. You really want to be a mentor for that kid? Yes, that's him, the other replied. A girl spoke. He seems like the complete opposite of you, Desir. Are you sure this is okay? I'm a little concerned, Desir said. It's fine. I chose him knowing his personality was a bit difficult. But he's a talent we'll need later on. Of course, I'm worried too, but maybe we can have a positive influence on him. So let's just try. Don't tell me we actually have to babysit that insolent brat. Desire thought, Jonday F. Bang, a fire mage, and the only one who can use magic bombs. Born a noble, he relentlessly improved his power in the alpha class, but he was permanently expelled from the academy because of his attitude. He'll be a priceless asset if he's given a chance to grow. Stepping into the hall, someone muttered, The test hasn't even started, and a fight's already breaking out. Bridget asked, Who's causing this scene? Is that? Yeah, Desir said. Probably Jonday. I guess I'll have to work on correcting that personality of his. Outside, Jonday's voice boomed. I'm not going to do this to just anyone. Pram struggled. You bastard. Are you going to let me down or what? Do you know who I am? The other guy just laughed. I do, and a shorty like you is in my way. You got a problem with that? If you're not going to move on your own, then I'll just have to help you. Someone screamed. That guy, he's going to use magic in here. Someone call a professor. Jonday sneered. Don't worry. I'll just blow you away, but not enough to kill you. Let me go, Pram yelled. A calm voice cut in. You seem to have a lot of energy to spare. I'd be thrilled to see someone use it during the entrance exam. Jonday's lackeys gathered around him nervously. Boss, are you okay? Jonday growled, feeling his magic fizzle. Inversion analysis. Which bastard did this? Desir said calmly. Nice to meet you. Jonday F. Bang. The crowd exploded in whispers. Whoa, is that Desir Arman? For real? Desir introduced himself. My name is Desir Arman, and I'm your mentor. He thought, that annoyed expression. It's exactly the guy I remember from my past life. Ronde started to say, Desir, then he dropped to his knees. Sir, I'm your loyal fan. Please give me your autograph. I've read every single article about you. Desir was completely stunned. Jonday kept going. The person I look up to most is the one who took down the great demon. Della, please sign this picture for me. I'll treat it like a family heirloom. Desir stammered. No, wait a second. Was there really an article like that? Jonday pleaded. I want to become a great mage, just like you, Desir. Please train me. I'll sign up for your party. Desir, completely embarrassed, said, All right, I get it. So please just be quiet. The murmurs grew louder. So that person really is Desir Arman, the fanboy. Ronde blushed. And, can I call you Hyung Nim? Call me whatever you want, Desir snapped. Just keep your voice down. After the opening ceremony, time passed and spring arrived. Thanks to all the first years signing up as members, we were able to secure a fourth-floor office in the Academy's West Wing. After getting recognized, we needed to decide on a name for our party. In the end, the group was named the Starling Party. It was the name of the dorm I used to live in, and luckily, no one objected. Finally, from inside a room, a voice called out, Hello everyone. Zod said, Hello Desir. In unison, all the members spoke. Please guide us. Thank you for letting us join. Desir figured the party was getting too big. With the first years joining, the old way of doing things just wouldn't work. So, he split everyone into 3 teams. The first years were put in the apprentice group. Takir and Radin formed the support team, leaving the main squad. The powerhouses, Agest, Pram, Romantica, and of course, Desir himself. He had initially placed Jonday Bang with the apprentices, but the kid proved himself, so Desir bumped him up to the support team. He earned it. Now Zod. He was one of the top first years, no doubt about his skill. But his attitude? Absolutely toxic. It was dragging down the morale of the entire group. Desir sighed, rubbing his face. Honestly, this whole Zod situation was a real headache. He decided he'd figure out the best way to handle it after a break. More importantly, he thought, the shadow worlds are coming. And from here on out, they were going to get a whole lot harder. Not just harder, they were on a whole different level. They had cleared 2 of the 5 so far. But those were basically the tutorial stages. The real challenge? The 3 nightmare difficulty levels that were still waiting for them. No choice. He had to prepare. They had to succeed, no matter what. Suddenly, Romantica burst in. Desir! You did it again, didn't you? Desir sighed. Oh, for crying out loud, Romantica groaned. How many times do I have to tell you to be careful with your coffee? Even if I'm the one who spilled it, I'm still the one who has to wash everything anyway, she snapped. I swear, you're such a snail. Desir just sighed. My bad. But she wasn't done. Desire, you're worse than a snail sometimes. Just watch them. Are they at it again? Pram added quietly. She certainly has a lot of energy, doesn't she? Takir just shook his head. Honestly, I think she's the scariest one in the group. That's when Rondé jumped in. Hey, don't you dare talk to my Hyungnim like that, he shouted. It was just a coffee spill. Apologize to him right now. Desir tried to calm him down. Rondé, we're just joking around. Stop it. But Romantica cut him off. Hold on, I've got this. She turned to Rondé. Why are you calling this guy Hyungnim? He's nothing but a slug. Rondé's eyes went wide. What did you say? How dare you speak to him that way? Get your hands off my Hyungnim immediately. Romantica just smirked. Or what? She poked Desir playfully. I'm just teasing him. What are you going to do about it? If you've got a problem, she challenged, request a duel. You win, and I'll give Desir a sincere, heartfelt apology. Rondé didn't even blink. Fine, let's go. I'm about to put you in your place. A few minutes later, Rondé was covered in bumps. Romantica smiled sweetly. Since you lost, you now have the honor of cleaning the meeting room instead of me. Rondé screamed after her. You'll pay for this. She just waved. Sorry for being so rough. As Rondé started cleaning, someone walked up to him. Man, somebody should tell you you're an idiot. Did you really think you could beat Romantica? And did you think you were going to clean this whole place by yourself? His friend sighed. Hand me the other mop. I need more water, one of them said. The other smirked. I never thought I'd see you actually cleaning like this. But the look suits you, Rondé. All he could do was fume. You bastards. I'm not thanking you for this. A laugh from the side. Aw, are you embarrassed? And just like that, time passed. Within half a day, an anomaly was detected. A gate to the shadow world had opened. Let's begin. An announcement echoed. World destabilizing phenomena confirmed. One by one, shadow gates were opening. An official spoke up. That's right, Griselle gave the order. Make sure everyone is assembled. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Understood. You heard her. Move up. Brielle, now. Not like that. Get in formation. What's going on? Desir. Are we really doing this? Then, the system announcement flashed. Starling Party, consisting of Desir and 3 others, full entry into the Level 3 Shadow World is approved. Level 3. Known as the highest difficulty anyone had ever cleared. Desir and the Starling Party, please proceed to Gate 1. The entire hall gasped. A party that isn't even a year old is challenging a Level 3 Shadow World? Someone whispered. So that's what the Academy wants. A second A-rank party. See, one of the core systems at Hebron Academy is the Order system. Any party that clears a Level 3 Shadow World has their power officially recognized and is granted the title of Order. No exceptions. Not even for students. And parties recognized as an Order get special privileges, the right to act on their own, without the Academy's direct permission. Right now, there's only one A-rank party, the Blue Moon Party. A student muttered, I know it's Desir's team, but isn't this reckless? Trying to clear a Level 3 with just 4 people? Romantica herself looked stunned. I can't believe we're actually standing here. Pram nodded beside her. Yeah, I never imagined I'd be part of a team challenging a Level 3 Shadow World. Let's do this together, Romantica said, looking over at Pram. You seem pretty calm about this. He just smiled. What did you expect? But inside, Desir was thinking, this was a little reckless, but the future is slowly changing. I have no idea what's going to happen next. Becoming an Order and getting the freedom to act independently. It's absolutely necessary right now. It would be great if I could grab an artifact on this mission, but there's only one artifact available from all the current Shadow Worlds. If I remember correctly, that artifact can amplify weather-altering magic. In my past life, the entire city of Kai used it to incredible effect. I should let him get it this time. This Shadow World is one of the easier Level 3s, so 4 of us should be enough. Suddenly, Romantica's voice cut through his thoughts. Desir. Startled, he looked at her. What's up? She had a serious look on her face. I just want to make sure you haven't forgotten. Forgotten what? He asked. She took a breath. I know you. You always try to carry everything yourself, and I've told you this 1,000 times, so I'll say it again. We are a team of 4. You better remember that. Desir smiled. Got it. Let's begin. They stepped through the gate, and the world shifted. Transported to Area Eta. Where are we? Desir said, looking around. I think we're in the sky. On a ship? No, not just any ship. This has to be an airship. Voices from the deck above echoed down. Check our coordinates. I told you to keep reporting the status of engine number 4. It doesn't have enough power. Our destination is the capital city, Ante. Is that clear? Desir's mind raced. The capital, Ante? This world is set between the years 120 and 140. This was the era when Ante was the capital, before the fall of the magic kingdom of Kuma Marsan, a shadow world connected to the ancient magic kingdom. Desir, his teammates called out. He turned, relieved. Everyone, I was worried we'd get split up like last time, but you're all here. Romantica let out a sigh. Yeah, thank goodness we're all together. I did not want to be alone again. So, where are we? Does anyone know? She was cut off by a piercing alarm. Warning, warning, multiple unidentified flying objects approaching from the stern. Desir, Romantica shouted. He rushed to the railing and his eyes widened. Don't tell me those are. He thought to himself, well, this is a level 3 world after all. Wyverns, an entire swarm of them. There's at least 30, he calculated. A crewman yelled, prepare the mana cannons. Desir shouted his own orders. Romantica, target the sky directly above us. The wyverns began their attack. They always have a leader. The ones swarming are just decoys. The real threat strikes from above. Here it comes. The airship fired blasts of pure energy, taking down the smaller creatures. But then the leader appeared. Why is that one so massive? Put up a magic barrier. Desir, this one's different. Its magic resistance is off the charts. Desir stepped forward. Everyone, get back. I'll handle. A calm voice cut him off. Hold on. A man walked past him. If magic doesn't work, would you mind stepping aside? He unleashed a blinding sword aura, forming it into a colossal blade. With a single, clean strike, the alpha wyvern was sliced in two, its body falling silently into the clouds. Everyone stared, stunned, at the newcomer. Desir spoke first. That attack, Pram whispered in awe. Was that aura? A system window popped up in front of them all. You have encountered the peerless hero, the sword saint, Kehas Marion. Kehas Marion has a plan and is currently at an impasse in completing it. Desir immediately understood. So, in this shadow world, were mercenaries hired by the sword saint himself, for some kind of secret plan. Another notification appeared. The fate of a man named Ajin Sepios will have a major impact on the quest's progression. Desir connected the dots instantly. Our mission is to escort Ajin Sepios, the one who holds the key to Kehas Marion's plan. It sounds simple, but it's completely dependent on this unknown variable. It could change the mission's difficulty at any moment. We have to be careful. Still, I don't understand why a hero of his caliber would hire a random group of mercenaries like us. A master-class warrior like him doesn't need an escort for Ajin. Not even Raffaello Cherrier from the Shadow Labyrinth could compare. Even another master barely managed to slow him down. And that means one thing: that man, Ajin Sepios, is the key to solving this entire quest. An old man cuts in. Sagan. That's Sagan, Desir thought. Sagan? The old man just says, I only watched. What was he like? I did nothing. He starts muttering about a scent. Something not being right. It's no good, he says. Completely meaningless. Tell him. It's no good. Romantica whispers. Desir. I think he's lost his mind. Desir replies, maybe, but we should still keep an eye on him. The old man pipes up. Honest, Curb? Is that right? No issues with the contract then? I'm glad to be working with you. Desir nods. Yes, the terms are more than fair. Kyo adds. I'll go help with the cleanup later. From the wyvern attack. What about you guys? Desir says. We're coming too. This is all part of the job for a mercenary. Kyo nods. All right then, follow me. The crew whispers in amazement. Is all of this actually made of glass? Pram calls out, Brother Desir. Desir turns. What's up, Pram? Pram asks. That aura I saw before. Was that its real form? Desir replies. I can't give you a straight answer. It's way beyond my knowledge. But yes, that was an aura sword. A blade forged from pure aura. Also known as the Sword of Beauty. Pram was in total awe. The power was insane. If I just train hard and get more experience, maybe one day I could do that too. Desir messes up his hair, saying, "I'm proud of you, kid." A voice calls from the ship, "Captain, what's the situation?" The captain answers, "The wyverns are cleared out. We're getting ready to clean up the mess." Kyo says, "Good. The people here want to help, so Sergeant, no problem. Give these people some guidance." "Where is he?" Romantica calls out. "Desir, I know I shouldn't be, but isn't this absolutely amazing? We're on a real airship," Desir smiles. "I know, but be careful not to fall." Romantica scoffs. "How could I fall?" "You never know," Desir says, "just being cautious." Then, something appears from the clouds. Deceit yells, "Romantica, look out." A wyvern dives, grabs Romantica, and flies away. Pure chaos erupts. Estep shouts, "Damn it, how is that thing still alive?" Pram pleads, "Please, you have to stop the airship." But Kyo shakes his head. "I'm sorry, it's impossible to stop." Cest asks, "Desir, what should we do?" They turn around. But Desir is already gone. He jumped after the wyvern without a second of hesitation. Romantica thinks, "This beast is crazy. It's dragging us both down. I have to break free. Is it actually trying to commit suicide?" She screams, "If you want to die, die alone. Don't drag me with you," and blasts it with a wind cutter. I'm free, but now, she's in a dead fall. Her mind races. Okay, what now? Should I use flight magic? No, I can't maintain it for that long. What do I do? Anything! What the hell am I supposed to do? Romantica! A voice cuts through the wind. Desir? She yells. But how? Just then, Desir flies right past her. He screams, "Romantica, grab my hand. Grab my hand now." She snatches his hand in a panic. "Are you insane? What are we supposed to do now that we're both falling?" Desir just says, "I just kind of jumped after you." Then he adds, "So, any ideas?" Romantica sighs. "You're right. You are a complete idiot." And together, they plummet. They crash into a vast desert. Romantica sputters, "We're actually alive. The airship is long gone. I guess they weren't about to rescue two soon-to-be-dead mercenaries." Desir, "What now?" They both spit out mouthfuls of sand. Desir says, "First, we have to trust Cest and Pram to finish the mission. I remember Captain Mario saying the fur makes one stop on its route to Anta. That's our only chance to meet them." Romantica sighs, "I really wanted to finish the quest with everyone. So we have to catch up to them on foot?" Desir replies, "It's not too far. For now, let's scout the area and see if we can find anything." Meanwhile, in Desert Flower City, deep underwater, a voice whispers, "Not enough. We need more materials. It's almost complete." Then, a shock. A mana reaction? All the way out in a wasteland like this? Thank the heavens. I see now. This is a gift you've brought me. This day has finally come. A gift of the exact ingredient I need. At the same time, back in the real world, Ante Rose of the Magic Research Center wonders, "It's only been a few days, but I'm fascinated. I wonder what Desir is up to right now, in the shadow world. I hope he returns soon to see this huge breakthrough in my research." An assistant bursts in. "Master, there's an emergency at the tower." Rose just sighs. "Did the lab explode again?" "It's fine. We can just toss it this time." The assistant shakes his head frantically. "No, sir, it's not that. It's the over here." Another voice adds, "He's leading an army and starting a war." Icaros declares, "That's right. The war will begin shortly." Across the room, Rose leaps to his feet in horror. "What?" Back with Icaros, he gloats, "My last failure was because the heavens themselves opposed me. But now, sink into despair. Let's begin." Laughter echoes down an alley. A man runs in frantically, calling out, "Everyone!" Inside, he finds only dead bodies. Another voice says, "It's finished. It's finally finished." The man who ran in now speaks with joy. The research that took hundreds of years. It can finally be over. "Everyone, all of you, damn it!" His voice trails off into a heartbreaking cry. Kyo walks onto the scene. "What is this horrible massacre?" A subordinate reports. "Major, we have a report." Kyo asks, "Are you certain?" The soldier reads the names of the victims. Rafat, Recon, Leon, Padman, Pol, P-Man, Media, Grand, and Lapru. They were all from the Alchemy Kingdom. We only knew who they were because of the name tags on their uniforms. "This is a huge loss for our kingdom," Kyo states grimly. "The Alchemy Kingdom? What the hell were they doing here?" he thinks. "I see. I'll look around. The rest of you, investigate the other areas for anything suspicious." "Yes, sir," his subordinate says. Kyo then speaks to the empty room. "Hey, you think you can hide from me with skills that pathetic? I'm talking to you. Show yourself, right now." Just as he's about to draw his sword, a figure emerges. Kyo's eyes widen. You're... Suddenly Kyo wakes up. A soldier asks, Major, are you awake? Were you having a nightmare? He replies, Yeah, it's nothing, just a dream. He then asks, That kid, what's he up to? The subordinate looks over. You mean the mercenary over there? After losing his 2 companions, he's been training with his sword every day, probably trying to forget. His skills are pretty impressive, though. Even the official soldiers are starting to take notice. Clay says, I see. Pram is panting from exhaustion. Clay approaches and asks, When did you first learn swordsmanship? Your stance is excellent. Pram says, Thank you, sir. He thinks he's being praised by a master swordsman. Clay asks again, How long have you been learning? Pram replies, Since I was a child. Another question immediately follows. Who was your master? What is this? Pram began. Clay drew his sword. A swordsmanship school? Good enough. Let's let our blades do the talking. Pram was in shock. With me? We'll spar, Clay declared. Major Clay H. Marion, 3rd Division. Pram formally introduced himself. Pram Schneider, from the Staling Party. A simple fact. Even monsters can't beat trained soldiers. The long flight to the capital, Anthea, was a total drag. The crushing boredom soured everyone's mood. The soldiers grew tired, even with a few games to pass the time. But soon, even those got old. Then, one thing sparked their interest. At first, it was just curiosity, but that slowly turned into real excitement, and the whole atmosphere came alive. Good, Pram, Clay yelled during their spar. Use your hips more, Pram grunted back. I'm trying. The soldiers watching were roaring, Let's go, Pram! My money's on you, one cheered. Pram, grab his hair, another joked. Major, take it easy on him, he's just too cute. But Clay ended it. A shame, but this victory is mine. Pram sighed. I lost again. The crowd buzzed with reactions. He won again? Seriously, give the kid a break. But others were encouraging. You're getting stronger, Pram, nice try. Major, you're just mean, someone shouted. But Pram wasn't defeated. Next time, I'll force you on the defensive. Clay smiled. I'm looking forward to it. The soldiers cheered his spirit. Yeah, Pram, what a shame. Hope you win next time, a soldier added. Clay then noted, You've become pretty popular lately. Pram was confused. I don't really know why. It's because you're strong, Clay explained. Strength always gets noticed. Pram just laughed. If that's the case, Cest is way stronger than I am. She's a magic swordswoman. Clay simply replied, Strength is the result of hard work. But honestly, he added, it isn't exactly fair. Pram was confused. Not fair? Results? Clay changed the subject. What do you think of the sword? Pram repeated. The sword? Yes. A sword will never betray your efforts. The more you put in, the more you get back. Pram considered this. But what about magic? Everyone is born with a set amount of mana, Clay explained. From birth, they're limited by things like magic circles and raw talent, swordsmanship and magic. They're completely different worlds. So, isn't this world just fundamentally unfair? Just then, Cest approached. Pram, there you are. I need to talk to you about something. Pram turned. Cest, I've taken up enough of your time, Clay said, taking his leave. Cest watched him go, then turned to Pram with a warning. You need to be careful. I have a bad feeling about him. Is something wrong? She asked. No, it's nothing, Pram replied. His eyes fixed on Clay's retreating figure. The scene changes. The sun is blazing. A new voice yells, Are you kidding me? It's boiling out here. Romantica screamed as she walked. I am so sick of these endless pillars. The sun feels like it's trying to burn us alive. We finally make it to the village, and we have to wait outside in this miserable heat. It's so hot, so annoying, she fumed. And why is everyone staring at us? What the hell is their problem? This is driving me crazy. Desir just sighed. Romantica, calm down. It's our clothes, he explained. They're drawing too much attention. And you're right, it's incredibly hot. Maybe we should change first. Cut to a shop owner asking, Are these new outfits to your liking? Romantica beamed, feeling the new fabric. This is so much more comfortable, Desir. How do I look? He smiled. It suits you perfectly. We should blend in a lot better now. She looked at his new outfit and snickered. It doesn't suit you at all, though. Desir shot back, annoyed. And who was it that picked this out? Romantica ignored him. So, what now? Right, Desir said. First, we need to gather some information. They stepped into a local tavern, and immediately, all eyes were on them. Again, Romantica whispered. Why are they still staring? There must be another reason, Desir muttered. When the server came by, Desir stopped him. Hold on. Why is everyone in here so on edge around us? What's going on? The server looked nervous. I'm not allowed to talk to outsiders without permission. Desir just slid a gold coin onto the table. And now, the server's whole demeanor changed. He leaned in close. It's the disappearances. For the past few days, people have been vanishing. Just gone. Especially if they wander into the dark alleys. There's nothing we can do, he whispered. So we're wary of all strangers. Romantica was skeptical. I can't believe people are going missing before it even gets dark. Desir, she said quietly. This sounds just like that mystery back in the Holy Land. But Desir was firm. We're leaving this place soon. We're not getting involved in something so dangerous. How? Romantica asked. Desir explained. With a transfer gate. A city this large has to have one. First, we need to go to the ruler's castle. Any idea where that is? He asked the server. The castle? Yeah, head right from here, and then go through the market up north. You can't miss it. But listen, the server added. If you want to meet the ruler, you have to see the sage first. No one gets to see the ruler without his personal permission. He's a great sage, you know. They say he can turn anything into gold. Later, standing before a massive mansion, Desir remarked, So this is the great sage's home? It's even grander than the ruler's castle. Romantica stared at the huge line of people. Why are there so many people here? We have to wait in this? Are they all trying to see the ruler too? At this rate, we'll never get out of this city, she complained. As she did, Desir scanned the crowd, and his eyes locked onto a mana detector. Are they expecting a mage? He wondered. Suddenly, Romantica grabbed his arm. Desir, look. Something is happening over there. Desir! A man wearing a turban rushed toward them. Sir and miss, please follow me. My master is waiting for you. Once they were inside, Romantica whispered, Desir, this sage is definitely an alchemist. Desir looked around the lavish room. It's possible, he agreed. Especially if he can turn things into gold. A man with orange hair then approached them with a strange greeting. May countless fortunes always bring you good omens. That is how we greet fellow alchemists, he explained. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I believe you wish to see the ruler, correct? Desir met his gaze. To do that, we need your permission first. It seems the ruler of this land trusts you a great deal. The orange-haired man just laughed it off. That's only because the city is running so well. Here, these are my research notes. Please, feel free to look them over. Desir's suspicion grew. Why are you showing us this? The man feigned embarrassment, scratching his head. Oh, my apologies. I just assumed you'd be curious. Mages are always seeking ancient knowledge, are they not? Romantica leaned in close. Desire, those papers. Desir nodded slightly. I know. He thinks we're here to investigate him. He's showing us this data because he knows we'd ask for it, Desir realized. Which can only mean one thing. He's guilty of something. And right then, a system window appeared. Second official quest discovered. The notification read, Following your intuition and gathering more information will allow you to begin the quest. The orange-haired man sat down, his smile unwavering. So then, esteemed mages. What is it you desire? Another notification flashed. Catalyst to activate the second main quest has been found. After hearing Desir's cover story, the man nodded in understanding. I see. Ambushed by a pack of wyverns. You're incredibly lucky to be alive. Desir pressed on. Exactly. Which is why we need to use the transfer gate. She explained they needed to get back to their party. To do that, they needed clearance from the ruler of this place to use the gate. The orange-haired man in front of them stroked his chin, thinking, I understand your situation, he said. However, the teleportation gate can't be used for personal reasons. Desir thought, Welp, looks like I have no choice. Time to pull out the golden plaque the Emperor gave him. Its design was a secret, unrecorded for generations, so it should be safe. But still, if he used it, any future investigations would get way more complicated. Just then, the orange-haired man spoke up. Your situation is pretty unique. I can't just ignore it. I'll personally send a request to the ruler myself, he offered. I'll just say it's related to my own work. That should get you the permission you need. Desir bowed his head. We would be incredibly grateful if you did that. Romantica quickly added, Thank you, sir. The man just laughed. Hey, we're all just chasing the truth. We have to help each other out in a pinch. It'll take about a day, so I'll have a room prepared for you, he said. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Puz Nippon. System alert. You have encountered the legendary hero, Puz Nippon. He is a key figure in the new main quest. His research holds the key to proceeding. Romantica's eyes went wide with excitement. Desir, this guy is seriously famous. He's literally in the history books. Desir quickly shushed her. Calm down, Romantica. He turned to Pooz. My apologies. I'm Denepon. Just call me Da. Romantica followed his lead. And I'm Lin Miat. Pooz just smiled. A pleasure to work with you both. Later, standing on the balcony, Romantica was buzzing. We are so lucky. We actually met a real hero, Desire agreed. Yeah, he's helping us with the gate and giving us a place to stay. Romantica giggled. This is amazing. I used to draw a mustache on his face in my history textbook. Desir couldn't help but laugh. You really did that? Her smile faded slightly. But Desire, you're worried about something, aren't you? I mean, we're using fake names and everything. Desire's expression turned serious. It's because of the new main quest. Is it related to alchemy? She asked. Desir nodded. We need more information to continue. If we had known more when he handed over those alchemy notes, maybe. But a quest this big is too dangerous for just the two of us, he concluded. We need to regroup with the others first. In the middle of the night, while Romantica slept, Desir shook her awake. Get up, Romantica, he whispered. She shot up with a yelp. Ah, what are you doing in here? Desire put a finger to his lips. Quiet. Get dressed. Quickly. She was confused. What's going on? Desire's eyes were grim. I'm about to show you something. Try not to freak out. System alert. A hidden condition has been met. You are now undertaking the second main quest. Romantica stared. What is this? Desir explained. Sometimes, a character from the shadow world can interfere with the system. Alert. Main quest, the truth of eternal life has begun. Desire's voice was low. Right now. Pooz is forcing this quest on us. System alert. Pooz Nipon is hiding something from you. He intends to eliminate you to protect his identity. Survive the ambush and confront him. Romantica gasped. What is that disgusting thing? Desire's mind was racing. I think. It's a mutated monster. Without any defensive magic, we're in serious trouble against these things, he said. Forget them for now. We have to escape. First priority. Tying her hair back, Romantica asked. Escape to where? Suddenly, Desir shoved her head down. Ouch! What was that for? She cried. Right where her head had been, a mutated monster lunged past, screeching a horrible kiki 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 ki. Desire's voice was tense. Romantica, battle positions. The beast screeched and charged, but they both dodged just in time. How is it so fast? She yelled. I can't get a lock on it. Desir gritted his teeth. This is the speed of a mutated beast. As it closed in again, Romantica asked, Desir, should I use a wide area spell? Don't, he yelled back. There are too many people in this building. We have to take it down right here. Electric Bee. The spell hit dead on, but did absolutely nothing. The beast just shook it off. Desir was stunned. It's resistant to lightning too, he thought. Damn it, this is going to be a pain. The monster charged again, too fast for them to react. Desir, Romantica screamed. He grunted, clutching his arm. It's okay, just a scratch. Looking at the monster, Romantica was confused. What's it doing? Stay sharp, Desir warned. It could attack at any second. But then, the unthinkable happened. The beast spoke. Why? Why did you abandon me? Desir froze. It can talk. Romantica's eyes widened. Desire. These things are intelligent. The mutated beast lunged, whispering like a ghost. Faster, faster. Desire dashed forward. You're quick. I'll give you that. But your movements are way too simple. Water throw. The beast scoffed. You think this can stop me? It raised its claws to strike. Winter Sea sword, Desir countered instantly. The creature was frozen solid, struggling and screeching inside the ice. Desir didn't relax. This will only hold you for a moment. But that's all we need. Right, Romantica? Romantica grinned, her spell already charged. That's more than enough. Wind bullet. A blast of compressed air slammed into the frozen monster, shattering it into a million pieces. She laughed. You can be fast, but if you can't move, you're just an easy target. Desir cut in. You went a little overboard, Romantica. She looked around nervously. Desire, shouldn't we get out of here first? There are probably tons more of these things. Isn't it better to fight them outside where we don't have to hold back? Desir considered it. You're right, he admitted. But we don't know how many we're up against. We need to save as much mana as possible. Always, always, prepare for the worst-case scenario. Romantica sighed with a bit of attitude. Yeah, I get it. Desir nodded. For now, let's keep moving like this and see just how many of these mutated beasts there are. But then a mutated beast appeared right behind him. Desir, completely oblivious, just asked, What's wrong? A second later, he was screaming, Whoa, what in the world is that thing? Romantica just snapped. You are such an idiot, Prom added. Now that we've found these rare ingredients, it won't be long until we achieve our goal. A voice crackled in from the other side. It seems your research is about to conclude. Pram replied. It's all thanks to your help, sir. No one at the academy would have supported me like this, let alone believed I could pull off these kinds of experiments. The voice on the other end asked a chilling question. So tell me, how does it feel to challenge the authority of God? Pram grinned wildly. It's absolutely exhilarating, like I'm floating on air. Not because my long research is finally paying off, but because I've achieved something truly great in the world of alchemy. Sweet revenge, he sneered, for teaching a lesson to all those arrogant pricks at the academy. A cold laugh echoed back. Ha ha ha. Just finish your work, Pram, you who chases eternal life. As I promised, this entire project will be published under your name, and then you will become the greatest alchemist on the continent. Pram bowed his head. It would be a true honor. The voice replied. I am very much looking forward to it. Pram just smiled and whispered, eternal life. To live forever in this world. What an incredible thought. I will become a blossoming flower. The very thing humanity has craved since the dawn of history. And now, the mage with the magic circle raises it to his lips. Fate is a beautiful thing. The truth I've longed for is finally right in front of me. I just need to wait for nightfall, just in case the others are put in danger. Even a third circle mage stands no chance against my creations. Before he could finish his thought, his system flashed an alert. Mutated Beast 1 has been destroyed. Pooh froze. What is this? Then another alert. Mutated Beast 2 has been destroyed. Mutated Beast 3 has been destroyed. He screamed in fury. Number 3 as well? It wasn't even fully grown, but it was the strongest one I'd made. Is this a system error? The system cut him off. Number 4 has been destroyed. Pooh slammed his fist on the screen, roaring, My precious monsters! It cost a fortune to create you. Who could have killed them? No, I need to calm down. I know they're just mercenaries. I must have underestimated them because they're so few. This is bad, this is bad, this is so bad. This one isn't even finished. Should I test it on them? Romantica cast Wind Bullet, asking, Why are there so many of these things? That's the last one, right? Desir replied, I think we've handled all of them. Let's keep moving. Romantica noted, There's no one here. Sir Desir. Desir reminded her, We don't know what's inside, so we move in carefully. They burst through the door, but the room was completely empty. Desire wondered, He's not here? There must be a secret tunnel somewhere around here. Try using your magic to check, Romantica replied. On it. There's a draft coming from that direction, Sir Desir. The two of them headed inside. Romantica said, I'm not detecting any traps. Desir nodded. Yeah, just some warning devices. I'll disable them. Then he saw it. What's this? This technology existed 120 years in the past? Suddenly, a faint voice called out, Is anyone there? Desir immediately responded, We are mages, here to take down the alchemist. The weak voice spoke again. You mean that bastard alchemist? Help me. I'm over here. There's a button near the entrance. A frail man, too weak to stand, stumbled and collapsed. Desir caught him, asking, Are you all right? The man, sobbing with a weak voice, said, Thank you. Thank you so much. I thought I was going to die in here. Desir used Ice Cutter to slice through the chains on the man's legs. He said, It's okay. You're safe now. Romantica called out, Sir Desir, look at this. Desir saw the needle marks. He was conducting human experiments on you all? The man replied, Yes. I came here as a guest of the ruler of this land. The next thing I remember, I was brought to this place. That alchemist, he's a devil. He injects us with drugs and just watches to see what happens to us. Desire's blood ran cold when he heard the word us. He asked, You mean, you're not the only one here? The weak man nodded. Yes, there were so many people. I couldn't count all the screams echoing through this place. Desir stood up. Romantica, you get these people out of here. In the meantime, I'll go find him. Romantica was shocked. What? Sir Desir, you're going to face him alone? Desir just smiled. We have to split up the tasks. There might be some mutated beasts we missed outside. Someone needs to protect these people on their way out. I'll hold him off. But you need to get back here to help me as soon as you're done. Understood? Romantica replied with a firm voice. Understood. A system alert appeared. Female, age 40, discarded. Male, age 40, discarded. Female, age 50, discarded. Male, age 50, discarded. A female third circle mage and a male third circle mage have been ordered to be captured. Poos leaned back against his desk. I have to admit, he said. I never thought you'd make it this far. Honestly, you've surprised me. You're quite the rare specimen. Desir put his hands in his pockets. You've surprised me, too. You have some nerve calling the truth you pursue legal, while running these monstrous experiments down here. Poos just shrugged. Must you use such harsh words? All I'm doing is helping a nobleman in his pursuit of truth. Desir questioned him. A nobleman pursuing truth? Poos replied, yes, a nobleman. They are the ones who provided the data for me to conduct this research. I would never have gotten this far without them. And it's all about to be completed, after I acquire the body of a third circle magic user. After all these long years of research, a great truth that all of humanity has been seeking will finally be born into this world. As a fellow mage who pursues truth, don't you want to witness that historic moment? Desir stared at him with pure disgust. Poos asked, why? Why don't you feel the joy of discovering such a magnificent truth? Why aren't you proud of such a monumental achievement? I am closer to the truth than anyone else in this world has ever been. Desir looked at him coldly. Then let me ask you one thing. Did anyone agree to be your test subject? Truth, humanity's desire. I don't care what you call it. Does anyone else yearn to pursue it like you do? I'm asking if anyone willingly signed up for the pain of your experiments. Poos scowled. Why would you ask such a foolish question? All I'm doing is making good use of their bodies for the advancement of humanity. Shouldn't they be thanking me for it? Desire began to chant a spell. You're insane. Poos bowed his head slightly. Whatever. You're no different from the fools at the academy. A system notification appeared. You have discovered the cruel acts of the hero, Poos Niphon. Poos has contributed greatly to the development of mankind, but at the cost of too many sacrifices. You are a critical specimen for his research. He is planning to use one last experiment to capture you as his subject. Poos gave a chilling half-smile. I had no intention of convincing you, anyway. The system chimed again. Defeat Poos Niphon. Desir unleashed a windstorm straight at him. Poos laughed maniacally. For someone who knows nothing of truth, you should feel honored. Desir was shocked as the creature took the hit directly. Poos continued, this is the ideal body, for an eternal life, the perfect truth that I have created. A new alert flashed. You are facing a homunculus, a grand achievement of alchemy. Poos Niphon. He was an alchemist obsessed with his craft, a man who researched eternal life 120 years ago. Though his research was a failure, the data he left behind greatly contributed to the development of medicine in the future. He tried to overcome the limits of an alchemist and attempted to combine disciplines. Fusing magic and alchemy together had a huge influence on the generations that followed him. In the history books, he is remembered as a man who influenced many future technologies. However, during his own time as an alchemist, he had no outstanding achievements to his name. System notification. You are now facing the mutant. The grand masterpiece of alchemy. The culmination of Poos Niphon's lifelong research into eternal life. Desir stared. Impossible. He was supposed to have failed. Poos shot back. How can you say something so foolish? Failure isn't in my vocabulary. And while it's not perfect yet, this thing is more than enough to handle you. The system flashed. The mutant is Poos Niphon's last resort. This pale creature has targeted you as its enemy. Objective. Eliminate the mutant. The monster let out a ferocious roar, smashing Desir and sending him flying. What the hell? Desir grunted. You think this sloppy combination of speed and power can even compare to the rookies? Wait, this thing might actually be stronger than me. I need to increase its weight, slow it down. Desir activated balance adjustment, muscle strength, increasing, vision, accelerating. He thought, alright, let's see what this thing's really made of. Sigh of Kizef. But the creature shattered all 3 defensive magic circles with pure, raw power. Unbelievable. He'd never faced an enemy that relied solely on brute physical force. This was insane. The monster lunged again, forcing Desir into a desperate dodge. What is this speed? He thought. I don't even have time to chant a spell. But then, the mutant slammed into the ground, sending rock and debris flying everywhere. Desir, standing safely behind it, smirked. What kind of attack was that? This thing can't even control its own speed. It's powerful, sure. But uncontrolled power is just a child throwing a tantrum. Honestly, I'm disappointed. Now that he knew its limits, it was time to end this. Come on. Seeing his stance, Poos laughed out loud. A mage wants to fight hand-to-hand? Have you lost your mind? Kill him. What are you waiting for? At his master's command, the mutant charged straight for Desir. Desir met the charge head-on. Muscle training FB. He unleashed a furious combo, slamming the mutant again and again until it collapsed. "We're just getting started," he said. "Gravity control. I'll give you this. You're pretty tough. FB. Let's see how long you can last." B, he thought, if I just keep hitting it like this, it has to go down eventually. F spear. Is this really the pinnacle of alchemy? Desir beat the mutant so relentlessly it couldn't even get up. He turned to the scientist. "Hey Poos, your precious mutant is broken. You have nothing left. Just give up." But Poos just smiled. A chillingly confident smile. "You pathetic mage. You really think you've won? You don't know anything. You don't understand the first thing about true eternal life. The truth I've created." Meanwhile, Romantica was leading the prisoners to safety. "We're almost there," she yelled. "Just a little further." The rescued civilians showered her with thanks. Back on the battlefield, Desir was still facing Poos' mutant. "How?" he thought. "I know I destroyed it. So how did it come back? Regeneration? No, that doesn't fit. If it could regenerate, it would have done it during the first barrage of attacks. That scenario's impossible. Well then, I guess I'll just have to beat it one more time to find out." But in that split second of thought, the mutant moved. A vicious blow slammed right into Desir's stomach. The impact sent him skidding backward. "What was that? How?" he gasped. "But, I've already finished analyzing it. Gravity control. A new system alert. Suit mana reserves. Below 20%. Defensive functions severely damaged." He panted. "It's getting faster and faster. Even with all my support magic, I can't keep up. And more than that, something about it feels different. Priority 1. Maintain distance." The mutant charged, but instead of attacking, it began moving erratically in every direction. Desir was stunned by its new behavior. It's not just charging anymore. This thing, it was starting to think before it attacked. The longer this goes on, the more dangerous it gets. In that case, Ice Grow, an area of effect spell should pin it down. But damn it, the monster gave him no time to cast. Frozen Sue. The mutant just shattered the hastily made ice barrier. A hint of panic crept in. "I don't even have time to think about my next move. I have to match its speed." Water, winter, ice. A direct hit. The mutant was frozen solid. Desir was already chanting. "I knew you'd charge straight in. Lightning." The spell struck true. But an instant later, it was back. Perfectly fine. As if nothing happened. Desir stared in disbelief. It restored itself again? What kind of ability is this? How can it revert back so quickly? Warning. Warning. Suit mana reserves below 10%. Defensive capabilities are unstable. Desir desperately cast another spell. Rise. BF. He fired at the mutant, but it dodged with impossible speed. "Damn it, this thing is too fast," he thought. "The most powerful magic is useless if it doesn't even hit. My attacks are useless. My defenses are failing, and I'm almost out of mana. This is bad." From within a cloud of dust, Poos' calm voice echoed out. "How truly sad. I'm sad that you can't comprehend this great truth." He gloated. "Your cheap version of truth is nothing compared to this. I'd be happy to tell you exactly what kind of truth is overwhelming you right now. The truth I seek isn't a long life. It's a truly eternal life. The absolute pinnacle of alchemic knowledge. That power is the ability to control life and death itself. For every life, there must be a death. Do you really believe anyone can control the laws that created this world? And now, with my great knowledge and the power to go even further, with..." He never finished his sentence. In a flash, the mutant was struck down, collapsing in a heap. Poos was stunned. "What was that?" Romantica appeared out of nowhere. "I knew it," she said. Guys who talk with a big friendly smile are always the most suspicious. "I'm here, Desir." Romantica's voice crackled over the radio. "Hello? Desir, can you hear me?" he replied. "Yeah, I hear you." Hearing his response, she continued. "Is this thing like those other freaks we fought? It just restored itself." "No, that's not right. It instantly reverted to its previous state," Desir explained. "This isn't like the other mutants. It's called a homunculus mutant," he said, "and its recovery ability is just bizarre. I don't think normal magic is going to kill this thing." Romantica sounded worried over the comms. "So what do we do?" Desir replied. "For now, just give me support. I'll come up with a plan to deal with this." "Got it," Romantica answered. "I'll do as much damage as I can." "Okay," Desir thought to himself. "Based on the current situation, my attacks are useless against it. I need a plan to destroy its head, but how? He'd used so much magic, and the thing either dodged it or just recovered instantly. Wait a second," he paused. "Why does it even need to dodge my attacks? If my magic doesn't do any damage to it anyway?" From the distance, footsteps approached, along with Poos' voice. "Huh. This has gone on long enough. I think I've made my point. So, let's end this little presentation. And then, he snapped his fingers. Romantica, seeing this from afar, raised her guard. What now? Suddenly, the monster let out an unearthly shriek. Its whole body began to twist and contort. Desert stared, completely stunned. What is happening? Is this thing transforming? He signaled to his partner. Romantica, we have no idea what it's going to shoot out, so get ready with a mana shot. He thought, his mind racing. What in the world is this thing? Suddenly, all the surrounding mana converged on one spot. How can it focus so much energy without overloading? Desir realized what was happening, but it was too late. All he could say was, "Oh no." He yelled for Romantica and dove towards her. She screamed, "Ah, what now?" Pram just laughed like a madman. "Ha! You can't escape now, you pathetic little bugs. Now disappear from this world." The whole area erupted into chaos as the ground began to shatter. Desir threw himself over Romantica, just as a brilliant blue light engulfed them both. Watching from a safe distance, he scoffed at the lowlifes. A pity to lose such fine test subjects. But it's better than dealing with future annoyances. Besides, he could always find other samples later. But then, he felt a sudden sense of unease. He whipped his head around and his jaw dropped. Desir and Romantica were completely unharmed. He roared, "Impossible! How did you do that? You're nothing but third circle mages." Desire just gave him a cold, hard stare. "I'm not obligated to explain anything to you." Next to him, Romantica was trying to push him off. "I told you to get away from me." Desir thought to himself, this Aurora system might not hold out if they attack again. He remembered what Jay had told him. This thing is a one-shot deal, so don't forget to evaluate how well it works. He made a mental note. I really owe Jay for this one. Pram ordered another attack. Why aren't you firing again? Desir knew the Aurora system was spent. He couldn't use it anymore. Romantica shot him a questioning look. She yelled out his name. Desir! He steeled his resolve. No choice. I have to use it. His most powerful spell. The fusion spell. Inferno Storm. He thrust his hand forward. Swirls of purple and green light erupted around him, tearing up the ground. The spell was immense. But now, he was completely out of mana. Could that thing mutate again? If it attacks just one more time, we're definitely dead. But then Romantica shouted, Desir, look over there. Desir followed her gaze. It's not regenerating. Romantica figured it out. I think that power source of his doesn't use mana. That's why he needed mages. Wait, so mana is the fuel for this mutant? Pram screamed in pure rage. Damn it all. You damn rats, why can't my precious experiment handle a bunch of worthless flies? Romantica muttered, annoyed. This old guy is so loud. Desir, should I just take him out first? Desir immediately stopped her. Not yet. I have a few questions for him, he said. You just take care of the mutant over there. Romantica raised her weapon and aimed. Okay. Desir noted. Just as I thought. It can't recover anymore. It's completely out of energy. As Romantica spoke, she pulled the trigger. All right. Have a safe trip on this gust of wind. In the distance, a plume of smoke began to rise from the city. Back in the city, people were in a panic. A man in the village yelled, Hey, what's happening? There was a huge explosion around here. Another man pointed towards the rising smoke. Look, over there. What is that smoke? Desir and Romantica cautiously approached Pram, who was lying defeated on the ground. Romantica hid behind Desir, asking nervously, Is he dead like this? Or is he faking it? Desir replied, No, he's not. He must have been hit by the shockwave from your attack. Pram groaned in agony on the ground. The man coughed out, If only my research was complete. You would have never been able to fight it. My only regret is that I couldn't see my great work finished, Desir stated coldly. The methods you're using would never be accepted by anyone. Pram just let out a weak, mocking laugh. Ha ha ha, what could you possibly know? Desir leaned in close. I want to ask you something. There's no way you could have conducted an alchemy study of this scale on your own. Who is the person backing you up? Pram sneered. Why should I tell you that? Because, Desir said, standing up. He pressed his foot down on Pram's body, making the man cry out in pain. He continued, It'll help you die with less suffering. Pram slowly sat up, a defiant look on his face. Haha, I don't have much time left anyway. I would never sell out the people who helped me with my research. Is that so? Desir said calmly. Well, that confirms someone else was helping you. Pram realized he'd been tricked, and he glared at Desir. You bastard! He couldn't finish the sentence. Suddenly, he let out a sharp gasp and fell to the ground, dead. At that moment, a system notification appeared. The hero Pram Napoleon has died. The quest to find the truth about eternal life has been completed. The forces supporting his research are still numerous. Eradicate them and put an end to their plans. Romantica clicked her tongue in annoyance. She said, so we have to catch the person behind all this. Things are getting complicated. But Desir was thinking to himself, this is great. Rebellions like this are perfect. In a pristine white room, the city's representative bowed low. Thank you, esteemed mages, for saving our city. For an alchemist to be experimenting on people like that, I can't imagine how many more would have been sacrificed if you hadn't arrived. As the representative for Deerflower City, I am truly grateful. I don't know how to repay this debt. Is there anything you desire? If it is within my power, I will give you my full support, Desir replied. Thank you, sir. In that case, could you allow us to use your teleportation gate? There is a place we need to get to. The representative smiled. That is a simple matter. I will have it prepared for you immediately. And with that, he left the room. Romantica called out Desir's name. She said, this shadow world is truly strange. The events that happen here are so different from what is written in the history records. Desir hesitated before calling her name. She went on. The history books just say that Pram Napoleon's experiment was a failure. They don't mention anything about human mutation experiments, and they definitely don't mention any of those monsters from before. Desir replied, there's nothing wrong with the shadow world. He met her gaze. This just proves that the history we know is wrong. Romantica finally understood. She said, so the mutant experiments were a success. But in our world, whoever's behind this just covered it all up. And unfortunately, we have no idea what they're trying to do. Desir thought to himself, the power of these mutants is insane. Even the incomplete ones are this monstrous. What if they had a high circle mage on their side too? Romantica stretched with a lazy sigh and asked, how are we supposed to figure out who's pulling the strings? We have no information. But even with nothing to go on, they had one single clue. Romantica stared at the object in his hand. She asked, curious, what is that? He replied, an old model of a mana storage stone. It's used to seal mana inside. He'd seen tons of them back in Puos's lab. He was definitely using them. Romantica asked, so what if he was? Desir explained. Right now, only one country in the entire continent can handle this kind of secret tech. A nation with the power to produce these mana stones. A nation that refuses to export them to anyone else. They don't want the technology inside the stones getting out. That country is the Kingdom of Mo. Something clicked for Romantica. Wait a second, she asked. Isn't the Kingdom of Mo where our original protection mission was? Desir confirmed it. The very same. Now, they needed to regroup with the others. The main quest might give them even more clues. Romantica sighed. Yeah, guess we have to go back there. The gate mage shouted. Sirs, the portal is ready. Desir's mind raced. The Kingdom of Mo is tied to creating mutants. This is way more complicated than he ever imagined. Meanwhile, on the ship, the crew was buzzing with activity. Keep a close eye on engine number 4. Any irregularities? An officer reported. We've completed the ship inspection. No problems to report, Sir Kane. What's our current position? The officer replied. Captain, you seem to be in a much better mood lately. Kane just laughed. Well, it's a long trip. I'm just looking for an opponent who can make me get really serious. The officer perked up. Oh, you mean Pram, Captain? His skills have improved like crazy. Kane nodded. That's right. Just sparring with him a little helped me figure some things out. He's going to be a phenomenal swordsman. Day 6 of the journey. We're about to reach Greenfeld. This is a city near the border. A lot like Kuma Marison in the Magic Kingdom. Greenfeld City. Captain, we'll dock here for a better vantage point. Pram mumbled to himself. Wow. Wish Desir was here. A voice from behind him asked, You miss Desir? Pram practically jumped out of his skin with a yelp. He spun around, asking when she even got there. I've been here a while, she answered. Pram buried his face in his hands, completely flushed. Ugh, so embarrassing. Este smiled. We'll be back in the real world after we clear this shadow world. You'll see him again soon, so hang in there. In the massive crowd below, voices mixed together. Move it, onto the inspection point. One by one, people slowly shuffled forward. Estes wondered aloud, what's going on down there? Then, a voice cut through the crowd, calling their names. Hey, Estes! Pram! Pram's eyes lit up as he dashed toward the voice. He threw his arms around Desir, laughing. Desir! Estes sighed in relief. So you're safe? Desir nodded. Yeah. Anything weird happen over here? Romantica pouted from the side. Hey, I'm here too, you know. Pram, don't you see me? In the distance, people were whispering. They survived a fall from that high, and they actually made it back here? Wow, they're incredible. Kane watched the happy reunion from afar with a thoughtful look. Desir explained. Luckily, there was a big city not too far from where we landed. We went there and helped the administrator with a few things, and in return, they let us use their portal to get here. Is that so? Kane said. Sounds like you two went through a lot. Desir thought. I can't tell him everything. This version of the story will have to do. Kane continued. I know this might sound strange, but wouldn't it have been better for you to just abandon the mission here? If an accident happens during a quest, you're considered to have completed your duty. You didn't actually need to come back. Desir gave a wry smile. Well, I just believe in taking responsibility for my work. Besides, my teammates were still here. It's just what I should do, both as a mercenary and as a person, Desir added. Anyone would have done the same. I'm not worthy of your praise. Kane just laughed. Haha, I'm not so sure about that. Most mercenaries only care about how much they're getting paid. You guys, you're really different from the others I've known. A system window popped up. Kane Himarian has assessed you as a useful person. Kane stood up, saying, I hope we get more chances to work together. Another notification appeared. Kane Himarian likes you. You have gained his trust. Desir forced a smile. We're always open for business. Kane suddenly remembered something. I have to be away for a while. So, for the next 3 days in Greenfeld, I need you to protect Andon. A system alert appeared. Main quest initiated. Escort Andon in Greenfeld. Due to important matters, Kane Himarian will be absent for 3 days. As Kane turned to leave, he called back. See you all later. The system warned. Multiple powerful enemies are targeting Andon Cepheus. Protect him. Desir thought. Important matters? Meanwhile, Andon is over here just sleeping his life away. Another notification flashed. Mission will fail upon Andon Cepheus's death. Estes looked concerned. So that's the situation? A homunculus mutant? Pram asked. That thing really exists? Desir nodded. The second main quest just says to find who's behind this and kill them. Our goal is to stop their research on genetic mutants. Pram considered this. This is going to be incredibly difficult. Estes then asked, any idea who's backing them? Do you have any leads, Desir? Just one, Desir replied. It's a fragment of a mana storage stone we found in Puris's lab. Estes's eyes widened. A mana stone. Those can only be made by the Magic Kingdom. Pram let out a soft oh. Desir nodded again. Exactly. Someone in the Magic Kingdom is supplying the materials for this illegal research. The good news is, these stones are only made in official factories, and every single one has a serial number. Pram thought for a moment. They're careful enough to print serial numbers on everything? Romantica chimed in. If we can find the factory that made this stone, we'll know who they distributed it to. Precisely, Desir confirmed. Romantica groaned. Yeah, great. But there are a ton of factories there. Estes concluded. Our first priority should be getting to the Magic Kingdom. Desir agreed. Right. And to do that, for the next 3 days while Kane is gone, we have to protect Andon Cepheus at all costs. The quest said powerful enemies are after him, right? Maybe we should start planning a strategy. But from his bed, old Andon was listening to their entire conversation. 3 days later, Pram collapsed onto the ground. So tired. Romantica was already sprawled out. Same here. Desir sighed. This is way too draining. Estes just nodded. I agree. Romantica sounded like she was about to cry. I've never seen anyone with luck this bad. A perfectly fine telephone pole just decides to fall on him. Animals escape from the zoo and chase only him, and of course, manholes just open up wherever he walks. Pram looked over at Desir. This reminds me of what happened on the ship recently. Right in front of the airship, a blade just fell from the sky. A few times. Desir started sweating bullets. What? Estes continued. And monsters just kept showing up out of nowhere to attack us. Desir let out a whimper. It's okay. We're almost done. Just hang in there a little longer. He sighed. Man, what a shame. We never even got a chance to actually see a big city like this. A notification popped up. The starter mission was a success. The system announced, you have successfully protected Andon Cepheus from his own catastrophic bad luck and kept him safe until the end of his journey. Just keeping that guy alive had a huge impact on the mission's progress. After those exhausting days in Greenfeld, it was a relief when Kay finally returned to protect Andon. Thankfully, our troubles ended there. After leaving Greenfeld, our next stop is Ant, the capital of the Magic Kingdom, just 2 days away. Desir stood before Kay, reporting, everyone has gathered. Any last requests? But Kay just waves them off. No need to be so tense. We're approaching the capital, so I believe our contract is fulfilled. You all did excellent work. Thank you for the escort. Taking the payment, Desir simply replies, Our thanks. Hope to see you on another mission. All right, let's move out. But then, Kay suddenly calls out to Pram. He turns back. Yes, sir? Get stronger. Pram just grins. Of course. Then he gets a little cocky. See? That third-level shadow world wasn't so tough, right? Don't get ahead of yourself. Or Desire's gonna be the one to knock you down a peg. Normally, the quest would end here, but we were forced into a second main objective. Given the circumstances, I'm almost certain the two quests are connected. K. I couldn't get any more information out of him. We have no other choice. The mission continues. And soon, we can't make a single mistake. Failure is not an option. The mission begins now. The capital city, Antares. A loud voice rings out. All hands, attention. In perfect unison they salute. May light guide the magic kingdom, Romantica whispers. Desir, look at that guy. Desir turns his head. And he's genuinely surprised. That man's mana circle, it's seriously impressive. A fifth circle mage. Kay raises his hand. May light guide the magic kingdom. What brings you to our post, Lieutenant Colonel Darren Alpheus? They're at the airship docks in the capital of the magic kingdom. Kay asks again, what business do you have here? Lieutenant Colonel Darren Alpheus. We weren't notified of your arrival. Darren just scoffs. And since when do I need to report my movements to you? For a man with barely a scrap of mana in his body, you did a decent job, Major K. But Kay fires right back. The mission wasn't easy, true. But it wouldn't have been any easier for a mage. Darren lets out a mocking laugh. Ha! Don't make such a ridiculous comparison. You shouldn't put swordsmen and mages on the same level. While we mages can move mountains and fill oceans, all you can do is swing a slab of metal a few times. Even a so-called sword saint like yourself is no exception. One of Kay's men steps forward. Hold on, sir. Your behavior is But Darren just waves a dismissive hand, cutting him off. Enough. Kay dips his head. Please, forgive my subordinate. Now, back to the matter at hand. I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to insult us. What brings you here? I'm here to ensure the materials arrived safely, Darren states. We can't afford any slip-ups before the experiment begins. By the way, Kay asks, is there a problem, sir? Darren's eyes narrow. Those people aren't with the army. Who are they? Ah, Kay replies smoothly. They're mercenaries I hired to escort the airship. Darren's voice is just dripping with contempt. Oh? A surprising answer. I never thought you'd stoop to hiring common mercenaries. My unit suffered heavy losses carrying out His Majesty's orders, Kay answers, his voice flat. Desir, listening from a distance, catches every word. He thinks to himself, an airship escort? But weren't we escorting Andon Cepheus? He's hiding the real objective. Darren continues his verbal assault. Those sacrifices were inevitable. Your unit has always been filled with grunts, good for nothing but swinging blades. It's for the best, really. Makes it easier to recruit more soldiers. Seems you're quite flexible with where you find your new hires. Major K's brow furrows. Please do not speak of my men as if they are disposable goods. Darren just sneers. Aren't they? Did I strike a nerve? Whatever. I'm going to inspect the materials now. K points the way. This way, sir. He then calls out, Second Squad's Lieutenant, Pinion. Pinion snaps to attention. Yes, Major. I'm assigning you to guide them to the guild, K orders. They don't know the area. Yes, sir. On the way, Desir asks. That guy is a lieutenant colonel? I know he's a higher rank, but how can he be so incredibly rude? Pinion just lets out a dry laugh. Ahaha, you heard all that, huh? There's nothing we can do. In the Magic Kingdom, magic is everything. Swordsmen like the Major and me, we're at the very bottom of the food chain. Our military rank doesn't mean much here. Plus, His Majesty is the most powerful mage in the entire kingdom. I'm sure you've already seen that the Major's swordsmanship is second to none. But everyone in this kingdom is obsessed with their magical skills. To them, people like us who rely on conventional weapons, we're seen as an embarrassment. So for him to have made it to the rank of Major in this army, well, you could say it's a miracle. Desir asks Pinion, you really want to be like the Major, don't you? Pinion's response is immediate. Of course I do. I'm sure everyone in our unit feels the exact same way. The Major trained us himself. He gave all of us, people born without mana, a new life. I would do absolutely anything for that man. No one ever dared to treat the Major with such disrespect before, since he had the king's favor. But everything changed when a certain mage arrived from outside the kingdom. That line catches Desir's ear. A foreign mage. They arrive at their destination. Well, here's the mercenary guild, Pinion says. Thank you for your help. Desir nods. Thank you, Lieutenant Pinion. Watching the lieutenant leave, Desir thinks it over. A mage from the outside? Now that's a useful piece of information. Just then, Agis speaks up. I'm going to get something to eat. Is there anywhere good to get meat around here? Romantica chimes in. I want something sweet. Come on, Desir. I'm starving. He smiles. All right. All right. I'm coming. A system notification appears. Quest successful. Complete. But then, another message. One main quest remains active. This world will be cleared upon completion. Desir turns to his party. 3. BYS. Everyone, memorize that code. The last few characters were corrupted, but it's a start. As we discussed, we need to find the factory making these mana storage plates and track their distribution. But Romantica raises a good point. Desir, do you really think they'll just let a bunch of outsiders look through their important records? Pram nods. Romantica's right. We're not from this kingdom. Agist adds, exactly. We can't just knock on the door and ask to see their logs. We'll have to find another way. Do you have a plan, Desir? A small smirk plays on Desir's lips. Well, just because they won't let us see the records doesn't mean we can't see them, right? Pram looks completely lost. Huh? Desir clarifies. I'm saying we don't always have to do things by the book. Later, at the mana storage plate factory, 2 cloaked figures slip through the shadows and into the building. Pram whispers, Desir, why did you choose me for this instead of Romantica? Isn't it obvious? Desir replies, we're the perfect pair. Pram gets flustered. A perfect pair? Desir quickly explains, you're a swordsman, and I'm a mage, right? It's the best combination for facing any kind of enemy. Pram sighs in relief. Oh, so that's what you meant. Desir thinks to himself, what else could I have possibly meant? And then, they find it. The records room. We're here, Desir said to Pram. I know, Pram replied. I'll check this corner. Desir watched him. See anything? Pram looked closer at something. I think this is it, Desir. Desir thought for a moment. Looks like we have to split up. A few days later, a scientist's voice boomed. What do you think you're doing, Desir? We've got a mountain of paperwork to get through. You can rest when you're dead. Now get back to work. Desir simply replied, yes, sir. This was Lantern Arenos, 88 years old, and the head of the Magic Research Institute, the owner of the Mana Storage Plate, code 3BS4, a complete mad scientist who never left his lab. To get close, Desir went undercover, posing as a new assistant. Hearing his request, the old man cackled. So, you want to be my assistant, eh? Desir replied, yes, sir. Lantern leaned in. Tell me, kid, how do you feel about writing up a proposal? Exhausted, Desir, the new assistant, said he was taking a quick break, but inside, he was thinking one thing. This place was an absolute hell. He pulled out his communicator to check in with the team. Status report. How's everyone doing? Romantica's voice came through. The Pan Merchant Guild is a dead end. Nothing special to report here. Pram checked in next. Same on my end. Nothing. Desir's mind raced. No leads at all. Was his entire theory wrong? He replied, no progress yet. Everyone, hold your positions a little longer. But then, from Romantica's end, wait. Quiet. Desir was on high alert. What's going on? She shushed him. Shh. I'm updating my report. The Panny Merchant Guild is meeting someone in secret. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Desir. I think we've found something. And in the distance, a shadow laughed with pure evil intent. It was Darren. The guildmaster asked, Lieutenant Colonel Darren, what's the status of the research? Darren replied, the facility in Desert Flower City was nearly finished, but we had an incident at the last minute. The entire factory collapsed. The guildmaster let out a soft sound of concern. Darren continued, we've already prepared a new lab, so we just need a little more fuel. Fuel to continue the research. The guildmaster nodded. The materials are not an issue, but I need you to speed things up a bit. My daughter. She can't hold on for much longer. Darren was completely unfazed. There's no need to rush me. You're not the only one waiting on the results of this research. The theory is already complete. All we have to do now is execute it. So stop worrying. Just supply us with the materials, and we'll send you the results soon. The guildmaster bowed his head. Yes, sir. My faith is in you, Lieutenant Colonel. You heard that, right? Romantica whispered. What's the plan, Desir? Desir's mind was racing. Lieutenant Colonel Darren and the guildmaster. Their conversation just connected everything. He spoke into the comms. Stay put. I'm coming to you now. Meanwhile, in a quiet house, the guildmaster was tied to a chair, a cloth gagging his mouth. He was surrounded by figures in dark hoods. The guildmaster struggled, trying to scream, but it was useless. A hooded man spoke. Take it out. Another replied, Yes. The merchant gasped for air. You, what do you want? Why did you kidnap me? The hooded figure just gestured for him to be quiet. Screaming won't help you. We've placed a sound-dampening spell around the area. The merchant yelled, Who hired you? Which guild? Let me go, I'll pay you double. You're about to die, and you're still this talkative, the man said. Bastard. Fine, I'll pay triple. No, 4 times. Okay, how about 5 times? I can pay 5 times what they're offering. That has to be enough. The hooded man was unmoved. Unfortunate for you, this job is built on trust. You can offer any price you want, but nothing is going to change. The merchant's tone shattered into pure desperation. No. Please. Don't kill me. He cried out. I can't die yet. Please, just give me a little more time. I'm begging you. The hooded man's voice turned cold. Is it because you're afraid your daughter will be all alone if you die? The merchant froze. How? How do you know about that? The man continued. I almost feel sorry for her. Imagine, living the rest of her days completely alone, so full of sadness. Maybe I should help her, and let her reunite with you? The guildmaster let out a scream of pure despair. Wait, I'm the one behind all of this. Leave my daughter alone, he roared. If you dare to touch a single hair on her head, I swear I will hunt you all down and kill you. The hooded figure chuckled. Oh? Are you crying? From what I know about her condition, she doesn't have much time left anyway. I suppose I'll just help her join you in the afterlife. Before the merchant could stop him. No, my daughter won't die. She's going to live forever. The hooded man Desir thought to himself. He took the bait. He spoke aloud. I want to know more about that. The merchant hesitated. No. That thing. Do you not understand the situation you're in? Desir pressed. I have plenty of money, but extending one's life. Now that is something I find very interesting. A jolt of pain made the merchant cry out. Consider yourself lucky, Desir continued. Talking might be the only way you see your daughter again. After a long silence, the merchant finally broke. Desire recapped the confession. So, multiple merchant guilds are providing materials to create a homunculus in exchange for a promise of eternal life for themselves? The merchant nodded. Yes, that's right. Lieutenant Colonel Darren is one of the managers handling the supply chain from the guilds. From what I understand, this project involves people of even higher rank. Desir leaned in. Oh? Do you know who exactly? The person in charge of it all? The guildmaster shook his head frantically. No, I swear I don't know that much. Please, believe me. Desir changed his line of questioning. This new lab, how long will it take for them to finish their research? To complete one homunculus? The merchant answered quickly. He said he would deliver the results on schedule. He already has enough materials and the theory is complete. So maybe 3 days. The homunculus will be finished in 3 days. A system window flashed in front of Desir. You have found the supporters behind Puros Nippon. If you fail to stop their plan, the quest to eliminate the mastermind will fail. Eliminate all masterminds within 3 days and stop the creation of the homunculus. Desir's blood ran cold. Damn it. I forgot this was a level 3 shadow world. How could the main quest be this easy? I made a huge mistake, and now my entire team could die because of it. Romantica's voice cut through his thoughts. This is the new lab, Pram urged him on. Let's go, Desir. Romantica sighed. Look at him, always with that serious face. Stop thinking so much and get over here. I have to be careful, Desir thought. I can't afford to be careless. He answered her. I know. Deep down, Desir knew failure was not an option this time. And then he saw it. The evidence. They were really experimenting on humans? Absolutely monstrous. Desir spoke calmly. I know you don't want to look, but you have to keep it together, Pram. Terrified, Pram managed a simple, yes. Agis then asked, You knew they were running human experiments like this? He replied, I did. But what's happening here is way beyond anything I imagined. Desire thought to himself, if they're experimenting on this many people, it means they're dangerously close to finishing whatever they're planning. Suddenly, Pram shouted, Desir, over here, this one's still alive. Desir recognized him instantly, a third circle mage. He asked, Is there a switch to open this tank? A voice stammered, Aye. Romantica noticed the man was trying to say something and motioned for quiet. Wait. He wants to say something. A weak voice echoed from the tank. Kill me. Without a moment's hesitation, Desir struck the third circle mage down. A voice echoed from the shadows. Oh my. Do you have any idea what a precious specimen you just destroyed? A woman with pink hair appeared, looking them over. How did you all get in here? The security here isn't something just anyone can bypass, she mused. Another research team? Or maybe spies from another kingdom? You all look way too young for this kind of heavy lifting. Who are you? Desir asked directly. Are you the manager in charge of this facility? The pink-haired woman just scoffed. You should know your place. Kid, how dare you question me? I'm the one who gets to ask the questions here, not you. Chapter 136. The pink-haired woman sighed. It seems you're not in a talkative mood. Everyone on the other side turned to look. Romantica warned from the back. Desir, watch out for her. He replied. I know. The team instantly knew she was at least a fifth circle mage, maybe even higher. The woman spoke again. Fine, you don't have to answer. Her eyes turned cold and menacing. In a little bit, you'll be spilling everything you know anyway. And with that, she unleashed her Uspia technique. Spikes of earth erupted from the ground below. Desir immediately gathered his team, commanding them into formation. Then, he activated his own technique, Burst, creating a small magical orb in his palm. The two opposing spells collided, creating massive explosions. An insane barrage of magic flew from both sides, each trying to overwhelm the other. The pink-haired woman thought, a mage who can use different elements? How? You've got some skills, I'll give you that, she said, studying Desir. She realized, his mana pool is limited, so he's optimizing every single move. The pink-haired woman began to gather her power for a real attack. Massive bolts of lightning crackled around her. All right, she declared. I'll play with you seriously for a bit. Then she asked, do you know what most research labs are built with? Stone and steel. She grinned. Basically, the perfect environment for an earth attribute mage. At her command, slabs of rock and twisted steel shot up from the ground. Her voice sounded like it was coming from the depths of hell itself. Right now, you're all standing in my world. Desir turned his head. Pram, he called out. Clear a path. Pram just smiled. Understood, Desir. On the other side, the pink-haired woman laughed loudly. You think a normal swordsman can even step foot in my territory? Pram launched himself into the air. He pushed off with all his might, moving at an incredible speed, each step like he was tearing through the wind itself. The woman was actually taken by surprise. She thought, this kid is too fast, I need to keep my distance. Immediately, she used her Scream of Singlan spell. Giant vines erupted from the ground to block Pram's path. Pram's mind flashed back to a time when he was still a rookie, struggling with his sword. He remembered parrying blow after blow, the shadowy figure of his mentor pushing him to his limits. So, Pram? Desir's voice echoed in his memory, looking at the broken practice targets. You think you can handle something like this? Back then, Pram had yelled in frustration, no way. How am I supposed to handle magic attacking from every direction like this? Are you doing this on purpose? In response, Desir had simply asked, what do you mean on purpose? Desir explained. You need to remember, any earth mage, fourth circle or higher, can use this exact strategy against a swordsman. But you have to remember, they'll always focus their attacks forward. That means all you have to do is strike their blind spot. Desir smiled. Don't be afraid, and don't even think about dodging backwards. Just charge straight through it. We've got your back. Those words forged the Pram of today. And on the battlefield right now, a fearless Pram charged straight ahead, full of confidence. Pram told himself, I've already identified the weak point I need to strike. Across the way, the pink-haired woman was still laughing, mocking him. Such hopeless, desperate movements. I'm starting to like you, kid. But as she watched Pram's path, her smile froze. She gasped in shock. What? Pram was already upon her, his sword raised like the Grim Reaper's scythe. He remembered someone's advice. Good. Understand your sword's durability, and channel your aura into it. Even though the aura on your sword is only at the first stage, the words echoed in his mind as his blade began to glow with a brilliant blue flame. That same mentor had once told him, but if the aura on your sword reaches its absolute limit, it will become a spear that can pierce through anything. That memory gave Pram all the confidence he needed, and he poured every ounce of his strength into his charge. The pink-haired woman cried out, What is this? Watching her defenses shatter, she whispered, Did they plan this all along just to take me down? Watching Pram close in, she muttered, With skills like these. In the next instant, their powers collided, creating a terrifying explosion of force. As their energies clashed, the pink-haired woman broke into a cold sweat. Damn it, she thought. Who are these kids? How can they be this strong? I need to hide somewhere. To cast a high-level spell. With that thought, she cast 9-lap earth, creating an earthen prison all around herself. Inside the tiny space, she finally let out a sigh of relief. But before she could even catch her breath, a blue light appeared. It looked like a massive bullet, about to smash right through her wall of earth. The pink-haired woman shielded her face in terror, stammering, Wait. It was a shot from Romantica. Did you really think you could buy time against us? She called out. Sorry, but I've dealt with a few people who used that spell. Romantica took careful aim with her rifle and continued, and this is how I handle it. The bullet tore through the wall. The woman inside screamed in pure despair. As she fell, she saw someone below waiting to strike, and her heart jumped. She quickly summoned her magic and screamed, Die! But then nothing. She was shocked to find her spell had been completely neutralized. She looked at Desir in absolute terror, thinking, He analyzed and reversed my spell? How? And finally, it all ended with a single punch to the face, sending blood flying. Her last thought was, These kids. Who are they? The entire area around them was now nothing but rubble. The pink-haired woman lay unconscious on the ground. Desir's team just stared down at her in silence. Pram finally spoke up. Desir, if this happened in the shadow world, does that mean it happened in real history too? Desir was quiet for a moment. Then he put a hand on Pram's head. Stay strong, Pram. Yes, these things did happen in the real world, he admitted. But at least, we won't let it happen again here. Pram nodded. I understand. Agis then said, Desir, we need to get out of here, now. This place is going to be swarming with their reinforcements any minute. Desir agreed. Right. He looked around at the destruction. But before they get here, we're going to burn this whole place to the ground. From behind the iron bars, a voice cut through the silence. Just give up. You know you can't escape with your level of power, right? The one speaking was Desir. And the one tied up across from him? The pink-haired woman. Desir continued. I have a lot of questions for you. If you want to live, you'd better answer honestly. The woman just laughed. And if I don't act like you're some master of torture. A little kid like you? I bet you're, 17 years old? Desir said nothing. Seeing his silence, she pressed on. Where are the others? They got scared and ran off with their tails between their legs, didn't they? You really picked the wrong person to mess with. You've made a terrible mistake, I'm telling you now. Hearing that, Desir slowly stood up from his chair. All right, he said. That's a nice speech, but I think you've got a few things mixed up here, he smirked. Pretending to be an experienced torturer? True, I don't have much experience. But I've been in situations just like this hundreds of times. My comrades didn't run away. I just told them to wait outside. As he spoke, Desir's expression turned terrifying. Because I don't want them to see what I'm about to do. The pink-haired woman began to tremble in fear. Don't come near me, she yelled. But the footsteps got closer, followed by a scream. What are you going to do to me? She was still trying to sound tough. I won't tell you anything, she spat. You think you can make me talk? Desir touched her shoulder. Shut up. I told you I've been in this situation hundreds of times, right? He said, unleashing his technique. They all start just like this. A scream of pure agony ripped from her throat. Her eyes went wide, tears streaming down her face as if she was enduring something beyond comprehension. This is a technique I learned during my time in hell, Desir said calmly, as electricity crackled. How does it feel? It's called circle break. It happens when a mana circle can't handle a mana overload. And shatters. I'm sure you've thought about it. The most painful moment for a mage is when their mana circle explodes. As he spoke, the current of energy continued to pour into her body. The woman's body convulsed in violent, agonizing spasms. She let out a wretched groan. Desir watched her twisted form and muttered, Oh, did I make her pass out? He used a quick spell to jolt her awake. The woman's bloodshot eyes snapped open to see Desir, his voice sounding like a demon from the depths of hell. Hey now, Desir said. Come on, the fun is just getting started. Is this anything compared to what you've done? I can play this game until you finally decide to talk. After a few more moments, she whispered hoarsely, It was the king's order. All the research. It was commanded by the king. The army just followed his command. And the order was to create a homunculus. Desir narrowed his eyes. The idea to create a homunculus couldn't have just come out of nowhere. She replied, That's right. The plan was proposed by a man from outside the kingdom. He offered a huge deal and wanted a private meeting with the king. After that meeting, the king held him in high regard. He proposed the homunculus plan, a way to create the perfect living entity. At first, nobody believed it was possible. But after he showed everyone his research, well, that was a different story. She remembered seeing the plans herself. I myself said, It's possible. It's right there. We can get closer to the truth. The only problem was gathering the materials, which was difficult, but not impossible. Suddenly, a notification popped up. You have obtained critical information about the homunculus creation plan. Desir stood there, lost in thought. He thought to himself, This foreigner they're all talking about. It's possible he's been controlling all the higher-ups. Could it be that he's turned the king into his own personal puppet? But someone like that is never mentioned in the history I know. With that thought, Desir commanded, "Tell me everything you know about him." The woman began to speak. The prophet. That's what everyone called him. He possessed so many rare treasures we had never even heard of. More than that, when I looked at him, it felt like I was looking at some kind of bizarre creature. It was a strange feeling, hard to explain. A sense of disgust just radiated from him. Other than that, nobody knows anything about him. Then how did the homunculus gain the power to control life and death? Desire asked. The woman flinched, shocked. You know about that too? She stammered. Silence, Desir commanded. Just answer. She replied, I don't know the specifics, only that the homunculus project required cooperation between alchemy and mages. The power over life and death. That was the alchemist's part of the job. Desir was quiet for a moment, then asked, Cosmarian, what was his connection to this project? The pink-haired woman scoffed. Cosmarian? You mean that ignorant swordsman? You're asking about. Before she could finish, she saw a flash of pure cruelty in Desir's eyes and immediately backtracked. Wait, I'll tell you, she continued quickly. He was only assigned to transport materials. He received orders directly from the king to collect rare ingredients. Though, I suspect they were just using him for grunt work. Desir thought, I see. So his main mission was just moving materials for the project. He's not deeply involved yet. That's a relief. If Cosmarian was our enemy, that he would be the toughest opponent we've ever had to face. The woman spoke up. Looks like you've heard everything you wanted to. So, with a hopeful smile, she asked, Can you let me go now? Desir just stared at her. What are you talking about? Don't forget what you've done. Power began to gather around Desir as he spoke in a low voice. For it to be fair, you should at least suffer half of what your victims did, right? What happened next was surely terrifying. The only thing that could be heard from the room was a hopeless, piercing scream. Elsewhere, people were moving in a hurry. Damn it, one of them cursed. The two arriving were from the Red Rose Unit, Lieutenant Colonel Darren, and the Blue Rose Unit, Lieutenant Colonel Rayrugan. Darren added, Another research facility has been destroyed. What in the hell is that woman Pristina doing? Rayrugan replied, Don't tell me she's betrayed the army, has she? Just then, a guard announced, Lieutenant Colonels Darren and Rayrugan are here to report. The king. The king stroked his beard. Enter. The two men walked in and knelt in unison. We are ashamed to have to report this to you, Your Majesty. The king spoke, his voice cutting through the tension. That's enough. This wasn't your fault. I didn't call you here for punishment. He continued, We can't delay this any longer. The time has come. Darren was confused. What do you mean by that, Your Majesty? That place was locked down tight, teeming with military forces. On top of all that, the entire kingdom was renowned for its magical power. We've broken into a lot of places, one of them said. But this is on a whole other level. His partner agreed. You're right. Infiltrating that place is going to be incredibly difficult. But since they destroyed the factory, soldiers were everywhere, arresting mages for the dumbest reasons. Sess added, At this rate, we'll be next. We need to move fast. This kind of aggressive crackdown on mages was bound to make people suspicious. Are they really trying to rush the mutant project, no matter the risk? Desert guessed. Looks like it. They just want it done fast, and they don't care about the consequences. We might not have any other choice. Romantica asked. So what's the plan, Desert? Do you have another idea? He replied. The first thing that came to mind was asking KH Marine for help. Romantica was floored. What? How could you even think of that? But Prim, on the other hand, was all for it. Ooh, that actually sounds like a great idea. Romantica shot back. He's part of the military. We'd be lucky if he doesn't just throw us in prison. Desert nodded slowly. You're right. See, she said. We need a real plan. Desert cut her off. But he isn't the kind of person to stand by while the kingdom falls apart like this. On the surface, we'll just contact him and ask for protection. Romantica frowned. US pressed for more, and Desert explained, We'll play dumb, act like we know nothing so he doesn't get suspicious. After we hear his take on the situation, then we'll decide whether to trust him or not. After listening to Desert's group, Kays spoke. I understand the situation perfectly. An official order just came down from the king. Arrest every single mage in the kingdom. Innocent people are being captured, and anyone who helps them will be punished too. How can an order like that even exist? Desert said, That's why we need your help, Major. At this rate, we're going to be captured as well. Kays replied, I'm more than willing to help you. I know you're innocent. and I won't let them search my residence without a proper warrant. So, you can stay here until this all blows over. Though I have no idea when that will be. Desir thought, perfect. It's all going according to plan. Now, to drop the real bait for the major. I need to know what he's really thinking. Kays spoke again. But you have a choice. You can wait for this to end, or you can take the initiative and end it with me. Desir was shocked. Are you suggesting treason? Kays just chuckled. Is that how you see it? But I figure right and wrong don't really concern mercenaries. I know this isn't an easy thing to ask of you. Desir asked. Why would you propose this to mercenaries like us? Kays answered, why? Because I can see that you're trustworthy. I'm gathering people who want to restore the kingdom to its former glory. We will protect the king and punish the one called the prophet, who is deceiving him. Romantica complained, ugh, why is this place so smelly and grim? How can a place like this even exist in the capital? Leaning against a wall, Kays replied, everywhere has its dark side. In a magical kingdom where talent decides everything, these are the people born with no mana. This place is for them. I can guarantee there is no better hiding spot than this one. A bald man approached them. What's this? What's a noble like you doing in a filthy place like this? Kays grinned. 3 apple ciders, and add some 4-day sugar-pickled beard. The man threw an arm around Kays, laughing loudly. Look at you. The little punk is a major now. A cheer went up. Whoa, the man shouted. It's the major, boys. Everybody out here, greet the major. It suddenly clicked for Desir. I get it now. Desir thought. He's using a bar in the slums as his base of operations. Kays began. We don't have much time, so I'll make this quick. Ever since the prophet appeared, I've been sent all over to collect rare materials. The king is like a man possessed, always saying we need to gather them faster. The kingdom's great mage is not as sharp as he used to be. A year ago, he could barely hold a proper conversation, although I've never heard of any magic that can actually control a person's mind. Desir's mind raced. Mind control magic. Who is this great mage of the kingdom, that someone would dare cast such a spell on him? Kays continued. All of our problems trace back to this so-called prophet, so I'm going to trust you one more time. Desir shook Kays' hand. Thank you, sir. A system notification appeared. Kays H. Marine has become your ally. Kays laid out the plan. Here's how we infiltrate the royal palace. Because our forces are so mismatched, we can't afford a direct fight against the mages protecting the capital. We get into the palace and take out the prophet before they can react. To do that, we'll attack the south gate. The enemy forces there are relatively light. They have roughly 2,680 third circle mages and 200 fourth circle mages. 5 fifth circle masters are in command. Desir asked, and knights? No knights, Kays replied. Desir pressed. Archers? Kays said, none of those either, it's all mages. Desir let out a laugh. Kays looked confused. Is something wrong? Desir replied. Oh, sorry, it's just. This is much easier than I expected. I think it's better to show you rather than just explain it. In the crowd, voices began to murmur. Everyone's on board, of course. But think about it. This is blatant treason. Kays stood above them, calling for attention. Listen up, everyone. First, I am grateful to all of you for gathering here. You are all proud soldiers of the Kumamarian magic kingdom. However, we now wield weapons that are hated by this very kingdom. No one will remember us. History might even paint us as demons who betrayed our home, but that means nothing. Let them call us whatever they want. It doesn't matter what our descendants call us. It doesn't matter if we succeed or fail. We all stand here today for the good of the kingdom. The swords we aim at the palace are meant to destroy the demon ruining this nation, not the king. We will strike down this demon in the king's name. Our swords are our hearts. His will is our life. Desir thought to himself. We may have different reasons, but our goal is the same. We're going to put an end to this. A lieutenant's voice came through. Major, we're ready to enter the palace. Desir looked down. Below them, mages were chanting. Then he saw an unauthorized airship approaching from the south. All mages, prepare to cast, Desir announced. Every bit of magic in the kingdom is right here. What a beautiful sight. And yet, he added, how crude. One of the soldiers gasped. What? An inversion analysis? In a flash, he had analyzed all of their magic. Down below, panicked shouts erupted. Get the mana cannon ready. Now, they have an anti-mage. Activate the mana cannon. Desir noted calmly. The cannon is charging, and it's aimed right at us. I can't analyze this one, he admitted. Should I deploy a defensive spell? But Kay stepped forward. No need. Leave it to me. Below them, the commander roared. Fire! K unleashed his aura blade. A single, devastating slash ripped through the air, nullifying the entire attack. Desit's mind was blown. I can't believe he stopped all of it. With just one swing. We're entering the palace soon, K announced. Everyone ready? His soldiers replied. Nothing to report, sir. Wait, Major. Suddenly, K grabbed Desit and took off running. Sorry about this, he said. Desit thought, everything's going too smoothly. The only problem now is getting through that gate fast. The longer we wait, he realized, the more time reinforcements have to cut us off. We'll be surrounded. Kay spoke up. Things are going this well thanks to you. I had no idea you had a skill like that. Inversion analysis, right? Desir just gave a wry smile. Ha! When I started, I was only half a mage. I figured I needed an ace up my sleeve for a real fight. That's incredible, Kay said. It's how you push past your limits. He looked ahead. We're almost at the gate. Get ready. But suddenly, Kay signaled for everyone to halt. Hold on. Darren and his men were already waiting. Oh man, I was really hoping this wasn't true, Darren sneered. Great sword saint. I may have doubted your skills, but I never once doubted your loyalty to the king. This is a disgrace. Kay pulled his hood down low. No, you judged me correctly, Kay stated. I'm here to show my loyalty. Darren just laughed. You call this loyalty? Ha, how ridiculous. Whatever. I'm actually thrilled to finally get a chance to fight you. It might get a little brutal, but try not to be too disappointed. It's a shame you're using such a primitive weapon, Darren taunted. Consider it an honor to die by the hands of the Red Rose Squadron. I told you I'd take you down in one hit. Kay stepped forward. I guess we can agree on one thing. I've been wanting to have a match with you, too, especially with someone who always looked down on my men. And with a single move, he struck Darren down. He adjusted his hood. Soldiers of the Red Rose Squadron, stand aside. Kay then called out, Your Majesty, it is your loyal servant, Kay Moon. May I have permission to enter your chambers? Silence. Kay spoke again from outside. Please, forgive my disrespectful behavior. Kay pushed the doors open, stepping inside. Your Majesty? Romantica couldn't help but whisper. Why is it so gloomy in here? Desir agreed. It's too quiet. Bram added, The air is musty, and it smells of blood. Kay pulled back a curtain. Your Majesty, forgive me. Before them sat the king on his bed, head slumped down, showing no signs of life. Desir analyzed the scene. A single slash wound. Damn it, they're clever. He put it together instantly. They killed the king like this to frame the major, didn't they? Desir, Kay asked, his voice shaking. Is this some kind of illusion to confuse us? No, Desir replied grimly. There's no trace of magic here. Kay bowed his head. So, it's real? He clutched his insignia tightly. Your Majesty, I will never forget your kindness. May you rest in peace. Steeling himself, Kay turned. Let's go. We're finding the prophet. And I'll make him pay for killing the king. The path to the prophet's location led them right through a long corridor, which meant the royal army was already here waiting for them. They were in league with the prophet. By the way, what are these things? All around them were horrifying, mutated monsters. They shrieked, ready to tear them limb from limb. Deploy and maintain a defensive formation, Kay ordered. Romantica's voice was tight with fear. Just sit. These things. It's them. A giant foot slammed down. Romantica continued. I can't believe they created so many of these abominations and hid them in a place like this. Are they finally showing their hand? Kay rallied his soldiers. Do not be afraid. Prepare for battle. The mutated beasts roared and charged forward. Go, Kay commanded. A soldier was grabbed by a monster, screaming in agony. His comrades yelled from below, Come on! Desir chanted a spell. Get back! A powerful explosion erupted from his hands. Desir, there are too many of them, Romantica yelled. Just keep providing support, Romantica, he shouted back. This isn't good, Desir thought. It's worse than I imagined. He could feel the mana from countless monsters ahead, and the mana of the Blue Rose Squadron coming up from behind. We're completely surrounded, and now we'll be branded as traitors? Desir turned and yelled, Major, the Blue Rose Squadron will be here any second. Just then, the giant monster collapsed. So be it, Kay said. A lieutenant called out, Major Kay, may I make a request, sir? Kay turned. Lieutenant Puen. What is it? Sir, please grant me command, Puen said. The Blue Rose Squadron is on its way. If they get here, everything we've done will be for nothing. So please, let us handle this. Let us fulfill our duty, Major. Kay lowered his head, ignoring the monsters closing in on him. With a cold, almost gentle swing of his sword, he cleared a path. His voice was filled with pain. From this moment on, He took off his helmet, setting it down. I'm giving command to Lieutenant Puen. I will never forget a single one of you. The soldiers lined up, facing Kay, and gave a final, respectful salute. Puen gave the order. Form up. We will open a path for the Major. Elite Squad Chi-Ki Saluna, with me. Kay turned to Desert. What about you guys? We're coming with you, Desert replied without hesitation. Kay gripped his sword. Good. Let's go. There's nowhere else he could be. He's definitely behind that door. The doors swung open. Inside stood the Prophet. He turned his head slowly. Why did you have to arrive at such a terrible time? The Prophet smirked. You're the Sword Saint, aren't you? Excellent. This feels just like when I met the descendant of the Great Tree. The timing was just as awful then, too. Isn't this just awful for your people? From the moment you arrived, the second you set foot in this kingdom, Kay leveled his sword at him. Everything in this country began to fall apart. Wrong, the Prophet shot back. I have achieved something truly great. Kay took his stance. I don't know what you think you've achieved, and frankly, I don't care. The only thing I know is that countless people have suffered because of you. Your crime is deceiving this nation, and for the assassination of the king, your sentence is death, the Prophet declared. For someone your age, you're a masterful swordsman. The irony is insane. In a magic kingdom, swordsmen are trash. Only magic matters. A death sentence? Desir thought. Something's not right here. The Prophet continued. Don't get cocky, though. Even a sword saint is still just a man. But as Desert looked at him, he realized. This guy looked dead already. Just an empty shell acting as the Prophet. Just a man wearing a mask. Desert knew he was something else entirely. Kai swung his blade at the Prophet, but the attack was blocked. Easily. No need to rush, he said. Romantica couldn't believe it. What? He stopped that without even trying? Desert was just as shocked, his eyes locked on that mask. Is that some kind of artifact? Kai unleashed another skill. But the Prophet just chuckled. You're not the only one in a hurry. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light, Romantica yelled, What now? He had just summoned Bryanak. Desert's eyes widened. Another artifact? I've never seen or heard of anything like this. Kai quickly laid out a plan. We'll handle the front, you guys circle around from the… Before he could finish, the Prophet cut him off. Did you really think I'd just stand here and watch? He shattered a nearby test tube, releasing a grotesque mutant monster. I'll give you a choice, he announced. A legendary weapon that has slain countless heroes, or the eternal truth that alchemists have chased for centuries. How do you want to die? Either way, you should feel honored, Desert warned Kai. That thing is not human, and that monster is extremely dangerous. It's a living creature created through alchemy. I fought one in Deerflower City, the place I told you about. But this one, it looks stronger, more humanoid, and its magic power is on a completely different level. But then he said to Kai, there's a way we can handle it. Sir, please lend me your men. Kai turned to him. Are you sure? Isn't it stronger and more dangerous than before? Desert nodded. We're different now, too. And this time, we're all here. Kai studied him for a moment, then turned away with a smirk. All right, I'll take care of the Prophet. I'll draw him away from you. The Prophet laughed. Ho ho, so you want to die by my hand? All by yourself? Kai just calmly replied. We'll see who's the one who's going to die. He lunged, swinging at the Prophet, but his strike was blocked again. He grunted in frustration. The Prophet taunted him, your gear is nice, but I'd say it can only take 3 or 4 more hits. Desir watched Kai keep the enemy busy. Okay, he declared. I'll take responsibility for this side. He turned to the others. Let's take this monster down. Will you follow my commands? The 3 lieutenants nodded. If the Major trusts you, then we'll trust you too, Desert replied. Thank you. Now, let's begin. Romantica. Fire. On his command, she answered. Roger. She fired a magic shot, and the monster roared as it charged right at them. Romantica reported. Desert, it's reacting. It's a third circle magic reaction, the monster screamed, rushing them in a frenzy. Desert commanded. Pram, stop it. Pram replied. Understood. Time to put the plan in motion, Desert thought. This creature regenerates any damage taken. Pram's slash wounded the monster, but the flesh healed in an instant. It let out a low growl. Desert analyzed it. Its healing is different. It's not regeneration. Normally, wounds would close and stitch back together. But this thing? It rewinds time on the wound, making it so it never even happened. That doesn't mean it's invincible, though. Pram then unleashed his skill, Magic Sword. This power over life and death can't be infinite, Desert thought. We just have to attack relentlessly, without giving it a moment to breathe. Pram followed up with another skill, Ice Wave. Continuous attacks. We'll force it to burn through all its power. The beast roared furiously, and Desir gave the signal. Now! Instantly, the 3 lieutenants charged, slashing at the monster. They took off a leg, causing it to shriek in agony. One of them clicked his tongue. It took all 3 of us just to get a leg. Let's go again, Pram thought to himself. I was worried after hearing what Desir said, but this thing is actually pretty slow. Meanwhile, Kai was still holding off the prophet. Isn't this beautiful, Sword Saint? The prophet mocked. A stage like this is fitting for the strongest, like us. Kai just slashed again, meaningless. He unleashed his aura blade. The prophet was impressed. Incredibly strong. Normally, no one can even touch me when I'm using Bryanak at full power. You're forcing me to use more than half of it just for defense. What an amazing technique. Kai just glared at him with pure disgust. You think I'm happy to get a compliment from you? The prophet sighed. My apologies for offending you. It's been a long time since I've faced such a strong opponent. However, you're still just a powerful human. Kai focused. The aura of the sword reflects the shape of the heart. Skill bright brilliant sword. The prophet dodged. Your swordsmanship has truly reached its peak. But why? Why do you keep fighting? The king you served is dead. Your soldiers are branded as traitors. Even if you manage to defeat me, no one will accept you. Or is there some goal I just don't understand? Kai charged again, their battle seeming like it would never end. In the distance, Andon Chief Yus watched from the palace with an unreadable expression. How interesting, the prophet mused. What do you hope to achieve by fighting me? What is it that you want, fighting with such desperation? And why aren't you using your full power yet? What are you hiding, swordsman? Kai screamed, lunging at the prophet. Suddenly, the mutant monster let out a furious roar. The prophet heard it. Is my mutant getting angry? There are a few people who know about its abilities. I can't ignore it any longer. Kai moved to block him. Your opponent is me. The sword in his hand hardened. As Kai rushed the prophet, Pram yelled from afar. What's going on over there? Desir replied. We have to finish this mutant. Now. The major can't hold out much longer fighting that monster on his own. A lieutenant called out. Major! Desir's mind raced. I have no idea how many more artifacts that guy is hiding. He'll have a huge advantage if he uses them. Before that could happen, he gave the order. We finish this mutant quickly. Then we go. Support the major. Keep the pressure on. Over on the other side, Kai was giving it his all to stop the prophet. Enough playing around, the prophet said. Do you really think you can kill me while hiding so much of your own strength? I need to take care of those troublesome rats myself, first, he muttered. Anyone who knows about the mutant's ability has to die. Kay looked confused. Kay? What is that? Prophet unleashed his skill, Branch of Gigas, the World Tree's branch. Kay knew this was way too dangerous. He had to block it. Damn it. Prophet just looked at him. Too late, swordsman. Kay lunged forward. But it wasn't enough. He screamed. A thick cloud of smoke blinded everyone. S used her skill, asking if everyone was all right. Graham demanded, What was that? It shattered 3 layers of our defensive magic, in an instant. If we hadn't changed its direction just in time, we would have all been wiped out. Kay scrambled through the chaos, searching for his lieutenants. He yelled out, Soluna! Everyone, are you guys okay? Desir saw him and called out, Ah, Major Kay. Kay grabbed him. Where are my people? Desir hesitated. They couldn't get out of the way. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't protect them. Major, are you okay? What happened with the prophet? Prophet's voice cut through, surprised. Whoa, you actually blocked that? 4 of you. Managed to avoid it? I can't believe I only killed 3. Kay's voice was ice. Shut up. Prophet blinked. What? The killing intent rolling off Kay was insane. I want your filthy mouth shut. Kay's mind flashed back. To the army's words. Really? The main army isn't coming? That's right. They're too busy right now. To the long-haired man. Then, what is this? What the hell are these soldiers doing here? What? The army is on its way? You've got to be kidding me. And to the little beggar boy. Mister, I'll get good food if I follow you, right? Kay remembered the 3 lieutenants who had been with him through hell and back. Major, our faith in you is something that will never change. Major, Desir said again. Major? He was stunned by the sheer amount of aura pouring out of Kay. What is this terrifying aura? Is he losing control just because his subordinates died? Prophet burst out laughing. Ah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Now you'll finally fight me with everything you've got, right? This is getting interesting. Wait, why are you going that way? I'm over here, swordsman. If you care so much about your dead subordinates, you should be pointing that sword at him. He didn't even finish the sentence. Kay's attack slammed into him. The man was shocked. Bruna couldn't even react to that speed? Kay's voice was cold. Didn't I tell you to shut your mouth? The prophet found this amusing. He chuckled. I guess I'm in for a tough time now that you're serious. So, I should probably return the favor, shouldn't I? Desert looked up. Is he attacking the ceiling? Prophet spoke. You know, there's an interesting story. It says Bruna was the reason spirits began to disappear, when he was swallowed by the moon. It's been a while since I've used this form. He unleashed a skill. Bruna, Novent, Bruna. Thousands of arrows of light rained down, catching everyone off guard. Dezit screamed, Ah, everyone, get back! This light actually causes damage. Pram yelled, looking at Kay. Major! Prophet laughed manically. Ha 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 ha, let hatred fill your blade. Show me the sword that carries the weight of your dead subordinates. Show me, swordsman. Kay's eyes burned with rage as he charged the prophet. The villain spoke calmly. I'm on a completely different level now compared to that pathetic crescent. Slash of yours. Your little combo attacks can't even touch me. I told you, it's useless. But then, a sudden thought hit him. This aura, it isn't disappearing? Could it be an eternal aura? He merged it with Bruna and used it as a decoy. I fell right into his trap. He was intentionally attacking from all sides, which means there's only one direction left. A voice shouted a warning. Above you. Despite the warning, the prophet couldn't dodge in time. Kay's real attack landed. He was hit. Arg! He was struck again and again, each slash from Kay forcing a scream of pain. But it didn't last. Kay finally collapsed from exhaustion, panting heavily. Prophet walked over. Hey, swordsman. You haven't taken me down yet. Kay struggled to his feet. Damn it, he thought. He can still stand? Prophet nodded. Well done. You're pretty strong. How many people can actually wound me with just a sword? However, I am the one who has transcended all. Suddenly, Pram appeared. Out of nowhere, he was behind the prophet, his sword pointed at the villain's back. Prophet was shocked. What is this? Pram struck, a clean slash from behind that stunned everyone. Dezit just stared. Pram? Prophet? The villain growled. Who is this kid? Pram thought. He's still not dead? Prophet smirked. To pierce my Brionac shield and actually land a hit. I commend you. It's been decades since I was pushed this far. It makes my blood boil. Release. Pram jumped back. What is that thing? Desert yelled. Major, you're badly injured. Please fall back. S added. Desert, we can't hold it off for much longer. Desert's mind raced. How many artifacts does this guy have? Damn it, he thought. The Leroy's Wind is an item that destroys everything around it when infused with mana. The Rotan's Verse is a support item that boosts. Other artifacts. Weren't all of these items lost ages ago? Kay shouted. Everyone, get to the side. Skill, Aura Blade. He planned. We can hold him off, for a moment, and find an opening to attack. Desert replied. Major, leave that to me. He analyzed the situation. The mutant is out of mana and can't move. We can kill that thing later. All that's left is this psycho prophet. I have to use it now. He yelled. Everyone, use whatever mana you have left to cast a defensive spell. Romantica was shocked. What? Desert, are you planning to? Prophet sneered. A guy with a pathetic magic circle like yours thinks he can. Fight me? You should just accept a painful death. Then, his eyes widened. How did you? Desert unleashed his ultimate skill. Fusion spell. Firestorm! Romantica and S screamed. Desert! From inside the smoke, Desert's voice called out. Romantica ran to him. Are you okay, Desert? The prophet lay on the ground, unmoving. Romantica gasped. That's, S finished her sentence. The prophet. His face was finally revealed. And the prophet, he was stunned. You? How do you know the ancient tongue? The ancient tongue? Desir thought. He knows the language of dragons. Who is this guy? The prophet continued. You burned my soul with that, so I guess this is it. Congratulations, he sneered. In all of history, no one has ever defeated me. The dwarves lost their minds to greed, their bodies melting in lava. The elves? They trusted no one, believed in some ancient prophecy, and ended up in an eternal sleep for their trouble. And the goddess's followers? They sacrificed their own nation like an offering. But here, in the magic kingdom, where magic is everything, for someone like you to stop me, it seems it's finally over. Suddenly, Desir remembered something. Wait a minute. That face. I've seen it before. It was in a portrait, hanging in the office of Wingham Everon, the last pope of the Artemis Holy Land. Ismael, Desir said. The prophet's real name. Ah, yes, he replied. That was my name. Desire's mind raced. How was that possible? That kingdom fell decades ago. How could someone from that era still be alive? A tool? Prophet says. If you have questions, just ask. I'll answer everything. Because you are worthy, I will tell you all I know until I fade away. Desir cuts right to it. Why did you create the mutant? My goal, he replies, was to keep a promise. A promise? Desir thinks. The prophet explained. To keep that promise, I needed the mutants. That's all, a great calamity. That's what the goddess was thinking. The goddess of calamity. Still so many mysteries. Estes called out his name. Desir. But Desir was lost in thought, the world frozen around him. He finally turns back with a grin. It's finally over. Man, I could really use a shower. Estes chimes in. I'm starving. Romantica groans. I want a shower too. Graham sighs in relief. Thank God we made it through without anyone dying. Deceit nods. Yeah. Now all that's left is to handle the major. But sir, you're injured. You need to rest. Let us handle this thing. Graham calls out. Major Key. Suddenly, a new voice appears. Old Andon Seppi. So, you've obtained the mutant, have you, swordsman? You look pathetic. Romantica is shocked. Why is that man here? And he's talking normally. I thought he was completely insane. Old Andon just laughs. Haha. Oh, I am very, very insane. All right then, I will reactivate this mutant. Key simply says, thank you. Major, what are you doing? Desir demands. Andon turns to Key. Hey, swordsman, it seems we don't need any more allies. Key replies, I understand. The negotiation ends here. I will give you all the reward I promised. Leave everything here to me, but if you try to stop me, you will face my sword. End of chapter 146. A system notification pops up. You have begun the final mission. Key Hasmarian has survived and has eliminated the mastermind behind this incident. Key Hasmarian has become the next mastermind. He needs the mutant to complete his own objective. Pram's voice shakes. Why? The system continues. You must defeat Key Hasmarian and destroy the mutant. Major, Pram cries out. Desir steps in front of him. Pram, you need to stay back. So getting the mutant was your real goal from the start? Desir accuses. You spoke of finding a king and restoring this kingdom. But I saw you. You didn't show a single ounce of sympathy when the king died. And you acted like you knew nothing about this research. So how did you know about the mutant before anyone else? It was Seppi, wasn't it? He's the key to this whole thing, right? System notification. Your hypothesis about Andon Seppi is correct. He is the only surviving member of the original mutant research team. Desir presses on. So you planned this from the very beginning. Key Hasmarian? Key answers. In a world where people are discriminated against just for having magic, to change that world, magic itself must be erased. To do that, I need a power that can control both life and death, and that's why I need this mutant's corpse. Desir scoffs. And you actually think that's possible? Even if you wield that power, a method like this is… Key interrupts. I really don't want to fight you all, but I know you will try everything in your power to stop me. And just like that, Key lunges forward, his sword a blur aimed at Desir. Desir barely dodges and thinks, Ch, how does he still have this much strength left? Graham rushes in, blocking Key's strike. Key calls out his student's name. Pram, Major, the boy answers. Romantica yells, Nice one, Pram. Wind bullet. The spell hits Key dead on, sending him flying back several meters. Pram shouts in worry. Major. Estes yells, Pram, get out of the way. Ice strike, she casts. I know you saw him as your teacher, Pram, and that you grew close to him over a short time, but that's exactly why you need to focus. Right now, he is the most difficult enemy in the entire shadow world. Desir asks, Estes, how's your mana? She replies, I only have enough to hold on for a little while. Romantica says, can we even beat him? That monster. Desir lays out the plan. Estes, you take the lead. Romantica, you're on support. Romantica replies, I understand. Romantica mutters, he doesn't look like a man on the verge of death. Desir gives the order, everyone, rotate positions and recover your mana. Huh? Pram cries out. Estes charges forward. I'll try to block his aura. Use this chance to recover mana. Romantica confirms. Got it. Estes unleashes her skill. Pram watches the scene unfold. Miss Estes, stop. The major is just. Desir shouts, Estes, move aside now. Windstorm burst. Estes pants. Even when he's not at his best. My swordsmanship can't do a thing to him. Desir says, we just need to hold him off. It'll force Ki to exhaust himself sooner, but he thinks, in reality, his plan has already failed. This whole confrontation is meaningless. The very fact that mages like us exist is proof enough of that. But we're the only ones who know just how desperate he is, and that's why we have to stop him, no matter what it takes. Ki roars, "Pram, what are you doing? Pick up your sword." Pram's hand tightens on the hilt. "No matter what happened to get us here, we are going to defeat you." Ki yells again, "Pram," and then they clash, master against student. A blur of steel. Pram tells himself, "This time, I will not lose to you, Major." He remembers a time before, training with Ki. Ki was laughing. "Ha ha, it's like you can't move any faster." "That's it. That's the spirit. Your training will show in your power and in your blade, Pram. It will make your attacks faster and more precise than anyone else's." Back in the present, Ki's lesson echoes in his mind. "Capture your prey." Desir yells a warning, "Pram, watch your back." Another memory. The Major's praise. "Pram, your aura control is getting pretty good. It's starting to take a clear shape now." He remembers asking, "Really? So, should we start using aura when we spar?" Ki's voice in the present snaps him back to reality. "Don't just stand there, Pram. Pick up your sword," Romantica yelled. "He's too fast. I can't find a single opening to attack." "Pram," Desir called out internally. He couldn't help but wonder. In such a short time, how many countless hours had they trained together? A hand rested on the king's shoulder. "We're done being careful. Gather every mage we can use." As material, a lieutenant slammed a young man to the ground. "Stay down," the blonde kid screamed. "What are you doing? Why are you arresting me? Let me go." The lieutenant turned to Cass. "Major, is this really an order from the king?" "They're here," Romantica said, turning to Desir. "So, let me get this straight. We have to take down the prophet. By breaking into the royal palace?" Desir nodded. "That's right. He's the mastermind behind everything. To end this shadow world, we have to defeat him." Romantica frowned. "There are so many other places. Why the royal palace? This whole thing is a mess," Desir admitted. "The Major." Bram lifted his head. "Major, is that the Blue Rose unit?" Bram shot to his feet. The soldier was Lieutenant Pennon, from the 2nd Squad. "Pennon," Koss acknowledged. The old man, Dragon, just laughed. "Your troops may just be swordsmen, but they're well trained. Makes them a real pain. I'll accept any punishment. Torture. Human experimentation. I'll take it all. Please. I'm begging you." Ben called out one last time, "Major." Kai. It was his final goodbye before he collapsed. The sight brought Kai to his knees, his head hanging in defeat. "No need to be so dramatic," Dragon said. "I'll let you join them soon enough." Kai's face darkened. "Lieutenant Colonel Dragon, haven't you crossed a line?" Dragon just shrugged. "Isn't this what you wanted when you started this whole operation?" "Whatever. At least I can thank you for getting rid of that idiot king. And the prophet. We definitely won't let his research go to waste." Kai pushed himself to his feet. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'll see you all again soon." He remembered his promise to his comrades. "Even in death, I will never forget you." A roar of pure anguish tore from Kai's throat. "Major!" Pram yelled. Kai thought, when did it all go so wrong? When did we pass the point of no return? He flashed back to that day. "Hey, what the hell are you all doing?" he had screamed. "Why are the reinforcements just standing there watching us die? Don't you hear me? Captain Kai H. Marion, order you to move out now." Darren cut him off. "You don't have to follow that order." Kai spun around. "Lieutenant Colonel Darren, what do you mean? Can't you see my men are being slaughtered? We could save them if the mage unit provided support." Darren's reply was cold. "And?" Kai was furious. "And? What do you mean, and?" Darren sneered. "Why should we, the mages, go out of our way to help them? Aren't swordsmen like you just disposable tools for battle?" Disposable. Tools. The words echoed in his mind. Back in the present, he thought, maybe I knew from the very beginning this was a mistake. But the rage. The rage was out of control now. Magic. Magic. That great magic. The very thing that made them feel so high and mighty. So damn powerful. I will destroy every last bit of it." Dragon scrambled backward, falling to the ground in terror. "Do something," he shrieked. "Cast defensive spells in front. Now! The rear guard. Start casting attack spells. He's almost dead. Use everything you have. Hurry up. Don't just wait to die." His soldiers yelled back, "Magic ready." Kai saw the blinding light. So this is it, he thought. The end. What was I even fighting for? Pram's voice cut through the chaos. "Major Kai." Pram was smiling at him, and Kai looked back and returned the smile. After all those years of suffering, the third-level shadow world was cleared. You have stopped the production of the homunculus mutants. You have eliminated all plans related to the creation of the homunculus mutants. The homunculus mutants, the cause of all this chaos, will now be erased from history. You have eliminated everyone involved in their creation and helped save the lands they destroyed. You have completed a hidden quest. Your rank rewards will be increased. Pram thought. I saw everything he was carrying. The regret and the resolve, the pain and the guilt, the sorrow, the respect, the fury and the hatred. I saw his broad back, always standing in front of everyone. I just followed behind it, never once truly looking. And now, I finally saw him smile. Pram remembered Kai's bright smile as he said, "Thank you, Pram." He woke up with tears streaming down his face, unconsciously crying out, "Major." Runanti looked over, concerned. "Are you all right?" "There's always some after effects from a high-level shadow world." Pram asked, dazed, Did we clear it?" "Yeah," Romantica answered. "We cleared the shadow world. I thought we'd finally get a rest, but coming back to this, things are absolutely insane right now." Pram didn't understand. He watched her run off, confused. "Desire, you need to calm down," she yelled. Right now, Desir was losing it. "What happened to Zod?" he roared. "I need to know if the master of the tower is all right." He was so out of control that Cest had to use all her strength just to hold him back. She urged him, "Desir, you need to calm down." When those shadow worlds appeared, the allied forces had to move out to fight them. The outsiders, who almost always act alone, suddenly banded together, waiting for the perfect moment when the shadow worlds would appear. They were organized. They had plans, a real strategy. And now, the war between the allied army and the outsiders had been raging for nearly 2 months. An outsider lunged, attacking a soldier. A terrified man screamed, "What the hell is that thing? Is he part mutant or something? This is insane." Another soldier charged, shouting, "Get away from him!" The men chanted, "Lupin! Lupin! Kill it!" Lupin pointed his spear toward the enemy and roared, "Do not fall back. We are the vanguard. If we go down, this entire battle is lost. Don't be afraid. We will die with honor on this battlefield." Lupin gave the order, "Adenia spear team, charge!" But then streaks of purple lightning suddenly ripped through the sky. Lupin looked up, confused. Thunder from a clear sky? The lightning crashed down on the outsiders, shocking them into oblivion. The soldiers cheered. "It's Lord Zod Exarian! That's the magic of the great Archmage. The master of the tower is fighting with us. We're definitely going to win. Charge and destroy them all." High above, Zod watched and smirked. Heh, this kind of energy. Even magic has its limits. He could feel the enemy mages trying to counter his spell. Zod scanned the field and said, "It seems they've got a few decent mages on their side. Let's see just how strong they really are." And with that, he summoned a new magic circle. A single bolt of lightning incinerated an enemy mage, causing his comrade to scream in fear. "Damn it, the enemy found our position," Zod observed calmly. Well. He turned, "Hey, their mage squad is pulling back. Better watch your rear." Before he could even finish his sentence, a massive explosion rocked the battlefield. Zod stared, thinking, "An explosion? Magic? No, that's impossible. I would have sensed it. That wasn't magic." Down below, the soldiers saw the blast too. One of them yelled, "What was that? Was that a spell?" Before he could finish, another, even bigger explosion erupted. Panic spread like wildfire. "Oh hell, defensive formation. Get into defensive formation. Now, hold your position and raise your shields." A soldier gripped his shield tight, thinking, "I don't know what that thing is, but I'm sure it's dangerous." He whispered, "Let's see what you are. Protect the Adenia spear team. Hurry." Through the thick dust, a figure emerged, not quite human, not quite beast. Its eyes flashed from within the smoke. A soldier gasped, "That's..." And then came another massive blast. A report came through the chaos. "The Adenia spear team has been wiped out. The captain of Squad 3 has been killed. The Altan Immortal Knights have been completely destroyed." What is happening? The outsiders are retreating, but some unknown enemy is just tearing through the battlefield. What is going on down there? Zod adjusted his glasses, thinking, "This speed. It's not like some mutated ant with powerful legs, but it's way too strong for a typical mutant beast. Could this be the outsider's secret weapon?" Zod issued an order. "Our #1 priority is to minimize casualties. Tell the troops to stop advancing and focus entirely on defense. I will deal with it myself." A voice echoed inside Zod's mind. "Master, do you hear me?" Zod replied. "Go ahead." The voice continued. I think it knows where you are. It's left the main fight and is heading your way. Ah, I see it now, Zod said. All right then, let's see what you really are. As the creature came into view, Zod was shocked. A human? No, that's not right, he said aloud. You are not human. A massive armed conflict had just broken out on the Lagom Plains, all thanks to the Outsider's new secret weapon. After Desir heard the whole story, he nodded. I understand. It's hard to imagine the Outsiders actually joining forces. I'm guessing it was an even fight between the Western Kingdom and the Hebian Empire's allied forces, right up until that thing appeared and just wiped our army clean. Everything was calculated perfectly. The Avalon forces weren't nearby because we were busy attacking a shadow world. It was the worst possible scenario. We were having our own trouble with a shadow world at the time. They timed the war to start exactly when the shadow worlds appeared. Zod nodded grimly. That's right. This can't be just a simple coincidence, Desir continued. Well, anyway, I'm glad you're safe. Zod managed to smile. Even if I'm stuck in a hospital bed, I should still thank you for worrying about me. However, that homunculus you saw in the shadow world, I was told its power, from 100 years ago, was only at the 3rd circle level. So it's probably safe to assume the thing I fought had a mana circle of at least level 6, maybe even higher. Even I had a hell of a time just holding it back and trying to kill it. I'm still not entirely sure what it's capable of. The Outsiders have retreated since then, but it'll show up again soon. Fighting it, I learned one thing. That thing is an absolute monster, something beyond any normal standard of evaluation. Suddenly, Zod said, checkmate. Desir just then realized he had lost. Zod laughed. You're still too green, kid. It'll be a long time before you can beat me. Desir smiled to himself, thinking. Still, he was able to win against that mutant on their first encounter, even with no information about it. Zod suddenly remembered something. Ah, about the name Prophet. Should we assume that if he's still alive, he's the one who created that monster? He could be a part of the Outsiders. Or maybe he's the one who created them. Desir's face grew serious. That's a very real possibility. If that's the case, the Outsiders have both Crow-Mask and the Prophet on their side. We don't even know if other creatures with that insane level of power exist. It's also possible they have different forms than they did before. If we just let them do whatever they want, it's going to have a bad effect on our attacks into the Shadow Worlds, Desir said. Even so, thankfully, the Hebian Kingdom is preparing a plan to deal with the Outsiders. Our group has accepted a mission related to it and will be heading north. I won't be able to visit you for a while, but if we can complete this mission, it might be the breakthrough we need to get out of this situation. Zod replied. Is that so? I wish you success. Oh, you said you're heading north, right? I think I might be able to offer you some assistance. Stop by the Magic Tower's branch office. I'm giving you a proper gift. In a forest completely blanketed in snow, Romantica cheered. Whoa, look at this. It's absolutely beautiful. Desir warned her, don't run around and get yourself hurt. You hear me? Romantica just skipped ahead. That's not going to happen anymore. This uniform is amazing. Don't forget, we have to thank them when we get back. Desir then turned to Pram. Pram, how's the new uniform? Pram replied, ah, yes. It fits perfectly. It's warm too. Desir knelt down, saying, I'm sorry we have to take on another mission, especially after the hard time we had in the Shadow World. But Pram, we couldn't have cleared it without you. Thank you so much. Pram's eyes welled up with tears. He stammered, yes, then broke down, crying like a little kid. Urzi explained the situation. After Sir Zod Xarian was injured, the Allied forces retreated from the Lagom Plains. It was nothing short of a total failure. Right now, we're in a situation where any student capable enough to join the Order of Knights is being mobilized for missions. The Starling Party will attack a level 3 Shadow World. You'll be given the same authority as the Order Knights. However, the king has a very special mission just for you. Defeat the Esteban people. Urzi added. The king said this mission is not mandatory. You can refuse it. The choice is entirely yours. Desir cut her off. I'll do it. Just give me the mission. Just then, a wolf howled and lunged at a jest, but she sliced its head clean off. Another one charged. Aegis simply glanced at it. Next. In a flash, she wiped out the entire pack with her Ice Blast skill. A wolf tried to ambush her from behind, but Desir took it down with a single blow. Aegis looked at him, annoyed. I could have handled them myself. Desir just gave an apologetic laugh. Haha, my bad, my bad. Romantica watched, wondering, why is she so fired up today? Anyway, what is that thing? She asked, pointing at a new item. It looks so cool. What's it called? Desir looked at the shimmering object in his hand. This is Lilaroo. After clearing the Shadow World, I received it as an A-rank artifact. It's made from the hardest metal in existence. It's both a weapon and a shield. It activates whenever it senses danger. A just walked over. It was definitely the right call to let you use that. Romantica pouted. Still, I really wanted that thing. Pram just chuckled. I'm sure there's another artifact that'll suit you better. Suddenly, they were all stunned by the view. Whoa. Is all of this made of ice? A Jest's voice cut through the air. You can stop hiding over there and show yourself. A brown-haired girl appeared, laughing. Ha, you found me? I knew I couldn't hide for long. Why have you arrogant mainlanders come here? I'm not letting you pass without a good reason. Desir stepped forward. We are envoys from the Hebrian kingdom. We came on the king's orders to defeat the north. Please, allow us an audience with Lord Donovan. The girl, Paslan, looked surprised. Huh? So that's why you're here? He's been waiting for you. Follow me. The chief is waiting inside. The chief muttered to himself. So noisy. You see, the Esteban are known as a tribe of powerful and brave magi. If you were to describe them in 2 words, they'd be peak human. On the path of evolution, they are arguably the strongest humans on the continent. Even in the Shadow Worlds, they lead the charge, showing incredible courage, and the one who shines brightest among them. The King of Kings, the Chief of Chiefs, the last of his tribe, and the ultimate warrior, Don Paslan. His voice could tear the sky, his footsteps could shatter the earth, and his attacks could make thousands of enemies tremble in fear. Priscilla, Raffaello. He could meet all of them one way or another, but there was one person he couldn't meet. Finding her would have a massive impact on this mission, and Desir knew a shortcut to her. But it's better if I meet her this way, he thought. His target? Gia Graves. A fierce warrior given the title Black Wolf on this continent. She was one of the few strong enough to stand beside Don Paslan himself. Desir remembered her well. I almost died a few times because of her training. Just then, Gia spoke. Be careful. I won't be responsible for your pathetic deaths if you take a wrong step. Desir thought to himself. Yep. Still as competitive as ever. Adjust hesitated. Desir, I know we talked about this before, and because you're trusting me, I'll do my best. It's just. I'm not entirely sure I can do this. Desir replied. I told you it would be fine, but honestly, I'm not 100% sure either. But within our party, you're the only one who can. Gia shot them a glare and warned, remember this, you're from the mainland. If you show any disrespect in front of our chief, I will take your lives without a second thought. Then, Gia let out a powerful shout in the Magi tongue. Great chief, Gia Graves has returned. Desir couldn't help but wonder, what in the world is she howling? An orange-haired man scoffed. So the mainlanders are finally here, a blond man replied. Huh? Aren't they just a bunch of kids? The one in a skull helmet asked. Are they joking with us? A bald old man added. How can they be so small? A jest whispered. The atmosphere they're creating. Their skills are at least 5th Circle Bishop class. Gia knelt. Greetings, great chief. I've brought the mainlanders as you commanded. Dawn replied. My apologies for troubling you, Gia. She answered immediately. Not at all, sir. Desir bowed his head. He thought to himself. I remember that voice so well. Dawn's voice boomed. You may raise your heads. Desir's heart ached. Oh man, this is so embarrassing. I feel like crying. My old friend, Dawn. I've really missed you. Dawn addressed them. People from the kingdom, let me ask you first. Why have you come? Desir kept his head bowed. Greetings to the Great One of the North. We've come because the Emperor of the Hebrian Kingdom wishes to form an alliance. Dawn was visibly shocked that Desir could speak the Esteban tongue. Dawn asked him, So you want us to join your war? Desir replied, Yes, your majesty. We wish to receive help from the brave people of Esteban. Dawn nodded. We are well aware of the current situation on the continent. If the outsiders win this war, the entire land will fall into chaos. In the grand scheme of things, we'd be dragged into this war sooner or later. But I cannot accept your request. There's a story. One that hasn't happened in this world yet, but it was carved into Desir's memory. 1,000 years after the first appearance of the Shadow World, Dawn sat before a fire, speaking to him. My people have a promise to our ancestors. We cannot leave this land. Rond asked. Have you fulfilled your promise? Our ancestors? You don't even know who they were, do you? Dawn said with a heavy sigh. I get it. But for us, that promise, it's everything. An unbreakable vow. You can't possibly understand what it means to us. Long ago, one man gave us the chance to live and prosper. Chief Mela. He was the one who united countless tribes to fight back the enemies from the Great Cosby Mountain. and he forged this very land for us. The land of Herring. Ronde's eyes widened. You mean the great hero of the north, Chief Miga? Desir nodded. Even those of us from the main continent have heard his name. The legendary hero of the Esteban kingdom. Exactly, Don confirmed. But what I bet you don't know is who was standing right behind him, helping him succeed. The brown-haired mage chimed in. An aide of some sort? The dark-haired man added. History says that aide was just a myth, something they made up. That, Don said sharply, is a complete lie. To my people, man holds the same authority as Chief Miga himself. He helped us build Herring from the ground up, and he gave our great chief a sword. But it came with a request, a prophecy. This sword will one day save the world from a great disaster. I ask that you guard it until its true master appears. And then, Don finished, he vanished. Desir put the pieces together. So that's the reason for all this? Don nodded. That very sword lies deep within my homeland. Here in Herring, we call it Iceheart. The blonde soldier gasped. Iceheart? I've heard the legends about that blade. Don continued his explanation. In order to keep a promise, we waited for the sword's true master. We even tried to pull it out ourselves, because, honestly, we were just so tired of waiting. But no one could free the blade from the ice. Rond thought, there must be some kind of condition. Desir asked if there was any sealing magic. Nope, it's not the spell that's cold, Don explained. The sword itself radiates a chilling energy. Any warrior who touches it freezes solid. Don looked to the sky. Maybe we should have just broken that promise and joined the labyrinth conquests like everyone else. Maybe we shouldn't have waited. Maybe we should have gone searching for the master ourselves. If we had, we might have met them sooner and faced a totally different destiny. After hearing Don's story, Estes gave him a look of pure determination, but Don just closed his eyes, refusing. He couldn't leave this place. So Desir, knowing the risk, stepped up. Sir, would you allow us to fulfill the MGA leader's promise for you? Don's eyes snapped open, shocked by the offer. Laughter rained down from above, mocking them. A brown-haired man slammed the table, yelling, You damn Continentals! How dare you speak such arrogant words? Our great ancestors left that. Don raised a hand, cutting him off. He stared at Desir. Tell me, how do you know about the promise? Desir met his gaze. We met the true descendants of the MGA leader in the Shadow World. I heard the story from them. Don's interest was piqued. Is that so? How interesting. But the brown-haired man kept yelling, Great leader! They're outsiders. They have no right to do this. Don just calmly replied, It's been over a decade. Not a single one of us could fulfill that promise. So what's the harm in letting them try? The man still wanted to argue, but one sharp glare from Don shut him up. Don's voice was stern. Are you afraid? Afraid they'll succeed where we have failed? We've been bound by this vow for far too long. If they can free us from it, there's no reason we can't help the Empire. But it's not something just anyone can do. Whoever wishes to draw that sword must first prove they are worthy. And to do that, they'll have to pass my personal test. Don stepped towards them. You want to try and pull the sword? You have to prove your worth first, and I'll be the one to judge you. Estes stood up, resolute. I will be the one to do it. She was surrounded by the tribe's massive, imposing warriors. She thought to herself, this insane pressure. It's not from the crowd. It's coming from him. Romantica whispered to Desir. Is this really going to be okay? Desire looked a little worried himself, but nodded. It'll be fine. But Estes will have to give it her absolute all. Don stepped forward. The rules are simple. If one of you can't continue, or loses the will to fight, the match is over. Estes drew her sword, getting into her stance. Understood. Her mind was racing. Have I ever been this nervous before? Am I even holding my sword right? Am I shaking from the cold? Or from fear? The ground feels like it's trembling. I can't focus. Damn, he's huge. Don hoisted a giant axe onto his shoulder. Now, begin. Ice and snow exploded everywhere, completely blinding Estes. Before she could even get her bearings, Don was right in front of her. You seem a little distracted. Wham! A single blow from Don sent her flying. The system immediately flashed a warning. Error. Error. Mana in uniform decreased by 50%. Estes was in shock. One punch took more than half my mana? My arm feels like it's about to snap. Don charged again. You flew so far because you're too fragile. You really think you can pass this test with skills like that? You haven't even used your weapon. Just then, Estes's magic shot forward. Don barely blocked it in time. Estes pushed herself up. I thought the Esteban people were the quiet type. You seem to talk a lot for a tribal chief. How do you even maintain your serious image, leader? Don was surprised. He couldn't believe she was still standing after taking so many of his hits. Don just laughed. Huh, interesting. All right then, little lioness from the continent. Let's see you handle this. Estes unleashed her spell, White Cross Forest. A massive pillar of ice erupted between them. What is this? Some basic tactic? Don scoffed. Estes lunged from the left, but her slash did absolutely nothing. Tough, huh? Is this for defense, or something else? Don taunted. Not that it matters to me. With that, he kicked Estes, sending her stumbling back. He raised his axe. It'd be a mistake to think that little toy can stop me. Suddenly, Estes activated Ice Spear. Dozens of sharp projectiles shot toward Don, but they didn't even leave a scratch. Don's voice dripped with contempt. Are you done with these cheap tricks yet? Estes couldn't believe it. He took my spell head on and isn't even hurt. Can I really win against this guy? No, there's no way. From the start, how could a regular person like me ever be qualified? Then, she remembered Desir's words that she was the only one in their group who could do this. Estes gritted her teeth. He believed in me. Desir, I won't go down that easily. Don saw the fire in her eyes and grinned. Now that's a look I like. The eyes of a warrior. It seems you found your resolve. Then let's see if you can withstand this next attack. Estes saw a light radiating from Don. That's aura. Is he warning me? Don unleashed his technique, Maelstrom, shattering the ice all around them. The entire ground shook violently. Desir clenched his jaw. This is one of Don's wide-area skills. The ground is shaking because a massive amount of aura is moving beneath it. I can't believe he's going all out and using a skill like this. Estes countered with Frozen Palace, trying to stop the aura's underground advance. Damn it, she thought. I can't believe all I can do is play defense with my magic. Fine then. She prepared her ultimate move. Magic sword. Ice pressing. I'm putting all my mana into this. Maybe this can actually hurt him. Don just laughed. Just as I thought. This is getting fun. You can use magic and swordsmanship at the same time, can't you? He thought to himself. The cold air actually pierced my aura and touched me. That means if. Whoa. Before he could finish, Estes suddenly pulled back. Don was completely thrown off. Why did she retreat? I'm sure that was her chance to land a hit, even if it was a small one. Did she realize her own weakness? Estes whispered to herself. It's still not enough. Don was stunned as he saw the freezing air suddenly rush back towards Estes. Again, Isis yelled, as the dragon unleashed another torrent of fire. A warrior shouted from the side, I think someone just got swallowed by that thing. Another replied, damn it, who was it? Swallowed? Don's voice boomed from the smoke. What do you mean swallowed? I'll smash its face in before it swallows anything. Desir raised his shield, a small smirk on his face. That's Don for you. Tough as they come. The swordsman yelled a warning. Look out! It's coming for you again. The dragon opens its maw, lunging straight for Don. But in a flash, it's frozen solid by Isis's power. She steps forward. I know you didn't need the help. My mistake, Don. Don just looks at her, a thought crossing his mind. Maybe instead of waiting, he should find the sword's true master himself. He says nothing, simply raising his axe. He and Esses lock eyes. And then they charge. Red and blue light collide, creating a massive earthquake. The others watch in horror. Oh my god. This is less of a fight and more of a natural disaster. Desir whispers her name, worried. After the tremor settles, Esses's sword is completely shattered, but she's not giving up. Damn it, she grits out. Again. Don just stares at her for a moment, then turns and walks away. Her three teammates rush to her side. Esses, Desir calls out. Prem asks, are you okay? Romantica just stares at the destruction around them. Ugh, what is all this mess? Isis sits there, head down. I'm sorry, she whispers. I knew I couldn't beat him, but I never imagined the gap in our skills was this huge. But Desir shakes his head, a small smile on his face. He said, Kun Lona. By their laws, that phrase means he acknowledged you as a true warrior, so don't worry anymore. It also means we passed the test. Isis grabs Desir's hand. Really? He helps her up. You did great, Isis. Thanks, she replies. Suddenly, Gia steps forward. Hey, you people from the continent. You've been given permission to help unseal the sword, but let me be clear. I still don't like outsiders touching our sacred heirloom. That being said, Gia admits, I acknowledge your strength. That was an amazing duel, warrior. Now, follow me. I'll get you settled. Pram, with tears welling up in his adorable eyes, says, Isis, I was so worried about you. I'm so glad you're not badly hurt. I'm here with you now, right? The gods wouldn't let you get hurt, even in a big fight. Isis just smiles, ruffling his hair. I guess so. Amidst the chatter, Desir thinks to himself. Damn, the difference in their power was way too obvious. You can't face an opponent that strong and expect to walk away without a scratch. Dawn is a pure powerhouse. Meanwhile, Isis is still in her growth phase. If she were fully developed, I wonder what the result would have been. But right now, she stands no chance against Dawn. If the condition for passing was beating him, almost no one on the entire continent would even dare to try. On the way to the sword, Gia asks them, "Are you guys really okay?" Desir politely responds, "Ah, yes. Thanks to you, we're in top condition. I'm not talking about you," Gia clarifies. "I mean those other two with you." Flashback to a moment ago. Desir had said, "All right, choose. We have two other talents with us. They're warriors capable enough to face your chief. This is your golden opportunity to fight them without any interruptions." Two chosen men start stretching. The blonde one laughs. "Oh ho, so you have other warriors just like that girl?" The orange-haired guy adds. "My muscles are tingling with excitement." Romantica screams, "Hey, you, what did you just tell them?" Isis pinches his arm. "What's the meaning of this?" Pram is practically crying. Ugh, Desir isn't acting normal. Desire just closes his eyes. This is a great chance for them to train. Perfect, actually. Behind him, Romantica is yelling, calling him a total jerk. Back in the present, Desir just smiles. They'll be fine. Gia just shrugs. "If you say so, I won't ask again. This is the entrance to the Holy Land. When the sun rises, I'll come check daily to see if you're still alive. I'll bring food, too." "Okay, now you're on your own." The two of them head inside. Esses looks around at the grim sight. "Desir, what is all this?" Desir knows exactly what she's asking. He nods grimly. "Yep, these are the bodies of those who failed. Something about this is weird." Isis looks at him, confused. Desir explains, "Think about it. Everyone here was frozen to death while trying to pull out the sword. Right? I guess," Isis replies. "So what?" Desir continues. "But they aren't in front of the sword, which means someone moved them here. Wouldn't it be better to return these bodies to their families? Instead, they're using them as a warning. It's insane." Isis manages a small, grateful smile. "Thanks, Desir. Your weird questions actually made me feel a little better. Still, everyone here was an amazing warrior. So those jokes aren't in the best taste, Desir. Let's go." After walking a bit further, Desir points. "A sword. It's here. It's the Ice Heart." Meanwhile, Dawn is training. He asks Gia, "So, those two have entered the Holy Land?" Gia bows. "Yes, I will check on them every hour to make sure they're okay." Dawn suddenly laughs. "Haha, am I trembling?" Gia looks at him, completely baffled. "She knew," Dawn says. "She knew she couldn't possibly beat me. And yet," her eyes held this fierce determination. "She wanted to take me down, as if she were my equal. And when I stood there, in that cold air condensed with her sheer willpower, maybe I did start to tremble, just like when I stand near the Ice Heart." Gia is shocked. "How is that even possible?" Dawn continues. "For a long time, I've been hoping to find someone who could free us from this place, this frozen wasteland, and I'm sure of it. That warrior girl I fought, she's the one I've been waiting for all this time. What could possibly be better than this? It's been so long. Finally, we can be free. Just a little longer, and I'll face the blood-pumping battles I've craved." Isis stares at the Ice Heart sword before her, hesitating. From a distance, Desir calls out to reassure her. "Don't be afraid. Just do exactly what we practiced. Isis, I know you can do this." "No, it's more like this thing was literally made for you." Isis smiles back at him, taking off her cloak. "Desire, I trust you." She remembers her training, the moment she cried out, "Damn it!" Desire was always there, watching, encouraging her. "No need to rush. You're doing great. Just take it one step at a time." The magic she was trying to master involved controlling cold air and creating a place to contain it. She used her magic to construct an entire ice palace. It's an expanded state of cold air itself. And inside that zone, she could freely adjust the amount of magic she used and cast spells at incredible speeds. Now, he told her, use it on your enemy. Steal their cold air, control it, and focus it all on yourself. Just like before, when you were considered the strongest. They called her the Dawn Magic Swordsman, humanity's strongest. Isis had replied, "Easier said than done. It's not like in theory, but I think I'm starting to feel it." Desir had smiled. "See? That means you already know how to handle the cold air, which means you can at least touch the sword with one hand. You're going to overcome this. Back in the present, Isis unleashes her vision magic, ice empires. She thinks, I only get one shot at this. Failure means death. As she touches the sword, she feels it. An overwhelming cold, pouring from the air itself. The closer I get, she realizes, the more the cold air around me gets sucked in. Absorb. That's the key. I have to seize control of the chilling aura from the sword, focus all of it, and absorb it into myself. Suddenly a voice echoed in her mind. So, you've finally come. Isis looked around, stunned by the strange new reality around her. Where am I? The voice spoke again, ancient and patient. I have waited a very long time, master of the sword. Who are you? Isis demanded. The shadowy figure replied, Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you have found me. Isis was confused. I found you? The shadow confirmed it. Yes, my only purpose here is to wait. For one who possesses power, and who also needs it. Isis just stared. What are you talking about? The shadow's voice grew more serious. You should know that you are not the only one who can claim this power. It can be a curse, which is why you must control it, no matter the cost. If you don't, everything around you will freeze solid. Far away, Desir watched intently, the intense cold radiating from the sword. It was gone. He called out, Esses, are you all right? But there was no answer. He thought to himself, did she pass out? I have to get her out of here. Then, with a surge of strength, Isis ripped the sword from its resting place, staggering backward. Desir rushed forward, catching her just in time. Lean on me, he said gently. Are you okay? She nodded, catching her breath. Yeah, I just lost control for a second, but I did it, right? Desir smiled. You did great. So this is the legendary Ice Heart, huh? He then asked. Esses, could you maybe move the sword a little? Being made of ice and all, it's a bit chilly. He laughed. Ha! With this, we can finally convince the Esteban people. Let's go home. Here, Esses, you can lean on me. Thank you, she replied. But then, a single drop of water landed on his head. Desir looked up. Water? He saw the massive ring of ice above them was cracking. Before he could finish the thought, a huge chunk of ice crashed down right behind them. Desir's eyes went wide. No way, he breathed. This place is. No time to think. He quickly swept Isis into his arms, ignoring her protests. Sorry, Isis. With that, he sprinted out of the collapsing sanctuary. A voice crackled from a glowing orb. What are you doing over there? Drawn sighed, looking bored. Nothing. Just sitting here, bored out of my mind. How much longer do I have to wait? The voice came from the orb again. Everything is almost ready. Is it all going according to plan on your end? Drawn smirked. No problems here. So, why are you calling me? The voice in the orb explained. The time has come. I'm calling to let you know. You can finally go on a rampage. Drawn's bored expression twisted into a wicked grin. He let out a huge laugh. Really? I've been waiting to hear you say that for a very, very long time. Meanwhile, at the Allied army camp, a commander yelled, Everyone, form ranks. Something's coming this way. He paused. Wait, what's going on? Is that just one person? A soldier on watch screamed, Enemy spotted. Who are you? A man in a mask slowly emerged from the fog, chuckling. Ha ha. An enemy? Me? I'm not so sure about that, but whatever. I don't really care, he said, his voice dripping with malice. The only thing I care about is your blood. Back in the throne room, an elder asked. They actually made it out of there alive? They must have used some kind of trick. Maybe they found another sword just like Iceheart. Another added, even, if that's true. Don slammed his fist on his throne. Silence, he roared. He stared down at Desir. Did you truly master the power of Iceheart? Desir bowed his head. I believe. It would be better to simply show you. Isis stepped forward and unwrapped the cloth covering the blade. A brilliant, cold light filled the room. The elders, seeing it, all shot to their feet in unison. Impossible. That's really Iceheart. One of the elders leaped down from his seat, shouting, I will not accept this. That sword is part of a promise to our great chief. It's our ancestral heritage. I cannot let it be taken by some outsiders from the continent. I am Lord Delis, leader of the Bear tribe, and the guardian of this sword. I demand you return it to its rightful place. Desir started to argue back. We followed the rules you set out for, but Esses held up a hand, stopping him. She stepped toward the furious lord. I want to ask you something. If I were to hand this sword over to you, could you even use it? Lord Delis glared at her, suspicious. What are you trying to pull? Isis continued, her voice calm but firm. If you want the sword that badly, then come and take it. Enough! Dawn's voice echoed through the hall. The sword belongs to her now. Delise turned to his leader, outraged. Chief, are you really all right with these outsiders taking our sacred treasure? Dawn's reply was calm. Of course I'm not happy about it. But you need to understand the promise we made, Delise. We were asked to wait for someone who could wield the sword, not to keep it for ourselves. I, Don Paslan, hereby declare that our long wait to fulfill our promise is over. He stood, his voice rising with passion. For too long, we have hidden ourselves, burying our claws in the snow. Now, our sacred mission is complete. It is time to prove to the entire continent that we are the descendants of great warriors. To the chiefs gathered here, tell your warriors, it is time we raise our claws high. We have hidden in the shadows for far too long. We now face an immortal threat. So take up your weapons. Together, we go to war. In the city of Riam. Gia pointed ahead. We're here. This place, Chaos, sits at the foot of the mountains. It's the closest city to our destination. Well, this is where I leave you. Desir looked at Gia and nodded. Go on. Be safe. Thank you, Gia said, but then something clicked. Oh, right. Kunlona on the battlefield. Desert raised his hand too, echoing, Kunlona on the battlefield. The message was sent. Back at the Empire's embassy in Hebrion, Desert reported in. Professor, the request for allied support is going very smoothly. On the other end, the professor replied. Is that so? You all did well. I'm sure His Majesty will be pleased. Desert cut to the chase. More importantly, what's the situation on the front lines? The professor's tone dropped. Honestly, to say things are fine would be a blatant lie. I understand, Desert said grimly. The professor continued. The outsiders don't just have high-level mages. Their army is using magic we've never seen before. And the homunculus mutants are back on the front lines. Desert was stunned. What? How could they be back so soon? Yes, the professor confirmed, just as you reported. After you returned from the Shadow World, their recovery rate became terrifying. Desert thought to himself, no, this is way faster than I predicted. The professor's voice crackled on. We've formed a squad to counter the homunculus, but no one can hold them back. Because of this, the king has ordered you and your party to join us, since you're near the Lagom Plains. Understood, Desert replied, his mind already on the outsiders. When he returned, Prom rushed over, throwing his arms around him. Mr. Desert, you're back. Desert gently pushed him off. Careful, Pram. Everyone, gather round. I have something to tell you all. After he explained the situation, Romantica's face hardened. So that's it. How ironic. We're dealing with those homunculus freaks again. Pram's shoulders slumped. War? Again? Dizit added. You don't have to answer right away. This is war, after all. You need to think carefully. But Romantica cut him off. What are you talking about? Our enemy is the outsiders. If it's them, Isis chimed in. Right. We're going to fight, aren't we? Romantica clenched her fists. I refuse to let that kind of disaster happen again. Never. I hate war, but I think we have to help. Desir stood up. Thank you, everyone. Let's end this war, together. And so, on the eastern front of the Lagom Plains, a pink-haired girl gritted her teeth. Damn it! When is this war going to end? She yelled. Those outsider bastards. I'll burn them all to the ground. A man with blonde hair replied calmly. You shouldn't use such language. We are the face of the Hebrion Empire, after all. The girl shot back. I know. The Blue Moon Party joins the fight. The Red Dragon Party joins the fight. And now the Starling Party joins the fight. The Mac River flows from the eastern Lagom Plains straight to the continent's center. It's deep, only passable by large ships, making it the main supply line for the Allied forces on the eastern front. To the east of the Mac River lies the Kingdom of Iola, where the Hebrion Kingdom has its eastern military base. The infantry has already suffered 41 casualties. Inside the military base, Romantica sighed. Even eating a meal is stressful here. Eat fast and stop complaining, Desert urged her. Graham fidgeted. I feel uncomfortable too. I hate it when so many people stare at us. All around them, soldiers were whispering. That's the famous Starling Party? I heard they cleared a level 3 Shadow World. Is that Desert, the hero of Pritch? A familiar voice cut through the noise. Looks like you guys have really become celebrities. Pram's face lit up. Roria, Kelt. Kelt smiled. How have you been? Roria joked. Maybe I should get your autographs. Kelt got serious. You'll get used to the chatter in about a week. And don't leave any food behind, no matter how bad it tastes. Trust me, today's meal is a feast compared to what's coming, Roria added, nodding as she ate. Soon, you'll be living on nothing but dry rations. Fresh food runs out fast. The Eastern Front is supplied by sea through the Mac River, so it should be unlimited, Desert countered. But then a bell rang. 3 times. 3 rings, Graham said, his eyes wide. Roria didn't even stop eating. Hurry up and finish. Desert was already on his feet. That's the signal for an enemy attack. Let's go. Roria started barking orders. Blue Moon Party, coordinate with the artillery. Both teams, prep for magic bombardment. Red Dragon Party, ready the heavy-hitting attacks and provide rear support. Don't let a single one get close, Kelt yelled. Artillery, fire, Desert noted. With Blue Moon and Red Dragon covering us, we don't have to worry about the rear line. Romantica, are you in position? He asked into his comms. Yep, she replied. Communication is crystal clear. Just then a soldier approached him. Hey, you're Desert, right? I mean from the Starling Party. Desert nodded. That's right. What do you need? The soldier hesitated. We don't need anything. It's just, why are you on the front lines with the infantry? Shouldn't you be in the back with the mages? Isis suddenly called out, Desert, enemy spell barrage, incoming. He replied calmly, got it. I'm not worried about myself, he told the soldier. This is where we're needed most. And with a flick of his wrist, Desert's unique skill completely neutralized the enemy's magic. The soldier stared, absolutely stunned. The spells, they all just vanished. Desert was already on his comms. Romantica, what's the situation? Just like you said, she reported. They're charging in now that their magic is useless. You should be seeing them any second now. Desert's eyes narrowed. I see them. It's the Casca Knights, he thought grimly. Knights from the Kingdom of Deville. Did they betray their own country to join the outsiders? Or did the entire kingdom side with them? The infantry captain yelled, change formation, hold the line and stop that cavalry charge. One of the Casca Knights just laughed. You think you can stop us with that? How pathetic. In an instant, the Casca Knights shattered the infantry's defensive line. Romantica's voice was tense. Desert, those knights are strong. Are you sure we can handle them? Desert's voice was firm. We have to stop them. For now, treat them like a moving swarm of homunculus mutants. Timing is everything. When their battalion reaches the center, focus your senses. Romantica, there will be one person with a weapon that looks different from the others. She scanned the battlefield, understood, searching, got him. Desert commanded, take him out. Okay, she replied. The Casca Knight captain roared. Their infantry line is broken. Their mages are useless in close quarters. Let's push through and… He never finished his sentence. Romantica's shot hit him dead on. Another knight screamed, Captain! Damn it! Don't stop. Follow the captain's last order charge. Desert shouted. S's. Without a word, she leaped forward, unleashing her White Cross Forest technique to block the enemy's path. The Casca Knight shouted, turn back, move forward, then hang a right. Suddenly, Desert stepped in. I don't know why you'd team up with the outsiders, but you should be ashamed. Frost Storm. From above, a cloaked figure watched, thinking, wow, they're a lot stronger than before. Boss, are you listening? Our plan is working perfectly, and those bastards are here. On the other end of the line, a man with white hair replied, I hear you. It's time for me to make my move. Down below, the allied soldiers were stunned by Desert's magic. What kind of spell was that? One of them yelled. Is that a third circle magic? He wiped out the Casca Knights in a single blow. Focus up. Don't miss this chance. Everyone charge, Graham asked. Are we done here, Desert? He nodded. Yeah. Leave the rest to the soldiers. Romantica, you hear me? Let's get out of here. But she was confused. Aren't we supposed to stay until the battle's over? We need to conserve our mana, Desert explained. There are more fights ahead. Head back to camp, Romantica. The others will be back soon. Just then, an outsider rushed toward Pram, screaming, Die, you imperial rats. But in an instant, S shattered his sword and kicked him back as allied soldiers ran over. Nothing to worry about, Desert said calmly. The outsider struggled to his feet, laughing. Ha, you filthy noble bastards. So the Empire sent more than just kids to kill us. How pathetic. We have a greater purpose here. Don't you dare feel proud for killing us. You're no different from us. Desert put a hand on Pram's head to calm him. Pram, focus. Don't listen to his words. The boy nodded. Yes, Desert. Desert sighed. This is what leads to war. Everyone has their own reasons. We fight to protect ours, so don't hesitate because of what he said. That's just the nature of war. Back at the camp, Desert suddenly spoke up. Something strange. Roria looked at him. Huh? What is it? Desert turned to another man. Kelt, can you give us a quick summary of the battle situation? Of course, Kelt replied. Starting with the central path, that's where the homunculus mutants appeared. The main forces on the eastern and western fronts are supposed to push in there. That's where the enemy's main army is concentrated. The outsiders used that opportunity to attack our eastern and western fronts. I hear they have the advantage in the west, and the east isn't much different. The only reason we're holding on is thanks to the Theban army. Desert frowned. That's the part that feels weird to me. I thought the eastern front would be struggling, but it seems things are going a bit too easily. Kelt countered. That's because of the Theban army's help. Plus you guys took out the Kasuka Knights, their main unit. But don't you find it strange, Desert said, that only the Kasuka Knights were in their main force? Roria was confused. Only them? What do you mean? Desert explained. If they wanted to focus their attack on the eastern front, why would they send fewer troops there compared to other locations? So what? Roria replied. Maybe they're trying to save their strength for later. But Desert immediately shot down her theory. Considering the outsiders' position, they can't afford to save troops now. If they lose this battle, turning the tide with just a few homunculus mutants will be impossible. They're clearly planning something else. Desert's mind was racing. Is there something we've missed? The outsiders are definitely scheming here. The eastern and western fronts, neither has their main army. And in that moment, he remembered something he said during dinner today. He'd mentioned that the food supplies for the east were all coming in by boat. It clicked. The supply route down the Manhwa River. The coastal supply line. The supply ships were approaching the shore. The captain smiled. Excellent. Everything's going smoothly. Someone asked. What's that light? The squad leader squinted. Lightning, maybe? No, that's magic. A blast of magic erupted, setting the side of the ship on fire. It's an ambush, the captain roared. A crewman shouted, Captain, over there. It's the Lion Team's Magic Knights. No, it's the Mountain King Raiden and the Gandon Academy. Why are they here? Damn it, they've teamed up with the outsiders. An outsider reported, Captain Jen, we're in the perfect position. Jen scoffed. Too easy. This is boring. Why would they leave their food supply so unguarded? What a disappointment. Burn it all. But suddenly, a shout came from behind them. Look out. It's an Imperial ship. The Theban Imperial Army. Jen turned, a wide grin spreading across his face. Huh, now this is more like it. I knew it couldn't be this easy. A Theban soldier yelled, The outsiders are spreading out. Get into the area and join the supply team. Follow the captain's orders. An outsider sneered. The captain's that little kid? He laughed and cast a spell. Haha, you fools. What do you plan to do with such a small rescue team? Desir just said, Shut up, and activated his counterspell skill. Roria, he yelled. On cue, she unleashed her attack. Red Dragon, fire! A soldier directed the troops. Reinforcements this way, inside the castle. Hurry, there's an entrance. Everyone, get in there before we're surrounded. Graham called out. Desert, let's go. Just then, an axe came flying at him, but thankfully his A-rank item deflected the blow. It bounced off? Desert thought. There, that must be the Mountain King Raiden. Drawn watched from afar. 35 mages killed at once. How interesting. I wonder if we'll finally meet. Desert, the kid that crow-faced guy keeps talking about. The demon Desert. What color is your blood, I wonder? A soldier yelled. Reinforcements are here, boys. Thank God. Luck is still on our side. A bald man ordered. All soldiers, don't let your guard down. We can't lose this position now. The outsiders are still right in front of us. Yuta walked up and asked, Are you Lieutenant Commander Garen, captain of the Eastern Supply Route? I'm Lieutenant Colonel Yuta. I'm told the higher-ups are in contact via magic communicators, so the main army should be here soon. Garen shook his hand. I'm Lieutenant Commander Garen. You saved all of our lives, Lieutenant Colonel Yuta. Yuta replied, Glad we made it in time. But then, another explosion rocked the area. Garan immediately took command. All soldiers, back to your positions, now. Form a defensive line, Desert shouted. We'll support the artillery unit. The Red Dragon team will provide support from the rear. Blue Moon will handle long-range attacks. Our group is heading to the front lines, just like before. Desir watched the battle from a high vantage point. He thought, it's good that the outsiders' forces are dwindling, but we can't let our guard down. The difference in our numbers is still way too big. Wait, where did he go? He was the Vanguard's key player, their Captain Raiden, the Mountain King. Graham yelled, Desir, it's dangerous, get down. A soldier ran up, reporting. The harbor near the wall is about to be overrun. Garan asked, The wall? What are you talking about? Didn't the defense line already repair it? How could they possibly break through? The soldier replied, "It wasn't an enemy attack, it was our allies. They suddenly started a riot." Just then, a horrified soldier cried out to his comrade, "Agun, it's me, Lamb. I don't want to do this. What's wrong with you? We're teammates. We fought together, Agun." But the man named Agun was like a demon now. He charged at the very man who fought by his side. Luckily, Pram arrived just in time, knocking Agun down. Pram asked, "You okay?" Pram thought to himself, Agun's expression. "What is that look? I hit him that hard, and he's still standing? Is this some kind of berserk state? No way, he's being controlled by someone. In that case, I'll just knock him out." Pram struck the back of Agun's neck, but it had no effect. If anything, it just made him crazier. Pram thought, "It didn't work? Fine then," he said. "Sorry, but could you please stay down?" Followed by a swift, powerful kick to Agun's leg, snapping the bone so he couldn't get up. Desir rushed over and asked Pram, "What's the situation?" Pram replied, "Desir, I think this might be some kind of mind control magic. Knocking him out is useless. I can only lock him down." Desert gets it. If this is some kind of mind control, we have to take down the user. The team moves carefully, trying to subdue them without permanent damage. And just like that, the four of them manage to stop the riot. Desert analyzes the situation. "I can't break this." Kyo looks confused. "What do you mean by that?" Desert's answer is chilling. "There's no magic to sense here. Seriously," he continues, "they're using something completely different from mana." "Different how?" Kyo presses. Desert's one-word answer changes everything. "Blood. They've all been pumped full of some special blood. And that blood is being puppeteered by magic." Romantica chimes in. "So it's a unique type of spell?" Then Desert's right. "We have someone like that on our side too. Someone who can feel magic's presence." "Kyo, can you report all this back to Lieutenant Yuta?" "Two ways to fix this. Option 1. Get all of that infected blood out of their bodies. Option 2. Slap a counterspell on every single one of them. We'll take care of it." Up on a railing, a man named Rayan comments, "This is just awful, not a single ally in sight." But Dragon, leaning against a wall, disagrees. "Awful? The view is gorgeous. An entire army painted crimson with blood." Ryan asks, "That blood magic is affecting your own soldiers too. You're seriously okay with that?" Dragon just scoffs. "My soldiers? I don't take sides," she declares. "I just love the battlefield. A place filled with the sweet smell of blood. I want to see it everywhere, because I am a refined artist." Chaotic breaths. Blood spilling from everyone. What a magnificent sight. She smiles. "Oh, they're finally here." Rayen is confused. "What's going on?" Dragon simply answers, "The true purpose of this whole operation." Rayen pushes back. "What are you talking about? I thought the mission was to destroy their supply line." Dragon just keeps smiling, humming a little tune. "They're here. They're finally here. My honored guests are arriving. I need to go and say hello." Rayen can't believe it. Is she talking about those kids? And there she is, perched on a stone ledge. "We finally meet," Dragon says. "Did you like my little gift? I've been wanting to meet you for so long. Does it?" "Hey there," Dragon calls out. "I've been waiting so long I almost fell asleep. But since you made it, I'll give you a reward. Anything you want? How about a kiss?" she offers. Desert doesn't hesitate. "In that case, we want you to stop the magic you cast on those soldiers." Dragon pouts. "Now that's a bit tricky. That spell was a masterpiece. Took ages to perfect. So sorry, can't undo it. Are you sure there's nothing else you want, other than a kiss?" Dragon removes her mask. "Oh right. I should at least introduce you to the artist who's about to sculpt you. A pleasure to meet you. I am Dragon Lavelka, the last blood mage on this earth, and an artist. So then," she purrs, "shall we begin your sculpting right now?" Dazit stays silent. Dragon smiles. "It's better to show you my work than just talk about it." But as she's talking, whoosh, something flies right past her. She casually catches an axe. "Oh my," she says, unimpressed. "Looks like some of you are in a hurry." She looks down at the man who blocked for her. "Did you just take that hit for me? Want a kiss for your trouble?" His reply, "Get lost." Romantica radios in from her sniper's nest. "This is bad, Desert. Enemies are swarming that building. You want me to handle them?" Desert's order is cold. "Handle them. Kill as many as you can," he adds. "Roger that," Romantica replies, lining up her shot. Down below, the big, long-haired subordinate roars, "You damn brats! I've got snipers to the northeast. Find them and kill them," he bellows. "As for these guys, I'll kill them myself." And with that, he leaps right into Desert's team, axe swinging. But a voice cuts through the chaos. "Hey, you grumpy old man." A figure steps forward. Sorry, but your opponent is me. Veins pop on the big guy's forehead. Pure rage. It's a little crowded here, Esses says calmly. Let's find a better place to fight, shall we? Then she strikes, and the impact is anything but small. Using a massive ice pillar, Esses easily pins down her enemy. From a distance, Dragon sounds impressed. Well now, that girl is pretty good. Desert turns. Prom is instantly at attention. Sir, Dragon's men are going after Romantica, Desert says. With your speed, you can catch them, right? Pram nods firmly. Yes. Then go. Help her. I'll finish them and be right back. Pram promises before vanishing. Dragon turns her attention back to Desert. Are you sure you'll be okay? Now it's just the two of us. Maybe we should get to know each other? Desert just glares. Let's begin. A pool of fresh blood forms at Dragon's feet. Time to begin the sculpture, she whispers. Across from her, Desert refuses to back down, readying his own stance for battle. I don't care what it takes, he declares. I will make you stop that spell. Meanwhile, in the other fight, a mocking voice rings out. Is that all you've got? Dragon's massive subordinate is on the offensive. Your attacks are this pathetic? I'm so bored. He swings his axe down with a wicked grin. Esses dodges just in time. The big guy unleashes a terrifying vortex of aura, trapping her. But she's quick, encasing herself in a protective shell of ice. He thinks to himself, she read my attack. She's tougher than I expected. No time to conserve mana. Just then, Esses unleashes her trump card, Ice Palace. Her opponent is stunned. This is, you can use imagination magic, too? Esses is unimpressed. What of it? He swings his axe. It doesn't matter. It's still a weak and flimsy type of magic. You think you can beat me with something like that? He roars. Esses dashes forward, unleashing ice shackles. Cheap tricks, he yells. She ignores him, launching a magic swordsman ice wave from above. Back to the main event. Desert is forced back by an attack. How strange, Dragon muses. Why aren't you using your magic analysis? Or, maybe you can't? My masterpieces are too complex for you to break down, aren't they? She sends a beast made of blood lunging at him. Desert counters, summoning the symbol of Cairo. For a moment, they're dead even. I'll give you credit, Dragon says. You can use a lot of different spells. But here's the thing. Every single one of them is weak. And then she unleashes a brutal attack on Desert. Using Bloodburst, she taunts him. You're just a third circle mage, aren't you? Red thorns erupt, aiming straight for him. So why would you even try to fight me alone? Was I just getting my hopes up based on what I heard? She sighs. This is so boring. But then, Desert speaks. You really are well prepared. You've twisted your spells into a 2 or 3 loop formula, right? If all that was just to counter my analysis, it's honestly a bit much. Dragon's eyes narrow. I don't like the way you talk about my gift. So dismissive. Desert presses on. Who are you referring to? And I have a question for you, Dragon. Dragon laughs. You finally used my name. What is it you want to know? I'll consider it my final gift to you. Desert's question is sharp. Right now, how many people's worth of blood are you controlling? As Esses attacks with her magic swordsman Ice Wave, the man scoffs. I really hate magic swordsmen. He counters with a furious barrage. They're just half decent at everything they do. Those guys have no concept of shame, and that's exactly why she failed. A small, cold laugh escaped Esses's lips as she looked up. Pathetic. The man started sweating, confused. Esses spoke again. Before you call someone else shameless, maybe you should take a good hard look in the mirror? The man shot back. What do you know about the hell I've been through? Esses cut him off instantly. Shut your mouth, you traitor. I don't care about your pathetic sob story, she scoffed. Understanding? Compassion? Don't make me laugh. You're nothing but a criminal who sided with the enemy. So instead of spouting nonsense, why don't you come and fight? The words hit their mark. Enraged, the man charged forward, roaring, You damn brat! A sword materialized to block his path, but he just kicked it aside, shouting, Cheap trick. With an acrobatic leap, he sent the blade flying right back at Esses, but she stopped it cold with a massive pillar of ice. A menacing light started to glow from the man's weapon. He lunged. Trying to run? It's useless. Esses's voice, cold as ice, cut through the air. Run? Who said anything about running? And just like that, she appeared behind him, a flawless attack, moving with the grace of an arrogant queen. The man's mind raced. What is that sword? Frozen crystal? He pushed forward again, yelling, A different sword won't change a thing, because a little brat like you has zero actual skill. Esses simply replied, Let me give you a little warning. This is my first time using this in a real battle, so I don't exactly have full control over its power. A pure white light flared from the blade. its chilling aura overwhelming the enemy's rage. The man felt the attack coming. What is this bone-deep cold? He gritted his teeth. Damn it! Her voice echoed, like a call from the abyss. Aura Core Center. Ice Empress. The next technique was unleashed, but her opponent wasn't backing down, activating his own skill, Mycin, a thrill of excitement running through him. He snarled, Die, you arrogant witch. If you just kept your mouth shut, I might have given you a quick death. Esses calmly replied, You're strong, I'll give you that. But you're also seriously overestimating yourself. In a flash, she was standing right beside him. He stared in disbelief. Since when? He tried to lunge forward, but couldn't move an inch. He stammered, You witch. What did you do to me? The horrifying realization hit him. My body, it's freezing solid. A pathetic scream tore from his throat as his body went completely numb, every muscle locking up. Damn it, the man roared. You monster! Stop this magic right now! S's cold voice replied. It's useless. Didn't I already warn you? I still don't have perfect control over this blade. The moment you touched it, you had already lost. Goodbye, traitor. She said nothing more, simply watching as the frozen man shattered into 1,000 pieces. Meanwhile, it looked like Desir was losing his own fight. Over on his side of the battle, a triumphant shout echoed. So what if you figured out my secret? Dracoon yelled. What do you think you can possibly change? My mana is endless because it comes from blood. What good is that little piece of information to you now? Desir deployed a thick fog to dodge the attack. Dracoon's vision was completely blocked. Oh, come on now, she purred. I can't see your handsome face if you keep hiding in the mist like that. Where are you? She called out playfully. Spotting a faint silhouette, she grinned. There you are. A shower of blood rained down from above, forcing Desir to scramble and evade. Watching him dodge, Dracoon mocked. You're quite the dancer, wiggling around like a worm. Then she looked around, her eyes widening as the scenery changed. Wait a minute, did you lure us away from the supply route? You're actually pretty sharp. Desire's mind was racing. They're back there holding off our brainwashed allies. I have to keep this fight contained and away from them. That magic that turns blood into mana, it's effective, but there's no way it's truly infinite. Dracoon's voice cut in. I have to congratulate you, for lasting this long, but why aren't you using that spell, the one that killed Dayton's dragon in a single hit? She smirked. Oh, right. You actually need time to prepare it. She readied another attack, but then Desir spoke up. You said my mana was almost gone, didn't you? Well, let's just say round 1 is over. I really didn't think I'd have to play my trump card this soon, but… Desir summoned his staff. It's time for round 2. Let's go. His mind flashed back to the moment Zod first gave it to him. Here, Zod had said. Take this. What is it? Desire had asked. Zod just smiled. A little gift for you. Desire looked surprised. A gift? Thank you, sir. It's a staff I designed myself, specifically for you, Zod explained. A staff? Remember what happened with the Dayton dragon? Zod continued. Your ability to calculate spells is incredible, but your personal mana supply? It's just too low. This staff I'm giving you contains a massive reserve of mana. You can unleash it whenever you need to, just like I do. However, there is one catch. To keep it from draining your own energy, you have to keep the gem covered when you're just carrying it. You can also channel your own mana into it when you need to recharge, basically using it as a battery. It's the perfect weapon to make up for your biggest weakness. Desir bowed his head. Thank you, Zod. Back in the present, raw energy crackled around Desir and his staff, arcing like lightning. He grinned. Time for round 2. Dracoon's eyes widened. His mana pool, it just exploded out of nowhere, but it doesn't matter how much power he has, she thought. It won't change the fact that I'm the one who's going to win this fight. She raised a vortex of blood, preparing to bring it crashing down on him. Desir just scoffed. Is talking trash all you can do? If you think you can win, then prove it. Dracoon was getting confused. He's cornered, even with that power-up. So why does he have that chilling look in his eyes? The outcome here is obvious, so how can he be so calm? Shaking off her doubt, she sneered. If you're in such a hurry to die, I'll make it quick. She then unleashed her ultimate attack. Crimson Sonata. Desire met her gaze. Ready. All right. Time to use Zod's little gift. Let's see its grand debut. He countered with Frost Blast, conjuring a massive magic circle that didn't just match hers, it completely dwarfed it in size and power. Dracoon was blown back by the impact. Impossible, my spell. It was just cancelled out? Damn it. I need to use something stronger. She immediately cast out Bloodbreak. Massive tendrils of blood shot out, lashing towards Desir. He instantly switched to a fire-based spell to counter them. Dracoon laughed. Is that all you've got? Just matching my magic to cancel it out? How long do you think you can keep casting high-tier spells like that, one after another? Desir just smirked. Why don't you stick around and find out? Dracoon shot back. Even with that staff, your own mana capacity is still lower than mine. If you just keep countering my spells. But as she spoke, a thought struck her. Wait a second. How are his power output and casting speed so perfectly consistent? Desir was already forming another magic circle. Well, what are you waiting for? Cast your next spell, Dracoon sneered. You don't have to tell me. Suddenly, she froze. Panic flared in her eyes. My magic. Desir's voice was calm and steady. Even when you invert the spell's formula. Did you really think I couldn't analyze it in time? And with that, he unleashed a firestorm. Dracoon screamed in pure terror. Wait! A massive, earth-shattering explosion ripped through the landscape, creating a huge shockwave that seemed to destroy everything around them. Just then, Esses arrived on the scene, calling out his name from a distance. Desir, he leaped over to the other side. As the smoke cleared, Desir spoke. You have to be a special kind of stupid. No one shows their full power in a duel between mages. Did you really think you were an artist at an exhibition? Dragon struggled on the ground, letting out a twisted laugh. She glared at him and seethed. You arrogant little brat. Desir stepped closer. You're not an artist. You're just an amateur who forgot the most basic principles of magic. Dragon shot to her feet, enraged. You bastard. I've changed my mind. I'm going to kill you in the most brutal way imaginable and feed your corpse to the dogs, Desir just said. Even in this situation, you still don't get it, do you? Besides the fact that I can analyze every spell you cast. Right now, you're running low on blood. You've walked right into my trap. Do you even know how far we are from the battlefield? Dragon was stunned. Since when? Did we get this far? Desir ignored her. Nobody did this to you. You brought this on yourself. Dragon clutched her face, groaning. Then, she snapped her head up and screamed. Shut up! Blood desire! Watching the hands of blood form, Desir sighed. A fatal magic sequence. A different kind of illusion? What a pain. Dragon snapped. A pain? Is that all you have to say? We'll see if I don't tear you into 100 pieces. Even if I'm low on blood, it's more than enough to kill you. Just then, a massive wave of power shot past her. It tore straight through her magic, completely destroying it. Dragon couldn't believe it. What? What is this? Romantica's voice cut in. Another illusion spell? Desires are much prettier. But this huge, ugly thing? Yeah, I don't feel like fighting that. Dragon, covered in blood, screamed, How dare you, you little witch? Desir appeared, remarking, This thing is hideous. I should probably deal with it before its blood stains my uniform. Frozen Palace. A storm of ice erupted, blasting towards Dragon. She panicked, thinking, Did that guy lose already? What a useless, damn fool. The ice magic shattered everything she had. Looking at the devastation, she thought in a panic, Damn it, what a mess. That annoying witch. She's using magic without even chanting. And I've never even heard of this swordsman before. Calm down. I only have enough blood for a defensive spell. It might buy me some time. While I'm defending, I can recover a little mana. And after that... Wait. If he's still here, then all of my attack spells. She could only see Desir standing in the distance, watching her calmly. His eyes held a cold, merciless look. Utterly defeated, Dragon's eyes went blank as her body slumped. She let out choked, breathless sobs right as Pram rushed in from afar. Dragon stammered in horror. Spare me. A voice narrated. The Eastern Lagom Plateau, Mahu Harbor, and the Outsiders' joint supply route. These locations have been completely wiped out. A man on a monitor spoke up. Does this mean the Kasuka Knights, the Lion Magic Corps, and the Jiden Gang have all been captured? Another elder added. I'm told the young man Desir Arman played a crucial role this time. Someone else chimed in. I also heard he was the first one to identify their target, and that the Outsiders' whole strategy revolved around the supply routes. Another man said, That's not all. He also single-handedly eliminated the Sixth Circle mage sent by the Outsiders. He really took care of a Sixth Circle mage all by himself? What an exceptionally talented individual. I'm already a fan. Our army continues to hold back the enemy. It's only a matter of time. The Esteban army will be here soon. So, he successfully negotiated with them. Pieros, sitting in the center, spoke up. Ahem, if all we're doing is gossiping, I think this conference can end here. I'll be taking my leave now, he said with a bitter, unhappy tone. On the screen, someone said. King Zod still has one. Pieros sighed. It would be a lie to say I don't feel sorrow over Long Yu's death. Pieros overheard something and asked, "What was that?" Crowmask replied, "The outsiders are nothing but worthless tools. We should be thinking of the least useless way for them to die." Pieros just laughed and said, "I knew it. You're a pretty interesting guy." Crowmask shot back, "Could you stop making that annoying expression with your face?" Pieros replied, "What? This face? It looks so gentle and hard-working. So you want that face, is that it?" "My real face is quite similar to yours, you know." The person opposite him said, "Enough. We've seen the risks. Our plan now is Desir Arman." Pieros appeared, saying, "So bright. You should try to be more considerate of others, you know. Seriously, using something like that." "That guy, Desir Arman, what about him?" Crowmask stated. "He is the single greatest obstacle to our plan. Mobilize all outsider troops and the homunculus mutants. No matter what happens to the plan, we absolutely must kill Desir Arman." Back at the Royal Army encampment, the soldiers all let out a few surprised wows. A voice called out, "Are the Holy Night Orders of the Artemis Church really here?" The person was speaking to Romantica as she brought them tea. "You're Romantica Eru, correct? I heard you played an important part in the recent battle. I bet you're very proud of yourself." This person was Priscilla. Romantica said shyly, "I only did what I had to do. You too, Saintus, your new hairstyle is quite amazing." Just then someone entered and announced, "Saintess, he's here." Desir ran up, panting. "Sorry, I'm a little late." Romantica smiled. "Well, I'll be leaving. Make yourselves comfortable, Saintess." The Saintess replied, "Until next time." Priscilla spoke first. "It's been a while, Desir. Did you have something you needed to tell me in person?" Desir nodded. "I do, Saintess. And thank you for coming all this way. But," he warned, "what I'm about to say could become a fatal weakness for the Holy Land down the line." Priscilla's eyes narrowed. "Is that so?" "Yes," Desir confirmed. "He could be the final pope, the one I saw in the shadow world. His face was nearly identical to the man they call the Prophet. How he's lived for hundreds of years, I don't know. But he's the one who created the mutants. And there's a good chance he's still alive, and working with the outsiders. We need more information on their masterminds," Desir stated. Priscilla countered, "Wouldn't it be better to ask the Magic Tower for that? The man named the Prophet was in the Magic Kingdom in the Shadow World, so why come to me?" Desir thought, "I'm sorry, Priscilla. I know how much this means to a believer like you." He then said aloud, "Of course, I'm going to ask them as well. However, I need information that can only come from a believer. Information on the Artemis faithful, the ones the Prophet had direct ties to." He knew this would be incredibly difficult for her, but he thought, "I will show you, Priscilla. Everything I'm doing. It's for everyone's sake." After a moment of thought, Priscilla agreed. "I understand. I will do my best to find out. I'm sure I can learn something from the surviving descendants." Desir just smiled. "Any information is valuable. Thank you, Saintess." But Priscilla wasn't finished. "To be honest, there's something I need to discuss with you, too. I've received a request from the Western Alliance," she said, placing something on the table. "They came to me because they know we're close. And they want you." Desir looked down. A card from the Western Alliance. This was no small thing. It was a reward only a select few ever received, coming from the Alliance. It meant her status in the West was bigger than he ever imagined. This was good. "However," Priscilla said, "I have no intention of persuading you. I just want you to do whatever you feel is right." She looked him dead in the eye. "No matter which side you choose, the Artemis Church will always support you, because you're the one who sacrificed an eye for us." Her voice softened. "I know saying this doesn't heal anything, but after everything that's happened, I truly trust you." Then, as a representative of her faith, she bowed her head. "I sincerely thank you." Meanwhile, far away, in the Kakan Rose Mountains, a fortress on the northern front lines, outsiders had taken over the castle, and it was filled with the dead. One of them complained, "Man, this is exhausting. I signed up thinking we'd get rich off this victory. But now? I doubt we'll find anything." His partner agreed. "And that crow-masked guy, I don't like how he orders us around. He doesn't feel like one of us. Just threw us all into this meat grinder." Suddenly, one of them looked out. "What was that?" The other guy scoffed. "What's what? It's all snow out there. Your eyes playing tricks on you?" But the man stared into the distance. "What the hell is that? Are those barbarians?" Below, the other soldiers looked up. "Seriously? They say the mainlanders lost to those chickens? That's a joke." A veteran soldier warned them, "Don't underestimate our allies. We're on the same side now." But then a leader's voice roared through the camp. "Everyone, silence! I don't care who we're facing or what the numbers are. You do not let your guard down when the enemy is right in front of you. On the castle wall, a lookout's voice trembled. Oh no, am I seeing this right? We're supposed to fight them? His partner gasped. The king of the tribes. He came here himself? No way. It really is him. Don Esteban. An army appeared on the horizon, radiating pure killing intent. Don spoke. Panis. Report. His subordinate stepped forward. Yes, sir. We've been spotted. They're garrisoned in the fortress and are currently ransacking the nearby villages. The villages. They've been devastated. Don's hand went to his sword. A low growl escaped his lips. Disgusting bastards. Wipe. Them. Out. The order was given. The army charged. On the wall, the defenders panicked. This is insane. No one told us we'd be fighting the barbarians. Damn it all. Don Esteban, riding his massive tiger, just laughed at them. Hey now, don't be so scared. It's not like you guys have any long-range attackers. The enemy commander screamed, Mage squad, focus all your magic on their leader. Now, weapons were drawn. A voice yelled, let the hunt begin. The skull-masked leader stared down at the oncoming horde. So, these are the barbarians. The tribal army crashed into their lines like a tidal wave. Someone screamed, show no mercy. They don't deserve it. Kill them all. The sounds of battle echoed through the valley. Stop them. Don't let them reach the mages. But the skull-masked leader watched in horror. This barbarian. How in the hell are we supposed to stop a monster like that? Don Esteban sneered. Running from the battlefield? How pathetic. A massive brute with two cronies stepped forward, laughing. Hey now. You're strong, I'll give you that. But you think you can handle the three of us brothers? Don tore through them like paper, grabbing the last one by the throat, sending your strongest fighters to the front, just to buy time for your captain to escape. He was disgusted. How did an idiot like that ever become a commander? A leader who sends his men to die just so he can run? What kind of pathetic trash is he? On the wall, the remaining soldiers knew it was over. What do we do? What do you think? Run. An observer noticed it then. Wait. That man. He's fighting all of them by himself. Don's tiger, Kara, let out a low growl. He calmed her. Don't worry, Kara. A mob rushed him. You're nothing but a wild beast. Die. Don exploded with power, sending them flying. Annoying flies. The men were thrown back, screaming in agony. His voice boomed with rage. You are nothing but dead insects. How dare you try to touch the Lord of all beasts? Heaven Aura. On the wall, the soldiers stared at the overwhelming power, completely speechless. Below, a survivor screamed. The entire assassin squad is gone. Everyone run. Don just scoffed. You think I'll let you? He stomped his foot once, and the very ground shattered in a massive earthquake. The remaining enemy soldiers just crumbled. And there was Don, sitting majestic and unshaken, a king upon his battlefield throne. He had used his technique, Mountain Storm, with absolute authority. On the wall, a soldier could only whisper in terror, can a human really do something like that? Below, a subordinate reported, Chief, the other enemy camps have been completely wiped out. Don nodded. Good. At this rate, we'll reach the outsiders' main base soon. In another camp, a man named Jay reported to his superior. Sir, this is our third victory. The enemy's army seems weaker than before. This war should be over soon. But back with Don, his pet suddenly growled. What is it, Kara? He asked. You sense a threat somewhere? He looked toward the enemy fortress. Something's not right. He could feel it too. An immense surge of mana coming from the city. And then, a figure of a girl appeared. Don's eyes widened. Gia, get Kara out of here, now. His subordinate hesitated. Sir, what did you say? A massive wave of power erupted from the girl. Don didn't wait. Go, he roared, unleashing his own aura to meet the attack. The two colossal powers clashed. Neither gave an inch. The very space around them began to crack and shatter under the strain of two forces that should not exist. Elsewhere, in a war room, a man pointed to a map. This is the third bombardment. The beam the homunculus fires is equivalent to seventh circle magic. On this entire continent, only the master of the magic tower could possibly match it. We can't predict where it will strike, but we see a pattern. Once at Don Esteban's army on the northern front, once at a western kingdom, and the last one hit the Arton and Aaron B armies. After 3 attacks, we've learned it has a 12-hour cooldown between shots. The latest attack happened 1 hour and 47 minutes ago. That leaves us with 10 hours and 13 minutes until the next one. We need to find a way to defeat the homunculus, and fast. It's a long shot, but a single, decisive battle is our best bet. The only question is, who do we send? Another officer spoke up. Desir Arman? What about sending the Hebrian Empire's Desir and his Starling party? The first man nodded. Desir is certainly capable enough for the job. The strongest fighter we have, the Magic Tower Master, is recovering from an illness. And King Esteban has lost too many of his men. He's a wild card we can't control right now. Right now, no one has the sheer power or the numbers to match the Starling party. He laughed to himself. The stage is set, the roles are cast. Crow Mask. Now, let's see just how brilliant your performance will be. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Army base, a man steps forward. Glad to meet you all. I'll be the one commanding the homunculus partisan unit this time, Desir Arman of the Starling Party. He thought, the swordsmen are all at least C rank, and the mages are 4th tier or higher. This squad is even more elite than I expected. Someone from the crowd called out, "We're counting on you, Junior." Another added, "I went to Hebrian Academy too. It's an honor." Desire noted, another thing. A lot of the members here are from Hebrion. Was this an intentional setup to make commanding them easier for me? Suddenly, an arm wrapped around his neck. Long time no see. Desire jumped. "Area." She grinned. "You're my junior. Show some respect. It's been way too long. That injured arm of yours, is it all healed up?" Caught in her grip, Desir managed. "It still feels a little slow." Area squeezed tighter. "But the muscles are back, right?" He forced a smile. "Yeah. Thankfully." Then Desir sighed. "Man, I wish Pram was here too." Area tightened her hold. "What was that, you little punk?" From the sidelines, Pram called out worriedly, "Desir." Just then, another man approached. Well, if it isn't the great hero of the Empire, Desir Arman. We're both from Hebrion, both mages. Yet your name is far more famous than mine. It's an honor to fight alongside you. I'm a 5th-tier mage, and I've commanded troops against the homunculus before. The name's Sadek Zasa, Desire thought. A 5th-tier mage I've never even heard of? This guy must be completely useless. But he said aloud, "So, a senior from my old academy. It's a pleasure to meet you." Sadek smirked. "You know, I only heard through the grapevine about a junior from my school being so incredibly talented. But being good at fighting doesn't make you a good commander, does it? Besides, you were a commoner from the beta class, weren't you?" Desire's face went cold. Romantica let out a quiet gasp. Desire replied, "Are you implying I'm not fit to be the commander?" "Not fit? I wouldn't dare say you're unfit, oh great and mighty hero," Sadek sneered. "I'm just thinking. Perhaps someone else might be more suitable. Many of us here are from Hebrion, right? For the commander role, a 5th-tier mage from the Alpha class is obviously a better fit than a mage from the Beta class. Wouldn't you all agree?" The crowd started murmuring. Some weren't sure, while others pointed out, "He did come from the Beta class." That's a bit, but someone else shot back. "Desir is a single ranker. Every battle he's ever commanded in the Shadow Worlds has been a victory." Sadek cut in. "Hold on, everyone. He's still a commoner." Someone in the crowd yelled, "Who cares about that on the battlefield? What matters is skill. And this mission is no joke." Area chimed in. "He's the real deal. Desir Arman, their leader. He took all that crap and didn't even flinch. And he claimed the top spot at the academy that once belonged to you. Now that's what I call true strength." Over here, Desir just scratched his head. "We don't have time for this. Stop wasting our time, Senior Sadek Zasa." Sadek flinched. "Huh?" Desir continued. "I agree. Someone else might be more suited to command than me." Sadek's face lit up. "Oh, really?" Desir cut him off flatly. "But that someone definitely isn't you. As of this moment, Sadek Zasa is removed from this operation." Sadek exploded. "What kind of nonsense is that? I'm a 5th-tier mage. You'd really cut someone as powerful as me? The entire mission will suffer a huge loss." Arya just laughed. "Hey senior, you know what they say, right? Don't fear a strong enemy, fear a stupid ally." Night fell, and the team approached the outer city wall. Someone whispered, "I can't believe we got this close so easily," Arya asked. "Still sticking to the plan, Desire?" Desire just nodded. "Yeah," he explained. "The Imperial troops on the outer wall will launch an all-out attack to draw the Altar's attention. While they're distracted, our partisan team will split up and infiltrate the central tower, where the homunculus is. Of course, there will be altars inside the city too, so once we're in, we'll split into 4 groups." Arya nodded. "First, we have to get inside." "Right," Desire said. "Let's move." The city was eerily quiet. Arya murmured, "No enemies in sight yet, Desire. I know things are urgent, but I have to tell you something. With our team's current strength, if we just attack the homunculus as planned, we might actually pull this off without a hitch. But a long time ago, I was just as confident as you. And I watched my comrades walk to their deaths. Desir turned. Area, she continued, the squad you're leading is stepping into the most dangerous kill zone on this battlefield. You need to be mentally prepared for what's coming. The burden you'll have to carry later. It'll be a little lighter if you are. Desir simply replied. Understood. Area nodded. Right. Someone like you is probably more level-headed than me anyway. Desir suddenly stopped. Wait. Something's coming. A figure shot down from above. Boom! The impact shattered the ground around them. Desir yelled, We're under attack. Everyone, fall back. A man covered in bandages spoke. I've been waiting to see you again, Desir Arman. Area frowned. What the hell? It's just one guy? Desir stared, shocked. Who is that? The man continued. How long has it been since that battle? Desir's blood ran cold. He remembered. Someone standing on a high tower, saying those exact same words. Long time no see. Desir Arman. Crow Mask smirked. And you brought friends? Well then, I should probably say hello. Damn it, Desir cursed. The man raised his hand, unleashing Eclipse. A massive sphere of dark energy formed, ready to crash down. Desir's eyes widened. Too late, he screamed. Crow Mask. Before the sphere could obliterate the entire area, the scene erupted into chaos. A voice asked, Ikaros, did you get them? Ikaros replied, It's not that simple. A guy like him won't die that easily. Right, Desir Arman? Desir froze when he saw the man's face. Ikaros, he whispered. Crow Mask. Ikaros smiled, satisfied. Rage. That's a good look on you. I used to show my emotions so clearly too. Comrades dying left and right, and now you're standing on the brink of death yourself. Desire's mind raced. Damn it. I knew there'd be enemies in the city, but the homunculus's artillery barrage is indiscriminate. It hits everyone. I gambled that a high-tier outsider wouldn't stay inside the city walls. A huge miscalculation. He's a master of space magic. The moment we snuck in, he could teleport here any time. There isn't enough time before the next artillery strike to deal with this guy. Everyone on the team is strong, but is it enough? If we split up, could we fight Crow Mask? It's not guaranteed they could even beat a 6th-tier mage using an artifact. Maybe I can still program the next barrage with the Aurora system. It'll take time, but we should all attack together. No, that's no good. Nobody knows the exact trajectory of the bombardment. If we miscalculate, the Allied forces will take massive losses. Suddenly, Aria's voice cut through his thoughts. Desir. Aria slung an arm around Desir. So he's the Crow Mask guy from the report, huh? At this rate, we can't stick to the old plan. We know a decent amount about him now. We can probably hold him off. You should go on ahead. The Starlight Party knows the most about the homunculus. We don't have your experience. If you guys fail, this whole attack on the homunculus falls apart. Desir gritted his teeth. Then I'm leaving him to you. With that, Desir and the Starlight Party sprinted in another direction. He yelled back to Aria, I'm counting on you all. Aria shot back, You got it. Vader watched them go. So, what's the plan? Ikaros replied calmly, No need to worry. After all, they're just. But before he could finish, Aria launched forward, shouting, Why are you thinking so much? Your opponents are right here. Vader grumbled. Shh, these guys are tough. Ikaros smirked. They're the absolute elite of the Allied forces, sent to destroy the homunculus. Seeing Ikaros's strange mood, Vader asked, What's wrong? Ikaros's eyes glinted. Just remembering the past. The time I slaughtered the nobles. Desire's team hadn't gotten far when a massive explosion erupted behind them. Romantica asked nervously, Will they be okay? That Crow-masked guy is crazy strong. Cest agreed. Maybe we should focus on dealing with him first, then go after the homunculus? But Desir yelled, Trust me. This is the smartest move. We have to destroy the homunculus as fast as possible, then circle back to help them. Meanwhile, back with Aria, the battle was raging with absolute intensity. Ikaros unleashed his ultimate destruction aura, obliterating the entire area. Luckily, Aria dodged. He clicked his tongue. Damn, that's some power. Wiped out the whole landscape. So this is the kind of enemy Desir was up against. That kid's got guts. The masked mage looked at Vader. What is that guy? A monster? How's Aria's side? The brown-haired mage responded. We're giving it all we've got for support. But that crow-masked guy's magic is too fast. Every time we attack, he just teleports away. Aria launched another attack, thinking, something's not right. This guy only attacks occasionally, he's mostly focused on dodging. No matter how hard I press, he just avoids it, and he almost never counters. Aria roared in frustration. You! What the hell are you planning? This isn't an honorable fight. Icaros just hovered in the air. So, do you think the ones you sent ahead have reached their destination yet? Arya froze. What? The crow-masked man replied. It's useless for you to risk your lives holding us here. Arya demanded. What nonsense are you talking about? You're blocking us from destroying the homunculus. So obviously we have to take out the obstacle. Wrong from the very first sentence, Icaros sneered. Block you from destroying the homunculus? Why would I waste my mana stopping you? Because. Destroying the homunculus is already impossible. Arya scoffed. Ha, just you wait and see. Icaros simply replied, Fine. Give it a try if you want. In that case, this obstacle will be taking his leave. Arya thought in shock. The next artillery barrage isn't for a while. Is this a trap? Icaros continued. Meaning, I can't stay and play with you anymore. I have to go see if Desir Arman has been completely annihilated yet. If you all focus everything on a defensive formation, you might just survive. Good luck. Before he could finish, he was caught by one of Arya's techniques. Arya slammed his forehead against Icaros's. Who said you could leave? He trusted me with this job. Just then Vadr rushed in, shouting, Captain Arya! He continued, I'm not letting you get away that easily. Once a shark bites down, it never lets go. As he spoke, a blinding flash of light from an explosion swallowed their two figures in a cloud of smoke. Far away, Desir asked, Is everyone all right? Romantica gasped for air. What was that? I thought we were all dead for a second. Desir replied grimly. That was a bomb. Can we still use this? He thought. Did we fall right into their trap? Damn it. We've already used up 2 of the Aurora shield devices. Desir stared off into the distance. He remembered Arya's words before they left, silently calling his name. Romantica broke the silence. We don't have much time to go back for them. We have to keep moving forward. Desir took off his cloak. Right, let's go. Romantica looked around warily. Desir, this place. Understanding her, Desir nodded. Yeah. It's nothing compared to the homunculus research facility back in the Shadow World. But the amount of mana here, it's immense. Desir pushed open a massive door, and there she was, the homunculus. She glanced back at them, then immediately returned to her work. Desir watched her movements, thinking, Is she preparing the next attack? He yelled. We have to stop her now. Cess charged forward. Got it. Romantica fired her wind bullets, hitting the homunculus squarely in the back, but it did nothing. She spun around and lunged at Cest. Luckily, Cest managed to block the blow. Blocking her attack isn't a good idea, she warned. Her skill completely froze one of the homunculus's arms. Just then, Pram joined the fight, rushing in. We got one of her arms pinned. Right after, a powerful blast from Romantica's Storm of Abarosa hit home. Romantica cursed. Damn it. She didn't even bother moving to dodge that. How can something so small be this damn strong? Pram yelled, swinging his sword. Cess charged right in beside him. Pram kept going. No matter how tough it is, once we freeze it, it'll be easy to shatter. The homunculus didn't say a word, just kept preparing its next attack. Desir thought, we have to stop her from launching that next attack. Right now. Firestorm. Pram cheered. Nice one, Desir. Yeah, he replied, but it's just gonna recover in a second. The homunculus finally spoke. Too bad. A little more time and that attack would have been ready. But now, it continued, I've confirmed one thing. Your group is completely different from the others. Desert was stunned. It's evolved to the point where it can actually communicate? The homunculus kept talking. I think it's about time I start fighting seriously. It's no fun when I'm the only one taking all the hits. Should I kill the most annoying one first? It pointed a finger. You're gonna be the first to die. Desert was shocked by its sheer presence. What is this? He thought. I can't even track her movements. Wait, he yelled. Is everyone okay? If we stick to our old strategy, we can end this fast. But I lost a lot of comrades in that fight, and in the ones before. We have to be crystal clear about success or failure all depends on our resolve. But with a single move from the homunculus, Pram was left critically wounded, completely unable to move. Desert saw Pram on the ground, not moving. He screamed his name. What just happened? There was no attack. Pram, wake up, Romantica screamed. He's losing way too much blood. Why? How did this happen? Damn it. Estes cursed. Desert's mind was racing. The intel report said nothing about this. It wasn't that it moved too fast for his eyes to follow. It was more like there was no process of attacking, only the result of being attacked. If he couldn't figure out its ability, fast, the whole team was going to die. Desir gripped his weapon tight. Estes, fall back, gravity control, Ling strike. Estes was in awe. He's using chain magic, she thought. and he's casting spells with different attributes at the same time. Estes, support me, Desert commanded. I know, she replied. He moved toward the homunculus. There's only one explanation for an ability that lets its user control the law of cause and effect. I know your power has evolved far beyond the original prototype. You can probably regenerate way more times than we can, so we'll just keep destroying you until you can't regenerate anymore. The homunculus seemed to shudder for a second, but it kept its cool. If you think you can, then try it. She lunged forward to attack, but was blocked by Estes's magic sword technique, Ice Wave. The homunculus backed off. That sword is a real pain, but that's barely enough to scratch me, it sneered. The enemy I need to kill is him. You're just getting in the way. And with that, she made the very ground start to shake. Rocks and debris crumbled everywhere. Trying to isolate me? Desir thought. Not that easy. Earth Pillar. Where do you think you're going? The homunculus said. She slammed into him, knocking Desir to the ground. A system alert popped up. Protective suit mana at 70%. Desir thought. Where'd she go? No matter. Flame Vortex, Wind Press. You have to show yourself to kill me eventually. The best strategy for it right now would be to dodge and save mana, but it's taking every hit just to get close to me. That proves it wants to eliminate me, even if it has to overuse its power. If that's true, then right now, when it's closest to me. Paria Arun. This was a modified, 6th circle magic spell. When its body starts to fail like this, it'll be forced to use its full causality manipulating power. Suddenly, Desir felt the world spin. Time is slowing down, he thought. I know this feeling. In the brief moment the homunculus awakens its power, it will use that ability to heal its body and attack. After that comes defense and preparing its next move. Desir was suddenly hit by a brutal blow. He felt like he'd broken a few ribs. He was stunned. How? It should have healed its body first. How does its power over causality even work? The homunculus just said, Give up. You can't possibly understand my ability to control the law of cause and effect. Desir thought, damn it, blood. Suddenly he froze as he realized something. Wait a minute, didn't I get the homunculus's blood on my hand? I'm sure it was there a second ago. The creature held out its hand. You should feel honored. I didn't even use this form or this power when I fought Zod Zirian. After you witness the end of truth itself, I'll give you all a peaceful death. Suddenly, Estes lunged forward, stabbing the homunculus from behind, taking the creature by surprise. It turned its head and said, A shame. I thought I had already taken care of you. Don't think this one attack is enough. Estes's brow furrowed as she replied, I wasn't planning on it. Frozen Palace. The homunculus's face didn't change at all. A good effort. Are you risking your life to protect him? This is getting very annoying. Desir looked at the situation, his mind racing. Damn it. Casting 2 secret spells at once can only last for a little while. I have to help her. Fast. Romantica came over. Desir, I'll take this side. Estes was having an incredibly hard time fighting. The homunculus said, Well, you're pretty interesting. What is this sword? It looks so thin and transparent, but it's incredibly strong. But playtime's over. Time to end this. Romantica fired a shot from a distance, hitting the homunculus. The homunculus said angrily, Another nuisance. Estes suddenly spoke up. Don't get distracted in the middle of a fight. Don't you even know the basics? Estes also felt dizzy as she realized something. Time, she thought. Desir screamed, Estes, get out of the way. Romantica also warned, It's attacking. She blocked it? Desir thought. This attack was similar to the last one. She didn't use that attack style with no process like before. The homunculus said, I don't need to use my full power on you. You've already lost focus anyway. Magic cannon. Her spell hit Estes before she could defend, and she fell to the ground. Desir used Summon Lightning and shot it at the homunculus. She turned her head and asked, Still not ready to quiet down? You have nothing left. Your friends are gone, and your mana is depleted. Don't worry, I haven't killed her yet. In any case, I have to kill you first. Desir asked, Enough with the nonsense. You don't have much mana left either. That kind of power must require a huge amount of mana. The homunculus laughed. Even so, do you think you're strong enough to beat me? Even without using that ability. I still have more than enough power to destroy all of you, Romantica said. You're not that big. So what's with the attitude? Desir, what do we do now? Suddenly, a voice came over the radio. Romantica, can you hear me? The homunculus's power is to go back in time. The important thing is what point in time it can go back to. From now on, we have to figure that out. Romantica screamed. What? Desir calmly replied. Just do as I say. Romantica confirmed again. Wait, That's it? Can you explain that a little more clearly? All right, fine. I'll trust you this time. What other choice is there? Homunculus thought. These guys were way weaker than the Tower Master, but man, they were so much harder to deal with. That one guy was analyzing her every single move, trying to figure out how to counter her. It felt like he could see right through everything, from her regeneration to the exact way to wound her. It was just enough to activate her power over causality. Without that insane ability, she would have lost a long time ago. Still, at least she'd taken out their two main attackers. All that was left were two mages. Homunculus smirked and said, "So, have I won?" But she had no idea Romantica was about to hit her with a surprise wind blast. Homunculus winced. Tch, that actually stings. She thought to herself, this magic isn't that dangerous. I can just tank the hit with my body. Romantica kept the pressure on with Spear of 1,000 Wings, and then Wind Twilight. Homunculus wondered, what are they even trying to do? Is this just pure desperation? If they keep throwing out attacks like this, what's their plan when they run out of mana? Normally, I'd just ignore these kinds of attacks, but my own mana is running low too. The longer this drags on, the worse it gets for me. I have just enough mana left to use my ability one more time. That's all I'll need, Romantica shouted, and Desir called back, "It's okay, just stick to the plan." Homunculus thought with total confidence, they just keep coming at me. Even their final attack will be the same old thing. No one could possibly understand her power, an ability that goes against the very rules of heaven. Reverse the past. As time rewound, everything that had just happened was simply erased. And in that moment, I'll use moves that have never existed before to strike you in the now. In this reality, your attacks never even touched me. While you're distracted by my future self, I'll close the distance and run you right through the heart. The homunculus's arm is sliced clean off. She was stunned. What? What was that? How did that even happen? Backing away, she stammered. That was just a lucky shot. But does it? Cool as ever, he replied. Luck had nothing to do with it. I've already figured out how your power works. You can rewind time by 5 seconds, a seriously annoying ability. And then, we flash back to Desid's conversation with Romantica. Romantica was floored. A power like that actually exists? How are we supposed to beat something so broken? Desid explained. It manipulates the law of cause and effect to alter its own past. But here's the catch, it can only rewind its own past. It'll attack us right after using the ability, but it can't actually kill us within that rewound time frame. For now, all I know for sure is that it can rewind time and choose a different future for itself. He then turned to Romantica. Pram jumped in. So, you're saying we have to figure out exactly how long that time rewind lasts, right? Desire's voice was firm. From now on, use every last drop of your remaining mana. If you're not attacking it directly, just destroy the pillars and walls around you, as much as you can. Of course, you have to do it without the creature noticing, Romantica replied. That's a tall order, she grumbled. I'm not even sure how to pull that off. Fine, let's give it a shot. Wind Blast. Spear of 1,000 Wings. He knew the homunculus would just rewind time. Then, it would perfectly dodge every attack it already experienced and close the distance. So here's the thing to an outsider, it would just look like the homunculus was healing instantly. The moment the altered past impacts the present, that's the one and only opening. Desire thought, I absolutely have to find that exact moment. Romantica screamed, here it comes. But Desir was calm. It's okay, just stick to the plan. Inside, his senses sharpened. It felt like time was slowing down. This had to be the moment the past was rewritten. The way the dust was swirling. It was different from what he remembered. The movement of the dust reflects any nearby motion, even the smallest shift. Within these 5 seconds, he thought, I have to pinpoint the homunculus's exact movements. Back in the present, the homunculus was furious. How? How can a mere human make these kinds of calculations? Desir's response was cold. It's well within my ability. The homunculus was just stunned. Are you insane? In that instant, Desir unleashed a firestorm. From within the flames, the creature sneered again. So you've finally figured out my power, have you? Too bad. Your mana is completely drained. It thought to itself, a mage without mana is no different than a commoner. But me? I'm different. Even without mana, my physical abilities are on another level. Even beaten and bruised like this, I have more than enough power to cut you all down. But then, Desir spoke up suddenly. Even in a close-quarters fight, you can't change a thing. Too bad for you. I still have mana left. The homunculus just laughed. What a disappointing end. Then it paused. Wait. What is this? Why aren't you killing me? Desir clenched his fist. Believe me, I want to kill you right here and now, but you still have your uses. Instead, I just killed off my own emotions. The homunculus looked at him and thought, this guy, he's like a monster. No, scratch that. He is a monster. It then lashed out at Estes, sending her flying. Ah, I told you, you're far too weak. Estes suddenly jolted awake. She looked around, confused. Where am I? The homunculus? Desir saw her. Estes, you're finally up? Romantica chimed in. If you have the energy to shout like that, you must be feeling better. This is a medical room the Western Kingdom Union set up just for us. The Saintess healed the entire team. Desir leaned back in his chair and nodded. He confirmed, the homunculus has been eliminated. Estes, worried, immediately asked, what about Pram? Romantica looked down. Pram was hurt the worst, but thanks to the Saintess, he's just sleeping over there now. Pram, still asleep in bed, mumbled something about tea getting bitter if it steeps too long. Desir just shook his head. See? Pram's fine. Just focus on your own recovery. No, the Saintess said your wounds weren't life-threatening, so don't worry. Then, what's wrong? Estes covered her face with a towel. I think, ever since I got the shroud, I've become too complacent. I'm still not strong enough. I'm so ashamed of how I looked back there. Desir just laughed. Haha, facing an enemy that powerful? There's no shame in getting injured. He thought to himself, she's kinda cute. Estes pressed on. What about the other members of the gorilla team? Desir's face grew more serious. Ah, most of them were badly wounded, but luckily, they're all still alive. Angeria was also severely injured and hasn't woken up yet, but the Saintess is looking after him. It's only a matter of time before he recovers. Estes let out a sigh of relief. I see. Thank goodness no one died. But, you beat it? Even without us fighting on the front lines? Desir glanced over at Romantica. Yeah, he said. It's all thanks to Romantica giving it her absolute all. Thank you, Romantica. She immediately got flustered, shouting, Who needs your thanks? Don't be an idiot. Desir just smiled, thinking, she really is adorable. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The Saintess walked in. Good morning, everyone. Desir greeted her. Oh, you're here. The Saintess went to check on Pram's condition. Let's see here. Yep, Pram is completely healed now. When he wakes up, he'll be moving around like his old self. Is everyone else feeling okay? Desir said gratefully. Yes, it's all thanks to you. Romantica added. Thank you so much, Saintess. I'm glad to hear it, she replied. By the way, Desir, could I speak with you for a moment? Desir stood up. Ah, yes, of course. As they walked, the Saintess began to explain the situation. Soon, the Western Kingdom Union will officially declare that Outer has completely fallen. Their core strategy has been completely dismantled. The allied nations are now working together to hunt down their scattered remnants. Outer's main advantage was always their decentralized forces. It seems the plan this time is to lure them all to one location and deal with them at once. As for that crow-masked man you mentioned, we still don't know if he's dead or alive. Right now, our only hope is to wait for Angeria, the one who fought him directly, to wake up. Desir stated firmly, a man like that won't die so easily. That massive energy blast should have wiped out the entire gorilla team, but they survived. That proves he must have used a high-level spell to partially destroy the attack. The Saintess nodded grimly. I see. That makes sense. I'll continue to look into that. For now, you just focus on handling things on your end. Desir smiled. Haha, will do. Later, at a reception room, Desir knocked on the door. It's Desir Arman. May I come in? Enter, came the reply from Khan. It's good to see you're still in one piece. Desir took a seat. Thank you for your concern, Great Khan. And thank you for helping us achieve victory in this battle. With you here, it feels like anything is possible. Is that so? Khan replied. I agreed to join the fight because the war was ending, and my tribe is undergoing a great change. The Saintess continued the explanation. The Western Kingdom Union has offered to give the Dox Munan fortress and the entire Plains region to his people. In return, they want him to commit to absolute peace. Basically, they want to become allies. Desir understood. That's a difficult decision to make. Khan nodded. If I agree, our two sides will have an unprecedentedly strong alliance. However, Khan's voice grew heavy. There is one issue that must be resolved first. I want you to hand over the homunculus to us. That creature is the enemy who slaughtered countless people of my tribe. That's why we have to be the ones to judge it. It's an ancient duty of my tribe. I know you're the one who beat it, and I know how valuable a homunculus is. So, I won't force you. But on one condition, for the sake of our alliance, I ask that you hand the homunculus over to us. Desir knew what he was really saying. The future of their alliance hinged entirely on whether or not they gave up the homunculus. But he couldn't do it. The homunculus was his only link to the man in the skull mask. Of course, he couldn't give up on an alliance with the Esteban people either. If they worked together, the grand coalition preparing for the Shadow Labyrinth in 2 years would basically be complete. Was there another way? After a moment, Desir bowed his head. Please understand, capturing the homunculus without informing you wasn't a sign of disrespect to the northern traditions. Khan simply said, I know. Desir pressed on. The solution seems simple, but I still can't hand the homunculus over to you. And why is that? Khan asked. Because, Desir replied, the creature you should be taking revenge on isn't this little homunculus. There's a much bigger power pulling the strings. You see, inside the shadow world, I fought both the homunculus and the skull mask, the same one who operated as the Pope and the Oracle. This creature, created by the skull mask centuries ago, suddenly reappears fighting with the Outers. Right now, it's our only clue to find the true mastermind. Hearing this, Khan just laughed. Haha, I see. You're a clever one, aren't you? You're trying to drag me into your future war against this mastermind. Desir played dumb. Is that what I'm doing? Though he thought to himself, he saw right through me. Khan continued. You're clever, but you're not wrong. I'll accept your proposal, but on one condition. Desir asked. And what's that? Khan's eyes narrowed. When you find the mastermind, you tell me immediately. I must be the one to destroy them with my own hands. Desir bowed. Of course, Great Khan. Back at the magic tower, Zod smirked. So, you managed to rope in the King of Esteban, huh? Desir hesitated. It wasn't like that. After all that, it's back in our hands, Zod said. So what's the plan for it, Desir? Desir asked. Any chance it could escape? Zod's confidence was absolute. Not a chance. I've set up dozens of magic circles powered by high-grade magic stones just in case. There is no way it's getting out of there. From our research, Zod began, we've concluded the homunculus was created using techniques far beyond our modern science. Noticing Desir was distracted, Zod called his name. My apologies, Desir said. My mind was elsewhere. Zod asked. So, what are your thoughts? It's a strange technology, Desir replied, but we have to find a way to analyze it. Zod agreed. My thoughts exactly. This is a priceless research specimen. I'll figure it out, no matter what it takes. Desir nodded. Thank you. But Desir was thinking about something else. The other key point was its ability to rewind a short period of time. Just like him, Desir asked. Tower Master, what mana class is the homunculus? Zod answered. Around class 6, just as you suspected. Desir pushed. And its mana reserves? The same, Zod confirmed. It has the reserves of a class 6 mage, though it's contained now and can't use any of it. Why the sudden question? Desir explained. It's always been believed that a person's mana limit is set at birth, that it can never change. Zod nodded in agreement. That's correct. But, Desir continued, the homunculi I fought before could evolve from class 1 to class 3, and now, Zod finished his thought, a class 6 homunculus. So they can artificially implant a higher mana class into a body. Now that is fascinating. I can't wait to start my research. Desir's mind raced. Implanting a mana class. If that's possible, maybe. Maybe I can go back even further in time than before. Meanwhile, at the Hebrion Empire's Reina d'Anoir, a grand hall only open for historic events was now open. To celebrate the end of the war and to award a medal to its young hero, a man with long hair announced, the Empire and the Western Kingdom Union have put aside their past grievances to maintain peace and unite against the Outers, forging an era of harmony for the continent. Welcome, everyone, to this truly momentous occasion. Please welcome the great son of the Hebrion Empire, Emperor Giltian J. Rualis. In this last war, many heroes made great contributions, but countless others made the ultimate sacrifice in silence. Remembering the heroes who died for our nation is vital, but first, we raise a glass for another hero who contributed so much. To elevate the Empire's standing, let me introduce the one you've all heard of, the young hero whose unbelievable achievements helped end this war. The press erupted. There he is. We finally got the shot. Desir, over here, look this way. The Emperor spoke. You have achieved a truly brilliant victory. I expect you to remain as loyal to the Empire in the future. Of course, Your Majesty, Desir replied. The Emperor continued. I expect even greater things from you. Desir said respectfully. I will not disappoint your expectations. The Emperor presented him with the medal. This is a medal of honor worthy of your incredible deeds. May it bring you ever more glory. It suits you. Below, the reporters were shouting, Desir, Desir, look over here, Desir, just one interview. Bangzar struggled through the crowd, yelling, stop pushing. He thought, at this rate, forget an interview, I won't even get a word in. Then, suddenly, Desir looked right at him. He smiled. You're Bangzar from the Icarus Times, aren't you? I'm a big fan. Could we speak privately for a moment? Let's call it an exclusive interview. Back at the Hebrion Academy training grounds, Romantica was pushing herself hard. Damn it, she thought. I couldn't do anything. I have to get stronger. I want to be stronger than him. Getting thanked like I actually did something. How can I be happy about that? It's so frustrating. A blonde-haired soldier whispered, Did you read Senior Desir's interview in the Icarus Times? Absolutely unbelievable. A gray-haired boy replied, It's all just talk. Still, we're talking about Desir Arman. Can you imagine if that homunculus's cannon had actually hit the capital? True. Just think of it as insurance for the future. But what really matters is what the Emperor thinks. A permanent alliance between the Hebrion Empire and the Western Kingdom Union. What does that even mean? Bang picked up his pen, his voice shaking slightly. So, you really think that proposal is possible? Desir just scratched his head and replied, You agreed with me, didn't you? Bang quickly said, I only said that the best option was for both sides to stop fighting and reconcile. Even if I publish this, it's not going to be that easy. Both the Empire and the Alliance still held deep-seated grudges against each other. This was an old prejudice, one that had been around for ages. It couldn't be changed overnight. Desir replied, I don't think this report will create a huge wave big enough to change everything. Pram looked puzzled and asked, What do you mean? Desir continued, I want this article to be a spark, just enough to ignite a small flame in the readers' minds. As Desir walked, he thought, that flame has been lit. Now, all I have to do is fan it. That was all he needed for the first step. The students yelled out, What? Desir just said, You heard me. From now on, we're starting practical combat training. The students hesitated, asking, What does that mean? Desir explained, We can all enter the shadow world to train. In there, you can practice all kinds of skills, like adapting to different situations or fighting as a large group. The girl with glasses said, That sounds a little tough. The black-haired boy replied, Yeah, it does. But in contrast, the red-haired boy was all fired up, saying, If the boss says so, then it can't be that hard. A boy with brown hair raised his hand and asked, Party leader, why do we have to train like this? Desir's answer was blunt. Because, obviously, you're all still too weak. The brown-haired boy winced. Weak? But aren't we the top-ranked party in the academy? Our position is totally secure, so why do we need to train even more? Desir replied, Don't ever mistake the party's strength for your own personal strength. If you had to fight one-on-one with someone of the same rank from the Blue Moon or Red Dragon parties, are you confident you'd win? Not a chance. Most of you would lose, and you'd lose badly. Of course, this training is going to be tough. Extremely tough, in fact. Everyone's going to get tired and discouraged. But I promise this training will help you all improve. I'll be helping out too, so I hope everyone will participate enthusiastically. The students roared. Yeah, of course, boss. Desir thought to himself. One step at a time. We'll definitely keep moving forward. Zod explained. This shows the elements that make up the homunculus. Desir nodded. I see. Now I understand why the research hasn't made any progress. Desir thought to himself. This is seriously tough. Zod said. Unfortunately, the Magic Tower's current technology isn't enough to analyze its principles. I'll have to call in some more help. I had a feeling when you told me about it, Zod said. But honestly, I still can't believe it. Her body actually contains multiple mana circles. I can't analyze her power to control causality, but I might be able to figure out how to implant a mana circle. Desir's face lit up with joy. If that's true, then even I could reach the fourth circle. He thought, all this time, I've been held back by my natural-born limits, unable to reach the fourth circle. The only reason was that my capacity to take in mana just wasn't enough. This is the amount of mana a person's body can handle, something you could call a natural-born talent. You can improve your magic casting skills through experience and training, but your mana capacity has a set limit that you can never overcome, no matter what you try. But then Zod suddenly said, I can't help you with that. I'm not going to recklessly implant a mana circle into your body, Desir asked. Why not? Is there a problem with the research? Zod replied, No. It's because the mana circle implanted in you would belong to someone else. I don't want to lose you. Desir asked, Is it because of the frequency? Mana frequency. Every person with mana has their own unique one. You could say it's each person's unique, defining frequency. If an incompatible frequency clashes with the one you already have, the backlash will destroy the user, Zod said. Unlike with magical beasts, this is incredibly difficult to control, Desir replied, but it's not completely impossible. Homunculus spoke up. True, it's not impossible, but your mana would explode long before you succeeded. What an interesting conversation. I couldn't just sit here and listen. You want to implant a mana circle, just like me? If you implant a circle higher than your current one, your mana capacity is forced to expand. Of course, if it was that simple, this wouldn't be a problem. But when your capacity is forced to expand, the mana inside you explodes. Desir looked at her and said, "But you succeeded." Homunculus let out a huge laugh. "Of course I did. To be precise, I succeeded after dying and coming back to life 98 times. Zod cleaned his glasses and said, "Implanting mana is only possible for her because she has that insane ability. I know that even a tiny possibility feels like a miracle. But if you have to bet your life on it, then I'm against it." Homunculus added, "Just give up. You'll have to live the rest of your life just as you are now. A weakling who can only let his comrades die for him." Desir gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it." A staff member ran over. "Tower Master?" Zod replied, "It's nothing. Get back to work." He turned to Desir. "Are you okay?" Desir hung his head low and said, "I'm sorry, sir. I lost my temper for a moment." Zod advised him, "With something like this, you can't make a rash decision. Calm down first, and then we can discuss this properly. 1 week. Think it over until then," Desir says. "Your enthusiasm is great, but your communication is seriously lacking. You can still work with your teammates to figure things out." A system alert chimes. 1 person eliminated. 12 remain, Desir continues. "Next time, try to figure out why I only allowed communication skills." And then, whoosh, an attack flies straight for him. He dodges smoothly, saying, "Whoa there. Why are you just dodging? Fight back," Romantica demands. Desir just smirks. "Because I knew it was you, Romantica." She raises a fist. "You're so smug. How are the first years doing?" Desir sighs. "It's a mess. Their basic skills aren't bad, but just like I predicted, every single one of them is acting on their own. So why don't you just teach them directly?" she asks. Desir shakes his head. "No. They need to learn how to adapt to situations themselves. That's the only way the lesson will stick." Suddenly, boom! A huge explosion echoes from the distance. System alert. 2 eliminated. 10 people left. Romantica whistles. "Agist is really going all out today." Desir nods. "Let's go check it out." A young student shouts, "Damn it, don't retreat. If we all attack together." But a blue-haired kid cuts him off. "Hey, even if we did, how could we possibly beat Senior Agist?" The red-haired one argues. "No matter how strong she is, she can't block 3 attacks from 3 different directions at once." Less talk, more action. Oh boy. Watching from afar, Desir notes, "Well, Rondi's got guts, I'll give him that. But Agist has been holding back this whole time. If she went all out, this wouldn't even be training anymore. She hasn't even used magic above a 3rd-tier spell." Romantica murmurs to herself, "She's so strong." Desir turns to her, curious. Romantica explains, "I mean, it's true. Agist has the heart of ice and knows secret magic. She even beat a general class knight all by herself. You probably couldn't find many people stronger than her on the entire continent. With Agist on the team, what's the point of having someone like me? I was just talking nonsense." "Don't," Desir replied. "So that's it. You feel helpless." Romantica saw a wall in front of her, one she could never overcome, no matter how hard she tried. And every time she faced it, despair just washed over her. There were a lot of people there, weren't there? Romantica, shocked by his answer, asked, "How could you know that so clearly?" Desir just looked down. "Because I felt the same way." She shot back, "You're lying. You're way stronger than any S rank." Desir replied, "It's true. There was a time I blamed myself as I watched my teammates fall. I lost them over and over. After hundreds, thousands of failures, I started to panic, looking for a way to run. I wanted to be stronger too. But listen, as someone who's been there, I'm telling you, don't rush it. You'll definitely reach Circle 4. No, you'll get even stronger than that." Romantica hesitated. "But you've never said that before." Desir met her gaze. "Because I trust you, Romantica. I've always trusted you. Does that really need to be said out loud?" Suddenly, Estes appeared. "Sorry to interrupt you two, but the training session is over." Desir asked her, "Where are the first years?" She just sighed. "They're all knocked out flat." That night, Romantica was training alone. Remembering Desir's words, she thought to herself, hearing him say that made me so happy. No need to rush, no need to worry. Desir trusts me. He trusts in my ability. From now on, I'll stop thinking about anything else. There are only 2 reasons I want to get stronger. 1, to protect my comrades, and 2, to become Desir's strength. Elsewhere, Desir tore through a mountain of books. This is unbearable, he thought. I've searched every ancient record, and not a single one mentions it. Monografting. Every text I find just says failure is inevitable. Is this really impossible? He remembered what Homunculus said. She'd told him he would have to live like this for the rest of his life. He shook his head. No way. There has to be another path. Nothing in this world is truly impossible. The 98th death. He was getting sick of witnessing it. In his dream, a glowing red skull appeared, its raspy voice calling his name. Desir. Why? Why only you? Why were you the only one to survive? Desir shot up in bed. Damn it. A week later, at the Magic Tower's headquarters, Homunculus stared him down. You absolute fool. So you've chosen death after all? It doesn't matter what happens, or what method you use, you're still going to fail. I just don't understand why you insist on throwing your life away, Zod asked. Desir, are you really sure about this? It's not too late to stop. Desir turned to him. Master of the Magic Tower, I'm relying on you. Zod hesitated. Fine. Lean back against Homunculus and wait. But then Desir spoke up. You said I'm choosing death, but trust me, I won't go down that easily. I still have a debt that a lifetime isn't enough to repay, he thought back. To all the people he'd watched die. He remembered the despair in their eyes, the sound of their agonizing screams. I wanted to look away, to just stop. I tried to do everything I could, to accept my limits and just give up. But I'm still here, carrying all those memories. He continued. This time will be different. I've found a way to break through my limits. If death is the only obstacle, then why wouldn't I give it a shot? Zod's voice was grim. Desir, I'm starting now. I hope this isn't the last moment of your life. Do you have any final words? Desir just smiled. I'm leaving it all in your hands. At the Hebrion Academy, Pram was impressed. This year's students are a talented bunch. The blonde-haired man agreed. You're telling me. We couldn't believe the results either. Having one graduate reach Circle 4 is already incredible. But then SS King Crow hit Circle 4, and just a few months later, 2 more students did the same. It's insane. The orange-haired girl asked cheerfully, so what kind of gifts should we prepare for them? In the shadow world, a red-haired girl was training, asking as she fought. Nice! What was that anyway? The brunette replied. It's Tyron. The redhead yelled, Awesome, Tyron. Put some fire into it. Terran shot back. Normally, you're supposed to say your own name too. The girl smirked. Warriors speak with their fists. Come on. Watching them, Desir praised. Good. Very good. Roria walked over and asked, when did your party members get so strong? You got some secret training method? Desir just looked at her and laughed. Haha, a secret? Not at all. They all just worked incredibly hard. That's why they are where they are now. Kelt, sitting nearby, chimed in. What about you, Desir? You were already strong as a Circle 3 mage with artifacts, but now you've suddenly jumped to Circle 4, Desir said. Haha, well that's because. Roria suddenly shouted. All right, I've decided. Desir, you're sparring with us. Out of nowhere, a powerful gust of wind erupted. Roria was stunned. What was that? Desir chuckled. That attack. Haha, that was Romantica. A group of people collapsed. Ugh, are you trying to kill us? Roria looked over. Romantica reached Circle 4, didn't she? Desir nodded. Romantica has grown a lot too. So, Senior Roria, shall we begin our match? I want to test out my own power as well. How about 2 against 1? Kelt grabbed his weapon. The 2 of us against you? Sounds like it's worth a try. Roria grinned. Talk a big game now. Just don't come crying to us later. Let's go. Kelt unleashed his water strike. Roria followed up with flaming. Desir took a breath. Not sure how this is gonna go. I still can't quite control this new power. In a research lab, a young man was checking the monitors. No abnormalities. Okay. Huh? Did he just move? Whoa, you scared me. What? Aziz grabbed the researcher's arm, struggling to speak. You have to tell them. It's not over. Once a shark bites, it never lets go. Icarus cursed. This damn kid, he thought. Can't dodge in time. Have to minimize the damage as much as possible. Eclipse. A massive explosion rocked the area, shattering the landscape and sending debris flying. V ran, shouting, "Captain, are you okay? Damn it. To think a single kid could push me this far." Icarus staggered to his feet. "I'm fine. What about you?" V yelled back in frustration. "Is this really the time to worry about me? We need to get back and get treated now." Icarus limped forward. Desire. Ugh. Killing homunculus is more important. Even if this homunculus fails, we can just use the others. Icarus struggled to speak. I've always wanted to see him die with my own eyes. Azist was floored by what he'd just overheard. He collapsed to the ground. There's more than one of that monster? I have to warn them. Damn. I'm so tired. After Desir heard the news, he immediately asked. There are other homunculi? Azist, lying in a hospital bed, replied. I was half unconscious, but I heard it clearly. Desir, this isn't a good place to talk. He gave a weak smile. Let me discuss this with the master of the magic tower. You just woke up, right? Focus on resting and recovering, Area. Desir turned to Kelt. Please take care of him. Kelt nodded. Don't worry. Suddenly, Area called out to him. Desir, don't push yourself so hard you break. Worry about your own health, Senior, Desir said. But he let it go. In his mind, he knew there were still so many other homunculi out there. This was expected. Just catching one had taken everything they had. If the others had even more powers, then next time, damn it. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts, a woman with bright pink hair. Hey now, stomp around like that and you'll crack the floorboards. What's a little snot-nosed kid like you got a sigh about anyway? Wow. For the hero of the Empire, he was surprisingly easy to sneak up on. Desir instantly analyzed her, the southern-style dance in her steps, her small frame, that voice. It had to be her. The woman kept talking. You clean up pretty nice, she thought to herself. Good enough to catch his eye, at least. Desire looked her over. I don't believe we've met. Can I help you with something? The girl shot back. I just wanted to see the face of the famous Desir Arman for myself. Is that so? Desir smirked. He thought, she's still just as impulsive as I remember. The girl pressed on. What's this? A stranger gets right in your face and you're not even going to attack? How boring. Why are you so calm? Well, I'm out of things to say. Gotta go. Sorry about this. We'll be seeing each other again real soon. As Desir watched her leave, he knew she was right. She was part of the Emperor's personal guard, the Royal Guard. Could it be? Desir started walking. Looks like things are about to get busy. Meanwhile, in the Kingdom of Divide, a nurse asked her patient, Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Oh dear. Does it still hurt that much? Don't you worry. Your favorite nurse is here to take care of you. Icarus exploded with rage. I'll kill you before I ever get my hands on Desir Arman. The nurse just sighed. Now. Getting angry is bad for your health, patient. Icarus, exhausted, snapped. What is it? Spit it out and get lost. She replied. I'm here to report, of course. Divide is now completely in our hands. Anyone too smart or who questioned the king's orders. I either quietly eliminated them or had them exiled. Even Aaron, captain of the Janissaries Divide's strongest army, got demoted for daring to disobey. But is that really okay? That Aaron guy could have been useful. Why not use him to move our plans forward? Icarus shot that down. No, the man is too clever. He'd figure out who we really are. At this critical moment, we need to handle things ourselves. The woman in the nurse's uniform sighed. A bit of a waste. Oh well, we'll just have to use him in a different way. Next on the list, Desir Arman, the biggest obstacle to your plan, has reached level 4. Icarus's eyes narrowed. Meaning he's already analyzed the homunculus tech? Sooner or later, we'll get our chance to eliminate Desir Arman. It's a shame it can't be now. She nodded. Understood. And next, what are your plans for the old man? Icarus stared out the window. Not yet. His artifacts are still valuable to us. The nurse sat on the bed. Yeah, I guess you're right. But he's been acting strange lately. Making weird gadgets, sending people to collect magic stones from all over. He could become a problem for us. Deep underground in a fortress in Divide, a blonde-haired man walked forward. Everything is for the goddess. Back during the first appearance of the Shadow Labyrinth, Aaron stormed through the halls yelling, Kid! Where are you, kid? A soldier walked over. Hey, who's Aaron looking for? Aaron answered, Yeah, you haven't seen the kid from Hebrion, have you? Another soldier nearby perked up. Aren't there very few people from Hebrion here? Aaron described him, the kid who knows reverse. The red-haired soldier remembered. He gestured. Ah, I saw him over there a minute ago. He was just standing there, kinda spaced out. Aaron nodded. Right, thanks. He moved forward, shouting, Kid! Finally found you. I'm Aaron, commander of the Janissary Knight Corps of the Divide Kingdom. Thanks for your help back there. Desir gave a formal salute. I am Desir Arman, from the Hebrion Empire. Aaron quickly stopped him. Hey, no need for all that. After all, you're the one who saved me. I can't stand all that noble versus commoner nonsense, though I guess you have to do it. All right, head up. I don't want to see you kneeling like that. Your name's Desir Arman, right? You saved my life back there. I mean it, thank you. Later in Dresden, the capital of the Hebrion Empire, a nervous Bang asked, Is that really all you want? You're giving us an exclusive report, and in exchange all you want is intel on what other nations are doing? The man asks. You know, you could ask for more. Desir shakes his head. No need. This is more than enough. Information can be more powerful than any weapon. Besides, I have great faith in your Icarus network. Bang laughed. For you to think so is a great honor for us. Desir flipped through the pages thinking, this world is so different from the one before. The war between the Allied forces and the Outer. The appearance of the homunculus. It was all happening as if it were predestined. At this rate, Bang spoke up. The most noteworthy thing right now is the Kingdom of Divide. Desir looked up. Divide? Bang nodded. Yes, their hostility towards the Empire is growing worse by the day. There are protests in Divide daily, and negative rumors about the Empire are everywhere. The thing is, Divide is the leading kingdom in the Western Kingdom Union. If this keeps up, the peace between the Empire and the Union won't last much longer. Desir replied. But nothing will happen for the time being. They still have a lot of supporters within the Union. Suddenly, he froze, pointing at a page. What is this? Just what it looks like, Bang said. The commander of the Janissary Corps has been exiled from the capital. Desir's mind raced. Aaron? The Janissaries were so influential that their mere existence could prevent wars. And Aaron himself was a king-class swordsman, a talent so rare you could count them on one hand. Even in the Shadow Labyrinth, he was an absolutely essential figure. He was the one who led the warriors on the front lines. How did the world get like this? Desir leaned back in his chair and sighed. This is exhausting. How in the world did things turn out this way? Just a few days ago, at the Starling Party office, Romantica was complaining. I'm so bored. I wish I could go back to being a first year, as long as I didn't have to take these stupid exams. Desir glanced over. Oh, that's not a bad idea. If we went back, I'd train you even harder. Romantica furiously threw a pillow at his face. Shut up, you weirdo, Desir just said. If you don't like it, you have to study, Romantica grumbled. Yes, sir, I'm studying my heart out. She then asked, Come to my office, Desir replied. Yes, I'll be right there. He hung up. I have to go. Romantica asked, What about shopping? She waved a hand dismissively. Forget it. Just leave me alone. I can go by myself. Desir called out. Romantica, I'll be back soon. Wait for me, okay? We'll go shopping together. But now, Desir thought to himself, I made that promise. Romantica is definitely going to chew me out for this. The Emperor speaks. Lift your head, Desir Arman. I hear you've reached the 4th circle. Congratulations. Desir replies, Thank you, Your Majesty. The Emperor continues. To be honest, I underestimated you before. To me, you were just a talented commoner, a useful pawn, a way for me to control things and win the people's support. But in this last battle, you proved your true worth, and that is why I called you here. Desir Arman, have you heard of the Royal Guard? The highest military position in the entire empire. A title only the most elite warriors can ever hope to achieve. The sword, Genjlin, the bow, Swan Katarina, and the shield, Raffaello Chaling. But unfortunately, the Emperor says, since I took the throne, the position of the staff has remained empty, because no one could ever compare to the great sage Du, who reached the 7th circle in Ante, and sadly, Desir thinks, no one ever will. He forces a smile. Then perhaps that position should remain vacant. The Emperor cuts him off. I am giving that position to you, Desir Arman. Desir's heart stops. Your Majesty, the Emperor states plainly. There's no need to be surprised. You defeated a homunculus that even the Master of the Magic Tower couldn't control. And you took down a 6th circle mage from the opposition. Aren't those achievements enough? However, to officially become a royal guard, you must pass one final test. So wait, the pink-haired woman asks, are you for real? How's he supposed to do that? The Emperor clarifies. The captain of the royal guard, the shield Raffaello, must first acknowledge you. The blonde-haired man bows his head. If it is your Majesty's command, I will do my best. The pink-haired woman presses him. Are you really going to fight that kid? Pram was in the middle of training, his swordplay graceful and precise. His professor walks up, clapping. Haha, brilliant. You're using aura flawlessly now. Pram answers politely. Ah, thank you, Professor. But I'm still not strong enough. Compared to him, The professor sits down. I heard about it. You met the former sword saint in the shadow world, correct? Pram nods. Yes, he is the true strongest swordsman. But why former? Is there someone else called the sword saint now? The professor looks surprised. What? I thought you knew. Of course there is. The man hailed as the modern-day sword saint, the strongest swordsman on the continent. He's currently the shield of the royal guard. Pram looks confused. The shield? Not the sword? The professor explains. Because he uses his sword to protect, not to harm. The sword Saint Raffaello, commander of the Royal Knights. A pink-haired woman walks up. Raffaello, we're here. You're early. Feeling nervous? Raffaello replies, Of course I'm early. I'm a cautious person, he says. And nervous? The woman asks. You bet. Raffaello admits. A little. She smiles. Well, let me introduce you. This is the great hero of Hebrion, Desir Arman. Desir gives a small laugh. Haha, it's a pleasure to meet you. The pink-haired woman is Swan Katarina, the Empire's greatest archer and the beau of the Royal Guard. So this is what he meant by, we'll meet again, Desir thinks. Swan asks, You ready for this, Raffaello? He nods. I'm ready. If His Majesty has decided, I will follow his orders. Swan interjects. But you were surprised, weren't you? Raffaello admits. A little. But in the end, where you come from doesn't matter, as long as you have the skill to back it up. Desir looks around the arena, thinking, the Aurora system? I heard they were testing it for practical use. I can't believe they have one in the Royal Arena. How does he plan to fight? Raffaello steps forward. Hey, are you ready? Desir Arman replies. Ah, yes, sir. Raffaello continues. You know the condition for joining the guard, right? Desir nods. Yes. His Majesty said I need to be acknowledged by the captain. Raffaello asks, Are you confident? Desir answers honestly. To be honest, no. In a space like this, a mage like me is guaranteed to lose. Raffaello raises an eyebrow. Are you saying you could win if we just changed the location? Desir quickly backtracks. Ah, no, I didn't. Raffaello pulls out a small cylinder. Don't worry, I have no intention of making a mage beat me in a direct fight. Here's how the test will work. You have 10 minutes. All you have to do is destroy this cylinder, and you win. Simple, right? Desir nods. Yes, very simple. I understand. Swan yells from the side. You got this, Desir. Teach this guy a lesson. Show him some manners. Raffaello just sighs. Swan, you're supposed to be cheering for me. Desir thinks to himself. These two still bicker just like they used to. They were his comrades, people he'd been through life and death with in the labyrinth. Raffaello, he was with me until the very end. Seeing them again like this, it makes me truly happy. But at the same time, because I know exactly what they're capable of, I'm more worried than ever. Raffaello speaks up. I'll let you have the first move. Use any method you want. A royal guard must be ready to do whatever it takes for His Majesty. Desir nods. Understood. Then I won't hold back. Giga lightning. Raffaello just smirks. In such a hurry, Desir thought, that's a 4th-tier spell that can melt steel. And he just took it head on. Raffaello stands there, completely unfazed. Desir keeps up the assault, fusion lightning, gravity control, flame storm. From the sidelines, Swan watches, impressed. Wow, I didn't expect him to master so many different magic attributes, but against Raffaello, it's not nearly enough. The captain just sighs. It's been 3 minutes. Is this really all you've got? I'm a little disappointed, Hero Desir. Wiping away sweat, Desir thinks, damn it, has this guy always been this infuriating? I've thrown everything I have at him, and I can't even touch a single hair. Is my magic still not enough to make him use that? Fine, I'm done holding back. Vine of Earth. Raffaello raises an eyebrow. What's this? You don't have much time to hide in there. Are you trying to disappoint me completely? He raises his sword, scoffing. You call this a defense? But then Desir's voice rings out. It's too soon to be disappointed, Raffaello. The real match starts now. Firestorm. Swan gasps. Whoa, the heat is so intense the flames are turning blue. That's insane. At this level, even Raffaello might be in trouble. But if that's the case, Raffaello better be careful. Just charging in blindly is how you lose for some stupid reason. Desir calls out. Is that enough to satisfy you yet? Raffaello's face splits into a grin. Yeah, this is way beyond my expectations. I didn't think I'd have to use this so soon. Desir smirks. It's been a while since I've seen this skill. Raffaello's ultimate aura technique. He unleashes his signature wheel skill. In that moment, they both think the same thing. This is getting fun. Bring it on. And then suddenly crack. A pipe behind them shatters. Both men freeze, stunned by what just happened. Swan yells out, "The match is over." Raffaello just clicks his tongue. Ch! What a stupid mistake. Swan leaps down to chew him out. "With an aura as strong as yours, did you really think that old pipe could handle it?" she scolds. "So, what's the verdict? Is he joining the team or not? Captain Raffaello?" Desir Arman looks on, waiting. Finally, Desir says, "Yes." Raffaello smiles. "I look forward to more intense battles with you in the future." Swan chimed in, "Welcome to the Royal Guard." As they walked, Raffaello was impressed. "That spell you used earlier was seriously powerful." Desir just laughed it off. "Haha, it's nothing compared to the captain." Swan shot back, "You know it. Trying to outshine your superiors already? A little too soon for that." Then her tone softened. "So, what do you want to eat?" "My treat. Or if not food, pick any other gift. It's on me. You really showed that guy, so I owe you one." Raffaello just sighed, honestly. But Desir's mind was racing. Wait a second. Anything? Suddenly he spoke up. "Knight Captain Swan." "Yeah? What do you want?" she asked. A smile spread across Desir's face. "Could you do something for me?" Anfit explained. The previous magic staff was killed during the revolution. For 13 years, that position has been empty. To finally have a successor, I'm incredibly moved. But after joining the Royal Guard, you're going to face a lot of trouble. I'd advise you to watch what you say and do. Desir was curious. Trouble? Because I'm a commoner? Anfit nodded grimly. Unfortunately, yes. Everyone's eyes will be on the first ever commoner to become a Royal Guard. Desir nodded back. I understand. I'll be careful. Anfit gestured him forward. All right, come take a look. Every Royal Guard is given 3 artifacts from the Royal Treasury. No restrictions on how I can use them, right? Desir asked. Of course, Anfit confirmed. As long as you're not breaking the law. Inside, Desir was ecstatic. Perfect. These were all B-rank artifacts or higher. Suddenly, Desir stopped dead in his tracks. What's this? Anfit smiled. Oh, you have a good eye. That's the Blue Rose, an A-rank artifact. It makes the user invisible and lets them move without a sound. It even blocks the flow of mana and nullifies detection spells. This one's perfect, Desir thought. I'll take it, he said without hesitation. What about this one? Anfit continued. This was used by the previous magic staff. It could be a huge help to you. Desir just smiled. Haha, that's amazing. Then his eyes landed on an empty display case at the same rank. This spot is empty? Ah, Anfit said. That's where memories used to be. An S-rank artifact that could store and cast up to 5 of the user's strongest spells, but it was stolen after the previous magic staff was killed by the leader of the revolution. Desir's mind flashed. That's the artifact Crow Mask used. He was the leader of the revolution, and one of the only 6th Circle mages on the entire continent. Icarus Kago, that was Crow Mask's real name. But he had to focus on the now. Just having that name was a huge piece of the puzzle. Anfit kept going. So, what about this one? Mana Hole. An A-rank artifact that gathers and rapidly recovers the user's mana. I was just thinking I needed something like this, Desir replied. I'll choose this one. Good, glad you like it, Anfit said. Now how about this artifact? Standing just a meter away, Desir suddenly pointed. What's that one? Ah, that, the old man said. That's the Spear of Longinus, the only artifact that can't be taken from the vault. They say it was a gift to the first emperor of Hebrion from a mysterious man. History says this spear could split mountains and divide rivers. Royal historians even believe it's a gift from the god of war himself. Desir thought. A gift from a man, just like the origin of the Ice Heart in Esteban. Other kingdoms have similar legends, a man appearing out of nowhere, gifting them high-grade artifacts. Who in the world was he? Man, a lot to think about today. Desir spoke up. All right, let me see the other artifacts. Of course, this way. The next day, back at Hebrion Academy, Romantica was furious. So? You just forgot our plans yesterday and left me waiting? And what's so important you had to gather us all here today? Desir looked genuinely apologetic. I'm so sorry, Romantica. What's this? Are these presents? She asked, surprised. Well, yeah, Desir said. It's because I joined the Royal Guard yesterday. Pram, are you okay? Romantica screamed. The Royal Guard? The Royal Guard? As in, the Emperor's personal army? How? Why would you? Desir held up his hands. Everyone, calm down. The Emperor ordered it. A bunch of stuff happened, but long story short, I have Royal Guard privileges now, which is how I got these high-grade artifacts. Romantica, this one's for you first. For me? She asked. It's an artifact called the Blue Rose, Desir explained. She was overjoyed. For me? Really? Desir nodded. Yep, it might look like normal jewelry, but it's incredibly useful. Try activating it. It grants invisibility, so I thought it would be perfect for a sniper like you. Romantica's eyes lit up. Let's see. Pram leaned in, excited. Let us see too. Whoa, she actually disappeared. See? Total invisibility, Desir said. Romantica's voice came out of thin air. Whoa, this is so cool. You guys really can't see anything? Useful, right? Desir asked with a grin. That's pretty amazing, Aegis commented. Can't see a thing, Pram added excitedly. Romantica was thrilled. I love it. Thank you, Desir. Desir smiled back. I'm glad you like it. And next up. What is it? Romantica asked. Desir presented another item. Cloudwalk. An artifact that lets the user teleport 1 meter instantly. I thought it would be useful, so I brought it back, but I wasn't sure who to give it to. Since Pram already has another gift, this one's for Agist. Agist shook her head calmly. You don't have to give me something just to be fair. Desir was taken aback. Oh, really? This artifact's ability is better suited for a swordsman who doesn't use magic, like Pram, Agist explained. If Pram likes it, I'm happy to give it to him. Are you sure? Desire asked. This thing is seriously good. She said it's fine, Romantica cut in. Just give it to Pram, Agist added. It's okay. I have the ice heart anyway. Pram beamed. Whoa, thank you so much. Desir cautioned him. Be careful when you're first using it. Yes, I will, Pram replied. Be careful, Romantica warned. Moving that suddenly, you could get hurt. I know, Romantica, Pram said. Agist chimed in. 1 meter isn't far, but you still need to be cautious. I know, Agist, he replied again. And then, boom. Pram tripped and cried out in pain. Desir rushed over. You just fell because you're not used to it yet. Once you get the hang of it, you'll master it. Pram, holding his face, sniffled. Sniff. No. I have to try again. I need to adjust my direction like this. Pram, Desir called out worriedly, but Pram slammed face first into someone. Oof. Wow, you kids sure know how to give a warm welcome. Ah, I'm so sorry, Pram yelped. Hey, Desir, Swan called out. Which one of you is the little guy named Pram? Come on out, let's get your training started. Swan's face twisted into a terrifying grin. Pram trembled. Your face is really scary. Swan just got more excited. Let this be a lesson to you. Relying on others and missing key information? Not good. Desire hesitated. What do you mean? Well, she said. I figured you'd ask me for some boring favor, so I didn't prepare anything. If I'd known it was for this adorable kid, I would have prepared much more thoroughly. Pram pouted. Desir, who is this? Swan cut him off. Hey, can I bite your cheek? She asked. Pram shrieked in terror. Huh? Swan burst out laughing. Haha, just kidding, just kidding. Mostly, Romantica whispered. Is she really a royal guard? Desir sighed. Ah, yeah. She is nothing like I imagined, Romantica complained. I don't know how to process this. No, scratch that, I don't want to accept it. Why is she here for training? Desir explained. For the time being, Captain Swan will be in charge of training Pram. This is your special gift, Pram. Desir then asks, hey, could you let go of Pram now? Swan just says, a little longer. The next morning at the training grounds, Swan greets Pram with a huge smile. My adorable Pram, I'm so happy to see you again. You probably already know, but I'll be teaching you from now on, so let's work well together. Desir only asked for a week, but since you're a special case, I'll train you until you reach bishop rank. Pram is floored. Huh? But, Professor Erblank, my old teacher, said you have to reach bishop rank through your own strength. How exactly are you going to help me? Swan just laughs. The professor isn't wrong, but do you remember all the ranks for a swordsman? Pram nods. Of course I do. First is unranked, then pawn, knight, rook rank where you can use aura, and bishop rank where you can release it externally. I've heard that at queen or king rank, you can even shape your aura. Swan nods, impressed. Exactly. You really know your stuff. Honestly, I think anyone can reach rook rank if they just put in the effort. The most important part is controlling your aura properly. How strong it is depends on your spirit and soul. A person with an unbreakable will can wield an aura with matching power. Pram thinks to himself, an unbreakable spirit. Swan continues, you can't interfere with another person's spirit. So your teacher was right. You have to reach bishop rank on your own. But you can still learn from others. I heard you learned a lot of useful things from him. Not everyone gets a precious opportunity like that, you know. Pram grips his sword tightly. Yes, I know. Swan beams. Good. Just apply what you already have. And I'll just give you a few hints. First hint. Find a way to use aura that best suits you. There are two main methods: reinforcement and manifestation. The most basic style that everyone uses is reinforcement. In fact, you've already met a master of aura reinforcement. Pram looks confused. I have? Swan explains, the champion of the North, Don Paslin. He could reinforce his aura to block any attack and use it as the ultimate weapon. Pram nods. Yeah, he was incredibly strong. Swan continues. Then there's manifestation. Here's an example. One of my teammates can create a wheel for defense. Everyone says it's the shape of a person's spirit. Pram thinks to himself, my lady's spirit takes the form of a flower sword. Beautiful, yet resilient. Those are the two most common types, Swan says, but how you use it depends on the person. For example, I use the accumulation method. Watch this. Pram stares. A pebble? Swan explains. There are so many different ways to use aura, you have to discover your own. Pram is in awe. A tiny pebble, with that much destructive power. This woman is way stronger than she looks, he thinks. Swan laughs. All right, pick up your sword. There's no better practice than a good old-fashioned spar. Those at queen and king rank can even create multiple forms with their aura. I can create 3 different forms, so just think of this as a friendly training match. Pram is shocked. Wait, Swan, you're queen rank? Swan puffs out her chest proudly. I'm a royal guard, you know. One of the few queen ranks on the entire continent. You should feel honored to spar with me. Pram gets fired up. Thank you, Desir. Swan immediately pouts. Hey, why aren't you thanking me? Pram just charges forward, yelling, let's begin. Swan is still sulking. Hey, I told you to thank me. Phumph. Turns out this kid can be a real brat sometimes. Meanwhile, inside the Hebbian Empire's Royal Guard building, Enfet speaks. The results of the recent class promotion test were quite good. Congratulations, Homan. I heard 5 members from your beta party were promoted to Alpha class? Desir replies. Please, Sir Enfet, there's no need for such formalities. Enfet shakes his head. I must. Serving a royal guard is my lifelong duty. I noticed one student stood out in particular, the one who took first place, the single ranker of the first years. Desire smiles. Ah, you mean Pram? He's a student with incredible charisma and outstanding skill. A truly amazing person, though he can be a bit hot-headed. I'm planning to move him to the main party soon. We'll work on his flaws later. Enfet nods. He's certainly one to watch. Now, enough small talk. May I ask why you requested this meeting, Homan? What is this document? Desir gets serious. This is a file I received from my source, Icarus. It's a list of nobles in the Empire who might be conspiring with the outsiders. The outsiders have been acting strange lately, so I started investigating. There are protests every day, false rumors spreading like wildfire. They're more hostile towards the Empire than ever before, and Fett seems unconcerned. They've always been that way. The outsiders would never dare to confront the Empire head-on. Desir quickly objects. No, don't be so sure. The situation now feels just like it did back then. He thinks to himself, Aaron was expelled for no reason, even though his family had been loyal to the Divide for generations. There's definitely something shady going on here. We have to get to the bottom of it. Desir continued, explaining that the documents listed every merchant guild the DVD had dealings with among the Empire's nobles. And here's the interesting part. All these guilds either openly oppose the Empire, or they're leading protests against it, Enfet pointed out. This definitely needs a closer look. Desire answered, his voice firm. As a royal guard, my team and I will see this investigation through. In total, 6 nobles had connections with the DVD's guilds. We'll start with the most prominent one on that list, Count Norden. Elsewhere, a man asked, they're from the Hebbian Academy? A brown-haired man bowed his head. Yes. They claim they were sent to exterminate monsters in the area. The first man turned his head and scoffed. Just a bunch of students. Even if they find something, what can they do? Still, he added, you better be prepared. The man replied, yes, Count Norden. The Count's voice was cold. This is all for the sake of dethroning that fake emperor and seizing the true Hebbian throne. Romantica questioned the plan with a skeptical look. Are you sure about this? We have Takiran and Bracco on our team. Why him? Why are we stuck with this team composition? She complained. We have plenty of other members who actually listen. But Desir just said, Romantica, don't be like that. Ronde listens well too. Rondé gave a polite wave. I'll do my absolute best. You can count on me, sis. Romantica shot him a glare. Fine. I'll trust you this once. Just don't get too close. Aegist stepped in. Our official mission is monster extermination, so it makes sense to bring an offensive mage like Rond with us. Romantica had to agree. You have a point. But what kind of region is this? She wondered aloud. No warp gates. No railway lines. Bram looked out the window. In a rugged mountain area like this? Not surprising. What's wrong? She asked. You just trailed off. Bram, what is it? He kept staring outside. Doesn't anyone else hear that? Romantica dismissed it. It's probably just the wind. What other sounds would you hear in a canyon? But Bram just whispered. This is weird. Aegist patted his head and turned to their leader. Desir, what's the plan when we arrive? Desir laid it out. First thing, we have intel that a DVD guild just moved a large shipment of goods there. We need to find out what kind of transaction they made. I've narrowed it down to 3 guilds: Eric, Nafti, and Nepen. Romantica realized, those are all major players. Just then, the carriage driver called out. All right, folks, we're here. Desir stood up. Okay, team, let the investigation begin. At the gate to Norden's territory, a guard stopped them. Students from Hebian Academy? What brings you all the way out here? We've been dispatched for monster extermination, Desir replied. The guard looked at their report. So the rumors about more monsters on the border are true. 6 of you, right? Good luck with your mission. Desir nodded. Thanks. Once inside, Romantica looked around. This place isn't very lively, is it? Bram added. And there are so few people. It feels really isolated. Desir planned their next move. It's late. Let's find an inn for now, and tomorrow suddenly, Rondé shouted. Big bro, over here. The inn's over here. Desir just stood there, speechless. Aegist commented from the side. He's just as energetic as he looks. Desir's voice was stiff. Your enthusiasm is great. But Rond, I told you not to draw attention to us here. Rond looked sheepish. Ah, my bad, big bro. Romantica immediately jumped in. See, Desir, what did I tell you? The innkeeper handed them 2 keys. Here you go. Rooms 301 and 302, right next to each other. Desir took them. Thank you. Say, he asked. Not many outsiders visit this area, do they? The innkeeper replied. Yeah, as you can see, travel here is a pain. You guys are probably the first outsiders we've seen in months. Desir was taken aback. Months? He thought to himself. That can't be right. The DVD guilds were supposedly here several times. It's possible they came without this guy knowing. But something's not adding up. The next day, the innkeeper shouted, What? Monster extermination? Desir covered his ears. Yes, we're here to hunt monsters. Haven't you heard the news about the increased activity near the border? The innkeeper paused. Oh, you mean those monsters? Desir was confused. Those monsters? Are there other kinds around here? The innkeeper nodded. Yeah. I was surprised because I thought you were here for the other one. It's terrifying, but we've got this one monster that's actually useful. Desir's curiosity was piqued. Useful? What do you mean? The innkeeper explained. Well, you guys hunt monsters, so you know. This western region is full of them, making life tough for us. But ever since that strange monster you mentioned started roaming the nearby cliffs, the other beasts have stayed away. It must be crazy powerful. And since it doesn't bother the village, we're actually grateful for it. Desir nodded slowly. I see. Do you know what kind of monster it is? The innkeeper shook his head. No idea. Sometimes I hear sounds from the other side of the cliff, like wild animals roaring. Can't tell what species it is. Desir's mind raced. The roar of wild animals. Could it be? Later, the team gathered in their room. Desir asked, So, nobody saw any merchant guilds passing through? Forget merchant guilds, Romantica scoffed. They told me that besides us, no outsiders have come here for months. Rond piped up. Maybe the guild was too small for anyone to notice? But Aegist corrected him. A guild, by definition, can't be small. Romantica agreed. Right. Small-time trades don't turn a profit, so they wouldn't bother. Desir concluded. There are too many suspicious things here. We can't jump to any conclusions yet. Bram simply replied, Yes, Desir. The very next day, in the forest near the border, a monster's head flew off, courtesy of Aegist's blade. It let out one last scream, then went still, excluding the ones that fled. That was the last of them, Aegist reported. Desir and Romantica surveyed the area. There were so many, Bram added. But they weren't too tough. Zond was in awe. You guys are incredible. You wiped out that entire basilisk swarm in a flash. Desir chimed in. Hey, for a rookie, you did pretty damn good yourself. Rode just scratched his head. Really? Thanks, boss. Romantica immediately shot back. Good? Are you kidding me? What about the 2 basilisks this kid let escape? If he hadn't interfered with my spell, I would have caught them both. Ronde looked downcast. I'm sorry. Desir turned to Romantica. Have you located the 2 that got away? Yeah, hold on, she said, focusing. One went west, the other ran east. What's the play? Desir gave the order. All right, Bram and I will head east. Romantica, Aegis, and Zond, you take the west. Zond puffed out his chest. Don't worry, guys. I won't mess up this time. Romantica just muttered. What a pain. As Bram ran alongside Desir, he asked, This direction is close to the territory, right? Yeah, why? Desir replied. Bram explained. It's just. This is near the spot where I heard that strange noise the other day. Desir's interest sharpened. The sound you heard in the carriage? Yes, Bram confirmed. But I'm sure it wasn't the cry of a basilisk. Desir thought to himself. A swordsman's senses are always sharper than a mage's. Could this be the place? Suddenly something slammed into the basilisk they were chasing, sending its head flying right towards them. Desir froze. Then he heard it, the low growl of another beast. And heavy footsteps, getting closer. Pram pointed. Desit, that's. Before he could even finish, Desit cut him off. Yeah, I figured as much. But I never thought it would actually show up here. A chimera. The beast lunged straight for them. Pram screamed, Desit. Luckily, Pram used Cloud Step, saving him in the nick of time. Desit immediately countered with a firestorm, blasting it right at the monster. Pram asked, You okay? Desit nodded. I'm fine. Right now, it's just one chimera. Let's deal with it first. Pram replied. Right. Fighting, Desit thought. If this is like the one from the Shadow World, it should have been dormant for ages. But this thing is. He yelled to Pram. Almost there, just a little more. This one's way different from the last chimera. Keep up the attack, Pram. Pram yelled back. Got it, and rushed the monster. He dodged its attack, then landed a perfect sword strike, finishing the chimera for good. Pram commented. It's so much stronger than the one from the Shadow World. Desit explained. That's because the chimera in the Shadow World was 120 years old. It's not strange for them to have evolved in that amount of time. He thought to himself, a chimera created by Zod Puros, and it's allied with the Bone Mask. This whole incident has to be connected to that Bone Masked guy and Utter. If that's true, then what's the relationship between Divi, Count Norden, and Utter? Shaking off his thoughts, Desit said, Let's contact the others first. Remember what the blacksmith told us? About that super strong monster at the bottom of the abyss? That must have been the chimera. Romantica, can you hear me? Get to the eastern cliff, now. On the other end, Romantica replied, Right now? We're chasing a basilisk pretty far out, so we can't get there immediately. What's going on? Desit answered. There's a chimera here. We need to investigate the abyss. He barely got the words out before a monster's roar echoed from the distance. Desit urged, Just get here, Romantica. Let's go, Pram. Romantica replied, We'll be there as fast as we can. As Desit fought off the monsters, he thought, Damn it. What the hell are those bastards planning? Desit called out, I'm running low on mana, Pram. How are you holding up? Pram answered, I've only got a little aura left, too. Desit reassured him, Everyone's almost here. Pram shot back. So we just have to hold on a little longer, right? Desit charged forward, unleashing summon lightning. Pram shouted as he charged forward, Watch your six. He could feel it. His aura was flickering out. His stamina? Definitely not enough for a long battle. But quitting was not an option. If he fell back, Desit would have to carry this fight alone. No way. He had to kill as many as he could and support his senior. And then disaster. Pram's foot slipped, sending him sprawling forward just as a monster charged. Its horn tore straight into his shoulder, and a scream of pure agony ripped from his lungs as Desit rushed toward him. Pram! Desit roared. A system warning blared in Pram's mind. Warning, warning. Protective gear mana is below 20%. Defensive functions are critically failing. With the last ounce of his strength, Pram swung his sword, severing the monster's head clean off. Pram, are you okay? Desit yelled. Pram gritted his teeth. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. He clutched his bleeding arm, telling himself he couldn't fall here. Get a grip, Pram. Stand up and fight to the bitter end. Don't you dare forget who gave you the strength to stand here today. It was like a voice pushing him from behind. Pick up your sword, Pram. It doesn't matter how strong the enemy is. You fight this like it's the last battle you will ever have. In the labyrinth of shadows, Across 1,000 battlefields, a single swordsman stands to protect the innocent. A small light, yes, but one that shines with blinding intensity. The Silver Falcon, the Knight of Silver Lightning. Those titles fueled him. He surged forward, slicing through monsters, but his body had finally hit its limit. He started to sway. Pram fought to stay upright, whispering, "I can't." Fall. Desert rushed in, catching him just in time. In a faint voice, Pram apologized. "Sorry, Desert, I wasn't much help." Desert just smiled. "Rest now, Pram. Everyone else is here." Meanwhile, miles away, Count Norden gazed at the moon through a window. "So, have we finally entered Phase 2? Phase 2. The part of the plan where all the chimeras are unleashed on the intruders. As expected from the Empire's precious talents," he mused. "What's the current situation?" His butler bowed low. "It seems that even the best students from Heben Academy will struggle to survive an assault from nearly 50 chimeras, my lord." "Of course they will," the Count said simply. The butler hesitated, continuing with a worried tone. "And about the preparations for the worst-case scenario." Suddenly, another man in the room casually picked up an apple, cutting him off. "Why are you worrying? Even if they get past Phase 2, there's still the final Phase 3. The entire army of this land couldn't scratch the beast from Phase 3, the Count added. Our little friend at the bottom of the abyss will remain a secret. Now that you put it that way, I am relieved. I've heard enough. You may go." The butler bowed. "Yes, my lord." As he left, the green-haired man took a bite of his apple, deep in thought. So a few students from Heben Academy were actually good enough to trigger Phase 2. The Count suddenly sighed with fake drama. What a complete pity. All that incredible talent from the great Heben Empire, about to be extinguished right here. The green-haired man just laughed. "Ah, yes. A terrible pity. But what can you do, right?" His inner thoughts were much darker. This is why fanatics are the most terrifying. Their small sacrifice will help the true emperor finally reclaim his throne. Back with the heroes, Desert was on his communicator. "Can everyone hear me?" The voice on the other end was clear, loud and clear. "We're on standby at the outskirts. Do you have something to report?" Desert's tone was all business. "Yes, report what I'm about to tell you directly to His Majesty." Romantica saw him finish the call. "Desert, you done?" "Yeah," he nodded. "How's Pram?" Romantica replied. "He's stable for now. Lots of injuries, but luckily, he managed to avoid anything fatal." Even while unconscious, Pram was mumbling. "Sorry, Desert, I wasn't much help." Desert looked down at his loyal friend. "Pram, what are you even talking about? If anything, you should be celebrating right now. Congratulations, Pram, on reaching statue rank." Pram's eyes fluttered open, a weak grin spreading on his face. I still can't believe it." Rhonda's eyes lit up. "Statue rank? Only a few hundred people on the entire continent have reached that level. Congrats, Pram." "Wait, is it weird to congratulate you while you're all injured?" "Whatever, still, congratulations." Romantica just sighed beside him. "Rond, tone it down." Just then, Essus walked over. "Desert, I've dealt with the remaining chimeras." "Ah, thank you," Desert replied. "Now that we're all here, I'll get straight to it. Chimeras appearing in a place like this. You all understand what that means, right?" Rond shouted. "Huh? You mean this is connected to the actual leader of the Outers? Isn't that way too dangerous, boss?" "Yes. Extremely dangerous," Desert confirmed. "I've only faced him in the shadow world, never in person, but I am positive the Outers are the ones controlling these chimeras, and the homunculus he created." Romantica cut to the chase. "All right then. First things first, we need to get into whatever place those chimeras were guarding." Pram agreed immediately. "Right. They're definitely hiding something important in there." Desert looked at his exhausted team. "I know it's late, and everyone is tired, but this is urgent, so we need to push just a little longer." Isis gave a firm nod. "Understood." Rond puffed out his chest. "To help the heroes of Heben is my greatest honor." "It's not that dramatic, Rond," Desert said, cracking a small smile. As they walked, he pointed. The chimeras came from that direction. Ronde looked at the destroyed landscape. "Man, these things did a number on this place, boss." "Whoa, check out the size of that cave." Deceit focused on the entrance. "I can feel mana coming from inside." "We're going in." He turned to Pram one last time. "Let me ask again. Are you absolutely sure you're okay?" Romantica chimed in, worried. "Yeah, really. Do you need more rest?" Pram was determined. "I want to help everyone. If I can't take it anymore, I'll say so immediately." "Good," Desert said. "But this time, do not push yourself too hard." "Yes, sir," Pram replied. Ronde stared at the entrance. "This isn't a normal cave. The gate is locked down tight. Should I..." Use an explosion spell to open it? Romantica smacked him upside the head. Are you an idiot? Use an explosion spell in a cave so we can get buried alive in here. Desert nodded. Good call, Romantica. Desert turned his head. Looks like we'll have to rely on you again, Pram. Pram stepped forward. Leave it to me. With a single, clean slash, the thick iron bars were sliced apart. See? Pram said with a grin. Good thing you guys brought me along. Excellent work, Desert praised. Ronde stepped inside. Whoa, this cave is surprisingly spacious. Boss, what is all this stuff? Food and magic weapons from the Nippon Guild, monster hide scrolls from the Naiyu Guild, supplies from the Arak convoy. Romantica put it together first. These are all goods from the trading companies you were investigating. Desid's face was grim. They were running their secret deals down here so the locals would never know. Suddenly a deep growl. The sickening sound of massive chains snapping echoed from the darkness. Everyone bolted. Ah! It's coming out! Zod screamed. Everyone, run! Damn it! Romantica cursed. How is it that big? What do we do? Should we try to lure it outside? Desert. Romantica screamed his name. Desert. But her leader was frozen, his eyes wide with horror as he whispered just one word. No, impossible. Aaron! Aaron! The monster roared his name. Romantica, seeing the pure danger, shouted, Desir, snap out of it. What is wrong with you? Estes arrived, Iceheart lance in hand. She commanded, Rodin, Pram, support me. Aaron howled. Estes threw up an ice shield, blocking his devastating punch. Pram rushed in, slashing at the creature. But then Pram felt something, a chilling thought. Does this chimera have aura? He screamed a warning. This thing can use aura. Everyone, be care. Full! Zod scoffed, raising his weapon. So what? It's still just a monster. Volcanic cannon. He laughed. How about that? A small-scale explosion, but more than enough to kill a chimera. It didn't even leave a scratch. Zod stood protectively in front of his friend, saying, Fall back, Zod. We need to focus on continuous attacks. Zod replied, My apologies. Romantica looked at Desir. Are you all right? I'm fine, Romantica, he answered, his voice cold. Everyone listen up. Normal attacks are useless against this chimera because the person inside it can use aura above the king level. Romantica was stunned. King level, Desir ordered. Get out of the cave, now. We can't let it collapse. At that moment, Aaron's eyes blazed red. All who trespass here must die. After them, Zod yelled while running. It's destroying everything. The whole cave is coming down. Are you the play-by-play announcer for this fight? Romantica shot back. Estes warned. Desir, it's catching up. Desir cut her off sharply. Estes, I need you to use your magic to stop its movement. Just for a moment. Estes understood. Got it. She unleashed a winter crystal, blocking Aaron's path. Desire told the team, just a little further. Once we're outside, form up immediately. Estes shouted, Done. It's out of the cave. He's trapped. Attack now. Iced and frozen palace. Zod was in awe. Wow. Using 2 secret spells at once. That's our Estes, all right. Desir called out, Zod, support me. Zod, surprised to be called on, stuttered for a second before answering. Me? You? Got it? Volcanic cannon. Desir unleashed his firestorm. Zod boasted. See that, you monster? When the boss and I team up, we're unbeatable. No matter how strong that chimera is. It's no match for us, right, boss? Desir answered calmly. No. An attack like that means nothing to it. Isn't that right, Aaron? Desire's head hung low. His mind screamed, Please, I'm begging you. In that form, don't act like you're the real Aaron. The team scrambled back, dodging another attack. Romantica tried to rally them. Come on, just a little more. We just need to cut off that annoying tentacle. Suddenly, Pram screamed, Romantica, look out. A tentacle shot straight for her. But just in time, Desire's wind cutter sliced it clean off. He stepped forward. Everyone, fall back. Estes didn't understand. Desire, what are you saying? Desire's voice was ice. This is the captain's order. Everyone fall back. Leave this place now. Zod and Estes stared at him, completely stunned. Desir advanced, thinking, Aaron, we shouldn't have met again like this. So, I will be the one to end this. Vine of Earth, gravity control. And Desir remembered another time, long ago, sitting on a wall, watching the sunset with a heavy heart. Aaron had suddenly walked up. Hiding out in a quiet spot again, huh? Desir looked up, surprised. Ah, Aaron. Aaron gazed into the distance. How do you always find these quiet places? You've got a knack for it. Desir replied. In times like these, I prefer it here. I heard. The death toll this time was 347. A shadow crossed Aaron's eyes. Yeah, people like them. They shouldn't have died in a place like this. Desir agreed, taking a drink. It's true, Aaron continued. In a hell on earth like this, how you die doesn't matter. But still, I want to fight until the very end and die. Like a true knight. Desir suddenly laughed. A true knight. Spoken just like you, Aaron. Aaron was taken aback. What are you laughing at? Desir just laughed harder. It's just, you sound so romantic. Aaron replied. I'm being serious, you punk. Back in the present, Desir's attack slammed down, carving a massive crater in the earth. A huge cloud of dust billowed out. Zod stared in shock. Insane, how can a fourth-tier spell have that much power? Estes ran to Desir. Can you? But Desir cut her off. I need to confirm. One thing. All of you, just wait here for a moment. He walked down into the crater, biting his lip, his heart torn to shreds. I'm sorry, Aaron, he thought. I'm so sorry I couldn't let you die like a true knight. Not back then, and not now either. He fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he whispered, I'm sorry. I couldn't do anything for you, but I swear, I will find the ones who turned you into this. And I will kill them. Later, at Count Norden's estate, a guard burst in. We're under attack, an ambush. There are only a little over 100 of them, but they've already taken the outer city and are breaking through. Count Norden ordered from his chair, mobilize all forces. Buy me time. When will the main army at the border return? The guard replied, We've sent an urgent message calling them back. It should be about an hour. Good, Norden said. Strengthen the inner city's defenses. Once the main army gets back, crushing this rabble will be child's play. The count silently thought, just over 100 men? Pathetic compared to my main force. But then, why are the screams and explosions getting closer? Damn it, I need to stay calm. This noise meant the territory's outer defenses had already been completely shattered. But I prepared for this so carefully. I found a powerful ally. I even had a super weapon he created. Why has everything gone so completely wrong? But I, Norden Karos, have been a general on the battlefield since I was a boy. Suddenly, the door to his chamber shattered, and a single figure stepped inside. Who are you? The count asked, terrified. Desir replied, Sorry, but I'm the one asking the questions here. Who created the chimera at the bottom of the Iga abyss? Who turned him? Norden Karos? The count's voice shook as he barked at a nearby guard. Hey, what are you doing? Protect me. The guard hesitated. My lord, and then, suddenly, footsteps from outside, followed by a report. The reserve guards have arrived. The count thought in panic. The reserve guards? They're just the backup unit for the main force. Could this man be? Desir's voice was like ice. On behalf of the royal guard, I will ask you one last time. Who created the chimera in the abyss? Silence, the count roared. A man who should be protecting the royal family, kneeling to a fake emperor. Are you willing to be that fraud's attack dog just for a taste of power? Desir just looked at him, confused. The count raged on. Roops has no true royal blood of the empire. My loyalty is to the true emperor, of Hebrion, not some line of fakes. The Roops family are the real traitors. They used the revolution to steal the throne. You should be fighting against Roops to save the true Heban. Guards, mobilize every soldier and kill them all. If we can just capture this royal guard, we can turn the tables. The soldiers roared back. For Heaven! Desir just clicked his tongue, annoyed, and played his card. All the soldiers froze in place. What? Why can't I move? This is just level 1 magic, Desir said calmly. I suggest you don't move. If you try to escape, you'll die. And we're not done talking, so don't interrupt. He turned to his men. Reserve team, arrest the Knights of Norden. They responded instantly. Yes, sir. The count just stared, thinking. So this is Desir Arman? It's over, Count Norden, Desir stated. Now answer my question. Don't make me kill you myself before you even get a trial. From a distance, a man with green hair sighed. Seriously? They couldn't even handle a simple little act. The audience won't be happy with this, Count Norden. Oh well, I've seen enough anyway. Desir Arman, joining the royal guard? In the meeting room of the Divan Kingdom, a voice declared, This is the compensation proposal sent from the Empire. The Minister of Finance for the Divan Kingdom slammed his hand down. This is completely unreasonable. If we follow their demands, Divan will be buried in even more debt. Of course, the rebellions in the Empire are partly our fault, but the man across from him cut in. But we can't refuse the Empire's demands right now. You know that as well as I do. This man was the royal advisor to the Divan kingdom. He continued, "If we refuse, our kingdom will officially become an enemy of the empire, and that means war." The finance minister argued back, "But we can solve the financial problem by just seizing the assets of the merchant guilds. Just pin the crime of inciting rebellion on them. And if the entire continent finds out about the empire's insane demands, not just the Western Kingdom Union, but even the smaller nations who've been patient for so long will join us. That's when we'll show that arrogant empire what the consequences of trying to force a revival through strength really are." A tired sigh echoed in the room. A man thought to himself, this plan was prepared for so long. Did he really just ruin it all? Desir Arman. Someone approached him. "Looks like you're thinking about him too. He's getting stronger and stronger. That revolutionary. Isn't he, Icaros? You, of all people, should know the power of Aaron, the commander of the Janissary Corps. We both faced him once. Ever since I was suddenly kicked out of the capital, I had my suspicions, so I started investigating you." The advisor recalled a memory. A man on the ground groaning, "Damn it, boss. This monster is too strong." The man called a monster replied, "I knew it. This wasn't His Majesty's decision. Tell me, what have you done to the king?" Icaros clutched his wound. He sneered, "Even if you know the truth now, there's nothing you can do. Divan is completely under our control. Are you the last good man in this rotten kingdom? Why are you risking your life to protect that incompetent, arrogant king?" His opponent roared, "Shut your mouth. It is the duty of a subject to guide his king down the right path. What did you do to His Majesty, you bastard?" In that instant, both men unleashed their power, preparing to clash. Two opposing forces slammed into each other as the warrior drew his sword and attacked. He moved like a serpent, striking with deadly precision at his opponent's weak point. Icaros was thrown back, coughing hard, only to look up and see a blade at his throat. "You're too strong. And too smart," Icaros admitted. "I should have killed you too. The king of Divan, Kalora Vandaris. He's been dead for a long time." The warrior's eyes blazed with fury. "How dare you?" he roared. A massive wave of power erupted, piercing straight through the warrior's stomach. He collapsed in shock, and Icaros looked just as surprised. The man from the distance spoke again. "I told you to stop with these pointless games." Icaros shot back. "Stay out of my business." The man replied, "How can I? Someone's got to keep you alive after all." The wounded warrior coughed, already trying to force himself back up. The man placed a hand on Icaros's shoulder, transferring power. "Aaron is an exceptional man, from his strength to his character. He's an enemy we must eliminate, but I still have a minimum level of respect for him. That's why I told you to stop playing games. But it's fine. Don't worry. I'm not saying we'll kill him right away." Back in the present, Icaros nodded. "All right, I understand." The skull-masked figure spoke. He was a rare king-class knight, a chimera grafted with a human body, and Desir eliminated him in a single blow. Through the shadow mirror, we could see his reverse-engineered magic reached level 7. Icaros was stunned. Level 7? It took him just 1 year to go from level 1 to 4, and now he's mastered level 7 magic? On the entire continent, only the master of the magic tower has reached that level. Is he a true genius? The skull mask continued. "We'll just have to create more products." Icaros was skeptical. "You can mass-produce a chimera as strong as Aaron?" "Of course not," the mask replied. "The hardest thing to find is king-class material." "Then what?" Icaros asked. The man continued. "The chimera was just an appetizer. It was only meant to buy us some time. If we're going to put in the effort, we should be creating something else." Icaros knew. "You mean a homunculus?" "That's the main reason we took over Divan," the man confirmed. "I've already prepared all the equipment." "Equipment? Like that tower we built last time?" Icaros asked. "That tower is something else. I'll explain it all when the time is right. For now, just wait." The stage has been set by Pieros. Icaros was confused. "What stage?" The man explained. "By now, Desir must know the connection between us and Divan. He'll be watching us closely to get information." Icaros countered. "But I've blocked all information channels. I even accepted all of the Empire's demands." The man nodded. "Exactly. Which is why he'll have no choice but to come to Divan himself to investigate. And as luck would have it, the Western Alliance Conference is being held in Divan. And that old man will be there too. I'll eliminate Desir Arman on the spot." Elsewhere, Romantica scowled. "Seriously? Are you being serious right now?" Her voice crackled over the call. "That's way too dangerous. If Divan has really been taken over, like you say, you'll be walking right into a trap." "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Desir replied. But if I don't go myself, there's no other way to investigate what's happening in Devon. And without enough information, how can we stop them? I have to go. It's a trap, yes. But it's also an invitation meant for us. An invitation? Romantica asked, confused. What are you talking about? There must be a reason they took Devon but haven't revealed themselves yet. They won't dare do anything too obvious. Romantica rubbed her face. Ugh. After a moment she sighed. All right, fine. But we need to be on high alert. Better safe than sorry. I'll contact the kings of the other nations and tell them to beef up their guard. You also need to find allies outside of our team members. Of course, I'll be there, but this is an official event, so we can't be by each other's side the whole time. Desire's voice was firm. I've already chosen the right person. Don't worry. This time, this long, drawn-out battle will finally come to an end. Inside a tavern, a voice rang out. So that's how it is. Is that why you came all the way here to find me? Fine, I'm in. Desir glanced at her, hesitating slightly. In on what, exactly? The girl spoke up. The favor you asked? I'm in. She added, I'll go with you. Raphael can't leave His Majesty's side, so I will go in his place, Sir Imperial Hero. Thank you, Desir said, though he wondered. She agreed so quickly? I thought Swan hated getting dragged into troublesome things. Zod chimed in. But wait, the Starling party is coming too, right? Desir corrected him. Not the whole party. Just the main members are coming with me. Swan immediately declared. Then that's even more reason for me to go. Desire's mind flashed to Pram, and he froze. Are you targeting Pram? Desir asked. Swan just laughed, cutting him off. No, I just feel like it. Meanwhile, in the single-ranker training hall, a red-haired boy fumed. How can the power gap be this huge when we're all single-rankers? The guy next to him was gasping for air. You still have energy to be mad? I'm about to pass out over here. His teammate argued. But there are 3 of us. If we all rush him at once. A cold female voice cut through the air. It's been a while since I had a challenger. I was actually looking forward to this. Let's end this here, Adja stated calmly. Across from her, the red-haired boy cursed under his breath. His teammate just sighed. Adjust is so beautiful. Before calling out, we surrender, a woman approached them. My. A battle between the top talents of Hebrion Academy is something else. She smiled. Mind if I cut in for a second? They all gasped. It's the archer of the Royal Guard. Katarina. Katarina beamed. Oh, I'm famous? Thanks for the warm welcome. Her tone shifted. But hey, could you all do me a favor and clear out of the training room for a bit? One of the students spoke up. But why? Katarina's smile didn't reach her eyes. Oh, no reason. I just wanted to test my skills against the Academy's most famous magic swordsman. But with you all here, I can't guarantee your safety. Her grin turned savage. When giants fight, the little guys tend to get squashed, you know? The students hesitated for a second, then quickly said, Yes, ma'am. Soon, the training hall was empty. Katarina spoke again. Good thing they're all gone, right? Magic swordsman Adjust? Adjust replied coolly. What business do you have here? Business? Katarina mused. Oh yes, there's definitely business. Her entire demeanor shifted. I, Swan Katarina of the Royal Guard, give my greetings to the princess. And with that, she dropped to one knee. Adjust didn't look surprised. Have you finished training, Pram? Why are you still hanging around here? That's true, Katarina admitted. But Desir just asked me to join his party for the West Kingdom Union Conference. And you agreed? Adjust pressed. It's because you're targeting Pram, isn't it? Katarina sighed dramatically. Oh, princess, really? First Desir, now you. What kind of person do you two think I am? I'll admit, she continued. He's part of the reason I said yes. But the main reason is you, princess. Katarina clenched her fist, and in a flash, she shot towards Adjust. The attack was sudden, but Adjust managed to dodge just in time. What was that for? She demanded. Katarina's expression was serious. His Majesty is worried about you, princess. I'm not a child who needs protecting anymore, Adjust shot back. Then prove it with your own strength, princess, Katarina challenged, launching her next attack. Adjust drew her sword with a sharp shing. As they fought, she thought, just a simple stone, infused with aura. How can it hold this much power? Katarina's voice cut in. Your reaction speed isn't bad, but that alone isn't enough. A cold dread washed over Adjust. At this rate, I'll lose. I have to use the Ice Empress. Katarina countered with her reload full technique. But Adjust moved gracefully, dodging every single arrow. She dodged a whole storm of arrows? Katarina thought, surprised. This secret magic. I've never seen it before. Is it some kind of physical enhancement spell? Agist immediately activated Ice Palace, forming deadly icicles in the air, ready to strike. You can cast 2 secret magic spells at once? The princess has truly grown up, Katarina grinned. Well then, I guess I'll have to get serious too. She fired an arrow that zipped right past Agist. Arg! Agist cried out. Katarina's reload full created a massive explosion, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and debris. Standing in the middle of the chaos, Katarina spoke. This might seem unrelated, but princess, you haven't just gotten stronger. You've changed a lot. In a blur, Agist was suddenly right in front of Katarina, sword swinging down. A piercing clang rang out as Katarina blocked the strike. You're almost nothing like the cold, emotionless princess you used to be. What are you talking about? Agist demanded. Katarina just laughed. I find this version of you much more interesting. To think someone could actually make the princess change this much. Agist pushed Katarina back forcefully. Stop talking nonsense. Katarina's laughter echoed. Oh, look who's flustered. But why are you hiding your true identity, even from him? Agist's eyes widened in shock. An opening, Katarina declared. Losing your focus in battle. You really have changed. Agist opened her mouth, but no words came out. Katarina giggled. Let's end the match here. Her smile faded slightly. I hope this was a chance for the princess to realize something beyond just her fighting skills. Desir's voice called out. Agist, are you okay? Agist, who had been standing frozen, flinched and looked over. It's nothing, she said. I was just lost in thought. You don't look so good, Desir said, his voice laced with concern. Are you really okay? Agist insisted. I am. I just haven't been sleeping well lately. Desir was surprised. The great Agist is having trouble sleeping? She replied. Of course. He gave a gentle smile. If something's bothering you, you can always tell me. Don't keep it bottled up. Agist nodded. I'll be sure to tell you. Elsewhere, at the II branch of the Magic Tower, a voice called out by the warp gate. Come on, Desir. Before you go, there are a few people I need to introduce you to, Zod said. These two will command the Magic Tower's forces and coordinate with you. Think of it as an insurance policy. Pram let out a confused, huh? As 2 men approached. The first introduced himself. My name is Hephaestus. It's an honor to meet you, Desir. The man beside him, Celt, added. It's been a while. Hephaestus continued. When I read your research paper, Desire, I was stunned. Your intellect is years ahead of our current civilization. I have a question about Formula 23 that you published a while back. Meanwhile, Celt ruffled Pram's hair. Hey kid, haven't you grown at all? Pram shot back angrily. I have 2 grown taller, Katarina commented. You've prepared quite thoroughly, Sir Tower Master. Zod nodded. It's best if we can avoid conflict, but we still need to be ready for any and all situations. You are Knight Katarina of the Royal Guard, correct? He asked. Yes, that's me, she replied. Zod let out an interested "oh" and noted, Are you using an artifact? I heard the West Kingdom Union has a more positive view of the Empire now. But there are still many who hate us. Zod continued. Katarina added, If they find out 2 Royal Guard members are at the conference, they're not going to be happy. Zod chuckled. Well, your current appearance isn't exactly pleasing to the eye either, but I understand. Katarina laughed playfully. The Tower Master is quite the joker. The portal hummed with energy. All right, Zod announced, his voice firm. Is everyone ready? We're heading to Divide. It's highly likely that Divide is the headquarters for the Outers. On the surface, it looks like we're just heading to Dived for a conference. But our real mission is intel, find out just how far the Outers have infiltrated. I expect everyone to avoid unnecessary conflict. Watch your actions. All right, move out. And just like that, the roar of a magic engine flared to life, teleporting them away. In the kingdom of Dived, the portal shimmered open. Zod spoke first. Well, that was almost too smooth. Desir shot back. And you think that's a bad thing? Magic isn't all powerful, Zod explained. Sometimes portals dump you in the wrong spot, or it means we're walking into trouble. Desir's eyes narrowed. Tower Master, is this? Zod just grunted in response, because standing right in front of them was a whole squad of mysterious figures, completely blocking their path. Zod's voice was dry. Now that's what I call a welcoming party. The man in charge stepped forward. Welcome to Dived, members of the Magic Tower. I am Cyphus, captain of the Wyvern Knights. The name sent a murmur through the group. Romantica leaned in. They're the strongest air force on the continent, thanks to Dive's unique wyvern training techniques. Still not as strong as your army, though, Tower Master, she added. Zod just laughed. It's been a while, Cyphus. What's so important that you had to come greet me personally? Cyphus bowed his head. It's an honor to see you again, Tower Master. It's nothing special, really. I'm just here on His Majesty's orders to make sure your entry procedures go smoothly. So, if you don't mind, we'll need your cooperation with a routine inspection. We've received intelligence that the Hebrion Empire is trying to dig up information on Dived. Therefore, His Majesty has ordered us to tighten control over all entrants, especially anyone from the Empire. Zod nodded. I understand. He bowed his head slightly. Thank you for your diligence. But tell me, Cyphus, with this little display, does Dived now see the Magic Tower as an enemy, working with the Empire to steal your secrets? Cyphus flinched, bowing lower. That's not my intention at all, Tower Master. His Majesty just ordered a thorough check. This is purely a formality. We mean no disrespect, I swear. Zod's serious face broke into a grin. I know you don't. Just pulling your leg. We'll cooperate, of course. Thank you, Tower Master, Cyphus said, relieved. This way, please, Hephaestus muttered under his breath. The Tower Master, I swear. Desir just thought to himself, unbelievable. Once inside Dived, Romantica couldn't hold it in any longer. Did you see their attitude? They tore through every single bag like we were common criminals. Desir chuckled. Calm down, Romantica. Pram added. I guess with the war just ending, it's not strange for them to be overly cautious. Still, we're guests, Katerina pointed out. No other kingdom treats visitors like this. Desir's smile faded. This tells us exactly what Dived thinks of the Empire. As the others complained, Desir stared at a flag hanging in Dive's capital. His mind drifted to a memory, a voice saying, Hey kid, I'm Aaron from Dived. Romantica noticed the sudden shift in his mood. At the Magic Tower's branch in Dived, someone let out a low whistle. Strange. Zod held up a fancy card. Of course it is. They're throwing a party before the conference, which means we'll need new outfits. Go nuts. Buy whatever you want. Romantica and Prom's eyes went wide, practically bulging as they stared at the credit card. They snatched the card and hugged each other, overjoyed. Romantica cheered. Thank you, Tower Master. Let's go shopping, Pram. I want ice cream first, Pram declared. Aziz turned to Desir. Are you coming? Desir shook his head. I have a few things to take care of, and I already have an outfit. Swan, could you keep an eye on them for me? You got it, Katerina replied. I'll watch over Pram. I mean, all of them. Romantica glanced back at Desir, but he had already turned and walked away. That night, Desir's voice was low as he spoke into a communicator. How many of our reserve spies are on standby and Dived? Have them gather all intel, big or small, especially anything related to alchemy. A voice crackled back from the device. Understood. Anything else, Desir? He replied. For now, just focus on information that hasn't been discovered yet. Yes, I understand. Goodbye. The line went dead, and Desir sank into his chair. His mind drifted to another memory, of drinking with someone. Back home we have this drink. It's for remembering those we've lost. But it's so good I just end up drinking it all the time. When I get back, I'll treat you. I guarantee you'll love it. Desir let out a heavy sigh. Just then, a knock came from the door. Desir? You in there? Romantica? Back from shopping already? He asked. Just got back, she said. Can I come in? Desir replied. Of course. She teased. Wow, it's actually clean in here. But, what's that smell? Is that alcohol? Desir flinched. No, I was just disinfecting with some rubbing alcohol. Romantica wasn't buying it. Right. So what's really going on, Desir? He just looked at her, confused. Romantica pressed on. Ever since that day, you've been so down. You try to hide it, but we can all tell. Before, you'd get frustrated when we were in danger or failed a mission, but this is different. Everyone who was there knows how much that chimera affected you. You never say anything, so we don't know what to do. You know what? You're always like this. When something happens to one of us, you'd move heaven and earth to save us. But if something's wrong with you, you just deal with it alone. You carry all your pain and sadness by yourself, and never, ever tell us. Romantica. Desir started, his head down. But she cut him off. We're all waiting for you to say something, so whenever you're ready, you can tell us the truth. All of your secrets. Desir looked up, his voice thick with emotion. Okay, I promise I will. Meanwhile, Zod stared at his screen, letting out a short, sharp breath. On the screen was the guest list. Arunis, President Aaron Best, Zod muttered. This is going to be a problem. Before the conference, Icarus gazed out a window in the royal ballroom. People danced gracefully to the music. A voice spoke from behind him. Quite the party, huh? Icarus didn't turn. What are you doing out here? Shouldn't you be fulfilling your duties as king? Pierrot shrugged. It's fine. I already gave the welcome speech. They're all too busy eating and drinking to notice. Besides, if I mix up their names, they'll get all suspicious. This party is for every leader in the Western Kingdoms, you know. Icarus's voice was cold. Just don't do anything to blow our cover. I know. That's why I came out here to study up, Pierrot said, then paused. Wait a second. Isn't that the president of Arunbest? Did the sun rise in the west today? Ever since Arunbest became a republic, he's refused to attend these conferences. Icarus replied, That's right, the man who represents Arunbest, a nation bold enough to tear down its old system and become a republic. It's a shame he's decided to show his face here. I'm surprised to hear you rate him so highly, Pierrot mused. If you have nothing else to do, get back to your post, Icarus snapped. Pierrot just grinned. Even Desir is here. I can't believe he walked right into the lion's den. Icarus's eyes were fixed on the crowd below. He knows it's a trap, but he came anyway, because he wants to end this here, just as much as we do. Down on the party floor, a commotion was brewing. S's cut in. Brother, that's not the real issue here. Desert. All of these goods are. Desert finished his sentence. That's right. They're all supplies for a war. Do you really think Count Norden is planning a rebellion? Is that why he's working with Outer, and even using chimeras to guard this place? Ron points. What is this thing, Pram? Pram takes one look and calls out, Desire, get over here and see this. What's phase 3? Suddenly, Romantica screams. Everyone fall back. Something unbelievably powerful is getting close. A chimera? No, this thing is way stronger than any of the monsters we just fought. An old voice speaks up. Oh, is that Demon Desert? A pause. No, wait. It's Demon Night now, isn't it? Desert responds smoothly. Still doing well, I hope? Please, just call me like you always have. Desert continues. Because if I can, I'd like to improve the way you see me, sir. But Anos corrects him. Let's be clear about one thing. I never held anything against you. My country, Arunbest, is a republic. Our people don't discriminate. They're judged solely on their own merit and ability. I believe that one day, empires and kingdoms will also tear down these walls between classes, but that's a long way off. So I came here to see the situation for myself, and to meet the leaders who hold the world's future in their hands. And right now, the eyes of the world are on you. Desert. Haban Academy is basically a mini-society. In a school so stuck in the old ways, so obsessed with social status, you still became a hero praised by everyone. As someone who dreams of an equal world, my expectations for you just keep growing. And yet, you joined the Royal Guard. A symbol of change, kneeling before the ruling class, letting them pull your strings. Submitting to the Emperor just for a taste of power, it makes me disappointed in myself for ever having hope in you. Desert just smiles. So that's how it is. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, sir. But I think your disappointment is a little premature. I'm still doing everything I can to fight discrimination in the Empire, and I'm getting real results. Just like you said, Haban Academy has changed. A lot. The barriers between classes are starting to crumble. But that's as far as it goes. There's still a clear line drawn between the students based on their birth. I didn't join the Royal Guard just for power. I joined because I need that power to make the changes I want. A commoner like me becoming a Royal Guard. The strength I gain becomes strength for all commoners. Anus waves a hand dismissively. Anyone can say that. Desert doesn't flinch. Whether my words are empty or not, my actions will prove it to you, Mr. President. Anus just stares at his determined face, silent. Desert adds, From now on, I'll work hard so that no one will ever be disappointed in me again. Anos sighs. Honestly, I want to believe you right now, but I've been let down too many times before. But still, that look in your eyes gives me hope again. I'll be watching you from now on. Up on the balcony, Icaros sees the whole exchange and just scoffs. Down below, the party is in full swing. All the usual small talk and fake pleasantries you'd expect from nobles. Seth stands there thinking, so boring. Roth walks up. You don't look like you enjoy these loud parties. Me neither. I guess people like us have to kill time together. Seth just nods. Yes, Tower Master. Roth looks over at Desert. That kid is really one of a kind. Only he could chat so easily with leaders from the Kingdom Alliance without a hint of stress. And he's doing it as a Royal Guard who's still a student. I've racked my brain, but I still can't figure out who he really is. Estes appears. You seem very interested in Desert. Roth replies, Aren't you? Do you know anything new about him? Estes shakes her head. I probably don't know any more than you do, Tower Master. Roth starts, well then. But Estes cuts him off. Are you still suspicious of him? Not at all, Roth says. I trust him completely. But even so, I'm still curious. He promised to tell me everything when this is all over, so I'm trying to be patient. Estes asks, then why ask me these things? Roth smiles. Because you trust Desert completely, just like I do. Estes hesitates. Well, Roth interrupts. I want to ask all the members, not just you. It seems he trusts his teammates just as much. When he talks to me, if it's not about research, it's always about you guys. Suddenly, Desert appears. I'm surprised to see you two together. What are you talking about? Roth grins. Talking trash about you, what else? Estes stammers. Nothing. Roth continues. Did you speak with President Anos? Desert replies. Thanks to you, I think it went well, but I can't find King David anywhere. He gave a quick speech and then vanished. Roth explains. No idea what he's up to. Anyway, this old man is heading out. You two enjoy the party. Especially you, he says to Estes. Try to relax a little. She nods. Yes, sir. Desir then asks, were you two really bad-mouthing me? Estes quickly denies it. No, of course not. He was just joking. Desert laughs. All right. Let's go. Go where? Estes asks. He takes her hand. Where else? To find the others. Where Romantica and Bram are probably spinning in circles, much to Romantica's delight and Bram's misery. Estes looks at Desert's bright smile and thinks to herself. That's right. Only when he's with them can he truly trust people and show all his emotions. And she can't help but smile, too. Later that night, back in his room, Deceit lets out a huge sigh. So tired. He then speaks to the empty room. Hey, how long are you gonna hide in there? Come on out. Katerina appears. This kid is as uptight and alert as ever. So, how was the party? Fun? Desert nods. Yes. It was a very productive evening. Good to hear, Katerina says. Now, let's get down to business. Deceit sits up. You have an update? She replies. The reserve guard has the details. An orb of light connects to Deceit. Desert speaks into it. Report. What did you find? Are the agents safe? A voice comes from the orb. One was discovered, but the rest are fine. The one they caught will probably be released soon anyway, not enough evidence. Desert relaxes. That's a relief. The voice continues. From what I've gathered, King David's influence has grown incredibly strong lately. But the maids in the palace say the king isn't smart enough to pull this off on his own. Katerina starts. That means. Desert cuts in, finishing her thought. Someone else is helping him. The voice confirms. Exactly. The one pulling David's strings isn't the king, but someone called the advisor. Dezeit's mind races. Of course, the Outers are controlling the king. It's the same old playbook they used on the Magic King in the past, but this time, it's way more effective. Back then, the Magic Kingdom had the Sword Saint who noticed something was off with the king, and he started a rebellion. The kingdom was divided. But David's kingdom is different. They've tightened their grip, enforced discipline, and united the people under one banner. And to do it, they quickly got rid of any opposition, like Aaron, a quiet, slow, methodical takeover from the inside. The mastermind behind this has to be him. Not Skeleton Mask, not Crow Mask, and not the revolutionary Icaros Goal. Desert speaks into the orb. Thanks for the info. Have everyone continue the investigation. The voice from the orb replies, Of course. One more thing. You've probably already seen it over there. This thing. An image appears on the orb. A towering spire. The voice on the other end continued. A source confirmed these towers were all built by the advisor after he seized power. And get this, they're way bigger than the usual ones. Can you see them from here? Desert asked. Any luck figuring out why he's building them? The other side replied. We haven't gotten that far yet. We're still in the dark. All we know is that these things are popping up in every important area in the DVD, and they're pouring insane amounts of money and magic stones into them. Our guess is they're still investing in building more. This has to be what Night Desert was worried about. Could it be that? Desert wondered. A chimera creation facility? No. Something more? A homunculus factory? The thought was chilling. But it was just a guess. He needed proof. I need solid information, he ordered. I need you to keep investigating. The voice on the line hesitated. With their current level of security, it'll take at least a week. To speed that up, we'd have to mobilize the entire reserve guard. Then I'll lend a hand, Katerina cut in. Investigating isn't my specialty, but when it comes to brute force, nobody does it better than me. The contact pushed back. But that guarantees a fight. And besides, if Night Swan's identity is exposed, the DVD will cause major problems. That's why you're all going to provide support to make sure I'm not seen, Katerina shot back. Her contact tried to argue, but she cut him off. Enough. The final call belongs to Desert anyway. So what do you think? Give the order, she pressed. Are we a go? Desert fell silent, weighing his options. The risk of exposure against the chance to get solid evidence. As long as it wasn't the absolute worst-case scenario, she could get in and out with her identity intact, evidence or not. Desert made his choice. We're counting on you, Night Swan. The next day at the DVD Royal Palace. On the main citadel, massive dragons were gathered while soldiers stood in perfect rows, forming a path. This is a bit much, isn't it? Someone muttered. The entire P-Box army must be here, Roth said. They can just use last year's excuse, Desert said, claiming it's for anti-terrorism. Roth nodded. Can't be helped. We came prepared, so let's just be careful. A voice interrupted their hushed conversation. What are you two whispering about? Care to let me in on it? Roth turned. Ah, you've arrived. It's been too long, Saintess Priscilla. Honestly, Priscilla said, can't you greet me with a little more enthusiasm? It's been a while, Desert. I brought all the elite soldiers, just as you requested. Roth nodded. Good. That's excellent. The nations of the Kingdom Alliance have also sent their own elite troops here at my request. This way, it'll be difficult for the Ought to try and make the first move. Seeing everyone so concerned about preventing terrorism puts my mind at ease. It's a pleasure to see you again, Desert. A pleasure to see you as well, Desert replied. Your Majesty, King of the DVD. The king addressed him directly. Master of the Magic Tower. I hear you were the one who suggested this to the other kings? That's right, Your Majesty, Roth replied. The king nodded. On behalf of the allied kingdoms, I thank you. Thanks to you, the meeting should proceed smoothly. Desert's mind raced. Calora Videris. Is he working with the Ought? Or is he just being used? Time to test the waters. Actually, Desert said, preparing our forces isn't enough. The king's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? We found a professor at the academy, Desert explained. A man who taught there for years, who was secretly an Ought agent. It proves we can't rule out the possibility that enemies have disguised themselves as powerful figures right here in the DVD. The king went silent. An enemy within our ranks. Yes, that's possible. Thank you for the advice. I'll be more careful. Desir bowed his head. Thank you for listening to my bold counsel. The king laughed. Of course, I must listen to advice from a rare talent like yourself. Thank you, Your Majesty, Desert replied. He thought to himself, so natural. It's impossible to tell if he's acting. Even if he isn't acting, pushing any further could strain the relationship between our two nations. The king turned his head. Let's head to the conference room. The meeting is about to begin. Desert turned and looked back one last time. He muttered, Night Swan, you have to be careful. At that very moment, a girl's voice rang out elsewhere. I tried my best not to be exposed. But at this point, we're past that. So stop standing around and come at me, Swan Katarina yelled. Back in the conference room, someone was speaking. And so, to solve this problem, I would like to hear the perspectives from all of you. Another man chimed in. In my opinion, as this grand conference officially opens, Roth noticed Desert was on edge and leaned over. Are you all right, Desert? Yes, forgive me, Desert replied. He thought. For some reason, I just can't shake this feeling of anxiety. Roth patted his back. You sent her on the mission. It'll be fine, I understand. Desert forced a smile. Roth continued. But even so, you need to focus on this conference. This place is just as much a battlefield as any other. In another location, Swan Katarina was speaking. I didn't think I'd run into you here. Anyway, how did you know it was me? I even used a face-changing artifact. The person facing her smirked. I was also given an artifact to prepare for the conference, just like you. It's called the Clairvoyant Eye. It allows me to see through any artifact-based disguise. Swan Katarina of the Royal Guard. Katarina didn't flinch. If you just ignore me and walk away, everyone here will be safe. What do you think? She offered. Sifis just laughed. You really think I'd accept that proposal? Not really, Katarina said. I was just asking as a courtesy. And with that, she summoned her weapon. This is getting annoying, she said, so let's just end this quickly. Back at the conference, someone was droning on. I understand the DVD kingdom has suffered enormous losses due to the violent secession of the 5 major merchant guilds. But from what I've been able to gather, the goods exchanged between the guilds of the DVD kingdoms and the rebel forces of the Haben kingdom are all military equipment. That may be true, but we can't ratify anything without acknowledging what the guilds are trading. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the room. Everyone panicked. Someone shouted, "What's happening? Was that an earthquake? An explosion?" Roth shot a look at Desert. "Don't tell me." A voice boomed. "Everyone, please remain calm. I will summon the soldiers immediately and confirm the cause of that tremor. Desir's heart pounded in his chest. Swan! An arrow whizzed through the air as a feminine voice rang out. You're attacking me with skills at this level? I told you to just look the other way and leave. An agent appeared by her side. Lady Swan, the front line over there is secure. Swan replied. What are the damages? The agent's face was grim. We lost 2 people. Swan Katarina looked down at her opponent. You did better than I thought you would. My compliments. She nudged them with her foot. Oh? Already dead? She then stomped down hard. And what about the investigation? The agent reported. The chimeras were locked up here, just as we expected. And what's more, their numbers have accumulated into the hundreds. Fortunately, we didn't find any sign of the homunculus that Desert was worried about. Swan thought, did they really build such an obvious tower just for the purpose of storing chimeras? Besides, the structure of this tower is way too inconvenient to just be a warehouse. On top of that, there were hundreds of them right at the entrance, almost as if they were saying, we're satisfied with how much information you've gathered, so go ahead and retreat. Everything in the room had been destroyed. Only the floor remained perfectly intact. Swan Katarina stared down. I see. Someone nearby called out. Unsure. Swan? But Swan Katarina was lost in thought. What if this whole chimera operation was just a cover? She slammed her fist down, and the floor cracked, sending up a plume of dust that made the soldiers flinch. Swan Katarina spoke, her voice sharp. This floor is way too solid, just as I thought. What are they hiding down here? A hand reached for her. But, Miss Swan. Suddenly, Swan Katarina went completely still. A cold dread washed over her. I can't sense a thing. When did he get here? The man in the crow mask, Icarus, spoke calmly. It would be better for you to stop right here. Swan shot back. The fact that you're showing your face means there's something real suspicious going on down there. Icarus just said, even if you knew, you can't use communication magic in here. Swan smirked. How thoughtful of you. So, she continued, if I just kill you and walk out of here, everything should be fine, right? Just then, another tremor shook the building. Back at the conference, the attendees grew nervous. Another one? Someone shouted. It could be a terrorist attack. Get the soldiers moving now. But the king raised a hand. Don't panic. According to the report I just received, everything is fine. It seems to be a minor issue at the magic armor factory, he explained. We're still confirming the cause, but it doesn't look like a terrorist attack. However, the king added, seeing the worried faces, Roth, could you please confirm if any magic is being used in the vicinity? Roth replied calmly. Besides the defensive spells, there is no other magic active within the palace grounds. The king smiled. There. The words of the Tower Master himself should put you at ease, right? But Desir, looking down at his device, knew better. This is no accident. The king announced, let's continue the conference. Desir quickly sent a message to the border guard unit. What was that explosion? The reply came back instantly. Miss Swan is engaging an enemy inside the tower's core. We've determined she's in a difficult fight. Desir typed back, there's no one in the tower who can match Swan. The response was grim. We can't be sure. We can't get inside the core, but it seems to be a powerful opponent, one who can use spatial magic. An image flashed through Desir's mind, a masked figure. He thought, could it be? He turned to Roth. Tower Master, I think I need to leave. Immediately. Roth nodded. Just as I thought. I'll keep an eye on things here. Leave it to me. Desir replied. Thank you, sir. Roth then addressed the room. Everyone, why don't we take a short break to calm our nerves? A murmur of agreement went through the crowd. If the Tower Master says so, Roth smiled. I'll call for some tea and cakes. Please, enjoy yourselves. Desir stood up and started to leave, but then he glanced back at the conference table. A strange feeling washed over him. Did I just imagine that look in his eyes? He shook it off and ran, the king watching him go. The sound of urgent footsteps echoed in the hall. Desir, what's the plan? He answered without breaking stride. We're heading straight for the tower. No stops. We have to back up Swan first, Desir continued. Estes added. If the enemy can match her, they're on a whole other level. Desir's voice was grim. It has to be that bastard in the crow mask. Sorry, everyone. I've dragged you into this mess again. But Estes just smiled. Don't worry, we all knew this conference wouldn't end peacefully. Pram added, we're here to protect you, Desir. And Romantica declared, the fight we couldn't finish a year ago, let's end it. Together. Right, Desir said. And then it happened. From the ground itself, fiery red swords erupted. The group skidded to a halt, completely ambushed. A man appeared with a wild, manic grin. He blew up the area right in front of them. Well, he sighed. Attacks like that aren't as effective as I'd hoped. You've all far exceeded my expectations, he purred. You're supposed to be side characters in my spectacular play. This grand, lively, dramatic stage. Shall we begin the performance? The name's Pierrot, he announced with a bow. Romantica yelled. What's with the flashy entrance? Pram muttered. He's an outsider, isn't he? Estes nodded. Yes. I didn't think he'd reveal himself, but to challenge us so openly like this, it's brazen. Desir scanned the area, at least 2 of them. I need to conserve my energy for Swan's backup. There's not much time, he thought. We have to take this guy down fast and get to the tower. Pierrot just laughed. Yes, that's the spirit. Showtime. With a flick of his wrist, a gale force wind kicked up. Hidden subordinates appeared from the shadows, ready to attack. Desir commanded, Romantica, I've got your back. Just shoot down anyone you see. She replied, Okay. Estes drew his sword. We'll take them head on. The clash was immediate and brutal. Enemies swarmed them like a tide. Pram thought, they're so fast, the way different from the outsiders we've faced before. Unlike the usual soldiers who fought as individuals, these guys were perfectly in sync. They moved like a single, deadly unit. Pram gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and focused. He channeled his aura for a critical strike, then charged. The enemies split their formation, some met him head-on, while others rained down weapons from the rooftops. With Desir covering her, Romantica unleashed an adrenaline-fueled barrage. Desir combined his own lightning spell with her attacks for a powerful counter. The 2 spells merged, hitting their target and causing a massive explosion. But when the smoke cleared, Desir's face fell. The enemy standing there was completely unharmed. In fact, it looked even stronger. Desir was stunned. An aura warrior. They have to be S-class or higher. Someone besides the Crow Mask can command troops this powerful? Is this guy the real mastermind? The strength of this army was unbelievable. These bastards are way beyond anything I could have imagined. He said aloud, This is a problem. They're using aura for speed and power. Just then, another clash in front of them blew away several nearby houses. Romantica called out, Pram, are you okay? Pram answered, I'm fine. But he added, They're blowing themselves up. Even if their own allies get caught in the blast. They don't hesitate at all. Romantica screamed. What? What's wrong with them? They don't care about their own lives or their comrades. Desir thought, damn it, at this rate, we'll run out of time. Romantica slapped him. Hey, Desir. If we get held up here, Swan's in danger, right? So just leave us behind and go on ahead. Romantica, he started. She cut him off with a click of her tongue. Why do you always get to say the cool lines? Desir hesitated. But, will you guys be okay? Romantica grinned. Of course. You'll be back for us soon, right? Desir nodded. Yeah. Okay then. Right in front of the enemy, he unleashed a firestorm, blasting a path open for himself. Desir yelled, I'll be back soon. Pram shouted, Leave it to us. Romantica called out, Come back quick. As Desir raced away, a thought nagged at him. Something's really suspicious. The Crow-masked man and his troops were in the tower, while Pierrot's forces were blocking his path here. 2 masterminds, but they only made their move after he did, even though they had plenty of chances. Maybe if the masked prophet was here too. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. My. Did you come all this way just to help me? It was Swan Katarina. That kinda stings, you know. Desir calls out, Swan. Swan Katarina replies, For a second there, I didn't think I could take that Crow Mask guy. He's way stronger than I thought. From what I heard, yeah, he is. I wanted to beat him myself, but the best I could do was run. Desir shakes his head. No, you're safe. That's all that matters. What about the border guards? Swan Katarina answers, They managed to escape. Desir sighs in relief. Thank God. Let's pull back. But then an attack from behind. Desir's eyes go wide in disbelief as he unleashes a lightning resonance. In a flash, the entire building is engulfed in crackling electricity. The attacker just laughs. Incredible. You'd use an attack like this on your own comrades? You really don't have a shred of compassion, do you? I'm not who you're looking for, but who I am doesn't matter anymore. Because I can become anyone. Desir snarls, Kalora Vandaris. What did you do to him? He unleashes a spatial burst attack, putting Swan Katarina completely on the defensive. She thinks back to everything Desir told her about this guy. But the reality is 100 times worse. Is it possible? Is every single one of his attacks a level 5 spell or higher? Ikaros doesn't care what she's thinking. He unleashes another Destruction Zone attack, slamming into Swan Katarina and buckling her defenses. He just laughs. Pathetic. Why don't you stop the act? Someone who wasn't human would have been hurt by that, Swan Katarina says, pointing her royal guard bow. She licks her lips. So you finally recognize me? Looks like you remember me after all. With that, she attacks Icaros. I was curious, she says, just how strong you'd become after the revolution, and what kind of toys you'd be fighting with. You've gotten absurdly powerful compared to that weak state you were in before. Right, Icaros the revolutionary? Well then, I'll match your pace. And with those words, her bow begins to glow. Icaros realizes what it is. An artifact that suppresses its user's aura, only to amplify it and release it all at once. For a normal warrior, it would just power up their attacks. But for a fighter with master-level aura, every single shot is like a cannon blast. Swan Katarina immediately taunts him. What's wrong? It'll be boring if you go down instantly like you did 10 years ago. Can you even handle this? Icaros retorts. Your disgusting, human-like words and actions haven't changed in 10 years. Swan Katarina just smiles. Oh my, are you saying I still look young? Outside, another massive battle is raging. Desir is desperately trying to fend off the attacks. He looks up and sees his opponent use Earth Shatter, a power that literally splits magic in two. Desir thinks, damn it. Low-level defense spells are as useless as I thought. The enemy keeps pressing, and Desir dodges, desperately trying to figure out a counter. He knew this was bad, but this? This is beyond anything he imagined. Who would have thought the outsiders had a king-level guardian hiding in the shadows all this time? Pieros grins. How about this one? Want to play with me? Desir thinks. I have to find Swan, and fast. But this guy isn't an enemy I can just brush aside quickly. First things first, focus on the enemy right in front of him. So Desir speaks up. If you've been disguised as King Dadnu from the start, then I have a few questions for you. Pieros' eyes narrow. Good. You should have been like this from the beginning. He thinks, this guy. His face. Desire asks, were you the one who tricked the king-level knight, Aaron? Pieros shrugs. You know, Aaron, unlucky for you, I wasn't the one who arranged his little accident. Of course, I was the one who demoted him so he'd go compete. How could he defy my orders? The king's orders, right? Yeah. He was pretty useful. We even tried to convince him to join our side, but he fought back with everything he had. Desir's voice turns cold. Whatever. Hearing his name from your mouth is more than enough. Pieros grins. Glad I could help. So, shall we play for real this time? And then, he vanished. Desir can't sense any energy, no magic. He can't even feel his presence. This bastard. He's an assassin. Suddenly, Pieros emerges from a tear in space, striking fast. Desir barely blocks him with a massive wall of ice. Pieros lunges again, and Desir counters with a fireball. Pieros yelps, ouch, hot. Using attack magic as a defense, are we? A very interesting idea. But Desir is thinking, his assassination skills put me at a huge disadvantage. Close combat is way too dangerous. I need to create distance to cast my spells. Pieros calls out, you want to play ball with me? He unleashes Scream of the Whirling Land, and razor-sharp vines erupt from the ground, lashing out. Pieros is like a clown, dancing on top of his own deadly weapons. Desire's mind races. To the right, Pieros dashes past. Checkmate. But then something flashes by, knocking Pieros back. What was that? An artifact made from Branchium X? It even blocks aura. How interesting. What else you got for me, hero? Desir answers flatly. Nothing. That's it. Pieros scoffs. Huh? Really? But it'd be a real shame if I lost this early. I'll give you credit, though, for calculating my attack range. Desire thinks, he has this ability too? This guy is a nightmare to fight. Not only did he dodge the attack, he's now weaving wires all over the place. But if that's the case, he can't get close to me either. A kick flashes past Desire's face. Pieros taunts. You really got nothing left? As Desir dodges, he analyzes the situation. He's fast enough to weave through the wires and still attack me. And his sword style is bizarre. There's no pattern. I can't predict his moves at all. But the most important point, he can't sense a single drop of killing intent from any of his attacks. Desir snaps. You bastard, what are you even looking at? Pieros holds up his hands. Whoa there, calm down. Pushing too hard is boring and dangerous. Don't you think we've fought enough for now? Why not make a deal with me? I'll get out of your way and let you go. And of course, I'll have my subordinates retreat from your friends too. Don't give me that look, I'm being serious. To be honest, I have no interest in you. Desir narrows his eyes. What's the condition? Pieros grins. I knew you'd understand. I don't want anything big, Desir. I want you to fight Crowmask before the Rojupale's family becomes royalty back when they were just one of the 5 great dukes of the kingdom, and the House of Rojupales was no exception. They used a method completely different from the other noble houses. They would take in orphans from all over the country and raise them to become elite warriors. For homeless kids, this was a golden opportunity, and they trained like mad just for a chance to stay. But one kid was completely different from the rest, Swan Katarina. She was born with overwhelming military talent. Absolutely no comparison to the other kids her age. And soon enough, she could command aura energy, thanks to the endless support from Jutenjaga F. Rues, who saw her potential early on. She reached the rank of Marquis in her early 20s, becoming one of the most powerful figures in the Rojupales family and the entire continent. From there, she started knocking out missions for Rojupales, one after another. And it was during one of these missions, proving her insane skills, that she met her, the only daughter of the family, Skaf Rojupales. Even though it was just an assignment, one look was all it took. Swan knew this girl was her true young master, someone with power that would one day surpass her own. A massive explosion erupts. Swan's voice cuts through the chaos. A little unfocused, aren't we? But how are you still kicking? You have no idea how surprised I was to hear you escaped. You even ditched your own comrades who were captured with you. 2 streams of power collide mid-air, creating another blast. Swan keeps talking. Not going to answer me? Ha, no fun at all. Ikaros finally speaks. You always did talk too much. Then and now. Of course, Swan replies. Meeting like this must be fate. Before I kill you, I've got to get some information out of you first. Nonsense, Ikaros shouts, unleashing a space burst attack. But then Swan's arrow tears right through the distorted space, catching him completely off guard. Ikaros thinks. An energy explosion. Another arrow flies, followed by a second powerful blast that slams right into him. Swan taunts. How do you like that? That one's for annoying people just like you. Ikaros realizes her trick. She can release stored energy arrows at the perfect moment, making them detonate on impact. In theory, it shouldn't be possible. The absolute highest form of energy manipulation. I'm guessing it's a little hard to chant your spells now, Swan mocks. Seriously, Ikaros groans. You're the annoying one here. Looks like I have no other choice. S-class operation. Memento. Swan quickly fires another arrow. Too late, Ikaros says. Memento. Dream in a contradictory world. The attack hits Swan head-on. Swan thinks. The space around him. It's like it's being reflected through a giant lens. Is he warping this dimension? She says aloud. I've never even heard of a spell like this. Of course you haven't. Ikaros smirks. It's a spell I created myself. Now, that regenerative energy of yours can't even touch me. Awakening of the weak point. He commands the earth and rocks to attack. Swan struggles to dodge, firing arrows that just bounce off an outer shield, never breaking through. Ikaros says, no matter how much you struggle, he suddenly stops. A thought hits him. The wind? No, wait. His spell, Dream in a Contradictory World, only distorts the space immediately around him. No outside interference should be able to get inside the spell's range. Could it be? Swan figures it out. That spell of yours. It only distorts the space around you, doesn't it? Of course it does. If you warped the very space you're standing in, your own body would be torn apart. In other words, you can't take a single step while inside it. My energy blasts are definitely getting deflected by the warped dimension. But the shockwave from those blasts, it's still reaching the spot where I'm standing. Ikaros thinks. Swan presses her advantage. Or maybe that little shield will shatter and crush your head along with it. Ikaros scoffs. Don't be ridiculous. Swan just laughs. What's wrong? Go on, try and attack me. Ikaros uses another spell, Memento, Spatial Shift, to dodge an incoming attack. He reappears right above Swan, using another Memento Space Burst to slam down a massive wave of power. That artifact, Swan says calmly, it can only hold 5 spells. Max. Are you sure you should be wasting them like that? Ikaros thinks, damn it, she's predicting my moves. But if it's close combat, I have the advantage. Before he can even finish the thought, Swan is already on him, sending him flying with a massive punch. He slams into the back wall, almost blacking out. Swan smirks. I thought I could win by baiting you into using all your spells, but I guess I don't need to. Bet you didn't expect a close quarters fight, did you? You know, I'm genuinely curious. After all this, what happened to all that proud preaching you used to do? Why are you running around cleaning up other people's messes with wearing that stupid mask? You've got a handsome face, you know, even if it's not really my type. Ikaros gets to his feet. Shut up, Swan Katarina. Who's cleaning up whose mess? Swan retorts. At least, that's how it looks to me. Now then. This is a real farewell, Mr. Revolutionary. Swan fires the arrow, a triumphant smile on her face. There. All taken care of. If you just agreed when I asked you to let me go, you could have kept your life. Such a shame. As always, that pride of yours. Swan suddenly freezes. Something's wrong. Icaros appears behind her. I can't let you go. Swan spins around, shocked, as a void sword slices at her. She barely dodges. You dodge that? Icaros sounds impressed. You have amazing reflexes. Well then, I'll just take one of your legs. Swan is stunned. How are you? Icaros explains. Since you're about to die anyway, I'll tell you so you can rest in peace. This is a type of safety mechanism. It's the ability of the homunculus you know so well. Swan grits her teeth, realizing the truth. Reversing cause and effect. A tool that lets him use that ridiculous ability. She thinks, I never imagined he'd have technology like this. Icaros continues. But like I said, it's just a safety measure. I can only use it once. Still, isn't that enough to prove who the real winner of this fight is? Swan gathers energy in her hand, kneeling and breathing heavily. What's the point of trying to stop the bleeding with that little bit of energy you have left? Icaros says. You're the one who should have run when you had the chance. You could have saved yourself. Such a pity. Swan spits back. Stop acting tough. You're in the same boat I am. After using a spell that powerful, I doubt you have much energy left either. Icaros just chuckles. I doubt that. Let me give you one last piece of useful information. No, this will be the information that plunges you into despair. Swan's eyes widen. What are you planning? No way. You've reached the 7th realm. The 7th realm. This was a level only one person in the entire continent had ever reached the master of the magic tower. She couldn't believe it. This absolute bastard. He'd actually done it. Finally, Icaros sneered. I've wiped that arrogant look right off your face. I have to admit, this little game was fun. He raised his hand for the final blow. Swan thought. The moment I pledged my life to the Roju Palace, I knew my fate was sealed. Every mission was a death sentence. She remembered a time before all this, a voice from the distance. It's fine now, Isis had said. I'm enrolling in the academy, so I don't need any more sword training. But my lady, to prepare for the entrance exam, you need to. Esses cut her off. What, you think I can't pass the test on my own? Forgive my rudeness, my lady, Swan had said, bowing her head. All right, that's enough. And in that moment, Swan realized Aces, a girl so different from her peers, was her young master. I wanted her to change. Our backgrounds, our lives, they weren't that different. But she was just too much like my master. She was, too much like me. So much so that I desperately wished a different life for her. One where she could laugh and enjoy herself with others. Unlike me, who could never cry or complain like they did. Unlike me, without the same regrets. That was the one and only regret of my life. And because of that, nothing could stop me now. This is for the best, Swan whispered. Her grip on the bow went slack. You're right, she said, her voice calm. This was fun. Icaros's eyes widened. How did she gather so much energy in her body? You, Icaros yelled. Are you trying to self-destruct? Swan knew this was it. Her last chance. 2 choices. 1. Use it on the masked crow. He may have reached the 7th realm, but this attack uses my very life force. I could take him down. There's a chance. A small one. That I could survive his counterattack. It's useless to struggle. Icaros roared, unleashing an abyss of darkness to swallow Swan whole. The second choice, Swan thought. With a final scream, she fired her last arrow. Icaros was stunned. She's aiming for the tower? Not me? Ridiculous. I never thought she could even scratch the ground. But he was curious about what was hidden beneath that tower, where the white bone mask had been found. Maybe that's why he became an utter. But first, I have to end this. A meaningless end. A life sacrificed for the Empire. Finally, I can let go. Goodbye. But just one last time. Gravity control. Suddenly, the outer wall exploded inward, and Isis charged through the dust. Swan couldn't believe her eyes. Is this real? She whispered. Get your filthy hands off her, Isis screamed. Icaros, shocked, demanded, Who are you? Isis swung her sword, and Icaros barely blocked the strike. Esses unleashed a wave of frost. Ice Age. Icaros smirked. Thanks. You've cooled down some of my heat energy. His eyes turned cold. But you should know, this isn't a fight for someone like you. Get lost. With a flick of his wrist, he sent Esses flying. Icaros froze. Reversal magic? Is he here? Pari Arun Desir Arman. A massive wave of energy erupted in a huge explosion. Bram, Desert's voice commanded. I'm leaving Night Swan with you. Get her to safety. Romantica, assist Bram. Bram immediately complied. Now then, Desert said, his voice calm amidst the chaos. Only one thing left to do. Gravity control. The dust settled. It's been a while, Ikaros said. I don't think we're close enough for greetings, Desert shot back. This time, I'm going to kill you. I swear it. Desert's mind raced. Swan used her final attack on the tower's foundation, not the crow mask. She made that hole on purpose. No. All this time, she was prepared to die for only one reason. There's something beneath this tower, and I'll find out what it is, no matter the cost. High above, through the massive hole, giant crows swarmed into the sky. Ikaros cursed. My magic barrier, the one that imprisoned the chimeras. It's been broken. You've just made things very complicated, Ikaros hissed, as the chimeras descended. You don't have time to deal with little things like this. Desert unleashed a lightning spear, but Ikaros countered with his dimension boss. You can't even begin to reach my level, Ikaros taunted, but Esses charged back in. You say that, Desert noted coolly, but you seem to be having a tough time. Esses followed up with Winter's Call. Ikaros dodged, analyzing the fight. I'll admit it, she's gotten much stronger. Their teamwork is seamless now. The Magic Knight's spells and swordplay are sharper, and there's something about that sword. I have to be more careful. Isis zipped past him, landing a solid blow that sent Ikaros staggering back right into the path of Desert's magic. Desert summoned orbs of fire, unleashing a flamestorm that filled the area with smoke. Ikaros burst from the smoke, brandishing a void weapon. Ikaros analyzed him. This bastard. He dodged just outside my effective range. Did he figure out the exact reach of my magic? It won't be long before he can reverse any spell in the world, but before that thought could finish, Isis slammed into Ikaros, sending him crashing into the wall behind him. I'm almost done reversing his magic, Desert called out. Buy me a little more time. Isis nodded. Got it. Ikaros gritted his teeth. Even though he's the one I need to defeat, I used too much energy and life force in the last fight. At this rate, I don't stand a chance. Retreating is the smart move right now. But, Desert, you're just like me, yet you chose a different path. I will definitely use the 7th magic circle to release my energy. Desert's eyes widened. He still has that much power left? But if he unleashes 7th realm energy here, he won't escape unscathed either. Esses charged forward. What are you plotting now? I'm curious myself, Ikaros said with a twisted smile. I'm preparing for my own death. Choosing to self-destruct, just like her. Esses glared. I don't need you to do that. I'll kill you with my own 2 hands. Ikaros unleashed a sonic chanzo, blasting Isis away. This magic, she gasped. Just then, a voice crackled through a communication spell. Desert, can you hear me? Romantica, what is it? Desert replied. I think we have an uninvited guest. Someone we really don't want showing up right now. Elsewhere, a man clenched his fist. This time, I'm not following orders. He's risking his life, fighting all alone. I'm not patient enough to just sit back and watch that happen. Big brother, we're on our way. In a dark study, a voice echoed. Desert will definitely come. Another person replied. Let him come. This time I'll take his head for sure. A figure with his back turned spoke. No, Pieros will go. The rest of you are not to interfere in this battle. A subordinate protested. What are you saying, sir? I'm sure they'll come in large numbers. That's right. In the worst-case scenario, the master of the magic tower himself might show up. Leader, they'll send everyone they have. Or even the guildmaster, Ikaros's voice cut in. Yes, but no matter who comes, I will settle things with him once and for all. This is more than a battle. It's a fight to the death. That's exactly why we must go with you, a man insisted. This is an order, Ikaros stated, his voice final. Ikaros thought, exactly. That's what you people don't understand. You're the only ones I don't want to bring with me. Then Ikaros said aloud, wait for me. I will definitely come back. Back in the present, someone declared. There's no way we're following that order. Estes noted. Desert, it's the same guys as last time. But they seem to have gotten a lot stronger. One of them sneered. Magic Knight, I'll make sure to send you off right at this moment. Ikaros stepped up. This is my fight. Take Baru and Saren and go. Taka shouted. Stop, Chief. You know I can't think straight right now, don't you? They're trying to set you up. With that, he charged forward, attacking Desert head-on. Taka yelled, Chief, I'll hold her off. You go finish that bastard. A massive explosion rocked the area. This was a battle that could shake the very heavens. Estes cursed, damn it, don't mess with me, and kicked the guy, sending him flying. Estes launched her attack, but the other side met her head-on. The fight was intense. Estes thought, I swear I'll kill that crow-masked bastard with my own hands. I can't stay here long. I need to finish this fast and regroup with the main team. Taka taunted her. Hey, are you distracted? Where are you looking? Don't you know you're fighting me? Or do you think I'm not even worthy of being your opponent? Estes thought, there's no way I can ignore him. That scythe. It can fly using wind magic. The two clashed again, blow for blow, neither one giving an inch. Estes thought, he's still just as fast. No, he's even faster than before. But I can still handle him. The scythe flew from side to side. Taka sneered. Not working anymore, is it? If that's the case, then I'll just have to. He then unleashed Cyclone of Calamity. Estes thought, a level 3 attack magic? He's gotten stronger in every way. But even so, she thought. And then casually blocked the attack. Taka was stunned. She blocked my scythe. With just one hand? Estes thought, he's still so much weaker than him. Then she spoke, these cheap tricks won't work on me anymore. Get out of my way. I don't have time to play games with you. Taka replied, ouch, you're hurting my feelings. I see why the chief didn't want to bring us along. It's because I can't possibly win against you, but I've faced enemies like this before. No matter how much of a hard time we give you, the important thing is that nobles like you will always be stronger than us. Why is that, I wonder? What do you people have that gives you a better starting point when we're all human? No matter how much I rack my brain, I can't find an answer. Estes shot back. I don't have time to listen to you whine and bare your soul, Taka continued. As you know, I'm sure of one thing. I can't beat you with my own strength alone. Estes narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? Taka said. I've had moments where I wanted to give up in despair after realizing that. That's why that old bag of bones gave me this earring. If you try to live more simply, the world becomes simpler. If you want to be stronger than anyone else, you have to pay a price for it. Estes's eyes widened. An artifact? Taka then said, go on, you have to win. And with that, he collapsed. Estes was confused. What the hell? Did he just lose his mind? Don't tell me he's actually dead. Estes stood there, completely baffled. Then a new voice spoke. It's still too early for you to be able to defeat that brat. Estes whipped her head around, thinking, that voice. The speaker continued. If only my body were a little bigger, I could have done that pretty well myself. Estes demanded, your body? What are you talking about? The man just laughed. Who knows? Look, the wind is picking up. A jolt went through Estes. That's the person I saw when I received the extreme ice heart. No, could it be him? What is going on? Taka groaned on the ground as a massive wave of power erupted, forcing Estes to shield her face. Taka shot up from the ground, exclaiming, this power! I'm definitely still alive, right? It's been so long. How long has it been? This is an incredible power. Estes watched the whole thing unfold, thinking, that rough voice. I've heard it before. It sounds just like the nameless one. A voice screamed out, you bastard, what did you do? The reply was, weird. What? You're not that kid. So why are you copying him? Why are you holding that sword? Another memory flashes. A fragment of the past, and a cold voice sneering. Disgusting. This happened because you got in my way. The voice continued. I was supposed to meet the Duke's daughter, and now my clothes are ruined because of you. Someone nearby offered, need a handkerchief? But the kid on the ground, surrounded by ruined bread, just muttered, damn dogs. Whatever, he thought to himself, at least it was just food they crushed, not my bones. Can't eat it now, though. And he started picking up the scraps from the dirt. Who was that? The thought surfaced again as he remembered shouting, you bastard, let go, that's my bread. Then, Icaros appeared. He picked up a piece of bread and said, don't you want to unleash that rage on those who actually deserve it? Follow me. The memory swirled again. A face you could never forget. Who are you? Inside a vortex of raw energy, a voice whispered, who are you? Estes thought. His energy is completely different now. Did the artifact's power take him over? The figure just kept mumbling, who are you? I don't know where I am. The voice was lost. Someone else's memories are interfering with me. Am I incomplete? Estes sized him up. I don't know what he's talking about, but his body is radiating this bizarre energy, and it feels familiar. Not just from before. No. He'd felt this type of power once before. An ancient, evil aura he'd sensed from Pra, one of the ancient demons. His mental state looks shot, but I can't let this go on. Gotta finish him now, while his mind is a mess. With that, Estes charged forward. But the other guy, still mumbling, suddenly smirked. Well, since I'm finally out, might as well enjoy it, right? And then, Boom! His power exploded outwards. So, you're the one. Is it really you? But Estes wasn't listening. Her sword was already coming down. A voice rings out from a different spot. What's the matter? Romantica appears, asking, You feelin' like continuing this? The man, covered in bandages, sits on the ground, his mind racing. There's no way I can even get close. How did she get this strong? Romantica states plainly, Look, I'm not a fan of killing. If you can't fight anymore, just let me tie you up. It'll be easier on you. The man just snaps back, No, I won't let you do that. It doesn't matter how fast you are, Romantica warns. It doesn't even matter if you're stronger than me. It's all useless against my void magic. And with that, she unleashes a blast of wind. Seeing him struggle to even stand, she sighs. What a shame. I bet you haven't even reached the high-rank tier yet. You're just too weak. If you can't even release your aura to attack me, you won't leave a single scratch. This is your last chance to give up. The man looks up, defeated. I know. I know I can't beat you, but I can't surrender. I guess that means I'm dying right here. You talk tougher than you fight, Romantica says coolly. If you're going to refuse, then I've got no choice. Farewell. She unleashes a final, deadly spell, and the man lets out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. I told you it was pointless, Romantica says. But the man suddenly gasps, What? The wind. Why did it just disappear? Without your little windshield, you've got no chance against me, he sneers, firing a blast of magic that slams into Romantica, sending her flying. Meanwhile, back with Estes, she's catching her breath. Is it finally over? She thinks. That guy was super suspicious. I'll take him with me and get some answers. But then, a man appears out of nowhere with a twisted smile. So nice to finally meet you. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Estes freezes. The man continues. How many centuries has it been? You've changed so much I almost didn't recognize you. But enough with the pleasantries. Let's get started, since the eye of the storm is still here. And with that, he unleashes a wave of magic, hitting Estes before she can even blink. He lets out a wild laugh. I am the storm demon, Hanif. I command you. Wins. Now yield to me. So, how do you win against an enemy that seems completely unbeatable? The scene flashes back. Desert appears. You talking about someone strong like Doni? Estes replies. It's not just that. Even after I obtained the Heart of Extreme Ice, I still couldn't beat you. I need a way to defeat anyone, and that includes you. Desert just smirks. That's a tough one. Besides, if you ask me, I'm the one who could never beat you. Stop lying. Estes shoots back. You went toe-to-toe with the ruler of the North, the Magic Tower's master, and those beasts in Pra. You always find a way to win. I need to know how to overcome any opponent. If I'm in a situation where I absolutely must win, what do I do? Desert's voice echoes. All right, I'll be honest with you. Estes snaps back to reality, her mind hazy. Did I just pass out? In a situation like this, she thinks desperately. Damn it, I can't move a muscle. Her opponent is still laughing. So weak, humans are so unbelievably fragile, in both body and mind. This vessel feels like it could fall apart at any second. I can't believe a weakling like this actually managed to summon me. It's ridiculous. Panic floods Estes' mind. I have to move. Am I just going to lie here and take this? He walks closer to her. You're pretty boring, you know. Look at us, both stuck in these frail little bodies. So what are you going to do? Get up, why don't you? Pushing with every last scrap of strength she has, Estes channels magic into the ground, creating a massive spike of ice that erupts from below. It freezes her enemy solid. A thought echoes in her mind. How long do we have to keep fighting? How long must we flaunt our power and just slaughter one another? Is it because that's our nature? Is that the whole point of our existence? A defiant thought answers back. Is that it? Destruction and demons? If that's our purpose for being here, then I want no part of it. Don't be ridiculous. And what's left if you deny your very nature? The voice scoffs. Is that your pathetic excuse for abandoning your own race? After you left, all that remained was chaos. We lost our place in the world. We were simply forgotten. The demon whispers, You want to abandon us? Fine. I'll make sure you leave us for good, in the exact same way you cast us aside. We will reject you, in our own way. Estes grits her teeth. That monster. Then, a different voice speaks. I told you, didn't I? You can't win against me, the voice says. Run. Get out of here while you still can. Estes screams back, Damn it! Stop spouting that nonsense and just get out. Nonsense, you say? I can help you, the voice offers. But, to do that, you have to control me first. If you fail, I'll just take over your body. Estes demands, "What do I have to do to control you?" The voice just scoffs, "But you can't." Estes screams, "Shut your mouth. Just tell me how to defeat that creature." The being just gives a wicked smile. I wonder if that's even possible. Done with words, Estes just curses and lunges right at him. She unleashes the Forbidden Wind Palace. And with it, the Forbidden Wind Throne. Estes thinks, secret magic arts? It's just like her own Ice Palace technique. He creates a storm of exploding tornadoes, attacking relentlessly while blinding her vision. He appears in a flash right in front of her, landing a devastating kick that sends her flying. Her mind races. An invincible enemy. How do I win? Despair hits her. He locked eyes with the man. "So you finally decided to show yourself?" Agis thought, "Damn, he's loud, and my whole body aches." A voice inside her head whispered, "Stop. Don't think. Just leave everything to me." Agis muttered, "I need to get to the crow mask." "No. Desire." Suddenly, her entire demeanor shifted. Her voice became cold. "It's been a while, Han Niflheim." And then he attacks with his Frost Zone. Hanfan just grins. "Yep, that's the one," he says. "The ultimate technique that shatters all my attacks with a single hit. This is just natural instinct. To kill, and kill some more. To destroy everything that gets in our way. We are just being ourselves. We're just living by instinct." Cest cuts in, "You're always so damn loud. This girl never raises her sword to harm another soul. That's why I chose her," Hanfan says. "My host can only use skills at half the intensity of yours. The power gap between our attacks is just too massive. What's with you?" The voice in his body cuts him off. "Still as boring as ever, huh?" Hanfan retorts, "You think you have the upper hand? Don't be so naive. You're the one who's boring. At least fighting to the death with someone like you will always be the greatest joy for me." As they speak, their two powers cause a massive earthquake. Cest replies, "You know, I don't hate that part of you. Our paths are just different, that's all." Hanfan thinks, "Why did these pathetic humans dare to summon me? Even though the summoning worked, they died because their bodies couldn't handle the power they craved. And so, a few millennia just drifted by. I had my doubts, but I never thought I could actually summon a demon. You summoned me, but you're not the one I'm connected to. It looks like you used the corpses of other humans as a sacrifice. So cruel." The man replies, "Cruel? I can't believe those words are coming from someone like you. You guys are the real demons here." The other side panics. "What?" Hanfan, exhausted, asks, "Hey, are you planning to stay in the human world, no matter the form?" Cest answers, "Yes." Hanfan continues, "Quite a few of us have chosen to walk your path. I have no idea what kind of humans they chose, but they exist in all sorts of different forms. I'm sure the path you've chosen isn't entirely wrong. I'm probably about to fall into a deep sleep now. I think I should tell you this. I don't know who it is, but I also met a human. Someone who can seal us away. You'd better be careful." Those are my last words. "There's one thing I want to ask you." Cest says, "You still talk as much as ever." "What is it?" Hanfan asks. "Will it be okay? Living here?" The person inside his body smiles. "Yeah." Hanfan smiles back. "That's good to hear." And the wind stopped. Z suddenly drops to her knees, thinking she can't gather any more power. A voice in her head says, "All right, I'll help you, but I'm not sure about the price you'll pay for this later. It doesn't really matter though, since you're already prepared to die." Cest thinks, "Since I was already waiting for death, should I be grateful for this? Seriously, is this all I've got?" Cest says, "Damn it, I have to keep going. I have to get to Desir." Tears fall as she collapses to the ground. A figure appears saying, "Thanks to you, I got to enjoy a top-tier battle. Just as I thought, a one-time use sacrifice isn't strong enough. Now then, shall I head up the tower?" Meanwhile, 15 minutes earlier, Pram was supporting Romantica. "Are you okay?" Romantica replies, "I'm fine. Thanks, Pram. But this whole deja vu thing? Not really my style." A few minutes ago, before Taka and Cest's fight even started, Romantica cursed, "Damn it, that mindless beast." A notification pops up. Mana below 30%. Defensive functions have significantly decreased. Romantica thinks, after that massive typhoon appeared, all wind magic was neutralized. What the hell is going on? The bandaged man says, "Looks like your defensive magic is gone. Seems you can't use attack magic either. Let's end this." Romantica scoffs, hilarious. "I thought the people of Esteban didn't attack the unarmed. Or is that rule just optional?" The man replies, "They're laws, not mine. They just stood by and watched countless countrymen die horribly, but only now do those cowards finally decide to show their faces." In the past, they abandoned countless lives because of some stupid treaty. They're nothing like me. Painful memories flood Baru's mind. He too once laughed with his loved ones. He once had a happy life. But that all ended the moment he watched the people he cared about get burned alive. They called him filth. He kneeled and begged for help, but none came. Baru roars in anger. I've abandoned that foolish race that ignores the very people they should protect. I am no Esteban. Romantica just laughs. So what if your story is long and complicated? Are you saying everything you've done is justified? Give me a break, dude. A tragic past and a self-serving motive? Even so, you're just a criminal who chose the wrong path to walk. Baru says, I don't expect you to understand. That person is different from the heretics who only seek their own gain. Romantica thinks, should have pretended to listen. Could have bought more time. She thinks, if that storm wasn't around, I could have finished him in an instant. What am I supposed to do now? Elsewhere, with Pram, a masked figure speaks. Seriously? This next hit will land. He lunges toward Pram. Pram dodges, thinking, she's totally different from before, when she only used lightning for defense. Now she can freely use lightning to attack. But why didn't she attack when I escaped with Swan? The woman speaks up. What's distracting you in the middle of a battle? I don't like how carefree you seem. Pram replies, I wasn't thinking about anything strange. Pram thinks, this is bad. I'm trapped. She says, that last move should have ended it. Standing from a high point, Pram says, this artifact can really let me move even when I'm restrained? What a useful item. Seeing this, his opponent says, you seem way too relaxed. In a situation like this, are you always like that? Pram says, it's not that I'm always like this. I'm not really sure, but I guess so. Strange. I don't feel any killing intent from you at all. But I'm not underestimating you. No, I need to get to Desir as fast as possible, so could you please move? The girl says, I think I can accept that, to a certain extent. I wasn't attacking you because you were carrying an injured person to safety, but it's different now. You're trying to help Desir destroy Wugo, right? Pram asks. And now you're going to fight me for real? The girl says, if it's necessary to protect Wugo, then yes. A memory flashes in her mind, back when she was a slave. Imprisoned and brutally beaten, someone had reached out to save her when she was at her lowest point. He had said, why don't we become allies and walk the same path? Even if that path is immoral, I still want to follow it. She says, for his sake. Pram replies, it sounds like you don't really want to fight, but I still have to defeat you for someone I cherish. All right, I'm done holding back. With that, the two charged at each other. But then something shot through the air from the distance. Pram yelled out in pure panic. Romantica, another person arrived, calmly saying, it's me, Saren. She jumped, startled. He pressed on. Are you hurt? Is something wrong with your magic? Saren looked confused. Magic? What do you mean? The man explained. Looks like that ice witch can't use her magic anymore. I'll take the front line like always. You cover me from the back. Saren nodded. Got it. Pram screamed. Don't move. Romantica tried to soothe him. It's okay, Pram, calm down. But he wasn't listening. Take one more step, and I'll run you right through. Deptu and Saren had the exact same thought. That bastard. He couldn't even control his aura before. The killing intent rolling off him was insane. Is he only getting serious now? Romantica insisted. I'm really okay. My clothes are wrecked, but I still can't use any magic. Pram muttered, star inversion, but she cut him off. No, this is completely different from star inversion. The moment that thing appeared, she said, the wind just stopped obeying me. Pram asked, that wind, is it a knight's magic? Romantica replied, he is. Just some low-level mage. I don't know what's happening anymore. Looks like Ez is in serious trouble. Baru added, whatever the case, I'm at a disadvantage. I'm just glad I could regroup with you, he finished. Romantica was all business. We have to find a way out of this. How is Sir Swan? Graham answered. I moved him to safety and told the guard to protect him. Good, Romantica said. I'll just have to fight without magic. It's been a while since we've had to do this. Let's coordinate our attack, Pram. From a distance, Pieros watched, amused. How interesting. Should I join in? The whole area was a wasteland. But Desert was still fighting with everything he had. Giga Lining and Bisu's Chews were locked in a fierce battle. Desert thought, using space magic to completely teleport an opponent's spell to another area. This is going to be tough. Just teleporting a 7th circle spell is already pushing my limits. Meanwhile, Ikaros analyzed his opponent. Even without that magic knight backing him up, he's holding his ground surprisingly well. I keep forgetting his most dangerous power is inversion, he mused. He's a completely different fighter then. For an enemy, you have to admit the guy's a genius. Ikaros taunted him out loud. You finally get it, don't you? Your magic can't even touch me. Wrong, Desert shot back. If you're going to use space magic to cancel my spells, I'll just get right in your face and attack you directly. And with that, he threw a punch that caught his opponent completely off guard. Ikaros crashed to the ground, creating a massive trail of fire. He thought, he may be a circle below me, but every spell he casts is S rank. If this keeps up, I'll run out of mana first. I'll be at a huge disadvantage. His eyes narrowed. There's only one way to end this. Ikaros shouted, I'll crush you with overwhelming power. He flew high into the sky as Desert watched, on full alert. Back on the other side of the battlefield, Pram was fighting Betu. Romantica thought, that dark, sinister mana. It's from the crow-masked guy. He was hurt fighting Swan before we got here, but this amount of mana is absolutely terrifying. Romantica called out, Pram, I think Desert's in trouble. We need to end this fast and get to him. Pram grunted back. I know, but Pram's mind was racing. A physical damage type like this is great for Romantica, but for me, he's a natural counter. Romantica grit her teeth in frustration. Damn it. It's happening again, she thought. I'm useless. I can't do anything to help Desert. Looking down, she saw an opening. Pram, are you okay? I'm fine, he yelled back. Still can't use your magic? Romantica's voice was tight with apology. I'm sorry. Just hold on a little longer. Pram replied. Don't worry. I believe the wind will come back soon, because S is going to win. The second he said it, the wind returned. Serena was shocked. What the? Romantica cried out. S, Graham added. There's no way S and Desert would ever lose. I trust them, he said. It's inevitable. Romantica shook her head. All this weak talk was just because I was worried. What the hell am I even doing? She screamed with renewed spirit. Seriously. S, hurry up and finish that green scythe user. You got this. Pram, just a little more. If you don't, I'll take him down myself. Graham smiled. Now that's the Romantica I know. Baru sneered. Then I'll just crush you before you can even use your magic. And at that moment, Pram dove from the sky. You left an opening. And that's my chance. Baru let out a grunt of pain. Serena noted, no matter how fast you are, if you're in the air, Pram's artifact, the cloud thread, will get you. He took down the big guy without a scratch. But suddenly something wrapped around his leg. Pram thought, crap, I've already used the cloud thread 5 times. It'll be on cooldown for a while. I need to make some distance now. Serena smirked. If that attack had been a direct hit, you might have actually won. Looks like you underestimated me. She slammed Pram into the ground. Romantica screamed, Pram! But Betu blocked her path. Not so fast. Romantica dodged. You're huge, but you're so damn fast. Baru looked around, confused. What? She was just here, Romantica thought. My artifact saved me, but this is so frustrating. Right now, I'm just a burden to Pram, she thought. Pram, just hold on. I might be hiding like a coward, but if I have to, I can use my rifle and attack from long range. But in that moment of distraction, she was hit. Sent flying from the rooftop, crashing hard onto the street below. Baru stood over her. I figured if you were hiding, I just had to destroy everything around here. Looks like I was right. Romantica coughed. I'm so useless. I hate this feeling. Betu raised his hand. Goodbye. Romantica grit her teeth. Who said? I was running away, and then magic erupted from her. Playtime is over, she snarled, and I have no intention of going easy on you. It won't matter if you beg or cry. Betu stammered. I'm defeated? Serena cried out. Beru, are you okay? Elsewhere, Graham said calmly. I wasn't looking down on you. I was just waiting for the right moment. Serena clicked her tongue, summoning her power. Romantica unleashed her final attack, yelling, Farewell! Her magic pierced straight through Baru. The battles were raging, absolutely brutal, with no one giving an inch. Desir launched another barrage of ice spears. Ikaros just scoffed. Pathetic. Relying on that cheap magic trick again, he sneered. Then he realized. That artifact. He enchanted it and fired it with the ice spears. Is it some kind of tracking artifact? This could get annoying to deal with. Ikaros mocked him. Is that all you can do? Throw your little toys? The people who put their faith in you are truly pitiful. He then activated his destruction zone to attack. Before I end this, I want to ask you something, he said. You also want a world of equality, with no ranks. So why? Why do you fight so hard to stop me? Desir replied calmly. You already know the answer to that, don't you? We may want the same thing, but your methods are twisted and wrong. Icarus laughed. Oh? So you're saying your way is noble, while mine is just evil? Let the end result decide who's right. With that, he unleashes Nightclaw. But Desir shoots back. What's the point of a victory that costs so many lives? Then, he counters with Earth's Wrath. Power gained by sacrificing the few, Icarus cuts in, is the only way to guarantee equality for the world. To Desire, it's just a slaughter. Their powers clash, wiping out everything left on the surface. They're both thrown back. Icarus thinks, damn it, what am I doing? What's the point of trying to talk to him now? Don't tell me I'm wavering, no way. That can't be happening. Icarus speaks. Desir, as you said, there's a huge, fundamental difference between us. You're just a third circle mage mimicking high-level magic. Desire knows this is it. He wants to end this. But he can't just wait for the royal guards. This is the last chance Swan gave them. I have to use it. Artifact Luna. Icarus counters with Hand of the Abyss. Once again, they go head-to-head talent, power, and energy perfectly balanced. It's impossible to tell who will win or lose. Using the same old trick again? Icarus scoffs. What an annoying artifact. Desire's spell bounces around like a pinball. Icarus dodges it. This won't stop my plan. Desire replies. And you can't stop my calculations. I needed to know the cost of taking you down. And now I've figured it out. Getting rid of you is nothing but a benefit to me. Icarus stares. You. That magic. He recognizes it. That energy, that mana. It's Dayton's annihilation magic. Is he seriously planning to use a spell that could kill an ancient demon in this cramped space? Desir smirks. You won't be walking out of here in one piece either. Are you prepared to sacrifice yourself? Icarus thinks, damn it. I can't block this. I have to get out of here first. Desir raises his hand. Got you, Rapino of the Earth. A massive wave of energy crashes down, destroying everything. What a dirty trick. Icarus screams, unleashing the abyss hole. But his power against Desir's massive spell? It's like throwing an egg at a rock. Desir is stunned. A spatial magic that can absorb even light itself. To think he could cast a spell like that in an instant. Was that your final effort? Icarus taunts. How pathetic. Now it's time. But Desir cuts him off. It was all part of my plan. Look down. Icarus looks. The ground explodes right under him. He thinks, not even high-level magic can easily destroy Brez. Why did it suddenly collapse like that? He gets it. That artifact. It wasn't aimed at me. It was aimed at the floor. Desir confirms it. Besides taking you out, I'm going to find out what's hidden down here. This is the end for both of us. Icarus scoffs. You idiot. What difference does changing the terrain make? Desir fires a gravity spear straight at him. He blocks it with a spatial firestorm burst. The collision creates a massive explosion. Desir notices his magic. No, wait. His mana scattered right before he cast the spell. Is he trying to keep his distance? Based on his reaction, something happened that he didn't expect. Something around here, below the ground. Icarus clenches his fist. I can still use magic here. But how? Every time I try to cast a spell, it feels like moving a body weighed down by chains. For a mage, mana is stamina. After falling down here, a certain amount of my mana keeps leaking out, and I don't have much left. After all, each mana circle only holds so much. He's definitely at a bigger disadvantage than I am. You made a mistake bringing us down here, you demon Desir. Since his mana is low from all the fighting, I'll use low-cost spells to finish him and check this place out. Desir suddenly speaks. There was a time I thought your ideals might have been right. Icarus snaps back. I have never been wrong, not even once. Yeah, your ideals could be right, Desir admits. Destroying the entire class system for the commoners and creating an equal world. But that's all it is, an ideal. There's no way your methods could ever be justified. He tries to summon lightning. Damn it. He thinks. My mana scattered again. Icarus roars. How dare you think you have the right to say that to me? He lunges at Desir, but by now, Desir is completely out of mana. He blocks with his arm, and you can hear the bone snap. Icarus, lost in rage, shouts, You think what you do is so great, so different from me? All you do is teach nobles how to use talented commoners. Equality inside your precious little academy, in your tiny world. It's just a pretty shell, a place only the gifted few can ever enter. A commoner joining the royal guard? That only happens for the absolute best of the best. What you've done is just a way to get more recognition for yourself, and to exploit commoners. He pummels Desir with every word, blow after blow. Desir can't fight back, he can only take the beating. Once his rage subsides, Icarus speaks calmly. At least everything I've done until now has been for the sake of the commoners. For a world where everyone is equal, where people aren't judged by status or talent, that is the only world I'm aiming for. And even if it meant borrowing the power of those disgusting outers to achieve it, and taking so many lives with my own hands, it was all for the world I dreamed of. Once that's done, being someone like you won't even matter anymore. Desir suddenly speaks up. Your actions. You know they're full of contradictions, right? You know countless commoners are suffering because of you and the outers, don't you? Up above, Romantica calls out. Wait, what's going on? She screams. Desir, can you hear me? Are you down there? I think we should go down and look. Azist, are you okay? Azist struggles to reply. I'm sorry for being a burden. Romantica looks down and makes a decision. Okay, I'll use a spell. Something to soften our fall as much as possible. Suddenly, an arrow shoots up from below, whizzing past Romantica and making her scream. Pram shouts her name in worry. Pieros appears out of nowhere. Sorry, no other choice. I can't let anyone interfere right now. Pram recognizes him. It's that outer from before. Romantica demands to know where the hell he came from. Pieros just grins. My apologies, but what I want to see isn't a brawl. It's a life or death duel between our two main characters. If you want to get down there, you'll have to get through me. And of course, I won't be holding back. Romantica's face hardens. Fine. If that's how it is, we'll take you down. Pieros just burst out laughing at her words. Subdue me? I guess you three haven't figured it out yet. Even if all of you attacked me at once, you wouldn't stand a chance. Pram just watched, his mind blown. That amount of power. It's unbelievable. Romantica whispered. That bastard. He's got to be king class or even higher. Pieros continued. Well, if you just stand there, I won't kill you. In fact, I'm actually kind of grateful. Romantica was confused. What? Pieros explained cheerfully. Thanks to you guys, I get to see what's down there. I'm just as curious as you are, you know. Curious about what was hidden below, and what the skull mask was plotting. Desir thought, I used to think he was just a little misguided. We were both born commoners, after all. Both blessed with natural magic talent, always fighting for the sake of other common folk. And yet, a clash between us was inevitable, because we had different dreams. One wanted to create a world of total equality. The other wanted to save the world as it was. Ikaros's voice cut in. Stop, Desir Arman. There's no way I, who sacrificed everything, could lose to someone like you. You, who couldn't bear to give up a single thing. Your level of resolve is completely different from mine. But Desir was determined. Why should I have to do that? I won't abandon anything. I will protect everything I have. Ikaros scoffed. You're just a loud-mouthed, weak bastard. And they clashed, a brutal fight to protect their clashing dreams. Ikaros demanded. Why? You've seen it all, haven't you? The way they treat commoners, the way this world works. You're supposed to feel inferior to the nobles. And if you're better than them at anything at all, they immediately crush you. You have to know all this, so how could you? How could you choose to serve them? Desir hesitated for a moment. He thought, if I hadn't lived through the shadow world, maybe I would have made the same choice as you. But that choice wasn't for me. Because compared to you, I'm weak in a different way. Because I was weaker than everyone else, I couldn't even try to change a thing. But even now that I'm stronger, I still can't choose your path to destroy the class system and make everyone equal. I still have too many people I need to protect. Ikaros spat. Damn it. We were completely different from the start. Desir stood up. Well, that's not entirely true. You say you can give up everything. But I also have people I can't lose, no matter the cost. Aren't they those three who always follow you? Your comrades? Ikaros went quiet. Well, maybe. If that's the case, then you're just like me. We're both willing to sacrifice ourselves to protect what we want. I think. I hate you because we're so much alike. Ikaros launched himself at Desir. The impact of their attacks created a massive explosion, shaking the ground above. Romantica yelled, What was that? Pieros just smiled. Oh, is it almost time for the grand finale? Ikaros lay on the ground, beaten. Damn it. You completely reversed my magic. I still have things I need to do. Desir stood over him. I still have questions for you, so I'm not going to kill you. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. You can't kill him this time either? Unfortunate. But he doesn't know anything anyway. In fact, I know far more than he does, Desir Arman. We've met before, haven't we? I have to respect you for finding this place based only on traces of the past. Desir's eyes widened. The faceless prophet, the skull mask. Pieros appeared out of nowhere, chiming in. Well, what do we have here? I didn't expect you to show up in person, the skull mask replied. To borrow your words, I came to get rid of the guests. Coming on stage before it's even ready, Pieros asked. The stage isn't ready? What exactly are you preparing? The skull mask turned to him. And what are you doing here? He grinned. I came to help our little revolutionaries. Desir thought. Damn it. Of all the times for these two to show up, what do I do now? The only reason this path is even open is because of Swan's sacrifice. I have to get as much information as I possibly can. Right now, I have no chance of winning. Not against them. At the very least, I need to get Pram out of here and retreat. But Pieros was already right in front of Desir. He smirked. What's this? Pram, you're not dead yet? Desir was stunned, instantly swinging his arm. Since when? He thought, striking at Pieros. But the attack did absolutely nothing. Pieros just laughed. Look, I love a good bloodbath as much as the next guy, but now's not the time. I'd hate to damage my precious actors, so if you just shut up and come quietly, it'll be better for everyone. Skullmask cut him off. Enough. I'll take over from here. Pieros turned his head, surprised. What? You want to handle this personally? Skullmask ignored him. Desir Arman, I've examined every shadow world you've ever cleared. Whether big or small, you and I are connected. But don't get arrogant just because you finally caught up to me. Millennia ago, countless people tried to oppose me. Their efforts? All useless. And now, you've seen this place. Perhaps you can find more information, since you'll only be here for a short time. What do you say? How about serving me? Desir's mind raced. What the hell is happening? They have no intention of harming me. Not right now. He spoke up. I just remembered the true nature of you two. The fundamental job of your organization, AUT, is to collect magic crystals. And magic crystals have the power to absorb all the mana around them. This place, it has thousands of tubes filled with those magic stones. And the machinery here is on a level I've never seen before. I don't know how you're using this equipment and all these crystals, but this entire structure, it's like. Skullmask tilted his head. Like what? Desir finished his thought. It's like a homunculus. Skullmask was silent for a moment, then spoke. You really are beyond my expectations. You've all opposed me, but most of you were never a serious threat. But a few of you have caused me serious damage. That sword your teammate inherited? The one who wielded it before did just that, Desir thought. This guy, is he also connected to that nameless man, the one who left the ice tower? Skullmask continued. I can feel it. It's the same energy he possessed. But in the end, no one can stop my plan, because I have been blessed by the great goddess herself, the goddess Artemis. Desir's eyes widened. Damn it, that thing, the Tier 5 artifact, Brionac. Skullmask went on. All humans have their own ideals, and there are tens of thousands of ideals in this world. But none of them can manifest in the right way. It's always been like this. This world is just filled with crime and chaos. Desir watched him, thinking, he talks as if he's witnessed the entire history of mankind unfold before his very eyes. No, maybe that's exactly what he's seeing, Skullmask declared. Burying this rotten world in despair is the right choice. A more correct history already exists in reality, a history far better than this one. For example, the ideals of the revolutionary you defeated, Icarus Kiro. His ideals could have gone in a much better direction, compared to the entire history of humanity. A proper future for a proper ideal. That's what he said could exist. A greater possibility. Suddenly, Romantica landed nearby. Seriously? And who gets to decide that? Desir, are you okay? Desire was stunned. You guys? Romantica gave him a determined look. We're a little late. Had a few obstacles on the way. Azist and Pram. Sorry, we're late. Desire gritted his teeth. Who are you? You're not Swan. The man replied. Of course not. Leave that vanguard to me. Pieros chuckled. After I explained everything so clearly, I thought they'd have the sense not to seek their own deaths. What a bunch of fools. So, what should we do now? The old man in the skull mask replied. No need to lift a finger. A few more kids makes no difference. You asked who decides these things. You, who never once doubted the shadow worlds. You never questioned the better future they present? Never wondered why the shadow worlds only show one side of history? Exactly. All of these decisions are made naturally. By the goddess Artemis. Pieros adjusted his hat. All right. I've heard enough of your religious fanaticism. What's important is, what are you going to do with it? Why are you building this tower, the stage you promised me? Does it actually exist? Skullmask answered. There's no need to doubt me. I will absolutely keep my promise. This tower exists solely for the sake of the stage you desire. So, go back to the castle and prepare to clean up this mess. The kings of the Western Kingdom Union are at the castle, and they're starting to notice what's going on. Pieros thought for a moment, then nodded. Fine. I'll do as you say. For now. Skullmask turned his gaze. And now, it's just the two of us. Romantica scoffed. Are your eyes going bad, old man? There are 4 of us here. Skullmask replied. Besides Desir Arman, the rest of you are insignificant nobodies. Romantica flared up. How dare you? Desir, hurry up and take this geezer down. Desir stopped her. Wait a second, Romantica. He was still trying to process it. An avalanche of information he could never have imagined. If what he said is true, then the Shadow Worlds were created by the goddess Artemis. Even he, after clearing the entire Shadow Labyrinth, could never figure out the origin of the Shadow Worlds. How can this guy talk as if he knows everything? Romantica whispered to him. Desire, I know what he's saying sounds interesting, but isn't our top priority getting out of here? You know how powerful that holy spear is. Desir whispered back. I have an idea for our escape. Everything's under control. Just buy me some more time. Romantica nodded. If you say so, I'll trust you. Desire then called out. Do you really think what the Shadow Worlds show you is the truth? Of course, the Skullmask replied without a moment's hesitation. It was nothing like that other world, a place filled with unexpected betrayals and twisted intentions. Only what the goddess shows you is the true ideal, the perfect society, Desert explained. The dark world is just an echo of the past. No matter how great that potential was, it's all in the past. Skullmask cut him off. I guess that's the limit for someone so ignorant. Desir Arman, you're not that kind of person, are you? I'm sure you already know what I'm trying to do here. Desir shot back. It's a foolish delusion. But Skullmask just smirked. No. At the very edge of eternity, my plans are nearly complete. Advanced facilities and equipment from across centuries. A massive number of magic crystals, and the manipulation of causality itself. I'm about to gain the power to change history. An absolutely unbelievable claim. Romantica just stared. That's ridiculous. I'll give you a special chance, despite what everyone else thinks. But one person was completely shaken by that declaration, proof that history could actually be changed. Skullmask's voice echoed, Desir Arman, the strongest magician, the one who can speak the language of the lost age. A life that exists in the future, but not in the past. Don't you want to join me and make that great potential a reality? Elsewhere, the king of the DVD kingdom declared, Well, I rushed here to cool things down. But why is no one here? Suddenly, a guard burst in, reporting, Your Highness, where have you been? We've been searching everywhere for you. The king calmly asked, Where are all our esteemed guests? The guard replied, The situation outside is critical, so they all wish to return to their own kingdoms. They are all heading for the teleportation gate right now. The king's eyes widened. This is not good. Lock down every single gate in the DVD kingdom, now. Back with our heroes, Skullmask extended a hand. Will you join me to turn that grand potential into reality? Why hesitate? Isn't the answer obvious? You all know how wrong this world is, and I am the one who can finally change it all. Panic. Protect him now, Desir yelled. Right. Skullmask simply whispered, Activate Brionac. The force of his attack sent the 3 of them flying. Skullmask continued, You should feel honored to be taught by a successor to the goddess's will like myself. Suddenly, Pram shot towards him like a bullet. Desire figured it out. In the Shadow World, when a captain-class enemy uses an artifact, there's only one way to stop its relentless attacks. You have to kill the person who activated it. The Skullmask spoke calmly. You really don't understand, do you? Even after experiencing the goddess's mercy? And with that, countless steel rods shot down, pinning them in place. He taunted. The past me you fought in the Shadow World? He couldn't stop the original flow of time, my existence, everything I'm doing. This is the path the goddess has chosen. So, Desir Arman, have you changed your mind yet? Desire shot back. Even if everything you're saying is true, my answer won't change. Skullmask just sneered. I wonder if you'll say that when your friends are dead. And just like that, he aimed a skill right at Romantica's throat. Desir completely lost it, screaming, Stop, just promise me one thing. If I work for you, let them live. The Skullmask sounded delighted. Of course, obey my commands, and I'll spare their lives. Suddenly, Desire pulled his hand back. There's one thing you said, he growled, that I can never forgive. The Skullmask was confused. And what's that? Desire's eyes blazed. Everything. The greatest magician of humanity is Zod Exarian. Not now, not ever, will that change. Skullmask screamed, How dare you? In a flash, all 4 of them, along with the crow mask, vanished in a cloud of smoke. Skull Mask just laughed. Haha. So you chose the hard way, did you? Back at the Devian branch of the magic tower, Zod grumbled. Seriously, don't ever make me do that again. Desir replied. Thanks to you, we got out alive. Your timing was perfect, Zod shot back. What if he'd intercepted my signal? It would have been game over for all of you. First, let's get you treated. The recovery team is. But Desir cut him off. More importantly, Archmage. There's something urgent I need to tell you. You have to leave the Devian Kingdom. As soon as possible. Zod was baffled. What in the world happened? Meanwhile, the Skull Mask had returned to his base. He mused. Desir Arman. You continue to exceed my wildest expectations. How fascinating. He really is an interesting one. Even in that situation, he refused to cooperate with me. This must be the will of the goddess. May all things follow her divine plan. The Skull Mask then asked aloud, Desire. The most powerful magician who can command the ancient language of the Forgotten Age. Don't you want to join me and make that immense potential a reality? The Saintess's voice snapped Desir back to reality. She called out, Desir Arman. He jumped. Priscilla? What is it? Priscilla replied, The healing is done. I was just saying you don't have to overdo it. I called your name so many times while you were spacing out. I was worried you had a head injury. Desir explained. It's not that. I was just lost in thought. Priscilla updated him. Romantica and Prom can move now, but Swan's internal injuries are pretty severe. The only reason she's still alive has to be her iron will. And you're not in great shape either, you know. Be careful. Even my abilities have their limits. Desir managed to smile. Yeah, as always, thank you, Priscilla. She just nodded. It's nothing, a voice called from a distance. Saintess, we're ready to head back. Priscilla turned and said, All right, let's get out of this dangerous place. At the Devian Kingdom's teleportation gate, the captain of the Yifeng Knights declared, No one approaches the gate without the king's order. There's a high probability a terrorist has infiltrated. We'll be investigating all suspects and we expect your full cooperation. This, of course, infuriated the nobles and other royals waiting. Zod stepped forward. Look, none of us wanted this fight. Why don't you step aside and make things less complicated? The captain, Yifeng, was cold as ice. Your words and actions are cruder than usual today. Archmage, why are you here in full combat gear? Zod just asked. You said you're looking for a terrorist, right? Yifeng replied. That's right. We're certain he's hiding among this group. I'll be direct hand over Desir Arman. Do that, and no one gets hurt. A blue-haired man spoke up. Archmage, do we really have to fight? Behind him, Romantica whispered. What do we do, Desir? Desir was calm. It's fine. Pram added. You two are in no condition to. Desir just turned to them with a smile. Have you forgotten who's standing in front of us? Suddenly, Zod burst out laughing. The Saintess was confused. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Zod, still chuckling, replied, Isn't this hilarious? I can't even remember the last time I laughed this much. A king-class brat dares to give me orders? Hey, kid. I normally think killing is never the right choice. But today, I'm in a pretty bad mood. So I'll be merciful and give you one last piece of advice. Get out of the way. You listen, and no one gets hurt. Captain Yifeng saw the look on the Archmage's face and thought, There's no way we can win this. He gave the order. Everyone, clear a path. Later, in the royal palace, Agist's private room, Desir reflected. So much has changed in just 1 week. The Devian Kingdom was exposed for colluding with the outsiders, and now they're isolated from the Eastern Nations Council. They denied it to the end, but the documents the Royal Guard released put them in the spotlight of the entire continent. The outsiders can't use Devian for anything anymore. And thanks to the Archmage's reverse teleportation magic, we captured the Crow Mask and got back safely. We should be able to get a ton of information out of him soon. And it's all thanks to you, Swan, he thought, clenching his teeth. If I had just made a safer plan. If she hadn't gotten involved in this operation. No. If I had just been there with her, this wouldn't have happened. Not just this time. They didn't deserve to get so badly hurt because of my choices. The shadow world, huh? A world where any wrong can be made right. If I could just reverse my past choices, maybe I. Suddenly, the doorknob turned. Desir spun towards the door and yelled, Who dares enter without permission? Agist walked in, surprising Desir. You? Why are you here, Agist? She asked, sitting on the bed. Is she still unconscious? Desir was suspicious. You know Swan? Agist explained. She was my master. More accurately, before I became a royal guard, she taught me right up until the day I was admitted to the academy. I didn't mean to hide it. My real name is Agest Ruga Frog Palace. Princess of the Hebrion Kingdom. Meanwhile, somewhere else. At Hebrion Academy, someone sighed. Man, when is Desir gonna get here? Takyan replied. Now that the situation is resolved, he should be here soon, right? Chisel added. Romantica and Bram just got back a little while ago. When Desir returns, our hellish training will probably start up again, don't you think? Tyron just said. Probably. Suddenly, a massive vortex tears open the sky, jolting Zond wide awake. He yells, "What the hell is that?" Meanwhile, Briss is just trying to relax with some tea when the ground itself begins to tremble violently. A man bursts through the door, shouting, "Professor, it's an emergency, a shadow world." The system alarm blares. Distorted world detected. All students, evacuate immediately. We're currently trying to confirm the shadow world's threat level. A moment later, the update comes through. A rank 2 shadow world has appeared. Romantica thought to herself, better not make a scene. This has to stay secret. She didn't want anyone else finding out. Do you know the real reason you were sent here? The real reason they dumped you into the beta class? Just 1 month. Stay here for 1 month. If you still don't like it, you can leave whenever you want. So, you'll join our side, right? There was no warning. Absolutely none. The continent had been plunged into the chaos of the shadow world. Shadow worlds usually have their own rules, all happening at once a year. But this one? It ignored all the rules, unfolding in its own chaotic, unpredictable way, and it was confirmed. After disappearing for over 100 years, Rank 1 and Rank 2 shadow worlds were suddenly back, and strangely, they were all appearing in a single nation. Every country fell into an unprecedented depression. They had no choice but to mobilize their militaries to invade the shadow worlds. It wasn't just adults being drafted either, even students, barely adults themselves, were called to fight. Hebrion Academy, now trapped inside a Rank 2 shadow world, had initiated countermeasures and temporarily shut its gates. Her butler bowed. "My lady, it is time to go." Romantica sighed. "All right." Then she added, "You always show up without making a sound. Back then, and now." Desir's voice was cold. "I heard a Rank 1 shadow world appeared in Pram." Romantica just nodded. "That's right. Even after sending the Anne Baroni team, they're so short on people they're asking students like me for help. I just don't get why all this stuff keeps happening in our country. First high-level monsters get summoned, and now this? But this time is different. This time, I can protect my home, even if I have to put my life on the line. You know, if we go our separate ways now, do you think we'll ever be able to see each other again? The odds of that are about as good as destroying the continent's strongest holy nation in a shadow world. No matter how incredible our skills are we really going to be okay?" Desir hesitated. "Romantica, I don't want you to." Suddenly, she rushed forward, throwing her arms around him. "Roman," he started, but she cut him off. "Don't worry, I'm going because I want to. I've done fine until now. I'll do my best this time, too." She pulled back, a small smile on her face. "And if I'm in trouble, I have you, right?" Then she swatted his hand away. "I told you not to touch my hair without permission." Desire chuckled. "Sorry, my bad." The butler bowed his head. "Well then, Demon Knight, I pray for your victory in this battle." Romantica sat in the carriage. "How long is this going to take?" Her butler replied, "I do not know." She pressed on. "When can I come back?" "You don't know that either? Seriously, what do you know?" The butler calmly replied, "Nothing." Then he paused. "I may not know about other things, but I am certain of this." Romantica looked up. "What?" He handed her a small piece of paper. "I was asked to give this to you." He explained, "No one knows how long this will take, or if things will ever be the same again. But my lady, you will definitely return, and you will definitely be stronger than you are now." Romantica read the note and buried her face in her hands, sobbing. Through her tears, she managed to say, "Seriously, I told him not to complain about training right now. That idiot, Desir." On the other end of the line, Annette said, "I understand. I'll inform everyone, and there's one more thing I need to tell you. It's a direct order from His Majesty." The person on the other end asked, "The King's order?" Annette confirmed, "Yes, but luckily, it's nothing too complicated. You're aware that Lady Agist of the Starling Party is the rightful heir to the Roops Kingdom, correct?" The voice on the other end turned ice cold. "Get to the point." Annette continued, "The princess will soon be summoned to the royal palace. Your job is to persuade her, make sure she has no lingering attachments to that party, and bring her home." In the carriage, Agis sat across from Desir. She thought, "Father has summoned me. My time at the academy is over. This will be the last time I see the party leader. And the others." She clenched her fists. "But why isn't he saying anything?" She remembered a few hours earlier when Desir contacted Annette. "Sir Annette, this is Desir Arman. Have you read the intel I sent over?" Annette replied, "Yes, Demon Knight. I've received the report on the external situation." Desir explained, "Good. Even though we captured Ikaros and locked him in the mage's tower, there are still 2 high-ranking enemies outside our borders. We suspect one of them is connected to the appearance of these shadow worlds. This isn't just a threat to our nation, it's a threat to the entire world. We need to prepare our forces to deal with them." Back in the carriage, Aegis bit her lip. Why is he so quiet? I don't want things to end like this. Finally, she spoke up. "Desire, are you angry?" she pleaded. "Please, just say something." But Desire cut her off, his voice chillingly formal. "I have no reason to be angry, Your Highness. You made the right decision. The rightful heir to a kingdom can't be part of such a dangerous mission any longer." But as he spoke, he used magic to write a message only she could see. "I'm sorry. This carriage is under magical surveillance. I've been ordered to make sure you have no attachments left for the Starling party. I think," his magical message continued, "that's what they want to confirm." Aegis felt a wave of relief wash over her. "I see," she said aloud. She used her own magic to reply. "Even so, Desir, I never wanted to lie to you. It's just..." Desir took her hand, his silent message continuing. "It's all right, it already happened. I know being a princess is important." Aegis bit her lip, replying out loud, "I understand." Desire's message appeared once more. "I think everyone has things they want to hide. I have secrets too. Just like you. When we meet again, I'll tell you everything." He then smiled, speaking aloud. "Goodbye, princess. May you have a safe journey." Aegis, tears streaming down her face, simply whispered, "Okay, we've arrived, princess," Desir said. But suddenly Aegis called his name. With a knife in her hand, she sliced off her long braid, handing it to him. "I promise you something," she declared. "I will absolutely return." As Aegis Kingscrown, in the small nation of the Kin Kingdom, the Knight Commander stared into the fog. So this is what a Rank 2 Shadow World looks like, huh? Just as he was thinking about the sheer number of monsters lurking here, a sharp yell cut through the air. "Get back!" The Knight Commander instantly dodged back into the crowd. The mist was thick. A soldier urged, "Please focus on the battle, Commander. This mission has to succeed. 5 of Kellen's major cities have been hit by the erosion of the Shadow World." The commander nodded. "Right, I know. I was just thinking about our joint operation with the Royal Army." A soldier asked. "All right, you know how we're proceeding, right?" The commander replied. "Yes. We'll move slowly, just as he planned. We need to aim for the main battalion." But then, something massive appeared up ahead, making the soldiers gasp. "Good heavens, what is that thing?" The commander walked forward. "So, it's finally appeared. The leader of the enemy forces." A system window popped up. "You are facing the Orc chieftain, Von Dracunas, and his legion. Von's legion possesses powerful bodies honed by training, and they move strategically under their commander's control." Suddenly, Van's voice boomed. "Heh, a whole swarm of humans. This is going to be fun to crush." System notification. "If you defeat Van Dracunas' legion, the Shadow World will close." Someone ordered. "Expand the magic circle." Another shouted. "Wait, aren't we supposed to target them according to the original plan? But how are we supposed to kill all of them?" Von grinned. "My warriors." A soldier screamed in fear. "Damn it, Commander!" Von gave a cold command. "Trample them all." An orc army numbering in the hundreds. No, thousands. You dream of attacking the enemy king after wiping out his entire army. The commander looked at the scene unfolding. Wait, was this an impossible mission from the very start? How did we make such a stupid mistake? "I have to tell them to retreat now. We can't win this." Von yawned. "How boring. My turn to attack." Out of nowhere, Pram appeared. "Commander Cross, I'll open a path for you. I can handle the assault myself, so let's proceed with the original plan." Pram Snyder, leader of the guards, was ready to make his move. With that, he charged into the orc horde, cutting down countless enemies. A soldier gasped. "So fast, I can't even see his movements." The commander ordered. "Everyone, stop. A royal swordsman has just carved a path through the enemy ranks. We cannot miss this chance. Bet your lives and fight for our homeland." "Attack," Pram thought calmly. "All right, we've completed this part of the plan. If what he said is true, then next." Just as I thought. "He's coming here himself." Van approached him. "What a strange one. How can a small, frail human like you be so strong?" System notification. "You have encountered Von Dracunas." Von continued. "Whatever. As long as you're not immortal, You humans will lose no matter what. Pram replied coldly. If I just need to kill you, then we'll consider that a victory. The two of them clashed in a fierce battle. Van roared, I'll make it so you can never use that insolent mouth again. What can a swordsman with a broken blade even do? He'd already thrown his weapon away. A flash of light, was that? The silver glowing sword? A new system window appeared. Von Dracunius has been slain. The soldiers were stunned. That kid just took down the enemy commander just like that. He's a royal swordsman, isn't he amazing? But the commander yelled, don't get distracted. We still have an entire army of orcs to deal with. We're heavily outnumbered, so stay focused. Just then, Desir's voice cut through the noise. If that's the problem, then leave it to me. I'll do my best to even the numbers. While the orcs were still reeling from their leader's death, Desir unleashed his signature moves, Veneto of Earth and Devola Gravi, leveling the enemy forces. After his job was done, he pulled up his hood. I'm going to recover my mana now. The rest is up to you all. It had been 6 months since the discovery of the Shadow World, and all the kingdoms on the continent were plunged into war against the Dividend Kingdom. No, not against Dividend, but against the Outers occupying it. It's believed that the current Shadow Worlds were created by the massive amount of mana stones stored in Dividend's tower, but because the entire world was pouring all its strength into attacking the Shadow Worlds, they couldn't stop it from happening. Using that opportunity, Skullmask's faction from Dividend began invading each nation one by one. Desir looked at the system window. Final quest, Annihilation, has been completed. Desir continued. How many battles has it been to get this far? Desir Arman, a pillar of the kingdom and a royal guard, had participated in 250 battles against the Shadow World. Zod's voice came through a device. All right, how was this Shadow World, Desir? The reply came back, calm as ever. Not too difficult. We also cooperated well with the knights sent for support. On the line, Zod reported. The groups joining us just blew past 200. We can officially call this a military alliance. From the other end, Desir asked. Anyway, how's that thing coming along? You know, the one I asked for. Suddenly, an assistant rushed over. Doctor of the Magic Tower, please look this over for me. Another one followed right behind. Sir, can you please confirm this one too? Zod sighed. Sorry, it's chaos over here. What were you saying? Desir repeated himself. I was asking about the progress on that little favor of mine. Oh, that, Zod replied. No problems there. The magic crystal's stability is holding steady at over 98%. Mobility is a non-issue. We are ready for launch. An assistant shouted a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Mana output cable has been detached. Watching it all, Zod muttered. Asking me to build something like this on such short notice. What an absolutely absurd request. Still, he continued, preparations for flight are complete. Desir's voice was relieved. That's good to hear. I'll be back at the Magic Tower soon. Zod quickly asked. Right, so where are you now? Desir replied. The stage is all set. Now I just need to go find my actors. A wave of panic hit Zod. Desir, don't you dare tell me, but Desir cut him off. I'll be in touch, Doctor of the Magic Tower. And just like that, he was gone. A guard announced, Your Majesty, Desir Arman, Pillar of the Royal Guard, requests an audience. You have granted him permission to enter. Come in, the Emperor commanded. It's been a while, Desir Arman. You have a request for me? Very well. Speak. Elsewhere, a butler approached a young woman. What are you doing in a place like this? The higher-ups are waiting. Please, come back, Leader Romantica. Romantica just stared into the distance. Why is this winter so long? Looks like it's about to snow again. The butler, startled, winced. I'm sorry? Romantica explained. Look, those clouds on the horizon are hanging low. It means that trash from the sky is about to fall today. The butler stammered. Is that right? I didn't know that. More importantly, it's getting cold. Please, let's head back. Romantica simply activated her spell. Hang on, this should do the trick. The butler stared in awe. No matter how many times I see it, it's still incredible. Magic that can alter the weather of an entire region. There, this should make it a little warmer, she said. Now please, let's go. But then, Romantica suddenly launched a spell towards a cliff face, shocking the butler. What was that? Romantica snapped. Don't you hear them? Footsteps approaching the mansion, but her mind was racing. Wait, did they actually manage to block my nullification magic? Looks like these guys are the real deal. Then, a voice cut in Desir. Your instincts are sharp, Romantica. I was wondering just how skilled you'd become, he continued, but you've completely blown past my expectations. That was seriously dangerous. It's been a long time. How are you? The butler asked. Lord Demon, why have you come here? There's something I need to do, Desir replied. Romantica stammered. Desir, you. He just looked at her and asked, Romantica, did you change your hair? It looks good on you. That was it. Are you serious? Romantica screamed, blasting a spell right at him. You scared the hell out of me, you idiot. The butler panicked, shouting, Lord Demon. Romantica handed him a cup of tea. This was a real pain to make, so you better appreciate it, fool. Wrapped in a blanket, Desir just asked, Sorry, but, instead of tea, could you maybe get me some clothes? She shot him a glare. Anyway, that plan you mentioned, are you going to talk about it now, or what? Desire took the tea. Yeah, that's why I came today, to hear your answer, if you want to join my plan. Instead of replying, Romantica walked over to a communication device. Hello, hello, can everyone hear me? As I explained before, I think it's time for me to leave this place again. The voice on the other end replied, So, you've made your choice. Romantica nodded. The mercenary group I founded will stay here and help the local lords. I built it from the ground up for this very situation, in case I wasn't here, so please don't worry. The man on the other end laughed. Haha, I'm not worried about you. Thank you for everything you've done. Stay safe, and make sure you come back in one piece. Romantica turned back to Desir. What are you just sitting there for? I'm ready. You said you needed me for your plan, didn't you? So I have to go. It's not like there's any other choice, right? I'm heading back. Butler, the house is in your hands. He bowed deeply. A safe journey to you, my lady. Desir scrambled after her, completely flustered. Wait, Romantica, you expect me to go out dressed like this? The butler thought to himself. Ah, Desir, you have no idea how long the young miss has waited for this day. He remembered her words. Don't look down on me just because I'm a student. I will become a great mercenary, and I will return. Is this really the time to be thinking about profits and losses? You need to realize how serious the situation is. In this ruined world, money is completely meaningless. If I go back now, I'll just be a burden. So I have to get stronger, stronger and stronger. I swear, I will survive and come back. The butler watched them go. To protect everyone and herself, and to become a right hand he could truly depend on. This time, please return safely, Lady Romantica. Meanwhile, in the palace, Raphael was shouting, Princess, please, you must calm down. Estes shoved past him. Get out of my way, Raphael. I have to see my father now. Father, I am here on a matter of extreme urgency. Please forgive my lack of decorum. Raphael rushed in behind her. Your Highness, Princess Estes didn't stop. I heard that you met privately with Desir, the Demon Lord, and that for his plan, he requires my strength. But you refused his request. Can you tell me why? The Emperor's voice was ice. The reason? Your reckless behavior right now should be reason enough, shouldn't it? I'm certain I ordered you to ensure the princess did not leave her room. Raphael dropped to one knee. It was my own carelessness. I will accept any punishment. Estes clenched her fists. I know your decision was to protect the heir to the throne. However, as long as he needs me, even if it means defying my own father's orders, no matter the danger, I have to go back there. There is no one as disrespectful as you, the Emperor replied coldly. If you wish to defy my command, you'll have to leave here by your own strength. And as for your carelessness, Raphael, I will now issue your punishment. Your Highness, I await any command. The Emperor's order was absolute. Execute the first princess, Argeria Frog Palace, immediately. Raphael's head shot up, his eyes cold as steel. As you command, the shield of the royal guard, the final fortress of the empire, its strongest bastion. The people of the empire honored Raphael Kingscrown as the single strongest man on the entire continent, and that wasn't the only reason he held the title of the strongest. He had another name, the Sword Saint of the current generation. Raphael spoke first. I advise you to surrender peacefully. As long as it is the Emperor's command, I will carry it out with the utmost precision. Estes got into a stance. I understand. Your integrity comes from your loyalty. Thank you for the compliment, Raphael replied. So, are you ready? Estes said. I have one more thing I need to find out. And what's that? He asked. She answered. During my travels, I met two incredibly strong people. One of them also held the title of Sword Saint, just like you. In fact, he was the very man who established the legend of that name. Raphael smiled. I know. I read the reports. I, too, hope to one day cross swords with Celt H. Marion. Estes continued. And the other was the ruler of the north, Donovan Aslan. I accepted his challenge and was given this very sword. He is the true heir to the title of ruler. Raphael just asked, "So what is it you're curious about, princess?" Estes stared him down. "I don't sense that same presence from you at all. So I want to find out, why exactly were you granted the title of Sword Saint?" Raphael laughed. "You're quite skilled at provocation. Normally, I would laugh it off. But I have lived my entire life for the sword. And now, I feel the need to prove it. It seems if I want to become the third powerhouse the princess has met, I'll have to win this fight." Aurora. In a flash, he lunged, moving too fast for her to even process. So fast, she thought, I couldn't react at all. "If I hadn't missed on purpose," Raphael said calmly, "this fight would already be over. If you listen to the Emperor's command now, His Majesty will withdraw my order." Her mind was reeling. "My Aurora system is designed to defend against 7th Circle magic, and he shattered it in a single move." "Aurora." Raphael advanced again. "It would be better to decide quickly. I cannot afford to waste time carrying out a royal command." Estes barely parried the blow, thinking, "Damn it, he's not just fast. I'll die in a single hit. I can feel it. He's genuinely trying to kill me." "Then I have no choice." "Ice," Estes countered. But Raphael was ready, using Subas to deflect her magic. He thought, if I'd been a split second slower, not just this shield but my entire arm would have been frozen solid. She's grown far more than I expected. Honestly, I want her to submit, but still. Raphael gripped his shield tightly. "Let's end this battle of strength here and now." Watching from above, Arunjim asked, "Your Majesty, is this truly all right? I can turn any mistake into the right move. I'm the one who can do that. And like I said, I have high hopes for you." Desert thought to himself, "I've dealt with plenty of pests like you, but none of them could wield ancient magic. The language of the forgotten age and true ancient magic." He had to be talking about Dragon's Tongue. The very same magic I found in my past life inside the Shadow Labyrinth. A power that no one in this age should even know about, but somehow he did. Skullmask continued, "The greatest magician of mankind. Zirian, right? A title completely wasted on someone like him. Only people like you deserve to be called the greatest of this era. The only thing left in my grand plan is to get rid of you. You are worthy of being my right hand." What was that? Raffaello was shocked. Was it some kind of magic art? But it felt different. Estes' voice was ice. "Move. If you don't move right now, you will die for real." Things were escalating way too fast. The Emperor roared, "Stop this now. Get a grip on yourself. Estes TR Palace. I'm revoking my order. Raffaello, you will join Desir Arman and the princess." Estes was stunned by her father's command. She asked, "Are you serious, father?" The Emperor continued, "I have matters to discuss with my officials. When you leave, go to JM's room in 10 minutes. Raffaello had to ask, "Why would you give such an order?" "Honestly, were you planning to agree to her request all along?" The Emperor replied, "I don't know. I just wanted to see it with my own 2 eyes, to see just how much that child has truly changed." Raffaello confirmed it. Just as Swan said, her power has grown exponentially, and she has become so much stronger. The Emperor just gazed out the window. "I understand, but this is clearly a different kind of power than what she had before." Raffaello then asked, "Did you know anything about this?" The Emperor's voice grew heavy. "I knew my daughter was a genius, blessed with natural talent. However, this situation is incredibly dangerous, even for someone as powerful as Swan. Honestly, speaking as a father, not a king, I want to be firm and just keep her by my side," Raffaello replied. "As long as I am with her, I will protect Her Highness until the very end. Even if it's not me, and it's the man you've chosen, Desir Arman, she will still be fine." A rare smile appeared on the Emperor's face. "Yes, that's the first time my daughter has ever expressed her feelings like that. I'm sure she will prove that she and her decision are right." "I believe so as well," Raffaello answered. "Now then, Your Majesty, is it really okay to bring that along?" Desir bowed his head. "Are you well, Your Highness, the princess? My name is Desir Arman, Pillar of the Royal Guard, and I've been tasked with escorting you." S simply said, "It's ex-King Scowl, not Your Highness's." Desir just laughed. "Haha, of course. Welcome," she replied. "I'm back, Desir." The pieces were set on the board. The knight representing Ruffin, the bishop representing Joxerian, Priscilla was the queen, Dab was the king, and finally, the pawn. All the pieces were gathered, and across the chessboard, the image of Desir Arman appeared. Let the game begin. On the other side of the board was a man with long, golden hair, his face hidden by a mask. "Oh, you who stands against destiny, For my first move, I'll take this piece. The mysterious man chose a pawn. At that moment, on the northern front, the Kingdom of Divide was locked in a brutal battle. The Allied forces were being crushed. I'm looking forward to this. The pawn had already taken another piece. At the same time, on the southern front, the war with the Kingdom of Divide raged just as fiercely. He thought to himself, everything you've prepared, everything you've shown me. Another Allied force was annihilated. Just what are you waiting for? Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. Hey, old man, is now really the time to be playing chess? Pieros walked in, clutching his head. It's gone. Blown to bits. The second tower, Pieros continued. Oh, so that was your move. The mysterious man glanced down at the board, as if confirming his own suspicions. Elsewhere, the smoke and dust were so thick you couldn't tell where you were. A single voice echoed through the chaos. Incredible. Dab couldn't help but be amazed. To destroy a tower that massive with a single magic attack, Desir Arman spoke up. Getting wiped out like this wasn't part of my plan. Dab just grinned. Heh, I knew you'd be an interesting ally. A thought flashed through his mind. Well, when I went to get the heart of the extreme ice, the magic swordsman in charge was on a completely different level than anyone else. Dona had to say it. You're so much stronger than the last time we met. Desir Arman acknowledged the praise. That's quite a generous compliment, Sir Khan. Dona smacked him playfully. A compliment? Ha ha ha. You continent folks are all so unnecessarily humble. The blow made him yelp, ouch. But Dona's eyes were dead serious. To be honest, I never even imagined this. I didn't think this was even possible. Soaring in the sky above was the flagship of the Allied Air Force, the Valkyrie, a massive airship. And that's when Joxerion finally appeared. He said, I didn't expect you to have such an enthusiastic reaction to it. It's almost funny, considering it took me 6 months just to create. Dona was ecstatic. Oh, I get it. You're saying you made this? Absolutely incredible, Ghostmaster. That remark made Joxerion correct him. It's Magic Tower Master, sir. Joxerion was losing his patience. Can't you just call me by my proper title for once? But Donna was unfazed. Ha, you people from the continent change your minds so easily. Meanwhile, Romantica patted Desir Arman on the back, her voice full of worry. What am I going to do if you go out there and get attacked? Anyway, the plan is still moving forward smoothly, right? Ah, yes. We're still following the preparations exactly. Even with the most elite Allied force in history, it was inevitable. The army would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers when they attacked the Shadow World. Desir Arman laid out his strategy. We need to gather as many soldiers as possible and push to break the Divide Kingdom's eastern defensive line. Skullmask will definitely see this move and react immediately. The Divide forces will have to focus on the eastern front. We'll use that opening to move our key force, the Valkyrie, and counterattack from the west. From there, we will invade the Divide Kingdom and destroy all 4 towers, Desir Arman continued. Just then, a hand shot up, cutting him off. Desir, the voice said, I understand the whole plan, but I have a question. Desir Arman wasn't annoyed by the interruption. Ah yes, please, go ahead, Sir Raffaello. Raffaello began. First, Skullmask somehow is already aware of the Allied forces' movements. I agree with this, based on my own past failures. Second, using the airship's stealth and magic nullifying features, we'll infiltrate from the west. I also agree that this is a plan with a high chance of success, Raffaello conceded. However, my question is this. Are you seriously telling me that if we destroy just 4 out of the 47 towers in the Divide Kingdom, we can stop the Shadow World from emerging? This was the real question Raffaello wanted to ask. And Desir Arman didn't hesitate. I'll get to that right now. This plan would have been impossible without the intel from him. He was talking about the second of the Great Towers, and its S-class artifact, the Shadow-Holding Mirror. An artifact that could gather information on literally anything on the continent, no strings attached. But Piros just complained, I'm using this mirror, and honestly, it's useless. Those guys got close enough to destroy a tower, so why couldn't this thing see them coming? He griped. Zod cut in. Where did you get that intel? Just got it, Piros shot back, but I can't find their location at all. He continued. Okay, fine. A smokescreen, with elite troops hitting you from behind. It was a solid strategy, sure. But was it just a coincidence they hit tower number 2? Zod answered that naive question instantly. Of course not. You think they can see that far ahead? A prediction? Pieros scoffed. Please. I wouldn't even dare to think that. Zod stated a fact. We're the only ones who know about the towers. He paused. However, there is one other person who can access them. And those words got Pieros's full attention. Huh? Pieros's eyes turned deadly serious. You're telling me, that guy is still alive? Back with Desir Arman, everyone was in shock. What? Who exactly did you get this information from? Desir kept going, ignoring them. 47 towers, built across the DVD kingdom, all managed by 4 central towers. The man hiding behind all this intel, the key to turning the tide for the Allies, was Ikaros Kago. This top-secret information came from Crow Mask, a former enemy general. Desir Arman revealed it all. Deep underground, at the Magic Tower's headquarters, powerful nations and weak ones, northerners and continentals, allies and enemies, the entire continent united for one single purpose. No conditions, just a pact for the survival of humanity. And deep in a cellar, a man was being held captive. He spoke, Doll Mask, Skull Mask. It's a real shame I can't see your joyless expressions for myself. I hope you win, Desir Arman. So it was him. Crow Mask. The room exploded with noise. Ikaros Kago? You mean Crow Mask? The whispers quickly turned to outrage. You want us to bet our lives on information from him? Are you serious? Crow Mask. He's the leader of the Outsiders, the very group behind the terror attack at the Western Kingdom's Royal Conference. Romantica sighed. See, Desire? I told you they'd react like this. But he just brushed it off. Yeah, well, we have to get through this part one way or another. Desir Arman raised his voice, calming the crowd. I understand this is a difficult situation to accept for everyone. However, I've confirmed he isn't lying before putting this plan into action. Someone shot back. Of course we trust you, but we can't possibly act on intel he shared. Have you already forgotten what he did to our kingdom? They were not backing down. The tension was getting thicker. How do you know this isn't some elaborate trap set by the Outsiders? And then, a new voice cut through the noise as Donna appeared behind them. Everyone, shut up, Donna yelled. What's all this suspicion? You all came here based on faith and trust, just like I did. Donna began to explain. The only thing you're supposed to be trusting in. He pointed straight at Desir Arman. Donna's gaze sharpened. If you can't place your trust where it's needed most, then why did you even come here? His words hit home, and some of them looked away in shame. Donna turned. Isn't that right, Tower Master Joxerion? Joxerion flinched. How many times do I have to tell you? It's the Tower Master. With that, Joxerion spoke up. A battle broke out at one of the 4 towers during the DVD Kingdom's conference. Even from this distance, I could feel a massive amount of mana leaking from that tower's basement. If that same amount of mana were present at all the towers, believe me, I would have felt it. From that perspective, he concluded, the information he shared can be considered credible. Donna beamed. As expected from the brilliant Tower Master, a vein popped on Joxerion's forehead. Call me by that ridiculous nickname one more time and I'll have your brain examined. Raffaello tried to intervene. Tower Master, please calm down. Joxerion was still fuming. Do you have any idea how many times this six-packed plant for brains has mispronounced my title? Donna just laughed it off. Continentals are so petty. Romantica chimed in, thinking the nickname actually sounded pretty cool. Desir Arman watched the scene, a little emotional. What's wrong, Desire? Romantica asked. He held back his tears. It's nothing. All right. Let's deploy the plan. Phase 1? A success. Romantica had to help Desir out of the room. He called out, I'm counting on you for Phase 2, Tower Master, and you, Sir Khan, with a small elite force. Split up and conquer each tower. Only 3 left now. This was their path to victory against Skull Mask. In this game, Desir Arman said. But on the other side of the board, Jair smirked. How interesting. But a game can't end this easily, Pieros asked. So what's our move? Can we stop their attack if we deploy troops to the east and march on the towers right now? No need. Zod swept all the pieces off the board. Chimer and the DV forces will be our only losses. He then asked, So what, I go alone? But Skullmask replied, I've already sent the necessary forces to 2 of the towers. They will be enough. On his board, only 2 queens and a king remained. And at that very moment, at Tower 22 and Tower 13, screams echoed. Why? I thought we were allies. A cold voice answered back, Allies? I don't team up with anyone. You were just my warm-up. The warm-up was over. The voice continued. The enemy is coming soon, right? All right. Let's see who's entertaining enough for me. He was a tall man with distinct white hair, surrounded by a pile of bodies. Elsewhere, a girl with white hair, clad in perfect armor, waited, as if expecting something. I will devote my everything to this mission, she declared. Just then, an airship appeared over the tower. Tower 22 and Tower 13. Destination confirmed ahead. A voice came over the comms. The tower entrance is open, and waiting right there was the white-haired man from before. He grinned. I heard Tower 2 was partially destroyed by a single magic spell. I certainly hope my opponent isn't some boring amateur who relies on simple tricks like that. Well, it's not like magic works on this tower anyway. His eyes began to glow with anticipation. I guess I'll just take my time and savor this. He found them. Just as he felt the ground shake, he realized the airship had reached the top of the tower. He looked up, a little confused. A massive noise from the top of the tower sent a shockwave through the entire structure. Wait a second, don't tell me. Unbelieving, he screamed. What is wrong with you maniacs? Turns out, they had slammed the airship directly into the tower. The impact created a massive shockwave that rippled through the area. Over here, the elf girl spoke. So, Tower 22 has fallen, she added. I told you to be on guard. They're here. She could feel it. An announcement came from the airship, Tower 13, 2 o'clock. All troops are ready, Lord of the Magic Tower. Excellent. We should get moving, too. Someone was already waiting on the airship. Should I go all out from the start? Elemental burster magic circles materialized all around Desir. A magic formation was summoned, firing straight at the tower. An announcement rang out. Direct hit on Tower 13. We've destroyed Humph. Desir's face was deep in thought. But the tower is still standing. Someone commented. Not really a surprise, is it? It seems they prepared for this in a very short time. Desir gave the order. All soldiers, prepare for battle. Yes, Lord of the Magic Tower. I'll scout ahead to see what's inside. And with that, Desir vanished. You're going alone? Why would you take such a risk? A massive burst of magical power sent stone and debris flying everywhere. Turns out Desir just blasted his way through the wall. He didn't even forget to say, pardon the intrusion. Oh, it's you, the one who blocked my magic? Standing before him was the elf girl, but all he got in return was, you just asked a very stupid question, old man. Who else would be here but me? There's nothing in this world as dumb as a human. The elf girl kept going. Foolish, idiotic, all of it. Desir repeated, his voice cold. This is the first time in my entire life anyone has spoken to me like that. Veins were popping on Desir's face. He was furious. Elsewhere, someone remarked, ha, my god, ramming a warship straight into the tower. Who would have thought they'd use such an unpredictable strategy? Yeah, it's really happening. This is getting exciting. A hand was holding up something incredibly heavy. It was the white-haired guy from before, casually supporting a massive slab of rock. He muttered, now, I wonder which damn bastard that could be. A loud crash echoed not far from where he was. Well now. He glanced toward the sound. Not a bastard, he observed, looking at the figure who had just landed, more like a wild beast. A voice called out, Yo, what's the status on the warship? A strange attack. The pilot asked nervously. Is King Donap safe? Someone replied. Huh? You mean Khan? His father already left. The first person asked again. He's already gone? Gone where? Where else? To the battlefield, of course. Just then, the white-haired man and Donap finally came face to face. Donap stroked his chin. He asked. Hey, who are you? Oh, asking me? The white-haired man replied. Donap got straight to the point. I'm here to fight a homunculus girl. You're not who I'm looking for. You're not a normal person either, are you? Looks like they were expecting our visit. The white-haired guy scratched his head. Yeah, that's right. Well, I'm just like you. No, wait. I should say I'm more like them. It's faster if I just show you. As he spoke, he drew back his fist to attack. The impact echoed for miles. The white-haired man gloated. Tesk, did I hit too hard? Man, this mana cannon is tough to control. Looks like I finished him off before I could even. But he was cut off. That attack, it's exactly like the one from the guy I just met. The white-haired guy was a bit surprised. Oh, he's okay? That's right. It's you. I have a lot I need to pay you back for. Donap's eyes lit up, locking onto his target. The white-haired man thought, he's coming. But in the next second, Donap had already grabbed him. He was shocked. Huh? Without hesitating, Donap slammed his head into the ground. Donap raised his hand for another strike. Whoosh! A crew member on the ship sensed the danger and yelled, Hey, pilot, get this ship moving now. The panicked pilot shouted back, What? If we stay here, we're all dead. Another shockwave erupted, sending dust and smoke everywhere. A few seconds later, a massive explosion followed. The airship managed to escape just before the blast. The terrified pilot cried out, What the hell was that? An earthquake? Yeah, sending reinforcements here was a terrible idea. The maelstrom attack once again caused a massive tremor. Smoke and dust completely surrounded them. A voice rang out, "Oh ho ho, you're a pretty impressive guy yourself, aren't you? But it's not enough. You see, I really need to protect this land." The white-haired guy, pinned under Donap's fist, said, "Because I was just warming up. Now you get the real deal." Donap was stunned. In an instant, the white-haired man kicked him, sending him flying. He advanced, saying, "That hit actually felt pretty good. It has a ricochet effect if you attack a high-quality template." "Ugh!" Donap cried out in pain as he was sent tumbling even further. The more you temper it against a challenging mold, the more resolve it gains, and the better it performs. The white-haired man slammed Donap down to the ground. "And now, this is the anvil I've prepared for you," he continued. "I'm going to turn you into a masterpiece." His eyes filled with delight at the thought. Then, he smashed the so-called anvil to pieces. In another part of Tower 13, tired, heavy breathing could be heard. The elf girl taunted, "What's wrong? Already run out of those spells you're so proud of?" "Well, for a human, I guess you did your best." She sneered at Desir, but he wasn't giving up. He summoned another elemental burst spell. "It doesn't matter how many spells you throw at me," she said casually, as the attacks didn't even seem to touch her. "None of them will ever work." The elf girl spoke with pure arrogance. Desir sweated, thinking, "The intel on the homunculus I just fought, and the one Did is fighting. It's all wrong. Either he's manipulating causality and healing based on past attacks, or he's rewinding his own body to a previous state in time. I can only land a real hit if he runs out of that power." The elf girl was still smirking. "That's right, keep racking your brain. Keep trying to figure it out with that empty human head of yours. And then you'll realize the real difference between you and me," she said. Desir kept thinking, "Something strange. She hasn't moved a single step, yet it feels like she's bending the trajectory of my spells." Syrian said aloud, "You've got quite an arrogant personality, don't you? You could say you have a pretty high ego, right? Are you like that because you're a homunculus? Or is that just a feature of your own ignorance? Blaming yourself for your clan's extinction, are we?" The question froze her solid. She finally hissed back, "How about you learn to shut up?" Zirion just smirked. "I've read a few ancient texts, you see. They said despite your insane physical abilities, your kind couldn't accept other cultures, refused to civilize. And that led straight to your extinction. If I remember correctly, the text called your people the most ignorant race of all, living your whole lives in stubborn pride." The elf's anger flared. "Shut your mouth. I swear, you say one more word and I'll tear you apart." Zio just laughed it off. "But my mouth is so itchy. See, I'm the type who has to see things with my own two eyes to believe them. And watching you now, your attitude, it's making those old texts sound pretty damn accurate." A loud crash echoed. "You bastard, he definitely pushed her buttons." But inside, Zio was thinking, "Crap, what's the plan now? If I can't beat that weird reality-bending power of hers, I'm heading right back to the first floor." A strategic retreat is an option, but then he remembered Desert's smiling face, and made his choice. Gotta maintain my reputation, right? Not many options left. That's what Zio figured. Across from him, the elf was already coiled to strike. "I'm going to enjoy breaking your neck. It's been a while since I've solved a problem like this. Maybe I'll use that head of yours as a trophy?" Zio finally spoke up. The clash was instant. A massive explosion ripped through the air, kicking up a storm of dust. Zio coughed. "You really don't give a guy a second to think, do you?" The elf emerged from the smoke. "I'm a busy person, what can I say?" Zio unleashed another spell, Elemental S. But just like before, she dodged it like it was nothing. Zio watched her, his eyes narrowed. Just like last time, the spell's path was bent away from her. Ugh. In that single moment of distraction, he took a direct hit. He thought to himself, her homunculus power to warp causality, combined with an elf's enhanced body. I've already burned through all my defensive mana just to survive. If I can't find a way to block this next one, it's over. The elf charged straight for him, a cruel taunt on her lips. Seriously, why would you provoke an opponent who's so much stronger than you? Like, several times stronger? It's just plain stupid. The best way to describe you is an arrogant little human. But still, your skills are impressive. I didn't think you could neutralize my attack so quickly just by calculating its trajectory. Even so, watching you die in agony is going to be way more satisfying. Zio shot back. Don't mess with me. She just scoffed. Oh, struggle all you want. It's more fun that way. Then she added, I already told you, didn't I? No matter what you throw at me, you'll never land a hit. You can try as many times as you want. And with that, she raised her weapon. As long as you're still breathing, that is. She closed the distance. But then the elf's eyes shot open. She saw something. The ground began to tremble once more. "Oh, what's wrong?" he asked. "It's just a simple, chantless spell. Nothing special." A voice echoed. "You didn't expect this, did you? Or maybe you just never considered it," Zio said. "Didn't you notice anything during our fight? Here's the thing. I've already figured out your entire skill set. The only thing left to do was analyze it. So let me bring this to an end." Zio raised his weapon, ready. "How interesting," the elf said. "Even if you know what my power is, there's nothing you can do. So allow me to finish this. Because frankly, I'm getting bored." Zio thought. "That's a curious sword. Is it an artifact? Whatever its ability is, I need to be careful." Shield of Zias. Zio threw up a magic barrier to block her attack. But her sword acted like a drill, boring right through his magic shield. "A sword that disperses mana?" he said aloud. "You've got a seriously annoying artifact there." She grinned. "That's right. This blade was made to deal with people like you, who rely on nothing but mana." Before she could finish, a magic circle flared to life, trapping them both. She panicked. "You bastard. Since when?" He replied calmly. "Since you started running your mouth." The trap detonated in a massive explosion. Zio dodged the blast. "This whole fight ends if I either destroy that sword or neutralize you, doesn't it?" He continued. "Homunculi were created by humans, after all. And elves. No matter how much you hate human culture, you still rely on it. I think your race has a very peculiar history. Did you learn that from your own extinction? It's quite a story." She broke free from the debris, snarling. "Shut your filthy mouth," she charged, weapon ready. "Elemental S," he chanted again. "You fool, don't you get it?" she yelled. "Your spells will never touch me." Zio collapsed from her counterattack. She loomed over him, mocking. "You'd probably be thrilled if you landed just one hit on me, wouldn't you, you pathetic little pest?" She raised her sword. "It's over, human." But Zio just smiled that mysterious smile again. "Thrilled, you say? Now, I've lived a long time, but that's got to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard." Zio asked her, "Hey, how much do you actually know about the algorithms and formulas behind magic?" It would take a while to explain everything, but to put it simply, there are three main parts. 1. A formula to calculate how much mana is needed to create a spell. 2. A formula to determine a spell's magical properties. And 3. A formula to calculate a spell's trajectory. Zio looked right at her. "So? Pretty simple, right? Your power just adjusts the causality ratio to complete a new equation. In short, you can't manipulate a spell's direction if it doesn't need a chant. So I modified the equation. It's almost invisible to the naked eye, but since I now know the formula has been altered, the solution is actually quite simple." A massive spell circle began to surround them. "Now all I have to do is make sure my modified equation balances with the original answer. I can always calculate and modify the formula right before I cast the spell." She looked stunned. "No way, that's impossible. How could a mere human like you even think of that?" Zio replied. "You're far too arrogant. A mere human like me?" He stood up, his voice booming. "Let me tell you, you're just an elf. Allow me to reintroduce myself properly to a bigot like you." As she watched in horror, he declared, "As the master of the magic tower, the greatest archmage and the greatest genius in human history, I am the supreme sage, Zio." With that, he activated the spell. 7th circle, the highest tier of magic. Eye of Sista. After the explosion, smoke covered everything. But what mattered was that his blade had kept its shape, no matter how many times he had struck with it. The other person just kept clenching their fist. First and foremost, this was a job that required patience. Kunruna's gaze turned deadly. "However, I'm not a patient man. It doesn't matter how many times you forge something. The final result is all that counts. Isn't that right? If a blade struck 100 times is no different from a blade struck once. The master blacksmith always comes out on top, doesn't he?" The second he finished speaking, he slammed his fist into the ground. Crack! The earth split open. His opponent's entire body trembled from the sheer force. "I just can't get used to this," a familiar voice echoed. "It doesn't matter how tough you are. For every time you hit me, my body will just heal right back up. Pretty cool, right? If you don't like it, maybe I should hit you some more?" But then, completely out of nowhere, Kunruna shot backwards. Whoa. A flurry of attacks ripped the ground apart in a series of explosions. Then a hand shot out, grabbing him in a vice grip. Kunruna's face twisted in pain. He was launched, sent flying straight through the village. After a moment, he finally managed to land. Damn, your strength is absolutely insane, isn't it? Kunruna stared back at the rising dust cloud. Just how far did he send me? He was stunned. Wait a second. I forgot. There's something I have to protect. His pace quickened. Don't worry. I won't lay a finger on the tower. Not until we have a winner. Hearing that, Kunruna forced a smile. Well, thanks for that. But as the massive figure appeared, he added, Why do you look so much like a monster? The young man spoke softly. Kunruna. Kunruna just smirked. So, how long do I have to fight before you finally go down? And with that, the fight was on. The young man's body tensed, muscles bulging, as they both charged head-on into a brutal clash. Kunruna's voice was low. You still don't get it, do you? His expression was impossible to read. So it's true. Beasts really are incapable of learning. My punches are on a completely different level than yours. And right on cue, the young man began to transform, growing even larger. His face twisted with rage. There it is again. Just a single punch. Felt like taking 10 hits at once. No, more like 100. He wondered, is this part of the homunculus's power, too? Kunruna dodged back. All right then. Let's count just how many of these you can take. And with that, he shot forward to attack. 1. His eyes narrowed as he slammed his fist down. 2. The kid's face was a mask of pure agony, watching that hand rise high, ready for the final crushing blow. 3. But just then, an airship appeared in the sky. Hey, what's that all about? Romantica asked, looking up. Okay, I get it. The master of the magic tower did a ton of research on the homunculus. So he's got to have some intel, right? Maybe a weakness? I'm less worried about the master and more concerned about King Aslan. Desire turned to Romantica, who kept talking. Wouldn't things be better if you were leading the army, Desire? Graham looked a bit sheepish. I agree. We need a solid attack plan against the homunculi, especially after the tragedy that just hit the people of Esteban City. Another voice chimed in. I don't know about that. Estes began. The opponents I've fought. The ones who don't take damage. One of them alone wouldn't be a huge problem, because I see that person as, her face flushed, an emotional and completely uncontrollable baby. Pram was confused. A baby? Romantica echoed. Estes, are you being serious? Laughter erupted in the room. Ha ha ha. Estes stammered. Desir, if you're laughing too, that means. Desir was shaking with laughter. Ha ha, a baby? Romantica added. That description doesn't fit him at all. Actually, she might be right. Someone else chimed in, making Estes even more flustered. Even though he's the strongest person on the continent, he only uses his power to protect his family. He's the strongest person on the continent, yet he only ever uses his strength to protect his family. He's never once tapped into his maximum potential. But it doesn't matter if he has intel or a perfect strategy. That loser from the north will never, ever give up. On top of that, if an opponent provokes the people of Esteban, his chances of winning go way up. Back on the battlefield, Kunruna looked up in awe. Is that airship the only thing left up there? What a pain, he thought. But I might hit the tower, so it's probably best to just kill this guy, right? He laughed, thrilled. This has been fun, I will, but then he coughed, spitting up a mouthful of blood. He staggered backward. Huh? His face twisted in disbelief. What the? The giant beast before him was slowly getting back on its feet. It raised a fist and punched straight at Kunruna, and the world was once again swallowed by smoke. Heavy breathing. A fist came flying. Seriously, what the hell are you? Kunruna got up, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches at the young man. His eyes were wide with shock, staring at the figure who hadn't moved an inch. I know for a fact that damage was amplified 100 times, but he didn't even flinch. Kunruna looked up. Ha! Hey, buddy! The young man's face contorted with pure rage. You've got to be kidding me. He lunged forward again. Are you even human? Among the Council of Eastern Kingdoms, De Welt isn't just the most powerful and wealthiest nation. It's also known as the one with the most integrity, Desir Arman asked. And you probably want to know just how much integrity they have, right? Someone spoke up. They're resilient and incredibly brave. It's no wonder they call Peach Blossom the Armored City. It's how they're able to withstand attacks from the Empire. The group continued their discussion. I've never actually been to the Empire. I'm curious what the other nations are really like. It's just that the tight relationship between the Empire and De Welt makes travel a little tricky. Who cares about that? We should all go together sometime. Once we've conquered the Shadow World, I, Aaron, leader of the Janissary Knights, will personally invite every single one of you to a massive party. Yeah, whatever. Just move over a bit, would you? Stop being so dramatic. From the side, a voice cut in. You're making that face again. Oomph. What face? Desir Arman asked. Romantica, right beside him, answered. The face you make whenever you've decided on something, she added. And what's more, it's an expression that looks like you're mourning for someone, or something. It's just. Desir Arman trailed off, his voice heavy. I never wanted to come here like this. Romantica immediately asked. You mean Develt? Do you have some kind of connection to this place? Desire's eyes scanned the area. Yeah, you could say that. A really cruel one. Just then, a voice echoed out. So you finally arrived? In this new world, will the goddess choose you? Or me? The sound of footsteps grew faster, closer. And then, Zod appeared. I'll make you pay with interest for refusing the rebirth. Come on then. Envoy of the natives. The soldiers were stunned. Everything just stopped. Graham spoke up. Looks like this area has been cleared out. The others agreed. The Empire's defenses are weaker than I thought. Princess, are you all right? You can't keep protecting me on the battlefield like this. It's a real pain. I understand, Princess. Just then, Estes turned back to the group. Desir, Romantica, what happened to the lower magic division? The sound of slow footsteps approached. I handled them, Romantica answered, completely casual. The number of soldiers left isn't even enough to form a proper squad. I wonder if they're crazy enough to send forces to the Eastern Front now. But Desir shook his head. No, Romantica. He continued. It's not craziness. It's confidence. Pram looked surprised. Confidence? They all looked towards the tower as Desir explained. The kind of confidence where they think anyone who approaches is beneath their notice. Romantica huffed, annoyed. He's right. It's been about 100 years since we were last in the Shadow World anyway. You think they've gotten much stronger since last time? Estes spoke up. Don't worry. We've gotten a lot stronger too. Right, Romantica? A spark lit up in Romantica's eyes. Oh, now that's what I like to hear, Princess. Seeing this, Aegis muttered awkwardly. You're as disrespectful as ever, Duchess Eru. Raphael just sighed. Are they going to be okay? Pram just smiled. If they're bickering like that, it means they're in top form today. Is the princess always like that? The two of them are friends, after all. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the earpiece. Desire, can you hear me? It's Priscilla. Desir quickly responded, loud and clear. What's up, Priscilla? The voice on the other end continued. The Church of Artemis has completed its mission. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, and from within the smoke, footsteps emerged. The Saintess had finally appeared. The third tower has been destroyed. Thank you, Saintess Priscilla. All right, let's begin our advance into the kingdom of DVD. But then, something caught her eye. Yes, be careful on your way. Over on the other side, a voice sneered. Oh? You still want to fight? The soldiers of DVD, sure are brave. The soldier struggled to his feet as the Saintess observed him. You have the pure qualities of DVD's greatest warriors, much like the leader of the Janissary Corps. He grunted, Ugh. Who the hell are you people? That disgusting skill. It's not aura, and it's not magic. What is it? Her knight stepped forward. I'll eliminate him immediately, Saintess. But she stopped him. No, we need to withdraw now that the tower is down. But before she could finish, the soldier roared, Saintess, don't make me laugh. You call what you do justice and call us devils? The Saintess just smiled at his words. Oh, what you've done is most certainly the work of devils. You conspired with an outside power and brought chaos to the entire world. Are you really going to claim that the shadow worlds appearing everywhere except DVD has nothing to do with you? The soldier screamed back. No, we were just following orders from the Emperor. We wanted to pay back the humiliation we suffered from the Elven Kingdom. You betrayed a key member of the Eastern Kingdom's council without even knowing how we achieved our power in the first place. You're the real devils, the ones in league with the Elven Kingdom. A loud laugh echoed through the air. The knight was losing it. That is the absolute worst answer you could have possibly given. Even if you were blind and deaf, the way you try to cover your sins with this pathetic excuse for justice is so disgusting I can't even control myself. The Saintess suddenly cut in. There's no point arguing with a fool. All right, let's go. The soldier strained his voice to yell, The Holy Kingdom can go to hell. You're nothing but shallow fools who deserve to be swallowed by the shadow world. The Saintess stopped in her tracks. Then, slowly, she turned back to face him. The goddess Emis must have truly abandoned you. Her tone was dangerously soft now. But don't worry. We will grant you a gentle, yet utterly humiliating death, with no mercy from any goddess. Two sharp blades pointed right at him. A scream tore through the air. This mansion is huge. You need to get to work, Romantica. Laughter and bickering echoed down the hall. You're being unreasonable. Stop fighting, you two. Desire's voice cut through the noise, a serious warning. We don't know when we'll be attacked. Everyone, stay sharp. Suddenly, a laser grid appeared in front of them. A huge blast of sound erupted. Raphael. Raphael's eyes turned deadly serious. He threw up his signature move, Aura Shield. A voice drifted out from the darkness. Well, well. What wind has brought the esteemed shield of the Heban kingdom to our humble home? A masked figure slowly emerged. If you're a shield, you should act like one and protect your master. Why are you snooping around someone else's house? Raphael narrowed his eyes. A high-ranking knight. I'm simply doing my best to defend. The man laughed, clearly amused. You're a funny one. A fighter of your caliber deserves a proper welcome to the arena. A wind began to stir as his voice echoed. All right then. Will you face me one-on-one, or will you all attack at once? The first one to charge was Pram. The masked man stepped back. What's this? I'm not a fan of surprise parties. A dangerous smile spread across his face. Pram drew his sword, staring him down. Ho ho, and who might this be? A little small fry wants to play, does he? The two now stood facing each other. Seriously, don't you think the audience would be disappointed if some side character jumped on stage and interrupted the main event? Raphael couldn't stand by. Pram, you can't handle this opponent. Leave him to me. But before he could finish, Pram let out a short sigh. In a flash of light, Pram had already shifted into his battle stance. The clown-like figure just scoffed. You think changing your stance makes a difference? What kind of third-rate circus act is this? From behind, Desire's voice rang out. Commander Raphael, let Pram handle this, as planned. Raphael immediately responded. Understood, Desir. He then crouched low, preparing to move. I'm entrusting this to the Vice Commander of the Guard, Pram Schneider. Everyone else, move up. Romantica and someone named X were in the middle of a fight. She yelled out a warning. Don't push yourself too hard, Pram. I'm praying for your victory. A hand suddenly landed on Pram's shoulder. Pram, wait a moment. In an instant, the boy's fighting spirit returned. Right. I'll catch up with you in no time, Desir. But the clownish figure ahead just sneered. Leaving this weak little kid all by himself? His eyes were filled with judgment. Fine, doesn't matter to me. I bet I can still catch up to your friends. Even if I have a little fun with you first. A flash of light exploded, stopping the villain in his tracks. Something dropped from the sky. And in a blur, Pram was right in front of him. The clown began with a mocking tone. I thought you were just some worthless side character. But then his eyes sharpened. But do you have what it takes to be the main event? The sound echoed through the hall. His opponent was one of the few who had reached the king tier. This guy was way out of Pram's league. Watching from afar, Desir and Raphael were tense. I'm worried about Pram, Raphael admitted. Even though I know he craves a difficult fight like this, Desir was quick to reassure him. It's okay, he'll be fine. But Raphael couldn't focus. He was their support, and a horde of monsters was swarming ahead. So let's focus on the enemies in front of us, Commander Raphael. Raphael's gaze hardened with determination. You're right. We can't afford to waste any time. They charged forward, a two-man army against a tide of monsters. The world of Aris felt like it was crumbling. And Pram? He was locked in a brutal fight for his life. Stone pillars were sliced into pieces. The clown looked at Pram, his speed a complete blur. You know, I was actually expecting a decent fight from you, but it turns out you were just stalling for time? He launched his first real attack. How? Disappointing. Pram spun, darting forward to counter. Your technique, your aura creation, your overall skill, they're all too pathetic for a main character. A massive gust of wind stopped Pram dead in his tracks, sending stone fragments flying. The clown then levitated into the air. Pram could feel it that dense aura was blocking every single one of his attacks. The villain just kept talking. Seriously? Is this it? You have no respect for the audience watching, do you? Pram kept pressing the attack, thinking, then I'll aim for the weakest point in his defense, his back. In the blink of an eye, he was behind him. Pram's blade was inches from its target when he heard the villain's voice, full of tension. Honestly, you disgust me. Pram froze, completely bewildered. What just happened? He stared at the spot where the clown had vanished into thin air. A shadow, the voice continued. It's better to end this boring performance and move on to the next act. The battle raged on. Where did they go? Should I go look for them? Drops of blood stained the ground. A voice echoed in his memory. What are you doing, Pram? You know that's not a real weapon, and I'm not going easy on you. A pink-haired girl stood before him, looking furious. What will you have left if you lose your speed? Just how clumsy and awkward you are. Her eyes blazed with anger. What is wrong with you? You've come so far, and now you want to stop improving your speed? Do you really think you can wield a sword with those weak hands? Pram hung his head in shame. Even when he mastered something, he always felt like he hit a wall he couldn't break through. He slowly looked up. Sister Romantica. Her skills were legendary. She'd advanced so far she could lead the entire cavalry. And Zod? Born a genius, wielding a legendary weapon. The only one being left behind is me. Only me. Pram's hand trembled as he gripped his sword. Holding a stupid sword like this won't help you. Swan seemed unable to contain her rage any longer. Pram, are you serious about what you just said? Someone placed a hand on her shoulder. That's enough, Swan. A man approached them slowly. It seems training isn't what the kid needs. Raise your sword, Pram Schneider. Pram looked up into the sudden silence. He grabbed his blade and stumbled back. Commander Raphael, what's the meaning of this? Raphael's form slowly came into focus. I understand how hard it is when you can't find your path. However, that statement just now. Raphael's eyes were now filled with anger, too. Enough of this nonsense. Pram trembled as he heard the commander's next words. You'll understand the real problem when you're staring death in the face. Back in the training hall, Pram's small body was thrown to the ground again and again. He flew backward, every impact agonizing. Panting heavily, Pram struggled back to his feet. Raphael watched him tremble and said, Just as you said, there are many talented young people in Desir's party. Raphael stood still, staring straight ahead. Romantica's role in leading the mercenaries was just as vital as how the Empire's knights were forged. Once this whole mess is sorted out, everyone will see Desir as the key player. And the princess? She's grown so much stronger, too. It wasn't just his talent as a magic swordsman, but his own personal gifts. That's why. No one could even come close to him. After saving the Empire from war, I'm sure the princess will become a wise queen, ready to lead her kingdom. And Desir Arman? His greatness is undeniable. Even his enemies, the ones who face him head-on, have to admit just how terrifying he is. He has this incredible leadership skill, even as the youngest member. These are your teammates. Don't you see how different they are from you? Pram spoke slowly. I can see that. You don't have to tell me. But Raphael just screamed, What the hell do you know? Pram's body trembled. Acting like you know, acting like you get it. Then why do you keep blaming yourself and digging a deeper hole? You don't even know why you're getting beaten to a pulp. Seeing Pram's twisted face, Raphael kept yelling, You think it's just because of this sword? No. If you think this sword is your weakness. Raphael lost control, lunging forward and grabbing Pram. Then master it, improve it. That's your only goal, he roared. What are you so afraid of, Pram? That you'll just be a burden in the fights to come? Or are you worried you won't have any help? Pram's eyes wavered, his confidence shaken. Do you really think a single one of your teammates thinks that way? Raphael pleaded. When you're in trouble, your friends will be there for you. Resolve began to return to Pram's eyes. Now pick up your sword and face reality. Do it for your friends, for yourself, and figure out what you need to do. Open your eyes and think about why I've held on to my sword for so long. It doesn't matter how much pressure you're under. Don't forget what. Pram remembered his master's words. You used to cheer for yourself. That's what your master taught you. The enemy was still standing there, waiting. I really liked this mask. It's a shame it's broken now. Then, he began to transform. This fight was way more exciting than all the boring ones before. Aura responds to the user's heart. The man's gaze grew hazy. A duel to reach the king level isn't just about skill. It's about your mentality reaching that stage. For just a moment, I actually surpassed him in sheer force of will. Pram's sword shot forward. I will never forget this moment. The tip of his blade sliced through the air. Pram could finally fight back. He had one chance to land a clean hit. The clown kept taunting him. What's with that ridiculous stance? But this time, the attack connected. The man reeled back in pain. You bastard, what did you do? He saw Pram was far away, but then a sharp blade was right there. Pure panic filled his eyes. This was impossible. He'd been hit 4 times with almost no effect. No, it was a skill that made all the strikes land at once. He's only pawn class, but he's using king-level techniques. How is that even possible? He's moving so fast, he's just a blur. I'm completely stunned. The man looked up, trying to process it. All he could see was a silver flash. What kind of monster have you become? You little demon! The man's eyes began to glow, but the boy just said, How unlucky for you. Pram kept up the relentless assault. Then, he froze. I'm sure I hit him multiple times, but it felt like I was cutting through empty air. This feeling, it's just like last time. He remembered the moment he slashed at nothing. The clown spoke again. If it wasn't for that simultaneous attack, you might have pierced my magic and taken my head. He continued. That's right. I remember people talking about a warrior called the Moonlight Swordsman. I'm surprised he's just a kid. Is that some kind of space-time magic? No, something else. It was only for an instant, but it felt inhuman, almost like he was just a shadow. The man's voice echoed. Though it's only for a short time, maybe I should take off my mask and end this little show. Pram charged forward. Even if it's a skill I know nothing about, if I can just take him down. But then, he was stopped cold. Pure shock. The aura was fading. The man finally started to remove his mask. That's right. You're about to see how useless this all was. A pawn-class warrior releasing a king-level aura? The mask slowly fell away. I can't beat him. How does it feel? Knowing all your years of effort mean absolutely nothing right now? He was like some kind of strange monster. Still, you're up against a king-level opponent. You did a good job stalling me, right? Side character? He rushed forward in a blur. You're making me laugh. A dim light began to radiate from his body. Super! Everything exploded. Explosion! The man was engulfed in smoke and flames. And you called our senior, Pram, a side character? You're the real loser here. Zod had finally arrived. If I were Pram, I'd say, as the main character, the star of the decade, I'm the most trustworthy warrior there is. Desire's right-hand man. Pram tried to stop him. Stop it! But the man kept going. We are the super cute mascots of the Starling Party. Please, just stop. He wouldn't let up. You really have no taste, you outsider. This guy was making no sense. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Zod then shouted with total confidence. I am the master of explosion arts, Zod fist bang. And he immediately slammed his sword into the ground. White smoke billowed out, and a voice called from within. Please stand back, Takiran. Finally, Prel was here. Sorry I'm late, Pram. I received the signal you needed backup. Pram remembered everything. Pram, the Starling Party is on its way. Just buy time until they arrive. Yes, I was waiting for you. Prel stared at the dark figure that had just appeared. Oh. Everyone's gaze turned ice cold. Starling Party, Special Forces. Prel has officially entered the fight. Outside, echoes still rang through the palace. The highest floor. Is this the place? Desir. The paintings are moving faster. Right. All right. Based on what we know, this hallway should lead straight to the top floor, right to the king's private chambers. They definitely didn't build this place with a war in mind. Desir adds, a friend of mine from the Divide Kingdom calls his home one giant fortress. Raphael immediately chimes in. Of course it is. Wait, you have a friend from Divide? Desir just stares ahead, sighing. Well, it's hard to say. But Romantica cuts in. Desir, hurry. We still have to regroup with Pram after we clear this place out. Raphael just laughs. Haha, you sure have some interesting friends, Desir. He simply replies, yeah, I guess I do, watching his team press forward. This is too easy. A chilling thought hits him something is coming. Just as Desir steps onto the staircase, he slowly turns back. They're welcoming us. We offer this gift. To you. A figure sits on the king's throne. To our revered goddess. Then, a strange light starts to fill the room. Mother of the forgotten children. Everyone freezes, completely stunned. The light flares, growing more intense by the second. We pray to return to your warm embrace. It feels like an explosion waiting to happen. We trust you to teach us the righteous path to life. Well, now they've definitely got everyone's attention. We believe you will guide us with your infinite vision. Desire's eyes narrow, taking in every last detail. We believe so many are suffering in agony. We will overcome this hardship with all our faith. Oh, revered goddess. And that's when Desir knows. Something is terribly wrong. We offer this. To you. He whips around to get a better look. A second later, Desir screams, Warning! Everyone, get back, now! The world inversion process is over 90% complete. Everyone is sprinting for their lives. The shadow world will be summoned to your location. Assess immediately. After a mad dash, the group finally skids to a halt, entering the shadow world. A voice cuts through the sudden darkness. Whoa, what just happened? Desir? Can anyone hear me? Then a desperate scream, Desir. Desire strains to listen. Romantica? Is that you? Yes, I'm here. Where are you, Desir? I can't see a thing. He carefully starts moving toward her voice. Stay calm, Romantica. Just follow my voice slowly. No, you come to me. I'm scared. Then. Wait, where is that? Where are you putting your hand? Ah, my bad. Romantica frantically tries to look around. Where are the others? What about Raphael and Pram? Desire's voice is grim. I can't hear a thing. I think they were sent somewhere far from us. Yeah, that has to be it, Romantica says. I'm sure they heard the warning to enter the shadow world too, right? Desir just shakes his head. I didn't expect this. I never thought the entire palace would become territory for the shadow world. They huddle close together. If we get attacked here, this whole place will be annihilated. But, is this a shadow world? There's no mission notification. Before she could finish the thought, a system announcement materialized out of thin air. A catastrophe threatening the existence of all mankind has been accepted. Romantica, completely confused, just blurted out. What is this? The survival of humanity? Desire's face went pale. No, this can't be. The current era's warning system shouldn't even be used as a benchmark for this process. And just like that, the space around them started to shatter. The cracking sound grew louder and louder. A critical protocol was activating, right now, ignoring all standard procedures. Error. Materialization will now commence. Everything began to crumble. Romantica looked around in a panic. What's happening to these buildings? Where are we? She stared ahead, reading the flickering words. The unfinished past. A life cycle materialization. She squinted. Is this the future? She asked, turning back to Desir. This is. But Desire's expression was absolutely grim. No. It's impossible. Romantica started to panic. Desire? What's wrong? Are you okay? He just stammered. But this has to be. She immediately tried to calm him down. Stay calm, Desir. We need to file a report. He just stared forward, completely lost. I can never forget this scene. Not a single day has passed where I don't remember it. And memory that can never be erased. Etched forever into my mind. This is the Shadow Labyrinth. Suddenly, the world twisted violently around them, plunging everything into darkness. From inside the vortex, a hand reached down. No, wait. It was a cluster of countless hands, all joined together. Like a giant player moving a piece on a chessboard. Romantica was baffled. What in the world is that? The system announced. Catastrophe threatening the existence of all mankind. A bizarre, massive monster appeared. The Doomsday Beast has entered the battlefield. The destruction of humanity has begun. Protect the existing civilization from the Doomsday Beast. But the ground was already breaking apart as Desir tried to push forward. This was it. The mission from 9 years ago, inside the real shadow world. The very same mission that was only cleared through the sacrifice of thousands of elite warriors. His expression was dead serious. The chances of winning were slim. But they weren't zero. Desir roared. Romantica! Magic shield! Now! Romantica instantly summoned Haubrick Lingland's shield. The monster's face was a twisted nightmare, as the earth itself was torn apart. They both scrambled to run. Binding magic is useless against this thing. Don't look back, just keep running, Romantica. Desir spun around, slamming his sword into the ground. They really are a bunch of annoying insects, the ones who stole the magic crystal. The ground lit up instantly. No one had ever managed to wipe out the Outers. The price was just too high. Raphael was putting up a weak resistance, and it was a fatal mistake, both the Shadow World and the Shadow Labyrinth. Even the Saintess's expression changed. They were all artificially created by the man in the skull mask, hidden within the group they call the Outsiders. Suddenly, an attack came from nowhere, and the entire area fell silent. Romantica cried out, Desir, are you all right? Just then, everything began to glow. Have you ever seen this much mana before? Hearing the question, Desir just screamed, Focus, Romantica. Trust me and use the magic shield. The world around them blurred. Now, look into the monster's eyes. System notice. Data security complete. Commencing reality realignment process. Romantica stared in confusion. The barrier. It's breaking. She looked around. Desire. Are we going back to the real world? Desire scanned their surroundings. Even he was a little surprised. What happened to the shadow world? Forced shutdown of the shadow world. Outside, back at the castle, you could hear gasps of shock. The members of the sailing team were in a panic. What's wrong with that guy? They looked at the outsider. None of our attacks are even working on him. Pram approached slowly. The man wasn't really fighting back. As long as we stop him from reaching Desir. The man just chuckled. I think you're a bit confused. He glanced at his own body lying on the ground, then smirked. You think you're holding me back? It's the other way around. I'm the one holding you back. Pram froze. I don't see any benefit in you stalling us. The outsider's eyes darkened. Oh, really? Of course there is. I can't wait to see the look on Desir's face when he finds all of your corpses right here in front of him. But just then, a figure began to appear. He must have died in there. Suddenly, her expression shifted. One of them said, "What is that? Did Desir attack the shadow world?" The other man laughed with delight. "You guys are incredible. I can't believe you held on. I'm impressed," he sneered. "Is he really a grade 1 knight?" More and more debris started to appear from the portal. "Wow, I am truly surprised." The man's gaze turned predatory. That man. He achieved it, no matter the cost. What a fanatic. Romantica was still trying to process it. A forced shutdown of the shadow world? I've never even heard of that before. From behind them, a voice called out, "Are you two okay?" Seeing Raphael, Desir yelled out, "Sir Raphael!" Raphael glanced at Romantica. "She's just unconscious. I'll explain later." Then he turned to Desir. "What the hell just happened? Did you attack the shadow world too?" Desir shook his head. "No, the shadow world was forced to close." Raphael's face was covered in cuts. Forced to close? I've never heard of a phenomenon like this. He thought for a moment. But thinking about it, something was different from the Shadow Labyrinths of the past. Desir's mind raced, recalling the villain's plan. His goal was to create the Shadow Labyrinth in the next 6 months. No, he probably needs more time in this life, thanks to my interference. Desir stared at the portal. Did he force the Shadow Labyrinth to close just to deal with me? So he could interfere with my plans directly? Another system notice flashed. Data security complete. Commencing reality realignment. Desir's thoughts kept going back to that monster. No, it's more than that. I'm sure of it. Something's different. His face twisted in concentration. Outside the tower, the chaos was getting worse. Raphael looked up, confused. Romantica, waking up, panicked. Desir's there. Desir raised his head. This might have been his intention all along. A figure appeared, and his silhouette was all too familiar. "Don't you want to create a more beautiful reality with me?" He thought of those arms, trying to claw their way out. I didn't think he could materialize it yet. A long-forgotten shadow world. Romantica. Panic was setting in. No time to hesitate. Desir saw Zod's figure rushing forward. "Tower Master, are you okay?" "I'm fine." "More importantly, what is that thing?" Zod moved with incredible speed. The mana in the air warped as the entity appeared. This is nothing like the ancient devil we fought in the Preda Kingdom." Desire froze, scanning the scene. At this point, all current plans were useless. They needed something new. "Where are you?" a voice suddenly boomed. "The Magic Tower Master?" He hesitated. Then bam, a massive figure appeared. "You fly fast. Give me a lift." Zod charged forward. "I told you." And with that, he launched his attack. "Don't ask me if I'm the Magic Tower Master." Desir was completely lost. "The Magic Tower Master? Desire. This is the time you need while Zod and King Aslan are talking. Flying through the sky with nothing? Great. But man, my knees are killing me. You're heavy." "The Magic Tower Master, King Aslan." Zod stood up. "So what are you? When you said new plan, do you even know what that is?" King Aslan was in awe. "It has so many arms." All eyes were glued to the monster, that thing. "It's a creature known as an apocalypse beast. I just fought it in the shadow world," Zod said, "where I had to team up with Romantica. But how the hell did it get into the real world?" Desir offered a theory, and it was chilling. "The man in the skull mask did it. I think he developed a technology that can materialize the shadow world into reality." Everyone was stunned. No way. The next question was obvious. "How do we kill it?" "Killing it is impossible," Romantica stated, stepping forward. "Magic doesn't even scratch that monster." This was literally the worst-case scenario. "Humph. Thanks for the useless information." Desir shot back. "No. We can kill it." Romantica was curious. "How?" He answered, "I think our situation is actually better than before, because our chances of winning just went up." "What?" Desire's stance became unshakable. "Even with everyone here, I bet he thinks we can't handle this new monster." "That's your mistake, Skull Mask. History has already changed. You just don't know it yet. From now on, the final battle begins." The truth is, someone here had already reached the end of the Shadow Labyrinth. Suddenly, another voice. "Excellent. Based on this, taking it down is possible." The Saintess stepped up. "But is this information reliable?" "The odds of winning against an unknown monster are incredibly low," Zod replied. "Why don't you offer your own idea then?" "We have no other choice. We have to trust him," the Saintess said, embarrassed. "God, the language of old people." Raphael was silent for a moment, then spoke. "The Tower Master is right, but I have to wonder, How did you get this information? Desire explained. Of course I have it. From watching the cracks, the results of the battles in the Shadow World, I've always memorized as much information as I possibly could. King Aslan seemed more at ease. To memorize all that detail in such a short time, you're an amazing young man. Romantica slowly approached him. Desire, you. Suddenly, everyone snapped into position, listening with dead seriousness. All right, from now on, please trust me and just follow the plan. With our combined strength, we have a high chance of victory. No, this isn't about high or low odds. This has become a battle that decides the life or death of all humanity. His feet remained planted firmly. Everyone here was filled with the will to win. We will definitely win. They watched the monster move. Yeah, the more I look at it, the weirder it gets. King Aslan grinned. Isn't it exciting? Fighting a creature like this? Zod replied. Remember what Desir said? Stay focused. Both of them were on high alert. Interesting. How very interesting, a voice echoed. The beast was becoming even more grotesque. Have you humans survived? Only to achieve the goal of your own destruction? Zod's eyes narrowed. What's happening? That voice. It's in my head. The monster was speaking to him telepathically as it continued its speech. I cannot believe you've stood on your own 2 feet and come this far through this tragedy. You are magnificent. I respect your efforts. The monster's form was bizarre, but its arrogance was clear. And yet, some creature dared to upset the order between reality and illusion, forcing this body to move. The creature's body began to twist and change. This criminal is filthy. And then it exploded, morphing into a swirling vortex. A black hole began to form. For this arrogance, you will all meet your end once more. Everything descended into chaos, filled with echoing screams and the beast's savage laughter. Just then, Zod used his magic to control objects in the area. Honestly, Desir, your tactics are always unbelievable, Zod said with a forced laugh. I can't believe you gave this old man the role of a lightning rod in a place where the mana is this unstable. King Aslan chimed in. Good. Try not to get too carried away, Tower Master. I am the Tower Master. He shot back. In that instant, King Aslan summoned his aura blade, Terry Sword. A beam of pure light shot straight for the beast. King Aslan's gaze turned incredibly dangerous. Ho ho, is this it? The ability Desire warned us about? The scene before them was pure chaos. Magnetic field control. The beast seemed to be affecting everything around it. King Aslan froze when he heard its voice again. That was a fine strike. Then, it retaliated instantly. But you are only human. Zod immediately jumped in to hold the line. Seems like being a lightning rod is the better job after all. On the other side, Desir urged his team on. Are you ready, Romantica? She replied. You're late. Romantica was in her sniper position. I've been ready for a while now. The barrel of her rifle aimed straight at the beast. All rounds are loaded, and calculations are complete. The battlefield was a mess. King Aslan was thrown to the ground, but slowly got back up. Okay, next up are the fragments. He charged forward without a moment's hesitation. It's done. Desir took in the sight. Are you all right, Romantica? This mission is taking a huge toll. But Romantica shot back immediately. We don't have another choice. Don't worry about me. But she still hadn't woken up. He looked over at Aegist, who was still unconscious on the ground. When is that princess going to wake up? Right then, Aegist was lost in her own consciousness. How rude, you foolish human. Why the hell won't she just give up? This suffering would be so much easier if she'd just hand over her soul. Everyone stopped to check the progress of the world's inversion. Desir suddenly yelled, Watch out! The world inversion has passed 90%. This castle is about to fall into the Shadow World's influence. A scream pierced the air. Desir was pulled into the Shadow World. Everything around him became hazy. I never thought I'd enter the Shadow World like this. Princess, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. What about you? Everything's okay. I just can't see a thing. It seemed like they'd all been separated. First, let's figure out what's going on. Materialization. The end of an era has been authorized. S and Raphael were completely shocked. Raphael suddenly spoke up. Your Highness, you must stay close to me. S shot back. I'm not a child. The materialization process was over. And outside, everything had changed. Raphael scanned his surroundings, taking it all in. The words felt wrong for the situation. But damn, this place was beautiful. He got no response and tried again. Your Highness? S hesitated. This place. I'm a little shocked. How did a human from the future find their way here? Don't look so serious. It's been a while since I've seen a human from your side. And then, a figure in a bone powder mask appeared. So, why don't you tell me what the future world looks like? It seems you survived the apocalypse. S spoke slowly. Don't tell me you're… Raphael cut her off. You're an enemy, aren't you? State your name. The figure just smiled, a twisted grin spreading across its mask. You don't seem very scared of me. Are you humans from the future so far gone you've forgotten we even exist? He touched the arm of his chair. Humans are a mystery, but they're also weak and stupid. Suddenly, thorny vines shot out, wrapping tightly around Raphael's body. The bone-masked man stood up. S could only stare at Raphael, frozen. The masked man sounded confused. How are you still standing? She didn't move an inch. He continued. I see. The human has something inside of her. Raphael gritted his teeth. Your Highness, go. The masked man got up and began to move. He decided it would be faster to find out what was going on himself. His patience had run out. Time to see for myself. S's body was suddenly pulled forward. She had no control, hurtling straight towards the bone-masked man. His hand clamped around her throat. This connection is bizarre. And I can't believe I'm meeting my future self. I don't know what kind of link has me trapped inside your body. But then the masked man's tone turned strange. This is a surprise. I've been sleeping inside a human without even taking over? What happened to me? Don't tell me someone sealed me inside a weak little human like you. The pain for S was unbearable. My body won't listen. If I could freeze myself, what should I do? But just then, the bone-masked man let her go. Looks like I'll have to take it out myself. S's entire body screamed in agony. Raphael immediately yelled, Your Highness! The bone-masked man's expression suddenly changed. He started to fall backward. What the hell? Raphael grabbed his sword and got to his feet. I can move again. He rushed forward. Your Highness, are you okay? The bone-masked man just chuckled. Pathetic. I almost had you. Raphael paused for a second. It doesn't matter who you are now. Then he lunged, ready to attack. Because you're clearly the enemy. But the man summoned something that turned everything upside down. Raphael saw the attack and froze in his tracks. Did I kill him? Was it that easy? What was that power that held me still? Suddenly, footsteps from behind made Raphael realize something. Your Highness, that wound is deep. Don't move. But at that moment, the mask shattered, revealing a familiar silhouette. Raphael stared, stunned. That shape. It was him. He immediately turned back. Your Highness. Raphael's mind was in chaos. A voice echoed in his head, over and over. You're in my way. Get back. Everything began to crack and shatter into large pieces. Interesting. I can't believe I was sealed inside a human body. I tried to escape, but I was locked in. So pathetic. Did my future self, Croco, really get defeated by a human? S's entire demeanor was different now. It was definitely my choice to lend this human my power. I've changed so much you can't possibly understand, but even I didn't expect this girl to summon you. That was done by a human, my one and only friend. Someone arrogant like you walking the opposite path. Wouldn't get it, would you? You've stepped into a place you shouldn't have. As a human, I feel no pity for you, but we can't coexist in the same time. I'm sorry, but I'm going to kill you. My past self. This is my body now. And with that, a barrage of ice daggers shot forward. Outside, a storm of magic raged. With a gasp, Raphael was finally free. I'm back in the real world. He turned to look at S. What in the world? Your Highness. Raphael reached out to touch S. She wasn't in mortal danger, and luckily, the previous wound was gone. He clutched his own injured arm. Slowly, he stood up. Just like last time. What is this? Your Highness. His expression shifted as he remembered. I'm sure she was about to tell me something about this abnormal power. So what is this strange power? A laugh echoed out. Ha ha ha. How interesting. So very interesting. He saw Ez's body kneeling on the ground. Shards of ice were embedded in her back. Hey, my future self. Did you see that? Even before you tried to kick me out. Her eyes became incredibly tense. This human had already started fighting back. The two of them faced each other. No way. There are two of me inside this kid right now. The balance of power has been shattered. Control must belong to one of us. Croco, I sort of understand why you'd give a human your power. But your judgment. No, I think my judgment was wrong. What are you planning to do? I don't think this human has any intention of giving up her body. Suddenly, everything went quiet. The thing inside S's body slowly stood up. How ridiculous. My future self, if you stay trapped in here like this, you'll start sounding just like me. Their footsteps echoed. The two of them were still locked in a stare-down. You probably won't be able to take over that body. Instead, this child will take over your power. The bone-masked man smiled. What a shame. I was thinking the child I chose would be a little different, just as I expected. Humans are foolish creatures who have no choice but to obsess over their lives, aren't they? The other being gritted its teeth in frustration. How can she not give in to this much suffering? It would be so much easier if she'd just hand over her soul. S was suddenly taken by surprise. Everything had completely changed, causing her to freeze. Nothing was the same as it was before. And then, a voice rang out. "Hey, monster!" Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. The image of a beast was still thrashing around. It stammered, "Monster." The voice confirmed it. "That's right, monster." King Aslan launched his attack. "You think you can just blow me away like that?" And the fight was on again. The monster was incredibly cunning. How arrogant. Why has everything turned to chaos? You dare call me that and face me head-on? King Aslan wasn't scared in the slightest. Perfectly aimed. King Aslan. The other face seemed to realize something, and finally unleashed its technique. Kneel. The entire space was flooded with a brilliant flash of light. How amazing. The lowly humans who survived the cataclysm. King Aslan looked up as the monster spoke. "If you know you can't win, why don't you retreat?" Raphael listened to it all. "Or, do you actually think you can defeat me?" The monster's hand dropped, dripping with pure arrogance. "You want to bring about the apocalypse again? But that's not enough. I'll help you." And with that, the beast revealed its true form. "Break the chains of fate," it roared. "Tell the child of light to raise his head and listen to the horns of the end." But Roth just stood there, defiant. "He's changing, just like you said. Looks like that ancient demon we saw in Pra." As it transformed, Roth asked, "Is this the next phase?" Desert's voice was cryptic. "Yes. Are you ready?" The Tower Master on the other end shot back. "Ready for what? The battle's been raging for a while now." "What about you, Cess?" Cess was just stretching while they were talking. "I just woke up. What's going on? I need you to hurry it up." This fool was finally ready to counterattack. Desert continued. "I hope you can get used to this." Then, a voice from behind got his attention. "We're ready." Est was practically buzzing with excitement. "What should I do? No matter how ugly it gets, I'll give it everything I've got." Inside the tower, a voice rang out. "This disgusting creature. It's changing form." Shh. Pram was following Desert's group from behind. "We're all safe. I'm heading to the location you mentioned." "Good," Desert replied. "And I have a message for you." Pram's face was tense. "It's not from me. It's from the masked clown." Moments ago, something shifted inside the tower. The warriors are facing a new battle. What is this thing? A monster? A monster! Do we even have a chance to win? The tension skyrocketed as everyone saw a massive hand appear in the sky. Just then, the clown had approached Pram, whispering, "Tell Desert." His tone was dead serious. Pram asked, full of doubt, "Can I trust you?" The clown shot back, "Of course. I'm not getting in your way anymore. I have other things to do." But their conversation wasn't over. "Can I ask you one more question?" "Sure, if I can answer it." Pram went for it. "Why are you giving us this information?" The clown's expression turned playful. "Because it makes the show more interesting, of course." Pram relayed the message. "He said that." No idea if it's accurate. Something clicked for Desert. Right. Are you hurt anywhere?" "You did well, Pram." Pram looked exhausted. "Heh, I'm fine." Desert's voice softened. "That's more than enough." The group gathered around, talking over each other. "What should we do, big bro? We've still got plenty of energy." "All right, I'll give you the attack plan," Desert announced. "Now that you're all here, I can finally begin." Everyone was confused. Begin? Begin what? A mysterious look crossed his face. "What I do best." The monster was still screaming. "Raise your heads and listen to the trumpet of doom." The whole area went dark. The first trumpet. King Aslan was confused. It started, but what kind of attack is this? Raphael answered instantly. "It's a black cloud that melts anything in its range. I'll handle defense." In a flash, everything changed. Magic ice heaven. Raphael moved forward. "Princess, you're awake?" Est immediately replied, "We'll work together. Let's execute the plan." Raphael looked a little confused. Seeing this side of Est was a total surprise. This presence, it's really her. His eyes lit up. "All right, we have priorities." "Right." The monster kept up its assault. "How dare you, humans?" it roared in fury. "You can't stop me with just that." But then an attack sent it staggering backward. "Huh? You're making me laugh." The lightning always follows the direction of its third tail. On the other side, Romantica was ready. "We can't completely block the lightning, but we can change its direction. Leave the support to me and go." Raphael shot forward, and the monster was hit again and again. "Cut that damn tail off." Raphael charged without a second's hesitation. The monster watched as its own tail was severed. Just knowing the lightning's path isn't enough. Their real target was the second tail, the one supplying it with infinite power. Everything started to blur. It's like, they know my powers. The monster was getting curious now. Who is he? It glanced toward Roth. You dare challenge my authority? Who is he? The monster was finally getting angry. Its eyes flew open wide. So, it's you? Just as Desir appeared on the scene. I guess you're humanity's last hope. Desir shot back. You used to be our greatest terror. But seriously, thinking about it now, you're just a loudmouth, aren't you? Desir's gaze was ice cold. You're just like us. The monster seemed speechless. You. And just like that, it summoned the apocalypse all over again. But this time, nothing happened. The monster was stunned. My power? Desir pointed right at it. Power, you say? You're exaggerating. He looked it straight in the eye and said, your attack is nothing special. It's just a complex magic spell. The monster was in a full-blown panic now. You. What the hell are you doing? Desir's voice was calm. The same thing you are. And then, he finally unleashed his own magic. The beast looked up in horror. Devla Gravi magic net. A wave of power tore through the monster's body. It crashed to the ground in agony, and in the next second it exploded, leaving only a scream behind. A massive figure appeared in the smoke. The others stared at Desir. With just one spell, that thing is? Desir spoke calmly. It's not over yet. N-grade artifact. Memories. The monster was shocked again. A barrage of chains flew towards it. Hall of Mema, Vino of Earth. Another massive explosion. I'm at a loss for words. It glared at the humans. You not only show off your power, but you dare to face me head-on. Its face was now pure demonic rage. A phenomenal feat. Far beyond any human capability. You must die. Disappear, you worthless human. A powerful magic barrier erupts around the monster, an aura shield. Raphael grips his sword and charges. Desire, leave the front lines to me. Instantly, the Saintess begins healing him. And I'll cover the rear, Desir declares. They were combining everything they had. Together, we'll blow this thing away. And with that, he slowly gets to his feet. Time for the final step. Desire's face is pure tension. Please. Zod, it's finally your turn. I've been waiting for this, Zod grins. Just watching is so boring, you know? This old man is about to unleash every last drop of mana I have left. The seventh circle magic, the absolute pinnacle of human spellcasting. Eclipse of Sunam. A blinding light erupts, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Absolutely incredible. Even from the back, they could feel the crushing pressure. In that moment, Khan grabs the sword from Uria's hand. All right, Uria, he says with a nod. Wish me luck. Without a second's hesitation, Khan charges straight into the fray. He smirks, full of defiance. Hey, you ugly monster, come and get me. Ultimate art. The Phi, giant of destruction. Khan's expression turns deadly serious. Let's see you block this. The light spirals out of control, and for the first time, the monster shows pure panic. No, no, it shrieks. You insignificant insects dare to challenge me. But at this critical moment, Desir refuses to back down. I will not be defeated. His entire body begins to glow with a brilliant light. I remember them all, every comrade who fell just to bring you down. With a heavy heart, Desir raises his staff. But this time is different. His presence feels overwhelmingly powerful now. Because this time, we are all here. System. Control. The Skull Mask looks on, shocked. Don't tell me the villain had been observing everything. An inverse algorithm. Inside my system? A flicker of worry crosses his face. Desir Arman. Then he just scoffs. The research I dedicated my entire life to, and you think you can just take control of it. Just then, the Saintess cries out, I'm sorry, Desir. I've used up too much of my power. This meant the collapse was happening even faster than last time. Griselda watches in horror. This is insane, she yells. If he keeps this up, the entire magic circle is going to shatter. Desir struggles to calm himself. Focus, he thinks. It has to be somewhere in this system, the origin point. The source of all the mana Skull Mask collected for hundreds of years. Energy synchronization. Activate. Skull Mask just laughs. Don't make me laugh. You think I'd hand it over to you that easily? This is the system that I created, and that is the mana that I collected. You think I'm just going to give it all away after everything I sacrificed to achieve this knowledge? Suddenly, Desir coughs up a mouthful of blood as someone screams his name. Desir. Desir. He can barely stay on his feet. Damn it. If this goes any further, it won't end with just losing an eye this time. His face is pale, completely drained. But I can't stop now. Just then, with her hair flowing behind her, Romantica rushes forward and grabs hold of him. You idiot, she cries. I told you, didn't I? If things get too hard, you have to tell me. Tears stream down her face. I'll help you. I'll stop this collapsing magic circle. In that moment, she remembers everything from their past. Romantica throws her arms around Desir's weakened body. I'll be your strength. Her mind flashes back to the first time she ever met that strange boy. That was my first impression of you, she thought. So incredibly annoying, always acting so distant. But at some point, I was captivated by those rare, fleeting emotions on your face. Being near you felt like I was drowning in something. Something with a lonely, unknowable end. But I won't let you be alone. You're not going to fight this battle alone. She can't hold back her feelings anymore. This is the only way I can repay you, for the hand you reached out to pull me back. This is my answer to you. Her entire body begins to radiate with power. You focus on synchronizing the circle. I'll take care of this chaotic energy. He sees the blood on the ground. Look, Romantica. He pushes through the pain. If we do this together, everything becomes much simpler, right? The monster lets out a shriek of pure agony. Impossible. I won't let you take it from me like this. Skullmask is starting to panic. The system I spent my entire life building, all the mana I accumulated, all the effort I put in, he screams, completely losing his composure. Right now, I'm going to kill you right here and now, Desir Arman. He rips off his mask, finally revealing his face. Why? Why is it you? Suddenly, a warning shout rings out. Romantica, get down. Pram dives forward, catching her weakened body as she falls. Are you okay? Pram asks, worried. Don't even ask that, she replies. You're seriously injured. Me? There's someone else who's hurt far worse. How is Desir? Another teammate rushes to Desir's side. Big brother, are you all right? Desir's eyes finally flutter open. Romantica. How is she? Zod answers from nearby. She's going to be okay. Desir looks down, surprised. How did my wounds? He turns to Zod. Get as far back as you can. From this point forward, there will be nothing but destruction around me. The look on Desir's face is terrifying. He slams the butt of his staff into the ground. Nirvana's sacrifice. In an instant, the entire area is flooded with overwhelming energy. The monster finally seems to realize what's happening. By doing that, I've converted the entire algorithm into a single, massive, magic circle, and I've synchronized it completely with Skullmask's system, containing all the immense power he gathered to bring the shadow world into our reality. There can't be a single flaw in the algorithm's deployment. He glances toward Romantica. Thank you. You were right. If it wasn't for you, I never would have been able to complete this. Romantica manages a weak smile from where she lay. A deadly aura now pours from Desir. So, from this moment on, leave everything to me. Desir offers a gentle, final smile, and then a wave of pure destruction radiates out across the entire city. The monster panics. What? What are you? The sheer force of the energy makes the monster scream in terror. This is a power no human should possess. The very air crackles with destruction. The light in the monster's eyes begins to fade. I've been waiting for this moment. Everything descends into absolute chaos. High above the battlefield, Agist prepares her attack. Magic sword. Frozen heavenly war. The monster lets out one final, uncontrolled scream, and then it begins to fade into nothing. And just like that, everything went still. Even the Saintess is baffled. What in the world just happened? Romantica looks around at the city, now plunged into darkness. The others are just as confused. The light. It's gone. Did it just turn to night? No, Zod says, turning to face them. It's not that simple. But one thing is for sure. This battle is finally coming to an end. A complex magic circle materializes in the palm of Desir's hand. In the silence, the sound of a bowstring being drawn taut echoes. The monster, not quite gone, lets out another agonizing roar. Desir remains perfectly calm. You're being too loud. The moment the words leave his lips, absolute silence falls. Zod can only watch in awe. How did he obtain that kind of power? With that single shot, I couldn't even breathe. The monster howls in agony. Time conversion? It snarls, followed by a sinister, cunning laugh. But that wasn't enough. Not even close. Desir didn't drop his guard for a second. That last hit. Yeah, that actually hurt. Now bring everything you've got, he yells, drawing his bow once more. As he aimed the arrow, he explained, Time destruction draws its power from the single greatest energy source in our world, a magic that literally harnesses the power of the sun. The monster hesitated, but taunted him anyway. As long as the sun exists, I'll just keep firing until you're nothing but dust, no matter how many times it takes. And just like that, chaos erupted again. You can't win. But Desir was completely calm. No, he said, watching the monster fade away. It's over. Everything snapped back to how it was before. The light finally returned. If I dig from here, will it work? Desire, hey, give me a hand here, Zod yelled, searching the area. Can't you be a little neater? Khan grumbled, jumping in to help. Desire, you just showed me something seriously interesting. Should I hold back my power? Do as you see fit, Desir replied. Thank you, Your Majesty. Looking at the chaotic scene, someone remarked, Whoa, now that was some incredible magic. How in the world did you pull that off? I feel like my brain just evaporated. Zod. This time too. I know, Zod sighed. It's another secret, isn't it? From the first moment I met you until now, you've been carrying a mountain of secrets. Desir just smiled. Ha! Even the greatest sage in the world has secrets. Don't you think? Zod smirked. So that's how you see it, huh? Everyone on their side watched intently. Once this problem is solved for good, Desir announced, I'll reveal my secret. For real? Zod had to ask again. So, Desir, you're really going to tell us everything? Desir just gave him a look, but Zod was completely serious. Raphael cheered. Yeah, absolutely. The sky was clear again. All right, everyone, be careful heading down. Pram asked, Are you okay, Romantica? Romantica nodded. Yeah, I'm fine as long as I have mana. Aegis started to move forward. You haven't fully recovered yet. Why not rest a bit? What did you just say? Raphael shot back. Keep your voice down. We're heading deep inside. Soon, their destination came into view. Khan leaped down first. We're here. But his eyes immediately narrowed with suspicion. Zod landed next. What is this place? Khan grunted. I can smell blood. Desir arrived. What's our next move? Aegis spoke up. I know this. This is the core used to generate the shadow world. It's called the Saintus' source. After observing it for a moment, someone asked. So the only way to neutralize this immense power is? Desire answered. That's right. The first national treasure of the Hebrion imperial family. It only reacts to the royal bloodline. It can transform anything it touches into any shape the wielder desires. An artifact known as the Dragon Spear, Guinness. A colossal wave of power was generated. The spear was placed right into the core of the power source, and in an instant it began to transform. A massive energy surge radiated outward. Desir watched it calmly. Zod shouted with worry. Desir, are you okay? The Shadow Labyrinth can never appear again. Desir raised his hand. It was a success. Really? We never have to go back to that hellscape again. Everything was now shrouded in a thin mist. It's impossible to reactivate this machine now. Romantica, peeking out from Desir's cloak, whispered, Was that really the solution? It feels too easy. I'm not used to this. He replied, It's not over until we deal with Skull Mask. Desir turned. Pram, if what that clown Pierrot said was true. Pram nodded. Yes, he recalled the jester's words. Go to Desir and tell him. Piero said that hundreds of meters underground, beneath the Divide Palace, you'll find Skullmask's secret hideout. Pram added, This is the enemy's headquarters. We know about the artifacts used by Skullmask, but we still have no idea how many more he has, or what other abilities he's hiding. Everyone got ready to move. Desir gave the order. Let's go. Time for the final battle. But suddenly, Desir froze. What is this? What? Someone was suspended in the air. It was Skull Mask. Raphael quickly checked him over. He's been killed. He's not breathing anymore. He was assassinated right here by a surprise attack. Desir observed the scene. No one knew about this hideout except Pierrot. Khan added, That clown was the only one. Zod realized. Wasn't he the one who told us about this place? Desir's mind raced. Is this revenge because his plan failed? No, there's another reason. Desire, look at this, Romantica called out. She pointed to the inside of the source. It was completely hollow. No way! Desire's eyes widened in horror, and he screamed, Pierrot stole the source's energy. We need to block every single exit from the city, right now. Zod was confused. But we don't have enough forces on the outside, Khan immediately said. I'll contact Yuria. Desir muttered under his breath. Son of a... What are you trying to do, Pierrot? Meanwhile, on the outside, the clown sighed. After turning the world upside down, this is a truly disappointing end. I really didn't want to have to kill you here. But don't be too sad. Since the plan failed, we'll just have to make good use of the energy source I have right here. He was holding an A-rank spatial artifact, capable of containing a massive amount of mana. Suddenly, a shout echoed through the city. Hurry! Khan was giving orders. Block all the exits. The target can change his appearance, so use detection magic. But Pierrot was having the time of his life. Everyone is working so hard to find this little thing. But you know, it's right here, and they can't just take it, can they? I joined the Outer and waited for years just to get my hands on this. He slowly got up. I suppose it's time to leave. It's a shame, but the main character should probably make his exit now. Pierrot stood tall. Let's settle things next time. As everyone frantically searched for him, this time was a lot of fun too. And just like that, he vanished. Suddenly, a voice called out, Desir Arman. Inside a book, countless characters began to glow. Zod was lost in thought. Master of the Tower, I'm the regional director. May I come in? Enter, Zod replied. The man walked in with a tea tray. You don't look very comfortable. Zod sighed. Well, even though he was our ultimate enemy, he died way too easily. And to top it all off, his most dangerous research was stolen. The director asked, what about the artifacts recovered from Skullmask's hideout? Zod replied, I haven't decided yet. These are artifacts we've never seen or even heard of before. Zod leaned his head back. If it was Desir, he could probably analyze these things. You should at least receive a report to get the ball rolling on this. The director then asked, you think Desir Arman can do it? Zod answered without hesitation. Yes, of course. It's desire we're talking about. The director pressed on. This may be out of line, Master, but may I ask? Is there a problem with the research I'm conducting? A thin smoke enveloped the area. Romantica broke out in a cold sweat. It has such terrifying power. She remembered Desir's determined face. Can we really defeat a monster that's even stronger than that demon was? And with that thought, she ran. Don't be so ridiculous. Not this time. I won't let that happen again. Suddenly, Desir's legs give out from under him. Pram rushes over, catching him just before he hits the floor. Romantica, heal him, Pram yells. God, Desir, you used way too much mana all at once. Your circle can't handle that kind of strain. Just then, Desir coughs up blood. Elsewhere, Zod lifts his teacup. How troublesome. He muses. Support. It's been a decade since I've heard that. Don't blame yourself. The director's voice cuts in. Tower Master, are you all right? It was. Just my personal curiosity. I asked an unnecessary question. Zod simply sets his glasses down and replies, it's fine. After enduring a battle that long, I suppose I'm still quite tired. The man nods. Yes, of course. I'll leave you to rest well. Zod just leans his head back. I know. The answer to your question. Hearing this, the director freezes in his tracks. Zod turns slightly. Let's just say it was for personal reasons. Every single battle I fought alongside you, Desir Arman, was it was truly a valuable experience. If you ever need our help, just call. Romantica smiles softly at the scene. Pram looks at her, confused. Why are you smiling? Romantica just replies, oh, it's nothing. I'm just happy to see this. Desir, meanwhile, looks completely stiff. Look at him, totally stuck. Pram lets out a happy laugh. Haha, I'm just so proud of him, you know? Romantica teases. Since when did you turn into his mother? Desir sighs, exhausted. My shoulder is killing me from all the handshakes. A voice calls out from behind. Desir Arman. It's King Aslan again. Ah, your majesty. The king replies, I wanted to have a longer chat, but I can't neglect my duties any further. So, I must be going. A real shame, I know. Desir bows low. It was my honor to fight by your side, King Khan. Khan rests a hand on Desir's shoulder before extending it for a handshake. His eyes turn deadly serious. Our lands, the North, will always welcome you. If you ever need it, if you need our help, do not hesitate to find me. Desir looks almost flustered, but replies, likewise. I will help the North, whatever it takes. They shake on it. Ha ha, you're a bold one to the very end. Khan laughs. You truly have the dignity of a warrior. And with that, the king departs. Let's hope we meet again soon. As he leaves, the Saintess appears. Are you feeling any better, Desir? Desir turns. Ah, Saintess. Thank you. I feel much better now. Are you heading back to the Holy Kingdom soon? The Saintess smiles. Yes, it's time for me to return. After ending such a long war, finally taking off this heavy veil, I feel much lighter. Is the Empress also returning to the Empire? I wanted to say hello. Desir gives an apologetic smile. Unfortunately, She's already on a mission that needed her attention. There will be other chances. The Saintess giggles. Hee, you're right. If this peace continues. Desir immediately bows his head. I hope you can fully enjoy this peace, Saintess. For all the help from you and your people, I'm sincerely grateful. The Saintess smiles warmly. Especially from you, Desire. She turns to leave. Thank you, Desir Arman. Later, a report on the final battle reaches the king. He chuckles, ho ho, truly a remarkable achievement. With this, the standing of the royal family and the empire will be stronger than ever. He continues, what do you think, Alfred? The commoner you opposed. These achievements are all his. Alfred bows his head low. It was my mistake. I doubted your majesty's foresight and I swear, but the king stops him. No, you have served as a royal guard your entire life. I trust your loyalty. I don't mean to criticize you. The conversation between the two of them continued on from there. He truly is an incredible individual, isn't he? Absolutely one of a kind, especially for a commoner who just barely graduated from the academy. The king continued, I believe he's the type who would leave all these accomplishments behind him, which is why, Alfred, I have a proposal, one you might just object to. The king then says, if we wish to claim all of his achievements, shouldn't we grant him a status that's appropriate? The scene shifts to the Hebrion Palace, inside the grand banquet hall. Fireworks explode across the sky. Romantica's completely captivated. Didn't we just see this a few days ago? Pram nods. Yeah, we did. You gotta wonder, will Desir ever actually find peace? Pram, she says, we knew this was bound to happen. Inside, the party is packed. Of course it is. This whole festival is for Desir. Romantica scans the massive crowd. Anyway, where's our princess at? She wonders aloud. Is she up to something shady? Maybe she's sleeping. Or maybe she's digging up dirt on the other side of the world. Pram shushes her. Romantica, they can hear you. And just then a voice cuts in. Just those little thoughts alone are enough to get us locked up for life. And there she is. Agist has finally arrived. You finally decided to show up, Romantica says. What took you so long? Agist sits down, explaining. My father had something he needed my help with for a moment. A wine glass is slowly filled to the brim. She's different than I imagined. Quite the looker. I agree. Suddenly, another person approaches the group. Their voices drop to a whisper. Raphael seems a little on edge. Even though it's open here, what if someone overhears us? Agist just shrugs. And what if they do? Can't we talk about friends or family? Raphael flinches. Family? Let's just drop it. Pram chimes in. You're here to see Desir, aren't you? Raphael nods. That's right, on behalf of His Majesty. But right then, Desir looks completely drained. He mumbles. What? What's going on? Desir, you look like a piece of dried seaweed. A moment later, Desir finally registers him. Oh, Raphael. Hello. Raphael just sighs, shaking his head. You better get used to this kind of situation in the future. Desir looks confused. What do you mean by that? His tone is cryptic. You'll find out soon enough. His Majesty is looking for you, so come with me. Meanwhile, deep underground on the continent, a scene of pure chaos. You guys are here? Hey. A voice snaps back. Silence. Have you forgotten where we are? What about the item? Did you bring it? Piero replies. Oh, you're still here? Piero holds out a powerful energy source. You've gotten pretty good at hiding your presence. I didn't mean to make a scene, sorry. Here, the item's right here. The other person takes it. You did well. I'll deliver this to him. You're as cold as ever. Piero just shrugs. It's been a while. Aren't you guys happy to see me? Where are the others? Donovan's shadow fell over him. Too much time in the dirt is making you rusty. Then, another voice echoed from behind. Been a while. Enjoying life? Piero asked. Did you try everything you wanted? He then spread his arms wide, ready to embrace it all. Long time no see, everyone. That was one hell of a fight, wasn't it? Since when did you start talking like that? You been hanging around those outsiders? Not really, but I kind of like this way of speaking, a voice replied. Thank you for your hard work, Piero. A familiar figure appeared. I came without realizing you were here and made a scene. This humble servant has returned to your side, master. I will take on the next mission. Just then, a shout erupted from inside the palace. What? The angry voice yelled. Are you an idiot or something? You just turned down a reward from His Majesty himself. Desir just laughed awkwardly. Haha, well, something like that. Romantica pinched his cheek hard. But do you have any idea what you just refused? She pressed, trying to get through to him. Please. It was a jest who spelled it out. To refuse the title of Duke, a position with power that nearly rivals the king. And you're just calling it something like that? Romantica's face scrunched up in frustration. I really hate you, Pram muttered, though Agest couldn't understand why. You asked to build a school instead of becoming a duke? That's right, Desir confirmed. So you can't say I refused the reward. But Romantica was still furious. If you knew what my family sacrificed to get our title, you wouldn't be so casual. Desir just smiled. Ha ha. Aegis then cut in. So what kind of school do you want to build? Another Hebrian academy? He shook his head. No. Hearing this, the king looked confused. A public education system where anyone in the empire can enroll, with no discrimination based on status or background, Desir continued. As a commoner, I was lucky to even get this far. If I hadn't met Professor Briss by chance, I never would have made it into the academy. However, even at the prestigious Hebrian Academy, discrimination against commoners is everywhere. My apologies if my words offend you, Your Majesty, but it's the undeniable truth, he finished. Raphael snapped. Desir, are you trying to get yourself thrown out of here? Desir just smiled. I can finally answer your question, Raphael, Desire said, his voice firm. I want to make sure that people like me no longer need luck just to achieve their dreams. The king looked thoughtful. No need for luck. I see. He paused, then spoke. Very well. Even if you use it for your own goals, it's not a huge loss. However, I have one condition. Desire replied instantly. I'll accept anything. The king leaned in. My condition is you. And the shouting started all over again. Romantica was losing her mind. You accepted responsibility for running the entire public education system? Desir nodded. Yeah. Aegis sighed. You fell right into my father's trap. This means you're now tied to the empire for good, Graham explained. This is a project that will take decades, at least. And Romantica just got more and more upset. Don't you dare think you can handle all this by yourself. Even after we graduate, there will be tons of training, you know? Aegis added. There's so much more to do. Looks like it's time for you to take a rest, Graham said. Desir smiled. Okay, nobody needs me anymore, he added. A long battle has finally ended. We all decided to graduate early. Of course, there are many things we'll do together in the future. He turned to Pram. You'll continue your journey to become even stronger. As the captain of the Royal Guard, I'll need your help, he continued. And Agest, you must prepare to inherit the throne in earnest. And as captain of the Royal Guard, I will be there to help you. Desire then looked at Romantica. And you, Romantica, are the head of the Lu Trading Company, and the leader of the Mouse Mercenaries. I'm going to need your support in a lot of ways. She smirked, annoyed. Obviously. With that, Desir finally seemed to relax. So from now on, even without me, you all have to become stronger on your own. My role at the academy ends here. Desire, Pram said, looking up at him carefully. Therefore, I will complete the mission His Majesty gave me, even if I have to do it alone. Desir! Romantica's voice was a low growl. She then punched him right in the chest. Don't be ridiculous, Pram panicked. Desir, Romantica couldn't hold it in anymore. Why do you always act like a mother bird trying to push her babies out of the nest? You think you're a bird just because of our party name? She screamed right in his face, overseeing an entire academy system. You really think you can do that alone? Desir hesitated. It's my goal. So, Romantica said, stepping right up to Desir. Hey, I'm only going to say this once, so listen carefully. He stammered. Yes. Like you said, Romantica declared, maybe we don't need you right now. We're adults, and we're about to graduate. She continued. It's no surprise that we'll each go our separate ways. Desir agreed. Right. So we should Romantica cut him off. But just like you have things you want to do, we have our own desires, you know? And we've made a unanimous decision, no discussion needed. We don't want to be separated from you. Romantica's expression softened. No matter what you choose to do, as long as our feelings don't change, we will follow you. Pram was deeply moved. For example, we could help you with teaching or something like that. He added, Exactly. We'll follow you. I got first place in the swordsmanship exam, he boasted. Aegis chimed in. If this contributes to the development of the empire, I cannot simply stand by and watch. Romantica was fired up now. Having a huge merchant guild helping out is important, right? I can even handle the teaching, too. Desir looked like a massive weight had been lifted off his shoulders. What do you think, leader? And just like that, they had a deal. But did you really have to shove me like that? Because you were being arrogant. That was the point. Heh. Should we go get a drink? And 3 weeks later, we graduated from Hebrian Academy. Back at headquarters, cheers rang out. Congratulations on your graduation, Desir. Desir was completely at ease. So, the whole party decided to work together to create a public education system. He laughed. Haha, yeah, you could say we got lucky. Zod looked them over for a moment. I'm glad to see you're all doing so well. Make sure to visit us sometimes. You can even recommend some young talent for the Magic Tower. Desir was thrilled. That's a fantastic offer. Suddenly, a small box tumbled down. Desir caught it. Tower Master. This fell from the bookshelf. Inside the box, a ring was glowing faintly. This ring? Zod immediately snatched it from Desir's hand. Is this another artifact? Desir's eyes widen. The Tower Master? Zod replies dismissively. It's nothing special. He turns away. Just an old antique. From inside the room, a voice echoes. Desire? Yes. Suddenly, the regional director rushes in, completely frantic. Tower Master, we've detected new movement from the skull mask. Zod doesn't miss a beat. I have some business to attend to. Care to join me, Desir? Desire answers with a quiet, yes. An image appears in a mirror, showing a man's face. Is that him? Yes. The S-Class artifact, Miro of Sado. Zod's voice is grim. How long has he been disguised as this person? The director reports, about 7 days. There were 13 massacres and murders in Edenia. This man was one of the victims. Zod continued, explaining that the Jester mask was far more dangerous than the Bone mask. He didn't even bother taking the Bone mask's huge collection of artifacts. He figured out the Bone mask's secrets and used us to achieve his real goal. That was his plan from the start. Desir thought it all through. After escaping, he killed and destroyed everything. Desir, however, remained completely calm. It's fine, he thought. I have to be the one to end this. Pram glanced back, but the other person spoke first. Why do you have such unwavering faith in Desir? Roast was confused. What? After his spectacular, if this keeps up, we'll eventually catch him by the tail. Roast said. Desir, there's something related to this I need to tell you. Do you notice anything? Take a look. We're not sure, but we wanted to get your opinion. Desir asked. What is this? Roast answered. The second we identified him, he immediately switched to a new identity. Desir looked shocked. Are you saying we have a mole? Roast replied. It's just a theory for now. Looking into a mirror, he continued. But it's still highly suspicious. This could be the function of another artifact. He might have stolen an artifact containing our intel and escaped. Desir paused, thinking. But what if that's not the problem here? Roast's face grew serious. Exactly. There's a traitor in our alliance. Someone with a jester mask. We can't rule out the possibility that it's someone close to us. A hand rested on Desir's shoulder. It's okay, let's not jump to conclusions. But Roast added, we have to consider the absolute worst-case scenario. But you can't just see everything right in front of you. Roast slowly turned to the director. Continue investigating who the jester mask has been impersonating. The man nodded immediately. Yes, Master of the Magic Tower. Desir thought for a moment. Right. It's always been like this. You're an incredible support. You're always decisive when I hesitate, more than anyone else. You're my most trusted ally. Roast suddenly became incredibly cheerful. Enough of this heavy conversation. How about something a little more fun, huh? Desir sighed, helpless. Not this again. Suddenly, a bright light filled the room. Wait, where am I? What the hell is this place? Desir scanned his surroundings. What's going on? Welcome, Arson. A few minutes earlier, inside the room, a voice spoke up. Judging by your eyes, it looks like you've discovered something. Hee hee, that's right. And that's why I called you to the Magic Tower today. Roast was holding an object that glowed with a yellow light. First off, do you remember this artifact? Desir hesitated. This thing? Roast held it out towards him. Yes, I managed to remove the protective layer placed on it. Most of the Bone Mask's artifacts were in his stash, hidden away with the magic stones. This was the only thing he carried on him personally. And it was locked by some seriously complex and powerful magic, Desir thought. He unlocked it in such a short time? He said aloud. What kind of artifact is this? Looking at Roast, he added. As expected, you really are a genius among geniuses, the man said. Here, take it. It's better if you experience it for yourself. Desir looked a bit shaky. Right now? You mean right this second? Roast calmly replied. Yep. But be careful. Sometimes there are minor explosions. Desir was completely lost. Roast laughed. Just kidding, just kidding. Don't worry, this artifact isn't like that at all, Desir muttered. I know you're joking, but somehow, I still don't trust you. Their laughter echoed in the room. Haha, now I'll show you how to use it. Watch carefully. Like this. Press here and turn the crystal in the center 3 times. Immediately, the object began to glow brightly. Desir said, Oh, Is it working? A smile spread across his face. Master of the tower, welcome visitor. The sudden voice made Desir jump. He looked around frantically. It was a familiar voice, one he'd heard countless times before. It sounded just like an announcement from the shadow world. Desir began to look around, but something felt different. The system spoke again. There is no need to be alarmed. Nothing here can harm you, visitor. Desir whipped around. The silhouette of a person had appeared behind him. Desir asked, "Who are you, and where exactly is this place?" The figure, Luna, answered slowly. "I am Luna, the support system for Artemis. This is a virtual space created to access the system, where you can browse information stored within Luna." Desir thought, "Artemis? A support system? I have no idea what that is." His expression soured. "Did you send me in first to be some kind of guinea pig? To test it out?" That suspicious smile before he disappeared. Luna immediately spoke again. "Artemis is the name of the religion that Saintess Priscilla believes in, and it is also the name of the god they worship." Desir pressed, "What is the Artemis system, and what does it have to do with any of this?" The Artemis system is an artificial intelligence that reorganizes infinite space-time to maintain an ideal scenario. Desir was stunned. "What?" Luna sat still for a moment, then she spoke. "It is known as Artemis. The Artemis system is an AI used to reconstruct the past and turn it into a more correct history for the prosperity of all intelligent life. Accessing the system means having the power to change history." It hit Desir instantly. Change the past and make it correct. That was the Bone Mask's plan all along. He watched her closely. In that case, this artifact, Luna, must be the artifact that creates the shadow worlds. Desir then asked, "Why are past events being recreated in the present? And is all this information being recorded?" The Bone Mask succeeded in making an artificial shadow world. But everyone knows the shadow worlds are natural disasters. They happen once a year. To create an artificial one, the Bone Mask had to get his hands on the data from the natural shadow worlds. Desir clenched his fist. "If I can use this information, I could eliminate that disaster. Erase the shadow worlds from existence entirely." Luna was silent for a moment. They just stared at each other. Then, her lips began to move. Soon after, she spoke. "To answer that, we must activate the history reconstruction function." Hearing this, Desir stumbled backward in shock. Luna reassured him, "Don't worry about the changes around you. This is the forgotten era. In this time, humans developed by interacting with various other races and gradually grew prosperous." Desir thought, "This scenery, it's undeniable. It's the same landscape I saw in the Shadow World when I faced the beast of the apocalypse, and the place where the ancient dragon of destruction was sealed." Fripone. His expression turns a bit reluctant. Luna continues, "The reason their civilization was able to thrive like it did, it was all thanks to Artemis." Desir's mind raced. The Fripones were a civilization from hundreds, no thousands of years ago, changing history by altering the shadow world. "This must be where it all started, right?" Luna explained. "They used the system to get everything they ever dreamed of, to fix their mistakes and create the history they wanted. And as a result, they built an advanced civilization." She paused, adding, "But no civilization is perfect. Humans make mistakes, they fail." A thought sparked in Desir's mind. The Skull Mask, the Shadow Worlds, so that's what it was. The missions inside those worlds were just the best outcomes as decided by the system. Everything was based on its will. That had to be what the Skull Mask meant. As if a light bulb just went off, Desir suddenly spoke. "The reason you're showing me all this, it's because the ERM system is somehow connected to the reenactments of past events happening in our time." "Correct," Luna confirmed. "The reenactments of the past that occur once a year are caused by the ERM system." And with that, the final piece of the puzzle slammed into place for Desir. "I see. So the very foundation of my question was wrong. Every single shadow world was created by the Artemis system. There was no such thing as a naturally occurring shadow world. Not from the very beginning." Desir immediately followed up. "But there are a few things I don't get." He looked Luna straight in the eye. "Artemis is a system that changes the past, but the shadow worlds happen in the present. Why can't it change the past anymore?" Luna closed her eyes. "Because a critical incident occurred within the system. Her entire body suddenly began to float into the air. Was it a flaw in Artemis? Or was it self-inflicted punishment for humanity's arrogance?" Desir took a step back. "Nobody knows. Not even Artemis." Luna then laid it all out. Humans achieved everything they ever desired. They thought they had reached the realm of the gods, blinded by their own pride and delusions, failing to see the disaster right in front of them. The demon of the apocalypse, Dadanu, a world-ending creature. Luna held nothing back. It appeared like a judgment, and even though Artemis tried to guide them to a better future, no matter how hard they fought, their civilization ended in absolute ruin. Desir took in his surroundings as Luna spoke. Even humanity's last refuge, Prianapolis, had fallen. The civilization that once proudly claimed to have reached the level of gods was turned to ash. The Artemis system recorded that moment as the most perfect collapse in human history. The Dragon of Apocalypse, Bolia Napolitan. Luna moved deeper into the swirling vortex, and that is how civilization was destroyed. But a few remnants of humanity survived. Remembering the golden age they'd built, they desperately wanted to bring it back. Desire saw a familiar shadow. Skull mask, he thought. The world you spoke of. It was Prianapolis, wasn't it? Luna continued. Most of humanity accepted reality and moved on, but then, a new problem started. Even now, the Artemis system is repeating its calculations, trying to create a future it can no longer reach. That is the true nature of the shadow worlds you experience in your time. Meanwhile, Zod was probably wondering what was taking so long. He stood looking out his window. I wonder what Desir is finding out right now. This is going to be one interesting discussion. Zod turned to leave. Besides, there are other things to talk about. He reached for a small ring box, opening it. Honestly, ever since I met that kid, it's just been one thing after another, but somehow, I'm actually enjoying it. To the point where I feel like I've lived a pretty good life all this time. Zod fell silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the ring. If you were here with me now, would you have gotten along with Desir? Or would you just blame us for staying cooped up in the lab? A wave of exhaustion hit him. If you were here, things would be a lot more fun, Helena. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Zod's brow furrowed in annoyance. Who comes in without knocking? But his expression softened instantly. Ah, it's you. Come in, I'll get you some tea. Deep beneath the magic tower, a strange voice echoed. Hello, it's been a while. Before the stranger stood the sight of Icarus, bound in chains. What is this sick joke? Your fashion sense always gets on my nerves, but today, it's even more nauseating. Pierrot. The visitor was Pierrot. He just shrugged off the insults with a grin. Such a vicious greeting, he chuckled. I brought you some very interesting information today. And then, Pierrot told him everything. What? Icarus was completely stunned by the news. Back in the other space, a system notification appeared before Desir. Correct. It creates the shadow worlds in the current era. The malfunction in the Artemis system means there is no issue with replaying history. But the energy source required to alter it is gone, the system explained. Desir replied, So, when history isn't reenacted correctly, no errors appear. For that same reason, if the system were functioning properly, even a mistake in extraction wouldn't impact the present. However, the system added, losing the ability to recreate the past also means losing the ability to restore the present. Desir thought to himself, a system created for humanity's benefit ended up becoming humanity's greatest disaster. Then his thoughts turned to one person. Skull Mask. Now I get it. I finally understand what he's trying to do. He has to restore the broken system so he can reverse the past. And to do that, he's dedicated his entire life to gathering enough mana to power those colossal towers. Noticing his long silence, the system asked, Are you satisfied with the answers to your questions? Desir nodded. Yes, this is more than enough. Very well. I will now halt the history recreation function, the system responded. Desir's mind was already racing, calculating his next move. I've gathered way more information than I ever expected. If I can control or stop Artemis, I can completely erase the shadow worlds, including the Shadow Labyrinth, because we have no idea when this system will threaten humanity again. Destroying it seems like the best option. If this overwhelming power falls into the hands of some other monster, the consequences would be unimaginable. Another skull mask could be born, but Desir Arman clenched his fist. Control. If only he could somehow control it. He glanced over at the system. Desir Arman stopped himself. He shouldn't jump to conclusions. He needed to go back and discuss this first. He asked Luna, How do I get out of here? Luna replied, Just imagine leaving, and you'll immediately return to where the necklace is. So, farewell. Oh, by the way, she added, I forgot to mention my name is Luna. I'm Desir Arman. Thanks for your help. Of course, Desir, she answered. I'll be waiting to see you again. And just like that. Am I back? Desir Arman slowly opened his eyes to stop the enemy from following. Hephaestus explained, Even if you could go back, we can't help you. What are you talking about? Desir Arman asked, completely lost. Hephaestus explained that the enemy attacking the magic tower has an artifact that restricts mana flow, rendering the three of them useless. Desir Arman pressed. Then why wasn't the Tower Master evacuated? He answered. We needed someone to stay behind, to destroy the gate right after we left. Desir Arman thought to himself. I know him. I understand him better than anyone. He would have volunteered for a job like that. Definitely. But still, he clenched his fists in rage. Who is the enemy? Minions of the Skull Mask. Here for revenge, Hephaestus replied. The name they uttered made Desir freeze on the spot. Flames and smoke were engulfing the magic tower. Another attack slammed right into it. Damn it! A voice cut through the chaos. How clumsy. Having to hold this staff with my left hand. It was Zod Exarian. His right arm was gone, but his eyes were filled with unbreakable will. Another attack came hurtling toward him. Blossom, the flower of iron. Zod Exarian refused to yield, raising his scepter to counter. Flowers made of pure magic bloomed and blocked the massive blow, just as I expected from the mightiest mage. Even with his mana restricted, the raw power he held wasn't going to be easy to overcome. This man's power was simply overwhelming. But can you block this? The masked man taunted, unleashing his attack. God's punishment, son of a... Zod Exarian cursed under his breath. He analyzed it instantly. The enemy increased the air's weight to nullify his magic. If this was a spell, it had to be at least 5th circle, but he couldn't feel any mana fluctuations at all. This isn't magic, it's an ability. It's useless, the masked man declared. In the aftermath of that single strike, rows of houses behind Zod were completely annihilated. Why? Zod Exarian pleaded, his face now covered in blood. Priscilla, why are you doing this? And with that, the mask shattered into pieces. The battlefield was a vision of pure devastation. Priscilla spoke. As expected, you're amazing, my old friend. I don't want you to suffer like this anymore. You can't even draw on the mana in the atmosphere anymore. Priscilla said it plainly, holding the artifact responsible, the choir of the church, which limited mana movement in a specific area. She pressed on. You've reached your limit, haven't you? The mana inside your own body must be nearly depleted. Zod's mind raced. A traitor. The truth is, he thought, the first person that came to my mind back then was you. The Skull Mask, the ancient Hermes civilization, the Hermes system, and Priscilla, the holy maiden of the Hermes church. But I immediately pushed that painful thought away, because we were such close friends. We confided in each other. I thought it could never be you, that you would never do something like this. I wanted to believe it, Zod said aloud. What is all of this for? Priscilla. Zod remembered the woman he once knew. Because I thought you would get in my way, she replied. What? Finally, Priscilla revealed her true motive. Desir Arman, who understands the language of the Sun Tribe, and you, the wisest man in all of modern magic. I couldn't imagine the risks you would pose to my plan. That's why I had no choice but to eliminate you. Zod's voice was heavy with sorrow. I see. So the friend I knew all this time is gone, isn't she? But in his heart he thought, no, she was never there to begin with. He asked, going to such lengths. Priscilla, what are you trying to achieve? The salvation of this world, she answered. Zod's anger flared. Salvation? You call these disgusting acts salvation? I knew you wouldn't understand. To you, the sacrifices I've made are unacceptable. Then Priscilla added, that's why I never sought your understanding. When this world receives its true salvation, you will finally understand everything. He scowled. Don't tell me you're dreaming of reviving the ancient Hermes civilization, just like that annoying Skull Mask. Priscilla looked displeased. To her, Skull Mask was just an arrogant fool lost in the past. The salvation I speak of encompasses the past, present, and future. It is the ultimate solution for all of humanity. So, even if you don't forgive me, even if you curse and hate me, just entrust your life to me, and do not obstruct my plan. Zod thought, if I escape now, Priscilla will just restore the destroyed gate and go after Desir. I have to stop that, no matter the cost. And so, he attacked again. Trinity Lining. Oh, my friend, she sighed. Don't you know that's useless? The stream of power vanished instantly. The masked man behind her urged, Holy Maiden, this is taking too long. But she replied, I know. But we must show this old man the proper respect, Priscilla continued. The greatest mage of this era is sacrificing his life for my plan. Shouldn't we gracefully accept it and grant him his final wish? The man replied, Understood, if that is your wish, Holy Maiden. Now, let's make sure. Before he could finish, the entire tower began to move. Oh my, she exclaimed. Are you trying to throw the whole tower at us? However, making such a basic mistake isn't like you. You should know my power isn't just limited to healing people, Priscilla said. You wouldn't enter a fight, you know you'll lose. Is all this for Desir Arman? But Zod just laughed. Not like me, huh? You're not wrong. Normally, I wouldn't start a fight, I wasn't certain I could win. But Priscilla, even after watching me for so long, you still don't understand me. Did you really think I would start a meaningless battle? Behind her, the subordinate gasped in shock. The flow of mana. It has stopped. How? Priscilla looked down at the artifact in her hand. How is this possible? The choir of the church is still active, Zod replied. You underestimated this old man's resolve, Priscilla. The ground itself seemed to shake. Impossible, she thought. What is this? There's no way you have that much mana left. Then a horrifying possibility hits her. Is he sacrificing his own magic circles right now? A magic circle is the deepest core within a mage's body. It's where all their mana, both innate and acquired, is stored in circular patterns. The quality and quantity of these circles and how they resonate is what determines a mage's power level. It's formed from mana so dense, it's dozens of times more concentrated than the maximum amount a mage can even hold. Magic circles are a precious resource. They're basically a sorcerer's life force. But with mana, this scarce. The man known as humanity's strongest mage was destroying his own magic circles, converting them directly into raw mana. This was beyond insane. Everything has its limits, old man, she taunts. Even if you sacrifice yourself to stop me, what will be left? But even as she said it, Priscilla knew this was insanely dangerous. She realized trying to limit his mana flow had been a massive mistake. The man in front of her was the greatest archmage on the entire continent, the sheer amount of mana being unleashed by destroying all his circles. It was like he was betting everything on Desir Arman. No, wait, it was different. She saw something else. This magic. It didn't follow any known rules. It surpassed anything from before or after the world's collapse. No, this was the realm of the Eighth Circle, a level no one had ever reached. Saintess, you must get out of here, one of her followers screamed, but she replied, it's too late. He's blocking my way. Desrion, watching this, just clicks his tongue. Oh my, how rude. Whoa, I really thought I was a goner. Piero stumbles out from the wreckage. I thought it was the end of the world. Did the whole city just vanish? He mutters, geez, I wonder if the Saintess is still alive. Better go check. Quick, Pieros eagerly heads forward. Nearby, Desrion is sprawled out on the ground. Priscilla speaks, her voice chillingly calm. To touch the realm of an Eighth Circle magic, right on the verge of death. Truly, you are someone I cannot afford to underestimate. Her subordinate sneers, but even that was useless against the overwhelming power of the Saintess. In the end, the one who fell was just a pathetic old man, he gloats. A new voice draws their attention. Ah, you two are seriously hurt. It was Pieros. The Saintess waves him off. It's fine, don't worry about it. More importantly, how did the mission go? Ah, about that. Pieros bows his head. It was a failure. His power and space magic would have been invaluable. My apologies, Saintess. By the way, looking at the stable flow of mana here, did things not go according to plan on your end either? No, Priscilla replies. Today's results are more than enough. It was a huge gamble, she thought. If my power was even a little weaker, or a split second slower, I would have been wiped out just like that city. His target was also the church choir. Even with my abilities, I can't completely repair that kind of damage. If that magic was ever unleashed again, pointless. He's dead now, so I'll never see a spell like that again. At her command, the ground begins to crack open. All right, we're done here. Prepare to withdraw. Ah, I've already made the preparations, Pieros announces. Now, Saintess, please hold on to the great church grounds of Emis. Elsewhere, deep underground, Icaros now knew everything that had happened. So everything that happened was according to the Church of Emis's plan, huh? They played me like a puppet. Disgusting. He smirks. I guess I should repay them with one last gift. There, Icaros says. Priscilla immediately senses something is wrong. Impossible. All the gates to the tower were destroyed. Suddenly, a foot steps out from a magic portal. How? Him? He doesn't even have space magic. How is he here? She whips her head around, confused. And now, the situation explained everything. Priscilla, Desir Arman said, as he appeared before her, but a furious voice challenged him. To surrender is to accept the end. Change this world, Desert Man. Icaros begged from deep beneath the earth, completely buried by rubble, and that's when Desert Man saw him. Du, lying on the ground, completely breathless. Du, what's wrong? He cried out. Open your eyes, Du. This can't be happening, right? Please. He collapsed, his world shattering. His hand trembled, wanting to reach out. Did I win? He whispered. Did I manage to protect everyone? His voice cracked. I still had so many stories I wanted to share with you. A raw scream ripped from Desert Man's throat. No one else dared to move. Actually, they couldn't move. They'd been frozen in place from the moment he arrived. They felt a chill crawl up their spines, as if death itself was staring right at them. And then, Desert Man's gaze snapped back, sharp and accusing. Was this your doing, Priscilla? People instantly jumped to shield the Saintess. Stop him before he casts a spell. Say something. But Desert Man was already on his feet. Answer me, Priscilla, he roared. And her reply was simple. Yes. Desert? Piero stepped in front of the Saintess, protecting her. Let us handle this. But Priscilla admitted it again, without a hint of hesitation. It was me. Desert fell silent, his expression unreadable. By the honor of the Church of Emmis, I'll send you to join him soon enough. They charged at Desert Man as one. But in the next instant, giant slabs of rock erupted from the ground, blocking their way completely. What's going on? An order rang out. All battleships, activate the Meaty Storm defense system. All ships, attack. But the question hung in the air. Why? Why is this happening? A soft voice echoed the question. Why? Desert Man screamed it back. I'm sorry, she said, but one day you'll understand. And with that, Priscilla began to cast her magic. Impossible, Desert Man thought. Even after being reborn, he had never ever seen her use magic on this scale. So this was her true power. It all hit Desert Man at once. You could have saved everyone. You could have changed everything. Then a horrifying thought crept in. Did my changing the past cause you to change too? So everything she ever said was a lie. This level of magic is impossible, Pieros gasped. Saintess, should I order the entire fleet into defensive formation? Priscilla's answer was cold. No, we must retreat. Immediately, she declared. With my current power, I can't stop this spell. Just then a voice echoed in his mind. Do you remember someone? Huh? Desert. You're a hard one to figure out. Desrion says. Someone you want to see again. Someone who's always on your mind. Is there a person like that, Desert? He fires back. Why are you asking me that? Desrion doesn't even look up from his work. Because I can see it in your eyes. I've seen it from the moment you arrived. Zod adds. Yeah, probably no one shows that feeling as intensely as you do. Can this old man offer a little advice? He leans in. If that longing comes from regret, don't ever hesitate to tell that person how you feel, before that regret becomes a deep wound. Back in the present, powerful magical energy flared up all around him. Dragon Tongue, Desir Arman was chanting. That mysterious magic saintess, one of them yelled. She needs time for her spell. Leave him to the knights and fall back, Priscilla ordered. I understand. The high-ranking members moved out first. Once this spell is complete, not even Desir Arman will survive it. And with that, they turned to leave. Holy knights, guard our retreat, even if it costs you your lives. They obey instantly. Anything for the saintess. They charge straight for Desir Arman. He's vulnerable right now, so they all rush in at once. But in a flash, they're all cut down. How? He's casting magic while preparing another spell? Wait a second. That artifact. It's the mask's relic. They see it around his neck. That thing memories it only has 5 uses. Use them all up, then we can stop him. Don't get in my way, Desir Arman warns. But the knights keep attacking. Defensive formation. Stop him. Don't let him reach the Saintess. Priscilla, meanwhile, has already reached the airship's ramp. Desir Arman repeats himself, his voice cold. Don't get in my way. And the knights are mercilessly struck down. Priscilla, don't you run from me. His power is swelling, growing stronger and stronger. And then, he collapses. Pieros is shocked. What? Is he trying to sacrifice himself? I've never seen him this reckless before. The Saintess is safe on the ship, ready for takeoff. They're about to escape. Priscilla! Desir Arman's voice is a raw scream. She turns back to look at him. I have to. I have to. Desir Arman forces the words out. I have to kill you. He grits out every single syllable. But Priscilla just smiles. We'll meet again soon, Desir Arman. Give me a sword. She takes the blade from a knight. Hold on to that thought until then. Please, don't forget. Don't forget what I've done. Then she says, hate me, more than anyone else. Because that feeling, it will eat away at you until the day we meet again. Goodbye. The warship takes off in an instant. Zod. Zod, he calls out, his voice barely a whisper. You know, I've known you for a very long time, it's hard to believe. But I'm actually from the future. Desir Arman lies down next to the man. In that future, we were comrades. We fought and died together. We were a teacher and his student. But more than anything, we were the closest of friends. Tears well up in his eyes. I always wanted to tell you just how happy I was, how much I wanted to see you, how much I missed you, and how much I enjoyed every moment. Thank you, Zod. He clutches the man's shirt. For being my friend. Again. Desir Arman flashes back to a different time. Zod, what do you want to do when we get out of here? The old man just blinked. Huh? What I want to do? Well, there must be something, right? He replies. I guess I'll have to think about it. Zod Exarian smirks. Desire, are you just trying to distract me? Desire quickly shoots back. No, I was just asking. Then, Zod swiftly checkmates him. Desir shouts, Ah, I lost again. Zod Exarian just laughs. That marks 157 games you've lost to me. I still haven't decided yet, Desir Arman says. Forget it. One more game. Just one more. But Zod Exarian just jokes. Desir, maybe I should have a son and name him after you? What? Don't even joke about that. Besides, at your age, is that even possible? He retorts. But the old man just laughs it off. Haha. It was just a joke. The death of Zod Exarian. The headline on the front page sent a shockwave across the entire world. The man who achieved a century's worth of accomplishments in his lifetime. News of his death threw the continent into a panic. Why? Why won't you let us see him? What's going on in there? An outsider demands. Calm down. This isn't the right time to visit a patient. Please consider his condition. Romantica pushes forward. What exactly is Desire's condition? Graham grabs her arm. Romantica, please, calm down. Estes remains composed, asking, So when can we see him? We just want to know how he's doing. The doctor replies, Right now, it's hard to give you a clear answer. His physical wounds were treated with an artifact, but that's not the problem. I've never seen a case like this before. The doctor continues speaking. A nurse rushes over. Doctor, we have an emergency over here. All right, I'm coming. Before leaving, the doctor adds, For now, just try to stay calm. It's not that we don't understand how you feel, but for the time being, his attending physician recommends no visitors. So please, leave. Graham says, Romantica, you can't go in, you know that. She just presses her hand against the door to his room. Desir, are you okay? Tears start to fall. Everyone behind her understands. Romantica. Estes says nothing, but silently clenches his fists. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Guard Captain Graham Snyder, Princess Argeria. Given the situation, I'll skip the formalities. The Artemis Church has reached Kelt. You two are ordered back to the palace. Immediately. Swan steps forward and adds, The news of Zod's death buried the second-page story. The Artemis Church has invaded the Empire and taken over the 4 cities protecting the capital. This was basically like attacking the Magic Tower itself, a declaration of war on the Empire. The last stronghold standing between them and the capital is Kelt. And right now, in Kelt, a massacre is underway. There are heretics blocking the Saintess's path. Leave none of them alive. With that order, they press forward. A young boy witnesses the horror, hiding behind a barrel. Mommy, he whimpers. He accidentally made a sound. And that got the attention of a nearby soldier. Who's there? The soldier decides to act. It's just a child. You've done nothing wrong, but the Saintess's orders are absolute. It's the divine will. So don't hate me for this. He moves to strike the boy down. But luckily, someone intervenes. A blade slices through the air, deflecting the attack and saving the child. The first thing you notice? A shock of red hair. The shouting continues. Enemy in the alley. Eliminate the heretics. The rescued boy stammers out. Thank you. The redhead replies. Yeah. Now get out of here, kid. I can't guarantee your safety from here on out. Another man asks. How many can you handle? What about you? About 2? Are they all here? Is that it? A third person appears. He says, All right then, let's make it a contest. The other agrees. Loser buys dinner tonight. A soldier steps out and yells, Die, you heretic bastards. I'll take him, one of them replies. This immediately draws the attention of the other soldiers. What's going on? A mage? Are they reinforcements? They shout. Our men are under attack. New enemies have appeared. Prepare for. But before he can finish, he's silenced. Next, a cold voice says. They all look around, wondering, when they spot a sword just floating in the air. No, that's an attack. By the time one of the soldiers realized it, it was too late. They whispered he had to be at least a knight-class swordsman. After finishing the job, the two chat. Guess we're done here, right? Of course. Not even the Artemis Church has enough forces to take on the whole empire. Let's move quick and help the others. But one of them spots something unusual. Wait a second. Looks like this one was their leader. The Archbishop. The Archbishop is here. If it's an Archbishop, isn't that the rank right below the Pope? Right below that woman? That witch? Model? The Archbishop flew past them, a brutal, silent warning. Shut your mouths. Just his speed alone was enough to injure them both. He spoke, his voice cold. Gather the army. Canis has fallen. We march on Dresden. Everything is going according to the Saintess's will, he declared. Days later, Desir finally woke up in a medical bay. In his hands, a single ring, the last relic of the tower's master. How long are you going to stay like this? Swan's voice was sharp. If I knew this would happen, I should have just let you die back there. Another voice cut in. Forget what's happening outside. The situation in here is bad enough. Just look at yourself. Physically, you're probably fine, Swan said, her eyes filled with concern. But your mind is a complete wreck. The truth is, without His Majesty's artifact, that injury should have killed you. The Immortal Badge artifact. After everything it took to save you, you're just going to give up like this? That venomous Priscilla, pretending to be some kind of angel, while orchestrating this hell behind everyone's back. The situation was grim. Beyond the capital, more than 5 cities had been completely wiped off the map. We're talking tens of thousands of casualties, and the numbers just keep climbing. The Empire is facing its greatest threat since its founding. And it's all because of them, the Church of Emmis. Those bastards. They set up transport gates inside the temple of every major city, a coordinated attack. It all happened before we even had a chance to react. Still, it's strange to see the Heban Empire pushed back this far. If there are any survivors, maybe we can get more intel. The High Command suspects the Church has more cards left to play. There are cities that not even king-class fighters can get into. We can't believe we let our guard down so completely. The only good news? They won't take the capital that easily, because the Empire's strongest sword and shield are protecting it. We've already destroyed every temple in the territories we still hold, so no more surprise attacks, at least for now. In a crisis like this, every ounce of strength matters. Swan looked down at her own injured legs. I can't fight anymore, she said quietly. But if there's anything I can do, I'll do it. I can't lose anything else that's precious to me. Aren't you the strongest mage on the continent? The words echoed in Desir's mind, a painful reminder of the one who truly held that title, Roth Xario. The one who fell. Drew? At the name, Desir's reaction was violent. It just fueled his despair. He gripped the sheets tightly. Look at you, Swan snapped. The man who gave his life to protect you would want to claw his way out of the grave seeing you like this. Watch your mouth, Swan Katerina. Desir roared, his voice shaking with fury. She was taken aback for a second. If you insult his memory again, I swear I won't let it slide. A killing intent radiated from him. Insult him? Listen to me, Desir Arman. The only one dishonoring his sacrifice, Swan yelled, her voice raw with anger, is you. You got that? She was furious now. Wallowing in your grief? Fine, I get it. Despair? I know that feeling 100 times better than you. But have you forgotten about the people? The people who would feel that same pain if they lost you? She pressed on, her voice cracking. You're not just wasting the chance he died to give you. You're trying to pass on the very pain he never wanted you to feel to everyone who cares about you. Snap out of it, Desir Arman, she demanded. You have work to do. As a pillar of this empire, as captain of the Starling Party, and as a member of the Magic Tower, so get up and fight, she reminded him. Don't forget what you promised Drew. This whole war, it had been planned in secret for a very, very long time, maybe even in his past life. After she conquered the Shadow Labyrinth, she would have done the exact same thing. There has to be a purpose behind all this chaos. But what do they gain by attacking the Empire? If the Empire was their only target, they didn't need to kill Drew. Plus, they've made enemies of both the Empire and the Magic Tower. That makes the Church of Emmis a common enemy to the entire continent. They're risking everything they've built. Unless they can control the capital. Then they wouldn't have to worry about what comes next. But it's not that simple. Among the Master's relics, someone said, we thought this might be useful to you. An item without a master. You must be suffering too, Desir whispered to the staff. Let's get revenge for our master. Together. Suddenly, he felt a strange pulse from it. What is this? Someone cast a spell on the staff. To make it react to my mana? A voice echoed in his mind. Desir, it's a shame we have to speak like this. Elsewhere, a different conversation. Professor, we need to talk. I'm sorry, I have to go somewhere right now. The other person asked. Where are you going? Oh, have you heard the news? Desire, he's back at the academy. She threw the door open. Is it really you? Desire spoke first. It's been a while, Professor. I'm glad to see you're okay. Desir, the professor breathed. I was just discussing future plans with the headmaster, he explained. The students will be briefed soon. He tried to continue, but she rushed forward, pulling him into a hug. Professor, she said, her voice thick with emotion. You've been through so much. It must have been horrible. I'm back, Professor. Welcome home, Desir. A system notification appeared. First, I'd like to thank all the alumni and students gathered here during this difficult time. Murmurs spread through the crowd. It's a relief to see he's all right. I agree. The announcement continued. As you all know, because of the Church of Emmis, the Empire is facing an unprecedented crisis. More whispers. My hometown. It's just gone. Those damn fanatics. A voice cut through the noise. I thought you'd be against this plan, putting students in danger. No. Quite the opposite. What do you mean? If we follow Desire's plan, she replied, then we won't be using this place as bait. And even if it comes to that, I promise I will protect it. The Church of Emmis's final target is Hebon Academy. In that case, I agree. Desire's voice rang out, clear and strong. The war we are about to face isn't about destroying our enemies. It's about preserving what we have. It's about protecting the people we love. Beneath a large tree, Desir stood alone, staring at the academy, lost in thought. He remembered his meeting with Luna. So, it's called Hebon Academy? Yes, that's right, Luna had said. It's a method to operate the Emmis system. It's the only place in the current era where this method still exists. However, it was badly damaged during the Great Collapse. It's better to think of it as an ancient holy relic now. Just as I thought, Desir muttered. Even if it was broken, Priscilla would have found a way. Her healing abilities are unbelievable. She has enough power to restore an entire fleet of warships in an instant. I've been trying to repair the damage to the Emmis system. She must have been doing the same thing. After conquering the Shadow Dungeon in my previous life, Desir said to himself. Over there, Luna. Yes, there are a few things I need to confirm. A voice pulled him back to reality. Desire, we're ready. All right, he replied. Let's move out. Hephaestus appeared. The whole group gathered in front of a massive gate. The massive shadow gate was 80% active, with no issues so far. Mana stability was at a solid 90%. Thank you. A voice echoed. Master of the Tower, in your hand is the relic left by Zod Exarian. Hephaestus explained. Following the will of the former master, you have inherited all of his authority. As the current master, following your guidance is both my honor and my duty. Desir replied. Don't let his death be for nothing. I will keep that in mind. I need to become stronger than I am right now. Activate the Shadow Gate to 100%. Desire, you may enter now. Just as you asked, it's designed to withstand maximum level attacks. The exit condition is 2 snaps of your fingers, so you can end it whenever you want. He thought to himself, the way I am now, I can't beat her. To defeat her abilities, he had no choice but to unleash Dragon Tongue, but it requires a massive amount of time and pressure to deploy. I will overcome that limit. With that thought, he stepped through the portal. A notification popped up. You have entered the Shadow World, a voice called out. So, Desir has gone in? Hephaestus confirmed. Yes. Into the Shadow World he designed himself for training, and from now on, everyone should receive his manuscript on your devices. I haven't been briefed on the details, so I can't help, but this likely outlines the steps you should all follow. And one more thing. All 340 members of the Magic Tower will support you with their full power. Elsewhere, a voice spoke as white hair blew in the wind. What do you think, Zine? The man asked back. What do you mean, Your Majesty? Do you think we can win this war? The Emperor continued. During my reign, this land has known peace for decades. I turned it into a powerful empire, untouched by even the slightest threats from the outside. We are invincible, the strongest empire. No one can challenge my authority. Or, was that all just a delusion? The thought that our nation could be shaken by a lowly heretic. It gives me a headache. Hearing this, the man behind him knelt on one knee. Then I will prove to you that the mighty nation you desire is an unbeatable empire. As your sword, I will cut down anything that threatens the face of this empire. This pleased Emperor Donape. There is no better ally than you, he said. Let's drink together when this is all over, my friend. If that is your wish, Your Majesty. Are they here? The man replied. Yes, Your Majesty. Donape gave the order. Get ready. Everyone, listen. They have betrayed our trust, invaded our lands, and harmed our people. And now they plot to destroy this very empire. They are the strongest, most terrifying enemy in Hebon's history. This battle against their unknown abilities will be incredibly difficult. It's obvious many of us will lose loved ones, dear friends, and comrades in arms in this fight. But I promise you, as the emperor of this great nation, I will not tolerate a single vile intruder who dares to threaten our people and our home. Fight back. Fight with all your might. Even if you fall, strike back. We will not be defeated. Now go for all of us. Today, these fanatics will pay a heavy price for challenging the Theban Empire. At that moment, the Saintess was on a warship, advancing straight toward the palace. You could tell with your own eyes, a fierce battle was about to begin. A voice rang out. All preparations are complete, Holy Saintess. Give the order when you are ready. Priscilla answered. Of course. The moment has finally come. The poor souls. They tremble in anxiety like a flock of suffering sheep. That's what happens when there's no faith in your heart. And that, of course, is why we are all gathered here today. Mankind has never achieved this. She continued. It is time for humanity's salvation to begin. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Saintess, I have a concern. Is it right for us to use such a brutal method? It was the Inquisitor, Leah. But she was immediately criticized. Are you trying to defile our faith with those words? What blasphemy! Priscilla stopped them both before it could escalate. That's enough, both of you. Leah, there's no need to be afraid. I understand. If there was another way, I would have chosen it. But Leah, look at this world. Do you know how much suffering exists here? Leah timidly asked. What kind of suffering are you referring to? Burns, fevers, bruises, wounds, cuts, torn skin, ruptured organs, split heads, and crushed limbs. And it's not just physical pain. Priscilla went on. Plagues, famines, catastrophes, disasters, and the man-made disaster of war, all for selfish gains and ideologies. This world is overflowing with pain. Do you really think this world is right, Leah? A pause. No. Exactly. This world is flawed. That's why it needs true salvation. Leah clenches her fist. And this battle is how we'll get it. This is a holy war, a crusade to liberate the entire world. Through me, this world will be saved and reborn as a perfect place. There will be no more pain. Victory in this war is that salvation. Every method, every sacrifice, it's all for the sake of humanity. Or so Priscilla believed. By the authority of the Saintess, from this moment on, dispose of any heretics who stand in our way. Yes, my lady, Priscilla declared. I proclaim today the end of this rotten world. The palace was now braced for battle. Some soldiers held their weapons with trembling hands. A man beside them offered comfort. Don't shake. You must be terrified. It was the commander, Raffaello. For the people who believe in us back home, we will become immortal warriors. So that fear? It's a natural reaction. We've never faced an enemy of this level on the entire continent, he reassured them. Now, let's begin, he ordered. Raffaello raised 2 fingers, signaling Swan to fire. Yes, your majesty. Preparing now. Swan bowed respectfully. By your command. At that moment, countless magic circles appeared around the royal palace and began to bombard it. The command was given. Baptism of ruin. A massive volley of magical power was unleashed. Raffaello commented, Looks like we'll have to redraw the map after this, Donape said. Without geniuses like Zod, Exarion, or Desir, who are at 100% talent, the solution is simple. We'll use 20 magic prodigies at 5% to match them. Battle mages? So this is the power of the Empire? Pieros remarked. That's a colossal amount of force, nearly equal to a 7th circle magic spell, but he gets called out. Pieros, do your job. Pieros just sighs. All right, I get it. He rips off his mask. Fine, if I'm doing this, I'm going all out. Gotta make this effort worthwhile. It's time to raise the curtain. Let's begin, he declares. But wait, hold your fire. Decrease the bombardment. What's going on? Swan scrambles to make contact. He tried to get a read on the situation. Right at their attack point. Imperial citizens had appeared. What? Warriors and civilians from the city were suddenly summoned right there. Your next command, sir. Without hesitation, Dap ordered. Open the city gates. He then muttered. How naive. They really think a plan like that gives them a chance? The order was given. Stop the magic bombardment and open the gates. Prioritize protecting our people. We're saved. Everyone, we have to get inside the walls. But the enemy knights pushed forward, cutting down their own people to get inside the city first. That's when a voice boomed out. How dare you? Today, you will see that the Empire's strength is not built on magic alone. It was the left sword of the Royal Guard. Desir Arman. The soldiers buzzed with excitement. It's the sword of the Empire. The Royal Guard, serving directly under the Emperor, is made up of 4 legendary positions. The Empire's strongest shield, Raffaello. There's the Guardian, the most powerful mage, the hero Desir. the master archer Swan Katarina, and one man whose abilities have never been revealed to the outside world. All anyone knows is his name and his title, the greatest swordsman, Desir Arman. We're safe now, Zin called out to the imperial citizens. Quickly, get inside the city. Hearing this, the enemy shouted, It's only one guy. Charge, don't lose this chance. The gate is open. An ally called out. Been a while since you've been on the battlefield, hasn't it, Sir Zin? Raffaello had also moved to the front line. The Empire's shield is here too? The enemy was completely caught off guard. Raffaello charged directly at Barforis. Whoa, hey, everyone, don't push. We'll protect you from the rear, so stay in line and enter the city safely, Raffaello shouted. Zin smirked. Does this role really suit your personality? At least the immediate crisis is over, Raffaello shot back. Zin replied, I guess I'm not the face of the Royal Guard for nothing. Or are you just getting more disrespectful? That's what he said. So, what's the plan? If they just hold their ground like this, the civilians can evacuate safely. Are you suggesting a retreat? You scared, kid? Raffaello just scoffed. Of course not, they agreed. Let's just do what we always do. Sounds good to me. But the other side wasn't just sitting around. Someone asked, What do you intend to do, Saintess? With those two on the front lines, advancing is impossible. That's right. It seems it's time we used that. Prepare the holy light, Priscilla commanded. Yes, understood. Suddenly, Raffaello spotted something in the sky. Looking up, something was forming. What is that? They all stared, confused. Then the holy light activated. The heretics declared, Your attacks will no longer have any effect on us. They were covered in a strange layer of armor. That's no armor. It feels more like an artifact's effect. One of them explained, The holy light is a divine protection. You heretics will never be able to harm us now. You're wrong. My aura blade is the sword of the Empire. There is nothing I cannot cut through. A monster. Even after they use the holy light. Gamma artifact. Release. Raffaello said, That's a forbidden artifact. The Gamma artifact. Its power is determined solely by the user's own aura strength. The enemy couldn't believe their eyes. How is this even possible? The holy light's barrier was shattered that easily? Another attack was aimed at the ship in the sky. The target is the airship, Donap yelled. Don't conserve your mana. Fire! For those heretics who dare to raise their fangs against the Empire. Show them our true power, he roared. The Saintess is coming. We have to clear this path. There's only 2 of them. Go. Zin sighed, exhausted. Just how many of them are there? Aura Blade. Morantis. From the ship, a figure leaped down, declaring, I'll handle these 2. The knights readied to breach the gate. You really think you can do that? Zin raised his sword, Aura Blade, but before he could finish, it's useless. The man was already right in front of him. So fast. Teleportation? Zin thought to himself. You still don't get it, do you? This fortress has already fallen, and so will His Majesty, and you. This is the end. Meanwhile, the soldiers were talking amongst themselves. Are we just going to stand here and do nothing? What do you mean? 2 royal guards are in the middle of a battle, and we can't even help them? Those were Sir Raffaello's orders. We just need to protect this place. Is that so? Yeah, so stop thinking about useless things, and stay alert. Enemies descending from the eastern sky. Roger that. Intercept them. It's too late. They're moving too fast. The outer wall has been breached. It's fine. We still have the inner wall. Don't let them into the city. Round stones started falling. What's that? Debris from the wall? A hand was skillfully working on the lock. The gate was opened in a flash. A massive explosion erupted. The main gate. What the hell was that? Swan gritted her teeth in anger. A part of the palace gate had collapsed. What a beautiful sight. Footsteps echoed through the breach. Finally, we've set foot in the Empire. The soldiers charged. All defensive units, do not let them pass. A mocking voice rang out. It's great that you haven't lost your will to fight, Piero said. This is how side characters should act, right? I'll take care of them quickly, Your Holiness. Leave them to us, Leah interrupted. Right. Thanks, everyone, Priscilla was thinking. Everything is going almost too smoothly. And yet, I'm still afraid. Is this all part of his plan? Or maybe that plan hasn't even begun yet. Because Desert, the most dangerous one of all, still hadn't shown up. These guys are seriously no match for me, Piero said, standing over a pile of bodies. A single guard still tried to charge him. You bastard! A foot came down, crushing the crimson flowers beneath. Suddenly, Pieros appeared right next to him. Then, a massive flame erupted. Whoa. Did you just protect me? Pieros asked, feigning happiness. How touching, Leah replied. Oomph, I'd just feel sorry for you if you got backstabbed by a heretic. Ah, is that so? Said Leah. It's getting late, so get out of the way. We need to get the Saintess inside as quickly as possible. It has been a while, hasn't it? Pieros replied. It's the first time I've seen your power, Leah, Pieros commented. What is this, Flowers? I call it fire, not a power, Leah corrected him. Because it never goes out, constantly consuming and cleansing all filth. Dimension burn. The flames spread instantly. If you are loyal, you will be safe. My God, they were all wiped out. What do you mean wiped out? It's only natural for heretics to be destroyed. She continued her assault, but she was stopped dead in her tracks by ice. A battlefield of ice. Leah was stunned. She blocked my fire? A voice declared. I hereby claim this as the territory of the Ice Empress. No one may pass without the Empress's permission. Now get lost, you bastards, Swan said. They're finally showing themselves. No, not yet. I still don't see Desert. Lee glared. So it's you. It's impressive that you stopped my fire. But those arrogant eyes of yours are really getting on my nerves. There is only one person in this world more extraordinary than me, and that is the Saintess. Chirp, chirp, she's so noisy. Another voice chimed in. It was Romantica. Why don't you talk a little less, because my next target is your eyebrows. You! How dare a heretic like you scar my body? Lee seethed with rage. Swan pointed. Looks like you made her mad, Romantica. But Romantica just shrugged. So what? Someone else spoke up. What should we do? Those two are pretty strong. Now that Lee is pissed, she'll try to end this without your command, your holiness. Isn't that what we wanted anyway? Bring me their heads, she orders. As you wish. The Pope had already realized they were heading straight for Romantica. Stick to the plan. Understood. Such an adorable little struggle. Pieros appears, trying to block her path, but then Pram intercepts him, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Now this is getting exciting, Pieros grins. Yeah, this is the good part. Welcome, Pram Snyder. A voice calls out. Professor, are you okay? He replies, don't worry. The Empire's walls won't fall that easily. Professor Briss cuts in. The battle isn't going as planned. We need to buy more time. What about Professor P-Man? She asks. He's still working. I'm going to help him. A full report will be sent out later. They quickly respond. Please be careful, Professor. I need support on this algorithm. Someone yells. Anyone with mana left, get to the Professor. Is this really how we're supposed to solve this thing? Damn it, what's our progress? Someone returns. Professor Briss. As you can see, it's coming along, but I'm sure it'll be fine. He can do it. Briss just smiles. You seem pretty confident. Of course, Kay replies. He's my big brother, after all. Professor P-Man shouts, Hey, you idiots, what's the holdup? Hurry up and finish this so you can support the others. We're running out of time. Professor Briss sighs. If only Kay had half his brother's personality, things might be better. Kay just nods. I'm with you on that one. Professor P-Man is determined. We have to finish this at all costs before Desir arrives. We have to trap them. Just as I thought. You showed up, Pram Snyder. Pram replies, I knew you'd make a move. Pieros grins. Wow, you were really focused on me. I'm touched. Pram, completely unfazed, says, Cut the pointless chatter. Let's settle this, right here, right now. Pieros agrees. Heh, I like the sound of that. You know I've always wanted to kill you with my own two hands. Over here, Pram senses a shift in the air. Just from his aura alone, it's hard to breathe. The pressure from this massive energy is insane. Was the power he showed before just a tiny fraction of this? Pieros taunts him. What are you doing? Just gonna stand there and stare? Our show is just getting started. He's a monster, Pram thinks. I can't afford to let him take the lead with that triple strike aura. With that, he decides to strike first. It went right through his outer aura, he thinks. I thought I could pierce his heart. Sorry, Pieros says, but that kind of move won't work on me. Pieros is completely unharmed by the attack. Huh, a chilling laugh echoes. Pram thinks, is this an effect of his aura? His power? It's on a completely different level from what I saw at P-Box. Pieros mocks him. What's wrong? Thought this time would be different? A little disappointing, isn't it? I don't care. Keep laughing, keep mocking me, and let your guard down. Pram shoots back. But Pieros is calm. No matter how hard you try, you can't beat me, Pram Snyder. No, Pram replies, his voice firm. This time, I will win. Elsewhere, a new voice rings out. This is a restricted area. Turn back, you zealot. Leah snaps back. You heretic bitch, how dare you? Isa's expression doesn't change. You don't understand what zealot means, do you? Fine. I'm not good with words anyway. Ice Castle. Essis unleashes her magic. A soldier asks, Desir still hasn't shown up. What could his plan be? His team has gotten ridiculously strong since the last battle. Priscilla thinks to herself, you're right. I expected him to prepare, of course. But their power has grown far beyond my expectations. Let's go. I will clear a path for you, Saintess. But she replies, no, stay here and protect me. I'm going to release it. If that is your wish, he says, I will obey. Meanwhile, Leah is struggling. This is frustrating. I'm being pushed back. This must be a trial from God. I will never. Suddenly, a hand appears. Lee, a voice says, unleash your full power. A wicked smile spreads across her face. I've been waiting for you to say that, Your Holiness. What? Esses suddenly sees crimson leaves falling. Leah introduces herself. I am Inquisitor Leah, entrusted with a sacred duty, the judge of heretics. My mission is to purge all filth from this world. I worship the undying flame. Isis is stunned. She's setting herself on fire? What the hell is this? Leah speaks, her voice filled with conviction. Even if my body burns, even if my soul suffers in eternal hell, I will complete this mission. Isis thinks, burning yourself alive must be agonizing. Yet she's smiling. Then she realizes, I've seen this before. So you're here too. The ancient demon of destruction, Denyon. The entire space begins to warp. The Saintess is opening a path for us. Forward. Go where? Target ahead. Everything is exploding. Romantica says with excitement, the sky is my territory. She takes a closer look. What's the situation over there? She can see the village outside is burning. Romantica hesitates. This fire, could it be? Isis, are you all right? A voice calls out from within the flames. You're here too, aren't you? That person has finally appeared. Yes, it's been a while. And there she is. Isis emerges. Don't just pop into my head like that. Isis, Strom, she clutches her face. Why do you always interfere at the most critical moments? The voice continues. It's too late to refuse. We are one. Stop complaining and just watch. My wish is right in front of me. Isis's entire body begins to transform. Ha ha ha. It's difficult, isn't it? Once you accept this power, you'll be thrown into chaos. You and I have become one. Fate cannot deny this bond. Exca Frog Palace. Holding her face, she asks, do you know anything about this? We're all gonna die soon anyway, so what does it matter? A foot rises into the air. I want to pass judgment on you, slowly and painfully. But with immense force, it slams down, shattering everything. I have to clear the Saintess's path in time. Now, the two of them stand facing each other. I'll kill every last one of you. Burning footsteps scorch the ground. Lava flows in unnatural patterns. And you will know my power. Isis refuses to back down and attacks, but the flames just spread even wider. Never before has a disaster of this scale occurred. Isis summons the Ice Empress. The molten lava continues to flow. It won't happen again. The attacks explode relentlessly. Isis is taken by surprise. Everything around them is now engulfed in red-hot flames as she struggles to hold her ground. Shards of ice melt and shatter instantly. The world becomes a chaotic, silent inferno. Then, that figure finally emerges from the flames. The path is clear, Your Holiness. As expected. That skill was amazing, Leah. From the shadows, quiet voices whispered to each other. Please, eliminate the last of our enemies here. Yes, I understand. And with that, they turned to leave. Let's go, Nina. Right. The grand image of the Pope filled the screen, and now, finally, the sky shrinks. The crest on his arm was like an all-seeing eye, watching from afar. The two of them departed. The moment is finally upon us. From deep within the smoke, a voice echoed. Romantica, in a total panic, screamed, Hey, princess, do you need a prince's kiss to wake up or something? Romantica took everything in. Try to keep it together, will you? Priscilla's gone, but what was that power? If what I'm feeling is right, it has to be. The voice on the other end responded. That ancient demon. Its power is just like this. Romantica scoffed. Ha, imitating the power of a demon while preaching holy doctrine? This group is unbelievable. Romantica then asked. So, are you okay? After a moment, she followed up. I want to gather more information, but first. She paused. Okay. From now on, let's. They both said it in unison. Follow Desir's plan. The two left, their footsteps echoing through the empty space. At the main gate of Hebrion Academy. After a long, brutal battle, we finally made it. A voice cut through the air. But, Your Holiness, something's not right. It's quiet. Way too quiet. The Pope took a step inside. I don't know what they're planning, so… Heh, fine by me. With the royal army tied up, the low-level professors and students can't possibly… Suddenly, a barrier erupted in front of them. Pope, are you all right? A pretty sophisticated spell, but using this to resist is just pathetic. Nina scanned the area. Right after, Priscilla spoke up. Pope, where you're standing, I can feel a strange flow of mana. Not only that, the sheer amount of mana is immense. Suddenly, a voice boomed out. So, you've finally come. But this is the Empire's final fortress, Hebrian Academy. And its protector is Professor Pompassion Nipa. Priscilla just smiled. Stop your useless resistance and surrender. We are trying to save this world. Save the world? By sacrificing this many people to get what you want? You call that salvation? Obsessed with some ideal future, only caring about the end result. Your entire way of thinking has been wrong from the start. It's like I'm looking at my old self, hoping for a perfect outcome, trying to change the past. It's all meaningless. The people fighting for the present, trying to overcome it right now, none of them will follow you. If you keep clinging to the past, it's going to swallow you whole. Priscilla looked up and sneered. And what do you hope to protect with just this flimsy barrier? Empty justice is useless. Pompassion finally spoke. You underestimate Hebrion Academy, Priscilla. Didn't I just say this is where those who fight for the present gather to overcome their struggles? The entire space began to feel wrong. Priscilla glanced around. What is this? Nina shouted. Pope, get behind me. Pompassion unleashed his magic. It's useless. You've already walked right into it. Enjoy your little tour of the shadow world we prepared just for you. Outside, chaos. We did it. Everyone rushed to help Professor Pompassion to his feet. I'm all right, he said. That kid gave me a really tough job. Who knew he wanted to complete the Skull Mask's Shadow World artifact in just a few days? If I hadn't finished in time, what would have happened to this plan? Immediately, someone else spoke up. Hey, you know better than that. Professor Pugdit would never ask for the impossible. Professor Briss chimed in. He asked you because he believed you could do it. Professor, thanks to you, we were able to protect everyone. Pompassion grunted. I just worked off the data I was sent. Instead, you should be thanking your student for sending me that data without a single mistake. Professor Briss nodded. You're right. Now, all eyes turned outward. The mission was clear. Protect the Academy until Desir returns. Suddenly, a massive impact. Don't even try. The bodies of everyone present began to tremble. A new page for this world is about to be written. This emotional attachment to life is unnecessary. The man's expression twisted in annoyance. What is your name? The Holy Knight Ajus answered slowly. Ajus. Leader of the Holy Knights of the Artemis Church. Zod immediately replied. I see. My name is Zod Exarian. They exchanged a few more words. I know who you are from the reports. I am the sword of His Majesty in this empire, Zod Exarian. Ajus narrowed his eyes at Zod. Did that last move scramble your brain? I told you I know who you are. Zod gave a twisted smile. No, you don't know me at all. That won't be enough to defeat the sword of the Empire. Zod's entire body seemed to transform. He instantly shifted into a combat stance. This effort of yours is nothing but a candle in the wind. I guess my foresight is making me a little impatient. Raphael attacked from behind. You're getting on my nerves too, so just die already. Ajus spun around instantly, summoning his Aura Cebus. Ajus struck an arrogant pose. Sorry, but I'll be cutting in. The scene exploded into chaos as they all charged, clashing in a flurry of battle. Aura, Blade Morant. Zod was blown backward. This old wound. Ajus observed him carefully. Not bad. Even though he's dying, he can still pull off a move like that. The damage got through, even with the protection of my holy light. In the distance, an explosion rocked the area. Ajus thought to himself, Leah has broken the seal. That means the Pope is on the move. He can't wait much longer, so I'd better hurry and follow them. Raphael slowly approached Zod. This is why I told you to get some exercise. You have to start thinking about your age, old man. Zod shot back, annoyed. You little punk, just wait till this war is over. I'll immediately. A murderous intent flashed in both their eyes. A massive explosion erupted right in front of them. Raphael yelled a warning. What kind of aura is this? Zod watched closely. Is his movement speed also because of this huge amount of aura? I think so, Raphael replied. I can't get a clear read on his abilities. Watching the figure depart, Zod muttered, Well, we're about to find out. Both of them snapped into a combat stance. He's finally taking his weapon out, huh? Same as always, you know the drill, right? He's coming. The attacks became a relentless storm. A sharp blade rose to the sky, a piercing sound cutting the air. We have to win this. First, Raphael summoned Aura Usrun. From the other side, Zod summoned Aura Bless, Morch Big Tech. Attacks were being prepared from all directions, aimed straight at Ajus. But he just smiled strangely, as if he had willingly chosen this grand path. Is your holy ground, so please bless every step I take. Outside, others were watching the fight unfold. It looks like our enemy is being blocked from every direction somehow, so they can't advance. The remaining forces. A massive explosion shocked everyone. Romantica was absolutely terrified. The explosion sent Raphael flying. Agist was thrown back, too. They faced off, and the aura coming off their opponent? This was on another level entirely. Power far beyond any human limit. He was planning to wipe out everything in sight, not just the two of them. Ago finally spoke, a twisted smile on his face. Destroying the castle like this is pretty great, isn't it? The whole area was engulfed in smoke and flames, a chaotic barrier, way better than some walls that could crumble at any moment. His blade pointed to the sky. A panicked Dinan desperately gathered his aura. What? How? The sound of footsteps grew frantic. Ago's voice boomed. I'll kill you two first. He was ready to end this, furious they kept getting in his way. The razor-sharp blade came crashing down, slicing right into Raphael's protective aura. He struggled to block it. The truly terrifying part, though, it wasn't Ago's power, but the sword itself, already infused with a terrifying amount of aura. Realizing something, Dinan suddenly spoke. I won't make the same mistake twice. Don't you dare underestimate the sword and shield of the Empire. Dinan's face hardened at his own words, and Raphael listened, taking the warning to heart. Raphael poured every last bit of his aura into his next attack. They combined their power, unleashing the Bukalos, the Emperor's chariot. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the conversation was tense. When do you think Desir will finally come out? There's no way to know until he decides to show himself. Professor P-Man observed the situation. Well, this might all be over before Desir even makes an appearance. But Professor Briss wasn't so sure. I wouldn't count on it. We still don't know the true history or power of the Artemis Church, and that guy with the gray hair is making me nervous. According to the last Magic Tower Master's battle report, that man has never once set foot outside of Priscilla. A voice spoke up from behind them. Don't worry, it doesn't matter when he shows up. We just have to be ready. Ron stepped forward. That's exactly why we have the Starling Party. Back on the battlefield, ice shattered everywhere. The fight was still raging. Elsewhere, Pram was locked in a battle with Pierrot. A powerful blow sent them both flying. As Pierrot tumbled through the air, Pram panicked. Damn it, not again. The scene was pure chaos, everything completely torn apart. Pierrot let out a twisted laugh. Ha ha ha, what's the plan now, Pram Schneider? No matter how perfect your aim is, you'll never even graze my face. Pram screamed in a rage. Shut up. He summoned his technique, Aura's triple strike. Pram forced himself to calm down. The distance was perfect. The speed was perfect. It should have hit. But somehow, it just didn't work. He'd seen this ability from Pierrot before. That mocking, distorted figure, dodging his attacks like some kind of phantom. Is his power really this broken? Pram thought. There has to be a weak spot. He tried to move faster, but Pierrot was a ghost flickering in and out of existence. Didn't you say you were going to defeat me this time? And just like that, he vanished, reappearing right behind Pram. You're going to have to try a lot harder than that. Pierrot's voice was just unsettling. Because if you keep being this boring, I might just have to kill you. In an instant, a blast of light shot out, sending Pram flying once again. Sonic vibration, a voice echoed in his head. Pram, can you hear me? I'll back you up from here on out. Pram was shocked. Romantica? What about the airship fleet? Her reply was swift, already handled. From her vantage point high above, Romantica observed. You and Agist are both way too slow. Pram asked. What about the front lines? They're in trouble, she explained, pinned down by some kind of mysterious artifact. Romantica answered. Unfortunately, I can't do anything about that massive red cross. She glanced up at it. It's too far away, and if I try a brute force approach, I'll just cause chaos for our own front line. We have no choice but to trust the Royal Army to handle it. Pram was trying to process it all when Romantica snapped. Do you really have time to be asking so many questions right now? Pram stammered. Oh no, of course not. Pierrot watched on, casually leaning back with his hands behind his head. Yes, the more players, the more fun this will be. Pram was visibly annoyed. Pierrot was so relaxed. That casual confidence that only the truly powerful possess. He watched his enemy closely, realizing the obvious truth. Alone, he couldn't land a single scratch on him. Pram gritted his teeth. I thought I was stronger now. But the gap between us is still massive. I can't catch up to him at all. Then, her voice cut through his thoughts again. Pram, he answered immediately. Yes, Romantica, kid, do you trust me? A targeting line appeared, aimed directly at Pram's back. Without a second of hesitation, Pram replied, Of course. Romantica was already prepared. Okay, then I'm taking full advantage. Her eyes narrowed with focus. I'll make a path for your sword. A thin layer of smoke covered the ground as flames erupted violently. Across the battlefield, Agist was also in a desperate fight. What's this? A voice taunted. Is that really all you've got? If so, you're not even worth keeping alive for my entertainment. From within the inferno, Leah emerged. Agist countered, summoning Frey's storm magic sword as beams of light clashed and intertwined. Leah lunged forward. You think a little trick like that can put out the divine light of a god? If you don't unleash your true power, you're going to die right here. Flames engulfed everything. Agist was on the ground, defeated. Pathetic, Leah sneered. You've lived your whole life with this level of power? Slowly, Agist lifted her head. Isn't it just amazing? Leah continued. Wielding all that power without having a clue what it really is? Leah slowly walked closer. While you thought this power was a blessing of your noble blood, earning everyone's love, I was cast into the deepest abyss, forced to see this same power as a curse. She stalked forward, her voice filled with resentment. While you took your extravagant meals for granted, I was choking down things that couldn't even be called food. A high and mighty princess couldn't possibly imagine that, could she? The screams of my friends, the ones I grew up with, as they were burned alive. It was unbearable, living through all that chaos and despair. But the light we found in the middle of it all? It was so lovely. Agist looked incredibly fragile. I can't help but wonder, Leah mused. We were both given the same curse. But what kind of despair will our precious princess feel when she finally realizes her blessing is actually a curse she knows nothing about? I can't wait to watch that power, which has been a blessing for you until now, finally become your curse. Agist stared up at her. And I was just the test subject. Agist Rogres Paletos. Leah continued her lecture. This power, this esoteric magic, it was created by injecting the might of ancient demons into human beings. Demons, she explained. Creatures that existed in this world long ago, now all but forgotten. And humans are more like them than any other living thing. They admired the demons, but they also feared their immense power, a power used for nothing but destruction. Naturally, this led to endless war. In some eras, they were called heroes. In others, they were tyrants. And during those times of violence, demons prospered like never before. Then, after centuries of living alongside humanity, they vanished. That's the official story everyone knows. Agist could only whisper the word. Demons? Yes, Leah answered. Frostpoise was the golden age of humanity, a final wish granted by overcoming the demons. It was the result of an experiment injecting demon power into human bodies. That power was carved into our very genes, passed down to future generations. The ultimate, most powerful product of alchemy. But humanity couldn't resist its craving for demonic power, wanting to become one of them. Such a pathetic conclusion. Leah pointed right at Agist. The essence of that power is known in this era as visual magic. It's an ability in and of itself. In other words, you and I are the same. Lee gestured to herself. The stronger your power, the stronger the demon inside you. I know it's strong enough to speak to you, to whisper things like, accept us, or lend us your strength. It tempts you with sweet words, sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce. The people of Frostboys were arrogant. That's why they were destroyed. See, a demon's soul can't truly anchor itself in a human body. If they had known that, we wouldn't have variants like us. But you don't seem to want to believe me. Lee pressed on. The truth is, this power that everyone craves, it's nothing but a demonic curse. Her very footsteps melted the ground. There's no other way but to show you. You've seen it already, haven't you? The demon of destruction summoned in Pra. Back then, it used less than 50% of its host's true power. Well, that's because the host was me. Suddenly, Leah erupted into a massive pillar of fire. Estes instantly threw up a wall of ice. She froze. This was Leah's true form, a terrifying demon. The true power of the destruction demon, Dayton. She stood there for a moment, speaking. What are you thinking? It's ridiculous, isn't it? Unbelievable. Did you ever imagine it? This kind of power. Just then, Estes cut in. Ah, my apologies. Leah was visibly startled. Estes continued. Your long story was just so boring. I wasn't paying much attention, so I got a little distracted. Leah was furious. What? But Estes was brimming with confidence. Anyway, to sum it up, if I beat you now, it means I've caught up to Desire's power back in Pra, right? Today, I can finally get revenge for that day I was so helpless. Leah's eyes widened in panic. Leah completely lost it. You bitch! How dare you! Flames exploded outward, destroying everything in sight. After a moment, only smoldering ruins remained. Leah stood in the smoke. You damn brat, how dare you ignore me? Estes' reply made her freeze, because that story wasn't fun at all. And just like that, Estes charged forward to attack. Persistent, aren't you? Leah sneered. Now die. Estes was blown backward, but instantly found her balance as Leah closed in. She tried to set off another massive explosion. Stop this. Leah found herself trapped by ice magic. Estes summoned her Ice Realm magic sword, her eyes deadly serious. Time magic sword art. When all things sleep. Huge shards of ice shot forward, tearing through the buildings. Estes collapsed inside her circle of ice. Gasping for air, she slowly looked up. Leah was already standing right in front of her. Still, not enough. Leah gave a twisted smile. No, you're strong even without your full power. I'll give you that. Estes struggled to her feet. Was it Priscilla? Who bought you? Leah scoffed. Suddenly interested in questions like that now? Estes stared straight ahead. It's normal, I guess, since I'm about to die anyway. Yes, Leah replied. I can see that. You're finished. Estes pressed on. Was it for revenge? Is that why you follow her? To destroy the lives of innocent people? Leah was quiet for a moment. I know it's unforgivable. But when I look back at my past... But Leah turned away. My only light was the Pope's promise, that he would save all people like me, across the past, present, and future. A vision of the Pope holding a small, younger Leah appeared. She whimpered inwardly. The warmth and love he gave to me, even though I'm a demon. A massive wave of energy erupted from Leah, so become the foundation for humanity's salvation. Estes's body trembled before she coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. A blade had pierced right through Leah. What? Is this? She stammered. Thank you, Vessel of Dedan. Human emotions. They're so easy to exploit. Thanks to that, I finally got my chance. Lee screamed in agony. Who the hell are you? A figure emerged from behind her. I am Time, and my sword is Judgment, the ancient demon of retribution. Pinan. Leah's body was impaled again and again. She turned to look at the ancient demon. Pinyan. I wanted to thank you, Vessel of Dedan. Pinan added. Thanks to you, I finally have control of this body. He glanced down at himself. I guess the key was letting you push it to its absolute limit first. Look at me. I was so distracted I didn't even realize it wasn't using my own power. In every vision, I thought the demon form wasn't showing because I had suppressed its power. Turns out, it was the other way around. Pinyan was completely calm. All right, as thanks, let me give you a gift. It seems you have some control over this power, but it's not enough. A massive, grand figure began to form in front of her. You said this power was a curse, right? Curse or not, I will allow a lowly human like you to witness this power as a true blessing. Leah started to panic. No, the massive form of the ancient demon loomed over her. I can't touch that hand. I know it. If I touch it, I'll be completely consumed. Dedan's true self. The one I fought so hard to suppress. Pinyan continued to tempt her. What the hell? Save me. That hell can't happen again. Pinan used his power to restrain her, and Leah's body seemed to just disappear. No. Everything descended into absolute chaos. Pinan stepped back. She's sleeping more peacefully than I thought. How annoying. Lee slowly stood back up. You think I'd lose to a cheap demon like you? The air crackled with intense heat. I have a holy mission to complete. Pinan just laughed. Is that so? Or is that just an excuse for your crimes? His eyes turned incredibly dangerous. Is that pathetic mission your justification for punishing innocent people? At that moment, soldiers appeared, completely surrounding them. They were ready for a fight. Leah stood in the center. You're just a lowly demon. Your only goal is destruction. What the hell would you know about a divine mission? The flames around her roared even higher. Demon? That's just a name humans gave us. Pinan stood motionless. The two of them faced off, head on. Ice and fire crashed together in a brutal clash. Leah seemed exhausted as her enemy's footsteps drew closer and closer. Of course, some beings find our kind. Interesting. They are the ones who allow us to exist, even when our very existence is denied by the world. Pinan finally arrives. So, Those are the alchemists you mentioned. Leah presses on. Why are you repeating things I already know? Pinan just smirks. No, human, you don't know anything at all. Vinan holds out a hand. Why would they give away such dangerous hereditary power? Why would humans like you ever get that kind of strength? Leah slowly gets up, ready to stop Fraught Poise from collapsing. The ancient demon just replies, on the surface, it might look that way. Vinan's eyes light up with a cruel glint. But the alchemists? They don't really care about Fraught Poise. Back then, most of humanity was just fighting to survive, to avoid extinction. But the alchemists? They only wanted to protect their knowledge and satisfy their curiosity. That was their one and only goal. And that's when our interests aligned. We had the power they needed, the kind of power humanity lacked. And you, humans? You had the powerful life force that we didn't. Leah stops dead in her tracks. What? Pinan begins to walk forward. Fraught Poise. Humanity's ultimate weapon for the Golden Age? What a joke. He scoffs. It's not that grand. It's just a place built to protect the results and the essence of science. Leah looks horrified as he continues. That is your one and only purpose, the only reason you exist. Don't make me laugh. She struggles to keep her composure. If that's the reason, then why not just transfer the knowledge? Why give us this cursed power? Pinan answers instantly. I told you, our interests aligned. Our goal was similar to the alchemists, but with a slight difference. Pinan launches an attack. And now, the shell of Dedan. A hand grabs the blade. Vinan's eyes widen. I was so sure it was asleep. He's fighting his own body for control. I was positive I had this body under my command. Let go. A fist shoots out, shattering the ice sword. Then the arm immediately goes limp. In a flash, it's all gone. Pinan is launched into the air. Leah takes everything in. What was that? The sword flies towards her, as if answering a call. The other hand is now out of control. Pinan is struggling with himself. Don't tell me. You want my sword? And there he is. Desert has finally appeared. Yeah. I think I have some interesting plans for that thing. You don't need it anymore, right? Pinan loses it. That damn alchemist. Did he trick me? In that moment, a blade pierces right through his body. By now, Desert must have sent a letter to each of you. Est holds the note in her hand. What is this? The note reads, from now on, everything depends on you. It's like Desert is passing the torch. Luna, I want to check a few more things. She replies, of course, Desert. Go ahead. He gets serious, asking about visual magic, its potential, and the true purpose of demons. Then a voice cuts in. Est, let me ask you a question. Can you die for everyone? Leah is absolutely terrified. Est reels back from the psychic blow, finally falling silent. Her eyes flash with a dangerous light. Leah is in a full-blown panic. Did she just master the demon? Suddenly, Leah is lifted into the air, the two of them, just floating there. She's too fast. Before I even realized it, she was right in my face. Leah's mind is racing. Her physical abilities are insane. Is she still possessed? But the chaotic mana flow is gone. Nothing makes sense anymore. And what's more, she's smiling. Est makes a mysterious face. Leah can't hold back anymore and screams, what are you doing? Let me go. You want to dance or something? And just like that, Leah is thrown. Impossible. With a crash, she's sent sprawling into a cloud of dust. So weird. There's no way she can use this power without the demon's help. Right? Leah is more confused than ever. But the truth is, she's stronger now. Est looks her over. My power is surging, and that voice is gone. It feels like I've been set free, just like when I used visual magic. This is a different kind of power than mana. Her expression hardens. Whatever this is, it's good. Lee forces herself to her feet. Before this energy runs out, I have to beat her. Instantly, she charges forward. But Est isn't just standing there. Let's end this quick and get to the academy. Let's get to Desert. Leah just screams back. What's a dead woman walking trying to do? She's lost her weapon and has no mana left, so a long fight is a terrible idea. But me? I have Dedan's flame of power. Leah's attack is stopped cold. What is this? Est has found herself a new weapon. Is she seriously blocking the flames with a simple wooden stick? Her hands harden, and with a single move, she sends Leah flying into the sky. Leah can't believe it. This can't be happening. Looking at the absolute chaos in front of her, she's certain. Est is a magic swordsman. The constant attacks are draining Leah's strength fast, but the air itself has grown heavy. Est has stopped moving. How is she using aura? Leah struggles to dodge. A mage who channels mana through a sword is a magic swordsman. A regular swordsman can't use mana, they use the aura inside their own body instead. If she's a magic swordsman, there's no way she should be able to control aura. So what the hell is this? Is this her real power? The two clash once again. Thin smoke rises from the ground. Both of them are exhausted from the barrage of attacks. Leah is down. Don't make me laugh. Even if you show off this power now. Even if you turned into a demon right here, I could never lose to you. Leah keeps talking. You could never understand the meaning of this flame, not with that natural-born talent of yours. You've lived a dream life, different from everyone else. You'll never know how ugly this world can be, or the pain so many people are suffering. Leah says it plainly. In the new world, where everything returns to nothing and is reborn, your eyes turn savage. There's no need for you to exist. A massive amount of mana suddenly floods towards her. S just takes it, looking completely unfazed. Well, I guess you can still put up a fight for now, but that is not for you to decide. Est finally exploded. Stop trying to judge and control someone else's life. Not even the gods have that right. Back at the Hebrian Academy. Hey, how many minutes has the Shadow World been open? Rador shot back. About 10 minutes now. Everyone tried to calm each other down. Don't rush it. We still have plenty of time before the real countdown starts, so don't freak out. Rador's face darkened. Hey, when did I say I was scared? I'm just pumped for the final battle. Tch, I hope so. He's way more timid than he looks. Professor P-Man added. By the way, you don't seem nervous at all. Rador replied. It's better than making the mood all heavy, right? Hey guys, doesn't that thing look a little smaller? Desir shot back. No way. With that level of difficulty, it would take hours to break through. The professor cut in. Wait a second. Even so, I really think it's getting smaller. A massive wave of power washed over the area. Two figures from the church stepped inside. Impossible, Rador's face twisted. No way, that was too fast. Professor P-Man wondered aloud. Their power can control the shadow world itself? The sound of footsteps grew clearer. All right, let's try this greeting again. Finally, Priscilla made her entrance. Why don't you stop this pointless resistance and just cooperate? I'll show mercy to those who repent, and I'll make sure it's painless. The entire academy switched to defense mode. All instructors and students braced for the coming impact. And then the order was given. Fire. They poured every last drop of mana they had into it. A storm of attacks erupted from inside the academy. Rondor launched the first volley. He summoned a spell that scorched the very air. In an instant, thick smoke covered everything. Professor P-Man looked down. With an attack like this, even if I use healing, suddenly, a voice cut in. No, it won't work. You know what Desir is worried about, right? Est yelled. Professor, are you okay? Professor Briss answered. Of course. I can still maintain it, maintaining a magic barrier for the entire academy. She fought to the very end. His magic can't possibly destroy this place, so give it everything you've got. Professor Briss, summon Avalon. Let's show them what we're made of. Over on the other side, Rador yelled, Hey, John Pinbang, are you out of mana yet? He answered back, Not yet, Rador. Hearing that, she shouted, Then let's try it one more time. Not giving up either, the two of them unleashed a combined magic attack. Chaos explosion. The ground shattered into pieces, and the entire area was choked with dust and smoke, but a voice echoed through the chaos. No matter how many times you attack, this is the sacred world of a god. Nina Hart had finally made her move. It's all useless. Everyone at the academy fell back. Impossible. He neutralized all of our magic. Can he absorb magic? That must be his ability. Everyone still has mana, right? The two of them appeared through the dust. Are you all right, Your Holiness? Priscilla replied. Fine, aside from all this dirt. Priscilla continued. Nina Hart, no need to show them any more mercy. It's just a waste of time. He bowed. Yes, I will wipe them out immediately. Nina Hart raised his hand. Under the Pope's authority, all things will forget their form. Deploy defensive magic. Damn it, what is that thing? Nina Hart screamed. Block it with all our strength. A massive surge of mana flooded the entire space. Professor Pug rushed over to Professor Briss. Open the magic barrier. If you hold it any longer, you'll die. But Professor Briss was resolute. I will never open this barrier. I can't let my students get hurt. Nina Hart was completely ruthless. A fine barrier magic, he said, slamming his hand down, but ultimately useless. Seeing a spray of blood hit the floor, Professor Pug screamed, Briss! Professor Pug was frantic. Hey, wake up. You overloaded your mana, didn't you? Pushing yourself to this state. You're a complete idiot. Nina Hart got serious again. I thought I'd destroyed half the academy. but these Hebrian professors are pretty damn good. Priscilla praised him. You were brilliant as well, Nina Hart. You got rid of that annoying barrier without leaving a single trace. Nina Hart looked up. Thank you, Your Holiness. Let's go straight through the gate. Suddenly, a brilliant light shone from the academy. Even Professor Pug was drawn to it. This light is? Professor Briss slowly opened her eyes. This warm manna. She gave a weak smile. He's here, Desir. Priscilla watched carefully. Nina Hart, we don't have much time. Clean this up before he arrives, he replied, yes, and immediately launched another attack. I'll take care of it quickly. The academy gates came crashing down. Everything descended into total chaos. A sword was planted firmly in the ground, the reflection of the brutal battle shining on its blade. Meanwhile, Raphael was still fighting Ag. Raphael screamed, losing all control. But Ag was perfectly calm. Watching you struggle like this, it's pathetic, Raphael Ching. He continued, are you angry because you can't protect what you're supposed to? As a shield, the Empire, your comrades. Zodixarian, the fight raged on, fierce and unrelenting. Raphael roared in fury, and in the next instant, Ag charged forward with his sword. The two of them clashed once more. Raphael's face was a mask of pure rage. He grabbed Ag by the collar, ready to flip him over completely. A light seemed to flash, and the blade in Raphael's hand flew towards Ag. But just then, Ag spoke. Your mana is running out. Aren't you going to stop? Fine. If you don't want to die, then get lost. Everything started to crumble around them. Ag noticed something. Raphael was sent flying, crashing into a shower of broken stone, but he just got back up, breathing heavily. Raphael had no intention of stopping. You really are a monster. Ag was wounded now too. I was about to say the same thing. Raphael's face was drenched in sweat. My mana and my stamina, they're both at their limit. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I wasn't strong enough. Raphael Ching has failed his mission. Ag turned away. I pay my respects to you, Shield of the Empire. Raphael Ching. A powerful wave of mana erupted. Raphael was shocked. That light. What is it? Ag was terrified. Damn it! The Pope! He vanished instantly, leaving Raphael behind. Raphael looked up, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Don't leave me behind. And then, he collapsed. Desir Arman. In the chaotic city, Romantica said, Pram, did you see that light? He replied, yeah, I saw it. Pram kept fighting as he spoke. Desire is back. Piero laughed, that twisted laugh of his. So, you're here, Pram. Happy to see him return? Pram was enraged by his words, but this isn't the time to get distracted. He froze. Oh no. Romantica yelled, what are you doing? Pram, get back. Pram immediately obeyed, jumping back. A dark aura enveloped the city. A gun barrel pierced through flesh, and blood sprayed into the air. Pram! The Hebrion Academy was in ruins. The Pope stepped inside. What kind of twisted power is this? Everyone is trying to fight back, but I can't even figure out how to break through. Every single one of our attacks is blocked, all because of that Nina Hart's ability. Nina Hart just scoffs. Stand back, little lambs. Pure arrogance. In the new world that's coming, there's no need for any more pointless sacrifices. But then Eblang shot back. Hilarious. A fanatic like you, someone who wants to turn the world to dust, is talking about sacrifice? He was mocking them completely. Our will, our resilience, that's not something you get to judge. Nina Hart's face went cold. Is that so? Then I have nothing more to say. And just like that, he attacked. He blocked the path, clearing the way. Let's go, Your Holiness. What a shame. Priscilla walked on, her voice dripping with arrogance. This would all be so much easier if you'd just admit defeat and get out of my way. A blinding flash of light erupted. She glared forward. Still want to continue? Seriously? Just stop. Even if I block it, I'm still getting really pissed off. Just then, Kelt shouted, Professor Briss, get out of here. I'll handle this somehow. But Professor Pug was stubborn. I would never abandon you, Kelt. Not ever. As the attack closed in, the two stood their ground. Don't worry, Priscilla sneered. I'll take all three of you at once. Professor Pug was furious. You damn monster. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the chaos, grabbing everyone's attention. I'm back. A smile spread across Professor Briss's face. Welcome back. On the corpse-strewn ground, all three heroes were on their last legs. But finally, Desir had returned. A voice echoed. Whispers turned to shouts. Desir, he's finally back. Professor Peeman grumbled. You're late. Kelt just smiled, relieved. You finally made it. Priscilla looked intrigued. So there you are, Desir Arman. she said. Your demonic aura feels way different than the last time we met. Nina H. stepped in front of the Pope. Stay behind me. Desir said nothing. The two sides faced off, tension crackling in the air. Want to try talking this out peacefully? Desir then looked to his allies. Professor Peeman, we'll take over here. Everyone, please move to a safe location. A confused shout erupted. What? Desir began channeling his magic. Kelt looked worried. Wait a second, Desir. What do you mean we? Peeman added. But you're all alone. Kelt was still completely lost. Where are we? Then, a familiar voice boomed. Calm down. The warriors of the Khan Empire appeared. Once you're here, you're safe. The land of Esteban. The northern walls. Hallowell is over here. Through the clouds of dust, Priscilla's arrogance was unshaken. Ha ha ha, you seem pretty relaxed, don't you? A wide-range teleport like that must have cost you a ton of mana. Desire just listened, his face a mask. But even with this little trick, how is this battle any different from the one at the Magic Tower? How long are you going to stay silent? She taunted. Or are you just too angry to even speak? Priscilla just kept on rambling. Well, sooner or later, you were a target that had to be eliminated, she continued. Just like that artifact's previous owner, Zod Exarian. Desir just gave a cryptic smile. He finally spoke. It's more than I thought. I finally know why I could never see eye to eye with you. Why was he so angry now? Desire looked up, his smile turning into a smirk. Because you're the kind of so-called saintess who's incapable of discussion or understanding the situation. The sigil on Nina H's head glowed, his eyes turning cold. Insolent fool. In an instant, he charged forward to attack. Insolence! 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 Nina H roared. Desir Arman, every word you speak. Desir didn't reply, he just lunged forward, meeting the attack head-on. But the fanatic kept screaming. Is insolence! The battlefield exploded into pure chaos. Nina H attacked with wild fury, but Desir dodged every move with clean, precise movements. Once he had his target locked, Nina H's only goal was destruction. He transformed into a massive monster, and a single punch tore the earth apart. But this time, Nina H was in for a real shock. It can't end this easily. A powerful voice echoed. Aaron, the one we needed has finally arrived. Aj nodded. I know. Gripping his blade, he shot forward like a bullet. Aj watched him carefully. I have to destroy him before he uses that bizarre magic he used against the Outers. Aj fought like a man possessed. Nina H's rampage didn't stop either. The entire area became a whirlwind of destruction as the academy grounds around them were blown to bits. Gasps and shouts echoed everywhere. Oh my god, you two, you're destroying the entire place. Nina H finally calmed down. My apologies, Your Holiness. An enemy is an enemy. Besides, his provocations made me quite angry. It's my fault, he admitted. Priscilla just waved it off. Don't pay his words any mind. From the day I decided on this plan, I knew I would face opposition. Priscilla laughed brightly. Anyway, you've worked hard, Aj. At least take this. Aj reluctantly accepted the item, thanking the Pope. The sound of footsteps echoed again. It's a shame, Priscilla mused. Everyone knew it would come to this in the end. I only wanted them to surrender without any pain. Priscilla walked forward. I pray for the small sacrifices of the fallen. Just like that old man, they were all too confident in their own strength, trying to solve everything by themselves. And this is what happens. Desire stepped forward to face her. You damn hypocrite. Your act makes me sick, Desire spat. And whoever said I was alone? Aj suddenly yelled. Your Holiness, Desir continued, his voice calm but firm. I have a pretty powerful support team myself. In an instant, Aj was caught, completely immobilized. What? The tables had turned completely. Desir smirked. What's wrong? Surprised? Did you forget who the first person he spoke to was? Priscilla was completely stunned. I thought Esteban wouldn't join the fight. He never leaves his territory. Desir kept going. He was my first friend in the Empire, you see. Priscilla was panicking now. I thought they had no reason to act. I never imagined they would go this far. But Esteban would never abandon a friend. Aj was held fast, even without using his aura, just pure physical strength. I can't move an inch. Khan spoke. That's right. You brats killed the master of the Magic Tower. He gave a barbaric grin. You killed my best friend, Zod Exarian. Priscilla finally shrieked in desperation. Damn you, Desir Arman. Desir remained perfectly calm. The conditions for the magnetic storm have been met. The man watched the unfolding chaos. A holy war. Looking at the sheer destruction, what even was a holy war? It was a battle that was, in itself, a complete catastrophe. Suddenly, Swan's voice cut in. Your Majesty, because of that monstrous power, our army is being pushed back. The king surveyed the battlefield. What about Raphael? Swan replied immediately. Still no response. It seems he's been defeated. Aram and Rin, too. Duyen was already lying motionless on the ground. The king couldn't hold back his fury. Swan bowed her head in shame. My apologies, Your Majesty. If my body were still whole, I would sacrifice myself for the Empire. But just then, Desir spoke. His Majesty wouldn't think that way, Lady Swan. Swan's voice was soft. Desir. He immediately knelt respectfully. I'm relieved you are unharmed, Your Majesty. Desir of the Royal Guard has returned. The king narrowed his eyes. Shouldn't you be at the Academy? Is it really okay to prioritize the situation here? Desir kept his head bowed. We are currently checking the mana flow on the Academy's side. Because even if we win this war, we still need an empire to return to. I'll deploy our forces and relay your message here, then I'll return to the Academy. The king seemed satisfied. Good. Go back there and achieve victory. As the monarch of this empire, I command you, Royal Guard Desir Arman. Yes, Your Majesty. Desir looked up, his gaze sweeping the area for a moment. The message I wanted to send was the demonstration of the magnetic storm. Someone taunted. Priscilla looks pretty panicked, huh? Don't get so cocky. You can't possibly use that magic in a place like this without self-destructing. Desir slowly raised his head. That's right. At least, not here. He smiled. But there is a separate location that requires this exact magic. Suddenly, Priscilla erupted with a massive wave of energy. What the hell is he talking about? But the real shocker for her was the source, a tidal wave of pure mana flooding the Academy, coming straight from the Empire. Every single soldier froze in place. Was that holy light being swallowed by the sun itself? The very mana inside the Academy began to crack and shatter, with broken fragments drifting up into the sky. It's the power of a god. A god is watching over us. Priscilla just let out a smug laugh. Huh. Even if that is LVE magic, it's foolish to think you can win with just one little spell. Her voice dripped with poison. And now that you've used it, Desir, you're done. But then Desir said something that wiped that smirk right off her face. Who said it was just one? His voice was cold as steel. Who told you I only had one trick? He switched to the draconic language. Arrow of destruction. Keep firing until that thing is completely wiped from existence. Everything in the area, light, air, sound, was pulled towards that single arrow, and then came the explosion, a blast so huge it seemed to shatter space itself. Priscilla stared in disbelief. No way. How is this even possible? She shrieked, pure panic in her voice. Then a dark chuckle. Ha, just as I'd expect. You never disappoint me, do you? But you'll regret not aiming that at me, she sneered. Artifact. Branch of the God Tree. A single branch dropped to the ground and instantly began to regrow, feeding on the ambient mana around it. The more powerful the magic you use, she taunted, the more of a disadvantage you're at. Desir leaped back, dodging its growth as he drew his sword. Dante Baslan, he growled. I don't have time to deal with a wild animal like you right now. Time was up. Kelt looked down with a judgmental glare. In the next instant, a storm of sword strikes came flying, but Kelt actually turned and fled. Seeing her chance, Priscilla screamed, Ah, Nina! Desir Arman can't use his magic anymore. Now is the time to finish him. Yes, Your Holiness, Nina replied. The two of them immediately teamed up, launching a coordinated assault. You're going to regret coming back here, Desir Arman. But Desir? He remained perfectly calm, even as total chaos erupted. Nina and Agist both winced. That last attack was blocked by the Aurora system, sure, but the power drain was enormous. It couldn't defend like that forever, and the enemy's light was still blazing intensely. He used that LVE magic. He has to be out of mana by now, Nina muttered. If we just keep attacking like this. But Desir suddenly spoke up. Lend it to me, the sword. And just like that, an unbelievable amount of mana flooded the battlefield. Nina was completely stunned. He used LVE magic twice, and he can still cast spells? Agist suddenly stopped her. Nina, that magic. That's the magic of the Crow Mask. It's an outer space spell, Dream of the Inverted World. Priscilla desperately tried to cast a high-level magic circle. Right after using LVE magic? Impossible. Not while his mana is being absorbed by the God Tree's branch. Her entire expression changed as a terrifying thought hit her. Don't tell me, you've actually mastered the language of LVE? She tried to deny it, to convince herself. No way, that can't be real. Desir remained perfectly calm. You're right. Priscilla was floored. Impossible. No one can do that unless they become a dragon. Her mind raced. Then, does that mean you've reached the same level as Zod? Desir let out a slight, weary smile. How could I ever reach his level? I'm just a third circle mage. Zod. He was in a league of his own. Priscilla's face twisted with rage. Damn it. Then what is that monstrous power? Desir slowly stepped forward. It's simple. I just created a special kind of magic. Priscilla grew even more anxious. How could that possibly happen? Desir explained. Let's just call it the evolution of a new magic system. Priscilla couldn't control the shock on her face. There's no way you could have achieved that, she screamed. Desire just smiled back, relaxed. Well, the magic of a reincarnator has to be special, right? You have now entered the shadow world. Desir looked around the new dimension. The ring on his finger was glowing softly. He slowly closed his eyes. It's a real shame we have to meet again like this. Desire opened his eyes. Before him stood the image of Zod. I'm sorry, Desire whispered. Zod's projection replied, If you're hearing these words, it means I'm no longer in this world. Desir clutched the ring in his hand. Zod's image smiled sadly. I only feel a little regret. There were so many things I wanted to do with you, and so much more I wanted to teach you. The image before him was already starting to fade. Me too, Desir choked out. I feel the same way. He paused. Zod, are you still trying to treat me like a child? Suddenly, Zod spoke again. You think I see you as a child? The two figures appeared clearly once more. Heh, of course I do, Zod said, reaching his hand forward. If I were to build a home with the person I love, he placed his hand on Desire's cheek. I would want to have a son just like you, Desire. Desire couldn't hold it back. Tears welled up in his eyes. A warmth that he could feel, but never truly touch. It was a fragile illusion, with no real form, and yet he could feel that warmth so clearly. Desir finally broke down and cried, a warmth he knew he would never forget for the rest of his life. That hand slowly pulled away as Zod gave him a final warning. Don't overdo it. That is my last request. It's all I ask of you. Desir looked away, embarrassed. I can't believe even now you're worrying about someone else. You really are, Desir trailed off. Zod just gave a light cough and turned his back. It's not that easy. You always push yourself too hard if no one stops you. I've been talking too long. I'm sure you've figured out the situation by now, right? Zod said slowly. Priscilla's power is far beyond anything we know. The magic of humanity today will never be able to catch up to her. The truth is, that mysterious power of hers is still a complete unknown. Desir listened intently. However, in my final moments, I realized a few things. And if it's possible, you might just have a chance to reach her and stop her. Zod began to walk. What I realized was the true nature of magic itself. The two stood facing each other. Zod continued. The moment I reached the 8th circle, I had a premonition. From the 8th circle on, the very system of magic we know can't completely contain mana. I only reached that realm by chance right before I died, so I couldn't use it properly. But back in the present, the tension was at its peak. Priscilla was on the ground. Zarion, destroy the magic circle. Are you insane? Damn it. Although he managed to protect his own mana, he couldn't gather a single speck of it to cast a spell. At least, that artifact. His face twisted into a snarl. If I can't use magic then. He gripped something tightly in his hand. I'll use every last drop of mana I have to put pressure on her and crush that thing. At that moment, the air grew incredibly heavy. His opponent's body contorted in pain as a strange, dark energy poured out. Back to the conversation between Zod and Desir. Mana has its own will and grows on its own, but magic is the manifestation and movement of mana under a caster's careful calculations. However, that entire principle was flipped on its head at that moment. The mana itself has a will, and it was helping me. Rond looked incredibly serious. This isn't a one-way street just for mages. A new phenomenon has appeared. Born from the interaction between the sorcerer and the mana, even the magic circle. Its circular form has now taken on a shape that I have never seen before. I can't really call this magic, but you're different. It's almost like that system you used, the ancient language. This unknown magic grew from that. And just like that, Rond vanished, leaving Desir completely stunned. His eyes started to well up. Rond, I think you of all people would understand. Desir was now all alone. He stood there, remembering Rond's last words. I believe in you, Desir the demon. Using the last of his strength, he'd said. Such a shame we can't play chess one last time. Desir stared down at the ring in his hand. A whole new system of magic. He was starting to get it. This was the hint Rhonda had left for him. Did you think I could become some kind of magic lord? But Desir could already feel the mental power growing. Thank you for believing in me. and for passing this on. I'm sure of it. I will succeed. This is how I'll make it happen. Priscilla was stunned by this declaration. I call it the source language. Desir stood tall, defiant. The principles behind it. I doubt you could even begin to understand. He looked forward. Saying anything more would just be painful. The scene descended into chaos. The source language mana flooded the entire area with overwhelming energy. From one side, a scream cut through the noise. Pram coughed up a huge spray of blood as Pieros was sent flying backwards in agony, but Pram was perfectly fine. Finally, everything was falling into place. Pieros reappeared, his form like a mere shadow. Pram thought, no matter how I attack him, it's useless. Worry crept onto his face. But if he's not solid, then how did Pieros' attack squad even work? Seeing that arrogant look on his face, Pram wasn't sure, but maybe. Maybe he becomes solid when he attacks, and intangible when he defends. Wait, doesn't that mean he can't attack and defend at the same time? Pram's mind raced through the possibilities. Let's test this theory. Pieros clutched his wound, then turned back with a smirk. What was that? How did you do that? It wasn't an artifact effect or aura. But Pram was dead serious. I never took my eyes off this guy for a second. I've adapted to his speed. Pieros forced a smile, but it was just for a moment. By the time he realized it, he'd already been hit. We never thought you could get any faster. Were you hiding that power this whole time? Is this just luck? Pram shot back. What are you doing? You think you can just stand there all calm and relaxed? In the next instant, countless flashes of light erupted. Not possible. Pieros narrowed his eyes. Ah, that's right. I forgot. Everything became chaotic again. I've seen that speed burst of yours once before. Now all I have to do is focus on that speed. Pieros backed away. Ugh, how annoying. His expression turned ice cold. You, little girl. I have no interest in you. Romantica was now in his sights. Don't go bothering people while they're in the middle of a fight. His steps got faster. And faster. A magnificent leap. And then boom! A massive explosion kicked up dust and debris all over the ground. Pieros was amazed. Whoa, I never expected you could push your speed to that level. He stood there, his arm bleeding. You finally did it, Pram Schneider. The king's level. Pieros looked completely at ease. So it wasn't just luck, huh? I'm pretty badly hurt. Am I the first one to taste that new skill of yours? Pram got more serious hearing that. Damn it. I should have saved that until I had a chance to win. But I got so flustered I revealed it without thinking. He remembered the moment just before. When Romantica distracted him, I tried to finish him off right then and there, but a voice came through his earpiece. Pram, what are you doing? I worked my butt off to lure him in front of you. Pram quickly replied, I'm sorry, Romantica, but in this situation, Romantica sounded furious. Whatever. I'll tell Desir when I see him, so you better watch yourself. He's gonna put you through a special hell training. Pram panicked. Ah, please don't. But Romantica was serious. Forget it. Let's just end this quick and get back. I'm so sick of this guy. Pieros began to circle Pram. Yes, that's what I want too. Someone who can kill me as a true equal. He then placed a hand on his own neck. A direct slaughter isn't an option. No. We will engage in a fair duel, where our blades dance across the battlefield. We'll exchange passionate gazes, and feel our friendship through our eyes. Romantica was totally lost. What the hell is he doing now? Just get him already. Stab him. Pieros started taking off his outer clothes. Slowly, we will come to understand each other. And after we do, we'll realize it. His whole body was covered in scars. Pieros grinned like a maniac, can only love others by killing them. He moved forward slowly. Pram Schneider, I'm so happy. This stage was prepared just for you. You feel it too, don't you? Pram backed away, totally creeped out. No, I'm not happy at all, Pieros insisted. No, we must clash and understand each other. Pram, you must feel it too. Pram froze. In these next few exchanges, one of us is going to die. He's insane, Pram thought. Pieros was becoming more monstrous by the second. All right, let the game begin, Pram Schneider. He looked like he was transforming into a true demon. You're the first to ever make me reveal this. His power, illusory flower in the moon's reflection, surged. Moving at an undefinable speed, Pram charged forward instantly. The two of them crashed into each other. A sharp blade swung down, but Pieros dodged it with ease. Pram immediately used his speed to break away. Seeing this, Pieros thought, amazing. Even badly hurt, he just keeps getting faster. It's hard for me to even keep up with him now. Pieros' eyes narrowed slightly. Pram, you truly are. His figure seemed to melt into the shadows, the greatest main character. Pram tried to pinpoint his location. It's a superior attack, combining different aura movements with his own ability. I can't dodge this. Pram hesitated for a split second. I'm going to get hit. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Focus. If you can't dodge, then swing your sword and pierce right through it. In that instant, his speed changed. Pram summoned his aura sword, Blade of Divine Light. Pieros was ecstatic, watching every single one of Pram's basic movements. That's the look I wanted to see, Pram. Blood splattered everywhere as Pram fell, tumbling across the ground. His face was a mess. Pieros still had that mocking smile. Too bad. I wanted to have fun and fight strong opponents. He staggered. But even so, I'm satisfied that you were the last one. Fighting him was like fighting a psycho. I love you, Pram Schneider. Pram lay on the ground. Now. Just go. Romantica rushed over, panicked. He's really dead this time, right? Pram, are you okay? Pram was still in shock. Yeah, I'm fine. Better than I thought. He looked up. Romantica. You're okay too, right? Romantica ran a hand through Pram's hair. You worried about me? Don't be. She glanced around. Trust me. I'm in way better shape than you guys right now. Both of them looked over at S. I mean, look at her. Does she look like a princess who needs saving? Pram called out softly. S. S walked over, her voice laced with concern. Can you still fight? How much aura do you have left? Pram shook his head. I'm completely drained. Romantica suddenly pointed up. Look at that. Is its heart made of ice too? Everyone's gaze shot to the sky. A grim thought settled in. So, is Romantica the only one left who can fight? Looks that way. But then, a brilliant light flared to life. I don't know what good will be over there, Romantica grumbled. If we do what Desir said, we're supposed to just stand here and watch. Still, let's go. Pram slowly got to his feet. Let's go to Desir. S managed a small smile. Right. Romantica just looked up and sighed. It's not the first time we've disobeyed him. They all started moving toward the light. Pram, get on my back. Come on, it's a long way. Okay. Meanwhile, Desir was in the middle of total chaos. Smoke billowed from the demonic sword, blanketing the area. He took it all in. Absolutely incredible. The scene before him was just epic. Blind faith and twisted logic. You call that salvation? Az's voice cut through the noise. You all right? The other man nodded. Yeah, thanks. Priscilla slowly pushed herself up. Nina Hach, Az, just heal yourselves first. But Az suddenly screamed. No. Nina Hach stood protectively in front of the Pope. Please, preserve your strength, your holiness. We are fine. We will take on all the pain of this world, so that in the next, it will never happen again. Az spoke slowly, deliberately. So please, I'm begging you, fulfill your own deepest desire, and our wish as well. Nina Hawk's voice was impossibly gentle, a future without any pain. Both of them turned their hopeful eyes to Priscilla. Please, grant us true salvation. Their voices joined. We, who have been abandoned by the goddess, entrust this sacred duty to you. And just like that, Priscilla's spirit flared back to life. Khan charged in, throwing their ranks into utter confusion. Your Holiness, be careful, he yelled, you fanatic bastard. You sent me flying before, now it's payback time. Khan's eyes blazed to life as he instantly summoned his Redway arm aura. Nina Hach panicked. Damn it, Your Holiness. Everything was blasted away under the force of Khan's fist. Was he some kind of giant who could just take whatever he wanted? But right before his fist made impact, the woman vanished into thin air. Nina Hach was caught in the aftermath. From the sidelines, Az threw a small pill towards her. Take this. Khan paused, trying to figure it out. I don't get it. Where'd she go? The scene was pure pandemonium. Khan's eyes were dead serious. Steady footsteps echoed as Az rushed forward, pushing his aura to the absolute max. He had to cancel out the shockwave of the impact. Fall. When I give the signal, release her. Nina Hach charged straight for Khan. Desir watched it all unfold, his eyes wide. That thing that was thrown. Desir finally realized what he'd seen. It was Priscilla. He couldn't let her get away. Not like this. The truth finally clicked. Don't get in my way, Az roared in frustration. Who the hell are you to block our path? An immense wave of energy erupted from him. Az screamed, Nina Hach. Nina Hach was already caught in a whirlwind of mana, desperately holding off Khan. And then another massive explosion rocked the battlefield. She got the signal and immediately unleashed her power. He began his chant, releasing his ability. Nina Hach lowered her head. I pray she succeeds. Az just smiled, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. In the new world created by the Pope, I hope we meet again. Desir looked around at the destruction. Meaningless. Khan's expression hardened. Everything was a chaotic, tangled mess. Outside the Habrian Academy, a black hole tore through reality. Priscilla had finally escaped. Nina Hach. Az, she vowed, I will ensure your sacrifice was not in vain. Pure hatred burned in her eyes. Priscilla moved forward. In the name of Priscilla Hayat, I will remake this world. Desir stood, taking in the aftermath. Accessing the Asmus system. Let's begin. A voice echoed from the chaos. I finally made it here. Priscilla knelt down. Her eyes were shimmering with an otherworldly light. Isn't it beautiful, Desir? Everything is hazy now. Her voice was soft. Nina Hach and Az's sacrifice wasn't for nothing. So please, don't do anything. A massive surge of mana rushed toward him. Desir yelled, Give up! A voice echoed from within her. Ever since my power was activated, all of your attacks are useless. Priscilla finally locked eyes with Desir. The restoration of the Asmus system is almost complete. I've already accessed it. Her voice was final. The war is over, Desir. But even then, Desir remained unnervingly calm. My magic. It's gone. This wasn't an inversion spell. It wasn't dispelled. The very existence of his magic had been erased. So, he began, this is the power you sacrificed so many people to get? His voice was cold. How on earth could you go this far for something like this? Desire raised his staff. The reason I wanted this power, Priscilla finally admitted, was to erase all the sins that exist in this world. Desir shot back instantly. Don't be ridiculous. No matter how you try to justify it, what you've done is no different from the skull mask. Priscilla didn't flinch. That old man said something similar. He asked if my goal was the same as the skull masks. Her eyes turned sharp as ice. Let me say this again. Her mana flared violently. I am nothing like him. He was just a selfish fool chasing a sweet past he couldn't let go of. Desir dodged her attack, his gaze hardening. So please, she hissed, don't ever compare me to trash like him again. A massive aura enveloped Priscilla's body. And then suddenly she coughed up a huge amount of blood. Her body was changing. Was she synchronizing with the Asmus system? Desire was dead serious. You want to become a god? Priscilla answered without a second of hesitation. Yes, that is what I must do. A destiny that only I can fulfill. Desir watched in silence as her body completely transformed. I will. Priscilla offered a serene smile. Save billions of lives. Isn't that possible? She was one with the system now. Don't you want to see him again, Desir Arman? She looked straight at him. Side with me, and I can let you meet him one more time. Outside, the chaos raged on. Priscilla was perfectly calm. Is this your choice? Fine. That's so like you, Desir. He sensed something shift. Did the effect wear off, or did the magic itself disappear? Priscilla's tone was accepting. I will respect it. Your decision, but you will accept the consequences. An alert sounded. External presence confirmed. Activating automated defense function. Transferring authority to a level 1 coordinator. Synchronizing with the system. Current sync rate, 62%. Priscilla's voice was absolute. I will give you an ending worthy of that choice. And then, everything went black. Then, thousands of swords appeared in the sky, a goddess's punishment. Desir answered by summoning the dream of the inverted world. Priscilla's face went pale. Everything around them shattered, the ground itself torn to pieces. Desir knew instantly no defensive magic could block an attack like this. Was this attack based on the same logic that made magic just vanish? Desir tried to focus, to channel his own power. First, I need to understand what this power even is. Priscilla, looking every bit like a holy saint, simply said, Oh dear. Desir was trying to break it down, to feel the chaos at its source, this fascinating magic that made you doubt the world itself. Priscilla's voice cut through the noise. Will you give up if I show you that no magic can possibly work? And then, total destruction rained down. The chaos from the outside world intensified. Desir watched as anything touched by that light simply ceased to exist. If I hadn't put those bodies in front of me, I'd be dead. He looked closer at the beams of light. They weren't just destroying things, they were erasing magic. The same logic as before? How does it work? Desir grimaced. The Artemis system and the bone mask. It was alchemy. This has something to do with the laws of cause and effect, doesn't it? He looked at the scene before him, realizing this was just a fraction of her true power. If the entire Artemis system is restored and her assimilation is complete, Desir raised his staff. I have to stop this. He began to chant in the original language, Superv. Priscilla looked on, a little surprised. An instant later, A surge of energy erupted, growing stronger and stronger. Priscilla countered, and the two torrents of light crashed into each other. The sharp point of a sword shot forward. Burn, crave, roar, bite it. His spell looked like a monstrous beast. Fina. Seeing the spectacle, Priscilla just smiled. Impressive. In the future, I'll never see magic this elegant again. But in the end, this is all you have. Her assimilation rate hit 80%. Coordinator Level 1 command confirmed. Entering emergency freeze mode. Priscilla taunted him. Resist all you want, Desir. Every word she said grated on his nerves. You said I could never understand the original language, didn't you? But what about now? Priscilla floated into the air, powered by the Artemis system. Kneel and worship me, Desir Arman. Desir froze. His magic. It wasn't working. Helpless, he collapsed to his knees. Damn it. The more she syncs with the Artemis system, the stronger she gets. I can't believe she can even restore her own magic. If this keeps up, there's no way I can win. Priscilla was in complete control. Desir desperately called on the dream of the inverted world teleport. System damage warning. Assimilation rate decreasing. Priscilla's head snapped up in surprise. He had mixed teleportation with spatial distortion to damage the system itself. Your ideas and application of magic are truly brilliant, Priscilla said slowly. But I'm sorry, Desire. The emergency freeze mode is complete. The result left Desir stunned. Priscilla turned back to him. No attack will work anymore. Because from this moment on, causality is fixed. Desire's mind raced. Causality. Fixed? In other words, no matter what I do, I can't change the present? Panic flashed in his eyes. But that means even Priscilla can't fully assimilate with the system. He looked at her, thinking. And then, Desir slowly walked forward. Priscilla smiled. Have you reached your limit? It was a tough fight, I'll give you that. She looked down at the panting Desir. Tesk. It's understandable. You created a whole new system called the original language and improved mana consumption. But that doesn't change the fact that you were born with a weak magic circle. Priscilla's voice was cold. This is the price for your arrogance. Unlock emergency freeze mode. Resuming assimilation with coordinator level 1. She continued. All right, let's just end this. She stared right at him. Reversal magic is your specialty, isn't it? But her eyes held a strange, knowing look. You of all people should know that you can't reverse everything in such a short amount of time. Desir stood frozen for a moment. The air grew heavy. Confirmation of external threat elimination complete. Activating automated defense functions. Assimilation reached 100%. Coordinator Level 1 transferred all system authority to Priscilla. Beginning Artemis system data transfer. A thin layer of wings enveloped Priscilla, a few drops of blood staining her clothes. Her lips moved. I will. Save this world. Priscilla had been transformed. All for those who couldn't be saved. The coordinator's command was given. Begin world modification. Khan suddenly whipped around, a look of shock on his face. What was that? Romantica's group had finally arrived. Cess, you see that thing? Yeah, I'm looking right at it. Bram was just as confused. That's that thing, isn't it? Romantica was furious. Are you serious right now? What the hell is he doing? Panic spread through the group. Run. We have to move now. Try to keep up, Romantica. I'm already at full speed, so stop yelling at me. Meanwhile, the system was changing. Corrosion range setting complete. Shadow world active across the entire continent. Priscilla was ecstatic. Yes. Finally, a new era begins. The era of salvation. At that moment, the entire world began to blur. After a long silence, Desir's voice cut through. It's over, Priscilla. She looked around, confused. From out of the smoke, Desir slowly stood up, and then, he smiled. Good job, Luna. Priscilla was in absolute shock. How? The system definitely confirmed your death. Did I know something? How could I know the future? The Artemis system predicts every possible future, then locks in the best one for humanity. And the reality it creates brings hope and revival, Priscilla murmured, trying to listen. Now that you've assimilated with it, I figured you could see every possible future, right? Desir slowly approaches. According to the system's future, I was supposed to die, an unavoidable fate. But what if I used its little backdoor program to reverse causality itself? He continued. Luna, she operates outside the main system's logic, giving her the power to act beyond its calculations. Priscilla was genuinely shocked. That? Desir just smirked, a dangerous glint in his eye. But what good does that do you? She gestured at the chaos around them. You're out of mana. You can't attack me. Meanwhile, I've successfully merged with my own system, becoming a godlike being. Desir, however, remained completely unfazed. You're just wasting time. His voice was cold. You can't see the future anymore, can you, Priscilla? She froze. Her divine tool, the one that saw the outcome of every action and brought forth the absolute best future, had been shattered, destroyed. Desir's footsteps grew louder, closing the distance between them. If you could still see every possible future, you would have stopped this. But why can't you? She shot back. It's because of humanity's greatest collapse. Exactly, Desire said. Humanity's greatest collapse. That's where it all started. His tone was chillingly calm. Back then, the monsters that appeared were just too powerful. And the interference of one unforeseen being caused a fatal error in the Artemis system. It turned mankind's ultimate weapon into a pile of scrap metal. Desir kept walking. And now, here I am alive, when the system said I'd be dead. He stared her down. You can't see what's coming, can you? Why is that, Priscilla? Priscilla scrambled backward in a panic. Don't come any closer. Even without her foresight, the future was obvious now. Desir just looked up, his expression unreadable. Because I'm standing right in front of you. That's the biggest flaw in the system you call yourself. She refused to accept it. Don't make me laugh. And then, her emotions exploded. I am the pinnacle of a perfect system. No one can stop me. But Desir just took another step forward. In that instant, everything beneath him completely shattered. The system space itself began to warp. Priscilla was stunned. What the hell is happening? Desir stood in the center of a massive magic circle. You know what this is. This is the one field I have absolute confidence in. It took a little time, but it was more than enough. Priscilla was so tense she couldn't even blink. Oh, and don't be ridiculous, Desir added. World inversion is a technique limited by magic. But this divine power of yours? Desir said slowly. It's nothing more than an artificial technology that mimics magic. The space around them began to crumble away. Have I talked too much? He smirked. This is your failure, Priscilla. Her face twisted in fury. It can't end like this. Never. Desir's voice was grim. I didn't want to use this method, but I'm initiating the world inversion process. A notification appeared. You have entered the shadow world. And then, everything reappeared. Suddenly, a voice from his side spoke. You don't need to be so nervous. It was Professor Briss, and she was smiling. You'll do great. I'll be waiting for good news. Desir was silent for a moment, completely stunned by the scene unfolding before his eyes. 2 wine glasses sat neatly on a table. Desire, are you all right? You look pale, a woman's voice asked. Are you getting a cold? Professor Briss walked over to check on him. She placed a hand on his forehead. No fever. Didn't I tell you to drink in moderation? Desir was flustered. Oh, no, I was just thinking about a few things. The professor chuckled. Haha, so you're perfectly fine then. Desir turned away, his mind racing. What is this? I can see with my left eye. Is this the past? Suddenly, another voice chimed in. You look tense. What's wrong? All the professors there started chatting with him. Isn't this wine a little weak? Seems your magic skills and your drinking tolerance are polar opposites, huh? Someone else suddenly spoke up. Are you really okay? Professor Benquich slowly turned around. You should probably stop drinking. Desir Arman remembered that moment vividly. That man was supposed to be dead. But this never happened in the past. Don't worry, Professor. Desire scanned the room. The ring wasn't there either. Professor P-Man spoke up. All right, let's begin Heben's traditional opening ceremony. The traditional opening ceremony? Right then, Professor Briss stood up. No need to worry, Desir. As your former professor, and now the headmaster of this academy, I'll give you some advice. She stood tall, smiling confidently. Make your speech as clear and articulate as you possibly can. Desir was a little dazed. I'm expecting an impressive opening speech. At that moment, he noticed a uniform laid out beside him. Addressed to Professor Desir Arman. A notification popped up. Entering main quest. The ideal world. Mission details will not be revealed until special conditions are met. 1 week later, female students were greeting him shyly. Good morning, Professor Desir. Morning, Professor. Desir sat on a bench, smiling back. Good morning to you too. Don't be late for class. The student smiled. Hee, yes sir. Desir watched them walk away, lost in his own thoughts. It's been a week already. I need to get back to reality, but the mission objectives still haven't appeared. Desir noticed a small tree sprouting nearby. I'm gathering all the information I can about this world. First up, info on Desir Arman, technical advisor of the Magic Tower. The youngest magic professor in history, a genius of the century, and the pioneer of modern magic. He zoned out for a moment. This really is an ideal world. He watched the other students laughing together, with absolutely no gap between nobles and commoners, no conflict, no jealousy, as if those things never even existed. Students were playing, tossing things back and forth. Desir's thoughts darkened. But this world is a lie. And then, he felt something. What's this? Romantica suddenly appeared. What's with the glasses? Are you trying to imitate the master of the magic tower? Desir looked up. What's wrong, Romantica? She approached him and spoke softly. What are you doing here? I just wanted to rest a bit before class. I see, Desir replied. The weather's nice. Just then, Romantica spoke up again. Hey, Desir, she was blushing. Do you want to go for a walk with me? A magic circle glowed. Don't tell me. That necklace. Desir looked down at the necklace he was wearing. Pretty cool, isn't it? This is the same one Skull Mask always wore. Do you get it now? Priscilla was panicking. Skull Mask. I knew he had the auxiliary system from Artemis, but I thought only Skull Mask knew how to use that. Priscilla's voice was shaky. How did you do it? Desert just looked up and smirked. How? There's a certain genius who knows all about it. He added. Name's Sirion. Don't tell me you forgot him already? Priscilla was panicking. That's not what I'm asking. Dezit's tone turned cold. Oh. You mean how I tricked the system, and am still alive? And how I hijacked the future you were just witnessing, right? He turned to Romantica. We should head back before class starts, don't you think? That set Romantica off. She swung her fist right at Desert. You idiot, you completely ruined the mood. And just like that, her attitude flipped entirely. We never got to finish our last fight. Desert smiled, his face turning dead serious. This truly is a dream world, but I have to destroy it. This twisted world. So wrong. But he knew he wasn't the only one who was wrong. So who was he to despise it? Did he have any right to shatter the endless happiness that existed here? Desert was at war with himself. Was he really allowed to do this? In a world where everyone was living so happily together, to destroy that happiness, could he bear that weight? He was sinking into his own thoughts when a notification appeared. Special condition met. The power of the world has been acknowledged. Main quest initiated. Choose to deny or accept this world. Desert smirked. So this is what you wanted, Priscilla? You really are a cruel woman. Desert wrapped his arms around himself. From this moment on, everything depends on your choice. I can't do it. The cherry blossoms bloomed around them. A pencil moved across a sketchbook. Romantica was totally absorbed. Wow, you're really working hard, Dezit said. Of course, I have so many ideas for my next design. You know, Romantica, Desert started. He asked, Are you happy right now? She barely looked up. What are you talking about? Of course I am. This is everything I've ever wanted in my life. Desert stared off into the distance. I thought so. Romantica was getting impatient. Stop talking nonsense. Shouldn't we get to class? The school day was already over. Desert was still frozen in place. Right, we should go. It's the first time Pram's father invited us. Desert, you've never met Pram's parents, have you? You have? Yeah, I ran into them at the market. It actually surprised me, Romantica said. Pram looks exactly like his dad. What else would you expect? Desert replied. She immediately spun around. Let's go, Desert. Desert. Just then, a familiar figure appeared. Desert? A voice echoed from inside the palace. Ah, hold on a second. Desert and Romantica headed over. Big brother, I want to say hi. Wait a minute. Me too, brother. Desert smiled. Welcome. It's been a while, Pram. Pram stepped out, looking thrilled. Inside was a lavish room with a huge banquet table already prepared. Sorry for inviting you so suddenly, Professor Desert, Pram said cheerfully. No, not at all. I wanted to see you too, Pram. Heh, you're even cuter than the last time I saw you. Pram had a sweet look on his face. Eh? No way. You're cuter than all of us, big brother. That's true. Suddenly, another voice called out. Ah, you're all here? My apologies. I still had a few things to finish up. Desert replied awkwardly. Oh, not at all. You two are busy people, Sir Gia, Lady Gia. The food on the table was already disappearing fast. Sir Gia spoke up. So how is the academy these days? I heard the new students this year are quite talented. Desert smiled. With the right guidance, I'm sure they'll have very bright futures. And what about you, Sir Gia? The man smiled gently. Please, don't call me sir. I gave up my title as a knight a long time ago. Desert pressed on. Even so, your skills are still the same, aren't they? The lady spoke softly. This old man has been thinking about becoming a professor just like you. I guess he wants to nurture the next generation too. Is that so? Desert replied. That's great news for the Empire. The adorable kids started chiming in. Professor, Professor, is the Hebrian Academy entrance exam really the Shadow World? Are there monsters pouring out from everywhere? Desert answered. Yes, you kids really know your stuff, Romantica added. Our test was a race, wasn't it? What else? What else happened? Pram said frantically. Karina, Abby, you're giving the professor a hard time. Brother, just one more question. No. 2, 3. Desi just smiled helplessly. Everyone was having an amazing time. He stepped outside for a moment. This is nice. Thanks for the invitation, Pram. The boy beamed. He, it was nothing. Are you two heading back already? A voice suddenly called out. Pram. Deset's voice was quiet. Are you happy? Pram smiled, full of joy. Of course I am, can't you tell? I'm here with my family. Deset's eyes narrowed. Pram looked confused. But, why are you asking all of a sudden? Desit finally relaxed. It's nothing. I'm just glad you're happy. Outside, everything was quiet. Glasses clinked together, already empty. I never figured you for a place like this, Desit said, amused. Estes seemed reluctant. What? The atmosphere here is great, isn't it? Once you get used to it, you'll like it too. Estes raised her glass, drained it, and slammed it back down on the table. Estes licked her lips. The beer here is amazing. She immediately flagged down the server. 2 more. Coming right up. Desit thought, what the hell is going on? Everyone's personality is basically the same. He was starting to panic. Is this the happiness you wanted? Desi wondered. Like this? Suddenly Estes asked. So, how's the professor job going? Huh? Oh, it's pretty good, he replied with a small laugh. What about you, Estes? How's being in the Royal Guard? She paused. The work environment is tough. It's awful, actually. I need a beer every single day. The owner brought their drinks. Here you are. They talked for a while. So that's why you're always coming here? Bingo. Desit thought to himself. This is a world without the revolution that happened in reality. Because of that, Rojas Pales never became emperor, and she's not a princess. Estes took a refreshing gulp of beer. So many problems keep popping up, and we're short-staffed, so there's never any time to properly rest. Desit clicked his tongue. I guess you still like your job, though. Estes broke into a huge grin. Of course I do. She glanced around the room. Just seeing everyone's smiles makes all the hard work worth it. Desit looked at the crowd. I get it. Then, he spoke up. Estes, are you happy? She answered without a second of hesitation. Yeah, I couldn't be happier. Desit's hand clenched into a fist. Annoyed. I can't win. There's no reason. And I have no right to destroy their happiness. Desit's eyes filled with despair. Priscilla, you've won. He looked up. Estes, I think I'm seeing stars. Desit immediately broke into a smile. You're drunk, Estes. Of course you're seeing them, after drinking that much. Estes just laughed even harder. I guess I must be, huh? My head's spinning. I can see. So many things. Desir just sits there, listening. Then I look down, my right hand has 10 fingers, and I'm holding 2 beers. S says softly, I think you're ready to use it now. Her gaze turns gentle as she slowly stands up, looking right at Desir. I can see you're sad. Desir's eyes sink at her words. Desire? S quietly. Are you happy? He freezes for a moment, biting his lip. It hurts so much. Desir finally chokes out, his voice cracking. It's too hard. I'm never happy. S reaches out, gently cupping his face in her hands. You found your answer, she says, her smile never fading. Thank you. S, Desir whispers, his eyes welling up with tears. Thank you. And just like that, Desir finally snaps back. He startles, sitting up in confusion. A voice echoes. Hesitant. Hez? Desir glances around. He knows that voice, the familiar silhouette of Icarus. But Desir immediately shuts it down. No, that's not Icarus. An oppressive magical aura floods the area from the other side. It's so powerful Desir can barely keep control of himself. The figure slowly turns. Who are you? Who are you? Really? The voice rings out over the still water. Does my appearance fool you? The voice asks. Someone like you should know. You have to know who I am. Desir refuses to believe it. No way. Impossible. Even if it were possible, Desir argues, you couldn't possibly know me. The being replies, true, I don't know who you are, but I know the name you saw in your world, and I can feel the power. You've been cursed by my language. Desir doesn't want to admit it, but his entire body remembers this name. Napolitan. What is this joke? Desir demands. What kind of twisted game is this? Why are you appearing before me in this form? Napolitan simply says, I don't know. Maybe because you wanted to see this. Or maybe this world cannot contain my true form. The reason I'm here is because I am bound to your very body. Bound? Desir questions. Yes, Napolitan continues. I only realized, because you used my power, I can't access the human system on my own. The human system, Desir thinks. Is he talking about the Hemis system? So you showed up just to see me? Desir asks. In your memories, Napolitan says, I saw your pain. I saw you struggle. I saw your despair and heard your screams. I saw a man who realized his own arrogance but focused on one single thing and pushed forward. Just to escape one thing. The one thing you fear. To run from the destruction you experienced. To run from me. So what's your point? Desir cuts in. You must have a reason for all this. I don't have time for small talk, Napolitan. The being replies. I just wanted to check something. To ask the questions. You ask yourself. Why am I here? Have you found the answer yet? Desire is suspicious. What do you mean? Napolitan explains. The explosion from my heart should have killed you. No human could have survived it. Yet you returned to the past. Do you know why? Divine intervention, perhaps? Luck? Are you trying to sell me that nonsense? Are you deceiving yourself in this broken world? Or do you actually believe this reality is real? Desir shouts. What? You should have realized this a long time ago, Napolitan presses on. Haven't you suspected anything? Or have you just been turning a blind eye, blinded by the hope that you could start over in this timeline you're so desperately trying to save? Did you ever stop to think that a foreign body you entering the equation would cause, and everything to fall apart? Why haven't you questioned that this world is wrong, and that you are wrong? Aren't you proud, don't you think? You're special? Or are you just too exhausted to even notice anymore? You humans are worthless. Desire slumps down, muttering, What are you trying to say? That everything I've done was for nothing? Am I dying? Is this all just a fantasy, a dream? He asks. And you're just here to make me realize it? I don't know, Napolitan says. The answer is yours to find. I'm just asking because I'm curious what you'll say. I just want to know why you, the one who holds my heart, fell, only to rise again. Desire's eyes widen. My heart? You mean the dragon heart? Napolitan seems surprised. You didn't know? You were hit head-on by the energy wave from my heart, yet you deciphered my magic system better than anyone else. You, a human, are almost like one of the dragonkin. The mana of this body followed, searching for its true master, what you call the dragon heart. That's not something a human can just make, even with the knowledge. It's only possible if you are one of us. So? Desir says. Napolitan continues. Yes. So many questions, but one thing is certain, you died. Yet somehow, you were reborn with this body's mana. That is the you of right now. If I'm not dead, Desir asks, then what is? This world? I don't know that either, Napolitan admits. The world this body saw was the world from your memories. It's close to reality, but it's also practically a fake, like the world known as the shadow world. Someone is testing you, so go. Find your answer. Someone who desires something just like you, someone with as many secrets as you. It's very likely they are the culprit, and the answer will probably be found through them. Time's up, Napolitan says. Wait, Desir yells. I have one more question. Besides the mana inside me, where are you right now? Napolitan just says, You already know the answer. A new voice cuts in. You're still denying it, even at the very end? Don't you see it's a world of happiness for everyone? Yes, Desire admits. They looked happy. The woman asks, Then why do you deny that happiness? Desire replies, I don't deny it. I just refuse to acknowledge it. Priscilla, the world you showed me was beautiful, truly amazing. A happy world where no one was sad. A true utopia. Priscilla presses. Then, why do you keep interfering? Desire explains. Romantica loves making clothes. She wants to be a famous designer. I always thought she would become the most famous designer on the continent. She loves seeing people wear the clothes she makes. In that world, everyone wore her designs. Pram wanted to find his father, to have a peaceful family. But in that world, Pram was just the son of a concubine. He barely spoke a word until he greeted me. Everyone else was happy with their families, but Pram was all alone. And yet, he said he was happy, because his dream of living with his family had come true. As for Agist, she was hailed as a prodigy since she was young, a genius. But nobody knew how hard she worked, how much she suffered. Even now, I don't know what true happiness is for Agist, but I know she. She kept saying she was happy, telling me not to worry. It was a world where everyone looked happy, but nobody truly was. Just an illusion. That's just what you want, Priscilla, I told her. You're deciding everyone's happiness for them, and I can't accept that. Priscilla just fired back, meaning, you think you have a better solution? There isn't one. But Desir smirked. I'm greedy, he said. I won't settle for one simple idea. I'll aim for something much bigger. That's just ridiculous optimism, she screamed. And so are you, Desir replied calmly. Priscilla shot back. You've probably seen this a million times, and failed to achieve a single one of your ideals. The fallen had their limits. But if everyone can finally enjoy happiness, what world could be more perfect? You know that in reality, everyone dies in the end. So how can you prove that this miserable reality is better than the ideal world I created, where everyone can be happy? Say something. And then, Desir started to cry. Is this why you twisted the world, Priscilla? A voice echoed in his memory. Someone who craved the same thing. Someone with just as many secrets. Maybe they were the real culprit. And the answers could be found with them. This was all you, Desir said, his voice shaking. You sacrificed everyone for your own brand of salvation. All the way to the Shadow Labyrinth, you made them give up their lives, just to get the power for your Artemis system. Even when you had enough strength to save every single one of them. Priscilla scoffed. What's the point of all this nonsense? Desir looked her in the eyes. I'm sorry, Priscilla, but I just can't agree with you. A voice suddenly called out. Your Holiness, the Shadow World. Our plan. Priscilla's mind raced. Is this the goddess's will? Does she want us to suffer even more? Was our desperate prayer for salvation all for nothing? What did it matter anymore? The suffering never ended, the world was too cruel, and their goddess was never coming to save them. The crowd started murmuring. A dragon? They call it the dragon of hellish destruction. If we can take it down, will this nightmare finally be over? Is it even possible to reverse a dragon's magic? First off, does an ancient creature like that even use the same magic system as humans? A single thought sparked. A glimmer of hope in this hellscape. Everyone started calling for Priscilla, but Zod warned her, you're overusing your healing magic. You need to rest, but the immense power of that dragon. Priscilla covered her mouth, trying to hide her exhaustion. I'm fine, it's just the smell of blood. Someone else insisted, you still need to rest. This is a gamble, but I have to do it, Priscilla thought. If the goddess won't save us, then we have to find our own way. I will save everyone from this misery and pain. One by one, heroes charged the dragon, unleashing a constant barrage of powerful magic. Swordsmen weaved in close, clashing skillfully with the beast. Azist went for a direct frontal assault, making the dragon roar in agony. Mages conjured colossal spheres of energy, magic circles flared to life, again and again, searing the dragon with immense pain. Everyone fighting together for one single purpose. And a thought surfaced in Priscilla's mind. Everyone here. They were all supposed to die. I will make every single one of them happy. The true goddess, don't make me laugh. She's not coming this time either. I will do this. And there will be no mistakes. Desire spoke up. It might have been a coincidence, or it could have been the goddess's power in that exact moment. You probably didn't even realize what your own healing magic was leading to. The mana from the dragon heart's explosion mixed with your power, creating something unimaginable. You know, don't you? That dragon heart. It's the power source for your entire Artemis system. Priscilla's eyes widened. How? How did you know? More importantly, how did you get a dragon heart? Desire confessed. I had no idea I even had this thing until just now. Priscilla shook her head. No, that doesn't matter right now. I still haven't heard your answer. Desir just looked at her. Do you really need one? What? She asked, confused. We can't let things stay like this, he explained. Pain and despair can always change, as long as they aren't set in stone. That's why I've fought so hard until this very moment. The end could be happiness. Or it could be just like you said. Total misery. No one knows for sure. You don't have to force yourself to decide everything. Everyone has the right to choose their own life, and that is why you can still have hope. Hope for a happiness that knows no bounds. I know you can't accept it, just like I can't accept your plan. But maybe that plan was the happiness you chose for yourself. Suddenly someone shouted, What is this? A downpour? Priscilla looked up. Rain? It's mana, Desir explained. It's overflowing like crazy with nowhere to go, because I just denied the very world you tried to create. I had no other choice. Priscilla called out his name. Desir. He turned back to her. Of course, I still can't forgive you. Not for killing Zod. I can never forgive you for what you've done. But, and this is ridiculous. I can't bring myself to hate you. How can I hate someone I considered family for 10 years? Just like Zod, the happiness I felt when I met you again was real. So, you have to keep living. For Zod's sake. And you have to face the consequences of all this. And thank you. The only reason I made it this far was because of your help. So this time, I'll make it happen. Before them was a swirling vortex of pure chaos, and from inside it, Desir stepped out. Priscilla desperately tried to call his name. Desir! She locked her eyes on him, and then a massive explosion erupted. He vanished, completely. She could only stare, absolutely devastated by what she just saw. But just like that, Priscilla snapped back to reality. Did I just see the future? A scream tore through the air. Am I about to fail? Was everything I did for nothing? Priscilla. A voice cut through her panic. This time, I will protect everyone. She was stunned. Don't tell me you're actually going to attempt an inversion? You fool, that's not just magic or some artificial system. It's not a simple mana explosion. I know it's something else entirely. Desire replied, Inversion is a calculation method. You perform it when you fully understand magic and its core components. Because it's a technique that interferes with another person's magic system, it requires you to run even more calculations than they did. Even if it was just a simple mana explosion, it all started with the Artemis system. If that's the case, he just needs to reverse the flow using the dragon's mana. That was Desire's plan. But taking a direct hit, he cursed. Damn it. Of course it's you, Napolitan, the first and last creature to ever wield that much mana. All right, let's see, he said. Who's gonna win? But Priscilla tried to stop him. Are you crazy, Desire? If you keep this up. Before she could finish, he was gone. How? She wondered. The dragon heart. The realization hit her. Don't tell me he's forcing the out-of-control Artemis mana to clash with his own. His own mana signature was skyrocketing. The second this is over, one of those two mana explosions is going to detonate. A tug-of-war that only ends when either the Artemis system or Desir is destroyed. This explosion, it can't be stopped. Desir plunged into the sea of fire alone. What a twisted, fateful connection, he muttered. I've been trying to escape you my whole life, Napolitan. Pram, he's just sleeping, right? Romantica asked. He must be exhausted. He loves to show off, but he'll catch a cold like that. She moved closer but was stopped. Get back, we need to. Romantica started, but a voice cut her off. Romantica. She turned. What is it? Why are you crying? Romantica refused to accept reality. What is wrong with all of you? Are you saying Desir is dead? No way. Prom, how is he? He's just asleep, isn't he? He's always taking naps whenever he gets the chance. Sleep well, Desir. Finally, she broke down, tears streaming as she collapsed. Nearby, something that looked like a pendant began to glow. It slowly activated, displaying a message. You have entered the shadow world. The system repeated. You have entered the shadow world. Observe history. Observe him. A voice echoed. No way. The shadow world can't possibly operate. The Artemis system was destroyed, but there it was. The main quest has begun. Agist realized. This is definitely a shadow world. The quest title? The Life of a Returner? The group murmured in confusion. The Life of a Returner? What's that mean? This is the main building of the Hebrian Academy. Agist warned them. Stay sharp. We don't know when an enemy might appear, but Romantica saw something. Or someone. The key figure. Desire. Observe him, the voice said. She marched forward. Observe my ass. There are other things we need to do. Desire! She reached out to touch him, but her hand passed right through. She gasped. I can't touch him, Agist said grimly. I don't think he can see us here, Romantica. The system's voice returned. Please remember your role in this world. You must not interfere. You are only here to observe. Observe what he did, how he lived, and why he did it. Pram thought. That voice. It's the same as the Shadow World system. What the hell is going on? So our mission is just to watch? Luna's voice confirmed. That's right. You need to know everything about Desir. Romantica wept. Everything about him? What's wrong with you? You want me to remember what happened to Desir in this virtual world? He's already dead, Luna replied. It's a little different. Different how? The Desir here isn't the one you know. This is from a time before he returned, before the world changed. This is Desir before he came back to life, full of energy and regret. What do you mean, before he came back? Luna replied. It's easier to see for yourselves than for me to explain. This scene, it's a world extracted from Desir's memories. All the painful memories that Desir could never, ever forget. Feel the world shifting. The shadow world is operating, commencing the quest. The scene before them was pure chaos, utter devastation. Medics, it hurts, help me, I can't breathe. A brutal battle had clearly taken place here. They were stunned. What the hell is this? Where are we? Luna explained. This is a place that was supposed to have been destroyed in your timeline. Desir prevented it. But in this original world, a level 1 shadow world known as the Shadow Labyrinth appeared. Around 30 million people died in the first battle, a young woman spoke. Thank you. Because of you, I was able to protect my brother. What's your name? I'm Desir. Beta class. Kelt replied. Beta or Alpha? Does it really matter in a situation like this? What's important is that so many people survived because of you. No, Desir said, crying. If I had just been a little stronger, Kelt told him. Desir, why don't you take this and go help the remaining students? It's not something I should give to a relative, but I'm sure it'll be useful. Right after that, Luna said. And next. The scene shifted to Desir, cradling a lifeless body, his face twisted in agony. The group couldn't believe their eyes. The third battle. Desir's emotional support, Pregis, was killed. They asked, horrified, did all of this really happen? Yes, this is the world Desir experienced himself, the worst disaster humanity had ever faced. The Shadow Labyrinth. Luna continued. After that, it was just one painful death after another. Then Pram recognized the next scene. Wait a second, is that? A younger Desir approached a younger Pram. Excuse me, it's nice to meet you. My name is Desir. You're a Hebrion student, right? I'm from Hebrion too. Back then, Pram just gave a cold reply. Yeah, what about it? Desir explained. We're gathering the remaining students to form a frontline team. But Pram cut him off. And why is that important? Why is it important? Pram scoffed. Don't you see what's happening? You want us to play house in the middle of this chaotic war? A place where we don't know when, where, or how we'll die. Being a former student of the academy means nothing in this hellhole. Desir could only say, but we should still plan for survival. Pram turned his back. I don't need to. I've already decided to survive on my own. I don't want to be discriminated against again like I was at the academy. And with that, the past version of Pram just walked away. The Pram of the present could only whisper his friend's name. Desir. Luna didn't hesitate. Let's continue. Ah, screams for help. Help me. Fireball. Someone was casting attack magic. Then a familiar voice. Are you okay? Someone shouted. Desir, I'll leave this to you. Good luck. Vanguard, with me. The group was shocked. That was. And then a female voice rang out. What do you think you're doing? If you're going to save someone, then do it right, Desir stammered. Ah, I'm sorry, the voice continued. You're from the Vanguard, right? I've heard about you, the anti-mage from Hebrion Academy. Desir, right? He replied. Yeah, that's me. But you are? The girl introduced herself. A pleasure to meet you. I'm also a student from Hebrion. I'm from the Prish Kingdom, Romantica Eruel. The present Romantica whispered. Thank you, Desir. I am Romantica Eruel. Agist murmured. This isn't really the time for it. But your personality hasn't changed at all, has it? Just like her, right? Pram added. Luna reminded them. The people you see here, they are the same people you know. Romantica cut straight to the point. So, what do I call you? I am Luna, she replied. Romantica pressed on. Luna, we get it. This isn't our world. But the Desir we knew is dead. So why are you showing us this? Luna's answer was cryptic. To fulfill the true purpose of the Artemis system. That's the only answer you're going to get. The scene shifts. This time, it's her home, the kingdom of Prish. Prish? Yeah. This place looks hauntingly familiar. Romantica is talking to Desir. She points. There used to be a mansion right here. Every night, the beach would be bathed in this golden light. It was so beautiful. Agis chimes in. Romantica. There are tons of ruins here, but they're all completely destroyed. Looks like they were swallowed by lava. Most scholars figured a volcano used to be here. Now, Romantica thought, I think I finally understand why. Why this sea was called the Resurrection Sea, Staka Sea. This was the beach I showed only to Desir. Agist breaks the silence. If this is your home, then this must be where we fought Dayton. Why are they showing us this place? Yeah, why? Pram wonders. Luna explains. Romantica. In this timeline, you were here. And Romantica's past words echo, I don't want to die in my own hometown. And she did. Luna continues, defeating the demon of destruction, Dayton. It was a victory, sure. But the death toll? Over 40 million people since the day you all entered the Shadow Labyrinth. That single victory left a massive scar on the raid party. But they never gave up hope. And that's when Romantica called out. Desir. He answered, I'm here. I can't see you, Desir, she whispered. I'm just so tired. She kept calling for him, and now, he was crying. Yeah, I'm right here. Priscilla will be here soon, he said, his voice shaking. You're going to be okay? Romantica asks. Can you hold my hand? Of course. Then she whispers his name, Desir. I don't want to die. Desir choked back a sob. Who does? You're going to be fine. I'm right here. Her last words. Desir, I love you. And then, she was gone. Desire could only whisper back, me too. I love you too, Romantica. Present-day Romantica is completely frozen watching this. She remembers his last words before he left. I'll be back soon. Keep moving, Luna urges. There's no time to grieve. This is the final scene. The last 6 members in the Shadow Labyrinth. The Master of the Magic Tower, Zod Zirion, Raffaello, Dunellen, the one who never lost his light, the pillar of strength for everyone. Agist, Desir, and Priscilla Haugad. All of these people were family to him. They were supposed to be the heroes who would finally defeat the Dragon of Destruction, the Comet Dragon, Napolitan, and clear the Shadow Labyrinth, and they almost did. But because of one variable from the Dragon Heart, all 6 of them were staring death in the face, all except Desir, who was saved by her. By Priscilla. She probably had no idea just how powerful her ability truly was. Her unique power, amplified by the Dragonheart's mana explosion, blew past every known limit of healing. At that exact moment, Desir was calculating Napolitan's magic, and in doing so, he became a part of the spell itself. Just like Priscilla, his extraordinary power resonated with the Dragonheart's vibration, so he was also within her healing range. Priscilla's voice echoes, Please, Desir, I'm sorry for putting this burden on you. And that's how she turned back time on a world that was already destroyed. The result? Only Desir returned with his memories completely intact. Pram asks, So, was Desir revived or reincarnated? Agist shakes her head. Revived, reincarnated. Whatever it was, only one thing matters. Only Desir remembers everything. He's been enduring it all alone, in the past and even now. It's horrifying. He suffered by himself and no one ever realized. I can't even imagine it. Luna, what is it? Romantica asks. The final purpose of the shadow world you mentioned. Priscilla, sharp as ever, cuts in. To save Desir, right? Everyone starts asking at once. How do we save him? Is that even possible in the shadow world? Luna explains. The shadow world is created by the Artemis system. It represents one of many possibilities. Out of all those possibilities, it locks the most probable future into reality. I call it the world of possibilities. So, someone asks, it predicts a future that could go wrong and helps avoid it, right? Correct. Even if something already happened. By using the system, it can be changed. Romantica, with tears streaming down her face, pleads, How can we change it? Tell me how. Do we have to clear the shadow world? No. To save him, clearing the shadow world isn't the point. Priscilla speaks up. I'm thinking about the real purpose Luna mentioned, and why we're being shown all of this right now. Priscilla continues, Just by seeing his past, just by being here together, that's enough. Thank you for saving me, Desir. The truth is, even I, Desire's enemy, got dragged into this, which means I have a role to play in this too, doesn't it? Luna answers. Priscilla Haugad, holder of the key to the fallen kingdom, you must make a choice, for Desire's sake. What will you decide? My guilt. I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel any guilt for hurting you. That was a lie, old man. I wanted you to be angry. I wanted you to resent me, but like always, you just smiled. Hate me, get angry, curse me. That's why I made excuses like that to soothe my own guilt. I hoped he'd react, and I was so relieved when he screamed like that. I kept telling myself I had to cut ties with everyone. But in the end, I couldn't cut myself off from you guys. Old man, Priscilla whispers. It's all my fault. But she's cut off. Don't you dare make that face. Do you have any idea how many people died because of you? How many people died for your stupid, childish fantasy? I don't care what Desir thinks of you or why he showed you mercy. Agist's voice is ice. Don't think for a second I can't kill you right here. If you make that face again, I will cut your head from your shoulders. Priscilla turns to Luna. What can I do? Luna explains. As you saw, Desir refilled the Artemis system's mana using his own dragon heart. That's how he fulfilled his role. He chose to sacrifice himself, even though there was another way. Do you know what that other way was? It's your innate talent. A power created in ancient times to serve as the key for the Artemis system. You've probably figured it out already. Your healing power isn't limited to just physical wounds. Priscilla nods. That's right. I can restore objects too. Hearing this, Agist mutters. That kind of power is demonic. Does that mean Priscilla's healing is from a demon? The power of House Haugad, Luna clarifies, is alchemy based on the power of demons. It was a failsafe system, designed to take control if the Artemis system failed its purpose. Basically, this backup plan should have activated during humanity's greatest collapse, but that power weakened over time, and its original purpose was forgotten. Priscilla, that is your talent. She replies, I understand. So this is what you meant when you told me to choose. Priscilla thought to herself, the Artemis system. It's a system that creates the most ideal future by weighing every single variable. Priscilla's voice was heavy with sadness, so this entire world was created by a system just so Desir could live. I was nothing but a tool. But Luna immediately shut that down. That's not how Desir saw it. He sacrificed himself for everyone. Do you have any idea what he thought of you? Luna's words were sharp. You have to remember what he said at the very end. So, Priscilla, what do you want to do? Luna laid out the devastating choice. If you create this backup, you'll vanish, become nothing more than a key. What do I have to do? Priscilla asked, her voice firm. You must. But another voice cut her off. No. Everyone whipped their heads around. It was Romantica, her eyes blazing with fury. Desir already made his choice. He saved all of us. He sacrificed himself because it's what he wanted. Romantica broke down, sobbing into her hands. If we do this, we're just going to make him suffer all over again. Even if he comes back, he'll just be tormented by it. We have to stop. Just let him rest. He's been through more than enough. Luna said nothing. Complete silence. Guilt, perhaps? But Priscilla's voice cut through the silence. Please, Luna, tell me how. Romantica stared, horrified. Priscilla was resolute. I'm not doing this for Desir. I'm doing it for me. Luna, how? She pleaded. I will explain, Luna began. Napolita reversed the world itself with the explosion of his own heart. You must use your restoration ability and connect it to the power source of the Artemis system. You're doing this now? Romantica cried out, but she was cut off. Can you all tell Desir something for me? Romantica froze. Priscilla turned back, a final look in her eyes. Let's end our story here. At the same time, Desir walked toward the glowing sphere. He reached out, about to touch it. End. What do you mean, end? But another hand got there first, pressing against the orb's surface. Desir gasped. It was Priscilla. Now, it's time to start a new story, she said softly. I'll be waiting for you, probably getting an earful from that old man. So please, Desir, continue your story. Goodbye, Priscilla whispered. It was the last thing he heard. Then TSK. Another hand slammed onto the sphere. Guess I have to do everything myself, a new voice grumbled. Priscilla's tears fell as their powers combined. I'm sorry, old man. It's all right. And just like that, Desir shot awake, gasping for air as carriage wheels rolled down the street. Dresden, the imperial capital. 4 years after the Emis Holy War. We've arrived at the capital. The coachman stopped. Mr. Snyder. Pram replied. Thank you. A porter began helping him with his luggage. Is all of this yours, sir? Yes, thank you. Then a shout erupted from the crowd. It's Pram! Pram panicked. Oh no, they found me. Quick, the luggage. In seconds, a swarm of reporters was on him. Just one comment for us. Pram. The people want to know, are you a boy or a girl? Stop lying to us. Helpless, Pram yelled back while running. I'm a boy. Obviously. Someone in the crowd swooned. I don't care, sis. I love you. Not interested, thanks. Thankfully, guards stepped in to block the mob. Mr. Snyder, this way. The crowd wailed. Don't go. Thanks, guys, Pram said, slipping past. This was a restricted area, no entry without permission. He got away. Finally free, Pram let out a huge sigh. This is going to be the death of me. A familiar voice teased. Popular as ever, I see. Pram. Sister Randia, Randor said with a smile. What are you talking about? We should be the ones showing you respect, she chuckled. You're the sword of the Empire now, Pram Snyder. He just shrugged. The official ceremony hasn't even happened yet. So, what brings you here unannounced? Figured you'd be crazy busy. Just then, another voice called out from behind them. Oh, Pram. but it made Pram visibly flinch. "Ah, your face." The man just yawned. Yeah, yeah. Good to see you too. This latest project has been a killer. I'm about to pass out. Well, sleep well then, Pram offered. Don't mind if I do, he replied. But really, why are you here? Is it about that? Meanwhile, inside a nearby office, an argument was brewing. Come on, there won't be any issues. Just sign off on it. Absolutely not. You want me to approve a budget with a proposal this pathetic? Not a chance, Pugin declared. But the amount of paperwork is insane. The other person shot back, it's an insane budget. It requires insane paperwork. Now get to it. Pugin sighed. Seriously? You're a real piece of work, Professor Brisges. But she corrected him with a smirk. Oh, my, that's Principal Brisges to you. Vice Principal Pugin. Outside, Pram and Kelt had heard the entire exchange. Pram chuckled. Guess some things never change, no matter their titles. Kelt looked embarrassed. Unbelievable. I'll have a talk with my brother. He added that Heben Academy was now part of the Royal Ministry of Education, which means a mountain of new work. And since Professor Brisges is now the principal, he's a little jealous. But Pram just smiled. Maybe so, but it's good that neither of them has really changed. It's time for you two to go. Brisges finally noticed him. Oh, is it that time already? Kelt chimed in. Careful, brother, or you'll give yourself high blood pressure. But Pugin started it, he grumbled. Professor Brisges just smiled. Anyway, it's a relief to see you looking so well, Pram. Well, it's a beautiful day for it, Pram replied with a cheeky grin. She laughed. That it is. Shall we go? Suddenly, Pram's confident look vanished. He became reserved as someone pinched his cheek. Look at this little guy. Your mouth is getting a little too cheeky. No, it's not, he mumbled. Romantica, are you telling me you're unhappy with the outfit I designed for you? That's not it, he muttered back. Your expression is important, Pram Snyder, a new voice cut in. We are representing His Majesty. Raffaello's tone was serious, which means you must get used to this kind of attire. Besides, Pram, it looks amazing on you, right? A designer from the Royal Palace made it just for you, Romantica added cheerfully. Well, it helps that you have a great figure for it. It suits you perfectly. Raffaello then glanced across the hall. And I don't think we're the only ones causing a stir today. Not far off, a familiar figure was being loud. Another. Yep, it was Dedeuce. Whispers followed him everywhere. Look at that oaf. Someone ought to shut him up. That's traditional northern attire, you know. I wish he could be here to see this. Then, the announcer's voice boomed. His Majesty has arrived. And now, the star of today's ceremony, Princess Azest. Haha, try not to be so tense, the king comforted his daughter. I know this isn't easy. Azest looked absolutely stunning in her gown, though Romantica couldn't help but grumble. She needs to stand up straighter. I designed that dress so perfectly. Pram just chuckled to himself. Haha, she still looks beautiful, though. The great hall was packed to the brim. The emperor's voice was full of pride. You have done exceptionally well. I only did what was required of me, father, Azest replied. Then, the emperor's tone shifted. I am sorry. What I thought was protection was actually oppression. And what I believed was guidance was just pressure. His voice was heavy. I have been an emperor for so long, but I have failed at being a father. And yet, you've grown up so strong, so capable. I am truly proud of you, my daughter. With a look of pure love, the king reached his hand out to his child. He gently touched her face and said, I love you. Your Majesty, someone has brought the crown. Swan Katerina, I am so proud of you, Princess. Estes chimed in. Aren't you listening in a little too much, Swan? Swan just gave a playful wink back. It's my duty, Princess. Then, an announcement. We will now begin the coronation ceremony. The current emperor, Juten Roju Pales, hereby transfers all authority, his position, and this crown to Estes Rupe Pales. But suddenly a surge of magic erupted. The soldiers yelled, Teleportation magic, protect His Majesty and the Empress. Raffo just frowned. Does he always have to be like this? Graham replied helplessly. Yeah, sometimes. Don just let out a hearty laugh. Wow, what an interesting guy. The emperor ordered, It's fine, stand down. Sir? A soldier asked, confused. Romantica and Estes didn't seem surprised at all. Oh, you're late? A figure stepped out of the magic portal. It was none other than Decid, standing in the middle of the wreckage, but his face was absolutely beaming. Now, we see Estes carrying Decid on his back, with Bram and Romantica walking right beside them. Decid was injured, sure, but he couldn't have been happier. Dona rushed towards them, overjoyed, but his sheer weight sent them all flying. In another fortress, weapons were laid out across the ground. Juan was standing guard over the prisoners. She smiled, looking back over her shoulder. There was a badly injured Desert, being supported by Pram. Raffaello was also awake, recovering from his own injuries. He shot up so fast he startled the nurse. Jingren saw the whole thing and just smiled. Professor Briss picked up a book from the surrounding ruins. She stood among the remains of a destroyed building, but she never lost her smile. Because this was still Hebrian Academy. Stalin's group was also recovering from their wounds. On every headstone, a bouquet of flowers. Knights stood in solemn rows. Everyone had gathered at the cemetery. The leader knelt, bowing his head to honor the fallen. A pair of weak legs, leaning on a cane, struggled to walk forward. "Is that Desert? You're here," he said. "Do you know her?" "No," Desert replied. "Not until I saw her will. Did the master of the tower want to hide her from everyone? I don't think so. He wasn't that kind of person. He just never got the chance to say it. A man who only knew magic. No one ever imagined he had someone he loved. Can I be alone for a moment?" Desert asked. Estes nodded. "Of course, I'll leave you to it." And he was gone. Desert sighed. "I can't believe it. You sly old man. You never said a word. Do you have any idea how shocked I was when I learned you wanted to be buried next to her when you died? I didn't even know you were the type to write a will before leaving. I knew about this ring, but why did you leave it to me? I wish I could hear her story from you, Zod, but as you've heard, the old man never mentioned her at all. You must have been so lonely. May you two rest in peace and find happiness together. I think. I'm going to be very busy from now on. Priscilla continues to be a pain, even to the very end. Well, there's a lot of work to do. Oh right, a gift." He placed a king chess piece on the headstone. "I'll visit often." With that, he turned to leave. "Checkmate," a voice seemed to echo. "Yeah," Desert said quietly. "I won this time." Suddenly, another voice rang out. "You show up out of nowhere and what? You bastard. What are you talking about?" "Ha, that's hilarious. Get out of here. The sight of you makes me sick." Taka was still as fierce as ever, even in chains. Desert said calmly, "I don't think it's a bad offer, Taka. What makes you think we'd agree? You're our enemy. You think we'd accept if you hadn't interfered in the first place?" But another voice cut in. "I agree. B, have you lost your mind? Desert, to accept this. I have a condition of my own," he said. "Betu, you really think he'll listen? Let me hold a funeral for Ikaros," he demanded. "He may not have had a real family, but he had us. I know how hard it is to hold a funeral for a criminal, but please, let us mourn for him. That's all. If you agree to that, I'm in." "Done. I accept," Desert said. "In the name of the Master of the Magic Tower and the Royal Guard." Desert, so they said yes? "Yeah. Someone has to do it, right?" Romantica chimed in. "I was wondering where you wandered off to with that weak body of yours. You already died once, and now you're acting even stranger. You don't die twice." "Oh, right," Romantica agreed. "What is it, everyone?" Pram answered quickly. "We already know everything. You promised you'd tell us your story when we got back. I think he told me that too." "Huh, he never said that to me," Estes added. "We know your story now. Even so, please, tell it to us yourself. The special story of a reincarnator. But before that, first, welcome back, Deceit." "Yeah, I'm home." At the continent's southernmost point, Desert was already there. He stared out at the desolate wasteland before him. A lonely wind blew, carrying a cold echo. Power in my hands. He clenched his fist. "Wind, scatter." Desert asked, "What are you doing?" "Ah, old habits die hard." They grumbled. "Who would have thought the master of the magic tower, who can't even use magic, would be our boss? And you can't even see straight anymore. Betu, even with bad eyes, I can still handle you. Taka, you'll have to catch me first." "I found it." "Desert, this is a big one." "Yeah, you're right. They had found a massive vortex." "Back up a bit, and don't worry," Desert told everyone. Strange characters began to glow on his hands. "Taka, Betu, stop messing around and get ready." "Yes, ma'am." "All right, I'm starting," Deceit announced. He began to cast his spell. Huge magic circles appeared on the ground. The three of them could only stand there, frozen. The gate touched the earth. The immense power made the very ground shake. As expected. It seemed this was all part of his plan. Looks like she wasn't going to make this easy for me either. Knights appeared out of nowhere. Baru jumped in front of Desert, taking a hit for him. Flying Eagle. But the knights were just as strong. Slash. Even Taka had to join the fight. Remember, the land of the beginning, the footsteps of giants. The mage stepped forward. You think this is going to take a while? Desire asked. Yeah, came the reply. Just a bit. We'll protect you. Desire nodded. Thanks. Ever since I came back to life, I haven't been able to use my own magic. The magic circle inside my body. It's just gone. The only reason I can think of? It must have synced with the dragon heart, even for a moment. Normally, when a mage's circle vanishes, they're as good as dead. But for me, something else took its place. The mana from the dragon heart now inside me is stronger than any magic matrix could ever be. In the end, Priscilla, you really left me with all the hard work, didn't you? Priscilla, Baru, Taka, I'm ready. Return. Whoa, that really did take a while. Well, it was huge, Desir replied. Good work. It's done. Was this her way of atoning for everything? By leaving this power behind, the land was healed. Desir had created a massive restoration circle. Everyone looked on. The church was back to its original form. Desir let out a long sigh. This is a nightmare. Damn it all. Did that stubborn devil of a woman, Priscilla, really dump all this on me? And what is this design, anyway? It's like nothing I've ever seen. All right, good work, everyone. Let's head back and grab a bite. But Taka just had to ask, Desir, aren't you forgetting something important? Hey, you think your memory's getting worse? You don't remember what today is? Ah, I bet you remember now, don't you? Oh man, I'm in deep trouble. Romantica is going to absolutely murder me. And yeah, she's actually pretty terrifying. Look, just leave the work here to us. Don't worry about it. I'll treat you all next time, Desire shouted, already diving headfirst into the teleportation gate. Hey, who agreed to that? That outfit is not what you wear to the new queen's coronation. Hands up. Where's the suit I gave you? In a tiny voice, Desir just says. At home. I'm sorry. I was just so busy. Are those your final words? Romantica was practically on fire with rage. Graham mutters. Getting beat up over a suit seems a little extreme. Desir tries to change the subject. So, how's Zod doing? The coronation is already over, by the way. Where is he? He'll be here soon, probably. So, now that she's the queen, should we call her something different? Man, I'm going to be crazy busy from now on. I'm officially a member of the Royal Guard now. Just then, Est rushes over in a total panic, screaming for Desir. He's still apologizing. Sorry, Est. I know I'm late. I'm so sorry. But she just yells, Desir, you have to run. My father, he's going to kill you. Where is Desir? Our boy just freezes on the spot. But why? We flash back to a private room, where His Majesty tells his daughter, as the future queen, you have many duties to fulfill. My job now is to rest and guide you in ruling this nation. So, have you given any thought to marriage? He seems almost hesitant to even bring it up. At the banquet, I already mentioned a certain young man. He's someone I personally approve of, so I'm absolutely certain you'll like him too. Trust me, it's not a bad idea. A queen needs a king consort to support her. Besides, this marriage will bring stability to the entire empire. I'll arrange a meeting immediately. Father, she stops him right as he's about to leave. I have always lived my life to meet your expectations. At the coronation, you even said I was the daughter you were most proud of. As the daughter you're so proud of, and as your queen, I believe I have the right to choose my own king. The emperor sighs. I understand. I was trying to force your hand, forcing you to marry someone you don't want, even after I promised I wouldn't do that again. Est gets a little flustered. No, it's not like that. It's not that I won't consider your wishes, father. Then, can you tell me, he asks gently, who is the man that has stolen my daughter's heart? Father. It's someone you know very well. After saying it, she looks down, completely embarrassed. It's Desire. So it was true. The emperor's face darkens. This wasn't just about a team captain and his member, was it? Ah, father. This father feels betrayed. Juan tries to intervene. Your Majesty, please, calm yourself. It could just be a common name. From what I've observed, they're just Juan. Katerina, where is Desir right now? She answers timidly. His location is unknown. Fine. I'll find him myself. Is there a sword here? A terrifying aura starts radiating from the Emperor. I have one right here, Rin says. The Emperor turns to him. Give it to me. I need it. To chop off Desir's head. Rin is completely stunned to hear that. But still, he offers up the sword. Please, use it as you wish. I won't forget your loyalty, His Majesty replies. But Juan grabs him by the collar, yelling, What in the hell do you think you're doing? The flame that has ignited my daughter's heart. I will extinguish it with my own 2 hands. Back in the present, Raffaello says, Desir, We have a major problem. Desir panics. Now what? What do I do? Should I hide out in the magic tower? But that idea gets shot down. That would only make things worse. Graham is thinking, this has to be a joke, right? Or maybe. It's not, he's just helpless. Is this really the time for jokes? Romantica asks. Your new enemy is the Emperor himself. Isn't that just fantastic? You need to do something. Flee to the magic tower, anything. So, what did you think about what you just heard? She just confessed her feelings for you. Romantica points right at Est. Raffaello cuts in. Sorry to interrupt, but shouldn't we be running away first? Run, the monster is coming. Desir makes a decision. All right, I'm heading back to the magic tower. Yeah, we're coming with you. He rushes off, but not before turning to say, Est, congratulations on your coronation. Romantica calls out to Est. Hey, what's going on? I think you and I have a few things to talk about. Meanwhile, at the magic tower headquarters, Desir is pacing, practically pulling his hair out. What am I supposed to do? Taka asks. So if you marry the queen, what happens then, boss? In theory, if you marry the queen, you become the king consort, right? But, Desir cuts him off. I never said I was going to marry her. Taka is confused. But why not? That woman is strong and amazing, boss. Ah, but Baru chimes in. Marriage is the sweet fruit of love. It's completely normal for Desir to be this confused. So, have you ever even been in love before? Both of them just freeze. Okay, let's solve Desir's problem first, the female mage says. You haven't been asked directly yet, right? So that means you still have time to think this through. That's true. But I'll have to give an answer eventually. Don't worry, boss. I know you can handle it. You always do. This problem is on a whole other level. Baru speaks up again. Unfortunately, this is a level we can't help you with. You're on your own for this one. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Tower Master, Lady Eru and Queen Est have arrived. Desir stammers, please show them to the reception room. And as they leave, he lets out a heavy sigh. What would you do in a situation like this? Desir makes his way to the reception room. Excuse me, come in. Romantica is standing there with her arms crossed. Please, come in. Est is there too, not backing down an inch. The tension in the room is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Desir gets straight to the point. I think I know why Est is here, but Romantica, why are you here too? Romantica shoots back. What? Does my being here make you uncomfortable? Est explains I had a brief conversation with Romantica after you left. A conversation about the marriage issue? She replies. Something like that. Romantica snaps. You cheapskate of a queen. I can't believe you just barge into someone's home like this. Est fires back. Barging in is such an ugly word. Besides, Desir hasn't agreed to anything. Romantica just glares. We already settled this earlier, didn't we? Do you want to start this all over again? Your words and your actions are the real problem here. Romantica continues. If you didn't have feelings for him in the first place, none of this would even be happening. Just because you're a queen doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Est stands her ground. I would never use my authority as queen to get something. That's why I'm here. To listen to his answer. Romantica. I loved him first, you know that. But Romantica's eyes start to well up with tears. Like you said, we already talked about that. It doesn't matter who loved who first. Desir tries to step in. Hey, can you two just calm down for a second and explain what's going on? But they both turn on him, shouting, Stay out of this, Desir. He turns away, completely confused. I'm sorry. He thinks to himself, how did everything turn out like this? I thought today was supposed to be a good day. Looking up at the sky, he says, Oh, it's snowing. I really do have research I need to get done today. This is just. But suddenly, a strange object flies out of nowhere. A total surprise. What in the world is that? A system alert pops up. Warning. Aurora system is consuming 40% of energy, increasing energy stone output to 70% due to partial system repairs. Romantica spoke up. I never liked you from the start, she said, glaring. You look down on everything, acting like you're the center of the universe. But Aegis was unfazed. I've never done that. That's just how you see things. You think I actually like you? You complain constantly and never hide what you're feeling. Romantica shot back. That's right. You should say what you think. Aegis just shook her head. Yeah, well, I don't like it. And just like that, they lunged at each other. Desir just watched. So this is what it's like when two ice storms collide. It feels like the middle of winter in here. By the way, I think the Aurora system is about to be commercialized soon. It's running perfectly without any issues. The airships, too. They'll be available to the public before we know it. The supply and demand for mana stones got all messed up when the shadow world vanished. But thanks to my work with Zod, we've finally cracked the formula for synthetic mana. So much has changed. A flood of memories rushed through his mind. Good times, bad times, joy, anger, sadness. Then, a voice from deep within his subconscious asked, "Are you happy?" Desire answered quietly, "I don't know. Am I even allowed to be happy? So many things have changed, but me, I haven't changed at all. The pain, it's still there. It hurts so much. I can't stop regretting. My own shadow is still stained with blood. If I had just done better, maybe they could have lived. Maybe there could have been a better future. If only I had tried harder. This is the sin I have to carry. And no one can carry it for me. So, I don't think I should be happy. No, I can't be. It's not that I can't answer your question. It's that it's impossible for me." The voice placed a hand on his shoulder. "Then make it possible. That's what you've always done, haven't you? It's not just you anymore. It's everyone. This is the path you walk now," Desire whispered. "My path. The path I have to walk." "Meanwhile," Ajess said, "just back down now. Once we've decided to fight, you have zero chance of winning." Romantica scoffed. "You've got to be kidding me. You want me to retreat now? I'm just getting warmed up. You're the one who should give up." Ajess's eyes narrowed. "Not a chance. You will never beat me." Romantica laughed. "You must have forgotten how many times you've lost because of that exact attitude. Remember the entrance exam? You lost to Desir, badly. Where did you even get that crazy confidence from?" Ajess leaped into the air, a flash of steel and ice. "I learned it from Desir." Romantica smirked. "I knew it. We all learned from him, which makes predicting your moves almost too easy. You're a magic swordsman, so of course you'll lead with your sword. And if I time this just right, a mage who can cast without chanting won't lose a battle of speed." Ajess froze, unable to move. "Romantica," she said, but Romantica cut her off. "I was the first, wasn't I? I was the first to lose to Desir, the first he told he needed me. I was trained by him, raised by him, and I fell in love with him first. So I can't give Desir up, please. Just give up." But Ajess shook her head. "No. It's impossible for me to give up too. You may have experienced everything with him first, but this is the first time I've ever loved someone this much. I won't let anyone take him away from me. The fact that you were first, it just makes me angrier. I will never give up, no matter what skill you throw at me." Romantica was about to reply when Desir finally stepped between them, holding up his hands. "All right, that's enough, you two. Do you really need to do all this? For someone like me? Let's just stop now." Romantica glared. "That stupid look on your face just killed the mood." Ajess nodded. "Weirdly enough, I've calmed down too." Desir just looked confused. "I'm sorry. I had no idea you two felt that way about me." Romantica rolled her eyes. "Liar. There's no way you didn't know." Ajess agreed, then said, "More importantly, I want an answer from you, Desir." Romantica jumped in. "Exactly. Why are we even fighting? In the end, the right to decide belongs to him. Answer us. Is it Romantica, or is it Ajess?" Desir just smiled warmly. "I'm so happy." Romantica groaned. "Not your feelings," Ajess pressed on. "Your answer, Desir. We don't need to know how you feel right now, we just need an answer." Romantica pointed at him. "You're trying to pull a fast one, aren't you? Trying to get out of this with some deep, meaningful words?" "Oh, see? He's smiling again. Every time he does that, I get so nervous." "Desire, stop smiling and just answer." Desire opened his mouth. And that's all for this video. Let me know down in the comments section below. And don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you get more awesome videos like this. For now, peace out, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.